In an unexpected twist of fate, an ordinary individual traverses into the realm of American comics, transforming into a world-renowned mercenary and assassin. As the world around him shifts, he grapples with a profound dilemma. Should he embrace the mantle of a righteous hero or persist in his shadowy endeavors? Do not confine me to the simplistic notions of good and evil. I merely pursue that which I desire, he declares resolutely. Suddenly, he materializes behind the author of this whimsical narrative, delivering a powerful blow that sends the author sprawling. The truth is rather straightforward. I am the tolling bell that resonates in the ears of all. Perched upon the rooftop of a towering skyscraper, he gazes down at the restless city below, ablaze with lights, where vibrant neon signs illuminate the streets, casting a crimson glow over the steam rising from the manholes. It is an early spring evening, and the bustling metropolis is shrouded in a veil of smog. The crisp wind carries the acrid scent of industrial waste and effluent. What he perceives is a fad of opulence, a kaleidoscope of wealth, fame, and power, wherein revelry and indulgence reign supreme. Yet, in the more distant shadows, in the obscured alleys piled with refuse, in the sewers that conceal the homeless, or beneath the overpasses where gangs convene, a different reality lurks. Discarded firearms and lifeless bodies litter the ground. The sinister laughter and piercing screams echo through the darkness. The dried bloodstains tell a tale of unspeakable evil and madness that permeate the city, warning all who dare to underestimate its treachery that they shall be devoured without mercy. Where's this place? Perhaps only by listening to the citizens' descriptions can one begin to surmise. The inhabitants of this city often liken it to infamous villains they know all too well. Some say it resembles an assassin crocodile, lurking in the shadows, ready to engulf its prey whole, leaving no trace behind, perhaps just a splash or a bubble, but none would care. Others liken it to a two-faced entity, perpetually spinning the wheel of fate between justice and villainy, order and chaos, with destinies tossed like a coin, rising and falling at will, leaving individuals powerless. Some compare it to a scarecrow, transforming dreams into nightmares, unearthing the deepest fears until madness ensues, leaving one drooling and wandering the streets. Others deem it akin to a jester, for this city is utterly deranged. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, there exists a high probability that the next moment, a citizen may erupt in violence, plunging a pencil or fork into the eye of an outsider, staring wide-eyed with naive curiosity at the twitching corpse. Why so serious? As an interloper from another realm, he need not query any resident. Merely lifting his gaze to the radiant beams piercing the clouds, he comprehends his location. Gotham, he whispers. In the next instant, a torrential downpour envelopes his figure. The gray rain, tinged with a hint of acidity, blots out all he had previously seen and heard, concealing the city's sins under a cacophony of sound, leaving only an unsettling chill that seeps into his very core. Yet this chill does not stem from the rain. Clad in full battle armor, from head to toe, he is encased in polished metal. His helmet, a complete visage, shields him entirely, while intricate chainmail envelopes his body, and additional layers of armor protect his chest, shoulders, and limbs. All these elements serve as a reminder that in this moment, he is no longer an ordinary individual. Once, he was but a common man, leading a life of insignificance. Working as a night custodian, which was merely a guise for a security guard, he lacked the imposing stature that might inspire fear. However, youth and a touch of bravado were his allies. What transpired? Why am I here? I cannot recall. He extends his hand to steady his forehead, but the thick tactical gloves sever any connection to the helmet's sensation and warmth. Indeed, as a young man, he had encountered the concept of traversing dimensions in various literary works. In novels, he had witnessed characters transported through explosions, choking on food, or being struck by vehicles while rescuing others. Yet, what had brought him here? Through the curtain of rain, he gazes into the distance, striving to divert his attention from the emblem of the bat, staring vacantly at the clouds on the horizon, desperately attempting to recollect. The myriad neon lights on the skyscrapers blur into obscurity amidst the rain and fog, rendering everything surreal. All he recalls is returning home from work, fending off a call from a middle school classmate inviting him to a wedding. Next, there was a brief stint on the computer. The aging laptop emitted a sound reminiscent of a tractor when powered on. Indeed, he found solace in those fantastical realms, allowing him to momentarily escape the monotony of reality. His memories hold no explosions, no strange lights or sounds, just a fleeting moment, and suddenly, he finds himself here, standing atop Wayne Tower in Gotham City, inexplicably caressed by the evening breeze. In this cursed place, he has stood in a daze for 5 minutes, gradually accepting this new reality, only to descend into confusion. As for his identity, it became clear upon realizing his traversal into the DC universe. The tedium of night shifts had led him to devour numerous novels, ultimately becoming enamored with American comics. Even a lowly security guard like him had heard colleagues mention Avengers, Age of Ultron, or Guardians of the Galaxy, and a female co-worker spoke of Winter Soldier and Iron Man in passing. Initially, he had been bewildered. To cultivate camaraderie with his co-workers, he began watching films on the decrepit computer and found them exhilarating. American blockbusters are indeed thrilling. Subsequently, he took advantage of the workplace Wi-Fi to indulge in comics, initially struggling to distinguish between Marvel and DC. Yet, as he delved deeper, he memorized the names and abilities of hundreds of heroes and villains, along with their pivotal stories. Though he had only read translated manga, it sufficed for casual banter with his colleagues. At this moment, with his helmet only granting him a view from the left, he lowers his gaze to a small puddle forming beneath him. In the ripples, he catches a glimpse of his current visage. The metallic helmet, split in hues of black and yellow, resembles a hockey mask, with 2 slender fabric strips billowing in the rain and wind behind him, akin to Rambo's headband. The left eye of the mask features a red diamond-shaped lens, while the right half is entirely black, devoid of any seams. He has become Deathstroke. His true name is Slade Joseph Wilson, one of the most formidable mercenaries and assassins in the DC universe, a master of strategy, combat, and weaponry. Originally, he was a subject of military enhancement, possessing 90 of his brain's potential, slightly less than the protagonist of Lucy. He had surpassed the pinnacle of human physicality, endowed with the ability to heal most wounds. However, after his superior betrayed his friend, leading to his capture by the enemy, Deathstroke managed to rescue his comrade and escape, but the fallout with the military was inevitable, thrusting him into the life of a mercenary, utilizing his superhuman abilities to undertake morally dubious tasks for survival. Crucially, he inherited all of Deathstroke's capabilities, with the exception of his memories. At least, he has effortlessly acquired the physical skills such as English, driving, and firearm usage. He felt like an outsider, observing his own reflection in the water from a third-party perspective. The knowledge he possessed about Deathstroke was entirely derived from comic books. Initially, the revelation that he had transformed into a being endowed with superhuman abilities brought him considerable joy. Being Deathstroke was quite splendid under prepared and calculated circumstances. He felt no apprehension towards anyone, even possessing over a 50% chance of victory against a prominent figure like Batman. As a villain, he easily overpowered Robin and the Teen Titans, and in the recently rehabilitated New 52 comics, he engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Wonder Woman, managing to escape unscathed from Superman, even without kryptonite. However, after the initial thrill subsided, he began to feel immense pressure. Why was that? Because Deathstroke was a mercenary who conducted his business solely for monetary gain, irrespective of the task at hand. Thus, he had effectively antagonized nearly every superhero and supervillain in the DC universe, aiding the Penguin against Two-Face, assisting Two-Face in dealing with Black Mask, and supporting Black Mask against the Penguin, occasionally accepting assignments to confront various superheroes. To Deathstroke, there was little distinction between superheroes and supervillains. They were merely employers and targets, all human at their core. As long as there was money to be made, he would accept any assignment. This is troublesome. Before his traversal, he had been known as Su Ming, affectionately nicknamed Xiao Ming by his colleagues. Each time someone called him that, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, reminiscent of childhood misdeeds such as failing to wash his hands before meals, crossing streets without regard for traffic signals, or arriving late to class. He was the quintessential example of a child who had erred in every way outlined in elementary school textbooks. Firstly, I need to ascertain which parallel universe of DC I have entered, and then determine the timeline and the current progression of the story. He sighed, longing for a cigarette, but the mask impeded him. The DC universe harbors numerous realms of Gotham and Batman. If it is the cinematic universe, the power levels are relatively subdued. In the recent Justice League film, the Flash was dispatched like a doll. However, if it is the comic universe, regardless of which realm, the dangers are significantly heightened. Earth Zero, the main world of the New 52 comics. Earth 3, a realm where all heroes and villains have swapped identities. Earth 10, a world ruled by Nazis. Earth 38, the original world of DC Comics. Su Ming wiped his mask, as rainwater pooled around his feet like a stream. His armor lacked any additional clothing, and he felt acutely cold, completely immersed in water. Yet he had never experienced such clarity of thought before. The comic world settings he had merely glimpsed now resurfaced in his memory with vivid detail. Was this due to Deathstroke's superhuman intellect? But memory should belong to his own soul, shouldn't it? This body brimmed with explosive power, a sensation he had never encountered before. It seemed he had become a vessel for the soul of Deathstroke, inhabiting his former body. The issue lay in the fact that while Deathstroke possessed regenerative abilities, they were not potent enough to restore severed limbs, leaving his right eye permanently blind. When rapid regeneration activated, it consumed a significant amount of his stamina and even risked his sanity. Deathstroke was over 50 years old, with children who had become superheroes, and a father who was an elderly supervillain with telekinetic powers, both of whom could easily wish him dead. Fortunately, he was strong enough to thwart their attempts. A young man in his 20s transformed into someone over 50. After finally gaining a family, the relationships are strained. Su Ming shook his head in resignation. Deathstroke was formidable in both ability and intellect, yet he evidently lacked emotional intelligence. By the way, why did he come here? Was he summoned for a mission? Fully armed, it seems he was planning something. Su Ming abandoned further contemplation. Despite inhabiting a superhuman body, his instincts still urged him to seek shelter from the rain, not merely due to the chill of early spring, but also because Gotham's industrial pollution imbued the rain with an unpleasant stench he had never experienced before. Leaving the edge of the building, he turned to depart. Although he carried a parachute bag, opting for the stairs seemed prudent. He had never used a parachute before, and the thought of falling to his demise was too absurd. Last night, the world-renowned Mercenary committed suicide by jumping from a building in Gotham City, allegedly linked to emotional entanglements with Batman. Su Ming could already envision the headline of tomorrow's Gotham Daily. If he were to die, that would undoubtedly be the lead story. He had no desire to perish, even in a perilous new world. Moreover, being a staunch heterosexual, he held no prejudice against the Joker and Batman flaunting their affections, yet he had no intention of becoming part of it. Chapter 2. The Reflection of Oneself. As he approached the door leading to the stairs below, it suddenly swung open with a loud bang, revealing a commanding figure ascending from the entrance. Su Ming's immediate reaction was that the person Deathstroke had arranged to meet had arrived. However, a gust of wind swept through, parting the dense rain, illuminating him with the neon lights of Wayne Tower, revealing the newcomer. He quickly discerned that something was amiss. Standing before him was an individual clad in identical armor, wielding the same weaponry, though slightly shorter in stature, perhaps around 170 centimeters. The atmosphere grew tense. Instinctively, he reacted, drawing the stick from his back with the muscle memory of his body. With a twist and a press, the retracted baton extended into a formidable weapon, firmly grasped in his hand, ready in a combat stance. This was Deathstroke's cherished weapon, with its ends equipped for powerful electric shocks and tranquilizer darts, often preferred by employers who wished to capture live targets for their own amusement. Yet the figure opposite mirrored his every movement. Had he not seen this person emerge from the doorway, Su Ming might have believed he was gazing into a mirror. Their synchronization was uncanny, from the speed of assembling the baton to the combat posture they adopted. "Who are you?" they both queried simultaneously, their voices, masked, resonating like the hushed whispers of a demon. "I am Deathstroke." Once again, they uttered the same phrase, intensifying the rigidity of the atmosphere between them. Armed and circling around an empty space, they continued to pace. The rain poured down relentlessly, and neither spoke further, each absorbed in their thoughts, maintaining distance and silence, a habit of a martial master preparing for combat, observing the opponent meticulously. Though he could not fathom the thoughts of his counterpart, Su Ming was certain his contemplation was more profound. What is happening? Another version of myself? Or did a multitude of individuals traverse here, all transforming into Deathstroke? Or perhaps this is the true Deathstroke, and I am merely a cosplay enthusiast? Yet, my current physical prowess and cognitive speed are undeniably beyond human capabilities. Of course, there were numerous individuals in the DC universe with such physical prowess and combat skills, some even more adept at close combat than Deathstroke, but they each bore their own titles and had no need to don the yellow and black armor, impersonating Deathstroke. Thanks to the legendary ninefold increase in cognitive speed, Su Ming rapidly generated and dismissed various possibilities within mere fractions of a second. The standoff continued. Retreating would destabilize him, making him susceptible to attack, while turning his back was out of the question. Doing so in Gotham would yield dire consequences. Must we fight? Defeating the opponent should allow for an escape, without a doubt. The thought simultaneously flickered in both their minds and was swiftly adopted, prompting them to execute the same action in unison. Bang! The metallic rods clashed in midair, each wielding equal strength, causing them to recoil a step, splashing water beneath their feet as they quickly repositioned, the tips of their weapons aimed at one another, ever vigilant against pursuit. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, grateful that he too had inherited the combat experience of the clock tower. It was as if instinct guided his movements, allowing him to fully harness his physical prowess in battle. Possessing such skills and techniques ensured at least his own survival. The opponent, seemingly lost in thought, made no attempt to attack, as though contemplating strategy just as he was. If the adversary is a healthy individual merely donning a clock tower-style helmet, then the lack of right-side visibility must be quite challenging to adapt to. My offensive should target his right side, launching an attack from his blind spot. Given the obstruction of his nose, striking with my right foot would be the optimal choice. Su Ming swiftly devised a tactic in his mind, pivoting the rod in his hand and executing a flourish before aiming a strike at the opponent's right foot. Whoosh, whoosh. The rod sliced through the air, the cold metal shattering raindrops in its path, while the two shadows adorned with neon hues carved out two vacuum planes, colliding with one another. Crack. The rods collided once more. Evidently both had chosen to strike at the other's right foot while defending their own, resulting in yet another stalemate. With their considerable force, both instinctively turned to dissipate the impact, crouching on the ground, one hand planted on the earth while the other held the rod behind their backs, resembling a scorpion poised to strike with its tail, ready to employ the tranquilizer hidden within the long rod. However, when both splashed through the murky water and witnessed the other adopting the same stance, the plan to ambush with the tranquilizer was clearly thwarted. How unfortunate, to arrive in the DC world only to encounter such a senseless predicament. It is evident we are both clock tower, sharing even memories and instincts. Perhaps a conversation could ensue? We are both augmented beings and masters of combat. If we were to engage in battle, it might last 3 days and nights without a resolution, causing quite a commotion. Su Ming pondered, deciding to set aside the dispute. The notion of defeating the opponent to escape was no longer viable. Wait. They spoke simultaneously once more, prompting Su Ming to roll his eyes inwardly, realizing the other harbored similar reservations and was not inclined to engage further. Moreover, crucially, neither had been commissioned to confront such a formidable foe. Mercenaries cannot afford to operate at a loss. Grudges and emotions pale in comparison to the tangible green of dollars. Put down your weapons. Let us converse. You lower yours first. Together then. Su Ming sighed in exasperation. Their synchronicity was uncanny. He was undeniably an ordinary person from an alternate Earth, not a genuine clock tower. What accounted for this inexplicable rapport? How deeply had he been influenced by the essence of clock tower, to the point that their thought processes mirrored one another? Wait, this isn't right. I've never truly faced life and death struggles before. My past as a gang member was merely a phase of confusion, a quest for excitement. I've never dealt with the true darkness of this world. Relying on clock tower's accumulated experiences led me to adopt his methods of thinking. I remain myself. At least I am presently aware of my identity in a clear and objective manner. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, both he and his counterpart simultaneously discarded their weapons. Clang. The two rods were tossed aside, splattering into the rain-soaked ground, their surfaces now muddied. The two faced each other, rain cascading from their masks like a small waterfall. Speak. Upon hearing their identical utterance, Su Ming made a concerted effort to dispel the influence of Clock Tower's mindset, raising one palm while pressing the other against it. Stop, stop. Let us cease this telepathic game. This is the most chilling experience I've ever encountered. Allow me to speak first, shall I? That would be most agreeable. The other clearly exhaled a sigh of relief. At least communication could finally commence. I am a mercenary, codenamed Clock Tower. My real name is Slade, though you may call me Su. Su Ming succinctly introduced his background, uncertain of the particulars of this parallel world. Interesting, I am also a mercenary, sharing the same codename. My true name is Cindy. The other appeared somewhat uncomfortable as she fiddled with her helmet. Clock Tower's appearance diverged from other masked figures. His black and yellow gear signified a warning akin to that of a bee, and he kept his identity no secret. Everyone knew Slade was Clock Tower, a legend within the mercenary realm. It made sense if he were to remain mysterious. How could he attract business? At the very least, potential clients with financial means must be able to locate him. What is the meaning of this? Has the military once again utilized my blood to create clones? Su Ming was aware of Clock Tower's military past. Genetic modifications were indeed a product of military endeavors, not to mention the abundance of clones in the DC universe, with factions possessing cloning technology being numerous. No, I believe you and I are not clones. The one who performed my bioenhancement has long since perished, and there was only a single dose of the enhancement serum. As the one identifying herself as Cindy fumbled near the lower edge of her mask, she lifted it off to reveal her face. Su Ming was taken aback. This clock tower named Cindy was, in fact, a woman. She possessed short, golden hair and a strikingly beautiful yet stern visage, embodying the quintessential American beauty. The only unfortunate detail was the black eye patch covering her right eye, indicating she was blind in that eye. What bewildered Su Ming was her youthful appearance. She was barely in her 20s, not an elderly woman. If she were the female version of himself, she should be in her 50s. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he too felt around beneath his mask, discovering a subtle clasp that, when pressed and pushed aside, allowed him to remove his helmet. Cindy's surprise was evident as she too grappled with the inexplicable. Su Ming glanced down. Though the rain muddied the details in the puddle, he could still discern that he appeared remarkably youthful, with short, golden hair and a handsome, carefree visage adorned with a hint of stubble, a black leather eye patch obscuring his right eye. He could feel the absence of an eyeball beneath the patch, undoubtedly inheriting Clock Tower's youthful physique. The dilemma arose. Clock Tower's right eye was historically rendered blind by his wife's gunfire. In the New 52 universe, it was pierced by Damian, Batman's son. Regardless, a Clock Tower in his 20s should still be a single soldier in the army. What was the nature of this timeline? How had he lost his sight? A man? You are male? Cindy's expression remained cold, yet disbelief seeped into her tone. Su Ming was perplexed. Surely, it was Clock Tower becoming a woman that was the anomaly? Is it strange to be a man? A man of your caliber is indeed a rarity. Among superpowered individuals, I am only acquainted with the Spectre. Cindy stepped beneath the enormous W emblem of Wayne Enterprises, producing a cigar, placing it between her lips, and igniting it. She felt the need for nicotine to help her contemplate the unfolding circumstances that Su Ming approached, and the conflict that once loomed between them had dissipated, transforming their individual uncertainties into a shared perplexity. As Cindy retrieved a cigar from her pocket, Su Ming produced a small cigar box from his own possession, and together they stood in silence, enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Upon hearing Cindy mention the name of the heroic figure, he quickly deduced the nature of this world. It was one of the many parallel universes within the DC cosmos Earth-11, a realm governed by the Amazons. In this peculiar world, both supervillains and superheroes were female incarnations of their male counterparts. Batman had morphed into Batwoman, Superman into Supergirl, Aquaman into Aquawoman, the Flash into Flashwoman, and Cyborg into Cyborg Woman. The Joker had transformed into the Harlequin, the Penguin into the Penguiness, Two-Face into Two-Face Woman, and the Justice League had evolved into the League of Shadow Dancers. Intriguingly, the famed female figures retained their identities. Harley Quinn remained the Joker's female counterpart, Poison Ivy was still Poison Ivy, and Black Canary continued as Black Canary. The only distinction lay in the relationships they shared, having shifted from romantic partners or allies to intimate friends. This bizarre world's origin remained a mystery, leaving one to ponder the creativity of the DC editorial team. In essence, this universe had historically relegated men to a lower status, only recently embracing notions of gender equality. However, the prevailing norm was that women pursued careers while men tended to domestic affairs. This was inevitable, as the highest echelons of power were occupied by Amazons, leading to a government comprised entirely of women wielding greater strength and authority than their male counterparts. The singular anomaly was the existence of Wonder Man, the sole recognized male superhero in this world, who had been raised by Amazons. To Su Ming, this was a perplexing sight. Could one envision a muscular man clad in Wonder Woman's regalia? He found himself unable to fathom engaging in conversation with such an individual. Standing beside Cindy, it became evident that she was the true harbinger of doom in this world. I must have traversed from another parallel universe, bringing with me the essence of that doom, and due to the interdimensional passage, I had been altered by temporal fluctuations, rendering me youthful once more. Thus, he quickly formulated a hypothesis in his mind, which bore a considerable likelihood of truth. Chapter 3. The Endangered World. A sharp crack echoed nearby, perhaps a cable severed by the wind or rainwater causing a short circuit in the transformer box. Above them, the Wayne Enterprises sign suddenly erupted in a flurry of sparks and a wisp of smoke before extinguishing. The smoke was swiftly dispersed by the rain, vanishing into thin air. The two merely lifted their gazes to the dimmed advertisement, exchanging no words. The surroundings grew somber, illuminated only by the glowing embers of their cigars. Su Ming pondered for a moment before breaking the silence. I hail from a parallel world. What is the current state of Gotham? The other party, Deathstroke. deemed this information shareable, for when intelligence could not be utilized in action, it would not be disseminated or betrayed. Much like Batman, who meticulously gathered data on the vulnerabilities of all superheroes on Earth, preparing for the eventuality of their descent into darkness. This information served as a strategic reserve. Su Ming could leverage it to demonstrate her sincerity without immediate concern for repercussions. As long as no one offered her a bounty to eliminate herself, the secret remained relatively safe with her. Both Deathstroke and Batman were aware of each other's true identities, however, adhering to their respective principles. Batman would not strike at Deathstroke unless he had committed a crime. Certain matters, even when known to be orchestrated by Deathstroke, would not surface without evidence. Notably, Deathstroke's operations were always executed with precision and cleanliness. Likewise, he refrained from targeting Bruce Wayne, Batman's true identity, for Wayne Enterprises was exceedingly affluent, and Bruce's life held considerable value. Without several $100 billion at stake, Deathstroke resolved to keep Bruce's head firmly upon his shoulders, perhaps for future opportunity. Much like the Joker, who was aware of Batman's true identity, yet preferred to engage with the Bat rather than a mundane billionaire. However, this did not prevent him from abducting those close to Bruce, from his butler Alfred to several of Bruce's romantic interests, coercing Batman into playing his twisted games. An array of villains, including Black Mask, Silence, and Bane, were privy to Batman's identity. However, Gotham's very essence was intertwined with Batman himself. Only by vanquishing Batman could one claim dominion over Gotham, while defeating Bruce, unadorned as Bat persona, merely signified triumph over a debonair millionaire. Deathstroke thrived within the shadows of society, necessitating the protection of its existence. Whether there were those intent on annihilating the Earth, or others who disregarded the dark rules, these were the enemies of Deathstroke. In the comics, whenever extraterrestrial overlords invaded Earth, chaos ensued, providing criminals the opportunity to rob banks or jewelry stores. Even ordinary citizens would seize the chance to pilfer a television from roadside shops, seizing the moment while superheroes were preoccupied. However, among those who take the opportunity to disrupt superheroes, there is certainly no mention of the Reaper. In fact, on numerous occasions, the Reaper has aided heroes in combating alien and otherworldly invaders, participating in the resolution of global crises without demanding a single cent in return. Nevertheless, once the crisis subsides and the world regains its security, the Reaper promptly resumes his mercenary business, confronting any superhero in his path with unyielding determination. Cindy, holding a cigarette, spoke amidst the relentless sound of the rain, which did little to carry her voice far. Yet Su Ming heard her clearly. "Have you ever encountered individuals from parallel worlds?" he inquired, as they stood side by side, gazing into the distant silhouette of the Bat's signal, twisting against the dark clouds. "A pitiful soul," Cindy remarked, her tone devoid of emotion, describing a man clad in a cloth mask reminiscent of a bank robber, armed with outdated firearms. He was elderly, his body deteriorating, yet he had come with murderous intent. He mentioned that a criminal organization called Syndicate murdered his child, and he followed them through the dimensions, seeking revenge, but alas, he was ultimately unsuccessful. Su Ming pondered his own desire to leave this world, despite the monotony of his previous existence. At least in his original world, his homeland was peaceful and stable, with people living harmoniously, allowing him to find a safe haven to rest. There were no alien invasions or supervillains defying reason. This world is ruled by the Amazon Council, a highly centralized authority that ensures swift responses and formidable strength. The invaders from parallel worlds were quickly driven away. They returned to their realm, sealing the temporal gates, and that old man naturally went back as well. Was it the Justice League that repelled them? Wait, does your world even have a Justice League? Su Ming contemplated for a moment before deciding to pose this question, recalling that prior to his transition, DC had just introduced the new universe event, Metal. The absence of a Justice League would imply this realm was a shadow of the dark multiverse, a reflection of the bright multiverse. These universes were composed of dark matter, akin to the two sides of a coin, yet due to the nature of this world, everything occurring here was far darker than the ordinary DC parallel universes. If this were Earth 11, there would be little to fear, as the environment would be much more accommodating. As long as one did not provoke the Amazon Council or the female iteration of the Justice League, a comfortable life could be sustained while earning a living. However, if this were Earth -11, the situation would be dire. This was a realm devoid of other superheroes, populated solely by Batgirl and countless villains. Moreover, it was a world on the brink of extinction, destined to be submerged due to the conflict between Batgirl and Atlantis, with the only survivor being the transformed Batgirl herself. The origin of the matter can indeed be traced back to the Bats. A fierce conflict erupted between Atlantis and the Amazons, a struggle for dominion over this world. After gathering intelligence, Briseis concluded that the excessive ambition of the Sea Queen, Arthur, was to blame. She was a subversive opportunist and a potential threat, prompting Briseis to act with the intent of capturing the Sea Queen and imprisoning her in Arkham. Under the pretense of peace negotiations, the Atlanteans launched a surprise attack in the waters near Paradise Island, providing Briseis the opportunity to apprehend the Sea Queen. However, during their fierce confrontation, the inexperienced Briseis inadvertently killed her. In the aftermath, the Atlanteans sought revenge, unleashing a catastrophic tsunami that utterly obliterated Gotham. With Gotham in ruins and all her loved ones lost, Briseis descended into madness, transforming her body through unique modification that endowed her with underwater breathing, the ability to manipulate seawater, and the power to swim at remarkable speeds, thus becoming the demon known as Drowning. In the comics, she secured victory in the final war by controlling her infinitely replicable liquid monster pet, Deadwater. Regrettably, the relentless battles had wrought such devastation that no other life remained on Earth. She fashioned a bat signal from the ocean's depths, illuminating the surface, a final beacon for Earth-11. Batwoman Briseis Wayne emerged as the destined savior of this world, the sole survivor meant to endure. However, in truth, on the day Gotham was submerged, Batwoman perished. What survived was the terrifying supervillain Drowning. Following the destruction of the world, she would heed the counsel of a laughing bat and join the Dark Knights, venturing into the luminous multiverse to annihilate countless realms. What Justice League? Its name hardly evokes thoughts of a rock band. Cindy scoffed. Having an Amazonian council breathing down your neck is vexing enough. Do you still wish to form some sort of idol group? Su Ming managed a wry smile, for he too was merely harboring a flicker of hope. Presently, he stood in Gotham, a city that ought to have been the first to drown, even with his superior physical prowess. When all land vanished and the sky was eternally cloaked in darkness, bereft of food, fresh water, and sunlight, survival would be impossible. Time was of the essence. He must act swiftly to escape this world or devise a means to preserve it. Earth-11 was no tranquil retreat, but rather the front line of war. Thus, Su Ming pondered the possibility that this world had not yet reached that critical juncture. If time had not run out, perhaps there remained a glimmer of resistance. He flicked the ashes from his cigarette and once more inquired of Cindy, "Could you elaborate on your reason for being here?" Atop Wayne Tower, Cindy mirrored his gesture, flicking the ashes from her cigar, her expression peculiar. A mission. Care to share the details of this mission? Su Ming's interest was piqued. You should understand. I am the death knell. I do not relish collaboration. Cindy grasped the cigar between her lips, brushing the raindrops from her hair. The Waff the Wayne group was evidently not as well concealed as it ought to be. Perhaps if it were the moth, the golden arches. The two of them would be better off standing beneath it. Su Ming chuckled softly, allowing their single gazes to meet. His exceptional eyesight even permitted him to discern his own reflection within Cindy's eyes. Indeed, he was not particularly fond of her, yet if his memory served him correctly, there had been a few occasions in the past. Although this recollection stemmed from a comic, specifically the tolling bell of the main universe, Cindy's lips twitched slightly, and Su Ming found it difficult to determine whether it was a smile or some other expression. Very well, just this once. I find myself somewhat at a loss regarding this task. But you shall receive only a quarter of the spoils, understand? The money is inconsequential. Intelligence holds far greater value. Su Ming bit down on his cigar and extended his right hand. It was merely a jest. He was well aware that he could not linger here for long. He had found himself in the dark multiverse, and its existence signified that a significant event had already commenced. To avoid death, he must venture into the light multiverse. Earth-11 lacked many essential elements, and this was not the primary realm. Certain matters were simply unattainable here. Very well, as you say. She finally broke into laughter, extending her hand to clasp his. He could feel the strength in both their grips. Without hesitation, she promptly began to recount the current assignment. This is a search and rescue mission. Truth be told, I did not wish to accept it, but work has been scarce lately, and I happened to purchase a yacht not long ago." She released his hand and turned to face the city enveloped in the rain-soaked night. Thus, this task originates from an old friend of mine, the Joker. Su Ming also gazed out at the shadowy cityscape. Her arrival at Wayne Tower surely indicated a quest for Batgirl. And it was the Joker who was most fervently pursuing the bat in Gotham. In your world, he may be referred to as the Joker, but here, we call him the Jester. Of course, we all know to whom we are referring. Cindy stretched her neck and exhaled a plume of smoke, the clove-scented mist dissipating in the rain. Recently, the bat has gone missing, leaving her feeling exceedingly lonely. She wishes for the bat to keep her company. What new trick has she devised this time? Perhaps it's an old ruse in my world. Su Ming inhaled deeply on a cigar. If there were any clues, he might have encountered the corresponding comics, yet in Earth -11, he could not be certain. God knows, I have no interest in her antics. I merely seek the payment. Thus, the task is to locate the bat and relay a message. The Jester awaits her in Arkham, bearing a grand piece of news. Cindy extinguished the cigar against the wall, stowing the remnants in her case. The original message? Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Indeed, her exact words were a grand piece of news. As mercenaries, we must convey the message accurately. That is the essence of the task. Cindy shrugged and replied with an impassive expression, "To be honest, I really do not wish to work for the Jester. She is utterly unhinged. I find myself questioning what this good news truly entails. Perhaps there lies a colossal nuclear warhead somewhere in Gotham." Su Ming sighed, acknowledging that the clown's money, while substantial, was never accompanied by a clear description of the task at hand. Cindy donned her helmet and secured the buckle once more, stating, "Overthinking serves no purpose. It would be more prudent to ponder the whereabouts of Brisvine. Before arriving here, I searched her home, the Batcave, and the rooftop of the precinct, but to no avail. The company can now be ruled out as well." She reminisced about how, in her bat form, she relished surveying her city from the gargoyle atop Wayne Tower. Su Ming continued, affixing his own helmet. "Indeed, and then I stumbled upon you, clearly not my most fortuitous day." She picked up a short stick from the ground and tossed it to Su Ming before retrieving her own. Su Ming folded his long pole and secured it in the harness at his back, rolling his neck to ensure freedom of movement. Clearly, this is not my day either. As I arrived here without reason, I was minding my own business in my own world, and then swoosh, here I am. Well, looking at it this way, you seem to be in a worse predicament than I. Perhaps you should consider saving some money to hire me to help you find your way back." Cindy led the descent down the stairs with swift determination. A sound suggestion, but for now, I must verify the claims made by the clown. If things unfold as I suspect, we are in for considerable trouble. Su Ming sighed, trailing behind her. "Oh, is there something I am unaware of?" she queried, pushing open the door as she descended, her voice tinged with a sardonic note that resonated dully within her helmet. It is not a matter of the task, but rather concerning this world. The seemingly unending downpour and a mystery surrounding Batman's disappearance struck Su Ming as the harbinger of an apocalyptic event. If given the chance, he wished to survive. Thus, he needed to locate Batman swiftly. "Do you know what I detest?" She turned her head, poking her finger into his chest. "I desire transparency between us. I have disclosed my mission, yet you seem to be concealing something. I cannot be certain, but I can share some information. However, you must listen without questioning, for I cannot elucidate how I acquired this knowledge." Su Ming gently brushed aside her finger and briskly moved ahead, recounting to her the impending events on Earth 11 as they descended the stairs. This revelation caused her to momentarily stiffen, but she quickly regained her composure, shaking her head to clear her thoughts. "What shall we do next? Do you believe me now?" Su Ming felt a sense of relief. He had no desire to explain that he gleaned this intelligence from comic books, as that would undoubtedly sound mad. That is because we are all mercenaries. If I were to traverse the world to disseminate such an exaggerated falsehood, no sum of money would compel me to do so. Our abilities dictate our standing within the mercenary realm, and the elite among us do not engage in such trivial pursuits. Cindy swiftly overtook him, moving to the front, the only plausible explanation being that there is indeed some truth to this. Our world appears to be on the brink of annihilation. Su Ming found herself perplexed. The Jester's insistence on meeting Bat indicated that she had some inkling of the situation. She must also be aware of the whereabouts of Batwoman. So why would she take unnecessary steps to employ the Reaper to locate someone without providing further clarification? "If you are willing to join me in preventing the world's demise, that would be splendid." If not, I shall proceed alone. The options to avert the deluge engulfing the earth are limited, and the most effective course of action is to thwart Briss from slaying the Sea Queen. Seeking the Amazon Council would be futile. As an undocumented individual, they would not place their trust in me. Approaching the Atlanteans is equally unwise, as they harbor animosity toward all terrestrial beings. Behind this incident looms the orchestrator of chaos, a Batman infected by the Joker's blood, known as the Laughing Bat, along with the true puppet master, Barbados, the final dragon of the dark multiverse. They are the true culprits currently concealed, observing the unfolding events. Must I refrain from participating in this self-rescue endeavor? I have no desire for demise. Although I am unaware of the nature of your world's Joker, our jester is a genuinely deranged lunatic. This mission was initiated upon my receipt of a tape, from which I analyzed over 10 minutes of manic laughter and hysteria using specialized equipment. Cindy shook her head, providing a more detailed account. The jester is presently in Arkham, but she has completely lost her sanity and refuses to see anyone except for Bat. The silver lining is that I have discovered the Joker in your world is entirely akin to our jester. This merits a toast, since her avenue appears fruitless. How about we seek out her companion? Su Ming shifted her focus. If anyone might possess knowledge of Bat's whereabouts, it would be her, alongside a few others. For instance, Catwoman, Talia of the League of Assassins, and Harley Quinn. Among these individuals, Catwoman is a true vagabond, lacking a fixed abode. Who knows where she might be now? As for Talia, the assassin's base is in Nanda Parbat, a daunting distance away. Of these, Harley is arguably the easiest to locate, despite her own madness. She can discern right from wrong in critical situations. Cindy fell silent for a moment, then said, "All right, let's seek out Harley, though she is not her companion." In Harley's words, their relationship is termed sisterhood. Beneath her mask, Su Ming rolled her eyes. I suppose that is the essence of it? Her exact phrasing was little pumpkin and little pudding. I have discovered that you possess a remarkable talent for deciphering the language of the insane. Though her voice was rendered raspy by the mask, the tone conveyed a hint of exasperation. Resignation is a natural response. Anyone who interacts with a jester may either experience fear or admiration. However, individuals like the Clock King often find themselves at the mercy of the jester's whims. Notably, the jester is acutely aware of this dynamic, and thus delights in provoking a spectrum of emotions in others, be it anger or curiosity, and most of all, he revels in the sight of laughter. In the comics, he incessantly incites Batman's fury, a seemingly reckless endeavor to outsiders. Yet he merely wishes to uncover the reasons behind Batman's solemn demeanor. Chapter 4. Harley Quinn descending the staircase. Two individuals clad in identical armor nonchalantly strolled through the halls of Batman's domain, disregarding the surveillance cameras that monitored their every move. Upon his arrival on the rooftop, Su Ming was oblivious to the situation at hand. However, Cindy appeared unfazed, likely intent on drawing out Batgirl. As they meandered to Bliss Wayne's office, Cindy casually shattered a liquor cabinet, liberating 2 fine bottles of wine, completely ignoring the blaring alarms. She uncorked a bottle, savored a sip, and nodded approvingly before tossing another bottle to Su Ming. Then, the duo confidently entered the elevator, descending to the lower floors. Under normal circumstances, the Clock King would avoid using the elevator, for fear of being trapped should the power fail, leaving him vulnerable to capture or a perilous freefall. Yet, observing Cindy's ease as she stepped inside, devoid of concern, he opted to follow suit, trusting her apparent confidence signified that all guards below had been dealt with. His mind quickly deduced scenarios with an acuity surpassing that of his former self. Had he possessed such intellect in his previous life, scholarships would have been within his grasp from any institution. Ding! The elevator reached the first floor, and as they exited, they were met with a scene of disarray. Numerous security personnel lay scattered, unconscious, while furniture and decor lay shattered across the floor, a clear testament to Cindy's handiwork. As Su Ming surveyed the chaos, he noted that some of the security staff were remarkably attractive. Indeed, the Wayne Corporation seemed to attract beauty, even among its guards. He still struggled to acclimate to this world where femininity overshadowed masculinity, often regarding women through the lens of conventional aesthetics. "Come on, they're still alive," Cindy urged, noticing Su Ming's hesitation amid the wreckage. She had intentionally spared these guards, hoping they would report back to Bliss. Although the likelihood of Batgirl's appearance was slim, it was worth a try, After all, subduing these guards had required little effort. Did you drive here? Do you know where Harley is? Of course. Harley is probably still mingling with the Jester Circus. As they passed through the shattered glass door, they stepped into the shadowy rain, where a few suspicious women lurked around a corner, peering in their direction. However, upon spotting the Clock King emerging from the building, they swiftly scattered like frightened birds. They sought merely to seize a few possessions or documents while the security of the Vane Group was compromised. However, if the bell tolls were indeed at work, it would be wise to maintain a safe distance. Cindy's vehicle, parked across the street, was nothing more than an ordinary American Jeep, cluttered not with mere refuse, but with an excessive array of weaponry. The back seat was laden with an assortment of rocket launchers and 2 substantial ammunition boxes. Su Ming, occupying the front passenger seat, inadvertently settled upon a grenade, which he retrieved from beneath him and handed to Cindy. Your grenade? No, it is yours, she replied with a glance, a muffled chuckle escaping from beneath her mask as she turned the key to start the engine. Enticing me is futile. I work solely for monetary gain. Su Ming's eyes widened beneath his mask, incredulous at the notion of seduction. It was merely a matter of returning the grenade. In this world, the dynamics were inverted. Here, men found themselves in the weaker position, typically pursued by women who bestowed flowers and gifts, hoping to win their affection. The thought sent a shiver down Su Ming's spine. It felt utterly disconcerting. Reflecting on earlier events, he recognized a hint of provocation in her actions. If he were in his original world, and a woman presented him with a cylindrical object from beneath her, his thoughts would surely veer toward the inappropriate. No, I meant no such implication. I simply find myself in an unfamiliar realm. Oh, Cindy replied with feigned enthusiasm, starting the vehicle. The car burst through the curtain of rain, racing down the street, the flickering streetlights casting shadows within the cabin. She navigated the roads with familiarity, while Su Ming prepared his weapons. Indeed, weapons were essential. To locate the Harlequin and ascertain whether they faced apocalyptic peril, they would need to infiltrate the territory of the Joker's gang. These zealots, mindlessly devoted to the Joker, possessed little rationality. Failing to incapacitate them could lead to catastrophic consequences, as they were known to drag others into their deadly revelries. Furthermore, the Joker had previously employed a gas that induced uncontrollable laughter, and such substances could be found among these lunatics. Su Ming had no intention of drawing his 2 sidearms. He was not yet ready to take a life. Merely incapacitating would suffice. The electric effect of the baton he wielded would serve him well. Perhaps it was the presence of the electric baton that had caused him to inhabit the persona of the bell tolls. However, if armed only with the baton, their preparations would soon grow tedious, and silence enveloped them swiftly. I have an aversion to Gotham. This city is rather unhinged, Su Ming remarked, uncertain of the reason behind his statement. Perhaps it was anxiety or a fear of the sudden quiet. He took the initiative to introduce a topic. Why? Cindy inquired, casting a curious glance his way. I recall being quite popular here. Oh, undoubtedly. What I mean to say is, do you not perceive that our forthright manner seems somewhat discordant with this city? The thought processes of its inhabitants differ vastly from ours. Su Ming paused for a moment. Uncertain if Cindy could grasp the humor in the situation, he merely sensed an air of awkwardness and sought any trivial topic to discuss. At that moment, Cindy carelessly drove through a red light, splashing a nearby African-American man with a deluge of water. We drew a weapon and fired at their vehicle. She provocatively flashed her brake lights and emitted a laugh devoid of clear meaning. Ah, splendid. The people here are truly mad. If it weren't for the bustling business opportunities, I would much prefer to reside in Star City. Star City, the domain of Green Arrow, boasts villains far more straightforward than the lunatics of Gotham. Should it be confirmed that Atlantis intends to inundate the world, Su Ming, in a bid to survive, would have no choice but to confront danger head-on. The dilemma lies in his feeling of unpreparedness. While he might indeed fight for survival, he found himself incapable of extinguishing lives as effortlessly as the original Deathstroke. It was not due to a sense of morality, but rather because he had always lived in a stable society. How could he be expected to kill so suddenly? He understood that even if he were not to engage in battle with Atlantis, should he wish to endure in the world of DC, the enemies of Deathstroke would inevitably force him to take lives. The arrival of that day was merely a matter of time. As he pondered this, a rocket propelled by white smoke hurtled towards them from a nearby building. with extraordinary physical prowess and dynamic vision. He could even discern an exaggerated smiley face painted in red and white on the warhead as raindrops struck it, shattering into sparkling fragments that refracted the glow of the streetlights. "Jump!" Cindy yelled, flinging open the car door and leaping out. Without her special prompting, Su Ming's innate abilities instinctively mirrored her actions. However, while Cindy landed gracefully, Su Ming, realizing what was happening midair, found himself at a loss for what to do and consequently crashed into a nearby pile of refuse. The vehicle was struck and exploded into fragments amidst the flames. He noticed Cindy glance at him, and for some inexplicable reason, he sensed that the person beneath the black and yellow mask appeared to be in good spirits. In the next instant, a torrential rain of bullets descended upon them, accompanied by gunfire and maniacal laughter that drowned out the sound of the storm. The ferocity of the assault illuminated the surrounding streets with a blaze of gunfire. Normal bullets proved ineffective against the heavily armored Deathstroke, although the palladium shock absorption was mediocre. The impact of the bullets stung without even constituting a superficial wound. The two sought cover, with Cindy taking refuge behind the corner of a residential building on the left, her automatic pistol at the ready, occasionally returning fire. Su Ming, meanwhile, concealed himself behind a dumpster, unknowingly gripping a firearm, and before he fully comprehended the situation, he had already taken down several women adorned in garish makeup. Their bodies fell from the upper stories like sacks, landing in the accumulated water by the roadside or amidst the charred remains of vehicles. Some still possessed the ability to move, to struggle, to roll their eyes before succumbing to death. Many others, however, lie lifeless on the ground like a desolate tree stump. What a farce! I had previously pondered the meaning of life with such trepidation, investing time in mental fortitude, only to find my body's reaction so swift that all my preparations seem utterly futile. This corporeal vessel, taking lives with a primal instinct, feels no discomfort thereafter. Rather, the act of violence brings a peculiar sense of pleasure. Unlike the nausea or sorrow depicted in novels and films following one's first kill, such sentiments elude him entirely. Well then, having embarked on this path of murder, he resolved to continue unabated. Gritting his teeth, he peered out from behind the dumpster and opened fire once more. Whether one calls it yielding to instinct or embracing recklessness, the toll of death has transformed shooting and combat into an innate response. What else could Su Ming do but accept it? Would he forsake his skills to be preyed upon? This is Gotham, a realm where ordinary folk cannot thrive. If madness and ruthlessness are the order of the day, he would not shy away. Under the combined efforts of two reapers, the motley crew of clowns posed little trouble. And soon the streets returned to tranquility, the rain washing away all evidence. Naturally, no police would investigate. Death in this vicinity is an everyday occurrence. If fortune smiled upon them, the corpses would be discarded in a potter's field or a crematorium. If misfortune struck, well, Gotham is replete with its share of lunatics, such as the misanthropic cannibal priest, the financially strapped anatomy professor, and the perverse fiend in dire need of cadavers for his macabre toys. This is precisely why I cherish Gotham. Its simple folk, warm hospitality, and the ever-available thrill of genuine gunfire, a veritable playground for those seeking excitement. Cindy replaced her spent magazines and holstered her pistol, approaching his side. I had thought the most fervent inhabitants of Gotham resided in Arkham. Yet it seems even the residents of this asylum exude a fervor that makes one break into a sweat. Su Ming clapped a hand on his shoulder, casting aside the decaying leaves that clung to him. Fortunately, the rain had intensified, washing away the grime and rendering him somewhat less disheveled. Cindy surveyed her surroundings, as if discerning their location, and soon settled on a direction. Let us go find Harley and discuss what ails these fellows. Even if I'm not a doctor, I recognize their affliction as madness. Su Ming exhaled a deep breath, following her silhouette while delivering a dry jest. Indeed, the original Reaper was a master of dark humor. After blowing apart a target's head or snapping a neck, he often engaged in self-deprecating quips. The surrounding buildings stood in hushed silence amidst the rain-soaked night, akin to lurking monsters in the dark, with their hollow windows and doors serving as eyes and mouths, their expression void and soulless, capable of devouring the flickering hope within one's heart, leading to suffering and madness. On either side of the road stand abandoned residential buildings, now serving as a hideout for the clown gang. The upper walls are adorned with various large clown portraits, playing cards, and other magical paraphernalia. Though the rain has caused some colors to fade, indicating that these were painted just a few days ago. The adjacent buildings are shrouded in darkness, save for a distant structure that appears illuminated, with colorful lights spilling from its windows, presumably the location of Harley. One could easily surmise that, in the absence of the jester, Harley is either plotting her escape or wallowing in solitude. Su-Ming finds it hard to believe that she did not hear the fierce gunfire exchanged moments ago. Yet, she remains unresponsive. As he and Cindy arrive at the brightly lit building, the sound of music pierces through the patter of rain. Intense rock music and screams emanate from the upper floors. Well, it seems our little Harley is not as despondent as we imagined. She is, in fact, honing her skills. Cindy tilts her head to listen more intently and discerns the sounds of boots striking the wooden floor amidst the music. In the main world, Harley Quinn was originally a psychologist at Arkham Asylum. During her studies of the Joker, she became increasingly captivated by his chaotic mindset, ultimately falling madly in love with him and aiding in his escape. Thereafter, she remained by his side, assisting in various criminal endeavors. Though the Joker often regarded her as a nuisance, at times using her as bait or a means to evade Batman. However, the DC universe is notoriously convoluted, and Su-Ming cannot ascertain the exact nature of the relationship between this Earth 11 Harley and the Jester. For instance, in Earth 37, a 1960s gender-swapped version of the world, Harley and the Joker are depicted as romantic partners. Conversely, in the New 52 universe, Harley and the Joker have a falling out. Harley redeems herself by joining the Birds of Prey and engaging in a complicated relationship with Batman. Nevertheless, in every parallel universe, Harley possesses a genius-level intellect and remarkable acrobatic talent. Her hobbies include listening to music and reading, and during her quieter moments, she enjoys dancing. She is a whirlwind of chaos and exuberance, yet she is aware of her intrinsic goodness. Chapter 5. The torrential rain shows no sign of abating, with the clouds above becoming increasingly ominous. The multitude of lifeless bodies surrounding Su-Ming evokes an indescribable sensation within him, an exhilarating mixture of excitement and liberation, akin to the refreshing relief of sipping an ice-cold beer on a sweltering summer day. He yearns to share a moment of joy with Cindy, yet she remains focused on their mission, unresponsive to his jest. Indeed, as the Joker once remarked, a single person, a city, if one wishes to plunge into chaos and madness. It merely requires a gentle push from someone behind. He had pushed Harley, he had pushed Two-Face, and now Su-Ming finds himself as the one being propelled forward. After the frenzied slaughter, he feels utterly invigorated, as though every cell in his body is rejoicing. He turns to gaze at the numerous lifeless, unblinking corpses behind him, while Cindy remains oblivious to his peculiar demeanor, searching for the entrance to the building. The building where Harley resides is equally imbued with an absurd style. The grand entrance facing the street is, astonishingly, merely painted on. In reality, it is a wall constructed of heavy red bricks. Well, with no door present. We are left with no choice but to scale the wall. Cindy detached a rope and grappling hook from her belt. Initially, she had intended simply to converse with Harley and did not wish to escalate matters too seriously. Breaking in through a window hardly seemed an appropriate way to visit. As Su-Ming regained his focus, he surveyed the structure before him. His experience allowed him to discern that there were more inhabitants inside than just Harley. Let us proceed cautiously. One can never predict what might lurk within the abode of the deranged. Both launched their grappling hooks simultaneously, securing them firmly to the rooftop, their formidable upper body strength enabling them to ascend swiftly. The purpose of this building was unknown, with all windows on the first and second floor sealed shut. Only the third floor boasted a makeshift platform resembling a lookout post, likely a haunt for the circus's lunatics to fire upon passers-by or engage in mutual shooting. With a deft movement, he landed securely atop it. The rain transformed everything into a cacophony, yet his footfalls made no sound upon landing. Cindy reached the rooftop simultaneously, and the two masked figures exchanged a slight nod. With a resounding crash, Su-Ming kicked open a nearby window, his immense strength sending the frame and glass flying inward. They entered in single file, weapons drawn, on high alert for their surroundings. All was secure. Su-Ming shifted his shoulders. The building was illuminated, rendering the situation immediately clear. They now found themselves in what resembled a dilapidated university dormitory, a long corridor flanked by small rooms, all closed off. The ground was strewn with dust and debris, as if it hadn't been cleaned in ages. The rainwater that dripped from him and Cindy quickly formed small puddles of mud. Do these lunatics never bathe? Cindy shook her head, clearly displeased by the surrounding stench. Although her helmet had a gas mask feature, it did little to mask the foul odor. Su Ming, too, detected the odor, reminiscent of spoiled refuse, yet his attention was drawn to the staircase ahead. Let us disregard that and ascend to find Harley. Wait, there's a trap. Cindy gestured with her chin, indicating something to observe. At the staircase's corner, a faintly glowing fishing line was visible. He approached and uncovered the refuse at the other end of the line, revealing a hand grenade. This grenade appeared custom-made, entirely red rather than the typical military green, adorned with a large, painted smiley face, undoubtedly a creation of the clown gang. Indeed, this was the sort of twisted entertainment these madmen indulged in, a competition of self-harm or homicide. Before them lay the infamous joke bomb show, where friends were blown apart amidst raucous laughter, a clear favorite among their ranks. Whenever the clowns beheld this spectacle, observing the chaotic self-destruction, their manic laughter would erupt, relishing in their own perceived greatness. Danger! Conceal yourselves. Su Ming immediately reacted. When one orchestrates a prank, it is only natural to observe the disarray of those who fall victim to it. Given the presence of what was perceived as a prank grenade, it was evident that the circus folk were not far behind. Indeed, as his words echoed, an incessant stream of grotesque figures surged forth from the rooms flanking the corridor. These lunatics, adorned with distorted makeup, cackled maniacally, bounding towards the two with outstretched arms. Cindy and Su Ming certainly did not interpret this as a cordial welcome, for as they emerged, a hail of gunfire and explosives rained down upon them. Su Ming took refuge behind the stairwell's corner, while Cindy leapt once more through the window, seeking solace on the wooden platform constructed outside the wall. In swift succession, a series of explosions ensued, and he felt as though he were ensnared within a kettle of popcorn, the deafening cacophony assaulting his eardrums. A powerful gust swept through the vicinity of the explosions, the intense heat compelling him to clutch the stair railing to avoid being blown away. He could even see fragments of the bomb, some bearing exaggerated, grinning faces painted in white, sparking against his shoulder as they flew past. The circus troupe continued their advance. The previous explosions had claimed some of their own, yet they remained unfazed, laughing even more heartily. They resembled automobiles or other internal combustion engines, their fuel being blood, whether that of others or their own, driven by the relentless chariot of madness. Su Ming shook his head, debris and refuse still clinging to his helmet. The corridor was now teeming with maniacal jesters, rushing towards him with a variety of twisted and exaggerated movements. Their numbers were approximately 40, armed with light firearms and melee weapons, and it appeared that their explosives had been expended. He cautiously peered around, the battlefield unfolding in his mind like a photograph, with every enemy's position, trajectory, speed, and gear etched into his memory. Almost simultaneously, a plan began to formulate in his mind. He ripped a smoke grenade from his uniform and hurled it forward, simultaneously emerging from his cover. The smoke obscured everything, enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of white. The corridor's lights casting chaotic black shadows upon the scene, causing the clownish henchmen to descend into disarray. They could not discern the walls, nor could they see each other, resulting in a cacophony of collisions, shrieks, and curses. This was Su Ming's opportunity. Swiftly, he retrieved a shotgun from behind and plunged into the smoke. Cindy, situated outside the window behind him, realized that amidst the fog, she was surrounded solely by foes. With her past burdens cast aside, she hesitated no longer. Accompanied by the dull thuds of gunfire, bursts of flames tinged the pallid smoke crimson. Quite commendably, 42 individuals were dispatched in 6 seconds, truly a testament to the prowess of another version of myself in this alternate realm. Cindy leaped through the window, perching herself on the ledge and striking a pose as if to check the time, though in truth she had no need for such a device. Her extraordinary intellect could accurately recall the passage of every second. At that moment, Su Ming was reloading his shotgun, his demeanor now far more sanguine than before, with remnants of entrails and blood splattered across him. Such were the results of close-quarters combat. The ground was strewn with corpses. None of the lunatics had survived, their fates sealed by either shattered skulls or eviscerated bodies. In the confined space, the shotgun proved immensely effective. With a mere pull of the trigger, several adversaries were sent hurtling backward. Rather than counting over there, why not shoot and lend me a hand? Su Ming slung the weapon back across his back and bent to pick up a tattered, multicolored rag to wipe off the blood from his body. Just a bunch of insignificant minions. Both of us getting involved would be a waste of manpower, Cindy said insincerely, making her way up the stairs alone. At the very least, you could toss me a cigarette later or inquire about my well-being. Su Ming followed her, feeling somewhat helpless. This was his first experience bathing in human blood, yet he felt an inexplicable joy and wished to ask her if she had ever felt similarly. Well, that's what teammates are for, isn't it? You men are truly something else. How are you holding up? To his surprise, Cindy pulled out a cigar and tossed it to him, her tone reminiscent of coaxing a child. I'm well, thank you. Su Ming responded curtly, stashing the cigar in his pack. Cindy seemed to harbor some gender bias, remarking, aside from the brain matter that has been poured into your neck and the sticky mess on your chest, you seem quite all right. With a scoff, she turned away, emitting a sound akin to mockery. You're just like other men, so concerned with appearances and cleanliness. I thought your world was a patriarchy. Su Ming shrugged. It's not merely a matter of cleanliness, is it? True, it is a patriarchal society, but not everyone has the habit of bathing in blood. However, I find myself drawn to the chaos of carnage. What about you? Cindy ascended the stairs, her weapon held high, the fourth floor enveloped in an eerie tranquility. While Su Ming had been engaged in combat, she had been alert to the movements on that level, wary of potential ambushes from enemies descending from above. We are, after all, the same person from different worlds. I trust you're familiar with the theory of parallel universes? Despite some subtle distinctions, the things you cherish, I also hold dear. Cindy was puzzled by why another version of herself would pose such a question. In her view, relishing warm blood and witnessing death was hardly extraordinary. Such was life in Gotham. How do you manage this bloodlust? Su Ming could accept killing, but he did not wish to kill for the sake of killing. To kill without reason would render one a beast, devoid of humanity. When you see Harley later, you might inquire with her. She is a renowned psychologist in Gotham, before her descent into madness, of course. Cindy lifted her head and slowly stepped up the staircase. The fourth floor bore a similar architectural structure. For me, I must admit, I find myself far more drawn to verdant things than to the crimson flow of blood. As she spoke, she extended a hand, rubbing her thumb and forefinger together in front of Su Ming. Psychologically speaking, this is known as transference. Her yearning for blood has been redirected towards a desire for wealth. Perhaps this is the very reason why, in every parallel universe, the death knell resonates with mercenaries and assassins. Engaging in such a profession allows one to savor the taste of blood while swiftly accumulating riches, a veritable two-for-one deal. Su Ming had sought out Harley for information regarding the bat, not for a consultation. Besides, to be treated by Harley would likely drive one further into madness. No, thank you. I'll just rest once dawn breaks. The fourth floor is safe. Following her, Su Ming entered the corridor on the fourth floor, where the rooms on either side stood empty, yet adorned with the insignia of a clown, a pale visage with excess in place of eyes. The walls were painted in a riot of colors, resembling a den of iniquity. The small rooms were cluttered with various odds and ends, mostly consisting of prank supplies, TNT, laughing gas, automatic rifles, and a heap of oversized red rockets resembling colossal firecrackers. Harley S. just upstairs. The music is right above us. Cindy gestured towards the ceiling. Oddly enough, despite the ruckus they had just made, akin to the sounds of a building being demolished, she appeared utterly unfazed, as if she were still dancing. Su Ming tilted his head to listen, still able to discern the rhythmic clicking of high-heeled boots. Cindy remained non-committal. Living in Gotham had taught her one essential lesson: never to ponder the thoughts of madmen. Gotham, a place of extraordinary talent, had birthed a plethora of eccentric figures, ventriloquists. Dr. Hugo, Zash, Pigface, the Mime, the Joker, and many others. All were either madmen or the mentally ill. Suddenly, she realized that a significant portion of the lengthy list she had conjured in her mind consisted of her former clients. It was no wonder that some of her past assignments had been inexplicably bizarre and incomprehensible. Truth be told, although she had come to accept Mick's assertions, she did not believe Harley possessed any critical information. Harley seemed more akin to a jester, a close observer of her tricks rather than the conjurer herself. If given the choice, Cindy would have preferred to seek out Talia from the League of Assassins. The relationship between that woman and Batwoman was enigmatic, and she was far more likely to know the whereabouts of Bliss. Moreover, even if Talia were unaware, she had the entire Assassin's Guild at her disposal. Experts in the realm of intelligence gathering. Come on, let's ascend. Since we are here, it cannot hurt to inquire. With that, she led the way towards the music, traversing the long corridor until they stood before a tightly shut door. They exchanged a glance and pushed the door open. The room behind the door resembled a circus-themed nightclub, with vibrant lights swirling madly to the rhythm of the music. In the corners lay an assortment of circus props and enigmatic objects, such as inflatable barbells, towering funhouse mirrors, large balls used in animal performances, and fiery hoops. However, at the center of the expansive dance floor stood only Harley Quinn, gripping a steel pole as she soared gracefully, executing a myriad of incredibly flexible movements. The spotlight focused on her, and glistening beads of sweat cascaded from her rapid spins, while her red and blue pigtails blossomed in the air like flowers. She had eschewed her black and red uniform, opting instead for a short-sleeved t-shirt and denim shorts, which showcased her exquisite figure and delicate skin. With her eyes closed, she reveled in the joy of dance, her face radiating bliss, as if she possessed the entire world. As she twirled around the pole like a butterfly, Cindy regarded this display of femininity with disdain. What a ridiculous sight! A grown woman mimicking a man in pole dancing. Truly absurd, she muttered, nudging the seemingly entranced Su Ming beside her. Leaning in, she added, "There's someone on the sofa at 4 o'clock in the dance area." Su Ming had noticed as well, and was about to inform her that a figure sat with their back to them, the tall back of the sofa revealing only the top of a head, nodding rhythmically to the music, likely an audience member invited by Harley. Chapter 6. The Clown's Remembrance. Harley had lost track of how many nights of revelry had passed. Recently, her dearest Pudding had sent her a letter from Arkham. The envelope adorned with incomprehensible symbols and scribbles, stained with numerous lip prints in a red hue reminiscent of blood. Yet, she knew this was genuine, an exclusive form of communication between them, akin to a secret code, a delightful little secret shared only by the two. The thought filled her heart with sweetness. When the timid guard delivered the letter to Harley, then screamed and fled the circus grounds, she joyfully clutched the thin sheet of paper to her chest, spinning around the room in delight. The jester had been captured by the Bat and incarcerated in Arkham for over 6 months, and Harley missed her dearly. Upon receiving the letter, she was reminded of the joy of unwrapping Christmas gifts in her childhood, the sweetness of tasting chocolate for the first time, and the thrill of wearing high heels for the first time. Such happiness made her forget her initial intention to use a hammer on the messenger. She had planned to disguise herself as a guard to rescue the jester from Arkham. One hand playfully twirled a strand of her hair, reminiscent of a bashful young maiden, while the other, seemingly from nowhere, produced a kitchen knife, eager to tear open the envelope. Alas, this joy abruptly ceased upon reading the letter, eliciting an involuntary gasp of, "Oh, no, this cannot be true." The jester had written, "Dear little pumpkin, how have you been lately? I have delightful news to share with you. The world is on the brink of destruction, and we are all destined to perish. Are you not thrilled? Ah, death! What a splendid word. I have donned my attire and am prepared for the appointment. Today, I feasted upon a shriveled roast goose. How about you? My dear Spoon, the gentleman has recently grown rather taciturn. Before you depart from this mortal coil, could you bring the Bat to visit me? I would prefer to meet my end in her company. You may take a cab home alone." That is the plan. Do hurry, my dear." Though the page may lack the jester's characteristic uproarious laughter, her scrawled handwriting and nonsensical ramblings reveal that she remains unchanged. Amidst the crooked letters, bizarre doodles emerge, resembling her myriad smiles. The letter bears traces akin to dried snot or drool, suggesting that the jester was in high spirits while composing her missive. However, upon receiving the letter, Harley found herself in despair. The long-awaited correspondence contained such disheartening content, leaving her quite sorrowful. While she was aware of the impending demise, the prospect of witnessing humanity's ultimate chaos in the face of death brought her a flicker of joy. Her emotions were, indeed, a tumultuous blend. Ultimately, the jester remained preoccupied with thoughts of filthy bats, as if she were merely a chauffeur or errand runner. They had promised each other sweet treats. The little pumpkin and pudding destined to be forever entwined. Cackling wildly, Harley wreaked havoc within her abode, setting fires and smashing things to vent her frustrations. Yet, she complied with the jester's wishes, for they were, after all, good sisters. Harley had never doubted her. After all, was the world's end not a trivial matter? It was undoubtedly true. Not only she, but even the circus had been dispatched to scour Gotham City for traces of the bat. However, their usual methods proved ineffective. Regardless of the mayhem they unleashed in the city, only the tedious police arrived, and Batgirl remained elusive throughout. For 3 consecutive nights, Harley ventured out at dusk to sow discord, returning only at dawn, yet the bat seemed to have vanished, without so much as a shadow to be seen. Perhaps she had gone abroad for a holiday. I, too, occasionally dream of Paris or some other enchanting locale. Harley placed large signs on rooftops where the bat was known to frequent, each adorned with cartoonish fingers pointing toward her home. Confident that the bat would surely catch her scent, then she returned to her sanctuary, awaiting the bat's arrival each night. Initially, she passed the time reading while waiting, yet this proved too conducive to slumber. Harley felt this would not suffice, for she would remain unaware of the bat's visit. Thus, the following day, she transformed her vigil into one of drinking while reading. On the 3rd day, it evolved into a dance accompanied by libations. Gradually, she seemed to forget her initial purpose, instead embracing the nightly revelries as a new custom, celebrating the impending doom of the earth. However, the members of the circus dared not engage with Harley, fearing the heavy hammer that might strike their heads. This solitude troubled Harley, prompting her to summon her close friends to indulge in a continuous 24-hour revelry. Meanwhile, the jester within the asylum succumbed to madness in her waiting. She remained oblivious to the outside world, unaware of why Harley had yet to bring the bat, and instead laughed hysterically in her room. Days later, a mysterious tape was extracted from her chamber by a guard, eventually finding its way into the hands of the Grim Reaper. Cindy was also tasked with the search for the bat, marking the events leading up to the encounter between Su Ming and Cindy. Harley, clutching a steel pipe, exchanged breathless glances with the person on the sofa, and they both erupted into laughter. Harley laughed so hard that her legs weakened, and she staggered towards the sofa, seemingly eager to engage in a playful scuffle with her friend. At that moment, she noticed another presence in the room, amidst the psychedelic lights. A figure clad in armor became discernible, adorned in the most recognizable warning colors of nature, black and yellow. This figure observed them from the shadows, a red single eye on the helmet reflecting an ominous glow. Even Harley could not help but exclaim, "Oh no." The Grim Reaper's presence is never a good omen in anyone's home. Grim Reaper? What brings you to my abode? Harley shook her head, her cheeks flushed, suggesting she had indulged in considerable drink. I seek an answer to a question perhaps you might know. Cindy was unceremonious, directly stating her demand. I am looking for the bat. Where is she? What is the appeal of that foul bat? Harley did not respond, but instead leaped onto the sofa to embrace another person, seeking comfort. Su Ming emerged from behind Cindy, whispering, "It seems the jester has also sent her to search, likely in a similar predicament as ours. Can't we just storm into Arkham and demand clarity?" Cindy furrowed her brow beneath her mask. If you believe the jester knows, then why not simply inquire? There's no need. The jester is unaware. My earlier judgment was flawed. Su Ming calmly dismissed his previous notion, observing Harley rolling about on the sofa from a distance. If your task is merely vague or beyond comprehension, it could be a deliberate obfuscation by the jester. However, since Harley is someone she trusts, and even Harley is in the dark, it indicates that the jester's assignment to her mirrors our own, an exercise in futility. Cindy nodded slightly. So your intent in finding Harley was to ascertain whether the jester possesses any knowledge of the bat, correct? Indeed, Harley is far more comprehensible than the jester. Such praise did not fill Su Ming with pride, for the situation had reached an impasse. In the comics Su Ming had once perused, there was no mention of the disappearance of Bliss Wayne. The illustrations depicted her hiding in a concealed base, watching the Sea Queen land for peace negotiations on a large screen, leading Su Ming to conclude that the so-called negotiations were merely a facade, prompting her to ambush Queen Arthur, resulting in a series of consequential events. However, Cindy had already ventured into the Batcave. That was not the destination. Where then? Could this clandestine base be? With no leads in sight, it was often said that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, yet Batgirl was far more devious than any rabbit. If they waited for Bliss to reveal herself, it would undoubtedly be too late. Su Ming was perplexed as to how Bliss had managed to infiltrate the ranks of millions and successfully eliminate her target, Arthur. This meant that even though he was aware of Atlantis' impending assault on Paradise Island, he remained ignorant of the timing and nature of the attack. The only certainty lay in cornering Batgirl in Gotham. His prophetic insights were not without limits. The scenarios depicted in the comics were far too vague to serve as reliable clues. It was then that Harley recalled her engagement with the Grim Reaper. She rose, her hair in disarray, exclaiming, "I don't know where the bat is. You've gone to the wrong place. Wait, why are there 2 Reapers?" Harley rubbed her eyes and looked up again, only to find that there indeed were 2, which left her agape in astonishment. Either I've had too little to drink or far too much. Oh no, I've forgotten that Ms. J asked me to find the bat. She's going to be furious with me. As if awakening from stupor, Harley reflected on the purpose of her recent days of waiting. Not to indulge in revelry while anticipating the apocalypse, nor to await the chaotic human drama, but rather to await the bat's arrival. Had the bat truly come? She rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head as she strained to recall. Yet, having enjoyed herself too thoroughly in recent days, how could she have paid heed to whether Batgirl had made an appearance while twirling like a little top on the dance floor? Oh, why didn't you remind me? After much contemplation yielded no results, Harley raised her hand to strike the person lounging on the sofa, an act of mock irritation. You never mentioned this to me. How was I to remind you? The individual on the sofa responded with a voice tinged with bemusement, but from her tone and timbre, it was evident that she was a strikingly beautiful woman, even her casual speech imbued with allure and sweetness. At that moment, Cindy leaned closer to Su Ming's ear and whispered, "Things are looking grim. We should prepare to retreat. I didn't bring any herbicide this time." Yet, the person on the sofa sprang up as if jolted by electricity, turning to embrace Harley, her expression devoid of emotion as she fixed her gaze intently on the 2 at the door. Now Su Ming could clearly discern her attire, or rather, the lack thereof. She wore nothing but leaves. Verdant foliage and vines concealed her most intimate areas, presenting a form that seemed as if nature had bestowed upon her merely a garment of lingerie. Her slender arms, shapely thighs, flat abdomen, and smooth back were all exposed to the air. With purple, glistening eyeshadow and lip gloss, her naturally cascading, flower-adorned red waves added to her ever-present aura of temptation. It was Poison Ivy, a dear friend of Harley, a renowned botanist, an ardent environmentalist, and a significant nuisance in Gotham City. To label her merely an environmentalist would be misleading. She was more accurately a protector of plants. She cared not about the pollution of the air as long as it did not hinder photosynthesis. Nor did she concern herself with the purity of water as long as it did not affect her ability to nourish her flowers. In summary, even if Gotham were to suffer a nuclear explosion, as long as her precious plants remain unharmed, it would be of little concern to her. Unlike other deranged individuals, Poison Ivy is a bona fide superpower wielder. She possesses the ability to create, nurture, and command any plant to serve her will. For instance, she can summon colossal vines to shatter buildings, unleash a citywide bloom that disperses lethal toxins, or implant minuscule, deadly spores within others' bodies. Furthermore, she is exceptionally intelligent, holding multiple doctoral degrees, and all her bodily fluids are toxic, each with distinct effects that can manipulate minds, incite madness, or even deliver a sweet demise in dreams. Transformed by plants and toxins, she has gained the ability to regenerate rapidly. Even when mortally wounded, being buried in soil and watered could allow her to sprout anew. In the realm of comics, even the Superman of parallel universes can fall under her control, with only the Batman of the New 52 universe known to be immune to her mind-controlling venom. Batman's unwavering willpower prevents him from being manipulated, yet his mortal body is vulnerable to other toxins. Numerous instances in the comics depict him succumbing to Poison Ivy's various deadly venoms, narrowly escaping thanks to the antidotes crafted by Alfred and Robin. Faced unexpectedly with a genuine superpowered adversary like Poison Ivy, Cindy understandably feels a sense of foreboding and considers a hasty retreat. Cindy's earlier mention of herbicides was akin to taunting a monk by calling him a bald donkey. A blaton affront. How could she have been overheard? Cindy was taken aback, her hand slowly moving towards her weapon. The lighting in the vicinity, all controlled by vines, allows poison ivy to detect even the faintest vibrations and hear every word we utter. However, Su Ming refrains from reaching for a weapon, positioning himself protectively in front of Cindy, signaling with open palms to Poison Ivy and Harley that he bears no ill intent, while explaining to Cindy what the other bell tolling had stated was indeed accurate. Sound is a form of vibration. Poison Ivy slightly relaxed, several snake-like vines retracting back to her. If possible, she would prefer not to engage with the bell tolling, let alone two of them. Since our employer is also Ms. J, our collective purpose in seeking the battle lines, why not sit down and share a meal? In truth, Su Ming and Cindy's pursuit of the bat has transcended mere jest. It is now a matter of saving Earth -11, though there is no need to divulge this to Harley and the others. His mind raced, and he swiftly removed his helmet. Confronting Harley directly was not his forte. The threat lay solely with Poison Ivy, and her methods of attack were beyond what the helmet could guard against. Thus, he decided to unveil his true self, diverting their attention and alleviating the tense atmosphere. Here, in Earth -11, he presumes he is the only male supervillain present. Male? Male? Indeed, as anticipated, upon revealing his true identity. Both Harley and Poison Ivy exclaimed in surprise. Cindy let out a soft huff, removing her helmet and stepping beside Su Ming. Aside from their differing genders and appearances, the two were strikingly similar, both possessing a singular, blind eye, identical armor and weapons, and a shared aesthetic sensibility, albeit with slightly varied styles of operation. Harley plopped onto the sofa, glancing at Cindy and then at Su Ming, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. Well, now we're rather intrigued by your stories. As for finding Batman, if he's elusive, so be it. I can't very well mold a figurine out of clay to send to Ms. J, can I? Chapter 7. It matters not if dead, Su Ming observed Ivy, who is equally bewildered by her masculine identity, momentarily lost in thought. Thus, he bypassed Poison Ivy and settled down on the sofa. The upholstery was somewhat tarnished, marred by dark red clumps and the remnants of dried beverages. These stains, under the colorful lights, rendering the space reminiscent of a nightclub. Perched upon it, his black and yellow armor appeared somewhat mismatched. Let's exchange intelligence. How did the jester convey the matter of locating Batman? He gazed at Harley, hoping for concrete information. Harley returned his gaze. No man had ever dared approach her so closely, sparking her curiosity. Yet, as soon as the question was posed, her expression shifted, as if on the verge of tears. Ah, well, that's a lengthy tale. Harley acquiesced to his request, immediately launching into an unceasing narrative, tinged with melancholy, about her relationship with the jester, recounting how, years ago, the jester had become infatuated with Batman after their first encounter. In her tales, the pure-hearted and innocent Harley longed to join her companions in their escapades, yet was perpetually bullied by the wicked Batman. Ms. J, her dear friend, seemed oblivious, even desiring to play with Batman alone, forsaking Harley altogether. This left Harley feeling both perplexed and aggrieved. Nevertheless, she was a resilient woman, enduring through her tribulations time and again. Su Ming discerned that Harley indeed harbored her own motives. Had he not perused an abundance of DC comics and films, and deeply understood that Harley Quinn, beyond being a notorious lunatic, was also an expert in interrogation and a master of psychology, he might have mistaken her for a princess from a Disney fairy tale. Pure, beautiful and kind, strong, optimistic, and intelligent. In her narrative, she portrayed herself and the jester as the two most perfect women in existence, while depicting Batgirl as a lurking, twisted stalker, devious and always hands-on with the jester, her gaze perpetually lecherous. Amidst her recounting, pertinent information was nearly non-existent, save for Su Ming learning about the circumstances under which Harley and the jester had first met in this universe -11. The rest comprised merely Harley's reminiscences and her perspective on events. She was not merely recounting tales. Rather, she was subtly probing for a shared understanding in their dialogue, seeking those points of convergence in perspective or cognition with Su Ming, endeavoring to piece together his psychological profile. Beneath Harley's seemingly erratic demeanor lay an unfailing reservoir of wisdom. The duality of her identities as both a psychologist and a madwoman coalesced within her, granting her a double dose of exhilaration. Allow me to interject. There is no need for your attempts. I'm the harbinger from a parallel universe. and my intellect operates at a pace far superior to that of ordinary minds. Any endeavor to profile me would be futile. When Su Ming encountered Harley, he intended to share the anecdote of her escapades with a jester involving the penguins, but he swiftly interrupted her. Far too much time had elapsed, and these stories seemed to stretch into infinity. He stretched his stiff neck and turned to glance behind, discovering Cindy and Ivy seated on another sofa, engrossed in their drinks and listening intently. It appears that even in a world of feminism, the penchant for gossip among women persists. Oh, so they are individuals from a parallel universe. Harley deftly shifted the topic, abandoning her previous psychological tactics. I was beginning to think you and she were in a relationship, given your matching outfits. As she spoke, Harley ambiguously extended her pinky, playfully gesturing in the air to imply something more. Upon hearing about the parallel universe, none seemed particularly surprised. Was Cindy's last invasion truly so sensational? Su Ming chose not to engage with her remark, regardless of whether he acknowledged or denied the previous topic. Harley would divert the conversation, leading him astray without yielding the answers he sought. Indeed, she had staged quite a performance for them, giggling. Harley sprang up lightly, twirling in midair like a ballet dancer taking a bow. Although the main stage lay in Metropolis, the brilliant explosions were visible even in Gotham. It was breathtaking, and I could almost hear the anguished cries of its residents. At that moment, Cindy shrugged, conveying, "See, she is indeed a lunatic." Su Ming, maintaining composure, suddenly interjected. "So, you must be quite pleased to know the world is on the brink of destruction?" "Well, yes, indeed." Harley nodded vigorously, her smile reminiscent of a schoolchild receiving praise from a teacher. "Why else do you think we are here celebrating?" A smile crept onto Su Ming's face. His plan was working. As he had successfully extracted the truth from Harley, she was aware of the impending doom of Earth. "Wait, you summoned me here to celebrate this?" Ivy abruptly stood, her expression one of incredulity directed at Harley, as if she could scarcely believe what she was hearing. "Huh? Did I not mention it? Little Pudding informed me that the world is about to end. We are all doomed." Harley tilted her head, perplexed as she gazed at Ivy, wondering if she had indeed forgotten to convey this detail. "You merely said that no one was home and invited me to join you in revelry. All this time, it was because of the world's demise? If Earth ceases to exist, how are my plans to survive?" Ivy exclaimed in discontent, asserting that while her own life might be of little consequence, the survival of the plants was paramount. Heartfelt, Harley hurried to her side, tenderly stroking Ivy's smooth back, akin to soothing a cat. "Oh, after all, we are all destined to perish. Once you depart, you shall not witness the plant's demise, so there is no need for sorrow." Is there? Such nonsensical words evidently failed to provide any comfort, as Ivy merely squinted at her. At this moment, Su Ming interjected. "Do you not possess a spaceship or something similar? Surviving in outer space could be an option. In the myriad realms of DC, not only were there spaceships, but extraterrestrial beings as well. The Justice League space station was aptly named the Watchtower, positioned in geosynchronous orbit around Earth." However, his inquiry elicited a synchronized response from the three women. What is a spaceship? Their tones and inflections varied. Yet it was clear that such a concept did not exist within their understanding. It's a vessel capable of carrying people beyond the atmosphere to live outside Earth." Su Ming attempted to clarify. Cindy and Ivy regarded him with bemusement, while Harley's eyes lit up with recognition, gleefully affirming, "I knew it. Ships can indeed fly. I'm not insane. To be considered a kindred spirit by someone evidently deranged. What could that signify?" It turned out that in this Amazon-dominated world, everything adhered to the doctrines of their paradise island. They held a deeper reverence for the power of the gods, relegating science to mere deception for the masses. Earth was deemed the center of the universe. Why would one wish to depart? Moreover, with diligent training, one could soar on their own merits. Could science grant you immortality? Could it preserve your youth eternally? What science cannot accomplish, divine power can. Thus, in this world, even airplanes were non-existent, if one truly desired to fly. Perhaps a magical carpet might suffice. For Su Ming, this revelation was excruciating. It was no wonder that Earth 11 ultimately succumbed to a cataclysmic tsunami. All of this was part of Barbados' scheming, as he had surely anticipated the absence of flying vessels. Intending to lure brilliance into darkness and utilize this world as a catalyst, Su Ming and his companions were now striving to sever the fuse that ignited this powder keg. Yet they were at a loss, especially with Brilliance, the key figure, having vanished. All their meticulous plans seemed futile. I cannot remain idle, Ivy resolved. If Earth is doomed, the plants shall not survive either. I must take action. Rejecting Harley's sweet platitudes and the idea of embracing a beautiful, warm demise, she decided to fight back. By the way, you mentioned you came from a parallel world. Is there a chance you could return? It would be wonderful if you could take me and the plants with you to hide. A commendable thought, but regrettably, I cannot return myself. Su Ming candidly revealed his predicament. If escape were an option, he would have persuaded Cindy to flee with him long ago. Earth 11 was of no concern to him. The pressing issue was that he was trapped on this inevitably sinking vessel. Ivy's hopes were dashed, and she fell into deep contemplation once more. She turned to look at Harley, who was idly playing with her hair, seemingly indifferent to the discussions around her. By the way, did the jester tell you how this destruction came about? Ivy inquired. No, Harley replied, yet her serious tone suggested a truth in the matter. It was perplexing how Harley could discern sincerity from the jester's chaotic letters. In any case, she was aware of the Earth's plight, though the specifics eluded her. Perhaps it was due to the war. The terrorists beneath the sea had been engaged in conflict with the Amazon Council for quite some time. Leaning against Harley, Ivy, the world's most infamous eco-terrorist, felt a wave of lethargy wash over her as she weakly stated, "This war is beyond our control. The use of weapons of mass destruction would annihilate this world. Surely, the jester foresaw this." Harley, content, patted Ivy's head and picked a leaf from her hair, attempting to place it atop her own, but regardless of her efforts, it appeared discordant, lacking the elegance of nature, resembling merely a fallen leaf atop her head. Perhaps. But who cares? I am genuinely curious about what death feels like. I wish to experience it, she mused, observing the two as they began to frolic once again. Su Ming shook his head. Enjoy your playtime. We shall take our leave. By the way, the world's demise is attributed to the Great Flood. With that, he pulled Cindy along, casually snatching a bag of chips from the table as they strolled away, anticipating that perhaps upon their sobriety the next day, they could address the grim remnants below with a semblance of seriousness. Cindy clutched her helmet, being tugged along for a few paces, still able to hear the whispers of Harley and Ivy behind them. The Great Flood, is that from the apocalypse? Ivy questioned. Yes, the one with Noah's Ark, Harley replied. Somewhat dazed. It's the Ark, you silly goose, Ivy corrected. I'm not silly. I'll bite you, Harley retorted. The two erupted into playful giggles once more on the sofa, with Harley seemingly unconcerned about mortality, while Ivy, aware of the impending flood, felt an unexpected relief. Strictly speaking, seaweed and kelp could be classified as plants, and as long as flora persisted, her own demise held little significance. Cindy sighed, returning to the corridor with Su Ming, the raucous music still echoing behind them, and she felt a sense of helplessness. What should we do now? We're truly devoid of any leads. Su Ming produced a rope, securing it to a nearby pipe, testing its sturdiness before leaping out of the window, the frigid rain once again chilling his veins. The previous lavish atmosphere had merely been Harley's self-hypnosis, while the specter of death loomed persistently overhead. With their vehicle destroyed, the two could only converse as they walked. You mentioned you've been to the Batcave. Have you visited the Wayne Manor? Su Ming asked Cindy while scanning their surroundings for any means of transportation. Of course. Not just her. Her old butler is missing too. Could it be that they were abducted? No, the security measures remain intact. All rooms are impeccably organized, devoid of any signs of struggle. She departed of her own volition, accompanied by the butler. Within her lair, there exists a system designed to monitor the entirety of Gotham. Have you ever attempted to access it? In that case, we require her 2 eyeballs and 1 hand to activate the system. The two of them advanced considerably, gradually nearing the outskirts of the circus's territory, yet no viable solutions emerged. At that moment, Su Ming discovered a mode of transportation. It was a collection of unicycles, haphazardly piled against the wall in the rain, their cold metal glistening. These must belong to the circus, their owners likely the lunatics that Su Ming and his companion had eliminated upon arrival, not far from the scene of their encounter. Regardless of which clown gang it was, these individuals relished in theatrics during their murderous escapades, such as riding unicycles while shooting at the crowd with apples atop their heads. Can you ride one of these? Su Ming took one for himself and extracted two from the metallic heap. Cindy seized one to test it out. Initially, she wobbled, but soon found her balance. With her physical prowess and mental acuity, mastering the unicycle took her mere seconds. Su Ming quickly realized the same. Not only was it smooth to ride, but he could also juggle small balls or apples while cycling. Under the impetus of their extraordinary strength, the unicycles moved at a speed that rivaled automobiles. The sole drawback being the absence of windshields, leaving them drenched in the pouring rain. The coldness of the armor was palpable against their skin. The substantial palladium metal was ever reliable, yet the black and yellow armor continuously absorbed his warmth, seemingly intent on transforming him into a frigid being from within. Now, can we discuss your destination? If I am not mistaken, you are unfamiliar with the roads here, Cindy reminded him as they walked side by side. You're correct. Su Ming certainly did not know the paths of Gotham. He couldn't even pinpoint the whereabouts of Batgirl's home or her workplace. We have now learned that Bryce has fled with Alfred, indicating his intentions to take his loved ones and friends with him. However, among these individuals, one person will undoubtedly not accompany him. You mean? Cindy nodded slightly, the red single eye on her mask shimmering under the streetlight. Su Ming affirmed her suspicion. Glancing at the cowering black figures in the alleyway by the road, brandishing his gun to intimidate them. We are heading to find him now, and create a sensational story that will compel the Bat to emerge and save someone. Haha, I like this plan. The previous actions were far too petty. This way, follow me. Chapter 8. The Law of Gotham. The nights in Gotham seem eternally uniform. Within the towering buildings of the city center, upscale restaurants and nightclubs are perpetually bustling with patrons, lavishly spending their wealth to procure physical or mental pleasures. For instance, indulging in a meal that could deplete the lifetime savings of the impoverished or reveling in the company of youthful courtesans. In the narrow alleys not far from those towering buildings, the anguished cries and gunshots of others occasionally pierce the darkness, where malevolence reigns supreme. In Gotham, one encounters every conceivable wicked act, regardless of its nature or the absurdity of the perpetrators. This city stands as a living testament to the modern chronicle of crime. Chaos entwines with order, as the stark dichotomy of black and white recedes into the distance, leaving only a myriad of gray areas. The nights in Gotham remain unchanging, and certainly not for the better. After 3 decades of service, James Gordon has come to comprehend this reality profoundly. Rising from the humble beginnings of a homicide detective to the rank of police chief, he navigates his existence as a man beset by challenges. This struggle is not solely attributed to the subtle discrimination against men in the workplace, but also stems from the pervasive awareness of his unwavering integrity. A rarity in a city where true innocence is a scarce commodity, and nearly everyone has some connection, however tenuous, to the darkness. The mayor is a frequent patron of the Penguin's Iceberg Lounge. Senators clandestinely peddle Arkham's pharmaceuticals to Scarecrow, and the Chief Justice has long-standing ties to Catwoman. Moreover, the masked vigilante, known as the Black Mask, brazenly operates from Gotham Institute, using chemical plants as a facade for his drug manufacturing. In such a city, the mere fact that he has ascended to the position of police chief without being eliminated feels almost miraculous at times. Yet reason always nudges him back to the truth. It is not a miracle, but rather the relentless presence of a shadow lurking behind him, a shadow that moves unseen in the darkness, harboring an unyielding disdain for evil. Matters beyond the reach of the law, or those that lie beyond the capabilities of the police, fall under her jurisdiction. There have been numerous attempts on Gordon's life, yet there always emerges a woman in a bat-themed costume to thwart those intentions. Fear. Indeed, anyone harboring darkness within fears that bat in the shadows. She is astute, agile, and omnipresent, never hesitant to act. During Gordon's tenure as captain, the Batwoman made her inaugural appearance, and at first, he rejected the notion of this masked vigilante. Just because one proclaims to be a good person does not grant them the liberty to roam the city veiled and inflict violence at will. He needed to ascertain whether her actions genuinely contributed to public safety rather than exacerbating the chaos. In those days, Gotham was far removed from its current state, dominated by the criminal underworld led by Falcone, with half of the police force compromised. Drugs, smuggling, arms trafficking, and slavery, whatever was lucrative they engaged in, shielded by corrupt officials. Gordon endeavored to apprehend these gangsters, yet he faced formidable resistance. It was then that Batwoman intervened, using her strength to procure evidence and dismantle the collusion between officials and the mob, empowering Gordon to wield the law against them. Ultimately, when Gordon confronted Falcone in their final showdown, the Batwoman shattered Falcone's confidence, decisively dismantling this crime lord and allowing sunlight to pierce through the shadows enveloping Gotham. Since then, Gordon's attitude towards Batwoman has shifted to a state of deliberate indifference. Her actions undeniably benefit Gotham and serve the populace. As for her penchant for donning a bat-like attire, perhaps that is merely a personal quirk. Reflecting on those days, a faint smile inevitably graces Gordon's face. Captain Gordon, it has come to our attention that the perpetrator of last night's bank heist was subdued by a woman clad in a bat costume. What is the police's stance on this matter? Reporters fervently surrounded the police station's entrance, where Captain Gordon was escorting a suspect from the patrol car. Absurd, utterly preposterous. Gotham has never been graced by any individuals in bat-themed spandex, Gordon declared with righteous indignation. Yet we have footage, we possess evidence, the reporters persisted undeterred, asserting they had incontrovertible proof. Fabricated. All of it is fabricated. On behalf of the Gotham City Police Department, I express grave concern and vehement condemnation, Gordon asserted sternly. However, once the suspects were secured, he would retreat to the rooftop storage room to clandestinely contact Batwoman, lamenting, "You've escalated matters again. Next time, could you perhaps avoid the surveillance before taking action?" In those earlier days, Batwoman was more amenable and her conduct was relatively restrained. Yet, as time elapsed and tales of Batwoman spread, she attracted a following, regrettably comprising nefarious individuals and deranged minds, which precipitated a swift decline in Gotham's public safety. Subsequently, calls to the police no longer pertained to mere bank robberies or home invasions. Instead, they revolved around grand calamities threatening to drag the entire city into chaos. For instance, there were lunatics concealing nuclear warheads in the city center, eager to engage Batwoman in a duel, or individuals kidnapping hostages from hundreds of buildings, intent on playing riddles with her. Fortunately, Batwoman ultimately resolved these crises, yet inevitably, adversaries emerged, blaming her for drawing Gotham's villains into its midst. Batwoman, however, showed no inclination to clarify her position, persisting in her unconventional methods, which grew increasingly ruthless. During this period, Gordon ascended to the role of commissioner and promptly ordered the installation of the bat signal atop the precinct, no longer shrouded in secrecy. Whenever the bat signal illuminated the sky, it signified that he had matters to discuss with Batwoman. A new menace had arisen in the city that required her intervention. Indeed, from that point onward, the criminals that emerged were no longer within the police's capacity to handle. They relied on Batwoman, while the police awaited Gordon's commands, tasked merely with apprehending the villains left incapacitated or severely injured by her interventions. Thankfully, despite Gotham's perilous state, the populace was not yet as jaded as it is today. At least then, hope still flickered in their hearts. Until the arrival of Batwoman's most formidable adversary. No one knows from when she emerged. With her flowing green locks and a pallid visage, she perpetually bears an exaggerated grin, delighting in etching this smile upon the faces of others with a small knife. She has committed several grand acts, demonstrating her madness while proclaiming that madness is indeed a splendid thing. No longer must one fear death, hunger, or poverty. One need only embrace joy and laughter each day. She has sown the seeds of insanity deep within the hearts of Gotham's denizens, patiently and slyly awaiting their germination. Occasionally, she engages in acts of premature encouragement, merely for the sake of amusement. Entangled with Batgirl, she has been captured countless times, only to escape just as many, a spectacle that seems to transform the city into their stage, as she desires all of Batman's attention to be fixated solely upon her. Until 6 months prior, the Joker conceived a new game, intending to enlist Gordon as a pawn. However, the kidnapping went awry, resulting in Gordon's daughter, Barbara, being struck in the spine by a bullet, leaving her paralyzed for life, confined to a wheelchair. Ultimately, the Joker was once again apprehended by Batman. Enraged, Gordon sought to exact revenge for his daughter, but Batgirl intervened, imploring him not to be manipulated by the Joker's antics, to resist the allure of madness, and to uphold his principles. In the end, Gordon relinquished his weapon, opting to adhere to the law, which offers no judgment for the insane, only confinement in Arkham for treatment. Yet, who can cure the Joker? The very doctor who once treated her was swayed by her charm. transforming into the Harlequin we know today, who not only aided the Joker's escape, but also helped create the monstrous Two-Face. Since then, Arkham ceased to assign doctors to the Joker. It appears the Joker has grown weary of her games, remaining quietly in Arkham, her silence extending over a considerable duration. Based on past experiences, whenever the Joker is captured, Harley Quinn descends into a state of despondency, rendering her eerily tranquil. Therefore, Batgirl and Gordon were not overly concerned about their previous failure to apprehend Harley. This was preferable, as imprisoning both simultaneously might lead to unforeseen chaos. Approximately half a month prior to Su Ming's arrival, Gordon awoke as usual from a nightmarish slumber, shaking his head and fumbling for his glasses. To his relief, he found himself not bound by the Joker upon a roller coaster in an amusement park, facing a scene of madness, but rather in the comfort of his own bed. Cold sweat drenched the sheets, while an unlatched window allowed the wind to whistle ominously, sending the curtains billowing high. The bedside digital alarm clock informed him that it was merely 4 in the morning. He had only just lain down for less than 2 hours. Yet his dreams were plagued by visions of Barbara lying in a pool of blood, while the Joker's maniacal laughter echoed incessantly. Gordon's first wife divorced him, bidding farewell to Gotham and their daughter, disappearing without a trace. His second wife, a police officer, was killed by the Joker while attempting to save infants during a mission. Aside from the Joker, they frequently haunted Gordon's nightmares. Now, with his only remaining family member, his daughter, rendered disabled by the Joker's malevolence, he grappled with the weight of his despair. Gordon had every reason to succumb to madness, yet he steadfastly upheld justice and the law. He retrieved his firearm from beneath his pillow, ensuring the window was securely shut before meticulously inspecting each room to prevent any intruders from infiltrating his sanctuary. Eventually, he found himself outside Barbara's door. Gently pushing it ajar, he was relieved to see his daughter peacefully slumbering in bed, allowing him to exhale in tranquility. Tucking his handgun into the small of his back, he made his way to the kitchen in search of a drink. The refrigerator housed scant provisions during Barbara's robust health. It had been she who managed the household. Gordon's relentless duties afforded him little time for grocery shopping. After an exhaustive search, he unearthed half a carton of milk, still within its expiration date, sufficient to soothe his parched throat. Just as he took a sip and closed the refrigerator door, a figure emerged from behind it, startling him to the brink of dropping his drink. Next time, he would ensure the windows were secured before sleeping. "Damn it, Batgirl, couldn't you make a little noise?" he exclaimed, the surprise nearly causing him to spew the milk. Batgirl nimbly sidestepped, her cape untouched by a single drop. "Because I am Batgirl," she replied, her expression impassive, her voice altered by a device. "I know who you are, the true you. I simply choose not to voice it," Gordon retorted with irritation, seeking a cloth to clean the floor. "It's 4 in the morning, and all the lunatics are locked up. Can't you let me get a decent night's sleep? Is there nothing else for you to do at night?" Batgirl disregarded his complaints. It was common knowledge that Briss Wayne was an affluent yet utterly ineffectual heiress, perceived by the townsfolk as indulging in a life of opulence and revelry each night. In reality, it was merely a ruse with hired actors. She cut straight to the matter at hand. "I must leave Gotham for a few days. My presence poses a threat to everyone." "Oh, what lunatic is it this time?" "I'll just call the precinct," Gordon sighed, discarding the cloth and reaching for his phone. "I don't know, still searching for leads," Batgirl replied, shaking her head as she cloaked herself in the shadows, her cape rendering her nearly invisible. Yet, Gordon, familiar with her presence, could envision her demeanor. "How do you know of the danger?" he inquired, perplexed. "Someone informed me. In certain respects, he is quite credible." Batgirl appeared to fumble in her pocket for something, though she did not produce it for Gordon to see. "You and Barbara must come with me at once. Otherwise, those lunatics will use you to coerce me." Gordon fell silent, and after a moment, he shook his head. "No, I'm the police chief of Gotham. I will never abandon my post. Whoever seeks to wreak havoc in Gotham will have to do so over my dead body." "Are you certain?" "While I may not know the specifics, what I have gathered indicates an unprecedented level of danger." Briss urged, "Perhaps you could take a month's leave, and we could also seek a doctor for Barbara worldwide." "No, I shall not depart. You may take Barbara away, but I shall remain here," Gordon declared resolutely. Once Batgirl departed, if he chose to leave as well, Gotham would be doomed. Perhaps all his 30 years of toil would be rendered futile overnight. "Even if they kill me, you must not return. I shall not leave either. If my father can stay, then, as a woman, I have even less reason to flee. It was Barbara, since being rendered disabled by the Joker. Though her life was free from worry, was often beset by pain in her lower back that hindered her sleep. Coupled with her constant tension, she would awaken at the slightest noise. This time, having overheard the conversation between the two in the kitchen, she emerged from her room in her wheelchair. "Barbara, you might want to reconsider," suggested Bryce tentatively. "That will not be necessary. If even the Joker could not kill me, then no one else stand a chance. I will remain here with my father. I believe the communications room at the precinct is relatively safe, and I can utilize my computer skills there." Barbara rejected her offer, expressing her resolve to face Gotham's fate alongside her father. Bryce hesitated, and seeing the determination in both of them, even she felt compelled to stay. However, a mysterious figure had warned her that remaining in Gotham would not only endanger the city, but the entire world. She had to leave. With a swish of her cape, she departed from Gordon's home, heading towards Alfred, who awaited her. Gordon embraced Barbara and wept for a moment, solidifying his resolve. He spoke solemnly into the darkness. "We shall not leave, Batgirl. Go do what you must." But then she left again. "Why is it that you can never allow me to finish my thoughts?" Gordon lamented. Once more, Batgirl had vanished, as she had countless times before, appearing suddenly only to disappear without a word of farewell. "Could you escort me back to my room, Father?" Barbara asked, stifling a yawn with her hand. Chapter 9. Kidnapping Commissioner Gordon regained his memories as he drove back to the precinct. The journey from Arkham Island to the precinct was a lengthy one, requiring passage over several bridges and through tunnels, traversing areas that were not particularly safe, especially with Two-Face and her henchmen running rampant. While wielding the law as a weapon against wrongdoers certainly had its merits, it also bore weaknesses. Two-Face was well-versed in the law and could be considered an exceptional attorney. Harvey Dent had once been Gotham's rising star, a renowned young prosecutor before his descent into madness. However, her extensive legal knowledge meant that even if captured by Batgirl, she could quickly secure parole. After all, Batman could not testify against her. And with only scant physical evidence and no eyewitnesses, her crimes would likely not be acknowledged by a jury. Undoubtedly, financial influence played a significant role as well. Ever since Batgirl's departure, Gordon had remained vigilant, yet nothing untoward had occurred, until last week, when he received a call from a citizen reporting that a circus was wreaking havoc on the streets, committing acts of arson and looting. He immediately dispatched officers to maintain order, while he himself drove hastily towards Arkham. Such behavior from the circus often signaled the return of the jester. However, upon his arrival at Arkham and navigating through layers of security to see the jester, he found her in her cell, elegantly seated on the floor with her legs crossed, delicately eating a roasted rat with plastic cutlery. There was little to discuss between them. After ensuring she was securely confined, he returned to the precinct to address the turmoil plaguing the city. Gordon, a seasoned detective, remained vigilant in such circumstances. The circus's actions evoked a sense of unease within him, prompting him to make daily visits to Arkham. Only by witnessing the jester's continued imprisonment could he find solace. Although the bat signal atop the precinct remained illuminated, it now served only as a deterrent to criminals. The bat had departed, leaving Gotham unattended. Today's visit concluded without a word exchanged between them. He merely observed her through thick bulletproof glass as she scribbled on the floor. With each stroke of her pen, she seemed to conjure thoughts that erupted into fits of manic laughter, followed by frenzied movements around her small room. The urge to burst in and unleash his wrath upon her was overwhelming. Yes, he loathed her, yet the law dictated his limitations. Countless times, he contemplated ending her life, but such an act would betray his lifelong commitment. As a police officer, he had sworn to uphold the order and law of the city. The insane, by legal definition, possessed immunity. Perhaps one day the city council would recognize her peril and revoke the immunity of these madmen, reinstating the death penalty in Gotham to send them to the electric chair. He longed for that day, for so many of his loved ones and friends had perished at the hands of the deranged. He would gladly relinquish his position as commissioner to become an executioner. Yet, that would come as a judgment of law and justice, not as an act of personal vengeance by James Gordon. In this regard, he shared a similar understanding with Batgirl, but was worlds apart from the clock tower. Individuals like Cindy and Sumi never delayed their vengeance. Although the law is crafted by representatives of the council, embodying the will of the populace, the clock tower scorns representation. What use is law if it cannot satiate one's hunger? Gordon could no longer wait to see what she was drawing. He had already lingered at the precinct longer than usual due to reports of ninjas attacking citizens. He had spent the entire day and half the night investigating this matter, but the relentless rain had washed away any trace, leaving even the police dogs without a scent to follow. It was now past midnight. He should return to the precinct to pick up Barbara and head home. Perhaps they could stop by a gas station for some donuts or burgers to share his dinner, though he wondered if the fast food joints he frequently passed would be open in such weather. Driving through the downpour felt surreal, with distant scenery obscured by the deluge. Only the monotonous sound of rain beating against the car breaking the silence. Gordon switched on the radio, only to turn it off swiftly. The Gotham City broadcaster's voice was sharp and exuberant, reminiscent of a lunatic, evoking memories of the person he had just encountered. Perhaps he should investigate that broadcaster someday. She seemed like a member of a circus. The solitary journey left Gordon's mind swirling with thoughts. He recalled his daughter, confined to a wheelchair at such a young age, and an involuntary wave of compassion and concern washed over him. Despite her enduring beauty and kind-hearted nature, the reality was that individuals with disabilities often faced disadvantages and inconveniences in the realm of courtship. Outside the car, torrential rain relentlessly pounded against the windshield, the sound of water cascading down, evoking the rhythm of crashing waves. As Gordon drove, his heart was equally tumultuous. Batgirl had mentioned a possible remedy for spinal nerve ailments. What could it be? She had warned of impending danger. What exactly was approaching? Just days ago, it was the circus. Now, it was the Shadow Dancer Alliance. What schemes were these individuals concocting? With a mind brimming with questions, Gordon squinted, straining to see through the rain-smeared windshield. He needed to pick up his daughter and return home. The vehicle could not afford to stall here. However, at an intersection, just around the bend, he noticed a strangely dressed figure lying by the roadside in a puddle. Though the light was dim and visibility was hindered by the downpour, he was certain he saw someone fallen, the relentless rain mercilessly submerging her form. He slowed the car, scrutinizing the situation. There were no suspicious individuals around, and the buildings lining the road were all securely locked. The residents of Gotham had long since abandoned the notion of intervening in others' affairs, for such actions could lead to deceit or entrapment. Yet, in most instances, those who lay by the roadside were often truly deceased. Their causes of death varied: hypothermia, starvation, murder, overdose, and more. This grim reality had given rise to a profession in Gotham dedicated to body retrieval. Last winter, he and Batgirl had dismantled a perverse factory that produced sausages from human remains, rumored to supply high-end restaurants, with demand far exceeding supply. Gordon had no desire to delve into who in the city might have indulged in such fare, nor could he bear the thought that he might have unknowingly partaken in it himself. Following that incident, he had abstained from sausages or anything filled with meat for quite some time. He gradually brought the car to a halt, unbuckled his seatbelt, tightened his coat, and checked his firearm. As a police officer, even in the capacity of chief, he could not turn a blind eye to someone lying by the roadside. It was simply his duty. The wind and rain intensified. When he had departed from Arkham, the weather was not so severe, yet now, even a mere 10 meters ahead, was shrouded in obscurity. The wind forced the car door open with great resistance, and he exerted considerable effort to step outside. As his foot plunged into the water, now rising above his ankles, a wave of cold enveloped him. The rain-laden gusts compelled Gordon to lower his head instinctively, and his glasses quickly became drenched, distorting his vision as if he were peering into a funhouse mirror. He profoundly recognized the inexorable passage of time. The decline of his strength and vitality was palpable, even though he had yet to reach 60. The myriad of injuries accumulated over the years rendered each of his joints aching on this rainy day. As he closed the car door, one hand shielded his eyes, while the other pressed against the handgun concealed within the folds of his trench coat, reminiscent of an elderly man shielding his weary back from the tempest, advancing slowly. As he drew nearer, clarity emerged. On the roadside lay a young woman, clad in garments fashioned from animal hides, evoking the image of a primitive cave dweller. Gordon felt no surprise. When one has a friend who habitually adorns herself in bat-like attire and parades about in a bat-themed vehicle, complete with gadgets such as bat-shaped throwing stars, a bat utility belt, bat gloves, and a bat cape, one becomes accustomed to the eccentricities of Gotham's denizens. However, among these peculiar individuals, Some merely attend Halloween festivities, while others pose genuine threats. Judging by the condition of the woman on the roadside, Gordon surmised she belonged to the latter category. "Madam, are you still conscious? I am James Gordon of the Gotham City Police Department." Upon determining the potential danger posed by the individual, the first course of action was to call out, hoping she would abandon her ruse and depart. Should she remain obstinate, Gordon was prepared to resort to lethal measures if circumstances warranted. Such was the law enforcement protocol in Gotham. The woman lay motionless, unresponsive. Gordon leaned in closer for a meticulous examination. Her pallid visage indicated she was deceased, rainwater having caused her body to bloat slightly. A gaping wound marred her side, inflicted by a sharp instrument, which had ravaged a third of her internal organs, leading to a fatal loss of blood. The agony of such a demise was excruciating. The intense asphyxiation resulting from blood loss would render the final moments of life akin to a fish thrashing upon being pulled from water, enduring for an agonizing duration. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that this was not the site of her murder. She had been relocated here. The absence of nearby mud beneath her nails and the lack of abrasions on her soles suggested her death occurred in a dry, even environment, likely within the confines of an upscale club. However, the torrential rain had obliterated most evidence, leaving Gordon with scant details. Her lifeless form bore the expression of unrelieved death, her ashen eyes staring blankly at the heavens. Gordon sighed, acknowledging that the precinct had yet another case to tackle. Gotham was not only plagued by deranged criminals, but also by ordinary individuals driven to commit murder for various reasons. The identity of the deceased remained uncertain. He would have to summon the coroner. Turning, he ambled towards his vehicle, intending to make a call. Yet, at that moment, the doors of the surrounding buildings swung open, and a throng of individuals clad in black suits, adorned with vintage felt hats, surged forth, encircling Gordon. Countless submachine guns were aimed directly at him. "Director Gordon, our employer has invited you as a guest." The woman at the forefront wore a facade of insincerity as several black vans emerged from behind the building, signaling for Gordon to ascend. He removed his glasses, striving to maintain his focus despite the hindrance of his nearsightedness. "Who is your employer? The Penguin Lady? The Black Mask?" It seems only those who lead the underworld possess such indistinct subordinates. Though he had been abducted, he found solace in the fact that his captors were not deranged. Perhaps there was still hope. "Oh, it appears Director Gordon has forgotten an old acquaintance, only recalling new ones." The woman chuckled, but then flashed a menacing grin, delivering a heavy blow to Gordon. "No matter. Once we arrive at our destination and you meet the boss, you shall surely be reminded." The abruptness of her assault sent Gordon sprawling to the ground, kneeling in the muddy waters by the street, the lifeless body nearby remaining unchanged, though now he felt as if it were gazing at him. "Is that woman over there also one of your victims?" Gordon clutched his abdomen, lying in the dirt, fixated on the dark-clad woman before him. The woman sighed, glancing around in the downpour. "Are you truly concerned about a corpse at this moment? We have dispatched another team to fetch your daughter. You should be more worried about whether she will share the same fate as this body." She commanded her subordinates loudly, her voice cutting through the relentless rain. Thus, under the onslaught of several burly women, Gordon was hoisted into the black van, which then roared to life, disappearing swiftly into the night, leaving behind only Gordon's vehicle and the woman's lifeless form, gradually obscured by the rain. Meanwhile, Su Ming and Cindy continued to pedal fiercely through the storm, his enhanced physical prowess rendering him immune to fatigue amidst the tempest, having traversed approximately 30 kilometers in merely 10 minutes. Riding a unicycle at speeds exceeding 150 kilometers per hour was a feat achievable only by cyborgs or those similarly modified. Were it not for the rain, he imagined the unicycle's bearings would likely be smoking by now. From within the dense curtain of rain, a tall structure emerged, its elegant dome faintly visible. It was the Gotham City Courthouse, directly across from which, separated by a modest park, stood the Gotham City Police Station. The streets were deserted, this being the city center, a hub of government buildings and relatively better security. During the day, families often frequented the park, or nearby workers would come for lunch. However, the situation transformed by midnight. Even with the police station in plain sight, illicit dealings still transpired within the park. He felt as cold as the external environment, which likely hovered just above freezing, typical of a spring rain night. Water seeped through every seam of his armor. while the fierce winds swiftly whisked away any semblance of warmth. Cindy led the way a few steps ahead, likely feeling quite chilled by now. Had we known that the rain outside would intensify, we should have indulged in a few drinks at Harley's before venturing out. It would have at least provided some warmth. He rummaged through his backpack to touch the liquor he had pilfered from the Wayne Tower. Cindy, balancing on her unicycle, sighed. Indeed, our thoughts align. I not only crave alcohol, but would also relish a hot dog or something similar. The vending machine at the precinct should have what we need. We can smash one open shortly. Surely, your world possesses microwaves? Of course, microwaves are a staple of household appliances. He truly couldn't fathom what was amiss in this realm. While essential electrical and communication devices existed, flying machines seemed to have been entirely forgotten on this technological tree. Nevertheless, the two were already plotting what to consume once they arrived at the precinct, regarding the officers within as mere children wielding toy guns. Thus, there was no need to kill the policemen. Incapacitating them and abducting Gordon would suffice. Given the recent chaos in the city, his dutiful nature would undoubtedly keep him working overtime at the station. Su Ming's plan was straightforward. After kidnapping Gordon, they would seize a television station, using Gordon's safety as leverage to summon Batgirl. Would Bryce abandon Gordon in his hour of need? Unthinkable. Even in Earth 11, prior to Gotham's demise, Bryce was no different from the Batmans of other parallel universes. In fact, as the sole superhero in this world, her sense of responsibility was heightened, ultimately leading to her family's ruin, and that sense of duty morphed into overwhelming guilt that crushed her spirit. Wait, do you hear gunfire over there? Through the wind and rain, he faintly discerned commotion emanating from the direction of the precinct. This rain had not brought thunder, so the continuous rumbling could only be the sound of explosions or gunfire. Cindy removed her helmet and strained to listen, her golden hair instantly drenched by the rain, her expression turning serious. Indeed, that was the sound of a grenade detonating within the precinct itself. The two swiftly realized the situation had escalated and quickened their pace. Chapter 10. Gotham Precinct. It seems someone shares our intentions. Su Ming pedaled furiously on his unicycle while drawing his twin pistols and disengaging the safety. Cindy mirrored his actions. Under uncertain combat circumstances, two handguns were far more reliable than a shotgun strapped to her back. At the very least, they could rule Harley out as a suspect. She and Poison Ivy were likely too inebriated to arrive before them. Delving into the identity of the culprits held little significance. The objective was clear: eliminate all those interfering with their operations. In Gotham, many were keen to play with the bat, making it impossible to ascertain who was currently executing the plan. After the fierce confrontation with the circus, Su Ming has fully embraced his identity as the Requiem Bell. He is the Requiem Bell. If this body is akin to a house, then Slade was merely the former occupant, and now the house belongs to Su Ming. He intends to inscribe a new legend in his own name. He will propel it with his own thoughts, and though he will still utilize his former name, it is a testament to his understanding that there is no return to the past. Using the old name is a matter of habit. Perhaps also a faint yearning for the Celestial Empire. Cindy remains unaware of the profound journey Su Ming has traversed, yet as they ride, she keenly senses a transformation in the man beside her. The individual who once seemed detached from this world has now fully integrated into it. Curiosity piques within her, yet she remains silent, holstering her twin pistols, convinced that her intervention may no longer be necessary. The two soon arrive at a quaint park, where Su Ming's extraordinary vision allows him to survey the police station's entrance in its entirety. The structure, imbued with historical significance, likely dates back to Gotham's inception. Despite enduring countless repairs and expansions over the years, it still reflects the original architect's vision. It is constructed like a fortress, with robust walls and deliberately small windows. The roof boasts ample space and protective railings, complemented by a plethora of independent water supply systems and air conditioning units. Most notably, the iconic bat signal graces its rooftop platform. A sizable, weathered GSPD sign hangs prominently at the front of the station, appearing somewhat dilapidated yet still intact. At this moment, the police station's parking lot is overtaken by a cluster of black vans, jumbled haphazardly like dark rocks along a coastal shore amidst the pouring rain. Scattered around the station's entrance are the bodies of several officers, with rainwater washing their blood down the steps. By the shattered doorway, a handful of individuals clad in black attire, armed with submachine guns, vigilantly patrol, occasionally glancing within the station as if awaiting someone. Dressed in black suits, black felt hats, and adorned with white silk scarves, their leader appears to be an aficionado of the mafia genre. The duo conceals themselves behind a few bushes in the park, the deluge obscuring their figures. The disparity in their physical capabilities allows Su Ming to observe the opposite side clearly, while they remain oblivious to his presence. Cindy struggles to comprehend Su Ming's words. The Gotham underworld has donned this guise for decades, rendering it impossible to discern individual identities. She glances at the distance to the police station entrance, then up to the sky. The weather and time favor their endeavor. Both a frontal assault and infiltration are viable under the cloak of darkness. They likely plan to use Gordon as bait to lure the bat. They will strike hard, diverting their attention to prevent an all-out assault on the station's interior. Otherwise, should Gordon fall into their grasp, their situation would become precarious. Following Cindy's response, Su Ming decisively raises his twin pistols and charges from cover, firing as he advances. The brain endowed him with an exceptionally precise sense of spatial awareness. Calculating ballistics was not solely the domain of a deathly marksman, for the tolling bell was equally capable of such feats, even entirely replacing aiming with computation. At a distance exceeding 100 meters, which surpassed the effective range of a handgun, Su Ming, having embraced his new identity, no longer harbored doubts about his innate talents. United in body and mind, he unleashed the terrifying potential of his physical form. In the pitch-black night, torrential rain poured down, while fierce winds whipped the rain against anything on the ground. Yet, this had no bearing on him. In fact, he had accounted for all external influences. The calculations of wind speed, angle, refraction, gravitational pull, and energy loss materialized in his mind, transforming into the foundation for his actions. He was unerring, and the black-suited figures on the elevated steps of the entrance fell one by one. He sprinted with all his might, shattering puddles beneath his feet that collided with the descending raindrops. By the time the black suits discerned the source of the attack in the darkness, Su Ming had already dashed across the road and scaled the walls, arriving at the police station's parking lot, where a black van obstructed his path. He grasped the edge of the vehicle and, with a powerful heave, pulled himself up. His speed was far beyond their imagination. He could almost see their incredulous expressions. Yet he had no intention of reveling in the despair he caused. Standing atop the van, he raised his hands, bracing against the retaliatory fire, allowing bullets to spark against his armor while maintaining a horrifying accuracy, each shot finding its mark. Mere moments later, the chaos subsided into silence. TSK, TSK, TSK. Cindy leaped onto the roof from behind, gazing at the bodies strewn across the ground, and exclaimed, "You certainly run fast." I hadn't even responded yet. "Oh, it's nothing." They looked eager for a fight, so I gave them an opponent. Su Ming shrugged in agreement with Cindy's words. "You handed them a massacre. What opponent?" Cindy jumped down from the vehicle and headed into the police station. This time, there's no reimbursement. We have to foot the bill ourselves. "Can't you use a knife? Is such meticulous calculation really necessary?" Su Ming also hopped down, picking up a submachine gun from the ground and inspecting the magazine. "Look, their bullets are 45 caliber, 1 for 45. I say this is a gain." The two exchanged idle banter, as if they had merely enjoyed a shopping spree at a discount store, rather than having just taken lives. As they continued toward the police station, they suddenly spotted an unscathed figure at the entrance. Despite Su Ming's every shot hitting the heart, this individual might have had their heart positioned on the right side. Su Ming had heard that 1 in 1,000 possessed a heart on the right. This time, he had indeed encountered one. "Who sent you?" Su Ming kicked her gun aside, crouching beside her, his low voice probing, while the scarlet single eye on his mask glimmered like a ghostly flame in the midnight hour. Although the mobster did not succumb immediately, the bullet had pierced her left lung, and she was convulsing in agony. Yet, upon hearing Su Ming's inquiry, she astonishingly chuckled, spitting blood as she fiercely proclaimed, "Your boss will not spare you, Death Knell." Beneath the mask, Su Ming raised an eyebrow, perceiving that her mind had clearly faltered. All present were dead, and who would recall their presence? This was undoubtedly a flawless assassination. "Ah, it appears you possess a certain faith. Your boss must have imparted a particular phrase to you." Su Ming swiftly drew the katana from his back, thrusting it into the woman's right chest, securing her to the ground. "Do not provoke Death Knell." Upon uttering this, he withdrew the blade, and blood gushed from the wound like a fountain, splattering over him through the gaps in his armor. The warmth of the blood momentarily dispelled the chill brought by the rain, but it was fleeting, vanishing almost instantly. He felt an impulsive desire for more blood to warm himself, yet he quickly shook his head, reason reminding him that such thoughts were erroneous. Cindy approached with a mischievous grin, misinterpreting the reason behind Su Ming's head shake, and remarked, "See, I told you, using a knife is far superior." This time, their thoughts diverged. Su Ming contemplated his bloodthirst, while Cindy was referring to the larger wounds and higher lethality associated with cold weapons. "Fine, once we enter, you can handle it. After you finish your task, I shall assess your methods." Su Ming, somewhat irked, extended his blade, watching as the rain washed away the bloodstains, then sheathed it. Cindy raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. "Forget it. I have no interest in the lowly minions. Just leave their boss to me." It seemed the words spoken by the lifeless figure on the ground had greatly displeased Cindy, for no one had ever dared to threaten the world's deadliest assassin in such a manner. Without further exchange, Su Ming entered the police station first. At this point, he no longer needed to navigate. Simply following the sound of gunfire would suffice. The hall of the police station was a scene of devastation, primarily strewn with the bodies of officers, while only a scant few of the black-clad figures remained, indicating that this was indeed a surprise attack. Surprisingly, the source of the gunfire did not originate from the third floor, where the chief's office was located, but rather from the basement. "What lies beneath?" Su Ming inquired of Cindy. If memory serves, there should be the morgue, the electrical room, and the communications room, among others. Cindy glanced at the stairs leading upwards, noting the absence of black-clad corpses, signifying that they had no intention of ascending. Their objective was evidently below. "Strange," Su Ming muttered, though his feet did not hesitate as he continued to traverse the bodies and debris scattered across the floor, moving towards the source of the commotion. Among the deceased in the hall were not only police officers and black-clad figures, but also bodies unmistakably belonging to other criminals or the homeless. Regardless of their identities in life, in death, they lay haphazardly together like mere sacks. Rainwater surged through the shattered doorway, mingling with blood and staining the once exquisite wooden floor, transforming it into a grotesque tableau reminiscent of a monstrous painting when viewed from above. The two individuals, seemingly devoid of artistic sensibility, nonetheless managed to locate the entrance to the basement with ease. At the foot of the descending staircase, a heavy scent of gunpowder lingered in the air, reminiscent of standing beside a volcano ready to erupt. Descending the staircase, they encountered a damaged card access door ahead, while behind lay a shadowy, elongated corridor. Su Ming and Cindy peered cautiously from outside the door, taking note of the positions and distances of both parties. In the corridor, illuminated by harsh fluorescent lights, gunfire erupted as the assailants in black exchanged shots with the police, both sides taking cover in various offices flanking the hallway, darting in and out like whack-a-moles, though some inevitably fell victim to the bullets. Due to their equipment, the police found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. At the corridor's end lay the communications room, fiercely defended by the officers, possibly with Gordon inside, calling for assistance. Cindy tightened her helmet and flexed her wrists, proposing a hypothesis. However, Su Ming disagreed. He did not believe Gordon was the type to shelter himself while his subordinates faced danger outside. Yet, given Cindy's deeper understanding of the situation, he conceded. "I doubt it's Gordon, but he must be significant. We should first deal with these individuals and then see what's behind that door. Will all the men in black be eliminated, leaving the police alive?" Cindy mused, reaching for a small box at her waist and extracting a cigar, twirling it in her fingers. "I wager a cigar that Gordon is inside." "Very well, I'll handle the police," Su Ming replied, a smile hidden beneath his mask as he produced his own cigar. They placed their wagers atop the doorframe, agreeing that the winner would claim the stakes. After a brief exchange, Cindy charged forward, though both were facing dire circumstances. She had expressed a particular affinity for combat with cold weapons. The katana in her grasp sliced through the air with precision, and before the assailants in black could react, she descended upon them like a wolf among sheep, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed in the various rooms. It must be noted that among these black-clad figures were some formidable opponents. One woman, when Cindy's blade swung toward her, surprisingly countered the attack with her own firearm and attempted to summon her comrades to overwhelm Cindy. Yet, this was merely a minor skirmish. As such, small-time leaders were numerous within Gotham's myriad gangs, while the Reaper was renowned as the world's greatest mercenary, operating on an entirely different echelon. Cindy's blade struck with a resounding clang, and before the reverberation of metal had fully dissipated, she swiftly drew a shotgun from her back and fired a shot. The metallic clash and gunfire nearly synchronized, sending the small-time leader hurtling backward, a gaping wound in her chest. As debris from the wall behind her erupted in a chaotic spray under the force of the shotgun blast, Cindy's relentless slaughter continued, akin to a diligent little bee flitting amidst the blossoms of blood. Yet, her black and yellow armor only instilled profound terror in the cloaked figures. Meanwhile, Su Ming's target lay with the police officers. Wielding an electric baton, he knew they lacked the insulated gloves and shoes of Batman, and their combat skills were far inferior. Thus, he operated like a boilerman on an old steamship, using the baton as a shovel. Thrusting it forward, a flash of electricity heralded the fall of a police officer. Then, retracting the baton, he would push the officer into a room to shield them from stray bullets. In this manner, the two executed their roles with clarity and power, and in just over 2 minutes, they had dispatched approximately 40 cloaked figures and more than 10 police officers. They completed their tasks nearly in unison. With Cindy feeling a tinge of pride, "It seems I'm indeed the stronger one. Look, my count exceeds yours by more than double." Su Ming remained silent, merely shrugging. After all, his task required more caution. He had to conserve some strength, mindful not to fatally harm these ordinary officers with his baton, ensuring the electric shocks were brief and employing gentleness when tossing them into the room. Some might argue that it was impossible to inflict fatal injuries without a long gun. However, at his level of strength, who could say that a blunt object could not cause death? Simultaneously, he struggled against the surging adrenaline and the bloodthirsty instincts that threatened to overwhelm him, like a tug of war between reason and primal urges in his mind. Observing his seemingly surrendering demeanor, Cindy's pride swelled even further. If she had a tail, it would be standing tall at that moment. She circled around, eventually arriving at the door of the communication room. All right, it's time to unwrap the present. Let's see what treasures lie within this grand package. With that, she began to extract plastic explosives from the pouch strapped to her thigh, humming an unknown tune, her anticipation palpable. The door to the communication room was exceedingly sturdy, its thick steel akin to the frontal armor of a tank. "Use less. We don't want to scare the people inside to death," Su Ming cautioned, surmising that those hiding within were likely not combatants. The detonation of C4 in such a narrow corridor would generate immense noise and a directed shockwave. While it was an exaggeration to say it could scare someone to death, ruptured eardrums or unconsciousness were certainly plausible outcomes. Cindy offered no reply, merely signaling an okay with her hand. She affixed a small piece of explosive to the lock and inserted a timed detonator. Chapter 11. Inside the communication room, Barbara was now exceedingly anxious. After Batgirl's departure, at Barbara's own request, Gordon had no choice but to bring her along during his shifts. She was not there to work as a police officer. Rather, she volunteered to assist in the communication room, receiving no salary and requiring no special accommodations from others. In truth, given Gordon's position and reputation, not only could he arrange for his daughter to be a police officer, but he could even garner support for her to become the next commissioner if he so desired. Yet he did not act accordingly. The police department exists to serve the citizens, not as his personal domain. If he were to wield his authority recklessly, what difference would there be between him and those he most despises? Barbara, of course, understood this well. She was delighted to assist the police department as a volunteer and to support her father. Thus, when she arrived here a fortnight ago, she dedicated herself wholeheartedly to all that was within her capabilities. Possessing unparalleled computer expertise, she ranked among the elite even in Gotham, making this an ideal environment for her to showcase her talents. Her colleagues quickly embraced her, not due to her status as the commissioner's daughter or her past misfortunes, but rather because of her exceptional skills and her genuinely kind nature. In this world, Barbara remained blissfully unaware that in other parallel universes, she had once been a superhero, known as Batgirl, who had fought valiantly for an extended period. After suffering a devastating injury at the hands of the Joker, she adopted the name Oracle, becoming a vital source of technological and intelligence support for Batman. She was also a founder of the Birds of Prey, an intelligence officer for the Suicide Squad, a close friend of Supergirl, and an auxiliary member of the Justice League. Moreover, due to her connection to Batman, she had provided technological assistance, to nearly all superheroes, save for the Flash and his cadre of tech enthusiasts. Her schedule was overwhelmingly busy. However, under the overwhelming influence of Earth-11's grand design, anyone aside from Briss would unconsciously dismiss the notion of becoming a superhero. Here, Barbara found the idea of dressing as a bat rather peculiar. Yet at that moment, she desperately yearned to be a superhero rather than a powerless hacker. Approximately 10 minutes prior, a group of assailants clad in black launched a surprise attack on the police station. Although Barbara detected their presence on the surveillance monitors and issued a warning, the officers' response time was alarmingly inadequate. In the initial clash, many officers suffered casualties as the attackers unleashed formidable firepower, destroying all surveillance cameras. Barbara could only rely on radio communications to ascertain the situation. Her colleagues confined Barbara and several male officers in the communications room. As it was one of the most fortified areas of the station, akin to an armory, they proceeded to confront the adversaries, instructing her to find a way to contact external forces or the Amazonian Council. Unfortunately, the enemy had come prepared, swiftly severing all connections between the police station and the outside world. In this dire scenario, Barbara felt not only incapacitated but also rendered mute and deaf. Confined to her wheelchair, she repeatedly sought methods to reach out to the outside. The network was down, the phones were jammed, and there was no telegraph machine. She wished fervently for a carrier pigeon to appear at her side. All she could do was hope that someone would discover the situation and alert the external military. Though she understood that in the tempestuous midnight hour, no one would notice the disturbance. It was the perfect opportunity for a crime. She could only listen through the door to the sounds of gunfire and screams, her heart plummeting into the abyss. However, the clamorous shouts from outside swiftly transformed. The cacophony of battle gave way to expressions of astonishment and other utterances. Good heavens! She asked so fast. My supreme deity, Zeus. Ah, block him. Help! Barbara, clutching her heart in trepidation, soon discerned an eerie silence enveloping the outside world, with gunfire and cries having ceased abruptly. What is happening? What is going on outside? What is the condition of my colleagues? Her mind raced furiously. Yet the tense atmosphere and the sounds of her male colleagues weeping within the house rendered her utterly unable to focus, her thoughts a tumultuous storm. At that moment, she heard a strange laughter and a tune being hummed outside the door, invoking memories of a jester, and she froze in terror. It was as if the pain in her back had returned in an instant, reminding her of the agony she endured as she fell, struck by a bullet at the hands of a jester. She found herself ensnared in a paralyzing recollection of fear. Then another voice emerged, seemingly advising the person humming the tune to use less explosives, which jolted Barbara back to reality. She immediately retreated and concealed herself behind a table, bracing for an explosion while scanning her surroundings for any makeshift weapons. Regrettably, the individuals trapped with her included several male colleagues from internal administration, a few forensic experts, and a cleaner, all of whom were unarmed. The only items resembling weapons in the room were a few chairs and her laptop. She clutched the laptop tightly to her chest. Boom! The door was blown open violently, the shockwave propelling it against the wall with a deafening crash, the hinges screeching in protest. Yet, Barbara could hardly hear it. Facing an explosion at such close quarters for the first time, her ears buzzed and her vision sparkled. She could only lie on the table, faintly observing two silhouettes emerging through the smoke, surveying the room's condition. Gordon is not here. I have one of them declared, removing a weapon from behind and advancing menacingly toward the male officers huddled against the wall. Barbara shook her head and struggled to sit up. She was Gordon's daughter and would not concede defeat so easily. Don't bully the man. If you have any grievances, direct them at me. Her voice momentarily halted the approaching figure, as if repulsed by her words, fidgeting with its own arms as though covered in a layer of fur, demanding to be pressed down. This neurotic display intensified the weeping of the male officers, some of whom fainted from fear. Unlike Barbara, whose vision was blurred from the blast, those cowering in the corner were acutely aware of the black and yellow armor, fully recognizing its ominous significance. The world-renowned Mercenary, a super assassin with a 100 mission completion rate, the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper was not often active in Gotham, for this city was not the epicenter of the world, merely a location on the eastern coast of North America. However, the Grim Reaper's clientele spanned the globe. However, This does not prevent the citizens of Gotham from remembering the clock tower, for she is a formidable warrior with exceptional intelligence, one whom even Batgirl cannot apprehend. The police officers responsible for administrative duties have never been on the scene. They have only heard from their colleagues about how the clock tower has left a trail of devastation wherever she conducts her business, with corpses strewn about and rivers of blood flowing. Not only her targets, but also their subordinates and families. Indeed, even their pet dogs have faced execution. If Cindy were aware that such a reputation preceded her in Gotham, she would undoubtedly burst into laughter. She does not relish the idea of killing indiscriminately when dealing with her targets. For instance, after eliminating a crime lord, she could easily spare his underlings, as one of them might possess the potential to inherit the territory and enterprise. In that case, her clients would seek out the clock tower once more to resolve their issues, thereby allowing her to profit repeatedly, much like harvesting chives. The value of an underling can differ significantly from that of a crime boss, and Cindy is unperturbed by profitable complications. In fact, she welcomes them with open arms. At that moment, Cindy appeared to have discovered a new frontier, surveying Barbara with satisfaction as she nodded approvingly. It seems I have won the wager. Indeed, there's a Gordon present. Su Ming was irritated by the sight of these weeping men. He had never witnessed such a gathering of men, openly lamenting, which he found utterly repugnant. As he entered, he contemplated knocking them unconscious, perhaps with sufficient force to render them insensible for 10 days or more. However, a woman in the room admonished him not to bully the men, suggesting he confront her instead, which sent shivers down his spine. He turned to the speaker, surmising that she was the target the men in black sought to capture. To call her a woman would be a misnomer. She appeared to be merely a girl, likely around 17 or 18, significantly younger than Cindy, exuding an air of quietude. She donned nerdy spectacles, her hair braided into 2 plaits, and wore a frayed red sweater over a white shirt adorned with pink stripes, which struck him as rather unfashionable. Yet her skin was notably fair, a benefit of being a recluse, and her features could be deemed attractive, though she had made no effort to enhance her appearance. Upon noticing her wheelchair, coupled with Cindy's claim of winning the wager, Su Ming deduced her identity. Barbara Gordon? Though phrased as a question, he was already convinced. Despite the discrepancies between her real-life persona and her comic book counterpart, her distinctive aura and characteristics revealed her identity. Who are you? Barbara sensed that the individual had ceased to intimidate the male officers and breathed a silent sigh of relief. However, she remained uncertain about her future. Su Ming glanced around. The dust from the explosion had yet to settle, and he perceived that this world's Barbara appeared somewhat naive. Then put your glasses on and see for yourself who I am. Barbara rubbed her eyes and wiped the dust from her spectacles, scrutinizing him closely. As the daughter of the commissioner, she naturally possessed some knowledge of the criminals her father often mentioned. Among those individuals, several were specifically highlighted by Gordon as exceptionally dangerous criminals. Barbara was advised to seek refuge at the precinct upon sighting any of them. Among these figures were the Jester, the Mad Hatter, and others, most of whom were either lunatics or cold-blooded assassins. Not to be overlooked was the world's most perilous mercenary, Clock Tower. Cindy had previously visited Gotham for business, only to depart hastily, leaving behind lifeless bodies, their blood staining the crime scene, rendering it devoid of evidence by the time the police arrived. Batgirl had clashed with her before, but was swiftly incapacitated, proving no match for her. As Bryce prepared to apprehend Cindy on her next criminal endeavor, she discovered that Cindy had altered her combat style once again, successfully claiming another target. Time and again, Clock Tower eluded capture like a fleeting shadow. Were it not for the Jester haunting Bryce's dreams, Clock Tower would undoubtedly have become a regular specter in her nightmares. Unable to vanquish or capture her, Clock Tower instilled a deep-seated dread, akin to the bat that resided within her own heart. These were the words Batgirl conveyed to Gordon, who later recounted them to Barbara, recalling his assertion that Clock Tower was, in fact, a mad woman, albeit a composed one, who perceived no moral quandary in taking lives. To her, life inevitably culminated in death. She merely expedited that process, considering herself a mere conduit of nature. At this moment, Barbara recalled her father's words, which offered her no solace, instead heightening her anxiety. One clock tower was deadly enough, and now there were 2. Wait, 2 clock towers? Barbara removed her glasses once more and vigorously tapped her head, suspecting concussion for witnessing double images. After a brief moment of disarray, she realized that the presence of Clock Tower had not diminished. With a perplexed tilt of her head, she began to ponder. Could it be that Clock Tower had previously accomplished those seemingly impossible assassinations due to being part of a duo or an organization of assassins? One Clock Tower could be leading Batgirl on a wild chase through the city, while the other seized the opportunity to eliminate the target. Barbara felt she had stumbled upon a revelation, and an overwhelming sense of panic washed over her, as if she had uncovered a secret best left undiscovered, one that could lead to her silencing. There were still many things she wished to accomplish. She had yet to meet her biological mother. Observing her in a daze, Su Ming opted to incapacitate the other officers with an electric baton, finally restoring some semblance of quietude. Who among you is Clock Tower? Barbara did not receive the anticipated violence. Instead, both Clock Towers regarded her with keen interest as she clutched her computer tightly, as though it could offer her a sense of security. She noticed the other officers slumped against the wall, relieved to see no bloodshed, indicating they were likely unharmed. I am. Cindy stepped forward, claiming Su Ming's previous position. Su Ming shrugged. After all, this was her world, and she was free to express herself as she pleased. The reality of her being the harbinger of doom was an objective truth that could not be denied, regardless of her reluctance to accept it. What exactly brings you to the police station? This is not a place for you, Barbara said seriously, her expression one of impending sacrifice as she addressed Cindy. Cindy was somewhat taken aback, realizing that Commissioner Gordon's daughter truly possessed remarkable bravery. No wonder she had survived encounters with rogues. We originally came to seek your father. There are matters that require his assistance. However, it appears he is not present at the station. Don't even think about discovering my father's whereabouts. Just kill me instead. Barbara immediately rebuffed upon hearing they were searching for her father. Shaking her head, Cindy had no intention of harming her. As the daughter of Gordon, Barbara was undoubtedly a valuable target. Without a financial incentive, Cindy would not resort to violence against her. Moreover, she had a mission now, to prevent the annihilation of the world, which was of utmost importance. Have you noticed those individuals in the corridor, clad in black suits? They likely belong to a well-organized criminal syndicate. Su Ming decided to adopt a gentler approach to extract information. Their targets are you, and of course your father. I will go outside to sabotage the devices they use to disrupt signals and see if we can still contact him. As long as the call went through, Su Ming and Cindy merely needed to lie in wait. Surely, Gordon would not abandon his daughter. If the call failed to connect, it would further affirm Su Ming's suspicions that Gordon had been abducted, prompting Barbara to seek ways to rescue him. Summoning the bat directly would be ideal. This was a calculated maneuver. Barbara remained non-committal, and as Su Ming prepared to leave, Cindy volunteered to undertake the task of disrupting the devices, insisting that he stay behind to converse with Barbara. In this world, men seem to possess an inherent advantage in communication. Observing the girl in the wheelchair, Su Ming was at a loss for words. After all, he was the villain, and the daughter of the commissioner likely harbored deep animosity towards him. Time passed slowly until Cindy returned, humming a tune. Not only had she successfully destroyed the signal jammer, but she had also restored the police station's internet connection. She appeared drenched, her armor dripping water as she reported, "There is a traitor among your colleagues, likely among that group in the corner. I discovered that the network was physically severed from within the precinct. While I was out, did you reach any consensus? What consensus could we possibly reach? Does sitting together in silence count?" Chapter 12. Not yet a prophecy. In the brightly lit communications room, chaos reigned, with overturned tables and chairs scattered about. Cindy expressed her dissatisfaction with Su Ming's lack of progress. Even through her mask, Su Ming could sense her disdainful gaze, as if she found fault with him for being unable to manage a mere girl. He felt helpless. Was he to resort to torturing a disabled minor? Perhaps the former harbinger of doom might have acted so, but he would not. He pulled a chair and sat opposite Barbara. The crimson single eye on a mask gazed at her. Now that the phone lines and internet were functioning smoothly, you could call him. Rest assured, this time I shall not harm him. Barbara expressed her skepticism. You are merely her subordinate. I require her explicit assurance that she is a mercenary and should comprehend the importance of keeping one's word. Correct? With a chuckle, Cindy found amusement in the notion of Su Ming being labeled as her lackey, which brought her great delight. She couldn't help but think that Barbara had discernment. For among them, the woman was evidently the stronger. Were she not disabled, Su Ming would surely have dealt her a resounding blow. Can you not see that I am the one who holds the authority here? Barbara scrutinized the two. Their gear was identical, their tones mirrored, and even the bloodstains on their attire bore striking resemblance. How could one discern who wielded the power? Thus, she shook her head and candidly admitted, I cannot tell. Sighing deeply, Su Ming rose to stand guard by the door, indicating that Cindy should speak, as he needed a moment of silence. Without hesitation, Cindy seated herself in the chair he had vacated, confidently removing her helmet and lighting a cigar, as if she were lounging comfortably on her own sofa at home. Very well, I assure you. I shall not only refrain from harming Director Gordon, but will also strive to ensure his safety. With Cindy's assurance, Barbara retrieved a small red phone from her pocket and dialed a number. However, upon hearing the busy signal, her expression soured considerably. Undeterred, she attempted several more times. Yet the response remained the same. The user you dialed is unavailable. Cindy had anticipated this. Indeed, it seemed that Su Ming's suspicions were accurate. Given that these dark-clad figures had come to abduct Barbara, they surely intended to target Gordon as well. After all, from a societal standpoint, Barbara was merely a high school girl, while Gordon was a significant figure in the city. Surely, it could not be that his phone was simply out of reach. Nonetheless, Barbara continued to press the redial button. Cindy reclined in her chair, leisurely puffing on her cigar, interjecting, Feel free to try, but it merely wastes time. With each passing second since Gordon's abduction, he faces an increasing peril. Barbara's dialing hand faltered, momentarily a loss. But soon she cast aside her phone and placed her laptop back on the table, beginning to type furiously on the keyboard. What was she doing? Cindy observed Barbara, seemingly lost in a frenzy of typing. Could this truly lead her to Gordon? Su Ming leaned against the doorframe, cleaning his baton. Having struck those weeping men a bit too forcefully earlier, it had become tainted with some vomit. He presumed she was attempting to hack into Gotham's mobile service provider's server and subsequently determine Gordon's location through triangulation via signal towers. Oh, Cindy adjusted her mask, feeling somewhat vexed that Su Ming possessed knowledge she did not. Is technology all the rage on your side? Su Ming was uncertain of the exact nature of his current existence on Earth, though he had indeed observed numerous television dramas during his time as a security guard, where such tactics were commonplace. Although he may not be particularly adept at handling matters, he has at least seen a pig run, even if he has never tasted pork. It is of little consequence. We all possess our own unique differences, and I am certain your knowledge of mythology surpasses mine significantly. Su Ming offered her a comforting remark, acknowledging that their collaboration, with its complementary abilities, was indeed beneficial. Cindy, relieved from her earlier entanglements, recognized that even a super soldier need not master every skill. However, she could not help but compliment, well, your methods are nothing like another Grim Reaper. Your moral standards are far superior to mine. Truly a little angel. Little angel. Such a effeminate term. Is it even applicable to men in this world? The thought was terrifying. Su Ming longed to return home, to a patriarchal society he was accustomed to. It was not a matter of toxic masculinity, but rather an overwhelming sense of disorientation regarding gender roles. Even Barbara, who was fervently typing away, cast a glance their way, seemingly astonished by the nature of the relationship between the two Grim Reapers. Yet, once the situation connected to her expertise, her focus remained unwavering, the rhythmic sound of her keystrokes never ceasing. Moments later, she pressed the enter key, and the attack command she had just written successfully infiltrated the communications company under Wayne Enterprises, which happened to be the service provider for her father's mobile phone. Stretching her shoulders, she awaited the program's feedback, her expression less tense, now fidgeting with her fingers in anticipation. Cindy broke the silence once again, one hand holding a cigarette while the other pointed to the computer on the table. At that moment, she grasped the implications. Welcome to the family of criminals. If I recall correctly, unauthorized access to another company's system constitutes at least a charge of espionage. Barbara's face froze. The label of criminal from Grim Reaper evoked a sense of shame, as if she had been laid bare. Indeed, this was not her first foray into hacking. In her past, she had repeatedly breached various websites, not for malicious intent, but merely to hone her skills and refine her programming techniques. She had infiltrated her school, the local convenience store, and even the Gotham City Police Department, curious about what Gordon was up to during work hours. Yet, she had always exercised caution, as hackers were not well regarded in this world where technology and the internet were still emerging. In the media, hackers were portrayed akin to terrorists in cyberspace. This secret was one even Gordon was unaware of, for she feared he would imprison her if he discovered the truth. Thus, he merely believed his daughter enjoyed computers. Perhaps video games. In a moment of urgency, she instinctively hacked into another's server to search for clues, only now realizing the gravity of her actions. I am. Barbara's face flushed as she sought to defend herself, but the evidence before her was irrefutable. Su Ming shook his head in resignation. They were engaged in serious matters, and Cindy's comments were of no assistance. She was merely toying with you. The notion of legality is irrelevant. Are we really expected to testify against the police chief's daughter as a hacker? Barbara discreetly glanced at her colleagues by the wall, feeling a tinge of relief that they were all unconscious. Had they been awake, their penchant for gossip would surely have spread the news throughout the precinct. Su Ming, removing his helmet, observed Cindy relishing her smoke with delight, and he too felt a craving, contemplating indulging in a cigarette. Suddenly, a realization struck him. No wonder you were so eager to step out and handle the signal disruptor. Did you already claim the wager on the corridor door frame? Cindy proudly raised her cigarette, twirling it like a magic wand and declaring, "Behold, this is your cigar. I must say, the flavor is quite different from what we have here." Barbara's expression morphed into one of shock. She felt she had stumbled upon the ultimate secret. The Reaper is actually two individuals, one of whom is male. With such knowledge, would she survive? Su Ming had grown accustomed to the incredulous expressions of those who discovered he was male. After all, in this world, masculinity often connotes vulnerability, while the Reaper is renowned as a formidable force. Such contrasting identities coexisting within a single individual is a concept difficult for anyone to grasp. What's the purpose of your vacant stare at us instead of the screen? Su Ming nudged Barbara's computer, where a series of codes revealed a set of coordinates. Oh. Barbara adjusted her glasses and regulated her breathing, gently exhaling. These are the signal base station numbers my father passed along the way. By cross-referencing the database for the base station locations with the Gotham City map, it indicates he visited Arkham last night. Arkham? Cindy shook her head, playfully rolling her helmet on the table. They say it's a sanatorium, but in reality, it's more fortified than a fortress. With at least 400 armed guards patrolling around the clock, alongside gunboats, armored vehicles, and helicopters. The shadowy figures would never dare to act there. Indeed, at 12:03, he departed from there, retracing his steps along this path, eventually placing his phone here. Barbara pointed at the screen, her other hand tapping the keyboard to slightly enlarge the map, using triangulation to pinpoint the exact street. Cindy leaned in for a closer look, and a vivid mental image of a Gotham map materialized in her mind, even more detailed than that of the precincts. She recalled many clandestine locations, such as arms-dealing black markets, smuggling gang hideouts, and even a covert monitoring site for the Shadow Dancer Alliance in Gotham, of which she was aware. However, after examining the screen, Cindy shook her head. Gordon's route is accurate. He crossed the Sea Bridge, then traversed the Northern District Tunnel. As long as he continues straight, he'll return to the precinct, but with the rain today, the tunnel may be flooded. Whose territory is that? Su Ming joined the conversation, but he could discern nothing of significance. No one's territory truly belongs to anyone. It is a delicately balanced position. Cindy, exhaling a plume of smoke, conjured a term that encapsulated the essence of the situation. Subsequently, she traced her finger around the map, indicating specific locations, here, this, and that, which represented the domains of the Black Mask, the Red Hood, and the Two-Face. Thus, Gordon's ultimate location was at the confluence of these three territories, a genuine embodiment of lawlessness. Su Ming grasped the implication. Much like the Three Kingdoms, this area remained unconquerable. Any attempt at monopolization would undoubtedly unite the other two factions against the aggressor. Therefore, it remained vacant, serving as a buffer zone. This was also one of the more tranquil regions within Gotham's impoverished areas. While minor gangs might emerge, they were not formidable. What shall we do? Barbara, now aware of Gordon's whereabouts, felt helpless, anxiously observing the two others. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Can't you just call Batgirl? She must have her phone on her, right? She could come to the rescue, and we happen to have matters to discuss with Batman. We don't have her number. She usually appears whenever the bat signal shines. But Batgirl is gone. She is not in Gotham, Barbara lamented, feeling cornered. Both Su Ming and Cindy furrowed their brows. Could it be that Batman has gone to confront the Queen of Atlantis? Cindy inquired. Where did she go? If it were nearby, Perhaps they could pursue her. I don't know. She came to our house late one night to speak with Dad, but when I woke up, I only caught the tail end of the conversation. Barbara recalled, pressing her temple in an effort to remember. She mentioned leaving Gotham for a while, citing some danger, and expressed a desire to take us with her. But we refused. Thus, she departed alone. Perhaps in the first part of the conversation, she revealed her destination, but only my father knows. Cindy leaned back, exhausted, glancing at Su Ming. If he indicated that this world was perilous, he should have some awareness of the situation. At that moment, Su Ming felt equally lost. What could pose such a threat that even Batman had to retreat? Did she possess knowledge of the impending multiverse catastrophe? Yet, being entrenched in the dark multiverse, she had no reason to be informed. The black-clad individuals that emerged sought to abduct Gordon and Barbara. What was their motive? Gordon, aside from being Batman's ally, seemed rather ordinary. The two women gazed at him, amplifying the pressure he felt, especially from Barbara, who appeared on the verge of tears. What did you typically do after pinpointing a mobile signal's location? He inquired, bringing the computer closer to Barbara, hoping for some insight. And no, nothing. I merely engaged in this for amusement. It usually ended at this juncture. Barbara's expression bore no hint of deceit. It appeared that this version of her was not as seasoned as the oracles from other realms. Listen to me. Begin the infiltration of Gotham's traffic system now. Retrieve the surveillance footage from this area, identifying the moment the phone ceased moving, and start from that point. Understood. Barbara discreetly wiped away her tears, adjusted her glasses, and began to rewrite the address code of the intrusion program, connecting to the back end of the Department of Transportation servers. As long as she still had a plan and knew how to investigate, that was sufficient. A few minutes later, she successfully accessed the surveillance footage of the relevant area, but found nothing out of the ordinary. The road was merely a serene scene of rain, devoid of any pedestrians or vehicles. She turned to Su Ming for assistance. The surveillance had been tampered with. Through the use of a disruptor and certain instruments, it was possible to access the footage and replay recorded scenes. Su Ming leaned closer to the screen, catching a whiff of a sweet scent emanating from Barbara. The rain was too light, likely recorded around 10:30, and had been on a loop since then. They decided to rewind a bit to see if anything noteworthy appeared. Barbara adjusted the time to around 10:30, and the three of them quietly observed the screen. Suddenly, the image trembled. "That's it, stop," Su Ming exclaimed. "Slow down and replay those 3 seconds." However, the outcome was disappointing. The footage only captured the fleeting shadow of a black-gloved hand, offering no discernible information for identification. Alas, it seems we must personally visit the scene of the incident, sighed Cindy, picking up a helmet from the table and patting Barbara's shoulder as she prepared to leave. Su Ming, seeing no other alternatives, understood that to ascertain the possible whereabouts of the Bat, they needed to locate Gordon, the only lead they had. "Take me with you." Barbara, fueled by an unknown courage, grasped Cindy's hand and pleaded, "I can assist you, just like before. I must go to rescue him." "No, you can hide in the armory until dawn when the returning officers will ensure your safety." Cindy immediately rejected her, reasoning that in the midst of a storm, bringing along a wheelchair-bound individual would merely be a burden. However, Su Ming held a different perspective, setting aside Barbara's computer skills if they managed to rescue Gordon. Would he trust the words of the tolling bell? And if Barbara were present at that moment, might it facilitate gaining his trust? I believe we should take her. After all, she remains in danger. Even if she hides in the armory, what if the assailants return? She is not like us. She can't even fire a weapon. How can she withstand an attack? Su Ming counseled Cindy, simultaneously indicating that the surrounding officers were ineffectual, and the day shift officers would be no better. If we rescue Gordon but Barbara gets captured, we will then have to accompany Gordon to save her, resulting in an endless cycle. Our time is limited. As Barbara attempted to clarify that she could indeed fire a weapon, Su Ming desperately gestured for her to remain silent. And ultimately she refrained. After some contemplation, Cindy sighed, unsure why she was so easily swayed by Su Ming. "Fine, you can come along, but do not expect me to push your wheelchair." Though she said this, Cindy donned her helmet, having changed her mind. Su Ming shrugged at Barbara, donned his helmet, and tossed her a blue police raincoat he retrieved from behind the door. "All right, grab your computer and wireless card. We shall venture outside to find a vehicle." Chapter 13. Gotham's most diligent journalist. Upon emerging from the basement, Su Ming replenished his ammunition from the black-clad assailant. For one cannot always resolve matters with mere knives and clubs. He then returned to the precinct's main hall, where Cindy awaited him. She appeared lost in thought, gazing vacantly at the pitch-black sky outside, allowing the rain to pour unabated over her, gradually seeping indoors. Was she contemplating the end of the world? Su Ming approached her side, quietly observing the outside as well. The sky loomed heavy with dark clouds, and apart from the bat-shaped glimmers, nothing else was visible. Cindy seemed to share his gaze, for the shape of the bat was mirrored in her monocle. Why must our world be like this? I do not know. Although I harbor no desire for death, I feel no fear within. Rather, a profound calmness prevails. Cindy shook her head, then nodded, lost in her thoughts. She stepped beneath the eaves, extending her hand to catch a handful of rainwater, which swiftly slipped through her fingers. After military augmentation, we have both shed our fear and reverence for life. Weapons are meant to embody such traits, are they not? Su Ming's essence originated from the real world, untouched by modification, yet he possessed a vague understanding from comics of the prevailing situation. The conundrum of the Grim Reaper lay in his intellect, which surpassed that of ordinary humans by ninefold, rendering his rational thought paramount, devoid of any ailment or after-effect. Indeed, yet we are not flawless instruments of war, for the military has left us with our emotions. You are correct. Thus, they have lost us. Cindy seemed to mock the military, and in doing so, she also chided herself. Even after severing ties with the army, certain aspects had irrevocably changed. She had grown accustomed to being perceived as a weapon, even viewing herself as such. At that moment, Barbara, maneuvering her wheelchair down the corridor, found herself stuck at the basement stairs, uncertain of how to ascend. She spotted the two, but hesitated to speak. Cindy approached and effortlessly lifted both Barbara and her wheelchair. Wrapped in a raincoat, clutching her computer, Barbara felt a mix of anxiety and trepidation, concern for Chief Gordon's condition while grappling with the unclear motives of the Grim Reapers. Nevertheless, the atmosphere remained relatively tranquil, if only she could ignore the gruesome sights surrounding her, so she closed her eyes. Su Ming had anticipated that procuring a vehicle would be a simple task. However, as they braved the storm towards the parking lot, they discovered that not only the vans driven by the black-clad figures had met their demise, but also the police cars that had been parked there were now completely obliterated, leaving behind only the charred remnants of steel frames amidst the relentless downpour, devoid of even a wisp of smoke. The figures cloaked in black were devoid of reinforcements, and the vehicle was not a remote control bomb. The sole explanation was that Cindy had detonated them. Noticing Su Ming gazing at her, Cindy shrugged, acknowledging her culpability. Lacking any specialized instruments, she could only speculate that a signal jammer was located on one of the vehicles. At that moment, she had not considered bringing Barbara along. Wherever they ventured, the presence of a unicycle was sufficient for her and Su Ming, prompting her to blow up the fuel tanks of those vans, which in turn ignited the surrounding police cars, culminating in the present chaos. As it turned out, the signal had indeed been restored. Approaching a police car that appeared slightly more intact, Su Ming placed his hand on the door, only to witness the 4 tires explode off, with thick smoke billowing from the engine compartment. There were no decent vehicles in sight. Did the police station possess another garage? He wiped the grime from his hands with rainwater and inquired of Barbara, who, amidst the storm, could only muster the strength to shout back, "The underground garage. But the main door needs to be blown open." However, just as he was preparing to search for the entrance to the underground garage, a twist of fate occurred. A striking white van sped into view, drifting to a halt at the police station's entrance. Having traversed a considerable distance in the rain, the van was splattered with mud, resembling a large, grotesque face with a radar-like dome atop its roof. Yet, the letters GCTV1, denoting Gotham City Television News Channel, were barely discernible on the cargo area. An idea suddenly sparked in Su Ming's mind. Supporting his helmet with his hand, he mimicked stroking his non-existent beard. A few moments prior, within the moving vehicle, a young and attractive female journalist was meticulously arranging her golden-red hair. As the van swayed, she hastily retrieved a small mirror to touch up her makeup, nearly jabbing her lipstick in her eye due to the dim lighting and the poor road conditions. "Oh, slow down, Peter. I do not wish to perish today. I have a date tomorrow." A man's voice from the driver's seat responded loudly amidst the relentless rain drumming against the glass. "It was you who urged me to speed up to chase the news. Now you want me to slow down for your makeup. I am your cameraman, not your chauffeur or boyfriend." Well, it amounts to the same thing. Have we arrived yet? The pretty woman pouted at her reflection, experimenting with various smiles, all lacking sincerity. Peter, the photographer, was already accustomed to this behavior. He was well aware of his partner's tendencies. On a stormy midnight, she had summoned him from his home, and together they had pilfered a vehicle from the television station, claiming that a reliable source had informed her of a major news story. Glancing at the pitch-black surroundings outside, Peter began to doubt the veracity of the tip-off. If the station's executives discovered they had stolen a car merely to chase an urban legend, his job would surely be at stake. However, his partner was a woman who seemed fearless in her pursuit of news, as though she required no sleep at all. Whenever he encountered her, she was either reporting the news or on the relentless quest for it. Only he, with his considerable strength, could keep pace with her as they lugged the camera along. Yet, he scarcely found time to rest, for she could charm or feign vulnerability to coax him into searching for leads during their breaks. It would take a few more minutes, though the streets were flooded, and the vehicle could stall at any moment. The female journalist animatedly moved her jaw, as if warming up her facial muscles. Well, don't let it stall. Do you think that's what I was doing before? Peter had previously thought of himself as a mild-mannered man, though in this world, a man standing nearly 6'3" was evidently not favored by women. However, after teaming up with his current partner, he realized his temper was not as placid as he had once believed, gradually becoming accustomed to shouting like a boorish man. After a moment of calm, he asked her, "Vico, is your intel reliable?" The journalist replied with unwavering confidence, "Of course. Do you remember that blind beggar we interviewed before?" "Yes, I remember. That fellow reported seeing a fast food restaurant butchering human flesh in their back kitchen." As Peter maneuvered the steering wheel to avoid manhole covers that resembled dark springs, he added, given that he is blind, "The director relegated our social news report to a comedy segment. Why didn't he show my face for a week?" It turned out the blind man was correct. That establishment was ultimately discovered by Batgirl to be producing human meat sausages, although it was not a fast food joint, but a laundry, lacking any kitchen, merely a garage. Vico climbed into the driver's seat from the back of the vehicle, earnestly asserting to Peter that her news was accurate, merely overlooked by the higher-ups. Peter glanced at her from the corner of his eye, resignedly saying, "What do you think I'm still doing here at the station?" That incident had embarrassed the studio director, and this time, she would undoubtedly cling to the car theft story. She can hold on to it, provided we don't uncover the news. Vico raised a slender finger, shaking it side to side, correcting him. "As long as we seize this exclusive report, Bam, I'll show her that I'm not to be trifled with." Peter rolled his eyes. The entire station already recognized her as a notorious firebrand. Were it not for Vico's history of securing exclusive stories, they might have long since packed their bags and left. Noticing his expression, Vico jovially patted his shoulder. "Don't worry. Have you heard that some blind individuals possess extraordinary abilities? It is said that their spiritual sight is remarkably acute, enabling them to see through or foresee the future. I recently recruited that blind man as my informant, and today he provided me with a significant scoop, for which I paid him $200. All right, so now our source of intelligence is a blind man's vision, all because you believe in ethereal legends." Peter was curious whether returning the car, now, would lead the television station to go easy on the two of them. Vico shook her head with a smug smile, declaring that this was not something he had seen, but rather something he had heard. On a stormy night, he had sneaked into the city courthouse to escape the rain, but not long before, he had heard intense gunfire from the Gotham police station, which he likened to the incessant sound of a rabbit suffering from diarrhea. Peter, puzzled, furrowed his brow in confusion at the metaphor. Do rabbits even experience such a condition? Vico rolled her eyes and chuckled awkwardly, asserting that the hearing of the blind is scientifically proven to be superior, thus giving them reason to believe that something significant had occurred at the police station. In such a tempest, was this not their exclusive news? Upon hearing her reasoning, Peter realized the validity of her argument. As long as they secured an exclusive story for the television station, his prior act of car theft would transform into a zealous pursuit of news by a journalist, flawless in its essence, and perhaps even rewarding with a bonus. The two exchanged knowing smiles, akin to two foxes eagerly anticipating a foray into a henhouse, brimming with hope for a promising future. Upon arriving at the police station, the sight of scattered wreckage and fallen bodies spoke volumes without the need for words. Vico understood that her $200 had been well spent. What could be considered a bigger news story than this? She and Peter swiftly donned their raincoats, securing their camera and microphone for the broadcast. The rain was relentless, necessitating Vico to raise her voice to ensure the audio was captured. She adjusted her makeup once more, fashioning her hair into an adorable fringe beneath her raincoat. Looking at Peter, he nodded, confirming that both audio and video were functioning properly. She leaped from the vehicle, with Peter closely behind. Selecting a vantage point, she positioned herself against the backdrop of a charred vehicle frame. With the police station's entrance, now breached, visible nearby, and numerous officers sprawled on the ground like discarded sacks, Vico signaled to commence, and, as the familiar red light illuminated on the camera, she instantly donned her most intellectual demeanor. Dear viewers, I am your old friend Vico Valley, and we are now outside the Gotham City Police Station, where you can witness the tragic scene behind us. Peter, well acquainted with her style, promptly offered a sweeping shot of the devastation and bodies behind her. At this moment, we are yet to ascertain what transpired within the precinct, but we invite you to follow our coverage as we delve deeper. Remember, this is an exclusive report by Vico. With a playful gesture, she raised her finger towards the lens, flashing a charming smile, as if sharing a jest with an acquaintance. Her unique style had garnered her a loyal following among the townsfolk. She led Peter into the police station, all the while showcasing an array of expressions before the camera. Heavens, this place is akin to a hell on earth. Such terror enveloped her, reminiscent of a little girl discovering a monstrous creature lurking beneath her bed. Who are these figures clad in black? This is a moment of confusion. She presently resembles a detective, embodying a keen and industrious spirit in her quest for clues. These officers fought valiantly until their last breath. May they rest in peace, and may their families receive my heartfelt condolences and sympathies. This is a scene of sorrow. She exhibits professionalism that surpasses even that of the city council spokesperson, bowing before the cold, lifeless body on the ground. In summary, she displays an Oscar-worthy performance, her skills in front of the camera allowing her to dominate the realm of news broadcasting. As she entered the precinct's lobby, the atmosphere was even more harrowing. While the rain outside might wash away traces of blood, this space was unequivocally a realm drenched in crimson. Whether civilians or officers, all lay upon the floor, resembling a scene from a massacre. Dear viewers, Vico now feels an overwhelming sense of fear. I cannot ascertain whether the perpetrators have fled, but as a journalist, I am determined to uncover the truth. Please remember me and anticipate my forthcoming reports. I am Vico Valley. She embodies the essence of a journalist driven to seek the truth, even in the face of peril, her eyes reflecting a resolute determination amidst fear, as if propelled by a grand mission. Yet, she does not genuinely perceive danger. The scene is evidently a clash between gangsters and police. They are not deranged killers who linger at the crime scene. She merely seeks to garner attention for herself, knowing that popularity could pave her way, even if she were to leave Gotham for Metropolis in the future. At that moment, she noticed a look of terror on Peter's face, as if he were mimicking her, though this towering man was ill-suited for such an expression. Kakaka. Vico set down her microphone and sighed. I know you aspire to be a news anchor too, but your physical attributes leave much to be desired. Not everyone can thrive in this profession. Peter's mouth gaped wider, appearing even more terrified. Oh dear, what am I to do with you? Why all the theatrics? Vico chuckled, shaking her head in amusement at Peter's performance. Male anchors face far more fierce competition than we female anchors do. However, since we are partners, let me guide you. Observe my face, gently furrow your brows, and then slightly part your lips. Vico kindly demonstrated the exaggerated expressions in slow motion. The news segment was nearing completion. Soon, she would return to the vehicle to edit the footage for broadcast. The insufferable individual in the studio would surely have nothing to say now, which put Vico in high spirits as she contemplated supporting her partner. After all, the television industry thrives on connections, and if one cannot maintain a good rapport with their partner, the future appears bleak. Peter seemed to grasp Vico's correction, but chose to improvise instead. He hoisted the camera on one shoulder while wiping his eyes with the other hand, then covered his face and screamed. Chapter 14. The live broadcast of the death knell. Vico nodded. Indeed, male anchors might exaggerate their expressions of fear. To her surprise, Peter displayed a considerable degree of insight. Though he appeared rather robust and coarse, he was no different from the other diminutive men in moments of panic. Quite good. albeit somewhat excessive, commented Vico, identifying several flaws in the performance. The screams dragged on for too long and felt rather abrupt. If the audience has their television volume turned up, they might be startled. Therefore, while the intonation can be sharp, the volume should be tempered. Avoid relying too heavily on post-production editing, as it can be quite cumbersome. At that moment, Peter stood completely frozen, maintaining an expression that seemed to convey he had seen a ghost. Vico approached him and gave him a gentle push. All right, let's head back to the car to edit the footage. When I have more time, I'll teach you at a leisurely pace. Your expression suggests you've encountered something supernatural. With that, she chuckled, though the scene around them was filled with corpses. Ghosts, after all, were merely figments of imagination. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind her, whispering as if it were hovering close to her ear. His expression does not indicate he has seen a ghost. Rather, it signifies he has seen me. Vico stiffened, having her back turned to the depths of the police station's lobby, completely unaware that someone had stealthily approached so close behind her. In such a time and place, the only individuals who could be present were likely the murderers themselves. Why had the gang members not departed after the killings? This was distinctly unusual. Vico felt a profound sense of despair, suspecting that countless guns were aimed at them from behind, which explained Peter's immobility. Vico Valley, I must say, I am quite fond of your show, the voice spoke languidly, drifting about her, unpredictable in its presence, yet she heard no footsteps. That means everyone loves me, including you, right? Please do not harm me. Vico replied with a hollow laugh, though her mind raced with dread. Was it possible she had attracted the attention of a gang leader or a psychopathic fan? Was this clue merely a trap designed to ensnare her for some nefarious purpose? Such admirers were the last thing she desired. Slowly turn around. As I happen to have plans for television, the voice instructed. Following the command, Vico turned around, revealing an expression identical to Peter's. Contrary to her expectations of an army of adversaries with guns drawn, there stood only one individual, arms crossed, silently observing them. Yet this singular figure was far more terrifying than hundreds of gangsters, for he was the Grim Reaper. Before her stood Su Ming. Initially, they had intended to steal her vehicle while the two were inside for the interview, but upon hearing the female reporter's introduction, he had a change of heart. He instructed Cindy to take Barbara to the car and wait for him. He intended not only to borrow the television station's vehicle, but also to utilize the reporter herself. Although the world of Vicky Vale bears some resemblance to the New 52 universe, where she is transformed into a television anchor rather than a reporter for the Gotham Gazette, it is undeniable that this woman possesses not only eloquence, but also remarkable fortune. She made her earliest appearance in the comics back in 1948, during the nascent days of DC, as one of Batman's numerous romantic interests. In an era devoid of Catwoman and Talia, she remains the only one among Batman's many paramours to have survived. Just how fortunate is she? Her luck is akin to that of a chosen one from another dimension. Every supervillain treats her with great deference, while those who dare to confront her are mere henchmen, posing no real threat. When she casually selected a boyfriend, it happened to be Gotham's wealthiest, Bruce Wayne. In her pursuit of a sensational story, she stumbled upon Batman. I recall the 1989 Tim Burton version of the Batman film, which depicted an instance where the Joker devised a plan to obliterate Gotham City, intending to make Batman experience his anguish. While everyone else was preoccupied with fleeing the city to seek refuge, she ventured in the opposite direction, determined to interview the Joker. Intrigued by her audacity, the Joker joyfully accepted her request for an exclusive interview, sharing his philosophies and allowing her to accompany him, witnessing his encounters with Batman. I vividly remember the film's dialogue, whereupon the Joker, showcasing his super bomb, she clapped her hands in childlike delight, exclaiming, "Mr. Joker, you have created something so marvelous. Oh, you are so powerful. In purple, I adore purple." It remains uncertain whether she referred to the purple bomb or the Joker's purple suit. Had Batman not ultimately triumphed over the Joker, I believe Vicky could have easily transformed into a character akin to Harley Quinn. Since then, she has exhibited a profound fascination with darkness in the comics, interviewing numerous Gotham villains, including the illogical Two-Face, yet emerging unscathed each time, engaging in pleasant conversations with all. The Joker has kidnapped everyone close to Batman, yet she has inexplicably remained untouched, a peculiar enigma within the DC comics. At this moment, Vicky unexpectedly encountered the Vicky Vale from Earth-11, and thought to leverage her notoriety. "Is this live?" he inquired. "No, we're recording. We haven't had the chance to edit yet," Vicky replied, perplexed as to why the world's foremost assassin would ask such a question, wondering if he wished to conceal his whereabouts. Thus, she promptly clarified that it was indeed a recording, not a live broadcast. Beneath the mask, I could not discern his expression, but he reiterated, "I want it live." He drew a gun, aiming it at Peter, yet this inquiry was directed at Vicky, as if failure to respond would result in her partner's demise. "We don't decide. It must be approved by the station," Vicky quickly gestured, fearful of him pulling the trigger. To her, an assassin like the Reaper has motives behind every action. And since he did not immediately eliminate her, but instead insisted on a live broadcast, she surmised that she was safe for the time being. "All right, let us return to the car. There are others awaiting us." In the carriage, Barbara and Cindy gazed, perplexed, as Su Ming emerged, brandishing a firearm and escorting two journalists. Their confusion deepened as they struggled to comprehend his intentions. Even Cindy felt an inexplicable sense of divergence within this alternate reality. It seemed that this version of herself harbored thoughts vastly different from her own. Back inside the carriage, although Vico was taken aback by the existence of the two tolling bells, she harbored no doubts regarding their authenticity. After all, the ground outside lay strewn with corpses. They had also kidnapped the police chief's daughter, Barbara, leaving her to wonder what their plans entailed. However, under the duress of the gun, she and Peter obediently proceeded to finalize the editing of the previously recorded footage, sending it back to the station. At this hour, Gotham television was nearly deserted. The midnight programming consisted largely of automated broadcasts featuring old films or tedious infomercials. The news channel, however, still required the anchor to deliver news updates around the clock. Yet, in such dismal weather, what could there possibly be to report? Merely recycling meteorological updates every half hour seemed the extent of it. In the control room, the director on duty received Vico's footage. She grimaced, initially reluctant to even glance at it, but in this setting, her authority was not absolute. Under the scrutiny of her colleagues, she could not orchestrate any grand deception. Reluctantly, she and several editors clicked the play button, and the scenes unfolded before them. Eliciting a collective gasp, it appeared that Vico had once again uncovered a significant story. Clenching her teeth, the director had intended to report Vico and her partner to the station head the following day for stealing the broadcasting vehicle. Yet now, it seemed that if the head were to learn of their discovery of a major news event, rather than facing reprimand, they would likely be rewarded. Curse luck, she thought. Yet she begrudgingly handed the footage to the editors, instructing them to prepare a script for the live anchor. As the clock struck 12:30, a new round of news commenced. The night shift anchor began to hydrate, preparing for their segment, akin to laborers on an assembly line or beasts of burden. In the various studios, anchors rotated shifts. Studio 1 broadcast from 12 to 12:27, followed by a half-hour break, while Studio 2 continued until 12:57, then swapped. Truth be told, midnight news programming drew scant viewership, yet for the sake of their salary, they donned their most professional smiles. However, while perusing the script, a spark ignited in his eyes as he stumbled upon fresh information. His first scoop for this round, which was indeed a fortunate turn of events. It felt akin to a small reward amidst the monotony of daily labor, perhaps similar to winning $10 in a lottery. As the red light in the studio illuminated, he presented his most radiant smile. "Welcome back to Gotham City Television's news channel. In breaking news, a group of marauders has stormed the Gotham City Police Department, resulting in significant casualties on both sides. The investigation is ongoing. Now, let us turn to our reporter on the scene for further details." The director signaled an okay with her hand, indicating that the recording had commenced. However, the host showed no signs of relaxation and instead focused on the footage. The recording was rife with signs of conflict. The police station had devolved into a battleground. Such scenes, though not uncommon in Gotham, had never before unfolded within the precinct walls. Peter's cinematography was masterfully executed, rendering the scene utterly chilling. Countless viewers, bored in front of their televisions late at night, gasped at the gruesome spectacle. On this stormy night, even the most hardened criminals were unable to venture outside, as they too sought out moments of excitement. The director, Vico, sent a request for a live broadcast. An editor, equipped with headphones, spoke up. The female director gritted her teeth, glancing at the apparatus beside her. which displayed ratings that spiked like a resurrected heartbeat. She venomously uttered 2 words. "Give it to her." The host received the signal and nodded slightly, acknowledging her understanding. After the recording concluded, the camera returned to the studio. "We now have breaking news from the front lines. The studio will connect with our correspondent, Vico Valeri." The signal was established, but the face that appeared on the screen was not the familiar smile everyone expected. Instead, it was obscured by a black and yellow mask. "Hello. Vico, wait, oh my God. It's the Reaper." The host, who had initially greeted Vico with warmth, was suddenly taken aback as if scalded by boiling water. He leapt from his chair, retreating until his back pressed against the wall, feeling like a frightened child with no escape. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on the screen, captivated by the mesmerizing allure of the yellow and black armor. "Good evening, host," the Reaper said, tilting his head slightly as if to offer a greeting before exclaiming with fervor, "Good evening, Gotham." Perhaps in some corner of Gotham, a madman truly responded to the television. "Good evening, Reaper." However, it was evident that the studio's occupants were not among them. They stood frozen, as if their throats had been constricted, rendered speechless. Su Ming was unconcerned with their lack of courage to engage. He waved his gun, gesturing for Peter to capture a wide shot. "As you can see, the Gotham police station is finished. Unfortunately, the box does not contain the chocolate I desired." He chuckled darkly. The jest was far from amusing, instilling a wave of dread in all who watched. As the camera pulled back, it revealed the Reaper pressing a handgun against the head of a girl, who sat shriveled in a wheelchair, trembling in the downpour with her eyes tightly shut. This was Barbara Gordon, the daughter of the Gotham police chief. Perhaps some of you may recognize her. Su Ming tapped the barrel of his gun against his helmet, adopting a deranged demeanor to further amplify the Reaper's terrifying image in the minds of Gotham's citizens, deepening their fear. "I am looking for Commissioner Gordon, but another group has already abducted him. Here, I have some words for that group." He took a few steps forward, leaning closer to the camera to amplify the sense of menace. "You would do well to deliver Gordon into my hands. He is my target, and I require him alive. Otherwise, no matter where you may hide, I will find you, one by one, and eliminate you slowly. I assure you, the process will be excruciatingly painful." As he spoke, he fired a shot at Barbara, who collapsed from her wheelchair, her fate uncertain. The numerous apathetic viewers in front of their televisions instinctively covered their mouths, fear surging through them once more after the capture of the jester. This stark and brutal act of violence evoked a different kind of terror compared to the jester's madness. The camera shifted back to the Grim Reaper, the smoke still wafting from the muzzle of his gun. No one believed he could miss at such a close range. Poor Barbara was dead. Anyone with information about these cloaked figures or knowledge of Commissioner Gordon's whereabouts, please contact the station and they will relay it to me. I will grant the informant one wish. Simply tell me who you want dead, and that person will not see the dawn of the next day. If we calculate based on my service fees, this will be a reward worth $2 million. Oh, and one more thing, esteemed members of the station, please ensure my footage is broadcast continuously for 24 hours. If you fail to do so, the precinct behind me will be your station's fate. Peter provided a close-up of the precinct, showcasing various harrowing scenes as per Su Ming's request, prompting those in the studio to unconsciously envision their own faces replacing the lifeless bodies, collectively swallowing hard. The signal abruptly cut off. The host in the studio screamed, darting around like a headless fly. "It's over. It's over. The Grim Reaper is coming for us. I want to go home. Home." His frantic display was broadcast into every household, yet none of the viewers laughed at him. Instead, they felt as though someone were breathing down their necks, sending chills down their spines. Chapter 15. The mad journalist as for the chaos that would ensue in Gotham after cutting the live broadcast. Such considerations were entirely absent from Su Ming's mind. If the turmoil could indeed summon the bat, that would be the most fortuitous outcome. He lifted Barbara, placing her in the wheelchair and pushing her into the vehicle. "Well played. You have a talent for being a news anchor." Vico, standing nearby, scoffed slightly, thinking, just because one can act, does that mean they could be a news anchor? I have worked tirelessly in this field, mastering makeup, etiquette, and a multitude of knowledge. It has been quite arduous. Barbara trembled from the cold, rain thoroughly soaking her, yet her pale lips quivered as she spoke. "If we do this, will my father be safe?" Su Ming signaled for Vico and Peter to get into the vehicle. They were unwilling captives, and as they reluctantly complied, Cindy started the car. "I'm not certain," but invoking my name to threaten them may at least buy your father some time. Su Ming rummaged through the vehicle and found a towel, handing it to Barbara. This situation will undoubtedly heighten the apprehensions of the kidnappers. Contemplating the potential repercussions of inciting the Reaper, they will reconsider their intended methods against Chief Gordon, weighing the risks and rewards. This is precisely the time we seek. Cindy pressed the accelerator to the floor, her remarkable reflexes allowing her to navigate effortlessly, even finding time to engage in the conversation between Su Ming and Barbara. Barbara nodded appreciatively at Su Ming. "Thank you. You're a good person." She dismissed the notion of a good person card, stating, "Once we rescue Gordon, I shall send him the bill." Su Ming immediately shook his head in refusal, deeming the idea of a good person card rather ominous. You certainly do not resemble a killer. You even jest." Su Ming's comment was taken lightly, and Barbara finally began to relax. Feeling exhausted, she found a semblance of reassurance in the renowned title of the world's strongest mercenary, which instilled her with greater confidence in Gordon's safety. Vika sat quietly across from them, observing the pair, convinced that the apocalypse must be upon them. The world-famous murderer was actually sharing laughter with the daughter of Gotham's police chief, even staging a bizarre mock death that left Vika pondering the madness of the world. Furthermore, it seemed that the Reaper was en route to rescue Chief Gordon, having offered a bounty of $2 million to ensure Gordon's survival. The notion of killing one to save another struck me as the most illogical, yet somehow reasonable sentiment I had ever encountered. After much contemplation, Vika disregarded Peter's cautionary glances and boldly initiated a conversation with Su Ming. He regarded her, recalling that she had remained off-camera throughout, likely leading the television station to believe she had perished. Had she already succumbed to her professional affliction, forgetting her fear? To kill one is to save another. It is the way of balance, and I am merely fulfilling my duty. He removed his helmet, feeling the warmth of the car envelop him, the moisture condensing within the helmet, reminiscent of a steamer. He had never considered how uncomfortable a uniform could be. Although Vera was briefly taken aback by his masculine identity, she quickly resumed her diligence, asking, "Do you consider yourself mentally ill, Mr. Reaper? Have you ever felt that something about you is abnormal?" Peter widened his eyes, recognizing the peril of such a question. Su Ming found himself intrigued, recalling that this very question had once been posed to Batman by another version of herself. "Do you believe this world is normal?" He had read the comics and instinctively provided the standard answer, a counter-question. Indeed, this response left Vika in deep thought, her brow furrowed and words escaping her. Peter let out a sigh of relief, musing, "After this, I will definitely resign. I shall not work again, regardless of the compensation. This is far too exhilarating." Meanwhile, Cindy, who was driving, absorbed Su Ming's theory of balance. Unaware that he was merely speaking off the cuff, she found it profoundly philosophical, akin to the proverbs of ancient Eastern nations. The vehicle surged forward through the torrential downpour, navigating the labyrinth of streets and alleys. They encountered a few robbers and thugs, undeterred by the storm. Yet a mere glance from Cindy through the car window sent them fleeing in terror. After a prolonged period of easing tension, Vico had grown less fearful, discovering that the Reaper was not as deranged as the rumor suggested. Rather, he possessed his own understanding of the world and unique perspective. Witnessing the thugs retreat in fright, she let out a disappointed sigh. Had the Reaper engaged them, perhaps she could have captured a thrilling scene for her footage. "Are you feeling somewhat disheartened? Do you enjoy witnessing violence?" Su Ming astutely discerned her quiet lament. "No, not at all." Vico shook her head. "I merely wish to film some combat scenes. The audience revels in such spectacles." "Well, since you're keen on filming, if we happen to uncover clues regarding those who abducted Gordon, you may capture the carnage when we storm their lair, provided your burly companion keeps his composure," Su Ming remarked, offering a modicum of compensation, mindful of Vico's status as DC's fortunate star. Better not to provoke her too harshly. Yet the sight of Peter, a towering figure of nearly 6'4", fidgeting awkwardly, was more than Su Ming could bear. "Splendid. He won't come to harm, will he, Peter?" Vico's authoritative gaze compelled Peter, whose expression resembled that of a bashful youth, to nod, prompting Su Ming to avert his eyes in mild disgust. Pleased, Vico squeezed herself between Barbara and Su Ming. "Thank you. If that occurs, I shall have yet another exclusive story. Mutual benefit, indeed. We mercenaries occasionally require some publicity. Television is a splendid platform," Su Ming mused. If there would be a future in this world, he wouldn't mind generating a bit of business for himself or Cindy. Vico's eyes sparkled as she produced a small notebook from her pocket, opening it with an air of journalistic intent, leaving Su Ming both amused and exasperated. I assumed you were a television reporter. Television can also document with pen, she retorted. So, Mr. Reaper, might you disclose your relationship with the other Reaper behind the wheel? Or perhaps you are not the Reaper at all, and she is? Cindy's triumphant laughter echoed, as everyone believed themselves to be the authentic article, while Su Ming bore a closer resemblance to a murderous version of Batman. With a sigh, Su Ming lamented, I simply wish to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. He unsheathed his knife, declaring, perhaps it would be better to eliminate you all. Please no, just jesting. Batgirl is quite fond of you. The city's lunatics are your fans. Perhaps the jester watches your news reports daily from Arkham. He sheathed his knife again. Wanton slaughter was not his style. Mentioning Batgirl invigorated Vico, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Oh, really? But why hasn't she sought me out? If I provide my address and phone number, could you pass along to her? I would love to conduct an exclusive interview. Whom do you refer to? The Bat or the Jester? Either will suffice. Vico displayed an insatiable expression of desire, licking her lips reminiscent of the middle-aged men who indulged in lewd jokes from Su Ming's previous world. You, my dear woman, have truly lost your mind. Are there any sane individuals left in this city? Su Ming remarked, exasperated yet amused. The carriage was filled with a jovial atmosphere, while only Barbara seemed uncertain, her discomfort resurfacing at the mere mention of court jesters. Chapter 16. Arrival at the scene. The journey was considerably lengthy. Due to the flooding of the underground tunnel, Cindy had to take a detour via the Northern Ring Road. By the time they reached the previously identified location, it was already past 1 o'clock. Under the shroud of darkness, water was everywhere, blurring the boundary between earth and sky. Yet, the brown sedan belonging to Sheriff Gordon was visible, parked not far away with its tail lights aglow. Su Ming and Cindy prepared to disembark and investigate the clues, while the two journalists, even if urged to leave, would not budge. She was still awaiting more sensational revelations and the promised fighting footage from Su Ming. Peter was merely Vico's entourage. Su Ming doubted he possessed the courage to traverse the territories of 3 gangs alone at midnight. May I go down? Perhaps film a documentary on the case? Vico eagerly donned her attire, her face alight with anticipation as she gazed at Su Ming. Su Ming was indifferent. Perhaps the recorded footage would prove useful. Sure, but ensure the two of us, the Grim Reapers, do not appear together on camera, and Barbara must not be filmed. No live broadcasts. Should you attempt any tricks, I shall make your existence unbearable. Cindy had no objections. After all, it mattered not which Grim Reaper was involved, and she felt a rare sense of reassurance. As if in the company of her dear friend, Wintergreen, Barbara wished to join them, but found herself unable to move, thus remaining in the carriage. A cold chill returned to Su Ming, sweeping away his myriad emotions as he strode purposefully towards Gordon's vehicle, pulling open the door to inspect. The interior was infused with a blend of tobacco and coffee, devoid of any metallic scent of blood. A mobile phone lay neatly on the dashboard, displaying several missed calls from Barbara, confirming it belonged to Gordon. The car key remained in the ignition, the engine in neutral, indicating he had only intended a brief departure before an unforeseen incident occurred. With half a tank of gasoline and a fully charged battery, there were no signs of tampering on the hood or trunk, ruling out mechanical failure. What then had compelled him to abandon his vehicle and fall into the clutches of the dark-clad figures? Sue, their essay body in the water. Cindy, having jumped down from the utility pole while checking the surveillance camera, splashed water everywhere. Indeed, the roadside camera had captured something resembling a music player. She retrieved the devices, intending to analyze the method later. As she approached Su Ming, she noticed a vague white silhouette beneath the murky water not far from the front of the vehicle. Her experience instantly informed her that it was a corpse. Su Ming discerned that the corpse was indeed the reason Gordon had vacated the vehicle. As a police officer, he understood that only under such circumstances could Gordon be compelled to halt and investigate at any given moment. This indicated that the men in black sought to capture him alive rather than dead, which could be construed as a piece of fortunate news. Cindy used her foot to extricate the body from beneath the murky water. It had become somewhat distorted from prolonged immersion, and the force of the rain had hastened the decomposition of the fat, rendering the skin loose and sagging. The two immediately identified the cause of death as substantial blood loss resulting from external trauma, prompting them to commence a rudimentary autopsy on the spot. As an assassin, possessing an understanding of human anatomy was fundamental, and in necessary moments, assuming the role of a coroner posed no challenge. Cindy examined the internal organs, while Su Ming scrutinized the limbs and head. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently witnessing the scene of Director Gordon's disappearance case. Behind me, the distant voice of Vicky can be heard recording her program for the camera. She clearly did not intend to capture the 2 death knells in her footage, as she understood that there existed a crucial boundary. Transgressing it would result in immediate repercussions from the tolling bells. Undeterred by her presence, the 2 proceeded swiftly with their respective tasks, employing the same techniques with their forehands. After 30 seconds, both confirmed that nothing had been overlooked. Amidst the torrential downpour, they had gleaned all the clues available. Who shall speak first? Su Ming inquired with a smile. I have no desire to engage in a game of simultaneous declarations. I shall, Cindy replied as she rose, surveying her surroundings, but aside from the rain, there was naught but emptiness. The deceased's internal organs bore signs of bruising in addition to the knife wound, indicating prior trauma. She appeared to have a well-developed cardiopulmonary system, suggesting she was either a laborer or an athlete. The absence of food in her stomach implied she had likely been deprived for 2 or 3 days. Thus, I surmise she was executed in some clandestine prison. She was a captive. Su Ming nodded in agreement, rising to analyze the area as well before stating, my findings align with yours. The deceased did not arrive here of her own volition. Her feet are entirely intact, and one does not walk barefoot in such a manner. This serves as evidence of a body being disposed of. Her knuckles were robust, with clear abrasions and calluses on the first 3 fingers of both hands. Her limbs exhibited balanced and powerful musculature, indicating she was either a martial artist or a swimmer. Defensive injuries on her forelimbs suggested she had engaged in combat prior to her demise, and there were signs of binding on her wrists and ankles. Someone had interrogated her before executing her. The 2 stood in contemplative silence for several seconds, with only the sound of rain permeating the air between them. There are no overt signs of interrogation, Cindy remarked, glancing towards Vicky in the distance, who appeared to be performing amicably for the camera, as if nothing had transpired. It could be water torture, a method known as the waterboarding technique, where a cloth is placed over the face and water is poured, which would manifest signs of asphyxiation during the autopsy. Su Ming pondered aloud. Where did you hear of such a method? Cindy inquired, admitting she had not encountered this form of interrogation before. They usually resort to submerging individuals in toilets, which would result in pulmonary edema, presenting as drowning during the autopsy. Oh, various ancient civilizations have practiced similar forms of punishment. Perhaps you might learn about them in the future. In truth, he had gleaned this from a television series during his time as a security guard, yet it should be noted as a unique creation of the Celestial Empire. Cindy sighed and shook her head. What you are pondering aligns with my thoughts. The current situation is rather intricate. Su Ming naturally understood, for the average person could not possibly match this woman's physical prowess. Those individuals have also arrived, haven't they? The Shadow Dancer Alliance. They spoke in unison once more, but this time they merely gazed at the lifeless body on the ground in silence, refraining from further dialogue. An assassin of a Shadow Dancer Alliance had perished here. Regardless of the perpetrator, her fellow assassins would seek vengeance, as is the tradition of that ancient organization. If those responsible for kidnapping Gordon were behind this, the Shadow Dancer Alliance would not waste time discerning. They would annihilate every living being as a warning. And Gordon-esque life would be in grave peril. How far is Nandarbat from Gotham? Su Ming inquired, needing to ascertain the time. Are you not aware? How long does it typically take on your side? Cindy asked with curiosity, knowing that Su Ming's realm possessed certain elements absent from theirs, perhaps enabling swifter travel. Nandarbat, the headquarters of the Shadow Dancer Alliance, was not situated in the south, but rather in a frigid, snow-laden locale, an enigmatic place imperceptible to any technological means. Much like Paradise Island, Atlantis, and the mysterious house, it seemed shrouded by some force or perhaps entirely absent from the material world. However, by deducing from the Green Arrow series and the Dark Knight trilogy, its approximate location might be in Iceland or Greenland. Around 7 hours? Su Ming calculated Gotham's position, estimating the travel time by air. How slow? Here, it takes merely 4 hours, and you would find Gotham teeming with Shadow Dancer assassins. What nonsense! Faster than a plane? Do they possess some unique method of travel? This is hardly a matter for comparison. Our time is already exceedingly tight. Su Ming interjected with annoyance, bewildered by her pride in the speed of the Assassin Alliance. Very well. Those cloaked figures are likely lying in ambush within the buildings on either side. Let's check for any traces left behind, Cindy conceded. All right, I shall go to that side, Su Ming declared, turning to depart, the urgency of time pressing upon him. Cindy shrugged in the pouring rain, merely wishing to showcase her strength. After all, Amazonian women are known for their allure, yet it seemed Su Ming was not particularly impressed. She approached the building across the street, kicked open the front door, and began interrogating each household, as if seeking an outlet for her pent-up frustration. As they left, Vicky led Peter to the corpse, where she began to take extensive photographs. Suddenly, she felt something beneath her foot and, upon observing the wound at the body's waist, made a discovery that brought a smile to her face. Chapter 17. The Journalist's Award. After approximately 5 minutes, Su Ming and Cindy reunited amidst the torrential downpour. The night seemed darker than ever, cloaking the street in an unsettling atmosphere. Many startled civilians, roused from their slumber, cowered behind their curtains, refraining from illuminating their homes to avoid attracting attention. They could only gaze through the rain-streaked glass at the two indistinct figures below, their eyes betraying a palpable fear. I have only one grim piece of news, Su Ming disclosed. I discovered footprints belonging to a ninja on the top floor, indicating that other shadow dancers had been here before us. Cindy surveyed the water that had risen above her knees. Gotham's drainage system was operating at full capacity, yet remained unable to cope with such an intense deluge. Su Ming nodded in agreement, having found nothing on his end either. The interior of the building was unnaturally pristine, as if it had been meticulously cleaned, a stark contrast to the typical state of low-cost housing. It was evident that the cloaked figures had taken the time to tidy up before their departure. Unwilling to concede defeat, he attempted to locate witnesses, forcefully kicking open several doors to interrogate the residents with threats of blades and firearms. Despite some being so terrified that they soiled themselves, staining their sheets in the process, none could provide any eyewitness accounts. This suggested that the dark-clad individuals had operated with alarming swiftness, making not a sound. Conversely, it also indicated that neither Gordon nor the assailants had fired their weapons, implying that Gordon had likely escaped injury. With a heavy sigh, Su Ming acknowledged that the only lead remaining was the corpse of the assassin. Perhaps we could lure the Assassin's Guild into a discussion using her as bait? He pondered. However, that felt too passive. By the time the assassins arrived to claim the body, they might have already eliminated the cloaked figures, leaving Gordon beyond salvation. We should return to the car and take the body with us, he decided. With no other options, he and Cindy headed back to the vehicle, watching the rain cascade into a river flowing away from them, both lost in contemplative silence. Why do you think the body is dressed this way? There are no gunshot wounds. How was she captured? Cindy mused. Though she had her own theories, she was eager to hear Su Ming's insights, as their combined knowledge could prove beneficial in piecing together more clues. As they sat in the driver's seat, Cindy leaned against the steering wheel while Su Ming rested his hands behind his head, reclining in the passenger seat. He shook his head, observing the chaos outside as the media directed their cameras, one moment capturing the sky and the next the pooling water. Gotham has no shortage of gangs capable of such antics. The Scarecrow's fear toxin is readily available on the black market, practically begging to be stocked on supermarket shelves. The likes of Killer Croc and the Mudface mutants are also available for hire. The gangs can afford their fees. Yet, our shadowy acquaintances are acting rather rashly. The shadow dancers would never divulge secrets, and any interrogation would be futile, only provoking the Shadow Dancer Alliance. Alas, such a powerful gang could have been a potential client. What a loss, Cindy lamented, feeling as though she had squandered a fortune. Regardless of the gang involved, their previous conduct was merely that of ordinary individuals. In stark contrast, the Assassin Alliance comprises countless elite assassins. Many of these assassins have been trained from a tender age, mastering various cold weapons by the age of 4, learning the art of killing by 5, and commencing mission execution for the Alliance at 8, targeting victims across the globe in the shadows. They possess no self-awareness. Relinquishing their true identities, they exist solely as instruments of the Alliance. Lower-tier assassins lack a sense of honor, excelling primarily in ambushing targets in darkness. Perhaps this gang is on the verge of extinction, but before its dissolution, The two must first extract Gordon. At this moment, Barbara realized that their leads had run dry. Aside from the fact that Gordon was still relatively safe, it was likely that he had only 3 hours left to live. The three fell into silence, contemplating their clues. The surrounding streets were vast, and the surveillance systems had long been dismantled by various gangs, leaving them with no starting point. Su Ming felt as if he had been transported back to the 1980s, pondering how detectives solve cases in that era. While they sat in silence, Vika returned, humming a cheerful tune, accompanied by Peter, evidently pleased with the program she had just recorded. Upon entering the car and settling down, she shook off her raincoat, noticing Barbara's furrowed brow. "Oh, why does the little girl look so troubled?" she inquired curiously of Su Ming. "Because at present, aside from a female corpse, we have no leads whatsoever. Has the television station called you? Any concerned viewers? Haha, despite your handsome reward, no one dares to lie to you. Even the scammers are intimidated. Thus far, not a single hotline call has come in." Vika pulled out her phone, waving it slightly. Indeed, the television station had called, but only to confirm her survival and to relay a message from the funeral bell, indicating that the station would comply with her demands, urging her not to eliminate them. "If no one calls, won't they be inclined to send someone to assist me in finding leads? It seems the motivation is lacking. We should first visit the television station and eliminate a few individuals to provide them with some incentive." Cindy expressed her discontent, noting that previous assignments had not been so convoluted. Employers typically provided a target's photograph and details regarding their name and activities, unlike the current situation. "Oh, it would be best to first eliminate one of our news channel's directors. I've always despised her for attempting to stifle talented journalists like myself." Vika immediately encouraged Cindy to drive them back to the television station for a rampage, contemplating how much easier her life would be if she could take out the director with the help of the funeral bell. It must be said that her thoughts perpetually teetered on the brink of madness, as if she harbored a certain indifference towards life, resembling an observer of all unfolding events. Su Ming removed his helmet and regarded her with a bemused expression, aware that Vika had likely uncovered something significant and was now demanding her reward, akin to a bounty hunter licking their lips in anticipation. "Shall we proceed with the killings? Have you discovered something? For that is the promised reward for those who provide us with leads." With a triumphant smile, Vic pulled out a pair of glasses from her pocket, their lenses damp as if freshly retrieved from water, and handed them to Barbara. "You must not renege on your word. For the one who provided the clue is none other than myself," she declared, pointing to her own nose. Upon witnessing Barbara confirm that these were indeed Gordon's spectacles, she continued, "Director Gordon discarded his glasses during the abduction, yet he cleverly left behind a clue on them. I fortuitously discovered them submerged and concealed beneath a corpse and stones. Without my stroke of luck, I would have never found them." Su Ming took the glasses from Barbara, and at first glance, they appeared unremarkable, just the sort of antiquated style favored by elderly individuals, perhaps reflecting Barbara's dreadful fashion sense learned from Gordon. However, he knew it could not be so simple. Under the vehicle's interior light, he shifted his perspective and discerned some crooked scratches on the lenses. He had etched words onto the glass with small stones. Cindy leaned in to inspect and exclaimed, "This is a license plate number. It must belong to the vehicle that abducted him." Truly impressive of Gordon to achieve this even while being kidnapped. "Barbara, this is now in your hands. You know what to do," Su Ming said, returning the glasses to her. She certainly understood the task at hand, promptly opening her computer to infiltrate the Department of Transportation servers, seeking footage from other districts or vehicle registration information. However, the program informed her that the server was non-existent. "Damn it, the Transportation Department server is offline. The storm has likely caused a power outage there," she fumed, slapping the armrest of her wheelchair. All she desired was to rescue her father. Why was fate so uncooperative? Su Ming reassured her, signaling that it was all right. Knowing the license plate number meant there was still another avenue for their information. "I know of a place that holds all the records of Gotham, but whether you can access them depends on your own capabilities." "I can do it." Barbara nodded earnestly. "Even if it means I have to go to jail, I am determined to save him." Su Ming merely smiled, glancing at Cindy, who had already understood his implication. She was indifferent, yet she pointed toward the back of the vehicle. "You'd best blindfold them and remove their SIM cards. That sort of place must not allow them to memorize the route." Chapter 18. Romans indeed. That location was not to be disclosed to them. Perhaps Barbara might be trusted, but the reporter could not. Su Ming had no qualms about causing a bit of trouble for Batgirl. However, the villains knowing her identity and the world at large were two entirely different matters. If I were to provide one more clue, could you not blindfold me? Vic attempted to negotiate. No, Su Ming replied, tearing a towel into 3 pieces to blindfold all 3 individuals. If you dare to touch it, I shall break your toes. But your bindings are quite uncomfortable, and if I were to touch anything, it would be with my hands. Why break my toes? Vic protested, squirming in her chair, clearly uncomfortable. Because I choose to. Su Ming responded to her with a whimsical retort. Where is your evidence? You want to even let me see it? If you insist, go ahead and kill me. Vico turned away, stretching her neck, presenting it to Su Ming. I never said you couldn't see it. It's just that we must reach our destination first, and the person you wish to kill will meet their demise tomorrow. Su Ming articulated his thoughts, gently pushing her back to her seat. Cindy drove with reckless abandon, causing everything inside the car to tremble as if vibrating at a high frequency. All right, remember what you said, Vico chuckled, realizing her fortune. I already know who the boss of the men in black you were searching for is. Oh, this piqued even Cindy's interest. Why had so many overlooked this, while Vico had not? She certainly did not believe that the female journalist could be more astute than herself. Yet Su Ming understood that Vico was an enigma. It seemed as though fate itself favored her. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that, under her fortunate aura, she could ultimately resolve the world's crises. Such was the nature of comics. Her luck was almost unfathomable. If some thugs sought to harass her, a superhero would conveniently appear. If she needed to investigate a story, leads would miraculously present themselves. If her superiors wished to reprimand her, a board member would promptly come to her defense. Initially, Su Ming decided to bring her along not only to leverage the television station, but also because he was drawn to her extraordinary luck. Sometimes, one truly requires a stroke of fortune to accomplish certain tasks. Yet, he pondered, could such luck be considered a superpower? Please, continue. Su Ming urged her to speak. Clearing her throat, Vico elaborated, I examined the wounds on the corpse. They are remarkably precise. One might say they perfectly avoided the filthy organs such as the intestines, stomach, and gallbladder, directly damaging the liver and spleen instead. This requires not only a long weapon, certainly not a dagger, but also a murderer who has honed this particular execution technique over time. Thus, I thought of ritualistic murder. Vico cleared her throat, delivering her elaborate discourse. Cindy shook her head, lighting her cigar and exhaling a smoke ring that was soon whisked away by the wind. I don't recall Gotham ever having a Jack the Ripper type. Patience, I have not finished, Vico said, revealing a smile from beneath her towel. She continued to explain, I also do not recall Gotham ever having a Ripper, so I pondered the notion of ritualistic murder. If this is not an original method, then it must be a revival of classical tortures, which I suddenly recalled having seen documented. An ancient form of punishment? Su Ming crossed his arms and closed his eyes, attempting to recall any relevant clues, yet his mind was flooded with thoughts of traditional tortures such as dismemberment. Cindy, too, appeared at a loss, as her expression indicated, her cigarette proving of no help. Due to the nauseating nature of the scene, I did not examine the corpse closely. However, I estimated that the weapon's length was approximately 60 centimeters, with a blade width of around 5 centimeters, which confirmed my suspicion that this was indeed a method of disembowelment. Just a few days prior, while reporting on a ritual murder case, I had stumbled upon information regarding this particular form of execution. Vico articulated the answer directly. The term, however, was somewhat unfamiliar to me. Observing the other 3, who appeared utterly perplexed, a sense of pride welled up within me. It seemed that my efforts to become an exemplary news anchor had not been in vain, as my obscure knowledge had finally proven to be of use. I continued to elucidate. This is an ancient Roman form of punishment, where the condemned is bound to a pillar, and a Roman short sword is plunged into the abdomen from the side, deliberately avoiding all vital organs, causing the individual to bleed out in a state of regret and despair. If one were to mention Romans in Gotham, whom would you think of? Roman Falcone? Su Ming sighed. If it were he, then indeed he harbors a deep-seated animosity towards both Gordon and the Bat. Hatred? Gordon deceived him, and Batgirl had him tied to the bat signal, roasting him half-cooked. He despises them with a passion. Cindy interjected with a laugh, shaking her head. She had heard about the events from a decade ago. The Bat truly possesses a certain depravity. Murder is merely a trifling matter to him, would have roasting someone tied to a light. Yet if all of this were orchestrated by Falcone, the situation becomes increasingly convoluted. For Falcone is not merely a mindless mob boss, but rather the underground emperor of Gotham from years past. A man who has achieved such stature in a matriarchal world is certainly no fool. He would never engage in meaningless actions. The League of Assassins, a lineage of assassins that has endured for centuries, must possess knowledge of various ancient forms of punishment. Thus, the marks upon the corpse could very well be the signature left by the Romans, an indication that they were declaring, "I killed your kin. Come seek me." If this were indeed the work of the Romans from over a decade ago, they would have had the audacity to challenge the League of Assassins, as Gotham was entirely under their control back then. But now, what could he wield in opposition? Could it be a case of framing? I recalled that Falcone was supposed to be incarcerated at Blackgate Prison. Barbara wished to check on the computer, but alas, she too was blindfolded. How innocent and adorable is Gordon's daughter? Vico jested, extending a hand in an attempt to touch her small face, only to be evaded by Barbara. It was rumored that Falcone had been released on medical grounds just 2 months after his incarceration due to a sudden illness. And it was said that he had gone to Hong Kong, where he thrived. It seems he has returned now. Indeed, no one would go to the lengths of framing a man who had vanished into obscurity for a decade, let alone someone whom the public had long forgotten. Only he himself would resurrect old tales. Cindy concurred with this sentiment, suggesting that the Roman must have returned, as the clues available to all could only lead to such a conclusion. Outside, the rain intensified once more. She had now driven off the ring road, bumping along a muddy path. In the darkness outside the window, shadows of trees flitted past, while the rain cascaded down, creating a cacophony of pattering sounds as it struck the leaves, merging into a symphony in his ears. Su-Ming also noticed fractured tree trunks momentarily flashing by, indicating that the winds had intensified. What had begun as a heavy downpour had now morphed into a tempest. He was astonished to discover how remote the Wayne Manor truly was. Even the provision of water and electricity likely required dedicated infrastructure. And reaching the city in times of crisis would demand considerable time, rendering it quite inconvenient. If Bryce resided next to the police station, it would undoubtedly be far more convenient. With a bat signal illuminating the sky, she would need no more than 2 minutes to meet with Gordon. As he gazed out at the vegetation and the enveloping darkness, his mind wandered, striving to refrain from delving too deeply into the matters of the dark multiverse. A looming sword above his head, one that offered no benefit by merely glancing upward. After Vico concluded her insights, a silence enveloped her, yet her ears quivered slightly, as if attempting to memorize the path through sound. However, such feats were beyond the capabilities of someone untrained in special operations, rendering the endeavor futile. Luck could not be relied upon entirely. His thoughts drifted back to Gordon's abduction. If Falcone had intentionally summoned the Assassin's Guild, he must have prepared meticulously. Assassins, though merely human, were well trained, and could equally fall victim to an ambush of heavy firepower. The exception, of course, was their leader, the immortal demon, Ra's al Ghul. It appeared that the Romans had mustered a new force, preparing for conflict with the Dance of Shadows alliance. Yet, as far as Su-Ming was aware, there was little intersection between them, let alone any enmity. As long as payment was forthcoming, the Assassin's Guild would readily serve the crime lords. What had precipitated this situation? Moreover, what connection did it have to Gordon? If vengeance was to be sought, it should be directed at Gordon, the Bat, and the Penguin. When Gordon had summoned him for negotiations, he found Batgirl present as well. They had laid a trap for him, with the Bat humiliating him while the Penguin seized the opportunity to claim his territory, becoming the most formidable crime lord in Gotham at that time. Falcone ought to have engaged the services of the Assassin's Guild rather than provoke them. Chapter 19. Guests of the Bat Cave. The vehicle jolted incessantly along the muddy path, the 3 individuals in the back colliding with one another, accompanied by the occasional exclamations of the burly Peter. "Oh, ah." Su-Ming felt an urge to admonish him to stand still, yet ultimately decided to pretend he hadn't heard. He inwardly grumbled about Bryce's wealth. Why didn't she invest in repairing the stretch of road outside her home? Surely, on rainy days, the Batmobile would suffer considerably from such tumult. Cindy, however, seemed remarkably familiar with the terrain, deftly navigating left and right onto a narrow path, enveloped by an array of trees that obscured any view of what lay ahead. Countless branches and vines struck against the windshield, while some resilient tendrils wormed their way through the windows, striking the armor of the two occupants, drenching the interior of the vehicle. Su Ming remained silent, quietly donning his helmet. Since Cindy had indicated this was the correct location, he had no reason to doubt her. He navigated down an unseen mountain path, soon arriving at a small river valley, where due to the tempest, the water level had surged dramatically, swirling with large amounts of yellow soil rushing downstream. Most individuals would have hesitated to proceed under such dire circumstances, as a breakdown could result in them being swept away by a flash flood into the ocean. Yet Cindy showed no concern. She merely shifted down a couple of gears, plowing through the raging waters, and minutes later drove the vehicle into a cavern. Inside the cave, the scene transformed. It was no longer chaotic, but rather a smooth expanse, with a concrete road stretching straight into the depths, illuminated by a perpetual light fixture hanging from the high ceiling. Following the road, they soon arrived at a formidable steel door, which appeared to have been blown off its hinges during her last visit. The twisted metal charred and crumpled to one side. Without hesitation, she parked the filthy cargo van beside the gleaming Batmobile, turned off the engine, and patted the partition of the rear compartment. "We have arrived." Which traveler reserved the tour to this mysterious destination? Su Ming jumped out of the vehicle, removing his helmet, finally able to breathe in some dry air. After stretching his limbs, he quickly approached the Batmobile, having long coveted this super toy from the movies, now standing right before him. Removing his gloves, he caressed the cold steel machine, marveling at how Alfred maintained the Batmobile in pristine condition. The glossy black paint gleamed, and every angle and detail was exquisitely crafted. At the rear, a massive turbojet engine and bat-like tail fins adorned the vehicle, complemented by broad, anti-slip tires and an elongated chassis, exuding an air of both menace and elegance, far superior to Cindy's battered Jeep. Unlike its cinematic counterpart, the Batmobile here appeared more like a weapon, possibly due to the parallel universe they inhabited. "Forget it," Cindy remarked. "I initially intended to take it for a spin, but unfortunately, I couldn't even open the hatch." She leaned closer, suggesting that if the Batmobile's tail fins were removed and painted in a vibrant orange hue, she would find it appealing as well. It was likely controlled by the computer systems here, an area where both the Bat and the Butler excelled. Su Ming tapped on the car's glass and donned his gloves, saying, "If you truly desire it, perhaps next time you can drive it away, for you have now met the finest computer genius." Cindy glanced at the group of individuals who had descended from the television station's van, noticing Peter, who seemed to be retching, clearly suffering from severe motion sickness. "Are you referring to Gordon's daughter?" "Indeed," he confirmed. "Although her emergence in your world came a bit later, her talent is indisputable. She is among the best hackers in the world," Su Ming asserted. "What about on your side?" "Ah, you would undoubtedly wish to avoid provoking her from another realm. The moment you harbor any ill intentions towards her, you may find yourself besieged by a multitude of individuals akin to bats." Su Ming chuckled, noting that the birds of prey were inherently Barbara's domain, and even the Justice League, that esteemed National Brigade, would come seeking her. "It seems she possesses significant value. I shall cultivate a favorable relationship with her, for she may be of assistance in the future," mused Cindy, stroking her chin as she observed Barbara being assisted from the vehicle. "If you have a future, that is, there should still be time." Upon reaching the Batcave, with Barbara's presence, acquiring intelligence would no longer pose a challenge. At that moment, the other three alighted from the vehicle, gazing around with curiosity. Despite the dim lighting, illuminated only by a few feeble sources, the moment the camera's light flickered on, the surroundings revealed a dazzling array of metallic platforms seamlessly integrated into the stone walls, adorned with various instruments and computers. Most striking was the Batmobile at the center. "Oh, this place is simply magnificent. Quick, power it up. I must record a special report," Vicky exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she urged Peter to activate the camera, while she fished out a mirror to touch up her makeup. Though this was not his domain, Su Ming graciously extended his arms and addressed the group. "Please, consider this place as your own home. Feel free to make yourselves comfortable. Welcome to the Batcave." "Oh, but Vicky, remember the previous guidelines for recording? Understood?" "MHM," she replied, though was uncertain whether she truly comprehended, but judging by Peter's terrified nodding, it seemed all would be well, as he was the one operating the camera. "What am I supposed to do?" Barbara inquired, somewhat bewildered. She had no inkling that the location Su Ming referred to was Batgirl's secret lair. Did they know one another? Yet, Could this place truly hold clues to her father's disappearance? Oh, come with me. Here lies a server. If you can breach its security firewall, you will gain access to all information pertaining to Gotham. Cindy promptly guided her to a row of computers. The massive monitor loomed like a wall, surrounded by numerous smaller screens. The control panel was adorned with hundreds of buttons, all identical and devoid of any instructions, which had previously stymied Cindy's efforts. Barbara examined the gargantuan mainframe, swiftly locating the external port to connect her laptop, initiating the decryption program. How is it? What is the status? Cindy inquired. Not certain yet. So far, so good. Batgirl's external firewall is exceptionally robust, but there are vulnerabilities in her physical connection defenses, Barbara replied, her fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard. She silently apologized to Batgirl, but felt no remorse, as this endeavor was for her father. Su Ming nodded, granting her the space to focus on her task, opting instead to explore the Batcave, eager to witness the distinctions between this parallel world and its comic book counterpart for the very first time. An empty cylindrical glass cabinet houses a black mannequin, presumably the resting place for Batgirl's combat attire, which seems to have been worn away. However, the disproportionate size of the mannequin's chest leaves much to be desired, garnering disapproval. A spiraling staircase, winding its way upwards, likely leads to the study within Wayne Manor. To descend from above, one must play the piano, situated in the study. A surgical table occupies the space, frequently utilized by Alfred the butler for operating on or stitching Batgirl's wounds. Truly, Alfred is a paragon of versatility. A colossal dinosaur model, appearing to be a mere toy, serves as a security measure within the Batcave in the comics, embodying a mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. While it may not possess lethal capabilities, its programming ensures that any intruder is left grievously injured. Something seems amiss. Cindy, Su Ming called out over his shoulder. Have you dealt with the dinosaur here? Cindy, engrossed in conversing with Barbara to improve their rapport, nonchalantly replied, What dinosaur? Chapter 20. The security dinosaur. No answer was necessary. Su Ming was already aware. Before his very eyes, the enormous mechanical dinosaur began to stir, casting an even larger and more ominous shadow over him. This mechanical beast had been activated while Barbara connected to the mainframe. Bryce opted against employing any network firewall protocols, for the enemy had already infiltrated the cave and breached the system. Regardless of how robust the firewall may be, there exists a possibility of compromise. Thus, she resorted to a physical firewall, once the mechanical dinosaur had incapacitated everyone who would remain to breach the system. Cindy, you must be eager to witness this, he remarked. What has happened to you? Men can be such a nuisance. Cindy turned her head, startled. Damn, Sue, what have you done? I have done nothing. You ought to question what you forgot to do. This is a security measure within the Batcave. Su Ming executed a roll, narrowly evading the dinosaur's gaping maw. Although its teeth were not as sharp as those of a killing machine, being caught between its enormous steel jaws would undoubtedly result in significant injury. What is this? Shouldn't the Bat's toy resemble a bat? Cindy queried, puzzled, recalling her last visit when she had assumed it was merely decor. Clearly, she had been torn between portraying Batman or a dinosaur-themed hero for quite some time. Su Ming cracked a joke, then hooked his foot around the railing behind him, pivoting into a full backward arch to evade the dinosaur's sweeping tail. The tail whizzed past just inches from him, the rush of wind palpable. The force was tremendous, tearing through the steel railing and sending it spiraling away. Despite Su Ming's robust physique and armor, he could not withstand excessive blunt force without sustaining severe internal damage. Thus, evasion was the prudent course of action. Fortunately, the creature's speed was relatively slow, and its large size revealed inherent weaknesses. Can you handle this? Cindy found herself momentarily at a loss, for the dinosaur seemed singularly fixated on Su Ming, pursuing him through the cavern. In its wake, it shattered numerous tables and various containers. Su Ming deftly led it back toward the passage they had initially traversed, convinced that all would be well. He darted between the creature's legs and, in a tentative gesture, fired a shot beneath its belly. However, aside from a dazzling eruption of sparks, the action yielded no tangible results. Ensure Barbara and the mainframe are safeguarded, he urged. Cindy nodded, brandishing a long pole, prepared to deflect any debris that might come their way. Meanwhile, Vicky's eyes sparkled with inspiration. She saw the clash of the belligerent dinosaur as a captivating subject and promptly directed Peter to capture the unfolding drama on film. The dinosaur thrived in such an environment. Yet to prevent the cave from collapsing and the mainframe from being compromised, Su Ming was unable to utilize C4 or electromagnetic pulses, a restriction that weighed heavily on him. Batwoman aimed to force the intruders to obliterate both the cave and the dinosaur, thus ensuring the security of her data. Vicky continued to chime in with her suggestions, enthusiastically shouting commands like strike its eyes, kick its jaw, tug its tail. But Su Ming chose to disregard her, having begun to discern the creature's patterns. This beast required immense energy for its movements, yet it was evident that it was neither steam-powered nor a product of magic. The only plausible explanation was that it operated on batteries or nuclear power. However, the latter seemed implausible, as even Bliss would not equip such a mechanism. Her beloved Batmobile lacked nuclear power, after all. Thus, a specific type of battery was the sole reasonable conclusion. The fact that it could assess adversaries and act autonomously indicated it possessed an independent processor and programming, likely housed within its structure. This suggested that the creature was, in essence, hollow, akin to a medieval knight, with a robust exterior that did not necessarily confer resistance to blunt force. Its offensive capabilities appear to be limited to three forms: stomping, biting, and sweeping its tail, lacking any ranged attacks or energy manipulation. Having contemplated this, Su Ming quickly formulated a series of plans and commenced their execution, all within the span of mere moments. He accelerated, the wind rushing past him in an instant, and as the dinosaur lunged with its gaping maw, he slid beneath it, gliding past its hindquarters and onto its tail. Harnessing the force of its tail's motion, he seized the opportune moment to release his grip, akin to being flung by an elephant's trunk, landing atop the dinosaur's head. The violent impact momentarily left him breathless. The dinosaur was equipped with sensory devices throughout its body. Even if it could not see him, it could detect the pressure of his presence atop its head. Herein lay the crux of Su Ming's strategy for this model. An Allosaurus had disproportionately short forelimbs that could not reach its crown, effectively nullifying two of its three attack methods. Thus, it was left with but one recourse. Its massive tail abruptly rose, poised to strike him down with tremendous force. And this was precisely what Su Ming required. He immediately dropped to the ground, clutching the rim of the dinosaur's eye socket, suspending himself in midair to evade the impending strike. The dinosaur's steel tail crashed against its own head with a resounding thud. A tremendous sound reverberated throughout the cave, nearly causing Su Ming to release his grip to cover his ears. It was akin to a colossal gong exploding beside him, momentarily blurring his vision. Yet, his instinct for combat quickly restored his focus. The collision of two massive steel bodies would hardly incapacitate the creature, but a severe blow had caused the dinosaur's dark green exterior to crack open, revealing a long, twisted metal conduit resembling a small irrigation ditch. He continued to bait the dinosaur, striking the same spot on its head repeatedly. After all, a program is a program. Once its behavioral logic was discerned, it could be exploited time and again. After several thunderous impacts, a small gap emerged in the metal of the dinosaur's head. Su Ming had awaited this moment for long. He drew his katana and thrust it into the opening, unleashing chaos within. Instantly, sparks erupted from the fissure, bursting forth like fireworks, striking his mask and leaving black marks on the yellow sections. The more intricate the machinery, the more susceptible it is to collapse from a single misaligned gear. If the steam age was fraught with such perils, how much more so the information age? There was no need to damage its CPU or hard drive. Disrupting a few circuits would suffice. It was akin to opening a computer case and wreaking havoc inside, severing a few wires, which would undoubtedly yield consequences. However, this colossal dinosaur was indeed a toy of bris. Even after Su Ming had effectively stirred the insides, it did not immediately come to a halt. To be safe, he swiftly retrieved his shotgun and stuffed it into the gap, emptying the entire magazine into the breach. The dinosaur finally ceased its movement, gradually toppling over. Su Ming stood atop its head and then descended gracefully to the ground. A cloud of dust billowed up, only to settle slowly, revealing the gleaming silver armor and the mechanical dinosaur beneath his feet. He bent down to forcefully extract his shotgun from the fissure, beginning to reload it as though he had merely dispatched a mosquito, an insignificant feat. Chapter 21. Decryption. Complete applause erupted from Vico, her delicate face flushed to a hue nearly matching her hair, her chest heaving with excitement. Bravo, Mr. Deathnell. You are the most formidable warrior I have ever encountered. Su Ming secured his shotgun once more. Dealing with this dinosaur had not proven overly taxing, and the minor impact he had sustained was now devoid of pain. Thanks to his self-healing abilities. Even if you call for an encore, I shan't return for you. Hurry and prepare your act. Once we acquire the intelligence, we shall depart. Entangling oneself with this woman is ill-advised, for she will present an endless array of problems and demands. Su Ming merely sought to exploit her fortuitous circumstances to fulfill his own ambitions, without the desire to become overly involved with her. Oh well, may I take a fragment of the dinosaur as a memento? Vicky hesitated, voicing her thoughts. Su Ming turned and made his way towards Barbara and the others, believing that the revelation of the Oracle should be nearing its conclusion. Do as you wish, but if you think that by reaching the Bat Cave, you can uncover Batgirl's identity from the raw material supplier, you might as well spare yourself the effort. She is not so foolish. Humph. Vicky stomped her foot, perplexed as to why her thoughts were so easily discerned. Yet, she was a journalist. What was dignity to her? Adorned in high heels and a snug miniskirt, she trotted with a playful twist towards the remnants of the mechanical dinosaur, plucking a massive eyeball and reaching into the crevice of its head to extract a segment of wiring still connected to the hardware. Su Ming, disinterested, recognized that Vicky's insatiable curiosity bordered on obsession, yet she was acutely aware of the boundaries set by others. She was also astute enough to have realized that neither of them harbored any intentions of harming her. He approached Barbara's wheelchair, watching as lines of text danced across the large screen, the fluorescent glow illuminating the faces of the three, yet he remained oblivious to the progress being made. The dinosaur is taken care of. How about you? Almost done, Barbara replied, her back turned, deftly manipulating the keyboard and console, inputting something. Open sesame. A brand new image materialized on the screen, offering a bird's-eye view of Gotham. Miller's spatial computing capabilities allowed him to deduce that this must be the perspective from the rooftop of Wayne Tower, where cameras have been installed. Furthermore, the BATS database was perpetually linked to various departments, ensuring that the data from that side would also be mirrored here. She is monitoring the entire city, Barbara murmured. The array of images before her left her in awe. As she grew more accustomed to the system's operations, she discovered that Batgirl's surveillance was pervasive throughout the metropolis. While she understood Batgirl's motives, she struggled to comprehend the necessity behind such actions. Given the density of these covert cameras, there was scarcely a secret in Gotham's streets that escaped her notice. From the opulent private dining rooms of luxurious restaurants to the dilapidated underpasses where the homeless resided, her watchful eyes were everywhere, regarding each individual as a potential criminal, with several cameras even fixed upon Gordon's residence. Su Ming gently patted her on the head, drawing her attention back. Welcome to the inner world of the Dark Knight. Indeed, she is precisely as you envision her. It's too insane. I cannot ascertain whether her actions are truly benevolent. Barbara frowned, finding it hard to accept. She had always believed that Batgirl, like herself, harbored goodwill towards the world. Yet, upon reflection, it became clear Batgirl never emerged in the daylight, for her heart was shrouded in darkness. In the eyes of Gotham's citizens, a bat represents only two states, a criminal or one who is temporarily not a criminal. She harbors distrust towards everyone. Cindy, with a tone of sardonic mockery, expresses her disdain for the bat style. Strictly speaking, despite her penchant for violence, the bat at least holds a belief in contracts, and Cindy perceives herself as more suited to the fabric of society. What about my father? She contemplates, for he has always supported her. Barbara finds this difficult to accept. Gripping the armrests of her wheelchair tightly, her gaze lost in thought. Even your father? Sumin Sais. The Batwoman from the Dark Multiverse is more sinister than the Batman of the main world. He reassures her, to Batwoman, your father is merely unlikely to be a criminal, posing a low threat. Although she regards Gordon as a friend, her perception of friendship diverges from that of ordinary people. Batwoman will always keep her guard up, just in case. Barbara appears dazed, her thoughts unclear. Compared to Batwoman, the Clock King is a globally notorious villain, synonymous with bloodshed. No, that is merely your conjecture. Perhaps. But I have heard something you might find intriguing. Cindy interjects, having recognized Barbara's uniqueness and witnessed the power of the internet. Determined not to let her lean towards the bat, Barbara gazes at her, curiosity illuminating her eyes. From numerous clues on the computer, She has discerned the essence of Batwoman, yet she remains unwilling to accept it. Cindy lifts her helmet, perching on the control panel. After your last incident, Gordon and Batwoman apprehended the Joker. Gordon raised his gun, but the Bat shielded the barrel with her own body. What does this imply? Does it suggest Batwoman has an affair with the Joker? Barbara feels unsettled. The mere mention of the Joker makes her tremble like a frightened rabbit. Had it been me or Sue in place of the Bat, we would not have intervened. Cindy grips the armrest of Barbara's wheelchair, pulling her closer, staring into her cerulean eyes, where fear gradually morphs into her own visage. You disregard the law. Barbara turns her head away from Cindy, her slender fingers retreating from the keyboard to fold defensively across her chest, as if sensing a chill. That is because I know Gordon would not pull the trigger. Cindy seizes her face, turning her head to confront her, compelling her to face reality. Both the Bat and I are well acquainted with Commissioner Gordon's history. We possess his complete psychological profile. We understand the kind of person he is. Emotion will not lead him astray. Gordon will act as a police officer ought to. But what about the Bat? Do you believe her shielding the gun's muzzle signifies trust in Gordon? Barbara is left speechless, although she remains unaware of the specifics of that moment. Upon awakening in the hospital, she found Gordon in a disheveled state, only to hear him state that he was first a police officer and then her father. He cried as he apologized to her, and at that moment, Barbara misinterpreted his sorrow, believing he lamented her leg. Upon discovering the truth today, Barbara finally comprehended that his decision to forego the assassination of the jester was entirely his own, never entwined with the Bat. Gordon's despondency stemmed not solely from himself, but from a realization that Batgirl perpetually harbors distrust towards anyone. Having served as a police officer in Gotham for over 3 decades and collaborating with Batgirl for more than 10 years, he found that she still would not place her faith in him, even though he believed he safeguarded her secrets. Yet, in reality, those were merely the ones she permitted him to know. Batgirl has always operated with her own agenda. Chapter 22. Indian Hill within the vast confines of the Batcave. Only Vicky's exuberant voice resonated as she continued her performance before the camera, resolutely deciding to regard today's date as her future lucky number. Not only had she survived the clutches of the clock tower, but she had also been exposed to numerous dark secrets previously unimagined. The significant revelations acquired today outweighed those of the past year. She felt elated, and her resolve to pursue a career in journalism solidified. Unfortunately, Barbara was not so fortunate. Initially, she had perceived Batgirl as the city's hero, only to confront the stark reality before her. Batgirl possessed a shadowy heart, mistrusting all, and it was evident that her life was fraught with shadows. Witnessing the machinery and the pervasive surveillance of the city's inhabitants instilled in Barbara a profound sense of disillusionment regarding her idol. Seeing that Su Ming sensed her distraction, he waved his hand before her, reminding her that they awaited her findings. I suggest you pay homage to your youthful sentiments at another time. Shouldn't we first investigate that license plate number? Gordon is still awaiting rescue. Just a moment. Barbara snapped back to reality, commencing the input of the license plate etched upon Gordon's glasses. Indeed, regardless of the badass nature, she was merely one among many clad in tight attire. How foolish she had been to regard her as the city's beacon of hope, setting aside the question of the Bat's voyeuristic tendencies. Her tracking program was indeed formidable. Almost instantaneously, the registration information for the vehicle materialized on the large screen. The identity of the owner was inconsequential, likely a pseudonym. What mattered was the trajectory of its movements today. If today's data was unavailable, past whereabouts could be utilized, such as previous stops, refueling locations, and frequently traversed areas. Armed with this information, the system could delineate a sufficiently narrow search radius, enabling professional mercenaries to discern even the faintest clues. No one could evade the multitude of hidden surveillance devices. Every path traversed would inevitably leave a trace. Barbara accessed all available footage, conducting searches and cross-references. As the expansive screen fragmented into countless smaller segments, each commencing a frenetic playback, the program utilized numerical recognition technology to filter all pertinent information. To Su Ming's relief, the worst-case scenario he had anticipated did not materialize. The movements of the vehicle were swiftly summarized by the system, pinpointing its final destination on the map. No, please let not be here. Upon observing the final, incessantly flashing red dots on the map, Su Ming shook his head in resignation. In such a vast Gotham, with countless places to conceal oneself, why must it be the very location he least desired? What? Is there something amiss here? Barbara brought up the information pertaining to this area, revealing that it was named Indian Hill, a junkyard situated near the eastern river docks of Gotham. Before Gotham was fully established, this site served as a reservation for Native Americans, hence its name. However, with the relentless march of urbanization, the indigenous people ultimately succumbed to the forces of capitalism. They sold the hills that housed their ancestors' remains for a lengthy string of numbers on a check and subsequently departed Gotham, reportedly to Las Vegas, where they opened casinos and became wealthy magnates. Yet, no one recalls who purchased that land or what their original intentions were, only that long ago. After the invention of the automobile, it became the site where Gotham disposed of its discarded vehicles. Before the old cars were crushed into metal cubes and sent to steel mills for repurposing, they would be stacked like bricks, forming small mountains. Today, Indian Hill resembles a mountain of vagrants, with countless homeless individuals finding refuge within the dilapidated vehicles, braving the cold nights. Perhaps lighting a fire to warm the remnants of meals salvaged from dumpsters. At the very least, it was a place that no gang would covet, devoid of any profit, with land as barren as its inhabitants, incapable of sustaining any life. Even the thieves and bandits who prowl under the cloak of night would shun this locale, as it would be a futile endeavor. What could one possibly glean from the refuse collectors and the homeless? Fleas and vermin, perhaps? Barbara pondered why the Grim Reaper displayed such aversion upon encountering Indian Hill. He had previously spoken of Arkham and Blackgate prisons with unwavering composure, sharing laughter as if entering and exiting those places were a trivial matter. Yet, surely, a junkyard could not be compared to those two locations? Cindy was equally perplexed. Had Sue's obsession with cleanliness escalated to pathological levels, causing him to itch at the mere mention of vagrants? That seemed unlikely. If so, he would surely scream upon inhaling Gotham's air. Su Ming regarded the two, his fingers idly tracing the armor, plating on his elbow, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. He was not a native resident. He understood all too well what lay beneath the facade of the junkyard at Indian Hill. In the primary DC universe, it was a covert research facility established by the United States after World War II, engaged in projects centered around biochemical weaponry. Given the propensity of the dark multiverse for degradation, it was likely that this Indian Hill was similarly compromised. Any conceivable biochemical project would likely find its roots here, albeit with the ownership having shifted from the U.S. government to the Amazon Council. Cyborgs, mutants, genetic monstrosities, deadly viruses, and apocalyptic weaponry, he and Cindy should be fine. Yet the peril looms over the 8 million souls inhabiting the city. Should Gotham fall, irrespective of the hand that lays waste to it, Bryce, burdened with the weight of Earth's demise, would inevitably transform into a formidable villain. If Atlantis were to submerge Gotham, she would succumb to drowning. If the city's destruction were attributable to bioweapons birthed from Amazonian research, she might metamorphose into a lethal toxin. And if some other calamity befell Gotham, she could very well become a scorched remnant, or worse, a fallen star. Regardless of the name she adopts in her darkened state, once she succumbs to the abyss, Barbados' scheme shall materialize, and his Dark Legion will gain yet another member. At this juncture, Falcone is poised to present a grand offering to the League of Assassins, luring them forth. Should Su Ming and his companions infiltrate before the ninjas, they would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the consequences. Conversely, if they arrive too late, Gordon's safety could be jeopardized, leaving him in a state of indecision. His mind raced, calculating and hypothesizing. The two women observed him, entranced by the vast screen, exchanging perplexed glances, yet they understood that Su Ming would not express such trepidation without cause, and so they patiently awaited his explanation. Eventually, Su Ming sighed and divulged what he could, recounting that in his original world, there existed an underground bioweapons facility from which some rather unfortunate entities had escaped. What do you mean by unfortunate? Cindy inquired earnestly, her demeanor shifting with the gravity of the moment. Experiments affiliated with the military often yield weaponry, such as the very creature known as the Clock King. In your realm, magic is also wielded for military purposes. Thus, when technology intertwines with sorcery, I cannot fathom what might emerge. Perhaps zombies imbued with magic? Or a magically enhanced plague? At this juncture, both Barbara and Cindy were taken aback. They had assumed the court jester to be the most deranged among them. Yet it was clear that politicians and generals possessed a far deeper madness. Gotham City, with its 8 million inhabitants, had unwittingly subsisted over decades upon a colossal cauldron of poison. This posed a considerable dilemma. Cindy recalled Su Ming's earlier concerns and instinctively grimaced, producing a bottle to take a swig. If we're to speak of good news, there's indeed a sliver of hope, Su Ming remarked, retrieving his own bottle. Uncorking it, and noticing Barbara's gaze upon him, he frowned, admonishing, "You cannot partake. You are still underage." Barbara, with an expression that conveyed disbelief, retorted, "I am awaiting your good news, not your liquor." "I am aware. It was merely a jest," Su Ming replied, tilting his head back as he downed a generous portion of the contents, feeling no particular sensation, his mind remaining acutely alert. "The good news is that the facility should have ceased operations back in the 1990s. If there are indeed any containment breaches, Falcone would be the first to confront them. As of now, he appears to be alive." Chapter 23. A confluence of power, yet this is merely the present. We remain oblivious to the machinations that Falcone has orchestrated for the Shadow Dancer League, potentially involving a biochemical bomb that could obliterate all of Gotham. Cindy raised her bottle to toast with him, exhaling a heavy sigh. If his capture of Gordon was indeed for the sake of Batman, it likely indicated an intention to annihilate himself along with everyone else. A decade ago, Gotham was his dominion. A decade hence, it has devolved into a playground for lunatics. Falcone possesses every justification for his madness. The underworld city he painstakingly cultivated over decades has been dismantled. He has aged, bereft of the years necessary to reconstruct the Dark Order. Thus, it is entirely in line with a deranged mindset to take his city with him into oblivion. As for why he would involve the League of Assassins, it is because Ra's al Ghul perceives Gotham as the epicenter of sin, and the League has long desired its destruction, thwarted only by the presence of Batman. With the Bat now absent, both Falcone and Ra's al Ghul see their opportunity. Yet Gotham is singular. Who shall be its destroyer? Despite sharing a common objective, their ideologies are wholly divergent. One is a crime lord emperor, the other a master ninja, fundamentally misaligned. Thus, conflict between them is inevitable. Of course, to date, there exists no evidence to substantiate such conjecture. These thoughts remained unspoken by Cindy, merely residing in her mind as alternatives. We cannot infiltrate before the ninjas. Thus, our only recourse is to lie in wait nearby. The moment the ninjas enter, we shall follow, allowing us to respond to any eventuality. Su Ming, sharing a bitter smile, raised his glass with her, acknowledging this as the plan that was not a plan. One can only hope that it is Talia leading the Shadow Dancers, for she alone possesses a modicum of reason. Otherwise, even if we manage to subdue Falcone, we shall inevitably find ourselves in conflict with the Shadow Dancers. Cindy took several hearty swigs, the golden liquid cascading down her alabaster neck. Satisfied, she wiped her mouth and discarded the bottle, voicing her concerns. Su Ming shared similar contemplations. If those ninjas received orders to eliminate all living beings, they would not hesitate to slay even the vagrants of Indian Hill, let alone Gordon. Yet, who can predict the future? We must take it one step at a time. Even if Talia indeed arrives, persuading her to alter her course will necessitate a confrontation. It is essential to prove one's honor and resolve through a duel with the leader. The League of Assassins values this principle. Only by earning her respect can one hope to alter her commands. Otherwise, an endless cycle of assassinations awaits. If we are to face such a multitude of assassins, it is prudent to have someone dedicated to safeguarding the computer expert. How advantageous it would be to have a few reliable allies. "Do any of your mercenary acquaintances reside in Gotham?" Su Ming inquired. Mercenaries have no friends. It is all merely business," Cindy scoffed. In truth, she could not recall any familiar faces here with whom she could confidently collaborate. She could just as readily stab someone in the back for money as could they. Su Ming glanced at her helplessly. This woman had offended all her business partners. No wonder her enterprise was dwindling. Didn't she understand the art of fishing with a long line to catch bigger prey? However, depending on the type of fish, and even if they were caught, they would merely be octopuses, which did not appeal to him. Cindy wore an expression of indifference, as if she were a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. What could be done about past events? Sighing, she continued, "By the way, in our region, a new mercenary prodigy has emerged, codenamed Silence. Have you heard of her? Su Ming chose to abandon the debate with her. Everyone had their own perspectives. Perhaps Cindy preferred conducting business this way, while he cherished his freedom, opting not to interfere in her affairs. Instead, he recalled a newcomer from the comics, a black female operative codenamed Silence, an expert in assault and a master of firearms, skilled in demolition. The key was that, like Deathstroke, she adhered strictly to the spirit of contracts. As long as the payment was satisfactory, she would not abandon her mission. Cindy pondered for a moment and shook her head. Either the person you mentioned does not exist, or she is too obscure. I don't know how you fare in your corner of the world, but here on this planet, when mercenaries are mentioned, people first think of me. ISNT, that right? Barbara? Barbara sat in her small wheelchair, having found the previous conversation between Su Ming and Cindy quite bewildering. What do they mean by your side and my side? What was this talk about this planet? Suddenly hearing Cindy address her, Barbara appeared somewhat dazed, yet her demeanor was interpreted by Cindy as tacit agreement. With a swell of pride, Cindy puffed out her chest toward Su Ming. Ms. Shiva, Su Ming remarked, unfazed by her brashness, merely turning away to avoid her collision. At this, Cindy seemed to deflate a bit. Shiva was an acknowledged world-class assassin. Originally, she bore a different name. Shiva, named after the Hindu goddess, was a testament to her formidable prowess, which was likened to divine abilities in combat. Su Ming had perused the official TRPG rulebook released by DC and noted that Batman and Copperhead had combat ratings of 14, Deathstroke at 15, while Shiva boasted a rating of 16. The explanation for 16 in the rulebook read, cosmic-level super abilities. It was remarkable for a mere mortal to refine their combat skills to such a cosmic caliber. Although it was just a TRPG, a game, it indirectly reflected certain truths. She is an assassin. While we are mere killers, Cindy found excuses, yet her gaze shifted awkwardly aside, hinting at her unease. In truth, she had a point. Deathstroke's assassinations were often grand and boisterous, wielding blades or unleashing gunfire with modern weaponry. In contrast, Ms. Shiva preferred hand-to-hand combat, eliminating her targets with a mere touch or a single finger, silently and without a trace. In the shadows of this world, there exist individuals as formidable as, if not more so, than Shiva, such as the Aikido Master Sar, Shiva's mentor Master Oda, Master Huang, the patriarch of the 12 Brothers in Silk, and an elderly Japanese figure known only as Sensei, among others perhaps unknown to me. Su Ming sighed, recognizing the depths of the comic realm. His current strength was comparable to that of the Bell, yet it offered him little reassurance. The aforementioned individuals were merely martial arts masters, not accounting for the superpower beings yet to be considered. He needed to discover his own path to strength. Mere combat skills and firearms would not suffice. Cindy shared his sentiments, for apart from Master Oda, she had never even heard of the others and wished fervently that they did not exist in their world. However, in truth, these individuals were all supervillains, inevitably residing within the dark multiverse. That said, they were mostly active in Asia, so one must exercise caution when venturing there. Nonetheless, they had pressing matters at hand. Su Ming broke the silence, clarifying his future aspirations, although he might not be able to contend with those individuals at present. He was certain that would change. Powerful adversaries would only serve to fuel his resolve rather than diminish it. Indeed, before the arrival of the Shadow Dancer Alliance, they still had a bit of time. They should gather energy to prepare for the impending battles. Cindy concurred, which sparked within her the desire to grow stronger. Previously, there had only been the singular figure of Lady Shiva in the light, but now, lurking in the shadows were numerous, formidable fighters. A reality intolerable for someone like her who refused to concede defeat. She resolved that if she survived this ordeal, she would seek a tranquil place to diligently hone her combat skills, despite her ability to find work using firearms. With no assistance readily available, she thought it best to eat first, as the night promised to be long. Cindy descended the stairs, presumably to scour the Wayne Manor, while Su Ming observed the dazed Barbara and quietly instructed her to use the system to investigate the whereabouts of Brisvine and her butler Alfred. Barbara immediately became alert. A mercenary inquiring about Gotham's most renowned wealthy figures was a troubling notion. What do you intend to do? She asked. Nothing much, just looking to develop new clientele. You heard it too. Cindy's business has been struggling lately. You're definitely planning something nefarious. I will not assist you, she retorted, pivoting her wheelchair and gliding away. Su Ming chuckled, recognizing Gordon's daughter, Even her stubborn demeanor was reminiscent of him. Though she rolled away, the system remained active, and her laptop was still connected. Much like Gordon, if he hadn't seen it, it simply did not exist. She has gained some understanding of the darker aspects of life. After all, Bryce is exceedingly wealthy, and mercenaries would never act against a billionaire without compensation. Su Ming observed her silhouette, pondering that perhaps after witnessing the shadows, she would gradually acclimate to the power that resides within darkness, ultimately maturing completely. Chapter 24. Misunderstanding. Su Ming picked up the young girl's laptop and swiftly entered a name, but to no avail. He then attempted a search via the console, switching to a physical appearance search, yet still found no answers. Indeed, the badass surveillance had excluded him from its scope, a notion Miller had anticipated. He utilized Batgirl's system to probe her true identity, merely hoping for a stroke of luck. It was worth a try. For now, it was simply a matter of ruling out one possibility. He settled to one side, gesturing for Barbara to return to wait for dinner, then produced a cigar. As Barbara scrutinized his expression, she leisurely approached the table. She did not inquire about the results of Su Ming's search, nor did she utter a word. As if the previous events had never transpired. She shifted the topic. Is that place in Indian Hill truly as terrifying as they say? If I recall correctly, once you push open the door to that underground research facility, it's filled with grotesque monsters. Su Ming recounted scenes he had seen in the series Gotham. However, I must correct one thing. The Reaper never fears nor abandons his mission. And what is your mission? She asked. I hardly believe anyone would pay you to rescue me and my father. We certainly do not possess such wealth. Barbara was acutely aware of her family's financial situation, having been the head of the household before her paralysis, meticulously noting every income and expenditure in her little ledger. Previously, the Reaper had disclosed on television that his base price for murder was $2 million, let alone the fact that rescuing someone is far more complicated than killing. A sum she could never muster. Su Ming glanced at her. The pace of her transformation was almost palpable. In such a brief time, she had accepted all that had transpired and could think rationally. No longer the naive country girl, she was now capable of maintaining composure even in the presence of mercenaries. Indeed, there seems to be a distinction in one's innate qualities. Our mission is not something we can disclose to you. Once everything is settled, you may ask your father. Su Ming flicked the ash from his cigar onto the table, leaving a small yellow mark on the Batgirl's elegant metallic surface. A glimmering panel now marred by a brownish stain. Yet, it was likely Alfred who would bear the brunt of this. Su Ming held a degree of respect for the old butler and resolved not to flick ash on the table any longer, opting instead for the floor. He casually misled the young girl, for some matters were beyond her current comprehension. Had it been the oracle of the main world, perhaps Su Ming would have confided in her for counsel, but for now, he intended to locate Commissioner Gordon and ascertain what he might know. As Barbara listened to Su Ming's words, she lowered her head as if grasping an understanding. When lost in thought, she often found solace in caressing the sleeves of her sweater, which had begun to form little fuzz balls from repeated friction. At that moment, Vico had completed her task and, panting heavily, joined them at the table alongside Peter, collapsing onto the surface as if utterly spent, feeling the chill of the metal beneath her. Su Ming slid the remaining half bottle of wine across the table to her, and she unabashedly took a swig. I have something to discuss with you. We have discovered the enemy's lair. Our next course of action is to rescue Director Gordon. Isn't that a good thing? Vico exclaimed, pulling the bottle from her lips with a pop, her beautiful face etched with confusion. Was there truly a need for such gravity in this matter? Did they intend to renege on their promise, forbidding the coverage of the news? However, the enemy's hideout was unexpectedly treacherous, and it was now certain that it was a trap. If you continue to follow, you will face considerable danger, life-threatening danger. As Su Ming spoke, he noticed Peter's complexion growing increasingly pallid, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Vico, her eyes darting, seemed oblivious to the concept of surrender. She pointed at Barbara beside her. So, is the young lady coming with you? Without her, Director Gordon would not trust us, thus Barbara must accompany us. And we will ensure her protection. But you are different. Cindy and I are just two, unable to spare hands to safeguard you as well. Su Ming nodded, candidly acknowledging this truth. Vico, without a moment's hesitation, bobbed her crimson head like a chick pecking at grains. She was indifferent to life. Her sole desire was for the story. We will accompany you. After all, How could such formidable warriors like you go unrecorded by a journalist? She added, by the way, Mr. Deathnell, as a male mercenary, what are your thoughts on the recent surge of the men's rights movement? If not for the emptiness where his right eye used to be, lacking a prosthetic, Su Ming would have surely retaliated, wishing to show her what a disdainful gaze truly looked like. This woman was utterly deranged. What did the men's rights movement have to do with her? You might want to ask your partner. He seems to be in dire need of a restroom, and the answer will likely end up on your shoes. He gestured with his chin toward Peter, who now resembled a lump of clay, shrinking in the corner. If you decide to proceed, I can inform you that this is a biohazard situation, and you would be wise to prepare protective suits and gas masks. Cool. Vico sprang to her feet, kicking Peter to urge him to search for protective gear in the Batcave. I've been waiting for a biohazard outbreak for ages, and now it's finally here. Praise Zeus. All right, if you find any, please get one for Barbara as well. Vico, ensure she is equipped. Su Ming had grown weary of her antics. After all, no matter how recklessly she acted, she would not meet her demise. He would let her be. Do you two not need any? Vico promptly inquired, eagerly asking if he and Cindy required anything. No, our helmets are equipped with chemical defense capabilities, and our physical prowess far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. If we sense any danger, we can retreat in due time. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, she promptly pulled out a small notebook to jot down. The bell toll resembles a modified human. Then she flashed an OK sign and dashed off. Do you have a preference for women with red hair? Barbara suddenly interjected, causing Su Ming to almost choke. No, why do you ask? Because it seems you are rather lenient with Miss Valley, Barbara observed, her gaze probing, laden with unspoken implications. I'm also quite lenient with you. Despite you being a redhead, that does not indicate anything significant. Su Ming patted her head, urging her not to overthink. In the meantime, it will be prudent to charge the laptop. Had it not been for my desire to facilitate a timely reunion between you and your father, I could have left you here to provide us with intelligent support. But didn't you just say that bringing me along was to gain my father's trust? Barbara frowned, believing herself to hold some value. In her limited understanding, those lurking in the shadows often discerned individuals based on their worth. That was a ruse to deceive Vicky. Even without you, do you think that with Cindy and I wielding 4 blades against Director Gordon's throat, he would have any other options? Ultimately, he would be grateful to us. Su Ming exhaled a puff of smoke, watching as the wisps danced in the cave, morphing into skulls and then bats. This statement, however, was also a fabrication, for in the television series, the underground research facility was filled with countless electronic devices and security doors. Without Barbara's guidance, it was likely that both he and Cindy would find themselves at a loss. Barbara's cheeks flushed. She had misconstrued Su Ming's intentions, her youthful imagination leading her down another path. Did he mean to imply he favored someone like her? But I am the daughter of a policeman. What should I do? Nonetheless, he is quite reliable, yet my legs at her age, it was easy to draw such connections. Especially given the taboo nature of her relationship with Su Ming, which only accelerated her heartbeat. At this moment, he appeared just when Barbara felt most helpless. Initially, he instilled fear, yet gradually, that dread transformed into a sensation akin to heart palpitations, her heart beating to an inexplicable rhythm. This phenomenon aligns with what psychology refers to as the suspension bridge effect, wherein individuals in perilous situations instinctively develop affection for the opposite sex present. This instinct, rooted in humanity's primal urge to propagate, has been ingrained in our DNA since ancient times, as our ancestors sought to preserve their lineage amidst adversity. It may also merely reflect a psychological compliance, exemplified by the well-known phenomenon of Stockholm Syndrome, wherein women, after prolonged captivity, assist their captors, driven by similar psychological underpinnings. When a powerful individual completely dominates the life and freedom of the weak, the occasional favor they bestow is magnified infinitely in the eyes of the latter. Over time, this leads the weak to develop a sense of reverence for the strong, becoming utterly submissive. This phenomenon has prompted psychologists to propose a notable hypothesis that humanity can be tamed, akin to domestic animals. However, Su Ming harbored no such intentions. His thoughts were solely consumed by the desire to survive. As Barbara indulged in her fanciful thoughts, Su Ming was lost in contemplation of his plans when Cindy returned. Descending the spiral staircase, one hand bearing a massive roasted turkey and the other clutching a pot. I found this ready-made upstairs. Though it seems there hasn't been a holiday for turkey recently. It's puzzling. I also tossed in some potatoes and onions to boil, so let's make do with that. The three gathered around the metal table to commence their unconventional dinner. Cindy, curious about what Vico and Peter were busy with nearby, dismissed the thought, confident that Su Ming would handle it. After all, previous tasks had not been so relaxed. Her mind was already preoccupied with strategies to ensure that Su Ming would remain a part of her team after they navigated this global crisis. Su Ming had been correct. Lacking friends meant business opportunities would dwindle. It was time to seek a partner. And who could be more suitable than the Reaper from another world, who harmonized seamlessly with her? Su Ming. Chapter 25. The long view. One cannot deny that Cindy's culinary skills were rather lacking. It appeared she had simply tossed every vegetable she could find into the pot. Su Ming swore it was the most unpalatable stew he had ever encountered, prepared in the style of a Western sweet soup. The turkey left by Bryce, presumably crafted by the old housekeeper, retained a hint of refrigerator odor but was still edible. As the trio dined, conversation was sparse. Vico ultimately failed to procure any decent protective gear, settling instead for a few bat masks. While their original purpose was unclear upon inspection, they were indeed found to possess some degree of protective functionality, so they donned them. The bat cave yielded no substantial weaponry, and Su Ming dismissed the darts as unworthy, merely supplementing their supplies with a few smoke bombs to complete their preparations. Upon returning to the vehicle, they left the chaos of the cave unaddressed, with no effort made to clean or conceal the disarray. Su Ming once again covered their eyes as Cindy drove them away from the site. Outside the cave, the wind seemed to have calmed, yet the rain intensified, enveloping the car in a dense curtain of water, thickening the atmosphere with tension. Leaning against the passenger seat, Su Ming rested his head on his arms, silently calculating. If Falcone and Lei Xiaogu were manageable, the lurking threats posed by the cackling bat and Barbados remained uncertain. Su Ming was aware of their scheming, yet they were but caricatures of themselves. In reality, circumstances could shift dramatically. The arrival of one's own presence has a profoundly destructive impact on the original narrative, inciting a butterfly effect that is truly incalculable. His past memories of comics no longer provide substantial assistance. At best, they offer insight into an enemy's level of strength and hidden cards when facing adversaries. In a direct confrontation with the Laughing Bat, he and Cindy would undoubtedly prevail. However, the situation is vastly different with Barbados. Known as the Dragon of the Dark Multiverse and the God of Bats, he embodies a creature of multiversal caliber, a power that cannot be contended with by merely one or two individuals. In the comics, defeating Barbados necessitates the use of particular metals. These metals serve as the gateway connecting light and darkness, bridging two multiverses, and Barbados plans to traverse to the main world using these metals. There, several metals are being systematically infused into Batman's body. Through dreams, he has influenced certain individuals, rendering them his disciples to act according to his design. Firstly, there is the amber gold of the Court of Owls, resembling clear spring water, which Batman inadvertently consumed during his battle with them. Next is the Dionysian factor, present in the Joker's blood, which entered Batman's system during their mutual infliction of harm. The end metal was exposed to Batman when he assisted Hawkman and Hawkgirl, allowing the metal's energy to permeate his being. Following that is palladium, a metal constituting the armor of the clock tower, which Batman also utilized to create his ultimate machine, a high-tech surgical table capable of rapid healing. He has employed it several times. Only one final metal remains, Bat Gold, located within the ancient tomb of the Bat Tribe in Earth Zero's Egypt. Once these metals are gathered, Batman of the main world will transform into a portal to the Dark Multiverse, initiating a spatial exchange with another Bruce, the Laughing Bat of Earth, 22. This Laughing Bat will summon Barbados on Earth Zero, preparing for various dark rituals. Once Barbados arrives, he will unleash his power, drawing all worlds into darkness to fulfill his aims. End metal serves to convert dark energy into reality, capable of inflicting harm upon Barbados and his dark creations. However, to utterly defeat Barbados, one requires the 10th metal of the universe, X metal, which resides within the World Forge. As for the exact location of the World Forge, Su Ming is only aware that it lies somewhere within the Dark Multiverse. Its precise whereabouts remain unknown, as does the path to reach it. This means that even if Earth 11 is saved, it merely prolongs one's existence. If the light multiverse succumbs to darkness, the entire DC universe will fall into imbalance, leading to collective demise. Indeed, Barbados' true intent is not merely this. He seeks to drag all universes into darkness, claiming them as his domain, eradicating all light, thereby establishing himself as the sole sovereign. However, the dilemma lies in his limited understanding, as he has yet to contemplate the principles of cosmic balance. 52 luminous universes and 52 shadowy realms coexist within an intangible plane, one side basking in sunlight, the other shrouded in darkness. They resemble the eggs at either end of a balanced scale, allowing for mutual existence. Should a few from the opposing side be transferred, the equilibrium would falter, leading to dire consequences, such as the Flashpoint Paradox and the Infinite Crisis. If he were to execute his plan in totality, the scale would topple, resulting in calamity for all. If Su Ming wishes to persist, he must journey to the radiant multiverse and eradicate the impending threat. As the narrative has shifted, his presence has already altered the fate of Earth-11. Everything diverges from the comic storyline. Should the Justice League proceed, as depicted in the comics, the outcome remains uncertain. He is reluctant to relinquish his destiny into the hands of others. Yet, as a mercenary, the Reaper lacks the arcane prowess to traverse dimensional barriers. Currently, he has no strategy, compelled to navigate one step at a time. Cindy, oblivious to his thoughts, merely perceives Su Ming's newfound silence. At this moment, the water pooling on the road has deepened considerably, causing their vehicle to glide along the surface like a boat, sending ripples cascading to either side. Aside from the five of them, only the lifeless form of a shadow dancer, wrapped in several black garbage bags and discarded in a corner, remains, perhaps a potential bargaining chip in negotiations with the Shadow Dancer Alliance. Silence envelopes the group, evoking an atmosphere reminiscent of the calm before a storm, albeit with varying expressions among them. Barbara appears lost in thought, her demeanor shifting from flush to pallor as she occasionally glances at Su Ming's silhouette. Vicky, on the other hand, exudes excitement, retouching her makeup and adjusting her gas mask in the mirror, convinced that she is about to witness history tonight. As for Peter, well, he seems devoid of thoughts, appearing almost in a state of shock. The inclement weather renders them the sole vehicle on the road, amidst the pitch-black highway. Their headlights are the only source of illumination. The tempest has likely compromised Gotham City's power infrastructure, plunging much of the metropolis into darkness, save for a few districts in the city center. Nonetheless, the bat signal atop the precinct appears to shine perpetually. Chapter 26. A reunion with an old friend. Thank goodness we didn't take the tram, Cindy remarks to Su Ming beside her, brushing aside the damp strands of her golden hair that cling to her forehead, her gaze fixed on the dashboard. At this pace, we should reach our destination in about half an hour. Su Ming gazes out at the rain, observing a tram halted midair on the nearby elevated bridge due to the city's power outage. He wonders if there are souls within, perhaps anxiously awaiting their return home. If events unfold in the worst possible manner, those individuals may never make it back. Su Ming had previously pondered a certain question, while others had homes. He merely possessed a rented room, seemingly destined to remain perpetually alone. If given the chance, once his affairs here concluded, he intended to depart and find a way to reach Earth Zero. He turned to Cindy and posed a rather abrupt query, taking care to ensure that the inquisitive reporters did not overhear, nor did he cast another glance at the motionless tram. After a moment of contemplation, Cindy shook her head. "This is my world," she replied. "Is Earth Zero your home?" "No, it is not. My true home lies even further beyond. Earth Zero is merely a place I am somewhat familiar with." As he rummaged through his belongings, he noted that his cigar box was nearly empty. "Where's your home?" he inquired. Cindy, contemplating the same question, halted the vehicle upon spotting a small supermarket by the roadside. Both exited the car, and with practiced ease, she used a long stick to pry open the door lock. Inside, as they scavenged, the conversation resumed. "I'm not sure. Perhaps it has a designation. Perhaps it does not." She stuffed several brightly colored bottles of alcoholic beverages into her backpack, her gaze then drifting towards the snack aisle. "Why not stay here? We could become long-term partners. In your world, designated as Earth-11 within the blood domain, it signifies the 11th realm of the dark multiverse, where Barbados reigns invincible. He is the deity of the dark multiverse. To truly avert this crisis, I must not only conceal my presence here, but also journey to Earth Zero. It is my only means of self-preservation. Su Ming articulated this dilemma, having wrestled with these thoughts and emotions for far too long, yearning for someone to share the burden, not requiring tangible assistance, but merely a listener to his knowledge. Cindy's hand momentarily paused in midair before she casually cradled a bag of puffed snacks adorned with tomatoes. Is that so? It seems there are numerous matters you need to elucidate. Director Gordon regained consciousness from a veil of darkness, gingerly touching the back of his head as fragmented memories resurfaced. He had been forcibly ushered into a vehicle by a group of individuals. However, prior to that, while kneeling in the muddy water, he had etched the license plate of a black van onto his glasses. He had wedged it into a crevice of the roadside curb. If someone were to discover it, they might trace his location. Yet this hope was exceedingly slim, for the Bat had already vacated the city. Who else could accomplish such a feat? Although he held some optimism for the younger officers at the precinct, he recognized that mere optimism did little. Even if the police found the glasses, it was unlikely they could pinpoint his whereabouts. After all, he too was oblivious to his current location. The dark-clad figures had rendered him unconscious upon entering the vehicle. Presently, he found himself in a pitch-black room, not the prison cell one might envision. Rather, the bed beneath him was exceedingly soft, and a mere touch revealed the silky smoothness of the fabric. This did not afford him any sense of relaxation. As a seasoned officer, he could perceive the oppressive dampness of his surroundings, imbued with an eerie atmosphere, suggesting he was indeed underground. Casting a glance at his watch, he noted he had only been unconscious for a little over an hour. Such a duration was insufficient for the vans to have departed Gotham. Thus he remained within the city limits. Slowly, he rose to his feet, finding himself intact except for the absence of his firearm, his handcuffs still securely fastened to his waist. It felt as though he had been invited as a guest, albeit through rather forceful means. In the darkness, he groped about until he activated the bedside lamp, its soft glow illuminating the modest chamber. On the nightstand, he found a glass of water and a bottle of pain relievers. Aspirin, its label adorned with a prescription note, his name inscribed in the patient section. They had invaded his home. They had taken this from his residence. Suddenly, Barbara came to mind. Gordon recalled the words exchanged with the woman in black. They had dispatched another team to the police station. He stood up, neglecting the medication, and swiftly made his way to the door. Grasping the handle, a mere twist opened the door. Unsurprisingly, several women clad in black stood guard outside. "Where's my daughter? I demand to see her," Gordon exclaimed frantically, seizing one of the women at the doorway, only to be swiftly pulled back by a greater number of hands. "Chief Gordon, our superior is awaiting your presence," one of them stated. At that moment, the woman who had struck him earlier appeared from around the corridor's corner, advancing toward him with a uniform gait, her smile devoid of warmth. Gordon realized he was now in a cold corridor, illuminated by harsh white lights, the walls tiled like those of a hospital. "Where's my daughter?" He pressed again. The woman, as if troubled by a headache, rubbed her temples and sighed. "You shall find out once you meet our superior." Gordon broke free from his captors, adjusted his trench coat, brushing off non-existent dust as though it had been sullied by their presence. "What are we waiting for? Lead the way." The woman, seemingly unfazed, turned and retraced her steps. Gordon cautiously surveyed his surroundings, yet gleaned no information, only reinforcing his belief that he was somewhere underground. The corridor stretched endlessly, a blinding white that obscured the horizon, flanked by numerous small rooms, all with closed doors, their contents a mystery. After navigating several twists and turns that left him disoriented, they finally arrived before a larger door. This door was crafted from solid wood, adorned with beautiful gold trim and enamel, featuring intricate reliefs of the three fates, their expressions vivid and lifelike. The woman rapped on the door, then stepped back, raising an eyebrow at Gordon and gesturing for him to enter. Gordon entered without a hint of trepidation. Within this chamber, he felt as though he had stepped into the study of the Wayne Manor, surrounded by towering bookshelves laden with an array of tomes, with a roaring fireplace nearby. The walls adorned with family portraits, the floor covered in a sumptuous woolen carpet, and in front of the fireplace, an exquisite handcrafted sofa complemented the room's decor, which featured sculptures of masterful craftsmanship. Even the teapot on the coffee table exuded the aroma of the finest black tea. All these elements led him to question his previous judgment. This was unmistakably the residence of a prominent family, rather than a subterranean labyrinth. It was only when he caught sight of an immense desk not far from the fireplace that he encountered an unexpected figure seated behind it. Even in solitude, that individual maintained a rigid posture, his hair meticulously slicked back. Clad in an elegant bespoke suit, with a rose tucked into his breast pocket, he gently stroked a white cat nestled in his lap, regarding Gordon with a smile. He appeared aged, having aged significantly since Gordon last beheld him. His once jet-black hair was now entirely silver at the temples, and his face and hands were etched with wrinkles. Yet the one unchanging aspect was his eyes, still serene and imbued with an air of authority reminiscent of a decade prior. "Gordon, my old friend, welcome to my family," declared Falcone. For a moment, Gordon could only gaze in astonishment at the figure that uttered this name, a name entwined with his fate to such a degree that he found himself momentarily speechless. In the first decade of his career, Falcone loomed as a formidable presence in his life. Everything in Gotham was inextricably linked to him. Bars, restaurants, gas stations, cinemas, even the humble hot dog stand on the corner traced its lineage back to him. He orchestrated the dark order of Gotham, under which every citizen lived in subjugation to the mob families. Chapter 27. The bearing of Falcone's reign, viewed through the lens of today, epitomized a dictatorship steeped in violent depravity. Regardless of the business one operated in Gotham, one was compelled to pay tribute to the mob, led by Falcone. Failure to do so meant certain demise in this city. Of course, this so-called order could easily be rebranded as a management fee, for Gotham had become a city ruled by the mob. However, this also birthed a pressing issue. In this metropolis, the rich grew increasingly affluent while the poor sank deeper into destitution. The plight of those at the bottom of society was exacerbated by relentless exploitation. Much like the ocean's hierarchy, where larger fish devour smaller ones, and the smaller fish consume shrimp, which in turn feast on the mud. The majority of Gotham's populace, over 90%, were rendered inconsequential, struggling to survive in the most menial of jobs. After paying their protection fees each month, they were left with barely enough to sustain life, destined to continue enriching the mob. Every individual moved through their days in a frenzy of numbness, leading monotonous lives under the vigilant watch of the mob, compelled to comply with their every demand, regardless of the task at hand. Should there be even a hint of dissent among the populace, they would be met with brutal reprisals or even more dreadful fates, such as arson, being sprayed with gunfire on the streets, or having their entire family bound with cement bricks and cast into the depths of the sea. The shadows of this pervasive terror enveloped all. One could not possess anything that might catch the gaze of gangsters, for they would seize it all. A handsome husband would be taken away, a quality bicycle would be snatched, a sofa with a soft fabric would be pilfered. Although these acts were not perpetrated by the Falcone family, they were often committed by petty thugs, whose small gangs were parasitically attached to larger factions, all ultimately under the dominion of the 10 notorious families. In other places, when children are asked about their aspirations for the future, a plethora of answers would emerge. Some dream of becoming scientists, others wish to be priests or even firefighters. However, in the Gotham of that time, there was but a singular ambition: to become a boss. For the only path to distinction for these children lay in joining a gang, aligning themselves with a powerful leader, and transforming into the very type of person they once loathed, climbing the treacherous ladder through various nefarious deeds. During that period, the Gotham government was plagued by corruption, with more than half of its officials accepting political donations from crime families, while the remainder lived under the constant threat of gang intimidation, rendering the city a veritable bastion of despair. It was amidst this turmoil that the retired James Gordon returned to the city, taking on the role of a detective. His first case involved the tragic murder of the parents of a young girl named Brisvene in a dark alley. He consoled the grieving child, assuring her that he would uncover the truth and seek justice for her parents. Yet, every lead pointed inexorably towards the gangsters, and as he delved deeper into the investigation, he encountered a multitude of horrors lurking within the shadows. Strictly speaking, during his tenure as a homicide detective, Gordon led a relatively comfortable life. As a police officer, he was exempt from paying protection fees, and thugs did not typically seek trouble with him. After all, to the 10 families, Gotham was their domain, and the police were merely maintaining order for their clans. It was inconceivable to demand protection fees from one's own. Though Gordon was a native of Gotham, he had glimpsed the vibrant world beyond, contrasting starkly with the city's perpetual gloom. He could not accept the notion that his city was to remain in such a state. Determined to bring all the gangs to justice and restore light to Gotham, he pressed on, even though half of his sustenance was derived from the Falcone family, who filled his plate with sumptuous offerings. Nevertheless, his endeavors were not for his own gain, but for the sake of the many impoverished souls. Thus, he endured myriad hardships, demotion, threats, false accusations, and attempts on his life. As his investigation delved deeper, the methods employed by the gang became increasingly ruthless. Countless times, he narrowly escaped death until over a decade ago when Batgirl emerged. Together, they toiled for 3 arduous years, and ultimately, he triumphed. The 10 families crumbled to dust, leaving only the Cobblepot family, the present-day Penguin, who now commands less than a fraction of her former territory. He personally ensured that Falcone, the once mighty emperor of Gotham, was incarcerated in Blackgate Prison. Although he soon emerged, he vanished to Hong Kong, never to be seen again by Gordon. In the ensuing years, Gordon devoted his energies to confronting an incessant parade of masked vigilantes. Perhaps only during moments of evening repose with a drink would he reminisce about those thrilling days of youth. Now, the figure from his recollections has resurfaced. Gordon, the good lad of yesteryears, you too have aged. Falcone's voice, tinged with nostalgia, bore no trace of animosity as he gazed at Gordon, akin to an ordinary elder surveying his kin. He retained his dignified presence, impeccably attired in a well-fitted suit, exuding grace. The room seemed to reverse time, transporting them back to the illustrious days of the Romans, to the moment when Gordon first encountered him. In those early days of investigation, he had sought Falcone's counsel, and the crime lord had received him with equal poise. A conversation between the underground monarch of the city and a mere policeman, separated only by this desk. Much like today, Gordon, however, was not easily swayed. Perhaps 30 years prior, he might have been, but that was not the case now. He vividly recalled how Falcone's subordinates had once summoned him. The Romans have returned, and they are fully armed. You have aged more swiftly than I, Falcone, Gordon retorted defiantly, undaunted even in dire circumstances. Falcone merely chuckled, leisurely stroking his cat, which lay languidly by the fireplace, comfortably yawning in his embrace. Indeed, we have both aged. This world is destined for the young. Hence, I intend to return to this place before I depart from it. Gotham holds little allure. You should return to Hong Kong. Gordon seated himself opposite Falcone, meeting his gaze with calm composure. Falcone paused, lowering his head to inhale the fragrance of the rose upon his chest, then looked up at Gordon in bewilderment. True, I entrusted you with a magnificent city, yet you have allowed it to devolve into this? At least the people have gained their freedom, Gordon sighed, closing his eyes as he leaned back against the sofa. What value is freedom? He pondered now. They scarcely dare to step outside their doors at night. Falcone shook his head, laughing heartily as though he had heard a jest, upon observing Gordon's closed eyes. He continued, You once deceived me alongside Batgirl. I hold no grudge, for I understand your desire, a better city. I harbor no resentment towards her either, for someone within my family betrayed me by murdering Briss's parents. Though it was the court's infiltration, it remains a fitting retribution for me. Gordon remained silent. Do you remember? I once asked you what you desired. You expressed your desire for a city where people could live in peace and children could thrive. Thus, I relinquished control, entrusting you with the realization of what I could not achieve. I allowed you to confine me to a prison, making you the beacon of hope for Gotham, while I sought refuge elsewhere. Yet, is this truly the answer you present to me? Falcone calmly set the cat down onto the carpet, observing as it curled up and drifted into slumber. He poured golden liquid from a bottle into 2 glasses, the drink shimmering with vibrant hues in the firelight. Gotham simply requires time. It will improve, Gordon murmured, struggling to believe his own words. This is why I hold faith in you, Gordon. You consistently harbor hope and refuse to surrender. Falcone chuckled, rising unsteadily to hand Gordon a glass, gently clinking it against his. Compared to the little cripple from the Cobblepot family, you are indeed my ideal successor. Chapter 28. The Honor of the Underworld in Present-Day Gotham. He was perhaps the only one who would refer to Catwoman as the little cripple. There was no disdain or emotion in his tone, as if uttering the term merely acknowledged a wayward relative, akin to 2 old friends engaging in casual conversation without pretense. Gordon furrowed his brow, perplexed by Falcone's implication. Had he truly orchestrated his abduction with dozens of guns merely to reminisce? Falcone took a sip of his drink, resuming his seat with a soft sigh. Upon my return, I observed her territory and must admit, she pales in comparison to her mother, leaving me, as her uncle, feeling utterly disheartened. Catwoman. Yes, people now remember her by that name, and she has embraced it as her own moniker. However, she has forgotten that she ought to be referred to as Miss Cobblepot, rather than this title bestowed upon her due to her disability. Falcone reclined on the sofa, gently toying with the ring on his finger. She's unlike you all. Gordon lifted his glass, taking a measured sip. He faced Falcone, seeking methods to calm himself and engage in serious contemplation. Indeed, that is precisely why I once ensured she preserve the Cobblepot legacy. She is cunning, yet resourceful. I believed at the time she would have a promising future. Falcone chuckled at the memory, gazing up at the dim ceiling as if it were the sky. However, over the years she has lost far too much territory, allowing new criminal families to rise. A grave miscalculation. Just look, she has permitted the Japanese Yakuza to infiltrate Gotham. The Yakuza operate under the guise of legitimate businesses, masquerading as investors, but I shall see them brought to justice one day. Gordon was well aware of these Japanese criminals. Currently, Gotham street gangs are largely composed of them, engaged in underground gambling and drug trafficking among other illicit activities. He simply required some evidence and had been diligently working towards that end. Falcone nodded, extending a hand to Gordon with a slight wave. Yes, I understand, but this is not your burden to bear. You dwell in the light, and this task belongs to Miss Cobblepot. Falcone smiled at Gordon and uttered words that shattered his worldview. When I departed, I arranged a meeting with her. I spared her family and territory to secure her cooperation with you, and she has agreed. Gordon was taken aback, bewildered by the revelation. You're a police officer, capable of apprehending any criminal. Yet when the Yakuza, cloaked in a guise of legitimacy, infiltrates Gotham, do you find yourself powerless? Falcone responded calmly, as though everything lay within his foresight. Thus, I have retained Cobblepot. When the underworld presents challenges beyond your capacity to resolve, she will address them in her own manner. However, Falcone shook his head, smiling at Gordon. The sound of his ring clinking against the glass echoed softly. Her operations are currently a tangled mess. She appears utterly paralyzed by fear of the Black Mask and the rise of the Silent. I can tolerate the prevalence of the Cienis and Elliot families, as they are long-standing fixtures in Gotham, despite their reckless progeny. He spoke with evident dissatisfaction, his words spilling forth with a swift force, though not loud, yet radiating undeniable authority. But what of the Red Hood, Two-Face, and the myriad of gangs, numbering in the dozens? What honor or code do they possess? Even an aging lion remains a lion, and the majesty of this crime lord is a sight Gordon has only witnessed in him. At that moment, Falcone had yet to express anger. He merely voiced a few grievances. Indeed, these newly emerged gangs resemble nothing more than lunatic factions dabbling in organized crime, with nearly all of them devoid of sanity. Their concerns lie not in business, but in revelry. Gordon struggled to digest this astonishing information, feeling as though his entire existence was being manipulated by the elder before him, while contemplating his ulterior motives. Falcone regarded him and continued, You claim Cobblepot is merely moving some merchandise on her turf, and it's merely a matter of arms dealing. Why do you persist in disrupting her operations? Has she caused you trouble? Is she insufficiently courteous? Has she threatened Gotham's safety? Under the rule of the Amazons, arms dealing is deemed legitimate. To them, weapons are mere objects. The valiant warriors who engage in battle are of utmost importance. Thus, as long as one reports the origins and destinations of the arms to the council, anyone may partake in this trade. A coward wielding a gun cannot outmatch a warrior armed with a wooden stick. Therefore, to the Amazons, selling arms equates to selling timber. The Amazonian Council governs the world, boasting millions of the strongest warriors, many of whom wield divine powers. What is there to fear? However, when it comes to the Penguin, her arms trade is vast and remains unreported. To label it illegal would be a stretch, as it merely requires her to submit an application and pay a few taxes. Yet to deem it legal would also be misleading, given the absence of such procedures. She is, at present, more akin to a gray area overlord in Gotham, engaging in activities that are decidedly ambiguous. Regrettably, the Penguiness, the sole heir of one of the 10 illustrious families, bears a blood feud with the illustrious Bria's family. The Batwoman keeps a vigilant watch over her. If the Penguiness were to engage in arms smuggling, or even if she merely sold a boatload of fish without declaring it, the Bat would undoubtedly relay any incriminating evidence to Gordon. Gordon, a man of integrity, is continuously supplied with unassailable evidence from Brias, and thus, he frequently scrutinizes the Penguiness operations. To speak candidly, despite her diminutive stature and comical gait, the Penguiness is exceedingly shrewd and utterly devoid of moral scruples. Flattery and sycophancy are her forte. She treads the path of the old mafia while employing the methods of the modern underworld. She seeks no honor, but remains mindful of the rules. The Penguiness seldom instigates trouble for Gordon, dedicating most of her time to managing her restaurant. Occasionally, when their paths cross on the road, she enthusiastically invites Gordon to dine, exuberantly extolling the authenticity and freshness of that day's lobster and salmon at the bustling intersection. Gordon invariably hastens to roll up his car window, effectively shutting out her incessant promotions before driving away. However, the Penguiness remains unfazed, ready to suggest new dishes the next time they meet. She maintains close ties with numerous high-ranking officials in the city, and her iceberg restaurant is among the most popular establishments. Each night, the city's elite gather there, and she adeptly navigates through their midst. Much like the days of their 10 families, Gordon finds such an atmosphere distasteful, for she is, after all, a criminal. I know. You are a man who cannot tolerate even the slightest grain of sand, Falcone chuckled, wiping his mouth with a white handkerchief. But I also understand that it is the young lady from the Wayne family who is inciting you. She has always harbored a deep-seated hatred for us, for you took her parents from her. It is not just our Wayne family. We are among the founders of this city, sharing in its opulence. She was destined to become a remarkable entrepreneur or a formidable crime lord, rather than existing in the state she is in today. A flicker of guilt crossed Falcone's features. Brias's parents had indeed been his friends, often sharing evenings at the theater together. Become today, S. hero? Gordon raised an eyebrow. Or today, S. madwoman, Falcone replied, lifting his gaze, his aged eyes probing Gordon's soul. Tell me, Gordon, do you believe Brias is still sane? Dressed in that little animal costume, flitting about the city, unleashing her inner fears while spreading terror to her enemies and doubling it back upon herself. Is that normal? Gordon's lips quivered, as if thirst rendered him speechless, yearning to articulate something, yet finding himself utterly incapable. Chapter 29. Rome is forever Rome. Gordon found himself at a loss for words, uncertain whether he should even speak. Even the slightest acquaintance with the situation would reveal that she is, in truth, far from normal. The identities of Batwoman and Brias seem entirely severed, akin to two utterly disparate individuals. Each time the jester was apprehended, she would laugh and shout at Batwoman, Dear Bat, you and I are alike. I understand you. We are of the same kind. You have made me who I am. Ha ha ha. In those moments, Batwoman would merely gaze silently at the jester, who was being carried away, gravely injured, on the transport vehicle to Arkham Asylum, offering no words, before vanishing into the shadows with a flick of her cloak. No one could fathom her thoughts or predict her next actions. If even a lunatic could discern the truth, how could Gordon remain oblivious? The multitude of madmen plaguing Gotham today was drawn here by one of their own. Yet, on the other hand, he had watched Bryce grow up, believing she would make the right choices. Gotham indeed required a force in the darkness to curb the proliferation of evil. However, today, Falcone informed him that he was well aware of the path Gordon had chosen, a fate he had long anticipated, even arranging for a helper to assist him. The lady of the Cobblepot family, today as Catwoman, was meant to handle these matters from the shadows, while Batwoman was to play her role. Look, Gordon, you are a man of integrity. You cannot lie to me any longer. We both know Bryce has lost her sanity, her personality fragmented into two halves, Falcone remarked, his tone void of delight at receiving an answer, filled instead with endless lamentation. Initially, Gordon had selected Batwoman to intimidate Gotham's dark forces. Compared to the influence of the Penguin, her assistance was negligible, providing little beyond the fear of bats. Now, Gordon understood that if Catwoman chose to act as a descendant of one of the 10 families, the terror she could instill would far exceed that of the bats. Anyone of age in Gotham would tremble at the mention of Falcone and the 10 families. That darkness was akin to a true night of terror. Catwoman was already privy to everything, Falcone had given her instructions, and she was merely biding her time, amassing strength, waiting for the moment Gordon would abandon his alliance with the Bat. Then, she would step forward, steering events in the direction the Romans desired. She cultivated relationships with officials, built networks, and stockpiled weapons, all in anticipation of this day, to reshape Gotham into a new and beautiful city, governed jointly by the forces of light and shadow. If everything unfolded as Falcone had orchestrated, with Gordon wielding white and the Penguin black, then the chessboard of Gotham would bear no other colors, allowing for the development of Gordon's envisioned utopia. The Commissioner was no child. He understood that where there is light, darkness inevitably lurks. Since darkness must exist, it was perhaps wiser to allow it to be governed. Yet, that would render Gotham merely a city of chaotic black and white, transforming the dictatorship of Caesar into the republicanism of the Senate, with little fundamental difference. Rome, Charmaine, Rome. No, that is still your Gotham. A city governed by the influence of gangs, destined to collapse. Gordon shook his head, casting aside various associations. He held firm to his principles and desired no connection with the underworld. Indeed, I understand your perspective. Over the years, I have kept a vigilant eye on you. You have worked diligently, even as Gotham deteriorates further. Falcone reassured, pouring more wine into his glass. Under your watchful eye, daytime safety has undeniably improved, and the integrity of the government has also ascended. The only issue lies with the night. Cobblepot has disappointed me. Gordon furrowed his brow. Those who let Falcone down invariably meet a grim fate, as history has shown. However, Falcone chose not to pursue this topic further. He set down his glass, gently clapped his hands, and called out, "Sophia, you may enter." The familiar woman from outside stepped into the room, removing her felt hat, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall. She glanced at Commissioner Gordon seated on the sofa and quietly approached Falcone's side. "Let me introduce her. This is Sophia Falcone, my youngest daughter. You have not met her before, as she has been studying in Europe." Falcone smiled, patting her hand, expressing with pride, "Though it may discomfort others, Sophia is indeed the most talented among my children." Gordon scrutinized the woman's visage. He had previously overlooked her, as she constantly spoke of her boss, leading him to believe she was merely a high-ranking enforcer, of which Gotham had countless. Now, under the light, a single term encapsulated her essence, a femme fatale. She maintained a facade of polite indifference. Compared to her father, she lacked his commanding presence, but possessed a hint of neurotic madness. Gordon shifted his gaze back to Falcone, mockingly stating, "No need for introductions. We are already acquainted." "She is quite cordial." "Oh, is that so?" Falcone raised an eyebrow, smiling as he inquired of his daughter, "Have you enjoyed your time with Commissioner Gordon?" "Of course, father. Commissioner Gordon is a wonderful man," Sophia replied, her tone saccharine as if the dutiful daughter, yet her eyes held a deeper significance as they lingered on Gordon. "After everything, she will assist you in establishing a new Gotham, no longer under Cobblepot. From this day forth, the Falcone family shall be your support." "Wait, what do you mean by after everything?" Gordon sensed an unsettling implication in his words. He struggled to comprehend Falcone's meaning. What new Gotham? Falcone closed his eyes, furrowing his brow as if recalling something, but he soon smiled apologetically. "Oh, did I not mention it? Alas, as one ages, one tends to forget. My dear Gordon, do you know where we are now? Where? The sewers of Gotham? Or perhaps an abandoned asylum?" Gordon stared at the fireplace, then glanced at the ceiling. Falcone raised his right hand, forming a small gap between his thumb and index finger, and shook his head in regret at Gordon. "Alas, it was just a fraction off. You truly do not comprehend Gotham. The darkness you perceive is akin to a mere layer of aquatic vegetation floating upon the surface of a vast, nocturnal sea. Yet, it matters not. You are never meant to grasp these complexities. Such matters are to be dealt with by our families. Where are we?" Gordon fixed his gaze upon him, his patience worn thin by the incessant riddles and the unsettling feeling of being manipulated. Falcone reclined in his chair, as if savoring the warmth of a winter afternoon sun by the hearth, a contented smile gracing his lips. "Indian Hill, Gordon. We are at Indian Hill." Chapter 30. The origins of Gotham. Indian Hill. Gordon strained to recall, but despite his position as police chief, his knowledge of this place was scant. He understood that no one claimed dominion here. It was a sprawling junkyard, home to many vagrants. The land itself seemed cursed, as even the weeds failed to thrive. Moreover, It was ironically the area with the lowest crime rate in all of Gotham, where few criminals would dare to make a living. It appears you have not discerned anything, Falcone remarked, a smile playing on his lips, shaking his head, straddling the line between disappointment and contemplation. Perhaps a different nomenclature might spark some insight. For instance, the Indian Hill Paramilitary Zone or the Gotham City Research Institute. With the mention of the military and research, Gordon's experience illuminated the nature of this place, causing his pupils to dilate involuntarily. In that moment, his sole thought was, after all these years, Falcone has lost his mind. Even without having heard those names, he surmised the purpose of this site. Though Paradise Island looked down upon technology, the Amazons, amidst their prolonged conflict with Atlantis, would inevitably employ technology to forge weapons, arming the ordinary and decimating foes. Some of these creations, he suspected, would leave Ra's al Ghul in contemplative silence and would bring tears of poignant emotion to the jester's eyes. Yet, he had not anticipated the existence of such a place within Gotham. Ah, it seems you have had a revelation. Indeed, your acuity delights me. As you surmised, this was once the site designated by the Amazon Council for the specialized research of biochemical weaponry. Falcone gently applauded, gesturing for Sophia to take a seat and listen as he recounted the establishment of Gotham. Our city was founded in the 1880s by the four prominent families. He quietly approached the fireplace, holding his wine glass as he observed the flickering flames. These families were the pioneers of this city, investing nearly a decade of effort, culminating in the completion of Gotham in 1891. The four families comprised the Wayne family, to which little Bruce's mother belonged, the Kane family, to which his father belonged, the Elliott family, represented by the now silent Thomas, and, of course, the Cobblepot family. Strictly speaking, among our 10 families, only the Cobblepot lineage is a native. The rest are mere newcomers. Before our ancestors arrived in Gotham, they were nothing more than unfortunate souls without a home. I seem to have digressed. Let us return to the tale of Gotham's construction. At that time, the four prominent families were not nearly as affluent as they are today. They possessed only a modest sum of money. They could envision establishing a small town, but a city? How audacious! During their financial struggles, political brokers from the Amazon Council approached them with an irresistible proposal. The council would fund the construction of a city, specifically a stronghold on the East Coast to counter Atlantis. Once the city was completed, the four families would manage it, with the council promising not to interfere. The council intended to build research institutes, military bases, prisons, and temples, while the four families would bear full responsibility for logistics and supplies within the city. Before the four families lay not the towering skyscrapers of today, but rather a desolate expanse of shallow waters and a modest settlement. They simply could not refuse such a fortuitous offer, and thus they allied with the emissaries, becoming the council's proxies. The city was established, and true to their word, the council entrusted it to them. In return, the families continually supplied Gotham with resources such as fish, steel, and manpower. Look at your police station, Blackgate Penitentiary, Arkham Asylum, and other such establishments. Do they not resemble fortresses? They're all relics from that era. Decades passed, and the nature of warfare evolved. Soon, the council deemed it necessary to possess a greater deterrent against the aquatic threats. Hence, they acquired the ancestral graves of the indigenous people and erected the Gotham City Research Institute, aiming to eliminate their adversaries once and for all in the event of an impending war. What could be more convenient than establishing a biochemical research facility in a coastal city, enabling the direct disposal of toxins into the sea? This is where we find ourselves now. I must admit, the imagination of those from the last century is truly astounding, even leaving an old man like me in awe. You should see the monstrous entities that loom above us. They certainly bring me a great deal of amusement. Gordon was growing increasingly restless, his anxiety palpable, akin to sitting on a bed of nails as he squirmed upon the sofa. So, Falcone, what is your purpose? With your occupation of this place, what do you intend to accomplish? The elder took a sip of his drink, turning with a calm demeanor. My purpose is to grant you another opportunity to establish the Gotham of your imagination. Our gang has always relied on societal existence. It is time we cleaned our slate and engaged in something respectable. Gordon was utterly perplexed by Falcone's intentions, feeling as though he had never truly understood him. Beneath our feet lies a staggering 40 million cubic feet of green liquid, a special compound enhanced by magic. Upon dissolving in water, it can effortlessly permeate the skin and body of living creatures, transforming them into lifeless corpses. The instructions refer to this substance as super sarin. Originally, the intention was to deploy it in the ocean during wartime to decisively eradicate the Atlanteans. Falcone settled onto the sofa, placing his wine glass down, and continued to chuckle as he spoke to Gordon. However, subsequent scientific discoveries revealed that if all the oceans were contaminated, these toxic components would disperse across the globe with rainfall, leaving even the Amazonians unable to survive. Thus, in 1990, this place was abandoned. Just tell me your intentions. Gordon pressed. My return is solely to purify Gotham with just a hint of this substance, restoring it to its original state, to the time when it was devoid of inhabitants. Gordon, at that moment, you will have the freedom to construct your city as you wish. Once the downpour ceases, when you step outside tomorrow, you will witness the brilliance of Gotham's illumination. You seem to have forgotten about your daughter. This is her city, is it not? Gordon scoffed at the notion while contemplating ways to thwart this madness. Falcone shook his head solemnly, raising his hand to interrupt Gordon. No, Gordon. It is you who will lead the new Gotham. Sophia will merely assist you in managing the shadows. If she were to govern the city, it would be no different than when our 10 families held power. You promised me that you would instill hope in Gotham. This is for the city's future. Indeed, I desire Gotham to flourish, but not in this manner. Gordon exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, shaking his head repeatedly. Do not fear, Gordon. It will soon be over. Soon, all of Gotham's inhabitants will perish in their sleep, unaware and without pain. Falcone gently grasped his hand. Their skin appeared similarly withered. The residents of Gotham are beyond saving. Their hearts are filled with madness and darkness. Only by completely cleansing them from Gotham can the city be reborn. You are insane. Falcone, utterly mad. Gordon withdrew his hand, leaning back against the chair, the flickering firelight illuminating the faces of the three, with only Gordon displaying a pallid countenance. Falcone smiled as he returned to his seat, retrieving a cigar from the box on the table and patiently trimming it. No, Gordon, this is not madness. It is wisdom I acquired upon arriving in Hong Kong. There is a saying there, one learns as long as one lives. I have greatly benefited. I have finally discovered the means to heal Gotham, which they refer to as the courageous severing of the wrist. Chapter 31. Poor Gordon. Gotham itself is not diseased. It is the residents who are afflicted. Therefore, we merely need to replace them, although the thought of killing so many weighs heavily on my conscience. The courageous severing of the wrist entails enduring some pain. Falcone intended to pour himself a drink, but Sophia proactively seized the bottle, pouring not only for Falcone, but also replenishing Gordon's glass. So much? That amounts to 8 million. 8 million! Gordon exclaimed furiously, slamming his glass onto the table, spilling the golden liquid within. Father, Director Gordon seems unwell. Should I take an arrest? Sophia inquired playfully of Falcone, though an unsettling crackle resonated through her bones, causing the room's temperature to drop several degrees. The cat on the carpet abruptly awakened from its slumber, scanning for the source of its unease. Falcone comforted her with a smile, assuring her it was unnecessary, and proceeded to wipe the table with a few sheets of paper. It's nothing. Gordon has always behaved this way since I've known him. Once he witnesses the new Gotham, he will comprehend my intentions. Furthermore, although you are a young lady, it is unbecoming to issue threats so readily. The Falcone family values honor and decorum, advocating for reasoned persuasion. Your actions lack dignity. Yes, father, I will be more mindful. Sophia conceded, softening as she picked up the cat from the carpet, playfully pinching its ears. Falcone regarded her with a gentle gaze, nodding, before turning his attention back to Gordon. I apologize for any embarrassment caused. My daughter, having acquired some skills in the Far East, is youthful and full of energy, which sometimes leads to her being discourteous. I hope you will be understanding. Gordon felt an overwhelming inability to engage with the two seemingly unhinged individuals. Yet Falcone's words struck a chord. Barbara, where's my daughter, Barbara? He sat up straight, looking intently at Falcone. The smile on the Roman's face faltered as he hesitated before softly instructing Sophia, turn on the television. Let Gordon see. Afterward, he glanced apologetically at Gordon. I'm sorry. Gordon, I know how much you care for her, but our invitation has encountered unforeseen complications. Gordon sprang to his feet in agitation, but as Sophia passed by him to turn on the television, A mere wave of her hand left him feeling numb, collapsing back onto the sofa. What have you done to her? How is she? Gordon struggled, fixating on Falcone with fierce intensity. It is not what we have done to her, but rather your previous indiscretions that have angered certain individuals who now wish to retaliate against you, he indicated toward the television. Just then, another round of news began, and before Gordon could turn to watch, a raspy, demonic voice emanated from the screen. Good evening, host. Good evening, Gotham. When Gordon finally composed himself, despair washed over him, tears streaming down his face as his mind replayed the harrowing image of the masked killer in black and yellow firing at Barbara, her frail body crumpling in the rain. He cursed himself, questioning why he had provoked such enmity, leaving his family to suffer the consequences. Barbara was only 17. How could this happen? Beside him, Falcone dabbed at the corners of his eyes with a handkerchief, visibly distressed, while Sophia remained absorbed in her affection for the cat, her thoughts entirely consumed by the creature before her. My deepest condolences, Gordon. I am profoundly saddened by your loss. It was never intended to unfold this way. You and your daughter were meant to join us in joyous celebration within this secure sanctuary. Alas, I was unaware that the city had summoned the grim toll of death. I apologize. My grasp on the city has waned significantly, and I received not a whisper of forewarning. Falcone spoke, producing a fresh handkerchief and offering it to Gordon with heartfelt sincerity, assuring him that he had never wished to harm father and daughter. What have I done? Whom have I offended? Damn it, it is I who am at fault. Gordon lamented, gripping his hair and violently striking his head against the armrest of the sofa. Falcone exchanged a glance with Sophia, who promptly placed a hand gently against Gordon's chest. He soon discovered that apart from his head, his body had become immobilized, allowing tears to stream down his face uncontrollably. Gordon, my dear boy, do not torment yourself. The fault lies not with you. You merely sought to improve the city. You and I are alike. We are both good people. Falcone approached, adjusting Gordon's posture to provide him with some comfort against the chair's back. He pressed his hand against his chest and continued, the true wrongdoers are the people of this city. They have succumbed to madness. We must heal them, and we have the opportunity to avenge Barbara. Gordon offered no response, his eyes silently shedding tears as he murmured, Barbara, Barbara. He severed his connection to reality, wholly absorbed in his grief, rendering him impervious to any words spoken to him. Falcone turned to Sophia, troubled by Gordon's state. This was not the Gordon he desired. Before Gotham could be reborn, they must eliminate the grim toll. Sophia, do you possess the confidence to defeat her? Understanding whom he referred to, Sophia's expression fluctuated. Disappointment, anger, and resentment flashed across her visage, but the resolve that Falcone sought was absent. She lay back against the sofa, shaking her head gently. I am sorry, father. I am no match for her. How can that be? Your mentor has proclaimed you a prodigious talent, capable of conquering this realm. Falcone furrowed his brow, an air of authority surrounding him, suspecting that his daughter feared the conflict and hesitated to engage. Sophia sighed, her honesty unwavering. She must have only shared half the truth, for while the world is indeed vast, it is wise to avoid certain individuals. And the grim toll is one of them. Is she truly that formidable? I have never encountered her in Gotham. Falcone resumed his seat, now convinced of Sophia's words. Exceedingly strong. She is remarkably young, perhaps even younger than I. If you were to assign me to confront Bliss, I could easily present her before you using only my legs. For the bat does not take lives. Sophia shook her head with a bittersweet smile, fully aware of her capabilities. However, the grim toll is a different matter. She is not only a master of unarmed combat, but also a grandmaster of all weaponry. The expression all weapons signifies mastery over any instrument of lethal intent, be it blades, firearms, or even heavy artillery like tanks. It encompasses the entire spectrum of tools capable of inflicting harm. Did your master say this? Falcone inquired, as he settled into a serene calm, bowing his head to caress the petals of a rose. Sophia nodded absent-mindedly, stroking the head of a white cat, marked with her lipstick imprint. Indeed, since I am likely of a similar age to the bell toller, she occasionally brings it up to educate me. Even after my apprenticeship, the bell toller remains the person she specifically advises me to avoid. Falcone pondered this information. My teacher mentioned that if I were to confront the bell toller, I might have a 60% chance of escaping in a barehanded fight. However, if she were to wield a blade, that probability dwindles to 30%. Should she employ firearms simultaneously, my demise would be assured. Upon finishing her statement, Sophia fell silent once more. The room returned to tranquility, save for Gordon's desperate murmurs. Chapter 32. The plan. After a brief pause, Falcone erupted in laughter, his mirth brimming with spirited vigor and a noble demeanor. What an extraordinary individual. Had she existed in our era, I have no doubt Moroni would have paid handsomely for her to eliminate me. Sophia, playfully tugging at the white cat's ears to shape them like a rabbit, corrected him with disinterest. Uncle Moroni could not afford such an extravagant sum. The bell toller is a mercenary, and she has a fixed price for her targets, typically 30% of their total wealth. I have researched her current quote for Brisvine, excluding her identity as Batgirl, merely considering her public persona. Can you guess the amount? How much? Falcone, intrigued, raised his glass and took a sip, eagerly inquiring of his daughter. In their time, dealings with assassins were commonplace, the least expensive option being a local thug, costing perhaps a few $100s. He could scarcely recall how many times in his youth he had hired someone to resolve a predicament. It was only when the family blossomed and they acquired their own enforcers that they ceased to rely on outsiders. He was keen to discern the current pricing trends, as he had long since stopped attending to such trivial matters. Brisvine held an 80% stake in the Vane Corporation, when accounting for all real estate and investments. Alongside the inflation of recent years, her fortune approximated $8 billion. Thus, the bell toller's quote for her life was $2.4 billion. If someone were to offer this sum, she would execute Brisvine. Sophia began calculating the figures on her fingers, arriving at an astronomical sum. Huh, cough, cough. Falcone choked slightly on his drink, wiping his mouth. She truly dares to demand such a price. It became evident that the bell toller was not only formidable, but also audacious, treating every life as a commodity with a clear price tag, displayed for affluent buyers in her mercenary market. No money? Then why seek the world's foremost mercenary? Simply recruit a local thug. Thus, according to this algorithm, even if the tolling bell were to sound at that time, father, you would still be deemed secure. Although our family lacks tangible enterprises, the annual income from protection fees could serve as a metric. Your valuation should exceed $100 million, while Uncle Moroni would likely be worth merely $40 million. Burdened with daily anxieties, it was then that Sophia articulated her conclusion, leaving Falcone at a loss for expression, feeling as though he were impoverished, and pondering the extraordinary wealth of Bliss. How did she amass such fortune? The combined wealth of the Vane and Kane families could not possibly rival hers. Falcone inquired, reflecting that his years in the Asian underworld had not yielded such riches, especially given that the Vane Group engaged in legitimate business. Sophia shrugged. She has seized the opportunities of the information age, father. However, Falcone expressed skepticism. Could the tolling bell truly sustain such a business? He set down his glass, acknowledging his own aging and difficulty in accepting contemporary prices. Indeed, business is thriving, for celebrities like Bliss are not commonplace. The most common are the vendettas among ordinary people. As she mentioned on television earlier, basic services $2 million. Sophia sat up straight, glancing at Gordon, who was lost in reverie, and continued to explain to her father. Suppose you are a small business owner plagued by troublesome competitors. At this juncture, you simply contact the tolling bell. For $2 million, your adversary will vanish without a trace by nightfall. Upon awakening the following day, you will find yourself in a broader market, potentially absorbing your rival's clientele. And you would deem this expenditure exceedingly worthwhile, with no trace leading back to you. Is it truly that simple? He mused. Her highest fee is astronomical, yet her lowest is affordable for the average person. Falcone found the pricing structure rather ambiguous. The tolling bell does not concern herself with the identity or motives of her targets. She merely conducts business. Naturally, the more affluent and renowned the target, the higher the price, Sophia clarified. Falcone pondered this for a moment and raised his glass once more. However, Barbara does not fit this paradigm. The tolling bell's target is Gordon. Why then would she wish to eliminate Barbara? No one has paid for that. Sophia, uncertain, could only speculate. It is said that the tolling bell is quite an emotional individual. She may offer her services free of charge when in high spirits. Yet when displeased, she may indiscriminately eliminate anyone in her path. Barbara might simply be a victim of misfortune. Madness. Another lunatic. Falcone shook his head, his impatience with the city growing. He yearned for a new Gotham. If that is the case, Let the tolling bell accompany the old Gotham to its grave. Even she cannot survive the onslaught of venomous rain. It would serve as a consolation for Gordon. Indeed, father. However, our other guests have yet to arrive. They may have been delayed by the storm. Sophia, now serious, set the cat aside. Are the League of Assassins truly hindered by the rain? Is that a jest among the youth? They're never late, especially when it comes to vengeance. Falcone immediately dismissed her notion, asserting his profound understanding of them. Let our surveillance apparatus operate at full capacity, monitoring every shadow entering and exiting the city. Once they set foot in Gotham, we shall release the toxin into the clouds, ensuring their inability to depart. Sophia nodded, her long, dark hair cascading in gentle waves, tinged with red in the firelight. Yet soon she inquired, but will Ra's al Ghul and Talia come? Falcone resumed his composed demeanor, resting his hands on his knees and sitting upright. They will. For once they become aware that I am their adversary, they will undoubtedly arrive, knowing that my subordinates are powerless against me. You are certain that Gordon has left them a clue? Sophia smiled and nodded, pouring herself tea from the pot on the table, her movements exuding an elegance that suggested practiced grace. Indeed, Director Gordon believes he can inscribe messages on his glasses without my noticing. However, having honed my skills to this extent, I perceive his subtle maneuvers quite clearly. I even confirmed that the license plate he left was accurate before I felt assured to bring him back. Excellent. When the League of Assassins discovers that it was I who eliminated their members and receives the clues left by Gordon, they will promptly prepare to enter the city. At that point, we merely need to ensure Ra's al Ghul and Talia survive. Falcone expressed his approval, feeling that his daughter surpassed his son significantly. As for Albert, he ought to focus on his studies. Why keep them alive, father? Have you softened? Sophia queried. No. Let us not forget that Ra's al Ghul and Talia have both been immersed in the Lazarus Pit, making them exceedingly difficult to kill. Moreover, the new Gotham requires adversaries. Otherwise, you, Gordon, and Beryl will be but a disjointed assembly. You need a unifying catalyst. A deranged ninja master makes a fitting opponent for the new Gotham. Falcone responded with a smile, fully aware that the new Gotham must unite. Only external forces could forge such unity. As the deranged ninja master Ra's al Ghul roamed the outskirts of Gotham, bereft of all his subordinates, Gordon and Batman would increasingly rely on the strength of darkness. On Sophia. Sophia glanced at Gordon, noticing he appeared more lucid, seemingly revitalized. Her voice softened. But father, are you truly certain that Director Gordon will collaborate with me? There had been doubts before, yet now Falcone lifted his glass, taking a gentle sip, his gaze lingering on the entranced Gordon. Chapter 33. Discrepancy. Gordon's consciousness finally returned to his body. He could feel the light and the warmth of the hearth. Yet within him, winter reigned. Everything was frozen, devoid of sunlight and hope. Falcone tenderly patted his shoulder, comforting him like an elder. Gordon, my dear Gordon, it is all behind you. Everything will be well. You have lost 2 wives and your child for the city. You are merely weary. Exhausted, Gordon lowered his head, trembling slightly. No, Gordon, it is not yet time for you to rest. A new Gotham has yet to be established. You cannot afford a pause. Only you can save it, you promise me. Falcone embraced him tightly, the frail old man nearly lifting him off the sofa. Gordon gazed at Falcone in confusion, unable to recall what he had promised. His mind was a tumultuous cauldron, thoughts jumbled as if they had lost all connection. Yes, I promise you, he replied, bewildered. Indeed, you pledged to create a better Gotham, one where all can live happily. This is our city, and we desire its transformation. Child. Gordon clutched his head in anguish. Falcone gently patted his back, reassuring him, it is all in the past. It is all in the past. You will have a new wife. When the new Gotham is rebuilt, I shall officiate your wedding with Sophia, and then entrust the Falcone family to you. I will depart amidst applause, and you shall have new children, a new city, and live happily ever after. As he spoke, he looked expectantly at Sophia, as if seeking her approval. Yes, father. It is all up to you, she replied with a disingenuous smile, reminiscent of a medieval noblewoman's polite facade, her voice sweet and obedient, as though she had never changed. Come, Gordon, kiss my ring and accept my promise. From this moment, we shall be one family, for a better Gotham. Falcone chuckled, extending his right hand toward Gordon, revealing a finely crafted golden ring adorned with the rose emblem of the Falcone family on his ring finger. Yet, In his stupor, Gordon turned his head away, refusing to gaze upon the ring, just as he had done over a decade ago. Outside, at the perimeter of Indian Hill, Su Ming and his companions had been stationed in the television station's broadcast vehicle for an hour, the clock striking past 4, with only the sounds of wind and rain surrounding them. Endless torrents cascaded from the heavens, twisted by the gale into watery serpents, seemingly finding their way into the vehicle through the tiniest of cracks, stealing the warmth from their bodies. The interior was shrouded in darkness. He and Cindy sat in the shadowy driver's cabin, each clutching a bottle of recently procured beer, monitoring the commotion outside. Earlier, in the small supermarket, Su Ming had divulged to Cindy all he knew about the multiverse, the mastermind's plans, and various other speculations. He did so because she was the only person he could trust in this place. Before his departure, he felt compelled to leave sufficient intelligence behind, ensuring Cindy's continued survival. He was uncertain whether his decision was wise or if it might trigger a butterfly effect or even graver consequences. Nonetheless, he simply acted as a partner ought to, despite having known each other for merely 6 hours and being a temporary alliance. Their striking similarities and seamless coordination made it seem as though they had been acquainted for an eternity. Indeed, it was a considerable span of time for Su Ming, who had only graced this world for 6.5 hours. Those 6 hours encapsulated nearly his entire new existence. In this brief period, he had encountered unimaginable experiences and undergone transformations he had never contemplated, becoming inextricably linked to the world that had shaped him. Meanwhile, Cindy's reaction was surprisingly composed. Upon uncovering the schemes of the puppet masters behind the scenes, she responded as if she were merely receiving information, acknowledging Su Ming's words with a simple "oh," her thoughts remaining inscrutable. The two fell into a silence as they returned to the car, driving to their current location and shutting off the engine to wait in the shadows. In the distance, the flickering lights of the junkyard illuminated the night, ignited by homeless wanderers seeking refuge from the rain within the dilapidated vehicles. Some were unfortunate enough to have their makeshift fires extinguished by the downpour, while shouts and cries occasionally pierced the air. Such inclement weather was hardly conducive for small creatures to venture out. Yet Su Ming was certain he had spotted mice scurrying in and out of the wrecks, seemingly relocating their provisions to higher ground. As the wind shifted and the rain changed direction, their awaited target remained elusive. What on earth is going on? Have the members of the Shadow Dancer Alliance encountered a flash flood? Cindy pondered, her body stiff from the prolonged wait as she leaned against the steering wheel. Something felt amiss. Batgirl's surveillance system had yet to detect any ninjas entering Gotham, indicating that something had gone awry. Gazing into the enveloping darkness, Su Ming strained to discern the direction of the subterranean research facility's entrance, hoping it aligned with its location in the world of television dramas. Barbara continued to connect her notebook to the Batcave's mainframe, the screen flickering through various feeds, yet no members of the Shadow Dancer had been identified. What shall we do? Cindy turned to him, her expression reflecting concern. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming pondered whether the Shadow Dancers might have devised an alternative plan. Cindy had only discovered the footprints of the ninjas on the rooftop. It was plausible that the scouts of the Shadow Dancer had not descended to investigate the bodies. She merely needed to ascertain that their comrades were dead, without the necessity of delving into the details of their demise. After all, it was Gotham's fault. With Batgirl absent from the city, wouldn't T destroying Gotham serve as a fitting retribution? Ra's al Ghul might be amassing forces in Nanda Parbat, necessitating the return of Alliance members from across the globe, thus requiring additional time. When the Shadow Dancer returned, it was likely they would initiate a grand operation to obliterate Gotham. Why bother identifying the perpetrators? It seemed an unnecessary complication, especially since the blame would undoubtedly fall on the people of Gotham. Detonating a few nuclear devices within the city, sending all gangs and residents to the heavens, would surely avenge the slain members. Ra's al Ghul's long-standing ambition would also be fulfilled. A dual victory, indeed. We must launch our offensive. We can no longer afford to wait, regardless of what lies within. Su Ming donned his helmet, secured the buckle, and prepared his weaponry. Are we certain? He inquired. We cannot yet ascertain where the Romans intend to confront them. Despite Cindy's light-hearted tone, her actions belied a sense of urgency as she swiftly readied herself for battle. Su Ming observed her and the others in the vehicle before leaping down. It was evident to him that, as time progressed, greater perils loomed ever closer. He referred to the impending clash between the Amazons and Atlantis, as well as the assassination that Bryce might orchestrate. They had no time to linger. They must hasten to rescue Gordon and locate the bat. Chapter 34. The Owl 2 individuals led the charge, trailed by 3 who possessed no combat prowess. Barbara clutched her laptop, while Vico grasped a microphone, and Peter, pallid and trembling, lagged behind with the camera. His unsteady gait and vacant expression rendered him akin to a specter in the rain-soaked night. Su Ming perceived this as an ominous sign, as if it foretold the emergence of flesh-eating monstrosities upon their entrance to the underground laboratory. He drew his twin blades and struck the barbed wire fence twice, sparks flashing in the downpour, tracing an X-shaped mark. He then bent the wires to form a passage wide enough for a wheelchair, first assisting Barbara through. Barbara offered him a nervous smile before redirecting her focus to the ominous surroundings. The derelict vehicle stood as mere shells, stripped of engines, spark plugs, batteries, and all valuables, carelessly discarded like corpses, forming small hills. In the darkness, the shadows of these black mounds surrounded them from every angle, indistinguishable from afar. Neither Barbara, Vico, nor Peter had ever ventured into such desolate locales at midnight. Every denizen of Gotham knew the lurking dangers of the night. Some sought them out, while others shunned them like venomous serpents. Su Ming sensed a watchful gaze upon him. He looked up to find a homeless woman peering at them through the vacant driver's seat of a nearby, abandoned vehicle. Initially indifferent, he became alert when she emitted peculiar sounds. Goo 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 goo. Bang. Su Ming raised his weapon and fired, startling Barbara and the others. Was this sudden act of violence the true nature of mercenaries in the midst of a mission? However, what should have been a certain shot was evaded by the strange woman, who contorted her neck in an extraordinary manner, her head retracting in her body as the bullet whizzed over her. When she re-emerged from the wreckage, the vagabond's guise had transformed into that of a masked figure adorned with round glasses. She swiftly ascended to the roof of the abandoned vehicle, clad in a black leather uniform adorned with golden embellishments and incongruous lace, reminiscent of the hunting attire worn by nobility in the medieval era. Her round spectacles resembled the keen eyes of an owl, surveying Su Ming and his companions from above. "Protect them," he uttered tersely, drawing his twin blades and leaping onto the adjacent wreck, standing in silent opposition to this peculiar figure. I had always believed their existence to be mere folklore. Cindy, too, drew her weapon, positioning herself before the others. It seemed, as Sue had remarked, that Gotham concealed too many secrets. Vika, of course, would not let such an opportunity slip by. She promptly instructed Peter to use his raincoat to create a small canopy for her, pulling out her notebook, intending to document the scene illuminated by the camera's light. "Miss Cindy, you appear to be acquainted with the masked figure before us. Could you enlighten us about her identity?" Cindy cast a glance at her, aware that Su Ming's companions were likely formidable individuals even in a parallel universe. Yet here, Vika was merely an ordinary person, and her excessive curiosity could indeed prove perilous. "All you need to know is that they are assassins of a very ancient power within Gotham. Knowing too much could cost you your life. That's quite all right. As a journalist, I am well prepared for such realities. Please share the truth with the citizens." To her surprise, this threat of death seemed to activate a switch within Vika, who immediately flushed with excitement, fervently pressing for more information, her lips pursed tightly, eyes wide with exhilaration. Cindy shook her head, her meaning ambiguous, and began reciting a widely known nursery rhyme that had circulated in Gotham for decades, said to be uttered by any child playing on the streets. "Beware the court of owls, watching you as you roam." In the shadows, they observe Gotham City, hidden atop low walls and attics. When you are at home, they are there too. Should you hide beneath your bed, they accompany you. Never speak their name, lest their talons sever your neck. Vika paused momentarily, but the instincts of a reporter compelled her to commit this verse to memory, should the opportunity arise. She intended to delve into Gotham's history, perhaps uncovering something significant. Su Ming was the first to react. As a traveler in Gotham, amidst this tempest, the sound of the owl's hoot alerted him to the gravity of the situation. The woman masquerading as a vagrant was an assassin of the Court of Owls, Talon. Until Su Ming's arrival, DC Comics had yet to elucidate the intricate details of this enigmatic organization. He merely understood it to be an alliance formed by Gotham's oldest families, perpetually influencing the city through various means. No one knew their true identities. All members donned white owl masks and bore a unique ring as a token. Talon was the assassin they had trained to eliminate dissenters within the city, before the rise of the criminal syndicates and the reign of the four prominent families. Gotham City endured a brief period under the dominion of the Court of Owls. However, internal power struggles led to devastating conflicts among them. The likes of Falcone and other mob leaders swiftly ascended to power, driving the Owls back into the shadows. While the likes of Batman or Falcone might possess knowledge of such intelligence, Su Ming, hailing from an alternate realm, is privy to even deeper revelations. Their origins can be traced back to the dawn of humanity, to the Stone Age, encompassing the Bird Tribe, Wolf Tribe, Bear Tribe, and the Bat Tribe, all regarded as the genesis of European civilization within the DC universe. Batman is a descendant of the Bat Tribe, while the Court of Owls emanates from the Bird Tribe. Crucially, the members of the Court of Owls are entirely brainwashed and controlled by their Chi-Hu priests, existing as dark minions who, in their dreams, pledge unwavering allegiance to the dark god Barbados. From a certain perspective, Barbados stands as the deity of bats within the dark multiverse, the dark dragon, the one true god, and they have not erred in their choice of divinity. Unfortunately, this god harbors aspirations solely for the bright universe, showing little regard for his followers, treating them merely as disposable tools. Yet, this does not afford Su Ming any respite. The appearance of the Talon signifies that the court will soon become aware, and Barbados will likewise be informed. The impending peril will escalate at a frenzied pace. He must do all in his power to keep this Talon here, delaying the court's knowledge for as long as possible. Chapter 35. The Battle of the Death Knell. The Talons possess no self-awareness. They are hypnotized warriors, frozen until summoned by the Court of Owls for missions, most often of an assassination nature. Upon completion of their tasks, they return to the Owl's labyrinth, re-entering a state of suspension, awaiting the next awakening. Perhaps the Talon before Su Ming is an ancient being, several centuries old, yet he cannot afford to underestimate them. They are enhanced individuals, their prowess surpassing that of the assassins from the Shadow Dancers Alliance, imbued with ancestral combat techniques of the Talons, each an expert in melee weaponry. Furthermore, owing to their leadership being comprised entirely of Gotham's elite, they possess no false sense of honor to encumber them, rendering all their weapons laced with lethal toxins. For an ordinary person, encountering a Talon is nearly a death sentence. When they don disguises, they can effortlessly mimic anyone's demeanor and voice, portraying their roles with uncanny accuracy, rendering them nearly undetectable. In their Talon form, they speak seldom, preferring to emit sounds reminiscent of hooting or cooing, emulating an owl. Their numbers are always maintained at 100, consisting of 99 ordinary Talons and one meticulously cultivated Zero Talon, the most formidable of them all. The ordinary claw replenishes itself annually to replace those severely damaged during missions. The Owl Court selects promising children or youths, deceiving them into undergoing brainwashing rituals to bolster their numbers. Now, Su Ming must retain this one, seemingly just an ordinary claw. However, should she escape to relay information, matters may devolve into the dire scenario he had previously envisioned. Once she returns to the Owl Labyrinth, the Owl Court will be apprised of the events that transpired here. It is imperative to bring her down for a confrontation, seizing the opportunity to eliminate her. Provoking her is a reasonable strategy, and Su Ming harbors a conjecture on how to incite the claw. The Owl Court eats excrement, he suddenly shouted, raising both middle fingers at her. Cindy covered her face, while the other three exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by his actions. The echo of eating excrement reverberated amidst the wreckage of the vehicles, the cacophony of wind and rain failing to muffle this insult from reaching the claw's ears. Once poised to take flight from her elevated position, the claw hesitated, redirecting her gaze toward the shadowy figure below. Indeed, as tools of the nobility's assassination, the claws themselves could endure any affront. The nobility, however, were a different matter altogether, which is why one of the hypnotic commands embedded in the claws was to obey the Owl Court unconditionally, upholding its esteemed reputation. Su Ming's actions directly triggered this command. Loyalty to the court. A shadow surged towards Su Ming, hurtling down with remarkable force, the wind whistling through the claw's cape, as if she merged with the rain descending from the sky. Su Ming did not revel in achieving his initial goal. He would only breathe easy once he had completely vanquished his foes, remaining ever vigilant. With a swish too bright, white streaks tinged with black sliced through the air before him. These were the claw's finger sleeves, razor-sharp and laced with potent venom, designed for a swift strike to sever the target's throat. Much like an owl that snaps a mouse's neck before extracting its innards, Su Ming deftly evaded, deflecting the finger sleeve with his knife, producing a shower of sparks. He then shifted his stance to the side of the claw, maintaining a safe distance while mentally noting her attributes, adept in claw techniques, with a penchant for tearing at necks and bellies, consistent with the comic depictions. The claw's closed-hood design, combined with thick, round glasses, resembled a telescope affixed to her visage, leading him to surmise that her field of vision might be limited. Though the Bell of Death was missing an eye, he could rely on his brain's memory and computational prowess to reconstruct the surrounding environment, rendering him less affected by the helmet's constraints. Thus, Su Ming chose to position himself at her flank, probing to discover any blind spots. A lack of foresight invites imminent peril, he mused, planning to exploit this moment to unearth her weaknesses, thus facilitating a more manageable encounter should he face multiple claws simultaneously in the future. Indeed, the claws resembled those of an owl, remaining motionless while its neck and head twisted at an odd angle, further corroborating Su Ming's hypothesis, which he noted mentally. The atmosphere was profoundly tranquil. The rain appeared to slow, cascading gently from the heavens. The crimson single eye and the round lens locked in a silent gaze across the distance. Suddenly, Su Ming sprang into action, wielding two blades, one slashing vertically, the other horizontally, assaulting the claws. She performed a backflip, nimbly evading both strikes, and immediately lunged forward, drawing two long daggers to engage with Su Ming. The clang of metal resonated between them, creating a symphony of sparks as the rain was transformed into a cascade of pearls by their movements, colliding against the surrounding abandoned vehicles. They shifted their footing continuously. However, the claws exhibited vulnerabilities in her stance and delivered few leg strikes. Yet, she adeptly utilized her uniform for short-distance gliding, displaying remarkable agility. Su Ming meticulously noted her strengths and weaknesses: exceptional weaponry, poison blades, swift movements, yet lacking in brute strength. Her equipment was light and offered minimal protection. He switched to a shotgun for close-range fire, but she evaded that as well. Just as he reached for the grip of his weapon, she began to glide sideways, preparing to evade once more. The battle unfolded entirely under Su Ming's control. After exchanging several blows, he discerned that this claw was not as formidable as depicted in the primary World S comics. He could easily restrain her, yet he was equally capable of gathering intelligence without allowing her to escape. Against a versatile warrior like the Bell of Death, endowed with extensive experience and superhuman physical prowess, she stood no chance. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming tested nearly all his weapons, even producing a climbing rope and grappling hook to exchange a few more blows with her. A minute later, he had completed his reconnaissance. The Earth S-11 Claws assassin now held no secrets or trump cards against him. The pace of the rain intensified as he deflected her attack, yet she exhibited no intent to flee. Both were enhanced individuals, sharing a prolonged breath, engaging in hundreds of exchanges without either panting. However, Su Ming had acquired what he sought. His mind had automatically formulated the optimal solution based on the gathered intelligence. It was time to conclude. He drew his dagger, no longer evading the claw's strikes, merely twisting his body slightly to allow her dagger to graze his side, while he thrust his own dagger deep into her embrace. A sound akin to a deflating basketball echoed through the air. At that instant, he forcefully yanked the dagger back, creating a gaping wound in the claw's chest, cleaving her heart in twain. Blood erupted forth, resembling a small crimson fountain, strikingly beautiful amidst the mingling rain and droplets of blood. As the claws slowly succumbed to the ground, she splashed into the filthy mire. A conspicuous white mark appeared on the side of Su Ming's armor. Yet this assault failed to breach his defenses. Every element of the encounter had been meticulously calculated. From the angles of force to the pressure endured by the armor per unit area, from friction to the influence of the weather, and from the opponent's actions to the potential responses. Guided by instinct and intellect, Su Ming flawlessly achieved his objective. This victory was anticipated. However, he awaited the final piece of confirmation. He wiped the dagger on the corpse, sheathed it, and scrutinized the internal injuries of the body with unwavering focus. Minutes later, he retrieved a grenade and stuffed it into the corpse's chest cavity, pulling the pin and walking away without a backward glance. Boom! Limbs and severed arms scattered in all directions. While palms and soles might remain relatively intact, it was certain that on this dark night, the Owl Court would be unable to reconstruct the body. He had also acquired the answer to his last inquiry. There was no amber gold on Earth-11. Chapter 36. Fortuity. Previously, it was mentioned that the Owl Court's amber gold is a transparent, colorless liquid metal, perpetually shrouded in a mesmerizing silver halo. Dazzling like a fallen star, the Batman of the main world had unknowingly consumed it. It is one of the 5 metals that transformed Bruce into a portal. And beyond that, amber gold possesses unique properties. Firstly, as a liquid metal, it not only has a sweet taste but also quenches thirst. Moreover, regular consumption can delay aging, enhance strength, and, depending on the concentration of the liquid metal, provide a slight regenerative ability. Drinking it induces delightful hallucinations. Lastly, if an adept blacksmith can be found, amber gold can be forged, exhibiting remarkable malleability and ductility. It possesses restraining effects on magical beings such as phantoms, treants, and werewolves, and when used as an armor additive, it can effectively resist magical damage and curse effects. However, as far as Su Ming is aware, only Hephaestus, the god of forging, and the weaponer of the cosmos possess the skill to forge liquid metals. The majority of other influential figures are engaged in creation or shaping, which is of an even higher caliber. Nevertheless, he already possesses armor forged from palladium, which contains trace amounts of N-metal to enhance magical resistance, negating the need for a replacement. As for his weapons, they are of ordinary alloys, but he could not find substitutes, so he would have to make do for now. His earlier examination of the corpse was to ascertain that the claws had no regenerative capabilities. It seems that amber gold does not exist on Earth-11. Otherwise, the court would have undoubtedly employed it on their assassins. He detonated the corpse to delay its discovery. Upon returning to the others, he indicated that they could proceed. Cindy shrugged as she stowed her weapon, having already discerned that Su Ming was gathering intelligence, and she too had taken note of the same information. Barbara expressed her concern for Su Ming, glancing at the armor around his waist, and only felt at ease upon seeing that he was unharmed. Peter, as anticipated, succumbed to nausea. Moments earlier, Su Ming had detonated a grenade that obliterated a corpse, leaving an indiscernible organ smeared across the camera lens, which finally pushed him over the edge. At that moment, he was retching uncontrollably, a cacophony of tears and vomit, while Vico, with a sense of resignation, steadied the camera, waiting with a grimace nearby. The Owl Court had arrived, and our time was limited. We needed to locate the bat swiftly. Su Ming touched the white stains on his armor while conversing with Cindy. He removed his helmet to allow the rain to cool his fervent mind, still buzzing from the recent carnage. To access the underground laboratory, we merely needed to identify fresh footprints, the kind that appear in clusters. On a rainy day like this, no one could completely erase their traces from the mud. Cindy patted his shoulder, the rain cascading over her armor as she surveyed her surroundings and articulated her plan. Su Ming nodded, exhaling softly, shielding a cigarette's ember with his helmet. I entrust this to you. I require a moment of calm. My bloodlust is overwhelming. Your condition is peculiar. You feel hunger, a signal of the self-healing factor at work, indicating your body's need for energy, which has morphed into an instinctual craving for blood and flesh. You may have sustained a severe injury not long ago, one that you are unaware of, perhaps within your body or even your brain. Cindy lifted her hand to examine Su Ming's skull, as if searching for signs of injury. Her tactical gloves and the gauntlets covering them icy to the touch. I don't feel any injuries, except for a slight pain in my head, Su Ming replied, tapping his skull and then patting his chest and abdomen. Thus, I assert that something is amiss, as I cannot discern the cause. Cindy released her hand and began to search for abundant footprints. In this weather, they would manifest as circular, deep holes filled with murky water. At that moment, Peter, who was still retching nearby, let out a sudden shriek, prompting Su Ming to draw his pistol and aim in that direction. It turned out that Peter, instinctively seeking a low-lying pit to vomit into, had inadvertently discovered another consequence of the heavy rain: soil erosion. Indian Mountain had once served as a sacred burial ground for the indigenous people, and now a skeletal remnant had surfaced, buoyed by the rainwater, right before him. As he continued to retch, he was startled by a pale apparition before him. Raising his gaze, he saw a white skull bobbing in the water, its hollow eyes fixating on him. A scream escaped him involuntarily. However, before Su Ming could react, Vico gave him a nudge, causing him to stagger. Pathetic. It's just a skull, and a long-dead one at that. What is it called? Wah. A skull. I'm so scared. This place isn't haunted, is it? He whimpered, a grotesque froth clinging to his lips, his hands incessantly wiping the liquid from his face, unsure whether it was rain or tears. A burly man, towering at nearly 2 meters and weighing over 150 kilograms, concealed his face with his hands as he playfully pouted at a petite woman who barely reached his elbow. The scene was so exquisite that Su Ming could hardly bear to look, fearing he might instinctively pull the trigger. To comfort him, Vico retrieved a skeleton from the water, tossing it in her hands as if it were a toy. Look, there are no ghosts. It's quite amusing, don't be afraid. Though her approach was somewhat misguided, Vico genuinely cared for her partner. Unfortunately, her efforts had the opposite effect, prompting Peter to shake his head and step back several paces. With one shoulder bearing the weight of the camera and the other hand clutching the skeleton, Vico gazed skyward, exhaling a silent sigh, as if her very essence had been drained. Her expression was blank as she sought answers from the supreme deity, Zeus. Regarding her peculiar partner, one who was timid and fearful of apparitions, turned pale at the sight of blood, yet consumed food in quantities tenfold her own. Most distressing of all was the industry norm that compelled news anchors to treat their cameramen to meals to avoid being portrayed as unattractive. Such realities were utterly heartbreaking. However, a moment of fortune soon diverted her attention. Oh, this skeleton has golden teeth. How delightful. I'll take these and later have someone craft a ring or necklace. With a beaming smile, she plucked a row of golden teeth from the skeleton and tucked them into her pocket. The pupils of her striking blue eyes transformed into gleaming coins, causing her to momentarily forget Peter's shortcomings. Peter blinked in astonishment. He had failed to notice the golden teeth when the skeleton was before him, yet they seemed to magically appear in Vico's hands. Was this not terrifying enough? From the distant shadows, Cindy emerged, her figure undulating in the rain, resembling an ethereal wisp of smoke. She approached Su Ming, stating, "I found it, though the path is rather treacherous." "No matter," Su Ming replied, lifting Barbara's wheelchair, indicating for Cindy to lead the way. "Once we descend underground, it will be much better. Do you think with all this commotion we VE caused, Falcone might have already seen us?" Barbara, having witnessed the city-wide surveillance system of bats, had grown increasingly wary of her privacy, feeling as though she was constantly being watched. Despite each step sinking deeply into the mud, Su Ming moved effortlessly. "Maintaining a brisk pace. Fear not," he assured, adjusting the wheelchair while carefully stepping in Cindy's footprints. This is a haven for the homeless. Not only would he be unable to install surveillance equipment here, but even hiding a small radio in an abandoned vehicle would be discovered and sold by them. Cindy, leading the way, added, "His presence here is clandestine. He cannot act against the surrounding homeless, so he must remain inconspicuous. However, once we descend underground, the circumstances may change entirely. The Romans are unlikely to allow the shadow dancer into this realm. He merely wishes for the assassins to enter the city swiftly." A few individuals were engaged in discussion regarding the potential circumstances they might encounter when, almost unknowingly, they wandered into an area reminiscent of a flood discharge channel. Curiously, this place was devoid of water and instead exhibited an unusual dryness. The smooth concrete floor was partially obscured by climbing plants, resembling a cavern within a verdant forest, which felt rather peculiar in this context. Such a phenomenon was decidedly abnormal in the Indian mountains, had it not been for the strange odor and eerie sense of foreboding that pervaded the air. Su Ming surmised he and many wandering souls might have chosen to spend the night here instead of in a dilapidated vehicle. At the end of the dark passage stood a large green metal door, devoid of any signs or inscriptions, emanating a palpable sense of unease that would instill trepidation in any ordinary person daring to approach. Upon reaching the door, Cindy placed explosives at the lock, connecting a remote detonator. Once concealed, she poised her finger above the red button. "Are you prepared?" she inquired. "No jesting. The hour of reckoning is at hand," Su Ming replied with a smile, the red lenses of his mask casting a vague glow in the darkness. Chapter 37. The Research Institute with a resounding explosion. A dragon of dust erupted from the doorway, enveloping the individuals in a cloud of debris and rendering them dusty and disheveled. The dust mingled with the remnants of rainwater on their bodies, transforming into a muddy mess. A sign, dislodged by the blast, sailed past Su Ming, its fragments revealing only the word laboratory. It appeared that after Faucon's arrival, cleanliness had been neglected. His new realm was far from the pristine nature of its ancient counterpart. As the dust settled, Cindy surveyed the scene, brushing off the dirt from her attire. "This does evoke a sense of archaeology," she remarked. "Are you certain his subordinates led Director Gordon down this path?" "This environment seems uncharacteristic," Su Ming asserted, raising his handgun to peer into the research institute beyond the door. His vision through the lens revealing a wash of crimson. "Uncertain, as I could not locate any footprints from today. Perhaps there exists another entrance within the junkyard." Cindy stepped forward, leaning against the doorframe, the debris beneath her feet creaking softly. The night vision feature of her helmet had always proven effective, yet peering inward revealed only an assortment of refuse, the remnants of a hasty evacuation, charred documents, a ruined typewriter. Everything destructible had been annihilated. "Indeed, this place is unmistakably correct," she concluded. He understood that it was likely the whims of Vicavari at play, her desire to feature Su Ming in her news program seemingly orchestrating their arrival here. There was no doubt that traversing this route would entail ample conflict, perhaps enough to furnish her with a sensational news documentary. In such a bizarre situation, seeking an alternative route would undoubtedly prove futile. This was the influence of fortune at work. If she desired a gas mask, it would readily materialize in the Batcave. If she felt financially constrained, gold would fortuitously come her way. Vicavari embodied an uncontrollable law of causality, a double-edged sword, and Su Ming occasionally found himself ensnared by the burdens of this serendipity. Currently, I find myself compelled to rely on her fortuity. Su Ming felt that his own luck was rather dismal, having been abruptly thrust from his modest dwelling into the tumultuous chaos of Gotham, where bullets rain and the countdown to apocalypse looms ominously. Indeed, it was akin to a fate befitting the unluckiest of souls. With her by his side, he pondered that in the event of unforeseen calamities, perhaps metaphysical forces might prove to be a salvation. He decided to keep her as a talisman of good fortune until he could locate Bryce, the fated daughter whose presence was said to eclipse even that of Eco. He would reassess the situation then. For the moment, Su Ming merely hoped that the creatures within would not be too numerous. "We shall proceed, and you will protect them." He sheathed his firearm and drew forth the long blade from his back, preparing to enter the research facility. Cindy swiftly extended a finger, pressing it against his armored chest, shaking her head as she nudged him back, withdrawing her twin daggers from behind and stepping forward into the darkness. What folly it would be to allow a man to lead the way. How could she maintain her dignity thereafter? Su Ming shrugged. If she wished to forge ahead, then he would take up the rear, though the distance between them was but a few strides. Both of their helmets were equipped with night vision systems, rendering the dim interior inconsequential, while the remaining three relied on the illumination from the cameras to discern their surroundings. The power supply here was intact, yet the lighting system on the first floor had been compromised. The electrical box dangled limply from the wall, its wires resembling the entrails of a deceased creature. Barbara felt as if the place had been ravaged by a tempest. Illuminated by the camera's lens, she observed that most objects lay in ruins. The history of Gotham lay shattered before her. Such a sight should not exist within the confines of this city. Vico had commenced recording, but she merely instructed Peter to capture the environment for reference, refraining from any commentary thus far. This was the first level of the underground research facility, which should have been relatively secure. However, given the disarray surrounding them, Su Ming surmised that something had ascended from below. At that moment, Cindy, leading the way, wielded her weapon, the cold gleam of her blade slicing through the air as a shadow lunged towards her, cleaved in twain and collapsing to the ground. The creature, though grievously wounded, writhed on the floor. Upon closer inspection, Cindy discerned it to be a black maggot, roughly the size of a palm. "What in the world is this?" she exclaimed, crushing the wriggling form beneath her boot, leaving a viscous puddle in its wake. It resembled an oversized larva. Su Ming, too, had spotted the diminutive creature, recognizing it as merely a byproduct of genetic experimentation. "I'm beginning to loathe this place," Cindy muttered, scraping her blade against the remnants of a nearby desk. were green. Jelly-like viscera clung to the metal. She pressed onward, intermittently dodging insects that leaped from the shadows towards them. We must locate the passage to the lower levels, traverse the experimental zone, and reach the dormitory area, Su Ming stated, dispatching another insect with a swift strike. There's a corridor approximately 200 meters at 11 o'clock. Cindy glanced up, her equipment and experience enabling her to make an immediate assessment. Thus, the group began to move towards that direction. As they advanced, the black insects on the path increased in number, swarming densely. Cindy resorted to her shotgun to enhance their progress. These creatures seemed endless, hidden in the darkness, and passing through swiftly was advisable. The closer they approached the passage, the more densely packed the monsters became. Confirming her suspicions that these beings had escaped from the testing area, the very route leading to it. However, this also indicated a containment breach. The madmen would not confine themselves to such trivial creatures. Under the protection of the two, they successfully reached the door, which opened with a gentle push. Suddenly, a shadow leapt from the ceiling behind the door, lunging at Cindy and attacking her with claws and teeth, producing a cacophony of metal clashing. Yet, Cindy remained unperturbed. As a world-class mercenary, she had encountered countless unexpected situations. She swiftly drew her knife and plunged it into the creature's head, penetrating through its eye socket and exiting from the back of its skull, producing a sickening crack as the bone shattered. The carcass fell to the ground. This creature resembled a hairless monkey or gorilla, with thick exoskeletons sprouting from its joints, akin to a crab-esque shell. It was likely a predator of leeches. But unfortunately for it, it had chosen the wrong prey this time. Without hesitation, Cindy severed its head, ensuring that even if it possessed regenerative abilities, it would require a significant amount of time to recover, allowing the group to pass safely. What should this be called? Beetle monkey? Longhorn gorilla? Cindy picked up the peculiar creature's head, noting that its teeth grew horizontally, reminiscent of an insect. Who knows what it's called? Perhaps it only has a specimen number. Yet, I suspect it may have once been human, Su Ming remarked calmly as he guided the three through the passageway. Cindy shrugged and continued to forge ahead, fully aware that this was a military experiment, and certainly there were humans that could serve as primate samples. Why bother with monkeys? Is this a human? Barbara exclaimed in shock. Aside from the creature's facial features bearing a slight resemblance to humanity, she could not deduce that it had ever been human. Speculation, Su Ming said, closing the door behind him and glancing back at the corpse on the floor. Barbara was left speechless, feeling a wave of sorrow wash over her as she once again confronted humanity's madness, a self-destructive tendency that perpetually accompanies humankind. Vic nodded in acknowledgement, validating her theories regarding the origins of the death knell. She promptly jotted down notes in her notebook while directing Peter to capture close-ups of the creature, regardless of what it was, followed by comprehensive shots of its lifeless form. She felt that viewers would undoubtedly become infatuated with her after witnessing this special segment. Chapter 38. The Limits of Humanity Indeed. This was the path leading to the lower levels. After traversing the corridor for some distance and resolving minor troubles, they soon discovered the staircase and elevator leading below. The elevator was out of the question. Its dilapidated state was not to mention. It was ill-suited for handling emergencies. The group descended the staircase to the second basement level, which only led to this location and did not extend any further into the depths. The distribution box here remains operational, and Su Ming promptly illuminated all the lights. Instantly, the subterranean space was transformed into a realm of daylight. The sudden brightness necessitated a brief period of adjustment for the three ordinary individuals. However, they soon discerned that the scale of this place exceeded their wildest imaginings. Before their eyes lay an extensive area enclosed within transparent glass, housing at least hundreds of experimental sites, adorned with surgical tables and various equipment, all appearing remarkably intact. They were surrounded by dissection tables, and as they navigated through, a few dark insects trailed behind them, which Su Ming dispatched with ease. He then spoke to Cindy ahead, instructing the group to advance. As their vision was obstructed and the path to the lower levels remained elusive, they could only traverse these areas for the time being. The group passed through the narrow gaps of the glass chambers, akin to visiting a museum filled with an array of antiquated surgical instruments, the stains of blood above revealing their grim purpose. Not all the surgical tables were vacant. Some bore grotesque, desiccated corpses, suggesting a hasty evacuation that left this place untouched. The reasons for this remained a mystery, yet Su Ming paid it no mind. After traversing the dissection zone, they arrived before a formidable door, solidly shut and obscured by dust, which concealed the inscriptions and designs upon it. The means by which the earlier encountered creatures had traversed this threshold were uncertain. The possibilities were numerous: ventilation ducts, drainage pipes, or perhaps even reanimation from the dissection tables. Adjacent to the door was an antiquated ID card slot connected to a keypad. "It's up to you. Unlock it," Su Ming remarked, positioning Barbara's wheelchair before the panel, gesturing for her to proceed. Without hesitation, she raised her hands and began dismantling the card reader, extracting a multitude of colorful wires from within. She then retrieved a connector from her laptop bag, meticulously arranging the wires before linking them to her computer. Barbara possessed an extensive knowledge of computing. She was not merely a hacker, but also adept with her hands. Did the government possess such rudimentary electronic locks prior to the 1990s? She pondered as she simulated the ID card permissions on her laptop, inputting a series of commands. Before long, she procured the password. As she entered on the panel, the door emitted a hiss and slowly ascended, dust cascading down like raindrops. Before them lay a harrowing sight. The chamber beyond the door appeared to be a storage room, dominated by numerous glass tanks filled with a blue liquid, within which various modified creatures floated. Bubbles sporadically ascended to replenish the oxygen in the liquid, and each creature bore some semblance of human features. The origins of their other half's genes were untraceable, resulting in mutations that rendered their biological characteristics unrecognizable. Some curled up within their tanks, while others lay serenely with closed eyes, as if in slumber. Were they alive? Barbara shielded her eyes, peering through her fingers. Su Ming lowered her hand, urging her to confront the stark reality. "This should be something you tell me. Look beside the jars. Each one possesses an independent control panel. What do the values and indicators signify?" Barbara suppressed her nausea and approached the nearest jar, inside which floated a grotesque mass resembling a contorted human figure, its limbs grotesquely bent and compressed into a singular entity. She chose to disregard the abomination, biting her lip as she began to decipher and manipulate the control panel with her notebook. The panel resembled a tome anchored to the ground by pillars, featuring a keyboard and a minuscule screen. The weaponry, amalgamating human and armadillo genes, could contort its body to infiltrate tight spaces for espionage purposes. As she operated the console, she recited the information before her. Experiment record 320, specimen number, current status. Deceased, recommendation, recreate the specimen. Armadillo? I recall it being an African creature, Cindy remarked, striking her shoulder plate with the back of her knife, producing a metallic clang. What possible utility could such a thing have on a battlefield? Su Ming's expression remained impassive as he gestured for Barbara to proceed to the next specimen. Responding to Cindy, utility is debatable. The military always encourages scientists to experiment. Who knows what might prove effective? Cindy shook her head, already aware of the military's moral compass. Next, Barbara encountered monstrosities combining dragonflies and humans, flies and humans, lizards and humans, and other experimental aberrations. Her initial discontent gradually morphed into numbness. With each new monstrosity, her understanding of humanity's limits plummeted further. Su Ming intended for Barbara to witness the darker facets of humanity, revealing that the seemingly polished council engaged in such experiments behind closed doors. Although Cindy had a notorious reputation, when it came to the count of lives taken, who could rival the Amazonian government? Perhaps the Reaper had claimed innocent lives, but that was merely a means of survival. In this steel jungle, the law of the jungle prevailed. Yet, what of the Amazonian Council? Their creation of these entities seemed less about weaponry and more about deriving amusement from human suffering. In comparison, Cindy appeared almost saintly. Following this experience, Cindy might gain intelligent support from Barbara in the future, at least not facing immediate rejection. Otherworldly oracles had paid little heed to the Reaper, which was unacceptable. Moreover, information would not come without compensation. She could receive a fee for her insights, supplementing her household income. Director Gordon would surely be grateful to Su Ming for such a brilliant idea once he learned of it. The focus returned to the room. The jars were not all filled. Some were evidently shattered, likely due to various reasons, allowing their contents to escape. They could potentially encounter these entities in the forthcoming operations. To enhance their understanding of them, Su Ming encouraged Barbara to begin deciphering these control panels as well. Now before them lay the shattered remnants of glass jars. Their contents long vanished, while the blue liquid within had long since dried, leaving a faint azure stain upon the ground. Barbara adeptly maneuvered the program, proceeding to interpret the data for them. The genetic weaponry of man and bat utilized ultrasonic waves to ascertain direction, infiltrating and compromising radar stations. With the current status, containment failure, please contact security. Cindy chuckled, swaying her weapon from side to side. It appears we have uncovered a relative of Batwoman. I wonder what this one looks like. Su Ming remained silent, merely extending a finger to indicate above their heads, where a large brown tuft hung precariously from the ceiling. TCH, a bat is still a bat. Cindy drew forth 2 pistols, firing at the creature. Bullets formed a dense line in the air. The Bat-human, whether evading light or in slumber, was struck by several bullets, letting out a bizarre screech before taking flight. Chapter 39. The underground. To refer to it as a Bat-human would be a misnomer. It resembled a gigantic bat with a human head. Based on its current behavior, Su Ming surmised it possessed neither human intellect nor empathy, merely embodying the essence of a beast. However, this oversized, grotesque creature instilled a profound discomfort, particularly as it flitted about overhead, emitting piercing cries. One could not ascertain whether it suffered from malnutrition or genetic instability, but tufts of fur continually shed during its flight, causing the room to resemble a snowfall of dark brown flakes. Su Ming, too, drew his weapon and fired. Although the creature did not fly slowly, it paled in comparison to the lethal claws of the Alcord. Alas, these genetic aberrations had once been ordinary humans before their mutations. On the ground, it likely fared worse than similarly sized rodents, as bats possess low bone density, their skeletal structures riddled with cavities akin to birds, thereby reducing weight to facilitate flight. The scientists conducting genetic experiments on bats and humans were undoubtedly engaging in a futile endeavor. The Atlanteans dwelled within the ocean. If they were to be conceived as hypothetical adversaries, why not experiment with aquatic life? Among the monsters they had encountered, which possessed the ability to swim, all were rendered useless. Yet, now was not the time to condemn these individuals for squandering taxpayer funds. The bat had been downed by the 2, crashing into several other glass jars and tumbling to a corner not far away. Cindy unsheathed her knife, taking slow strides toward the fallen creature. Let us hope the bullet holes do not mar the pelt too severely. Wealthy households often adorn their walls with bear skin tapestries. And now I could acquire a bat skin of my own. Such a large specimen would indeed make a fine collectible. The Bat-human was not dead, merely gravely injured, lying limply on the ground as its crimson blood mingled with the shattered blue nutrient liquid, transforming into a dark hue. Its gaze fixated on the approaching Cindy, and to her astonishment, a semblance of humanity flickered across its visage. It opened its mouth wide, emitting a strange sound. Cindy exchanged her knife for her gun. Save it. It has uttered mere words. Bang. Cindy decisively fired, the bullet striking true to its brow. The Batman convulsed once and fell still. Barbara pressed her lips tightly. Had she been the person she once was, she might have attempted to rescue this talking bat. However, she now comprehended that the only true salvation lay in its demise. If it truly possessed human intellect, being trapped in a badass body would be the cruelest fate. Only death could provide the final liberation. Cindy ejected the magazine to reload, turning to return to the others. What about the bat tapestry? Su Ming inquired, having shot a few of the creatures that had fallen from the jars, indifferent to their fate. No, it is ill-omened to hang the dead at home, Cindy replied nonchalantly. Perhaps, at the moment when the Batman displayed the human expression of terror, Cindy had already altered her course of thought. Even Su Ming had to concede that it was indeed a person. Vico sighed, gesturing to Pai to refrain from filming. After recording a few shots, the team set off once more. The specimens in those jars still belonged to the periphery of the laboratory, mere useless refuse, suspended in a hypnotic nutrient solution to sustain their existence. A pitiable existence. Before leaving the hall, at Su Ming's request, Barbara executed the disinfection order for all the life support tanks. These monsters would perish in their slumber. Barbara was aware that she had taken lives. At least half of their genes were human. They resembled humans and might even have employed human language. Yet, she understood that her actions were justified. Their extermination was indeed a benevolent act. For the first time, she grasped this principle, which challenged her previous beliefs, leaving her thoughts somewhat tumultuous as she silently decrypted the doorway leading to the next room. Meanwhile, Su Ming was conversing with Cindy, based on his deductions. Earth's -11 Indian Mountain resembled a madman's plaything. This was a genetic laboratory, and below it likely lay viruses or something equally perilous. Caution was paramount. Cindy nodded. Rest assured, maintain a slight distance from me. I know what to do. The door slowly opened. Familiarity breeds speed, and the decryption was significantly swifter than before. Cindy entered the room first, while Su Ming stood guard, protecting the others. Upon entry, the room was adorned with a human skeleton, blackboards, and various educational apparatuses reminiscent of those found in medical schools. Scattered about were sports equipment and assorted furniture, resembling a gymnasium long abandoned. The instruments and equipment were fewer in number, but larger in size, the colossal metallic devices resembling containers. Cindy cautiously surveyed the area, leaving no corner unchecked, and soon signaled that it was safe. Su Ming has recognized the location as the Mutant Research Experimental Zone. In a television series, this area is notorious for housing numerous mutants who, as experimental subjects, harbor a deep-seated animosity towards outsiders. The massive metallic apparatuses nearby are, in fact, isolation chambers, each resembling a room where mutants are confined, observed like animals in a zoo. Approaching one of the chambers, he noted that the facilities were still operational. Peering through the observation port, he was met with chaos. Originally designed to resemble a bedroom, complete with an elegant wooden bed and a thick mattress, the interior was now in disarray, with remnants of furniture torn to shreds, bearing teeth marks and claw scratches. A particularly towering skeleton lay sprawled in a star-like position at the center of the room. Su Ming surmised that it had perished from starvation. In the series, the discovery and subsequent opening of Indian Mountain occurred in the 1990s, shortly after the laboratory was shut down, revealing mutants that were still alive and formidable. Yet, now, in Earth 11, decades have passed. Even the most powerful mutants would succumb to hunger. Unlike DC and Marvel, this realm does not entertain the notion of mutants as individuals inherently possessing superhuman abilities. All mutants here were once human. The military apprehended them and, through high doses of radiation or chemical substances, altered them, inducing genetic mutations that transformed them into monstrosities. In Earth 11, the laboratory's history might have localized aspects, likely stemming from scientists' attempts to discover methods to induce self-extinction among Atlanteans. However, this is a false premise. Like the Amazons, Atlanteans are demigods, and experimenting on humans cannot yield weapons applicable to Atlanteans. They perished in vain. These mutants are indeed human, possessing thoughts and hearts akin to anyone else. Consequently, the forms of the remains within the room varied, some curled in corners, clutching their bodies, others lying peacefully on beds, and some clearly having taken their own lives. There was nothing more to see. The hall was secure. Su Ming beckoned Vico to observe the conditions within the isolation facilities and briefed her on the situation. This topic should intrigue you journalists. Government experimentation on the populace. Perhaps I have been overwhelmed by today's news, rendering me somewhat apathetic, Vico pondered, scratching her chin in contemplation before responding. Chapter 40. Blackout batteries. The structure of the research facility appeared exceedingly monotonous, with metallic walls coated in white paint. The series of halls interconnected like candied fruit skewers, evoking in Su Ming a sense that he was in an ancient tomb rather than a research facility. Dull and oppressive. He thought that had he been a scientist here, he too would have succumbed to madness. Whose laboratory is constructed in such a manner? Do they believe that these segmented doors enhance safety? Su Ming found it difficult to comprehend their thoughts, yet he knew he must press on. In the subsequent chambers, they encountered a myriad of grotesque creatures, all birthed from the deranged experiments of mad scientists, employing methods equally brutal and yielding equally dubious results. They had created sponge-like beings capable of absorbing water at an alarming rate, presumably with the intent of dehydrating their adversaries in close combat with the Atlanteans. Additionally, they fashioned lens-like entities designed to concentrate light, perhaps to blind the deep-sea denizens and gain the upper hand. There were also monstrosities with the upper half of a fish and the lower half of a human. What was the meaning of this? Did the scientists of that era truly envision Atlanteans in such a manner? Su Ming obliterated the beings contained within those jars or other vessels. Rather than a biochemistry research facility, it resembled a toy factory for the Amazonian people. Cindy was at a loss for how to express her feelings. The Indian mountains of Earth at -11 did not seem as perilous as Su Ming had claimed, which was a relief. However, witnessing the Amazonian Council engage in such extravagant slaughter for amusement under the guise of war left her feeling somewhat ashamed. In warfare, where life and death are at stake, the development of new weapons is understandable, but what they were creating hardly resembled weapons. Was it their intention to amuse themselves by causing the Atlanteans to perish from laughter? If so, it must be said that their creations were indeed formidable instruments of destruction. With a sigh, Cindy rested the handle of her pistol against her chin, awaiting Barbara to open the next door. After traversing these chambers, she had become desensitized to the array of grotesque inventions and began to ponder whether the Jester's ancestors had once labored in such a place. The scientists here were undoubtedly mad, and moreover, utterly inept. Even the products of Professor Pigface were more reliable than theirs. At least her voodoo dolls fashioned from pig heads were genuinely gruesome. Su Ming remained silent, patiently awaiting Cindy's cue, tilting his head to indicate they should proceed. The technological landscape of this world was indeed toxic, and he felt no inclination to comment further. Then, the door swung open once more, revealing a scene that was all too familiar. Zombies? Cindy instantly opened fire. The origins of these undead creatures were unclear, and it was safer to rely on ranged weaponry. Su Ming also fired almost simultaneously, instinctively aiming for the heads of the zombies, pulling the trigger. Zombies were a rarity in the DC universe, but they were not entirely absent. After all, there were always those who delighted in exploring the thin line between life and death, a pursuit that often led to calamity. These zombies moved with remarkable speed, racing forward with an agility that belied their condition, however, lacking any intelligence. Their numbers swiftly dwindled once Su Ming and Cindy secured the entrance. "Are you certain it's not a virus?" Cindy inquired while swiftly ejecting the magazine and replacing it with a fresh one, reminding Su Ming. "Absolutely. If it is a virus, then the virus must engage in self-replication, which necessitates material energy, thereby implying that the zombie-like viruses require sustenance or accelerate their decay." Su Ming toppled a few nearby zombies and observed as Cindy finished reloading her weapon. He too began to reload, continuing, "Look at these zombies. This place has been abandoned for 30 years, yet they remain intact. It must be some form of magic at play. These madmen have indeed created a usable weapon. At least the zombies don't require respiration. Although feeble, their numbers can compensate for their weakness." Cindy swiftly pulled the trigger, and yet another line of zombies fell. However, mere corpses moving underwater would undoubtedly be sluggish, having failed to consider the environmental implications. Noticing a few remaining, Su Ming decided to eliminate them with his shotgun. The room was filled with over 200 zombies, now all sprawled on the ground, utterly motionless. Naturally, such an outcome meant that their .45 caliber ammunition was rapidly depleting. As everyone entered the room, a foul stench, unlike anything encountered previously, pervaded the air, reminiscent of decaying coffins. The walls were smeared with dark brown, dried bloodstains, and scratches from fingernails clawing at the surface. Yellow-brown, murky water of an unknown origin flowed unchecked across the floor. The treatment of these zombies was far inferior to that of the earlier monsters. They were merely contained by a steel fence along the walls, which, after years of neglect, had succumbed to corrosion, allowing the zombies to roam freely throughout the room. Cindy kicked at a corpse to examine it. Its skin was shriveled and taut, its eyes a ghastly gray, and yellowed teeth protruded, epitomizing the zombie visage. "The cause remains unclear. It would be best not to touch them," she stated, discarding the body and addressing Barbara and the others, who were without protective gear. At that moment, Su Ming's gaze was drawn to an object within the room. It appeared unremarkable, encased in a small glass cabinet, resembling a common flashlight found in every household. Yet, even untouched, it emanated a black luminescence from its front, unlike any flashlight he had ever seen. "I know what this is now. These zombies are creations of magic and are not contagious," he declared, lifting the glass cover and extending his hand toward the small flashlight, cradling it gently. Instantly, even through tactical gloves, A piercing chill surged into his mind, as if probing for something. However, it found nothing and quickly receded, leaving Su Ming unscathed. He exhaled, placing the flashlight into his bag, and informed the others. This is the energy of the Black Lamp, originating from the Black Death Emperor. I never anticipated these lunatics would meddle with this. Vico had already resumed taking notes, while Cindy expressed her confusion, hoping for an explanation. All light in the universe is composed of spectra, with the 7 colors representing various emotions. But that is a discussion for another time. Additionally, there exists white light representing life and black light signifying death. These are manifestations of pure concepts and are exceedingly perilous. Su Ming glanced around, seeing nothing similar, prompting the group to continue their journey towards the next area, where he briefly explained the situation to a few of them. The notion that white light signifies life seemed innocuous. However, Barbara, maneuvering her wheelchair, displayed an expression of perplexity. Throughout her life, she had been taught that life is a precious gift while death is a source of dread, deserving of utmost respect. Yet here, the tolling of the bell suggested that life itself could be perilous. It could potentially extend to any living entity, as long as the white light persisted. Those beings would be granted eternal life. When one desired to consume chicken, they would find the fowl indestructible. When seeking grains, the wheat would prove invulnerable. And when thirsting for water, the microorganisms and bacteria within would also remain unassailable. Su Ming elaborated on the terrors of the white light. Although in the comic it was somewhat controlled by the guardians of that light. The presence of energy batteries containing black light raised concerns about the uncontrollable nature of the white light here. Chapter 41. Flora Barbara was taken aback by Su Ming's depiction. If the white light were to spread unchecked, it would indeed be a horrific scenario. With all flora and fauna rendered immortal, humanity would find itself devoid of sustenance. Yet, if one could not perish from hunger, would they not be condemned to a perpetual state of starvation? The mere thought was excruciating, perhaps even worse than death itself. Meanwhile, Su Ming pondered the reason behind the existence of the white light batteries, paying little heed to the expressions of those around him. Vico insisted that Peter take extensive photographs of the countless corpses strewn across the ground, disregarding Peter's incessant retching. This robust man had long since emptied his stomach, now unable to expel anything further. Cindy approached Su Ming, leaning against the wall beside him, next to the door leading to the adjacent room. She twirled her handgun in her hand, caressing the mesh pattern on its grip. And what of the black light? You just secured that container. What purpose does it serve? The black light, symbolizing death, was rather straightforward. It could transform all deceased organisms into zombie forms, enslaved by the Black Death Emperor. Su Ming patted Barbara to regain her focus, instructing her to open the door, and continued. Even those who had previously died and were revived would immediately fall under the control of the black light, succumbing once more to death. As for its other functions, I have a hypothesis, but it requires further validation. However, those zombies we witnessed earlier appeared devoid of reason. I am uncertain of the identity of this Black Death Emperor you speak of, yet it is evident they are not under any control. Cindy kicked a headless corpse, black blood oozing from its chest cavity. Su Ming noted the absence of the Black Light Legion insignia on the zombies' chests, further confirming their lack of control. Merely acting on instinct. I am unsure, and perhaps this battery ought not to exist. Yet the world is replete with secrets. He surveyed the room littered with corpses. Holstering his pistol back onto his thigh, we have now begun to encounter creations of magic or otherworldly energies. We must proceed with caution. Let them come. Cindy disdainfully remarked that she too was curious about what remarkable creations these inept scientists could conjure. The door swung open once more, revealing a breathtaking chamber where the various experimental instruments had vanished, leaving behind a verdant realm of flora. The ground and walls were cloaked in moss, with vines and fallen leaves scattered about, and a colossal tree towered within, illuminated by high-intensity lamps simulating sunlight. Prior to their entrance, this place must have been shrouded in darkness. Logically, without light, plants could not thrive, yet here stood a magnificent tree. No animals were in sight, but the ground was a curious amalgamation of mushrooms and blossoms, creating an eerie atmosphere. The humidity in the air increased. Was this a laboratory mimicking a rainforest environment? Or perhaps a sanctuary for respite? As Cindy pondered aloud, she extended her hand to deter the others from advancing. instructing them to wait at the entrance. The likelihood seemed slim. The adjacent room was dedicated to zombification research, and it was rather unpalatable to think of this space transforming into a cafeteria for scientists. After all, the blacklight zombies were carnivorous. Su Ming addressed Cindy, tentatively firing a shot at the towering tree. Wood splintered as a bullet pierced through, yet astonishingly. The tree seemed to come alive, swaying slightly as the surrounding vines retracted, snapping back like whips towards the two. A deep gash marred the metallic floor between them, the force exceeding even that of Bryce's dinosaur toy. The vines writhed like tentacles extending from the lush canopy, thrashing through the air in an attempt to ensnare them. Well, is this a sibling of the swamp creature? A forest monster? Cindy and Su Ming rolled aside to evade the assault, conversing midair. As she had previously stated, Cindy preferred not to contend with plants, especially since she hadn't brought any herbicide with her today. Stay safe, Su Ming called out to the three waiting outside, urging them to seek refuge in the previous room. He narrowly dodged another vine's grasp. This is a plant. Its weakness is not solely herbicide. Cindy drew her knife to sever a vine, but an unending stream of tendrils surged towards her, forcing her to evade while simultaneously communicating with Su Ming. I understand. All plant energy derives from the essence of greenery. They thrive on sunlight and moisture. Destroying the roots can incapacitate them, and the vines in the tree are in a symbiotic relationship. Fire is known to counteract plants, but what is the weakness of this entity before us? We lack the magic to summon hellfire or possess fire-based superpowers, Su Ming replied, as the vines relentlessly pursued them. But plants shouldn't possess eyes. How do they discern our locations? Consider the previous encounter with the venomous vine. Cindy grasped the implication. The poisonous vine had detected their conversation through vibrations, and this plant likely employed a similar method to ascertain their whereabouts. Thus, if they could generate vibrations far stronger than their movements or heartbeat simultaneously, it could effectively disrupt the tree and vine's ability to determine their positions. I've got it. I will create a disturbance. You shall resolve it. Cindy removed 2 grenades from her uniform, tossing one to the left and the other to the right into the room's uninhabited corners. 2 seconds later, a tremendous roar and tremor ensued. The vines, closely trailing behind them, suddenly reared up like serpents, swaying slightly before advancing towards the direction of the explosion. Su Ming's analysis proved accurate. Indeed, the plants possessed no eyes. He swiftly altered his course, endeavoring to evade the vines on the ground, and made his way towards the great tree itself. Meanwhile, Cindy took it upon herself to create a disturbance larger than his movements, diverting the attention of all the vines. At the foot of the tree lay a patch of earth, where mushrooms and small flowers thrived, encircling the stout trunk as if adorning it with a floral garland. The bark appeared rugged and pockmarked, with some metallic instruments ensconced within, revealing only a few edges, remnants of science overtaken by nature. Its roots were exceedingly developed, with dense tendrils extending deep underground, though those exposed above the surface were thicker than Su Ming's thigh. He had no time to ponder the age of such a plant. He retrieved explosives from his leg pack and carefully affixed them around the roots of the tree. Not far away, Cindy continued to buy time. With the detonator connected to the explosives, Su Ming hastily departed, signaling Cindy to seek cover. A deafening explosion followed, causing the great tree to crash down. Countless green leaves and branches cascading around, while soil and wood splinters flew in every direction. A spray of green sap splattered onto Su Ming's shoulder, releasing an odd, herbaceous scent, yet he paid it no heed, keeping his gaze fixed on the movement of the vines amidst the smoke. After a final, desperate flailing, all the vines slumped back to the ground. The two approached the center of the room, reconvening at the remnants of the tree. The explosion had obliterated the area, leaving a sizable crater, but beneath it lay an unending expanse of earth, not a passage to the lower levels. The upper half of the tree's trunk had been propelled a short distance by the explosives, revealing its cross-section, densely populated with worm-like vines, parasitically residing within the plant. This explosion had severed them, rendering them uncontrollable, resembling cables wrapped in a wooden exterior with copper wires contained within. Cindy, mirroring his actions, first examined the ground before gazing at the severed tree. Su Ming sighed. This entity could neither be deemed formidable nor feeble. It was indeed a commendable choice against foes wielding cold weapons. Without the swiftness of a death knell, a strike from this would undoubtedly yield dire consequences. He turned to Cindy, stating, "Now that this tree is no longer an issue, we have certainly stirred up quite a commotion. Falcone must be lurking somewhere below. He is bound to take notice." Cindy meticulously arranged the explosives remaining on her person, although a substantial amount of weaponry had been obliterated in the explosion of the Jeep. She still had enough grenades on her to be of use. With a mere knife, she could manage, albeit with greater exertion. It was merely a matter of time before they were discovered, and she found herself intrigued by what he might do if he were aware of their arrival. Chapter 42. Nandarbat Cindy and Su Ming merely speculated in idle conversation, for guessing without any clues would yield no conclusions, only squander their precious time. He beckoned the trio inside, instructing Barbara to continue her work, and turned to Cindy, saying, "We have been delayed here by various matters, but it is evident that these creatures were not intended for the Shadow Dancer Alliance. They cannot impede us, nor can they obstruct Lei Xiaogu. Indeed, I believe his true intention is to lure Lei Xiaogu into Gotham, striking somewhere along the way. I suspect he will resort to using large-scale weaponry, and being underground here provides him with a sense of security," Cindy pondered, having surmised Falcone's motives. "So, you're suggesting that by bringing Gordon here he is, in fact, protecting him? Who knows what he is thinking? I could not care less. If you wish to inquire about Gordon, we shall do so. He has taken Gordon, thus. He is the enemy," Cindy replied nonchalantly, fully aware that she needed insights from Gordon regarding the bat. Other matters held no interest for her. Meanwhile, Barbara was deftly working on the door, her fingers flying across the keyboard. "I'm not certain what protection entails, but his subordinates have indeed slain many at the precinct. This hardly seems like an act of goodwill. He has his own agenda." Su Ming and Cindy exchanged glances, surprised that Barbara could discern this layer of relationship. Though merely conjecture, it was certainly an improvement over their previous assumptions. "Very well. Regardless of his intentions, we shall not allow him to succeed. Gordon must remain with us," Su Ming asserted, adjusting his straps and gripping his shotgun, uncertain of what lay ahead. After a moment's reflection, he decided to test his luck with a cheat, summoning Vico over. "Vico, do you have enough material for your news?" "Almost, though it would be ideal to locate a Roman. I wish to conduct an exclusive interview with him," Vico replied with a smile. The various monsters had initially been a source of novelty, but now they had become rather mundane. Viewers would inevitably experience fatigue from the spectacle. Now, all that was required was to find the main antagonist and bring the story to a close before heading home. "Excellent, Barbara. You may open the door now," Su Ming remarked, patting the armrest of Barbara's wheelchair as a signal that it was time. As the door swung open, they discovered that it indeed led to a staircase and elevator descending to the lower levels. How peculiar, Su Ming mused. Were it not for the elusive nature of luck, he would have considered seeking a direct route to the primary world, leaving the Earth 11 predicament to her. However, given the woman's propensity for madness, she would likely wish to conduct an interview with Barbados, demanding to film his world-ending exploits. The Earth was of little consequence. Her news was paramount. As for where the news should be disseminated, a madman would hardly concern himself with such trivialities. In this significant event, Su Ming must remain oblivious. Thousands of kilometers away from Gotham, amidst the icy wilderness, stands a peculiar cluster of buildings perched upon the steep cliffs of a snow-covered mountain. These structures resemble a haphazard amalgamation of architectural styles from around the globe, featuring shooting parapets akin to those of Middle Eastern castles, interwoven with the elegant corridors typical of Chinese gardens connecting each edifice. Within this architectural ensemble, one can find Japanese courtyards and Gothic spires scattered throughout, all nestled harmoniously around a magnificent castle that seems to be embedded within a mountainside. This is the headquarters of the Assassins' Guild, known as Nandarbat. Apart from the assassins themselves, few are aware of its existence. Nandarbat is perpetually cloaked in snow, where its inhabitants lead simple, tranquil lives, honing their skills in pursuit of greater heights and the elimination of more targets. From this hidden realm, they embark on missions across the globe, killing their designated targets or meeting their demise in the process. The assassins' endeavors are driven by monetary gain, yet the accumulation of wealth serves a grander purpose: the annihilation of this world. Their ultimate objective is to completely overthrow the Amazonian dominion. Lei Xiaogu, having lived for over 800 years, remembers a time before the Amazons unified the world. Hailing from the Middle East, he has always deemed women unworthy of ruling. They are merely slaves and subordinates, destined to bow before men. While it is true that many formidable women exist in this world, some of whom could easily contend with him using just one hand, Lei Xiaogu has never regarded them with respect. No matter their strength, they remain women, and thus inherently weak. Weakness in what form? He cannot articulate it, but it is an undeniable truth. Do not question him about it. Simply accept it. No one knows what transpired within him, yet all recognize him as an extreme and obsessive misogynist, which has rendered him a notorious and terrifying madman. Approximately 8 years ago, while secretly plotting to bring about the world's destruction, Lei Xiaogu heard of a masked figure emerging in Gotham, one possessing formidable strength and exceptional intellect. Intrigued, he contemplated recruiting this individual into the Assassin's Guild. However, not only was she a woman, but she also exhibited no sense of weakness, audaciously refusing to submit to him. She boldly proclaimed Gotham as her city and ordered him to leave. No one had ever dared to speak to the Master Ninja in such a manner, prompting him to resolve to obliterate this weakling city and cleanse the most egregious filth from the world. Yet, the entire Assassin's Guild was thwarted by this bat-clad woman through various means. Over the years, he launched several assaults, all of which ended in failure, leaving him both humiliated and enraged. Even he, when confronting this enigmatic figure, found himself outmatched. It seemed as though she had long since devised a plan, understanding every facet of the city, while he inexplicably faltered over trivial matters. Not only that, but the only woman he deemed worthy of being called human in this world, his daughter Talia, seemed to have had some sort of encounter with Batgirl during the initial assault. Ever since, she appeared less invested in the destruction of Gotham. Had Talia not been his daughter, he would have certainly taken her life. At this moment, the Master of Ninjas sat cross-legged in the Hall of the League of Assassins, a chamber with only 3 walls, while the fourth side opened up to a vast platform facing the mountains. Outside, the cold wind howled and snowflakes danced in the air. He brought his hands closer to the fire to warm himself, gazing at the distant peaks formed of ice and snow. The hall was filled with incense that calmed the mind, its faint blue smoke swirling around the ancient eaves and columns. He appeared tranquil, patiently awaiting something. Talia knelt beside him, preparing tea with a tea whisk. She delicately spread green tea powder in the bowl with a slender wooden spoon, poured in hot water, and gently stirred it to achieve an even mixture. She was aware of Ra's al Ghul's fondness for tea. The Amazons had unified the world only 6 or 7 centuries ago, while various nations had flourished, each preserving its own culture even to this day. In his youth, he had traveled to Asia to study martial arts, and naturally, he had also savored tea. However, this remote place had limited access to fine teas, and even those brought back by assassins could never match the freshness of newly picked leaves. Thus, it hardly mattered what he drank. During his time learning martial arts, he absorbed numerous philosophies, grasping the essence of killing for a cause and understanding the meaning of honor, witnessing the fate of warriors. Regrettably, his mind was heavily influenced by Middle Eastern ideologies, harboring an ingrained belief in the inferiority of women, refusing to acknowledge any female warriors, and remaining blind to the truth. This rendered him extreme and radical. Talia, in contrast, had ventured out and walked the same paths her father once traveled. Yet what she learned was the supremacy of the strong. Denying reality had become her father's mental torment, an obstacle he could not overcome, which hindered any advancement in his prowess throughout his life. Despite being renowned as one of the world's strongest warriors, the most formidable swordsman, Talia felt her father gradually losing his equanimity. He was overly fixated on proving that woman to be weak, investing undue attention in Gotham City. The local commerce was scarce, as anyone there could suddenly transform into an assassin, with minor targets often being internally managed. Yet, there were significant enterprises that could not be absorbed internally, and these ventures did not involve the League of Assassins. Previously, after causing a stir in Gotham, any assassin from the League who appeared there would almost certainly be found by Batgirl that very night, beaten to the point of unconsciousness with broken bones. How could they compete with others then? This was all the misfortune wrought by Ra's al Ghul. Gotham, a city of affluence, now left the League of Assassins to merely watch as figures like the Clock Tower, Copperhead, and Deathstroke reaped riches within its bounds. The Assassins' Alliance possesses but a modest contact point in Gotham, where a mere 2 or 3 assassins masquerade as exotic dancers to gather intelligence, leading to a rather arduous existence. Batwoman possesses a profound understanding of Ra's al Ghul's psyche, as if she had delved into the recesses of his mind. She deliberately assigned a feminine moniker to the Assassin's Alliance, employing her tactics to propagate it globally, thereby inciting Ra's al Ghul and causing him to falter in combat, ultimately leading to his defeat during yet another confrontation in Gotham. She named it the Shadow Dancer Alliance, a title that supplanted the Alliance's true name, the Assassin's Alliance, which had been circulated for centuries, now echoing throughout the world. The Shadow Dancer Alliance has become the quintessence of Ra's al Ghul's disdain. The mere utterance of it could provoke his wrath. Talia has often pondered whether her father has been possessed by some infernal entity, for she believes that only the devils of hell are devoid of parents. How could one who has a mother perceive all women as weak? 8 centuries ago, in an era with scant medical knowledge, those who dared to bear children were true warriors. However, she could only contemplate this in silence, fearing to voice it in Ra's al Ghul's presence, for she has lived in trepidation of paternal authority from a young age. Chapter 43. Talia's secret beyond this. Talia harbors a small secret. She has defied Ra's al Ghul's orders and secretly maintained contact with Batwoman. She is the sole member of the Assassin's Alliance permitted to traverse in and out of Gotham, provided she remains in Batwoman's company. This is because Batwoman does not trust her. Unlike her counterpart, Bryce, Talia believes in the supremacy of strength, asserting that combat prowess is the ultimate measure of worth. Bryce, however, contends that a person's beliefs and willpower are the true standards of strength, and overcoming one's fears constitutes genuine empowerment. Ra's al Ghul does not qualify, as he is fearful of reality in this world. Neither does Talia, for she harbors a fear of her father. Even Batwoman herself does not count, as the bat symbolizes her source of fear. To Batwoman, only the likes of the Jester and the Reaper can be deemed truly strong, as they are unyielding in their fearlessness. Even Scarecrow, the architect of fear toxin, succumbed to terror upon inhaling his own creation, a sight that elicited both amusement and disbelief from her. Had she not been clad in her bat garb at that moment, she would have surely succumbed to laughter. Nevertheless, these divergences have not deterred Talia from seeking Batwoman. Occasionally, after completing missions in Mid-City or Star City, she relishes the opportunity to meander through Gotham. Despite Ra's al Ghul's assertion that Gotham is a malignant tumor, the dirtiest of places, and that the destruction of the world begins with the annihilation of Gotham, Talia finds the city rather appealing. It is teeming with chaos and madness, where a myriad of masked lunatics take turns to perform, akin to a theatrical spectacle. Having long dwelled in barren, icy desolation, she finds the vibrant tumult of Gotham far more enticing. As soon as she arrives in Gotham, whether it be on the rooftops of Wayne Tower or the police precinct, Batgirl will silently appear by her side, regarding her with a cold and suspicious gaze, ever vigilant to prevent any disturbances in the city. Talia relishes these encounters, using the opportunity to engage in casual conversation with the Bat, casually mentioning the number of lives she has taken recently or inquiring whether any lunatics have emerged to perform their antics before swiftly departing. Ever since her initial confrontation, where she was bested by Batgirl, Talia has harbored a fascination for this formidable masked figure, unilaterally deeming Briss a friend. The fact that Batgirl defeated her, yet spared her life, strikes Talia as nothing short of extraordinary. If she harbors no intent to kill, why engage in combat at all? Surely, killing would offer a more permanent solution. In truth, Talia's understanding of Batgirl pales in comparison to that of the court jester, who astutely observes that the Bat and she are kindred spirits. Although the jester is no stranger to murder, she seldom resorts to it, preferring instead to witness the chaos and madness she orchestrates within the hearts of all, reveling in their shared laughter. Batgirl, conversely, refrains from killing, seeking instead to instill a profound fear of her in the hearts of the wicked. She may break an enemy's limbs or spine, employing the most brutal methods to torment them, rendering them paralyzed for life, allowing fear to haunt them as it does her. To live perpetually in fear is far more cruel than the release of death. Thus, when Gordon and others regard her as Gotham's heroine, Briss never perceives herself as such, for her actions are laden with the undertones of vigilante justice, a violent outlet for her own terror. Gotham serves merely as her hunting ground, where she preys upon the malevolent. This perhaps elucidates why so many masked figures are drawn to Gotham. They recognize the similarities between themselves and Batgirl. Initially, Briss's tactics prove effective, yet they soon take an unexpected turn with the emergence of the Jester, a lunatic whose origins remain a mystery. Even when Briss contorts her body into a grotesque shape, the Jester continues to exclaim joyfully, as if Briss's actions bring her comfort. In her subsequent appearances, injuries that should render her paralyzed or disabled inexplicably heal in record time, allowing her to engage in new games with the Bat. Furthermore, an increasing number of individuals with medical backgrounds flock to Gotham, even when Batgirl fractures their fingers to thwart their healing efforts. They willingly assist one another to continue their play. Take Silence, for instance. She was once a friend to Briss in her youth, their families entwined in friendship. As she grew, she became a madwoman, yet remains a superlative authority in medicine, capable of performing surgery on herself with but a knife, no mirror required. Time and again, Batgirl leaves her battered, yet upon her next appearance, she is as lively as ever. This is true for others as well, including Hugo Strange, the pig-faced man, Mr. Freeze, and Scarecrow, all of whom are specialists in biology or medicine, adept at healing any injuries wrought by the Bat. Moreover, let us not forget the clandestine Owl Court lurking in the shadows, where they, fearing chaos would not reign, extend medical assistance to the nefarious. This has given rise to whispers throughout the city that the Batwoman has succumbed to a malady of martyrdom. Portrayed as a frail maiden who would not harm even an ant, allowing villains to escape repeatedly and wreak havoc upon the populace, unworthy of the title of heroine. Yet, the Batwoman remains steadfast in her original intent. Her sole desire is to instill terror in the hearts of wrongdoers, and thus she continues on her path, feeling no need to justify her actions, for she has never considered herself a hero. She merely believes it is time to refine her combat techniques, pondering how to incapacitate her foes such that they can never recover. For now, no answer presents itself. It is not only she who harbors such frustrations. Other Bat figures from parallel realms likely share her plight. The antiquated methods of combat seem to have grown obsolete. If only there existed a technique capable of delivering a single blow that would evaporate a portion of the adversary's being, ideally leaving them with nothing but a functioning brain. Such an approach would allow the foes to truly experience the dread that the Bats encountered in their youth, a terror from which they can never escape. Thus, Talia perceives that the Bats, much like herself, are inherently cruel, albeit in differing manners, having deceived the citizens of Gotham. However, the Batwoman remains non-committal, seemingly indifferent to others' opinions, perpetually cold and distant. Each time Talia finds herself rendered speechless by Briseis, she retreats to South Badal, only to return to Gotham out of boredom after a spell. Ra's al Ghul remains oblivious to her secret, for in many respects, Talia has proven herself his equal, and were it not for his immortality, she could easily ascend as the second demon's head. Talia has indeed become a master of ninjutsu. Stealth, combat, disguise, archery, she excels in all arts of assassination. And as a modern ninja, she has also mastered hacking skills and various firearms, surpassing Ra's in many areas. Although Ra's believes that the use of firearms does not confer the honor of a warrior, an assassin must eliminate their target to earn their reward. Should the target eschew honor, so too may the assassin. Aside from grappling with inner demons regarding gender and the Gotham situation, he remains a highly competent leader of the organization. Chapter 44, Bat Talia, my daughter. Ra's al Ghul gazed impassively at Talia, who was incessantly stirring the tea leaves, her eyes evidently vacant. Even as her hands continued their motion, her thoughts had wandered far beyond their present confines. "What troubles you, father?" she asked, snapping back to reality, her brow furrowing in confusion as a cold breeze swept in, whisking away the last vestiges of warmth from the teacup. If this continued, it would soon freeze. The fire in the hall blazed fiercely, casting their shadows upon the walls like dark specters. "What occupies your mind?" Ra's al Ghul turned his head, resuming his gaze upon the distant mountains. This place endures half the year in daylight and half in night. At this moment, South Badal is enveloped in the depths of polar night. Lost in thought, Talia found herself distracted by the biting cold of recent weather. She saw an excuse, unable to divulge her contemplations about Gotham. Ra's al Ghul let out a soft huff, non-committal, yet he was acutely aware of his daughter's musings. Even the distant mountains seemed to comprehend her subtle thoughts, akin to a dark spot upon a snow-capped peak, unmistakably clear in Ra's eyes. I have told you, Gotham must be annihilated. Its very existence is a blight upon this world. Talia lowered her gaze, pouring a touch of hot water into her bowl before placing the kettle back upon the fire. Yes, father. Ra sat quietly upon the mat, inhaling the fragrance of matcha. He relished Talia's obedience, and her survival, her access to the Lazarus Pit's eternal life, stemmed from her fondness for the term father, imbued with a sense of parental authority. Her mother had long since passed, leaving her with only her father. Despite his possession of the Lazarus Pit, he had chosen not to resurrect that woman, even though she was his wife. When Bane acquires what I desire, we shall commence our operation. Gotham has devoured the League's members, and I shall ensure it pays its blood debt. Despite his words, Raz maintained a placid expression, as if he aimed merely to erase a muddy spot in the snow rather than obliterate a city of 8 million souls. Even if Gotham were deserted, he would eradicate the city that symbolized ugliness, for only then would he find tranquility. Years had elapsed, and he felt increasingly distant from peace. The calm on his face was merely a facade, while his inner turmoil raged like a tempest. Yes, father. Talia pressed her lips together, responding softly, aware that during Raz's moments of madness, no one could intervene. It was precisely then that Batgirl had vanished, and despite the League's intelligence capabilities, no one knew her whereabouts. Talia had intended to suppress this news, for she understood that with Batgirl absent, her father would undoubtedly set his sights on Gotham. It had always been thus. Even when fully aware of the trap, Raz would plunge into its depths to uncover the truth. The League had suffered greatly from such folly. Yet, circumstances deteriorated rapidly. One of the assassins lurking in Gotham had disappeared 2 days prior, and at dawn today, another assassin discovered her body discarded by the roadside, left to be submerged by the relentless rain. Ordinary assassins lacked the privilege to access the Lazarus Pit. Death was final for them. Upon receiving this news, Talia realized that the absence of Batgirl could no longer be concealed. With the demise of a League member, vengeance was imperative, a principle that bound the assassins to their organization. Summoning her resolve, she conveyed the grim tidings to Raz. Raz's expression remained unruffled, yet she could see the fire igniting within his eyes as if a sudden spark had been struck. He dispatched his subordinates to contact Bane, the one most familiar with Gotham. Once a member of the League of Assassins, Bane was known for his bravery and martial prowess, possessing immense strength. However, for reasons unknown, he incurred the wrath of Ra's al Ghul and was subsequently exiled. Afterward, this formidable giant found himself in the service of an undisclosed benefactor. Years later, when they crossed paths again, he astonishingly donned a gas mask and bore a venom apparatus. The substance known as Titan coursing through him could double his size and strength, significantly enhancing his regenerative abilities and resilience to damage. Nevertheless, prolonged exposure to Titan venom could inflict brain damage and lead to organ failure, a burden only Bane's unique physiology could withstand. Ra's al Ghul, upon witnessing what he once deemed scrap metal transformed into an exquisite weapon, recognized he could not let this opportunity slip by. He promptly dispatched Talia to enlist Bane's assistance in Gotham. Bane, harboring no grudges, had always maintained a cordial relationship with Talia, and upon their reunion, readily agreed to aid his former employer during their chaotic endeavors. He employed a wrestling maneuver that shattered Batgirl's spine, discarding her into a pit of despair in the Middle East where he had once suffered, forcing her to witness Gotham's demise while powerless to intervene, thus tormenting her. To his surprise, Batgirl was rescued by her former adversary, Lady Shiva, who not only healed her shattered spine, but also imparted new techniques and combat skills. Consequently, Batgirl returned to Gotham and successfully drove Talia away. Discovering Bane's vulnerability lay in the plastic tubing delivering the venom to his back. Once she severed it, she easily subdued him, imprisoning him within Blackgate Penitentiary, secured by a specialized apparatus weighing 50 tons. Recently, for reasons unknown, Bane managed to procure materials within the prison and reconstituted Titan venom, enhancing his strength, allowing him to escape once more, now concealed somewhere in Gotham. The Master of Ninjas recalled Bane and sent word that the League of Assassins required something of particular significance, regarding it as a debt owed to him. The nature of this so-called special item was known solely to Ra's al Ghul and Bane, a mystery even Talia was unaware of. However, She suspected it could not bode well. At this moment, Talia's emotions were tumultuous. She was torn between her friendship with Batgirl and her loyalty to her father and the League, as if two voices were engaged in a relentless tug-of-war within her mind. In truth, she felt that Gotham was fated for catastrophe. With Batgirl's whereabouts unknown, even if she wished to discreetly inform her, it was impossible. Ra's al Ghul understood this predicament, feigning calm as he awaited news from Bane, his spirits buoyed. In the stillness of the night, he took Talia to admire the snowy landscape, a sight he had witnessed for centuries. "Ah, Talia, is my tea ready?" he inquired softly, gently stroking his beard. "I hope I shan't have to wait until Gotham's obliteration to savor it." "Certainly not, father. It is ready. Please partake," Talia replied, kneeling and placing the teacup upon a wooden tray, slowly pushing it toward Ra's al Ghul. Lei Xiaogu nodded with satisfaction, a gentle smile gracing his face as he regarded her approvingly. He lifted the tea bowl and savored a sip. "Excellent. This Kyoto matcha is truly authentic, and your tea brewing skills have evidently improved." "Thank you for your kind words, father," Talia replied, bowing deeply. From a young age, she had been nurtured with such teachings. Obeying her father seemed to be her very instinct. Although she had previously struggled against this instinct, it appeared that hope for change was now lost. "Ha ha ha!" Lei Xiaogu laughed heartily, his formidable aura radiating unabashedly, causing the flames to flicker more violently, his laughter echoing through the distant mountains. It was a sound of triumph, liberation, and madness. "No one could stop me now. I shall annihilate Gotham, and then the world." He ruffled Talia's hair, helping her to her feet. "We will rise from the ashes of the Amazons and the ruins of the earth, creating a world reborn in fire. My world." Yet, just as he envisioned a glorious future, a hoarse voice suddenly pierced the darkness of the room, shattering his reverie. "I doubt that. Who goes there?" Lei Xiaogu swiftly drew the sword from his waist, a double-edged longsword of Eastern design, his weapon of choice. Renowned as one of the finest sword-wielders on Earth, he was a world-class master of blades. Never had he anticipated that someone would dare infiltrate the Assassin Alliance headquarters, let alone approach him so closely. The intruder offered no reply, merely stepping forward into the flickering light to reveal her form. Clad in a black cloak, uniform, and mask, she possessed cascading waves of black curls that framed her shoulders, with two pointed ears atop her head. Her lips were painted dark, and around her neck hung a golden medallion adorned with a bat, serving both as decoration and a voice-altering device. Her blue eyes, visible through the mask, regarded Lei Xiaogu impassively. Furrowing his brow, Lei Xiaogu pushed Talia aside, gripping the hilt of his sword, bracing himself for combat. "How could you possibly find your way here?" The Batwoman responded by launching two bat-shaped darts, which struck the fire pit, releasing a peculiar gray mist. In an instant, the flames extinguished, leaving no trace of smoke, and darkness enveloped the hall. Only her voice, altered by the device, resonated through the shadows. "Because I am Batwoman." Chapter 45. Confrontation. Lei Xiaogu remained vigilant. Movement in the dark was the forte of ninjas, and the technique of directing sound from another place was equally deceptive. Such tactics could thoroughly confuse an adversary, rendering them incapable of discerning the direction of an impending assault. However, this would prove ineffective against him. As a master of swordsmanship, adept in all martial arts, he possessed the ability to detect even the faintest breath or heartbeat. Closing his eyes would not hinder his combat prowess, especially since he thrived in darkness. In this world, Briss is not a mere apprentice of the Assassin's Guild. Her prowess is a product of her own diligent training. Lei Xiaogu sensed that Batwoman was not far ahead, yet she remained motionless. The sounds emanating from behind him were mere tricks. He would not be deceived. How childish. Is this all women are capable of? Such petty ruses? Why not engage in a proper battle and demonstrate to whom glory truly belongs? "Do not attempt to provoke me. Glory holds no significance for me." Briss's voice echoed from another direction, and Lei Xiaogu could feel she had not budged. An opportunity, since she had spurned the honorable duel. He was no longer bound by the code of honor. He swung his weapon into the darkness with a speed so swift that no one could discern his movement. His unique black sword emitted no reflection or sound. With mind and blade aligned, he unleashed a strike that epitomized the essence of a sword master, the most potent initial blow. Propelling his body with the sword, he suddenly appeared where Briss had once stood, yet his blade met only the emptiness of air, not even grazing a single thread of her attire. How could this be? Lei Xiaogu was confounded. He had always trusted his instincts. Perhaps you should inquire of your daughter. She could reveal that heartbeats and breaths can be simulated by computer programs and amplified through miniature speakers. Briss's voice resonated from all directions simultaneously. She had ingeniously filled the hall with hidden speakers. No one knew how long she had been there or how she had installed such devices. Lei Xiaogu exhaled a breath of frustration and turned to look behind him. In the moment of his attack, Briss had appeared behind him, and in that instant, she had rendered Talia unconscious on the ground. I sensed neither your heartbeat nor your breath. You are akin to a lifeless corpse. Lady Shiva taught me methods to counter warriors, particularly a technique called turtle breath from South Asian yoga. Quite effective. Briss's expression remained impassive, her blue eyes glimmering beneath her mask with an inscrutable light. So, am I sufficiently terrifying now? Will this compel you to abandon your plans against Gotham? Dream on. Foolish bat. You have barged into our castle alone. It is you who should surrender. With a swift flick of his wrist, he cast a small, steel-like object out the window. It erupted into a terrifying blaze, blooming in the sky like a firework. The buildings atop the cliffs and the distant, vast snowfields were illuminated, as if it were broad daylight. Every assassin, regardless of their location in the mountains, could see the flames blossoming in the sky. This was the signal of the Assassin's Guild, and they would promptly converge in the hall. Yet, what puzzled him was Batwoman's lack of intention to thwart him. She did not even draw her bat-shaped darts, merely glancing over her shoulder slightly. Originally, Lei Xiaogu had planned to launch a second missile immediately if the first one was intercepted mid-air. However, the dismissive reaction from the bat struck him hard, leaving him breathless and his complexion pale as death. Arrogance. Do you truly believe you can contend with 3,000 assassins? This very place shall be your grave. I will display your severed head at the castle gates for eternity. Lei Xiaogu, it is you who embodies arrogance. I never divulged that I had come here alone. Briss shook her head, tugging at her gloves, assuming a fighting stance. Come, no one will disturb us any longer. Lei Xiaogu snorted coldly. Logically, the nearest assassins should have arrived by now, yet there was only silence. He was perplexed by the absence of his assassins, but he relished the opportunity for a direct confrontation. However, just as he faced Briss and adopted his swordsmanship stance, he felt a tremendous blow to the back of his head, causing him to spiral into dizziness, as though he had been struck by a vehicle, rendering him incapable of standing. In the moments before unconsciousness, the last two words that flashed through his mind were a ruse. At that moment, a figure cloaked in a black hooded robe materialized at the spot where he collapsed, seemingly emerging from thin air, as though he had not been present before. Did I strike too hard? He is 800 years old, right? The shadow scratched the back of his head, retracting his neck. I hope I Haven T killed him. Who called an ambulance? Briss lifted Talia from the ground. It turned out she had been feigning unconsciousness, unable to face either her father or Batgirl, and had opted to pretend to be knocked out. You cannot kill him. If what you told me is true, then he cannot die. The fountain of Lazarus will heal his injuries and even hasten his awakening. Our time is limited. All right, let us say relief. You gave me quite a scare. The cloaked figure chuckled, patting Lei Xiaogu gently on the back as if to console him. He then rose and addressed Talia. Apologies, Talia, for meeting again under such circumstances. You seem younger. It appears we do not know each other, and neither does your father. Talia? Briss interjected, cutting through their awkward conversation. Firstly, you have never encountered Talia here before, so you cannot conclude that she appears younger. Secondly, if the fountain of Lazarus grants immortality, then your Talia must be the same. Thus, if you claim this to your Talia, it will be immediately recognized as a falsehood. Talia? She seemed utterly bewildered, while Briss appeared almost deranged. What do you mean by you're an hour? Is there another version of myself in this world? The cloaked figure seemed to have an epiphany. Now I understand. No wonder Talia was willing to converse with Superman while dismissing me. It truly is a matter of lifespan, then? It is not related to lifespan, but rather to one's state of mind. Breeze cast a disparaging remark, turning her attention to Talia, pressing her forehead against Talia's, disregarding the blush that adorned her face. Listen, Talia, she said, to be succinct, in order to save our world, I require the waters of the Lazarus pit. Hand it over to me, or we shall seek it ourselves. Talia bit her lip, discontented that there was no time for pleasantries. They had arrived demanding the treasures of the assassin guild. Thus, she obediently led Breeze and the mysterious figure to the rear mountains, unveiling a hidden passage. What choice did she have? After all, she had a fondness for bats. This clandestine chamber, constructed behind the castle, was hewn from the mountain itself. Within it lay a small pool, not much larger than a bathtub, where red liquid swirled, emitting faint wisps of vapor as one entered. "Is this the Lazarus Pit?" Breeze inquired of the enigmatic figure beside her. Perhaps. I'm sorry, but I have never seen it," the cloaked man shrugged. "You were the one who informed me of its existence, claiming the waters possess extraordinary properties. Yet you have never laid eyes on it?" Breeze raised an eyebrow, teasingly retorting. Talia quickly interjected, not wishing Breeze to think she had deceived her. "This indeed is the Lazarus Pit, but to resurrect someone, one must be fully submerged. If you merely take the water, it will grant only self-healing abilities." Breeze nodded, the bat-shaped pendant around her neck swaying in agreement. "That suffices." With that, she retrieved a large metal canister from beneath her cloak, filling it with the bubbling, cool liquid that resembled boiling water before stowing it away. "Are you not planning to use it yourself?" "My father is unaware. It could be beneficial for you," Talia discreetly suggested to Breeze, reasoning that if they both achieved immortality, they would have more opportunities to spend time together. Breeze, however, turned her back to the hidden passage, her cloak billowing in the wind, as if a bat were unfurling its wings in the darkness. "No need. This canister of water will not be applied to me. I advise you to return to the hall immediately and lie down in your original position. All of you have been knocked unconscious. We shall take our leave first." But Talia intended to discuss contacting Bane. Talia began. "Bane has been dealt with, and I have confiscated his nuclear device. Once everything settles, you may come to Gotham to see me. Should there be any surplus of the waters, I shall return them to you." Breeze did not allow her the chance to finish, hastily retracing her steps. They all returned to the hall, where Breeze fixed her gaze upon the cloaked figure, her lips pressed tightly together, silent. "Is that it then?" "Oh, understood. Farewell, Talia." The cloaked man looked at Breeze, then at Talia, as if suddenly realizing they needed to depart. What matters have passed? Talia had intended to inquire, but as a golden light flashed, both the bat and the man vanished, leaving behind an empty, desolate room. Lei Xiaogu remained sprawled on the floor, as snowflakes, swept up by the wind outside, gently settled upon his face. He seemed to stir slightly. Talia, with resolute determination, struck her own neck, realizing that only by truly losing consciousness could she deceive Lei Xiaogu. As she succumbed to the darkness, a throbbing pain coursed through her head, yet she clung to the joyous anticipation of her rendezvous with Briss, a hint of delight gracing her features. Chapter 46. Swift as Talia's gaze drifted away across the vast expanse of snow, a crimson light surged rapidly over the thick blanket of snow. Countless snowflakes were thrust high into the air, resembling celestial maidens scattering flowers, yet before they could descend, the one who had cast them aloft had long vanished. Focusing intently on the radiant glow ahead, one could discern the cloaked figure bearing Briss, legs propelling them forward with frenzied speed. Time seemed to stand still around them, for their velocity eclipsed the world's rhythm. "How do you feel?" "I have never run with anyone in the Arctic Circle before," the cloaked figure inquired with genuine concern, his feet never faltering, snowflakes failing to cling to him, as both were enveloped in a golden lightning embrace. Briss merely gazed coldly ahead, her eyes fixed upon an illusory path. The endless black of the polar night stretched before her, the horizon of the snowfield obscured, yet she was acutely aware of her swift approach toward the coastline. "If you were to encounter another version of me, you would know that I possess my own means of enduring pain. Unless necessary. You need not endure anything, Batwoman." That still sounds rather awkward," the cloaked figure replied, his cloak billowing with each stride, revealing beneath it a red uniform. "In truth, what you term super speed envelopes us within a unique force field. Just as it has in countless instances before, I feel nothing at all." Briss responded softly, a sense of estrangement enveloping her. Thoughts she had never entertained were now unfolding within her reality. Had it not been for the cloaked figure presenting evidence, she would never have believed in the so-called future spoken of by others. This environment, where time relative to the outside world stands still, is referred to as the bullet time zone. I have temporarily shared a fraction of my super speed with you. Thus our communication is synchronized. when our speed and acceleration align with the super speed stance. It seems you are indifferent. The cloaked figure began to expound upon the theory of super speed, a compendium of his accumulated experiences over the years. However, he soon realized that Briss appeared utterly disengaged, as if lost in a reverie, completely unconcerned with his words. In this moment, she diverged from Batman, for Bruce would never allow his mind to wander in the presence of others. Enough with your relative theory lecture. We have pressing matters to attend to. Once we resolve everything, I can arrange for you to deliver a captivating talk at Gotham Stadium, and I can procure as many attendees as you desire. Why would I share my abilities with someone irrelevant? The cloaked figure pondered, confusion evident in his tone. Then you need not disclose anything to me either. Bliss shook her head. If she wished to know, she only trusted the results of her own investigation rather than such spontaneous declarations. So take me back to Gotham, back home. The cloaked man sighed, pondering whether all the Batmans across different realms interacted with people in such an awkward manner. Very well, the Bat is always in charge. We must cross the sea. He hoisted Bliss onto his shoulder and sprinted to the edge of the snowy expanse, his feet never faltering as he plunged straight into the ocean. The ice floes and waves around them appeared to freeze in their gaze. He walked upon the surface of the water, sending up a monumental spray behind him. In the darkness of night, they seemed to be racing towards the dawn. Is it really fine to leave Alfred stranded on that little island? The cloaked man's mouth ran on as he continued to pose questions. Bliss rolled her eyes. It was precisely this loquaciousness that instilled trust in his words. No one would dispatch a person so verbose to deceive her, for the more one speaks, the greater the risk of error. A deceiver must tread carefully with every word to avoid pitfalls, especially when the subject is her. Such a talkative individual could never monitor every utterance. Thus, his words must be entirely truthful. I shall reiterate, that is observation station number 7, not some desolate isle. Alfred is safest there, Bliss corrected him. If I am not mistaken, your Batman would also find that location appealing. Indeed, Miss Bliss, as an elder, a tropical island near the equator may indeed benefit my legs. But we cannot continue to feast on coconuts and bananas for breakfast. You might need to enhance the menu. Alfred's voice echoed in the pointed ears atop Bliss's head, which functioned as both intercom and bat radar. Do not fret, Alfred, I am well aware of my actions. Bliss accepted his goodwill, but felt compelled to assert her independence. The cloaked man had taken her on a whirlwind journey around the world over the past month, visiting numerous places and making various preparations. Yet, generally, dinner would still be had on the island. Alfred insisted on overseeing a nutritionally balanced diet. The island's specialties were coconuts and bananas, and, throughout the month, they had sampled every conceivable seafood dish paired with those fruits. Although Alfred was a masterful cook, humans are not monkeys. Even the most delectable bananas can become tiresome. Well then, madam, might you first retrieve me from the observation station? The manor has gone uncleaned for nearly a month, which is a serious dereliction of duty for a butler. The current state of Gotham remained uncertain. Bliss intended to decline. Previously, she had avoided approaching her home to steer clear of sensitive areas, although she had overturned Bane and seized his nuclear weapon just an hour prior. It was done underground within the city. For her, as long as the city's surveillance footage from the past month remained unexamined, the happenings within Gotham were shrouded in ambiguity. This is precisely the purpose behind her desire to return to the Wayne Manor. The butler, unperturbed, maintained his elegant and composed tone as he remarked, "But, miss, do you not already have a plan? The situation will be resolved, just as it has been in the past." BRYSS fell silent for a moment, her azure eyes glinting with contemplation. "Indeed, you are correct. Preparations are nearly complete." She patted the cloaked man's shoulder, saying, "First, we shall head to the island, and then to Gotham. We must hasten our pace. Grant me 10 seconds," replied the cloaked man, calculating the time with a smile. "I truly feel that this journey has been a weight loss expedition. I have shed far too much." Despite his words, the cloaked man quickened his stride, moving with such speed that he became a blur. His body emanated more lightning, enveloping them both like a golden comet, carving a profound ripple across the ocean as it veered towards the equator. No creature could perceive their passage, for the moment was so fleeting that it could not even imprint upon the retina. Perhaps only the divine could comprehend what transpired. As if the words had scarcely faded, they found themselves on a tropical island, where the sun had yet to set. Meanwhile, Alfred busied himself at the grill, preparing buttered bananas. The cloaked man inhaled deeply, seizing a ripe banana from the grill and shoving it into his mouth, feeling faint from hunger. Despite the banana's association with gorillas and his past conflicts with a nation of them. "May I remind you, Mr. Allen, that you have not washed your hands?" Alfred interjected. Yet the cloaked man shrugged, his mouth filled with golden banana, the warmth causing him to masticate hurriedly as he mumbled, "In truth, I did wash them. It was merely a hasty endeavor." Chapter 47. Home. Alfred paused momentarily, shaking his head, acknowledging that he could not oversee the eccentricities of the Mrs. Extraordinary companions. Nevertheless, despite his skeptical expression, he felt a surge of happiness. After all, in Gotham, he had encountered countless individuals clad in tight-fitting costumes, and apart from BRYSS, all were sociopathic lunatics. They emerged like weeds from Gotham's shadows, each harboring bizarre schemes aimed at annihilating either the city or BRYSS herself. Among them was one individual who sought friendship with BRYSS, yet he was a madman among madmen. However, a month prior, a new figure had appeared, endowed with a strong sense of justice, a cheerful demeanor, and remarkable kindness. Merely observing him evoked a sense of sincerity. He could not possibly be a villain. Alfred pondered that perhaps BRYSS had found a companion, as this individual's conduct over the past month had been nothing short of heroic. Yet, his arrival brought unsettling news. Their world teetered on the brink of peril, with ominous forces encroaching relentlessly. BRYSS ultimately accepted this grim reality, for she had witnessed the world's transformation firsthand. Subtle signs continually hinted at an impending storm. In an effort to avert the impending doom of the world, they'd been tirelessly engaged for a month. Alfred fared relatively well, as his sole responsibility was to prepare meals on this small island. Conversely, Bryce had traversed the globe, yet her endeavors seemed fruitless. The caloric content provided by bananas was exceedingly limited, and I felt the looming threat of hair loss. The cloaked man swiftly consumed all the prepared bananas. Nevertheless, he still felt utterly depleted. Upon returning to the Wayne Manor for sustenance, I recalled that there should be some provisions left at home. Bryce removed her mask to wipe the sweat from her brow. Although she was within the realm of super speed and need not concern herself with wind resistance, she still perceived the fine spray of seawater upon her face. Alfred promptly dismissed her thoughts, removing his apron and adjusting his tailcoat, which appeared rather incongruous on the beach. "I must clarify, miss. If there are any remnants of food at home, they would be from nearly a month ago when we departed. I have full confidence in the contents of our refrigerator." Bryce donned her mask once more, regaining the imposing aura of Batwoman. "Consuming food that has been refrigerated for a month is decidedly unhealthy, miss," Alfred dutifully remarked, extinguishing the stove and commencing the tidying up of the observation station. "But that was turkey. I had intended to enjoy a turkey sandwich for breakfast tomorrow," Bryce recalled, suddenly reminded of the contents of her refrigerator. An hour prior, they had been near Gotham, where the weather was far less favorable, making it difficult to find anything edible. Afew, undeterred, meticulously secured the observation point's door, locking away the nuclear weapon adorned with a radiation symbol. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood erect, refusing with a tone steeped in European classical elegance. "I believe that even if it were a phoenix, you should refrain from consuming it. Perhaps we could pass by a supermarket to procure supplies. Let us shelve that thought for now. I am uncertain how much time we have left." Bryce ultimately relinquished her desire for turkey, recognizing that this was not an opportune moment for shopping. The cloaked man interjected, waving his hand to garner their attention. "Ahem. I wonder if anyone has noticed that I possess a remarkable talent for managing time." 5 minutes later, they returned to Wayne Manor, with over 4 minutes expended by Afew on procurement. Upon entering the city, Bryce quickly discovered that Gotham was experiencing a major blackout, an issue that even she could not resolve, as no one knew which power line had faltered, and in such weather, repairs were impossible. The water in the streets had risen to knee height, and the torrential rain showed no signs of abating. Fortunately, within the realm of bullet time, they were able to evade the raindrops effortlessly. In such inclement weather, no supermarkets or convenience stores would be open. Bryce decisively forced her way into a shop, retrieving the items she required, leaving behind double the amount in cash at the register. Upon returning to the manor, they were greeted by its own power system, derived from the geothermal generator nestled beneath the Batcave. The house welcomed its owner back, with every room in the grand residence illuminated. Alfred made his way to the kitchen to prepare a meal, while Bryce placed her helmet aside and languidly reclined on the sofa in the parlor, gazing at the flickering flames in the fireplace, allowing her body to relax. She even took out some fine wine from her collection to entertain the Cloaked Man. Their previous encounters had taken place at Wayne Manor, and this marked the Cloaked Man's first visit to Bryce's home. In truth, there was no need for him to don the grand cloak. In this world, no one recognized him. The Cloaked Man was well aware of this fact. He simply wished to experience the sensation of wearing the dark uniform, imbued with the essence of the Bat. Am I now considered a member of the Bat family? In this realm, I could adopt a Bat-themed alias. Lightning Bat, Bat Express, perhaps? Bryce regarded him with an impassive expression. All right, merely jesting, he replied, shrugging in disappointment. With a swift motion, the tightly wrapped cloak vanished, revealing a young man, perhaps in his early 20s, youthful and bashful in demeanor. His deep brown hair fell in soft curls atop his head, his fair skin and slender frame exuding a boyish charm, complemented by a shy smile. He wore a red and white short-sleeved t-shirt emblazoned with the insignia of Star Labs, paired with ordinary jeans, albeit barefoot. I noticed your guest slippers. They're in the same location as in our world, but I thought it polite to ask if I may wear them. Bryce's lips twitched as she nodded in affirmation. She acknowledged. In a flash of lightning, Barry found himself seated beside her, now donning dark satin slippers, raising his glass to toast with her. Thank you. The fabric is quite comfortable. Bryce felt somewhat numb to the situation. Fortunately, this individual posed no immediate threat and exhibited no signs of mania, leaving her uncertain of how to confront such a powered being otherwise. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, merely smiling as they clinked glasses. You may also utilize the bathroom in the guest room on the second floor. In your world, how do you interact with that Batman? It can be quite similar here. In reality, Barry admitted, he seldom visited Wayne Manor, and when he did, it was mostly underground. You understand my meaning, don't you? He scratched his head, taking a sip of wine, only to grimace at its spicy taste. As a scientist, he believed that strong spirits were more harmful to the brain than a speed force. Bryce was well aware of what lay beneath her home, and surely the other Batman was too. Would you be interested in touring my base to compare whose is superior? Just as they were enjoying their drinks and engaging in conversation, Alfred entered the room. I apologize, miss, but I fear that during our month away, a thief has visited our residence. Oh, did the home security system fail to activate? This was Bryce's first experience with a burglary. So this was what it felt like to be robbed at home. A pang of sorrow and a flicker of anger surged within me. The security devices in our home remained unresponsive, leading me to suspect the influence of a military-grade EMP, rendering them all inoperative. Alfred nodded, maintaining his graceful composure. Bryce caressed her neck, as if lost in contemplation. What about our losses? I have meticulously examined every room, and thus far, we have lost a roasted turkey, approximately 2 kilograms of carrots and potatoes, some lettuce, and around 200 grams of assorted spices, including that Southeast Asian nutmeg you favor in your coffee. Alfred did not require notes. He was well acquainted with the inventory of the grand estate, recounting smoothly, "Oh, we are also missing a large pot, a long spoon, 5 plates, and the accompanying cutlery." Barry, a former forensic scientist, was accustomed to running and analyzing crime scenes, yet upon hearing this litany of missing items, a question mark seemed to materialize above his head. It sounds as if someone organized a camping trip in your home. Have you sponsored the Gotham Scouts, Robin? We have no scouts here, Bryce replied, her eyes narrowing as she adopted the classic expression of skepticism associated with the Bat. Chapter 48. Theft. She held her wine glass and led the two of them into the study adjacent to the reception room. Without needing further elaboration, they observed a trail of dark footprints on the floor, extending towards the rear of the bookshelf. On the piano keys, several black handprints, the remnants of dirty gloves, were evident. Oh, Barry Allen recognized that he was once again witnessing a crime scene, and this time, it was within the residence of Batman, albeit a Batman from a parallel universe, which made it all the more extraordinary. Bryce squinted at the footprints. They were left by a type of military combat boot, devoid of any tread, merely flat metallic panels. She recalled these prints well, usually associated with blood, but this time, they were merely smeared with mud. Deathstroke, how'd you get here? Bryce erupted in frustration. Having an annoying assassin infiltrate her home was hardly a pleasant situation. Alfred, please contact the police department and inquire about Deathstroke's recent activities in the city. Barry Allen, on the other hand, appeared remarkably unfazed, as if the mere mention of Deathstroke's name elicited no significant reaction. Rather, he seemed to view her as a potential savior. "Oh, the Deathstroke from your world? Please send her my regards, haha." He glanced at the black handprints Cindy had left on the piano and calculated the stride. It appears she took the turkey. You see the splattered distance of the mud beside these footprints? Given the same stride, it indicates she arrived light-footed but left burdened, likely only with the weight of the missing food. I understand. I was simply pondering what this deranged assassin could possibly want in my home. Bryce pressed several keys on the piano, and the bookshelf silently opened, revealing a dark passageway. Shouldn't Deathstroke be on our side? Barry scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. In the initial moments of Earth-Zero, many heroes and villains chose to evade the impending crisis. Yet it was only Deathstroke, the mercenary, who proactively arrived to lend assistance. Why does it seem so different here? Bryce was genuinely astonished. Your Deathstroke is one of your allies? This question posed a challenge for Barry, as Deathstroke's actions were indeed difficult to categorize. After all, he was primarily aligned with those who sought monetary gain, which likely remained consistent. Bryce nodded in agreement with his observation. He has committed numerous heinous acts, taken countless lives. I suspect he is behind half of the unsolved cases in my possession. Bryce nodded again, affirming his statement. However, time and again, he has also participated in saving the Earth, assisting the Justice League in repelling extraterrestrial invaders and adversaries. He has risked his life repeatedly, embracing peril, rendering him a complex individual. This time, Bryce did not nod, but instead pinched her chin, her lips curving downward in contemplation. After a moment, she regained her focus, gesturing for Barry to accompany her to the Batcave. As they walked, she remarked, "Our Deathstroke likely remains unaware of this world-ending situation. If I were to inform her, what do you think the likelihood of her aiding us would be?" 100%, Batwoman. As long as you can persuade her. She will certainly not turn a blind eye. If you believe persuasion to be challenging, a substantial check could suffice. Barry understood the nature of Slade. Yet he was unfamiliar with the Deathstroke of this world and could only offer such conjecture. For now, I will overlook her theft of the turkey, but I need to ascertain what she has been doing in my base. Before Bryce could finish her statement, her eyes widened in shock. The Batcave lay in utter disarray, bearing the marks of a recent assault. The cavern floor was littered with various footprints, and the remnants of discarded utensils cluttered a table. Her beloved dinosaur had also been punctured atop its head, intermittently emitting sparks. The surveillance system, intended for monitoring the city, had been breached. The large screen displayed a continuous array of shifting surveillance feeds, with a severed data cable protruding from the mainframe, indicating Deathstroke's physical infiltration of the system. She was not surprised that Deathstroke could manage the mechanical dinosaur, as it had been designed for thieving scoundrels, not a world-class assassin. However, she had never anticipated Deathstroke to possess such computing prowess, perhaps even surpassing her own. As a flash of electricity illuminated the space, Barry appeared atop the dinosaur's head, bending down to inspect the traces left upon it. There were footprints atop the dinosaur's head, black handprints around the eye sockets, and moisture on the tail. He quickly deduced Su Ming's tactics, replaying them in his mind. However, this further corroborated that only Deathstroke could execute such precise, scalpel-like strikes against vulnerabilities. Many capable individuals would not conceive of such strategies, and those who would find their physical abilities lacking. He then proceeded to analyze the other traces on the ground. A woman adorned in high heels, a robust man clad in sneakers, and an individual confined to a wheelchair have indeed ventured here for a camping excursion. The table is in disarray, littered with remnants of expired turkey. What eludes his comprehension, however, is the presence of two distinct sets of footprints belonging to the Reaper. One set is slightly larger and heavier, while the other is somewhat smaller and lighter. He grimaces in confusion and returns to the side of Bryce. Merely 3 seconds have elapsed, and she remains engrossed in contemplation regarding her system breach. Barry relays his findings to her. Yet even Bryce finds herself momentarily at a loss for an explanation. Alfred hastens down the stairs, pressing several buttons on the system and switching to the news channel. "Miss Bryce, I believe you ought to see this. I was unable to reach the police station, but I just caught the news on television. The screen is currently replaying footage of Su Ming, as the fearful television executives have replaced the entire evening news slot with an exclusive interview featuring the Reaper. Despite the widespread power outage in the city, As long as one individual can still watch television, they dare not omit this broadcast. Shortly thereafter, the scene of Su Ming shooting Barbara unfolds. The echo of the gunshot reverberates through the Batcave, causing both the old butler and Barry to shudder involuntarily and close their eyes. It is nonsensical. The Reaper has no justification for targeting the Oracle. Barry shakes his head in disbelief. The Oracle holds far greater value than an ordinary superhero, and the Reaper would not so easily eliminate Barbara. In the main universe, such a gunshot signifies billions of dollars wasted. Mr. Allen, we're discussing the Reaper, a mercenary who sells her services for money. She is indifferent to whom she kills. Alfred interjects, asserting that he once served the government as a principled warrior, while he perceives mercenaries like the Reaper as reckless individuals devoid of ideology. A warrior requires a stance, whereas a businessman is solely concerned with profit. Bryce leans over the control panel, utilizing the supercomputer to slow the footage down by 20 times. She does not lament Barbara's fate, but instead directs her focus on the bullet. Barry is correct. The Reaper did not kill Barbara. The bullet was merely shot in a way that made it appear as if it had passed just an inch from her neck. Subsequently, she brought Barbara here to decode your system. And the wheelchair tracks left behind correspond with the distance between the axles and the circumference of Barbara's wheelchair as seen on television. Barry nods, wiping away the black fingerprints left by Su Ming on the control panel. Glancing down at the feet of the others, I am not at all surprised that she could decode your system. Bryce continues to pinch her pointed chin, quietly observing the playback on the large screen, where the computer is automatically slowing down the news segment, revealing some peculiarities. Yet, there is still an unexpected revelation. The individual donned in the icon uniform is not, in fact, our Reaper. As she speaks, she presses a button, and the image on the screen freezes, showcasing a close-up of the Reaper, her crimson eye fixated on the three individuals before her, enveloping the air in silence. Chapter 49. Distinguishing the authentic from the fake. Barry scratched his head, still feeling the pangs of hunger that rendered him incapable of focusing. The dim surroundings induced a sense of drowsiness. Nevertheless, he summoned his resolve, rubbing his face with both hands, and inquired of Bryce. What do you mean by saying the Reaper is not the Reaper? Is it a counterfeit? I have no recollection of any man here reaching such extremes with a firearm. Bryce magnified the image, enlarging the Reaper's entire figure. The skeletal structure of this individual is undeniably male, she asserted. After making her point, she captured images of the police station's pillar behind the Reaper, the broadcasting van from Gotham Television, and the Reaper himself, calculating the horizontal distances between them to create a scale. Gotham Television's transmission vehicle was a 1999 model of the Amazon brand produced by Metropolis, with a cabin height of 35 meters. According to official records, the height of the Gotham Police Department's entrance stood at 62 meters, and due to geological factors, it had experienced a subsidence of 0.01 meters annually since 1996. Cindy Wilson's height was recorded at 1.73 meters. Upon entering this data, the mainframe emitted a series of beeps, almost as if it were on the verge of displaying a glaring red cross, prompting Bryce to shrug. It is not a line. This individual stands at 1.84 meters. It is no longer merely my personal impression. Even the system confirms that Gotham lacks such a person. Barry had already noticed the remnants of food on the table. He ladled some soup from the large pot and brought it to his lips, only to recoil at the unpalatable taste, which resembled a viscous mucus. Yet he encouraged himself, reminding himself that he was a superhero. And how could he not endure such trivial hardships? He needed sustenance, and he needed it urgently. So, the footprints atop the dinosaur are yours. You have slain your dragon. Ah, thank you for the reminder, Bryce replied, her expression impassive, perhaps harboring some unspoken grievances against Su Ming. After recording the news, he and Cindy had taken Barbara and two reporters hostage, bringing them to this location. Barry forced the distasteful sweet soup down his throat, its temperature having cooled to a gelatinous consistency devoid of any sweetness, the numbness on his tongue rendering his speech slurred. Then, they merrily dined here with you, patted their backsides, and departed, with neither Barbara nor the reporters showing any signs of coercion. That is precisely what I find perplexing, Bryce remarked, plucking a piece of lettuce from the pot, only to lick it and spit it out, gazing at Barry with incredulity. I can comprehend the reporter's motivations. After all, news holds value. But Barbara, have you contacted Commissioner Gordon? Barry struggled to swallow another mouthful, emitting a painful groan, and after catching his breath, he reminded her, "This Reaper has specifically summoned him. I doubt I can reach him by phone." Bryce began dialing on the mainframe, ensuring there would be no record of the call. While addressing Alfred, "You would do well to prepare food quickly. Our guests are partaking of the Reaper's cuisine, and after just a single taste, I feel as though she may be the death of me." "Of course, Mississippi. The food is already on the stove." Afyu ascended the stairs once more to prepare the food. It is hardly fitting for a butler to allow guests to go hungry. Gordon was unreachable, and intriguingly, this device had previously tracked a license plate number, as well as the locations of both myself and Afyu. Bliss settled down with great interest, only to notice a patch of ash nearby, pausing momentarily with narrowed eyes. It must have been Barbara's doing. Barry patted his stomach, feeling somewhat unwell. "Is Barbara's computer expertise formidable?" Bliss inquired again. "Indeed, one could assert she is among the finest on Earth," Barry replied, discussing matters from his side. He had limited exposure to the Oracle, as his colleagues in Mid-City were scientific enthusiasts, fully capable of providing comprehensive logistical support. His only interactions with Barbara occurred during occasional video calls within the Justice League. Not only was her hacking prowess exceptional, but she also possessed a talent for command and leadership, with many female heroes in our ranks eager to heed her guidance. Bliss quietly wrapped her arms around herself, wiping the yellowed cigarette stains from the table. "This is intriguing, for the Barbara of our world is merely an ordinary high school student who has never demonstrated her gifts. I am uncertain, and so is Gordon." Barry raised an eyebrow, as if coming to a realization. "However, the clock tower is aware. He deliberately brought Barbara to you, manipulating your brother's ocular system to locate someone." My system lacks a name. If it were to be named, it would be called Sister's Eye." Bliss focused on the screen, bringing up the previously queried locations. A place called Indian Mountain, shimmering on the map. "Is this clock tower from your world?" Barry shook his head. "No, our Slade stands at 194 meters. He has gone to Atlantis with Aquaman to seek something. They lack the ability to traverse dimensions. I was responsible for locating reinforcements from the multiverse, but an unforeseen incident occurred. I know, you've mentioned it numerous times. Traveling through the Speed Force carries uncertainties. You encountered time specters, barely escaping with your life, only to land in our world." Bliss retrieved the data on Indian Mountain, examining it closely, but a junkyard revealed nothing of significance. "Yes, precisely. Then I discovered a slight reversal of time, without triggering a flashpoint effect. The world remains the same. Gotham is still in chaos." Barry seated himself at a nearby table, attempting to use the Speed Force to wave his arm and assist Bliss in erasing the yellow stains from the table. Yet the smoke-stain marks only seemed to grow larger. Our worlds were inherently different. Even if a flashpoint effect were to occur, you would be unable to discern it. You would find the world, which should have been obliterated, still exists, and I, who ought to be your enemy, have not yet succumbed to madness. Bliss spoke calmly. Barry widened his eyes, exhaled onto the table, and offered an embarrassed smile. "Indeed, I now harbor suspicions that the ominous bell may originate from an alternate universe. Perhaps it coincides with my presence, likely resulting from a collision within the realm of superspeed. My arrival was hastened while his was delayed, effectively neutralizing our velocities, thus creating merely a faint ripple that altered your world. As it stands, this alteration appears beneficial, enhancing our chances of success. My sole desire is to preserve my own reality. As for assisting you in your struggle against Barbados, I lack the capacity. My world does not boast an abundance of heroes as yours does. Here, the world's lunatics are drawn to Gotham, and were it not for your super speed, I would not have ventured beyond its borders." Bryce responded coolly, leaving Barry somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, a few minutes later, Alfred's arrival broke the peculiar atmosphere. "Miss and Mr. Allen, dinner is ready. Tonight's main course features beef braised in red wine, accompanied by roasted oysters and chicken rolls with celery, lobster sashimi, and European noodles. However, due to time constraints, the beef may not be as tender as desired." "That sounds splendid. Please bring it here. I need to prepare, as I am curious about the intentions of this strange individual." Bryce smiled at Alfred, feeling a sense of pride in her butler's ability to create a hearty beef stew in a mere few minutes. Meanwhile, she had begun to formulate a hypothesis. This ominous bell possessed a clear objective and was privy to numerous secrets. Chapter 50. The Bat always has a plan. Alfred soon delivered the dinner via a concealed elevator, pushing a cart laden with a complete set of table linens, napkins, and cutlery. The large table within the Batcave was strewn with remnants of the meal consumed by Su Ming and the others, alongside half a pot of a bizarre sweet soup concocted by Cindy. At that time, only Su Ming and Cindy, relying on their enhancements, managed to consume a few bites. The other three merely tasted it and turned pale. While Alfred was clearing away the remnants, he suddenly noticed a charred yellow stain on the table, with ashes scattered nearby and on the floor. His gaze sharpened instantly. "Miss, if we wish to befriend the ominous bell, I propose we procure a selection of ashtrays to place in the Batcave, perhaps crafted from natural crystal. What do you think?" Bryce continued to scrutinize the data on the screen, seemingly recalling something about Indian Mountain, yet the historical records and the intelligence were but a few brief lines. This itself posed a question. Why had she not discovered it earlier? It appeared necessary to develop a type of camera that would evade detection by wanderers, to be installed in areas where they congregated. No one befriends the ominous bell. I merely seek to conduct a business negotiation with it. Alfred tilted his head in agreement, his brow raised in understanding, methodically clearing away the refuse, laying the tablecloth, and presenting the new dishes. "Oh, however, I advise that when negotiating with mercenaries like the ominous bell, it is prudent to have a lawyer present, and the contract must be meticulously crafted. Barry will accompany me." Blythe spoke softly, leaving the surveillance console to take a seat at the grand table, which actually served as her workstation where she typically assembled her little gadgets. She was always mindful to keep it free from grease. However, today this workspace had been repurposed by the tolling bell, now sullied, so she decided to dine at it instead. But I am a forensic technician. Although I am a form of medical examiner, contract law is not my specialty. She mused. Barry promptly appeared at her side, having already set the table with a napkin and cutlery, eagerly awaiting the meal. Blythe regarded him with a teasing gaze. For despite Barry's high intelligence, arguably the finest optoelectronics physicist and materials scientist she had ever encountered, he, like many scientists, seemed somewhat oblivious in daily matters. "No need to prepare any documents. Just wear your uniform and accompany me," she instructed. "Oh, is that what you meant?" Barry exclaimed, his youthful face lighting up with a smile. "I understand now. Your speech is even more cryptic than Diana's. Our Diana, that is." She comprehended that the local vigilante was an unhinged lunatic, self-serving and insidious, making her feel nauseous even when seeing interviews of him on television. Blythe arranged her napkin, while Alfred presented the appetizer, a vibrant fish and vegetable salad. "So what about your Aquawoman?" Barry inquired, eagerly tasting the dish, finally regaining sensation in his tongue. "The madwoman seeks to create a world ruled by Atlanteans, willing to bury the entire globe to achieve her aims," Blythe replied, chewing as she spoke, deftly spearing food with her fork. Alfred, standing by to serve, fixed his gaze upon her, astonished that she could converse while chewing. He could not recall ever having taught her such a thing. Barry nodded, beginning to grasp the situation. "With all due respect, Blythe, I now feel you will not remain the person I once perceived. However, should a large-scale war erupt between Amazons and Atlanteans, I have witnessed such scenes before. In an alternate timeline, the world would meet its doom." Blythe remained composed, the shadows of the Batcave seeming to penetrate her very bones, her indifferent expression ever present. She could foresee that if global circumstances continued to deteriorate, her former self might have deemed Arthur a world-class threat to confront. She had once harbored a remarkably similar plan. "The former you was the world's fuse. Now I have managed to sway your perspective, yet I cannot alter Barbados' intentions. He persists in his nefarious designs, harnessing the powers of the dark multiverse, seeking to draw the light multiverse into his fold. Should he succeed, it would spell disaster for all." Barry had finished his meal and was awaiting the next course, wiping his mouth with his napkin as he reiterated his earlier thoughts. "I have heard your theories on cosmic balance and rebirth, although they remain mere hypotheses lacking substantiation. The existence of Amazon and the denizens of the deep ensures that threats perpetually loom. Perhaps our world is but an incomplete entity, destined for annihilation." Bryce laid down her cutlery, gesturing for Alf to continue serving without delay. "That is what Barbados wishes for you to believe. No world is fated for destruction. Individuals can alter their destinies." Barry's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, the playful smile on his face replaced with earnestness. "Do not be swayed by him. He may invade your dreams with a torrent of falsehoods. We shall soon put an end to this war, and the world will persist. Bryce cast him a glance, her expression inscrutable. I understand. We must first locate the Reaper. I have often contemplated unleashing my full strength against her. This criminal is my utmost detestation, but the circumstances are peculiar. She is not a conventional criminal. She has done good, and perhaps one day she may repent, though I find it hard to believe myself. I know that when you do not hold back, you can indeed be formidable, yet sparing lives is our shared principle. I have finished my meal. When shall we depart? A flash of lightning illuminated the scene as Barry sat nearby, picking his teeth. In an instant, he had devoured half of the meal, already changing into his red and yellow lightning uniform. Bryce sighed, rising to don her bat helmet and replenish her array of gadgets. Alf, I shall return for the remaining food. Barry and I are stepping out. Of course, Mississippi. I shall await your return home. Alf bowed slightly, offering an elegant smile, his gaze warm as he watched a red light engulf Bryce, reminiscent of countless occasions when she set forth to champion justice. In the underground research facility beneath Indian Mountain, on the third floor, Su Ming and Cindy found themselves amidst a hail of gunfire. Having just ascended the stairs, they barely took a few steps before being met with a barrage of firepower. The area resembled a staff dormitory or perhaps a holding facility for ordinary individuals earmarked for experimentation. The brightly lit corridor was flanked by numerous small rooms. In the instant of the attack, Su Ming thrust the three defenseless individuals into one of the rooms, while Cindy nimbly slipped into a small room across the corridor. 47 armed personnel, equipped with submachine guns, rocket launchers, large-caliber shotguns, small anti-tank guns, and various unfamiliar weapons. What is your decision? Cindy peered cautiously from the doorway, swiftly memorizing the situation opposite her, and amidst the continuous gunfire, she relayed a series of tactical gestures to Su Ming. Vico urged Peter to hastily document the scene, but the burly man found his legs trembling like noodles, leaving Vico no choice but to shoulder the camera himself. In an instant, a structural blueprint of the building emerged in Su Ming's mind, resembling symmetrically growing leaves along a vine. The rooms on either side of the corridor arranged in such a manner. In the room, there lay a dilapidated stainless steel cot, devoid of any other furnishings. The walls were constructed from soundproof materials, which, despite the passage of decades, still appeared to be in commendable condition. Flashbangs detonated. Su Ming responded to her with tactical gestures, as the adversary's gunfire sent shards of cement flying around the door, eroding the corridor floor within mere seconds. Cindy, positioned across the hallway, nodded slightly, as countless bullets trailed through their line of sight, the heat distorting the air in wavering ripples, a strategy that suited her intentions perfectly. Chapter 51. The tail was gripped, several black and yellow spheres were hurled through the doorway, soaring towards the crowd. They were no larger than golf balls, each adorned with a button radiating a green luminescence, flickering with a soft glow. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds erupted, causing the firepower in the corridor to diminish significantly. The gunfire was swiftly replaced by anguished screams, as many of the men in black suits clutched their eyes and began to writhe on the ground. The potent flashbang not only induced temporary blindness, but also inflicted sudden damage to the optic nerves, impairing the brain and resulting in a loss of balance and direction, rendering them immobile. Similarly, stun grenades produced comparable effects, relying on an overwhelming auditory blast and high-frequency vibrations within such a confined underground setting. The distinction between friend and foe became irrelevant. Selecting the appropriate weapon was as crucial as choosing the right tactics. Upon realizing that their opponents had been incapacitated, Su Ming and Cindy showed no mercy. For the harbingers of doom, obstacles must be eliminated. He swiftly unsheathed his twin blades and charged into the fray, with Cindy mirroring his movements. In the pallid corridor, for gleaming arcs of blades shimmered brilliantly. With each flash, heads soared into the air, while severed limbs and dismembered bodies flew about, blood splattering across every inch of wall and floor. The duo's combat styles exhibited slight variances. Cindy, being somewhat petite, preferred to weave through the throngs, seeking weaknesses and opportunities through interspersing and slicing formations. In contrast, Su Ming favored a more overwhelming approach, leveraging his enhanced strength as a modified human to cleave through anything that obstructed his path with his twin blades. In truth, both could adopt each other as styles, as all techniques were within their repertoire, Yet cultural differences and habits stemming from their distinct worlds lingered, particularly as Su Ming was a traveler from another realm. This straightforward method of advance ignited a fervor within him, as the desire for slaughter surged, seemingly fulfilling a primal craving. He felt warmth flooding his being, his mind inundated with a plethora of unfamiliar memories, momentarily recalling the countless times he had dispatched foes in such a manner, even vividly remembering the expressions etched upon their faces. These were memories belonging to Slade, entirely divergent from Su Ming's, steeped in violence and bloodshed. As he once again felt the chill, only he and Cindy remained in the corridor, surrounded by various dismembered corpses, with shattered firearms strewn across the ground. Even the anti-tank gun lay with its barrel broken. "Excellent, we are closer to Falcone," Cindy remarked, flicking the blood from her blade, nodding in satisfaction. She relished the use of blades. Their lethality was dependable, and there was no need to inspect the bodies littering the floor. Perhaps it was indeed time to eat something substantial and find a place to rest. Su Ming shook his head, striving to regain his composure. Perhaps Cindy was right. The self-healing factors within him were at work, subtly influencing his emotions. Furthermore, as Slade's memories continued to resurface, he found himself uncertain of his own identity. Who exactly was he? With the body and memories of the Grim Reaper, he should inherently be Slade Wilson. But from where did the memories tied to Su Ming originate? The turmoil of conflicting memories and a ravenous thirst for blood intertwined within him, causing agitation. Thankfully, he was still able to maintain control over his emotions. According to the comics, this bloodthirsty frenzy would not persist for long. It would likely subside by tomorrow morning, provided he secured enough food and rest. However, Cindy's earlier concoction had only been sampled lightly. The turkey had been devoured by everyone. Its flavor was decent, albeit tinged with a somewhat refrigerator-like aroma. Yet, it now appeared that the issue extended beyond mere self-healing factors. His memories were indeed muddled. Cindy patted his shoulder and gestured for the three individuals hiding in the adjacent room to follow. This posed a challenge for Barbara, as the corridor was cluttered with corpses, making movement in her wheelchair quite cumbersome. She contemplated that if she frequently needed to navigate such environments, perhaps she should consider replacing her tires with tracks. "Are your self-healing cells causing trouble again?" Cindy inquired. "Fortunately, everything is under control," Su Ming replied, sheathing his knife and searching through the pile of corpses for usable bullets for his handgun. "The condition is that you must not sustain any injuries. Should you be wounded again, the self-healing cells would accelerate their function, and you could very well lose control." Cindy was acutely aware of her own bodily condition. If Sue shared her situation, he would be confronted with a similar dilemma. Once they dealt with Falcone, they could visit a hospital to borrow some equipment. Gotham had several excellent doctors who could examine his brain CT. As she spoke, she mimicked Su Ming's earlier actions, having also exhausted her ammunition during the battle against the undead. "No need. The time is not yet right." Su Ming declined her suggestion. Even if they resolved the issue with the Romans, it would only mark halfway progress. They were far from having the luxury of time for a medical examination. Besides, who among the doctors in Gotham had dealings with Cindy? He had no desire for Professor Hugo or Dr. Pigface to treat him, as he didn't wish to discover that he was missing or had gained any organs. "Suit yourself, but it's best not to complicate matters for me during combat." Cindy shrugged. Since Su Ming was so adamant, there was no need for further persuasion. "Do not jest. These gangsters hardly pose a threat to us." He straightened his back and continued onward with Cindy, the blood in the corridor pooling over their feet. Behind them, the trio, with the exception of Vico, who wore an expression of exhilaration, appeared pale, with Barbara and Peter retching incessantly. Previously, they had dispatched monsters on the upper floors, but now, confronted with the numerous corpses of their own kind, instinctual fear gripped them. The corridor twisted and turned, leading to an uncertain destination. Yet he sensed the resistance from the figures in black growing increasingly fierce, indicating they were drawing closer to their objective. With each step, an act of violence. Memories flooded back to him. Dozens of bank accounts and passwords from unknown realms, covert safe houses, and arms caches scattered across the globe, and recent assassination missions that left him with a throbbing headache. However, beneath his helmet, his visage betrayed none of his turmoil as he silently followed Cindy. Along the way, they stumbled upon a small room illuminated by light, its silk sheets bearing the unmistakable signs of recent occupancy. On the bedside lay a pill bottle inscribed with the name James Gordon. Falcone has even brought your father's pain medication. Su-Ming picked up the bottle and tossed it to Barbara. I must admit, he is quite considerate. Gordon should be safe for now. Barbara took the medication, scrutinizing it closely. She indeed recognized the bottle from her family's medicine cabinet, the prescription handwriting familiar to her. How did these individuals manage to infiltrate my home? My father installed numerous security measures. A sense of frustration washed over Barbara. These villains seemed ever persistent. Gordon can apprehend thieves for 1,000 days. Yet he cannot defend against them indefinitely. When someone is determined to breach your sanctuary, no security system is foolproof. How do you think your home compares to the Batcave? Su-Ming removed his gloves and touched the sheets. They were devoid of warmth, indicating that Gordon had departed at least half an hour prior. While Bryce's security measures were not without merit, they had still allowed Cindy access to her home. Cindy examined the pill bottle, taking out 2 tablets to confirm they were indeed aspirin. Bypassing security systems is remarkably simple. For instance, by coercing the manufacturers, since these devices often have a deactivation code or frequency, or hiring professionals like us renders all security measures utterly ineffective. Su-Ming accepted the pill bottle, swallowing several tablets. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, his headache significantly alleviated, prompting a relieved sigh. As he turned to exit the small room, he casually grabbed a pillow from the bed. If someone had procured pain medication for Gordon, it suggested he was not unscathed. A pillow would offer comfort during a headache, and the silk fabric could be torn to serve as a bandage or splint. Even if Gordon had no use for it, it could be of aid to the Romans. The act of murder does not inherently conflict with humanistic concern. Perhaps after slaying Falcone, his lifeless body resting upon this cold pillow might even elicit a semblance of a smile. Although his headache has considerably subsided, the tangled memories incite a restless urge for violence within him. Chapter 52, Static Electricity. As they advance, waves of black-clad figures fall before them, eliciting satisfaction from Vico, who dreams of transforming this narrative into a documentary. She has even conceived a title, The Death Knell on the Edge of a Blade. The vivid scenes unfolding before her, paired with her professional commentary, convince her that she is destined for acclaim. She has already scripted lines in her mind, such as the first rays of spring moonlight bathe the ground of Gotham, a figure clad in black and yellow armor departs from home. Armed with a finely sharpened blade, she traverses the blood-soaked streets, frolicking into a world drenched in crimson. This is an ancient custom of assassins, and the death knell's daily pastime. Corpses are, without a doubt, the shared culmination of biology and the artistry of great killers. The harmonious interplay between flesh and blade allows warm, fervent entrails to burst forth, only to be shattered, leaving behind a simple fragrance in an empty shell. With the arrival of spring, the death knell has claimed hundreds of lives in Gotham. The Southern Black Arrow opts for archery, while the nearby Death Shooter favors a sniper rifle. Lady Shiva in the East employs her bare hands, showcasing the varied preferences of assassins across different regions. Observing Su-Ming and Cindy's fluid, deadly grace amidst the throngs, she comes to appreciate the aesthetics of bloodshed and violence. The bloodstains on the walls begin to resemble paintings imbued with a will of their own. Each streak of crimson, every moist patch, each fragment of viscera seems to convey a deeper message, emanating from a transcendent realm of spirit and intention. Should Su-Ming become aware of this notion, he would undoubtedly gift her a white dove and encourage her to pursue a career in filmmaking. Now, their adversaries have faltered, the 2 death knells utterly dismantling the will to fight among their foes. For Su-Ming, whether hundreds charge at once or dozens approach in increments makes little difference. The quantity of ordinary people is merely a trivial consideration. In his calculations, the numbers of these gangsters do not constitute a variable. He perceives only a constant pace when confronting a throng of common enemies. Regardless of their numbers or weaponry, the death knell's advance remains unimpeded. At last, after vanquishing the final group of foes, they arrive before 2 grand doors, exquisitely crafted, evidently salvaged from a high-end hotel. Upon pushing the doors open, they enter a hall resembling a study, where a fireplace crackles warmly, yet no one is present. The aroma of cigars and alcohol permeates the air, indicative of Falcone's hospitality towards Gordon, the nature of their conversation unknown. Within the room are 3 individuals and a cat. Cindy spoke as she delicately used the tip of a knife to lift a long, dark hair from the sofa, blood trickling into the crevice of the armrest, mingling with a few strands of white fur. "Why a cat?" Vico inquired, eager to delve deeper into the narrative of the next victim. Su Ming hesitated momentarily. Despite the throbbing pain in his head, he sensed something amiss upon entering the room. With a smile, he settled onto the sofa, removed his helmet, and retrieved 2 teacups, pouring some tea from the kettle to taste. His conclusion was rather mundane. The tea lacked the distinctive flavor of the foreign brews he was accustomed to. It likely originated from South Asia, bearing a hint of curry. The water was still warm. They had not been gone long. So he refrained from rushing after them and calmly responded to Vico. Cats are predators. Even after being domesticated for millennia, they retain the instinct to observe stealthily, strike decisively, and execute silent kills, traits that align with the mafia's self-image. Cindy concurred with his assessment, sitting beside Su Ming and sipping her tea, finding satisfaction in the brew unlike him. Dogs, on the other hand, are pursuers, canine creatures known for their brutality, noise, and frenzied pack behavior. Only motorcycle gangs would favor them to display their ferocity. At the level of the Romans, one must exhibit a gentler touch. Su Ming cast a disdainful glance at Cindy, incredulous that she could enjoy such dreadful tea. He turned away from her indulgent sipping. Hence, we deduce that a cat is involved here. Surely, you do not envision a mob boss like Falcone cradling a rabbit or goat daily. Even in a world of feminism, a mafia leader would not be seen with herbivores. They are incompatible with a mafia ethos. Vico took note, gaining a new insight into the psychology of the mafia. He found it perplexing that the two had suddenly settled on the sofa for tea. Why be paused? Should we be searching for secret passages in this room? She queried, her brow furrowed. Su Ming slid the kettle towards Cindy while he seized a bottle of liquor, pouring a generous glass and downing it in one go. You've only noticed the hair and cat fur we found, but not how we discovered it, have you? Upon our entrance, the hair and cat fur were in constant motion on the sofa, swaying like seaweed. The armor we wear wouldn't provoke such a reaction, nor would the devices you carry. What we typically call this phenomenon, Cindy? Su Ming withdrew the knife from his back, placing it on the table. A significant buildup of static electricity. Cindy mirrored his action, resting her knife on her lap. Su Ming nodded, surveying the dimly lit room illuminated only by the fireplace, casting shadows across much of the space. Static electricity is usually generated by friction, but if one moves swiftly enough, the human magnetic field can disrupt the Earth's magnetic field, producing a similar effect. Indeed, Cindy lifted her pistol, aiming it at a shadowy corner of the room, where darkness reigned supreme. I had been pondering the reasons behind her disappearance. For Batgirl was never one to shy away. Upon sensing danger, she would not retreat. Like a paranoid warrior, she would confront her adversaries head-on. Su Ming glanced at her, but made no move to show wariness. A person, after all, leaves traces behind, yet Batgirl had vanished without a trace, leading me to formulate various hypotheses based on the intelligence I possessed. It was only at the moment I encountered the static that I comprehended how she managed to avoid detection while refusing to hide. Before entering the research facility, he and Cindy had exchanged thoughts on the multiverse in a small supermarket. She reasoned that since Su Ming could traverse from a parallel world to Earth-11, others should be capable as well. This notion struck him. The multiverse is a cohesive entity. What one inadvertently achieves, others can accomplish intentionally. The room was enveloped in silence, as if he were conversing with the air itself. The cameras scanned every nook and cranny, yet failed to capture even a hint of Batgirl. Not even from the angle Cindy had her weapon trained upon. To move at such high speeds that one remains unseen is indeed a commendable ability. However, Barry, the world teeters on the brink of catastrophe. Are you truly certain you wish to engage in battle with 2 Grim Reapers at this juncture? Su Ming sighed, signaling to Cindy to lower her weapon. He poured himself another glass of wine and placed it on the table. We are not sure of explosives, and in such a confined space, your options for movement are exceedingly limited. My blade shall await you along your trajectory. He stood, dismantling the pillow he had casually taken, scattering the feathers into the air. Though minuscule, the feathers' descent accelerated, as if being drawn by an unseen force. Since you have pursued me as I suspected, yet chosen to conceal yourselves without striking first, I conclude you harbor benevolent intentions. So, will you join me for a drink? Or shall you meet the same fate as your nephew? Chapter 53. A long-awaited encounter. The dimly lit room was suffused with tranquility, while the two grim reapers exuded confidence. The remaining three cast wary glances around them. The only sound was the crackling of the firewood in the hearth, flames roaring fiercely, destined to turn to embers. You are right. Nothing can remain hidden in the shadows indefinitely, not even I. A mature, gravelly voice echoed, emanating from the direction Cindy had aimed her gun. Suddenly, two figures materialized like phantoms, golden lightning gradually dissipating from her dark uniform. It was Batgirl, clad in a slightly altered costume, her deep blue eyes scrutinizing Su Ming from behind her helmet. As she had surmised, this grim reaper was not of this world. He not only recognized her, but also knew of Barry, the denizen of another realm. He appeared well prepared, yet displayed no hostility. In fact, his tone suggested a sense of delight. In truth, they had only just arrived. After hastily reaching the subterranean laboratory of Indian Mountain, they pursued a trail of various corpses. And upon Su Ming and his companions entering the room, they managed to arrive first and concealed themselves within. Just as Su Ming had surmised, Barry enveloped the two in the speed force, racing along the walls of the room. This extraordinary velocity left no trace upon the retina, achieving the goal of invisibility. Yet, Su Ming still detected their presence. As he consciously contemplated this direction, he effortlessly associated it with the Flash. After all, during the metal event, it was Barry who was responsible for contacting reinforcements from a multiverse. However, his intentions seemed directed towards the multiverse, worlds such as Earth 2, Earth 12, and Earth 42. So what brought him to the dark multiverse? Furthermore, the timing was also amiss. At this juncture, Barbados had yet to assemble the Dark Knights and had not launched an assault on the bright multiverse. In the current primary world, aside from Batman, the others should be leading their mundane lives. It appears that something has gone awry within the Speed Force. As a high-dimensional power within the DC universe, the Speed Force is indeed perilous. Speedsters can harness its might, yet it possesses the potential to consume any individual. Barry instigated the Flashpoint event, causing a reboot of the multiverse, and subsequently went missing within the Speed Force for over a decade, presumed dead. His nephew Wally, the Kid Flash and third iteration of the Flash, also endured a decade trapped within the Speed Force. Villains utilizing the Speed Force have nearly all met their demise within its confines. Generations of Flashes have employed their powers, which they scarcely comprehend, to fulfill their roles as superheroes. One cannot help but remark upon the resilience of the Allen family, who, in their pursuit of righteousness, are willing to sacrifice their very lives. In the domain of bullet time, when Su Ming discussed methods to confront the speedster, Barry's countenance stiffened. His suggested approach had indeed been validated by the presence of the Grim Reaper in the primary world. As another embodiment of the Grim Reaper, he could certainly replicate what he wished to achieve. However, Barry lacked Wally's ability to accelerate cellular regeneration. Each individual acquires unique and random abilities from the Speed Force, and sustaining a wound could prove far more burdensome. Though the Grim Reaper appears to move slowly, he possesses the capacity to be astonishingly swift when necessary, particularly in the act of striking. Briss had naturally discerned this nuance, sensing Barry's astonishment. Was he speaking the truth? Indeed, if it were our version of the Grim Reaper, he had, on multiple occasions, triumphed over speedsters, and with ordinary individuals also present. I cannot guarantee my ability to save anyone while confronting both the Grim Reaper and an explosion. Let us proceed and opt for Plan B. Su Ming scrutinized Briss, noting that she exuded an aura of danger far surpassing that of the Bruise from the comics. She possessed a darker essence and appeared far more tenacious. The primary world's Bruce refrained from engaging in political strife, whereas Briss was willing to intervene in battles between Amazons and Atlantis. The profound atmosphere of the dark multiverse deeply influences her. However, Earth-11 still holds promise. Unlike other worlds inhabited by Dark Knights, this realm has not succumbed to fragmentation, merely witnessing the extinction of its biological life. Perhaps, in a few 100,000 years, the Earth may once again evolve to harbor life. This notion emboldened Su Ming, as he realized he could discreetly safeguard this place, provided he remained undetected by Barbados and did not attract the attention of the Dark Knights. Batwoman, your elusive presence has given us quite the challenge. Yet with Barry by your side, I trust there are matters I need not elaborate upon, Su Ming remarked. sliding his glass towards her, inviting her to sit and converse. He shifted from his initial plan, opting for a contingency. Barry, could you venture below and retrieve an elderly mob boss? He seems to be plotting to blow Gotham to smithereens. Oh, although we are unfamiliar with one another, we can address that later. How did you come to know of me? He offered Su Ming a perplexed expression, but in an instant, he located the entrance to the underground, making 2 swift trips to bring up the Roman, Sophia, and Gordon. Gordon was a familiar face, so he was placed on the sofa, while the Falcone duo was rendered unconscious and unceremoniously tossed onto the floor, feathers from the discarded pillows clinging to them, resembling a mobster turned poultry. The unfortunate Gotham adversaries might fare well against ordinary foes like Batwoman, yet when confronted by true metahumans, their prowess falls short. The Justice League, save for the dim-witted Aquaman, should be able to address the issues at hand. Such is the nature of the DC universe. Barry's adversaries are primarily speedsters. Wonder Woman faces mythological beings, Green Lantern contends with extraterrestrials, and Batman's foes are often deranged individuals. If the Justice League were to swap adversaries, any of them could easily resolve the dilemmas presented. "Daddy," Barbara exclaimed, maneuvering her wheelchair closer to Gordon, who appeared momentarily disoriented. In disbelief, he grasped Barbara's hand, feeling the warmth emanating from her. "Barbara, is it truly you? Are you alive?" "Yes, Father, the clock tower helped me," Barbara sobbed, embracing him and nuzzling her head against his chest. Thank goodness," Gordon replied, tears streaming down his face as he clutched his daughter tightly. "I thought you were gone. I truly did not know how I would manage without you." Briss sat upon the sofa, neglecting the wine or teapot, instead observing the two paired with the clock tower, lost in thought. Yet, she addressed Gordon. "In truth, if you could calmly analyze the situation, you should be able to discern that the trajectory of the bullets was off, and there was no blood spatter." Batwoman's expression was complex. He did not wish for her return, as she had previously warned that it would pose a danger to the world. However, he could not deny that seeing Batwoman at this moment brought him a sense of relief. "Ahem, Commissioner Gordon, first and foremost, Barbara is one we rescued. Moreover, it was we who came to your rescue first, so if you gaze at Batgirl with gratitude, you are mistaken." Cindy pursed her lips, striking her long knife against the armored plating on her thigh, a clear expression of her displeasure. Gordon's expression grew increasingly perplexed. The Reaper had always been Gotham's most wanted criminal, yet he found himself devoid of the standing or the means to apprehend her. "I will settle the expenses for rescuing Commissioner Gordon with you, whether in cash or in gold and jewels. The choice is yours." Bliss interjected, reclining on the sofa, her visage obscured by shadows, fingers interlaced before her as she scrutinized Su Ming's face. "So who exactly are you? And what do you know?" Su Ming chuckled, raising an eyebrow and turning to look at Vicky Vale, who was now as excited as a child on Christmas morning. Now that Commissioner Gordon has been rescued, he will surely desire an exclusive interview to discuss Gotham's law and order situation. "Barbara is free to leave, and I can also withdraw my demand from your television station." Vicky handed the camera to Peter, grasped the microphone once more, and guided the dazed Gordon and his daughter toward the exit, aware that Su Ming likely had something he wished to keep from her. Nevertheless, she refrained from pressing, understanding that the Reaper was a figure of resolute intent. "Do not forget my reward." Vicky had not overlooked her bounty, glancing back at Su Ming with a subtle gesture. Su Ming regarded Cindy, who nodded in agreement. After all, she was merely a director of a television station. Once they were outside, she could easily dispose of him, a risk she was willing to take. Chapter 54. Communication. As the irrelevant parties exited the study, Vicky opted for the gruesome location outside to conduct her interview, allowing Su Ming to finally converse with Bliss. "Barry, I know what you're about to ask. I am the Reaper from another universe. Calling me Slade would not be incorrect either. Given my current state of memory confusion, you may temporarily refer to me as Sue. Names are merely labels. They hold no significance for me." Barry scrutinized him intently, as if he were observing something incomprehensible. "You possess neither magical energy nor super speed. How did you arrive here? Do you think I would remain here if I knew how to do so?" "This place is hardly safe," Su Ming responded, amusement dancing his eyes as he waved a hand dismissively at Barry, as if sharing a jest. "Relax a bit. Though your presence has slightly marred my initial plans, we cannot afford to engage in internal conflict at this juncture." Indeed, upon encountering Barry, Su Ming had considered utilizing the Speed Force to directly traverse to the main universe, but he quickly dismissed the notion. Barry, being the affable character he was, would surely not abandon this place, especially after witnessing Earth-11 survival and Bliss not succumbing to drowning. He could alter history without repercussions, and Barry, enraptured by the temporal effects and the speed force, would be unlikely to neglect this situation. If he did not depart, neither could Su Ming. For Barry's speed was the most direct means of dimensional travel. Although this world had its own speedster antagonists, none possessed the ability to traverse dimensions like Barry did. It seems you are quite familiar with me, yet I have no recollection of you, and you appear rather youthful. Barry relaxed slightly as he seated himself on the opposite side of the sofa, his posture barely grazing the edge. From his tone and body language, it was evident that he remained vigilant, his gaze fixated on the knife upon the table. This knife differed from the Slade he knew in the primary world. Slade wielded a massive sword crafted from molybdenum, a formidable weapon measuring 20 centimeters in width and 1 meter in length. The blade before him, however, seemed to be an ordinary metallic katana. You may refer to my world as Origin Earth. Thus, there are moments when I possess foresight regarding events. Su Ming fabricated an unverifiable falsehood, for the DC universe still harbors unknown realms. And even the user of the Speed Force cannot assure that 104 encompasses the totality of all worlds, let alone the fact that Barry retained memories from the pre-Flashpoint universe. Having witnessed the infinite Earths and universes, it appeared he grasped something, yet simultaneously understood nothing. Su Ming's response left him ensnared in confusion, pondering if perhaps, during the cosmic convergence, some worlds had been overlooked. Su Ming had not entirely lied. It indeed was Origin Earth. With the DC editorial office situated in the United States of his previous world, was that not sufficiently foundational? Bryce paid no heed to Barry's turmoil, for she was unable to intervene in matters of parallel universes. Instead, she was far more concerned about why Cindy had reappeared in Gotham at such a delicate moment. She was acutely aware of the tendencies of the Clock King. He was always motivated by monetary gain, and now, with 2 Clock Kings in play, she had to remain ever vigilant. Yet Barry was entirely taken aback by a single statement, questioning whether he could truly contend with 2 Clock Kings. Any prolonged entanglement with time could potentially lead to catastrophic consequences. She had yet to review the surveillance footage or ascertain what transpired beyond Gotham's borders. In her current state, she lacked the confidence to confront the Clock King. "What brings you to Gotham?" Bryce inquired, her tone resembling an interrogation. She harbored a loathing for all criminals, particularly those engaged in violent offenses such as murder. The actions of the Clock King could scarcely be deemed murder. Rather, it was slaughter. Bodies littered the corridor, and she saw no justification for such carnage. They were no match for the Clock King. Cindy cast a disinterested glance at her, sheathed her knife, and reclined casually on the sofa. "I came as I pleased. Gotham does not belong to you. Answer my question. Why are you in Gotham at this time?" "Oh, you wish to engage? Then come and try. Feel free to hold nothing back. Let us see who shall perish." Cindy rose, fastening her helmet, her black and yellow armor towering over another dark figure, their noses nearly touching as they locked eyes, neither willing to yield. She was certain that Batgirl was aware of the impending doom facing their world. At such a juncture, she was unequivocally incapable of striking, for her attachment to Gotham surpassed all else. Cindy was contemplating taking matters into her own hands, reflecting on her previous plans and the current predicament. Su Ming had mentioned that Bliss was the catalyst. Their original strategy was to capture Batgirl, and with a 2-to-1 advantage along with Barbara and Gordon as hostages. They believed they had her cornered. After defeating her, they intended to confine her for a while, allowing themselves to address the looming war, thereby preserving the world. However, the emergence of the Speedster complicated matters significantly. No matter where they imprisoned Bliss, the Speedster could locate her swiftly. It became evident that the plan required some modifications. 2 options presented themselves. One was to eliminate both the Speedster and Batgirl, achieving a decisive resolution. Yet, with the impending global crisis, they were also eager to avert the destruction of Earth. Engaging in civil strife would be akin to severing a limb. The second option was to keep Batgirl under surveillance, uniting their forces, with 2 tolling bells accompanying her. This would ensure she could not once again rely on the Speedster to vanish. Thus, they could monitor her legitimately. And should she exhibit any signs of instability, Su Ming and Cindy would be poised to intervene immediately. The thought of Batgirl, who relished observing others, Being subjected to scrutiny delighted Cindy internally. Although she and Su Ming had yet to communicate explicitly, she had discerned his adoption of the new plan, which mirrored her own thoughts precisely. Moreover, he seemed quite familiar with the speedster, attempting to secure his allegiance. He had opted for a more conciliatory strategy. Yet this did not imply a show of weakness towards Batgirl. Rather, during such times, the more assertive Cindy appeared, the more reassured Batgirl would feel. Bliss, who favored logical reasoning, found herself at odds with an illogical jester who had become her formidable adversary. Even though Su Ming and Cindy had not yet acted, they clearly held the upper hand. Su Ming had articulated a method to restrain the speedster, leading to the collapse of Batgirl's original plan. Once they gained the advantage and maintained an amicable facade, Bliss might perceive inconsistencies in logic, potentially deducing their new strategy, which could lead to unforeseen complications. The current situation was a clash of Plan B against Plan B. Cindy had to maintain her composure while Su Ming played the role of the good cop, compelling her to assume the guise of the bad cop. As Cindy engaged in a heated exchange with Bliss, Su Ming recognized that Cindy had grasped his plan. He feigned exasperation with a sigh, which Barry echoed almost simultaneously. The women of this world were remarkably headstrong. Su Ming pretended to be unable to rein in Cindy, shaking his head in resignation. Indeed, it seemed as if everyone had been possessed by Diana, which was rather peculiar. Unaware of the underlying dynamics, and having felt Bliss's assertiveness over the past month, Barry wholeheartedly concurred. Let's step aside to converse, Su Ming suggested, casually draping his arm around Barry's shoulders and leading him towards Falcone's desk nearby. Barry stiffened momentarily, but sensed no malice from this tolling bell. In a daze, he followed Su Ming and took a seat beside him at the desk. Su Ming smiled faintly, realizing that the time had come to sever the connection between Barry and Bliss. He needed to make Barry feel a sense of closeness to his own position. I have finished my inquiries. Now tell me, when did you leave that place, and to what extent has Barbados progressed? Barry closed his eyes, his fists clenched tightly as if he were enduring some torment. Barbados has reached the main world. He has constructed dark spires in every city, binding the living to them, ensnaring them in endless nightmares to harvest dark energy, attempting to plunge the realm of light into the abyss of darkness. Su Ming immediately grasped the situation, understanding the current state of the main world. So you gathered at the Oblivion Bar and then dispersed to act. You and Superman ventured to the Arctic Fortress of Solitude, utilizing the cosmic tuning fork to breach the path to the dark multiverse in search of the displaced Batman. How do you know this? Barry exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. Even before he could finish his sentence, Su Ming already understood, which instilled a sense of panic in him, as if his thoughts were laid bare. I mentioned having foreknowledge from another world, but you should not have entered the dark universe. How did you end up here? Su Ming refrained from answering directly and moved on to the next question. After sending Superman into the dark universe, the Dark Knights of Barbados soon arrived. They sought to seize the cosmic tuning fork as an amplifier of energy. I fought against them, one of whom was a speedster named Red Death. During our battle, we entered the Speed Force. However, the intensity of our conflict attracted time specters. To escape, I plunged into the temporal turbulence and collided with something, awakening here. With a resigned demeanor, Barry recounted to Su Ming the words he had previously shared with Bliss, awkwardly rubbing his head as if he had bumped it on something. Su Ming nodded in understanding. From this point onward, the narrative diverged from the comics. In the comics, Barry did not escape, but was captured and used as a battery atop a spire. This realization marked the moment he entered the DC universe, confirming that he had indeed created a butterfly effect. Barry's arrival had indeed caused a flashpoint effect on Earth 11, yet prior to that, he had already been influenced by Su Ming's own butterfly effect as a traveler. It was as if a fleeting shimmer had appeared in an inverted pot, its light failing to escape, resulting in consequences that only affected a localized area, specifically Bliss's fate. Thus, Su Ming could now alter Earth 11 at will. His traveler effect surpassed Barry's flashpoint effect, alleviating previous concerns. With this knowledge, Su Ming felt a sense of relief, though he still lacked evidence to prove his identity. The two sets of memories threatened to fracture his very being. Then, you discovered that time had reversed, that events had yet to transpire. You resolved to change everything before Bliss succumbed to drowning, at the very least reducing the Dark Knight's numbers by 1. Indeed, that is precisely my thought. You see, dealing with just one Bruce is quite a challenge. let alone the fact that there are 7 of them within the Dark Knights, each possessing abilities akin to our own. Barry lifted his teacup, as if the mere recollection of those distorted Batmans stirred a tempest within him. He remained ensnared in the anxiety of being hunted by the Dark Knights. The Justice League resembled insects flitting in the night, pursued by a swarm of bats. They are merely imposters. Fundamentally, they're still Batmans. If you guide me to the main world, uniting our forces would undoubtedly enable us to confront them. Su Ming hastily poured some chicken soup for Barry, knowing that superheroes thrive on notions of unity and struggle. By portraying himself as noble and righteous, he aimed to earn their trust. Moreover, this was not entirely a falsehood. Being well-versed in comics, Su Ming was indeed aware of each Dark Knight's vulnerabilities. However, he was uncertain of his own efficacy in this altered reality, as everything deviated from the comics. Yes, once the peril of Earth-11 is resolved, I shall return to my own world, and if you wish, you may accompany me. Barry, evidently relishing the chicken soup, seemed rejuvenated, instantly acquiescing to Su Ming's proposal. His chest emblazoned with the lightning emblem resonating with each pat. Su Ming felt a surge of delight. The main world was undoubtedly more stable and secure than the Dark Multiverse. The Flash, it seemed, was the most trusting member of the Justice League. Despite having undergone the effects of Speed Force, Barry's actual age belied his youthful appearance. His character remained cheerful and optimistic, always inclined towards kindness, rendering him the easiest to persuade. Next in line was Superman, with his iron physique and golden heart, who also preferred to see the good in others. Batman, however, proved to be the most challenging to convince. He was eternally shrouded in darkness, harboring an unwavering mistrust of anyone. As for Aquaman, the rebellious child, he was inconsequential. The Justice League had never deemed his opinion worthy, relegating him to the role of a mere enforcer. Cyborg resided predominantly in the Watchtower in outer space or within the Justice Hall in Washington, while Green Lantern was often scattered across the universe. A lone sentient computer on a mission, they typically held little sway in discussions. Shazam was not yet a member of the League, and the Martian Manhunter's whereabouts remained unknown in the N-52. Thus, they could be excluded from consideration. At this juncture, Su Ming had, through his culinary prowess in crafting chicken soup, initially secured Barry's trust. Given a little more time and proof of his worth in battle, he believed Barry would come to further acknowledge him. He was preparing for a subsequent plan, one that required the assistance of a League for a particular task, necessitating the endorsement of influential members within their ranks. Chapter 55. Coercion. Yes, Barry, I shall assist you. However, first and foremost, we must safeguard Earth-11, for otherwise, none of us can stand firm. Su Ming raised his glass in a toast with Barry, and amidst the presence of Cindy and Bryce, it seemed that a bond of friendship had blossomed between the two men. He deliberately spoke in a manner that resonated with Barry, instilling in him a sense of finding a kindred spirit. Bridging my efforts with Bryce, we prepared for what lay ahead. Alas, Earth-11 had failed to locate the end metal, leaving us unarmed should Barbados and the Dark Knights descend upon us. Then we simply shall not allow them to come, Su Ming asserted with unwavering certainty. In the realm of the Dark Multiverse, there exist not merely 52 established worlds, but countless formless realms, akin to fragments of rock adrift in the cosmos, devoid of life and environment. Those worlds were destined for obliteration. Barbados deceived the Dark Knights, those Batmans. Their realities were, in truth, ravaged either by their own hand or by Barbados himself. As Barry rotated his teacup, a dawning realization struck him. Is that truly the case? I had long harbored similar suspicions, yet lacked the means to substantiate them. We shall provide the evidence. Trust in me, Su Ming replied, though he too was conjecturing. Venturing into the primary world would afford him considerable latitude. Presently, Earth-11 exhibited no traits that would attract Barbados' attention. As long as we dismantled the Court of Owls and mitigated the looming conflict between Amazon and Atlantis, Earth-11 could endure beneath Barbados' very gaze. Much like other dark worlds, concealed in the shadows of obscurity. In this way, Barbados might select another Earth, one that did not exhibit any peculiarities, thereby lowering the odds of being chosen. Barry concurred. Perhaps my knowledge of the 7 Dark Knights stems from my origins in the future. However, to the current Barbados, whether he commands 6 or 7 minions is inconsequential. He perceives himself as a deity, dismissing all mortals. Indeed, he is a god, though a god of darkness, not of time. He cannot foresee the future, while we can, which gives us the fortitude to safeguard Earth, 11, and the entire luminous multiverse. Su Ming, however, held a different perspective. The 7 members of the Dark Knights were strategically assigned by the Laughing Bat to mirror each individual in the Justice League, a plan he had long conceived. Yet, Su Ming cared only for the preservation of Earth, 11, and his own survival. The fate of the other dark universes was of no concern to him. Thus, he refrained from correcting Barry's assertions, instead substituting I with we, prompting Barry to nod in agreement. It was a pity for the other Bruces. Perhaps their universes still held promise. Barry began to drift into reverie, but Su Ming swiftly interrupted, reminding him that such speed should not be squandered in idle thoughts. Your presence in Earth, 11 at this juncture, is a confluence of chance and fortune. Do you wish to introduce the Flashpoint Paradox into the dark multiverse? Miracles do not repeat themselves. With a sigh, Barry slumped against the armrest of the sofa. Yes, you are right. To eliminate even a single adversary is fortunate in itself. Once Cindy and Bryce have concluded their discourse, we can proceed with our subsequent actions. It is imperative to eliminate potential threats as expeditiously as possible. Su Ming promptly resolved that the next target would be the Owl Court, a sinister faction allied with Barbados that must be eradicated. Otherwise, trouble is inevitable. This task must be accomplished before they inform Barbados of the discrepancies here. The Dark God holds no regard for his human followers. As long as they do not report actively, Barbados never inquires about their circumstances. Discreetly disposing of the Owl Court would render Earth significantly safer. Although Barry is indeed the swiftest among us, he has never taken a life, which complicates matters. Wait a moment, Barry remarked, his expression betraying confusion at the notion of eliminating threats. You mean it literally, eradicate? Su Ming calmly responded, sheathing the long knife behind him. Perhaps individuals of your refined intellect prefer alternative terms. Murder? Annihilation? Disposing of waste? I shall not assist you in taking a life. Barry shook his head vigorously, akin to a bobblehead. He had never killed anyone, merely running and nudging others before continuing on his way. Su Ming was well aware of this fact and did not intend to pressure him. The resolve of these superheroes is unwavering, their principles steadfast, not easily swayed by mere words. We could adopt the Justice League's modus operandi. Who has committed acts of killing in the past? Aquaman? Diana? In any case, I will provide you with an address. Deliver me there, and you may step outside for a smoke or enjoy a pizza, then return to fetch me. Upon mentioning the Justice League's approach, Barry found himself at a loss for words. By their code, the Justice League does not kill. However, for warriors like Diana and Aquaman, impassioned moments can lead to uncontrollable actions. What then? Diana's creed permits the use of lethal force when there are no alternatives, even if it results in catastrophic consequences. Aquaman is even less scrupulous. As an Atlantean, slaying humans does not equate to killing kin. Moreover, they are comrades within the Justice League. When one of them has taken a life, it is often excused as an accident or a necessity. What other recourse is there? Engage in civil strife? Acceptance of apologies is the only option, reflecting on personal shortcomings in a meeting, and then returning to their respective lives, indulging in meals and sleep. I do not smoke. Barry managed to mutter weakly. Su Ming chuckled, affectionately patting Barry's shoulder. You're a forensic expert and a physics scholar. Surely you are familiar with Schrodinger's cat. Presently, they are akin to Schrodinger's individuals. Barry's expression shifted to one of puzzlement as he began to comprehend. Indeed, one may be aware of individuals within a house, yet until one enters and witnesses them perish, they exist in a state of superposition. As long as the door remains shut and unseen, their fates remain uncertain, not definitively dead. Correct? Barry instinctively sensed something amiss, yet the reality seemed to align with this notion. If one has not witnessed the tolling of a death knell, how can one ascertain that they have been slain? Su Ming observed that he seemed to be entranced by the folk's scientific explanations, and promptly thrust a cup into his hands, filling it to the brim with potent liquor. With a cheerful smile, he clasped Barry's hand and toasted, "Come, let us celebrate our consensus. By the way, have you and Bryce visited Egypt?" Barry, upon having the cup pushed toward him by Su Ming, had no choice but to drink. When a matter at hand was broached, he momentarily forgot about Schrodinger. Indeed, we have traveled to several locations. The Amazon only dominated this world for 6 centuries. Prior to that, various nations existed. We have nearly scoured the pyramids of the pharaohs from the first dynasty of ancient Egypt, yet the elusive end metal remains undiscovered. Its applications are limited, and it appears to be absent in the dark multiverse. We shall discuss this further once we leave, but I did uncover this. He produced a small flashlight emanating a dark glow, placing it upon the coffee table. The black luminescence was unfathomably deep, consuming everything in its vicinity. It resembled a miniature black hole, devouring the light from the fireplace and casting a chilling aura throughout the room. Black light. Barry recognized it instantly. The impression it left upon him was indelible. When the black light ravaged the main world, countless former comrades crawled from their graves. Transformed into the zombies under the Black Death Emperor, yearning for his flesh and brain, a veritable nightmare. Chapter 56. Strike first upon witnessing Barry's reaction. Su Ming understood that this was not something he had brought. However, there was no time to dwell on it. Amidst Barry's anxious gaze, he stowed the flashlight away. Their previous exchange was less about Barry being deceived and more about Su Ming providing him with an excuse, a means of retreat. Barry recognized the opportunity for retreat and chose not to pursue the matter further, having often found himself in similar situations in the past. He was acutely aware that the world was facing a crisis, and unity in battle, akin to the Justice League, was imperative. His initial motivation for joining the Justice League had merely been to forge friendships. Su Ming resolved to meticulously arrange those owls. While he might not be able to eradicate them entirely, he intended to inflict significant damage, sending them underground to operate like a subterranean court. As for others, they could be overlooked, but the Harbingers must be completely eradicated, for they served as the conduits of communication to Barbados. He had devised a plan and was aware of their location. Subsequently, he and Barry refrained from idle chatter. After all, they had nearly exhausted the pertinent discussions, and the two, privy to the intelligence, had little left to say. Cindy and Bryce, however, continued their incessant banter, seemingly embroiled in a dispute over trivial matters. For instance, Cindy mocked Bryce for her previous defeats, while Bryce insisted that the encounters had ended in a stalemate, as Cindy had also sustained injuries. Then Cindy remarked that, regardless, the mission had been accomplished, and Bryce's failure to protect the assassination target constituted a defeat. Having overheard a few exchanges, Su Ming sensed that it was time to intervene. Ahem, ladies, should we not attend to the matter at hand? Oof. Both Bryce and Cindy stood up, fully aware that this was not the time for idle gossip. Though their stances were entirely at odds, I am aware that Falcone has entrusted me with this task. I will ensure that he and his daughter are incarcerated. Batgirl raised her cloak to conceal her face, gazing at the two unconscious figures on the ground, and resolved to deliver them directly to Blackgate Prison. Why not simply kill them? I could offer you a discounted rate, Cindy taunted with a mocking grin, for she utterly despised Batgirl's insincere demeanor. We cannot determine the fate of others, Bryce sharply admonished, her grip tightening around her bat gloves. Su Ming interposed himself between the two. Raising his hands in a gesture of peace, "Stop, both of you. The true victims in this matter are Gordon and the police department. While the individuals belong to Gordon, a payment is required. Moreover, should Falcone escape, capturing him again will incur additional costs." Cindy inhaled deeply, regaining her composure, and kicked the unconscious Sophia. "All right, you heard Sue. It would be wise to expedite the payment." Strictly speaking, it was Barry who had apprehended the father and daughter. Yet even if the Flash had not arrived, it would have merely been a matter of time before the two were caught by the Reaper. Furthermore, the minions they had previously subdued warranted compensation. After all, it was laborious work. There must be something sinister concealed below. We had surmised as much while traversing the upper levels. This area requires sealing off, and all weapons within must be destroyed. Bryce disregarded her, tacitly acknowledging this arrangement, and turned her gaze towards the passage leading downward. Barry raised a finger, signaling for a moment's pause, then a burst of crimson light darted into the passage before returning. There exists a magical toxin below, intended for the annihilation of humanity. It appears they plan to launch the toxin into the rain clouds via rocket, aiming to eradicate all citizens of Gotham. Perhaps we should transfer them to Arkham. It would be more suitable, Bruce remarked, shaking his head at the sheer madness of the notion. If Falcone had devolved to such a state, what would become of this world? Gordon and his daughter could return to their home or the precinct, The ensuing matters were beyond the purview of law enforcement. Su Ming concurred, stating that dealing with the remaining adversaries was indeed beyond the capabilities of a single city's police chief. Moreover, the reporters could also be sent away. I truly fail to comprehend why you brought journalists along for this operation, Bryce remarked to Su Ming, regarding him with a scrutinizing gaze. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and donned his black and yellow helmet once more. The frigid metallic sensation enveloped his head, and a slight headache prompted him to furrow his brow. We need to leave you with traceable evidence. Cindy and I are professional mercenaries. If we were to leave clues, it would appear overly deliberate, raising your suspicions. Thus, we opted to proceed with a few ordinary individuals in a conspicuous manner, and you, driven by curiosity, followed us. Bryce frowned. My system's traces and the television news serve a similar purpose, perpetually tracking me. You seem to possess considerable knowledge about me. Not exactly, but I am at least familiar with another version of Batman from a different world. Su Ming surreptitiously seized a bottle of liquor from the table. It was quite palatable, and he intended to indulge during their journey. Meanwhile, Cindy took a tea box with her, appearing to have developed a penchant for curry-flavored tea. Upon arriving at the entrance, Su Ming was immediately struck by the despondent expression on Gordon's face, as Vicky incessantly peppered him with questions, seemingly eager for him to recount events from decades past. Observing this, Su Ming shook his head and approached to signal for the photography to cease. He wished to exchange a few words with Commissioner Gordon. Commissioner, he began, and upon uttering the word death knell, both Cindy and Su Ming, their crimson single eyes glaring from behind their dark yellow masks, focused intently on him. Su Ming gestured for Cindy to escort a few individuals away, then extended his hand to Gordon, saying, "You may call me Slade. Although our paths may not cross frequently, I entrust you with the Falcone father and daughter. How you choose to handle them is entirely at your discretion. While your actions this time were commendable, should you dare to commit further crimes in Gotham, I will still apprehend you," Gordon replied in a grave tone, yet he shook Su Ming's hand firmly, aware that they had saved Barbara and had come to find him in a timely manner. Su Ming dismissed Gordon's grandstanding. It was clear that the Commissioner's desire to apprehend Cindy was merely a show of resolve, for Gotham's police force had always been ineffectual, especially following recent significant reductions in personnel. In truth, you misunderstand us. We mercenaries are merely businessmen. As long as the city government is willing to pay, we can occasionally lend our services, provided the compensation is satisfactory, Su Ming said with a smile, giving Gordon's arm a reassuring pat. Perhaps you might discuss with Bryce the establishment of a protection fund or something of the sort. Mercenaries have no enemies, only business. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating, Gordon replied, maintaining a calm facade, though a subtle unease flickered within. We are all aware of Bryce's identity. There is no need for such timidity. Has the bat instilled fear in you as well? Su Ming leaned closer to whisper in his ear before nodding and departing, leaving Gordon in a contemplative stupor. Catching up to Cindy, he returned with 2 journalists and Barbara to the vehicle, but soon ventured back to the junkyard, taking some time to re-emerge, drenched in rainwater and filth, yet clutching a blood-stained object. It was the tattered hood of a claw, marred by an explosion. The dark stains of blood were unmistakable, yet the grime was inconsequential, as Su Ming required it to masquerade as an assassin from the claw. As Slade's memories gradually resurfaced, his thoughts expanded significantly. To refine his contingency plan, this item was essential. The side door of the broadcast vehicle swung open, and he and Cindy sat side by side, gazing at the rain-drenched junkyard, unchanged since their arrival. He scrubbed the blood from the hood in the rain, reflecting that mere hours prior, he could not have imagined himself becoming an expert in obliteration. Can the person dressed in red truly be dealt with using your suggested methods? Cindy whispered, her gaze fixed on the ominous shadows lurking within the junkyard. Not necessarily. Confronting a speedster cannot be resolved through mere explosions. It requires extensive calculations, velocity, trajectory, and psychological profiling, he replied. He unfurled the hood and observed that the headpiece was largely intact, though the round glasses had suffered a slight fracture, indicating a need for repair. Once, in another realm, a death knell had conquered Barry's nephew using this very tactic. My earlier intention was merely to intimidate him. However, he remained oblivious to the necessity of evading confrontation with the speedster, and should circumstances become dire, it will be prudent to seek out character flaws rather than engage in reckless aggression. It became increasingly evident that reliance on strategy was paramount. Cindy nodded, her gaze fixed on the murky water flowing beneath them, remarking, "It seems you and he share a certain rapport." Su Ming gathered the owl's hood, compacting it before stowing it in his bag. "Perhaps, for he is a person perpetually filled with benevolence. But you deceived him just now," Cindy countered, removing her helmet and tousling her hair as she peered into the distance through the curtain of rain. "I've discerned a distinction between us." "Indeed," Su Ming replied calmly, devoid of any feelings of guilt. "Though I cannot explain why, I perceive a faint shadow. Logically, we ought not to witness the actions of the speedster. That he need not know. I shall keep it as my trump card," he added. The torrential rain cascaded down, shrouding the expressions of the two in darkness. Chapter 57. The planner. A few minutes later, Bryce and Barry returned. He had just escorted the Falcone father and daughter to Arkham, spending most of his time communicating with Bryce and the Arkham guards, traversing protocols to ensure that two lunatics were securely confined. Arkham boasted an independent power supply and was currently deemed safe. The police station lay in ruins, the city plunged into widespread darkness, yet television signals persisted, indicating that the broadcasting station still had power. "Gordon, take Barbara and the two journalists to the television station for the time being. Do not return home." Bryce emerged from the shadows to relay this to Gordon, offering no explanation for the arrangement. "But, Batwoman, I wish to conduct an exclusive interview with you," Vicky persisted, her insatiable thirst for news evident. Bryce merely cast her a sidelong glance, betraying no emotion. Gordon, having misplaced his previous police firearm, now wielded a submachine gun salvaged from a corpse, its strap slung over his neck. Clad in his long trench coat and felt hat, he appeared less like a lawman and more akin to a gangster. "I understand, but we must take the vehicle," Gordon declared as he lifted Barbara's wheelchair and hoisted the broadcast equipment. "Rest assured, I have a plan," Bryce affirmed, signaling for them to hasten to the vehicle. Observing their return empty-handed, Su Ming rose and stepped into the curtain of rain. "Where's the cat?" Bryce and Barry exchanged bewildered glances. Was the death knell truly a cat aficionado? With pressing matters at hand, why inquire about a mere feline? "The cat?" You and Barry both heard it. There were 3 individuals and a cat in the room earlier. A white cat. "Where has it gone?" Su Ming furrowed his brow, adjusting his helmet and securing the straps. "Isn't the cat rather inconsequential?" "I saw no such creature," Barry responded, confusion etched across his face. "I only just realized something amiss. Quickly, take me to the lower level of the laboratory. There is no time to lose." Su Ming had no time to explain. He immediately grasped Barry's neck. The throbbing in his head prevented him from processing too many thoughts simultaneously. His previous concerns had been consumed by Barry and Briss, and it was only now that he recognized the issue. Nevertheless, he urged Barry to hasten. In an instant, Barry and Su Ming vanished from their location. Briss and Cindy exchanged a glance, but promptly turned away, refusing to meet each other's gaze. There was nothing left for them to discuss. This was the first time Su Ming experienced the sensation of super speed. It was not the electric pulse he had envisioned, but rather a unique energy imbued with warmth, texture, and intent akin to a living entity. It enveloped the two of them, creating a sanctuary isolated from the world, as if they were moving in a moment where time had paused, with raindrops suspended in midair. In truth, relative to the outside world, time had elongated. One could ponder the peculiarities surrounding that cat. Barry's legs left behind a blur of motion, yet he remained remarkably composed as he questioned Su Ming. Why had the Romans appeared in Gotham at this particular moment? After spending a decade outside, he could have returned days earlier or later. Why was it today? Of all days? Today, Batman was absent. The city faced an unprecedented deluge, and it marked the day of his arrival in this world. Was it merely coincidence? Su Ming observed the stillness of the world around them and calmly responded to Barry. From a logical standpoint, a series of coincidences occurring simultaneously is improbable. Indeed, he continued, in addition, the city's blackout coincided with my television appearance, and upon my arrival, I encountered the talons of the Owl Court. Falcone's plans seemed effortlessly disrupted, and had I not brought Vico, that formidable weapon, the challenges would have been far greater. Those talons were not surveilling the Romans or Su Ming. They were, in fact, the secret guardians of that cat. Oh, was that reporter Vico Valerie? I've heard she is associated with Batman, if you catch my drift. Barry smiled and playfully wiggled his pinky. Precisely, on your Earth, she is indeed that person. Moreover, she is akin to Domino in your world. Next time, you might consider joining her for horse racing or a lottery, guaranteed victory. Su Ming sighed, attempting to clarify. For someone like Barry, who possessed infinite time, it was rather challenging to elicit a serious demeanor. Domino? What does that mean? Barry asked, utterly perplexed. Ahem, it's a matter pertaining to the adjacent situation. I cannot delve into too many details. Just know that her luck is extraordinary, almost like a cosmic superpower, and many illogical, melodramatic occurrences can transpire around her. Su Ming cleared his throat, summarizing succinctly, before steering the conversation back. Thus, Falcone and Sophia are merely puppets in this scenario. The situation is far more intricate than it appears. Barry raised his gaze to the ceiling, contemplating. In this room, there are 3 individuals in total. Commissioner Gordon is beyond reproach, and now the Roman father and daughter are imprisoned. Are you suggesting that the cat is the true mastermind orchestrating their actions? Su Ming sighed, caressing his mask while enduring a headache as he conversed with Barry. Everything around him blurred into streaks of light. Although uncertain, he believed there was a lack of understanding regarding Barbato's divine power. Not only did he wield the forces of darkness and destruction, but he was also adept at instilling his will into living beings within dreams, or injecting dark energy into those with vulnerabilities in their minds, transforming them into servants. What I mean is, any creature, could that cat be a harbinger priest, is influencing them with magic. Barry was startled by this revelation. The Justice League was already struggling to guard against humans, let alone all the creatures of Earth. I think that, for instance, in other multiverses, such as Earth 26, all sentient beings are various small animals, where Superman's counterpart is a rabbit named Captain Carrot. In Earth 43, everyone is a vampire, while in Earth 20, the world is populated by zombies. In these realms, there exist harbinger priests who can take any form: animal, zombie, vampire, or robot. Well, it seems your notion of the cat being a harbinger priest isn't as far-fetched after all. Barry scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had indeed visited these worlds, and the relationship between the Justice League and Earth 26 was quite amicable. Su Ming paid little attention to Barry's internal musings. Although Barbados could have chosen humans as harbinger priests on Earth-11, that did not imply he lacked the capability to transform other beings into darkness. Our enemy is one that warrants utmost caution, no matter how small. I hope that's not the case. It would be best if it were merely an ordinary cat. Barry quickened his pace. If it is a harbinger priest, then you have placed it alongside a plethora of biochemical weapons. I now wish it to be illiterate and incapable of comprehending instructions. Su Ming fumbled around his body, retrieving his firearm. Barry stuck out his tongue, feeling genuinely awkward. Encountering trouble on their first meeting made him feel somewhat sheepish. Can Barbados also turn insects into his servants? I have a certain sensitivity towards insects. Their limited cognitive capacity makes it improbable for them to grasp concepts like dreams, and they cannot harbor much dark energy. But if he desires, then he can indeed achieve it. Su Ming shook his head, redirecting his gaze ahead. Providing an answer Barry was reluctant to hear. This is what it means to be divine. Chapter 58. Harbinger priests, they retraced their steps along the road outside the junkyard back to the lowest level of the laboratory, where they arrived in a chamber filled with an abundance of biochemical bombs. The area was illuminated only by minimal lighting, and the damp walls were covered in dark mold, permeated by an odor reminiscent of disinfectant. Thick pipes extended overhead, branching off in various directions like dark veins, occasionally releasing pale yellow steam. Su Ming raised his dual guns, scanning for the cat's presence, but aside from the sound of dripping water and steam, there was no other noise. Where did you find the Falcone father and daughter? Over there, quickly. In an instant, Barry and Su Ming found themselves in an enclosure of steel, filled with various instruments. A white cat was perched on the control panel, its tail swaying gently as if it were an ordinary house cat lounging on a sofa, engrossed in a cartoon. Its fluffy ears perked up as it pressed a button. Immediately, its head twisted around like an owl's, gazing at the two with a disconcerting grin, its long black tongue licking its sharp teeth as it spoke in a harsh voice. All paths ultimately lead to darkness. All things shall return to Barbados. Damn it, Su Ming exclaimed, instantly drawing his weapon. Barry, stunned by the fact that the cat was indeed speaking, failed to stop its actions in time. The cat leaped off the control panel, a jet black energy shield forming around it. Su Ming's bullets struck the shield, vanishing as if they had sunk into an abyss. With an eerie cackle, the feline creature charged at them, dark energy swirling around its body like living tendrils, expanding and undulating in the air. A bizarre force visible to the naked eye. Darker than darkness, colder than oblivion, this terrifying attribute consumed all surrounding light. Barry, grant me a portion of your speed. Su Ming unsheathed his knife. Barry snapped back to reality and patted Su Ming's shoulder, a flicker of golden lightning enveloping his yellow and black armor, bestowing it with a radiant glow. The speed force would not linger in an ordinary human body for long, unless through complex scientific means. Su Ming merely needed this brief moment. If his speed could surpass that of the cat's neural response, the dark energy shield would be futile against him. Memories surged in his mind, imparting knowledge reminiscent of Slade's past experiences. The fastest neurons in the human brain still required bioelectricity to transmit information. With the peak speed reaching 193 kilometers per second, the ultimate limit of human thought, the Flash's maximum speed was said to be 30 million kilometers per second. Due to the speed force, he could think as if time had paused. Su Ming was uncertain of the veracity of such claims. For if one were to exceed the speed of light, approximately 299,792 kilometers per second, according to relativity, time would reverse, causing a flashpoint effect. However, he did not require such velocity. A single strike utilizing the speed force would suffice. As a modified individual, his cognitive speed surpassed that of an average person by ninefold, undoubtedly exceeding that of felines. With a lightning charge blade, he swung down at the white cat. In the stillness of the environment, Su Ming's strike epitomized the perfect amalgamation of speed and precision, targeting the vital line of the brain, neck, and heart. Should he land this blow, not even a lion or tiger would survive. However, the blade merely left a white mark upon the cat's forehead. Beneath the mask, Su Ming furrowed his brow, comprehending the situation. As a creature of darkness, this cat had long ceased to be a mere feline. It had transformed into a dark monstrosity, and his weapon, devoid of metal, proved ineffective against such shadowy entities. Yet, though the knife and gun were rendered useless, the bell tolled on, and his fists remained formidable. His armor was entirely crafted from palladium, laced with traces of end metal, and his vigilance-infused arm and gauntlet could serve as weapons in their own right. His knife had not yet been deflected, but his vacant left hand immediately launched a powerful punch toward the previous position. The white cat spun through the air, akin to a discarded plastic bag brimming with refuse. In a flash of lightning, Su Ming swiftly pursued, his fists raining down blows upon the creature's head. The tremendous force began to warp the steel plates beneath, driving the dark monster into a small pit in the ground. Yet, the velocity of his strikes rapidly diminished. Though he continued to pummel the creature, the white cat emitted a series of eerie cackles. Quack! For Barbados! Boom! A cloud of black smoke erupted from the creature's diminutive form, and Su Ming was hurled backward by the overwhelming explosion, the dark energy corroding every inch of his armor with a faint hissing sound. The monster had self-destructed, its blackened innards splattering everywhere, saturating the area with dark energy. Barry, having stood at the entrance, managed to evade the onslaught, but Su Ming sensed impending doom. The injuries to his body were trivial. The saintly uniform had withstood the magical assault, and the muscle strains and bone fractures inflicted by the blast would soon mend. However, the self-healing factor's activity caused his sanity to wane, an avalanche of memories flooding his mind. He believed himself to be Slade. These recollections were alarmingly vivid, rendering the monotonous and repetitive memories of Su Ming's existence as mere fabrications. He drew in heavy breaths, striving to concentrate. The matter at hand remained unresolved, and he could not afford to lose his grip on reality. Slade, how are you faring? Barry rushed over, steadying him. I'm fine, but next time, it will be prudent to devise a plan for dealing with the Chihu. You should investigate what that creature activated, Su Ming replied, pushing him away and leaning against the nearby control panel, exerting himself to stabilize his fraying mind. Yet, it was akin to attempting to calm the tumultuous waves of the sea. He could only strive to maintain his sanity, the throbbing in his head causing a relentless buzzing in his ears. All right, wait for me. Barry dashed out of the room, sensing a significant disturbance from the tremors beneath his feet. Lightning enveloped him as he surveyed all directions, and at last, he discovered a vast cavern beneath one area. The previously obscuring objects having been removed, allowing rainwater to pour directly underground. Looking up, he beheld a fiery glow illuminating the night sky. The creature had indeed launched a rocket laden with toxic venom. As it breached the clouds, it erupted in a manner reminiscent of artificial rainfall, thoroughly purifying Gotham City. The heat and smoke that enveloped the launch shaft signaled to him that he had arrived too late. Yet Barry, the embodiment of speed as the Flash, was undeterred by this predicament. He scanned his surroundings but found no suitable tools. His gaze then fell upon the smooth inner walls of the launch shaft. With a leap, he began to run along the shaft's inner surface, building up momentum as lightning enveloped him, reconnecting him to the speed force. With each lap he completed, his velocity surged, and he altered his course, sprinting directly upward, charging towards the rain cascading from the sky. The launch shaft propelled him forth. In an instant, he caught up with the airborne rocket, and with remarkable speed, he struck the rocket's exterior with his speed force-imbued hands, tearing into it. Even stone cannot withstand the relentless assault of water dripping in the same spot thousands of times. Lacking proper tools, he resorted to this rudimentary method of perseverance. At last, he succeeded in prying open the shell, revealing a vial of green liquid. This was the super soldier serum. The Roman's rocket carried but a minuscule amount from the entire laboratory. His intention was to purify Gotham, not to annihilate the world. However, this small vial was thicker than Barry's waist. The Harpy priests aimed to create a significant disturbance. Even a minor achievement would allow them to report back to the great dark god, gauging his interest in their world. Barbados had once promised that should he conquer a realm, the Harpy priests there would enjoy direct dominion, subordinate only to him. The Harpies believed that a world war would be most effective, thus they resolved to test this theory. If they could create enough chaos, they would undoubtedly attract Barbados' attention, elevating the priest to a status above all but one. Yet, this was merely a deception. The Harpy priests of the main world attempted this. But before they could behold their deity's garments, they were all slaughtered to feed Robin's hounds. Fortunately, this particular Harpy priest, masquerading as a cat, had very limited influence. Falcone, a seasoned crime lord, though maddened by magic, retained a semblance of rationality and had not stored enough serum to instigate a world war. After their capture, the feline priest continued with its plan. With its allies apprehended, it was compelled to act alone. However, due to its size, it was incapable of changing the warhead. It pondered its options, but by the time Su Ming and Barry arrived, it had yet to devise an alternative and could only launch. Amidst the howling winds, Barry lay upon the soaring rocket, the shrieking wind echoing in his ears. Through the gaping hole, he glimpsed the ominous glow of the green viscous liquid shimmering in the rain, its surface undulating with the tremors of the rocket, as if it were eager to invade the bodies of unsuspecting individuals. Chapter 59. Aerial relay time was of the essence. The ominous, dark clouds loomed not far above in the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, Barry commenced the disassembly of the large canister, fervently hoping that this seemingly fragile glass vessel possessed sufficient sturdiness. His speed was remarkable. Even Bryce and Cindy, standing by the roadside outside the junkyard, could only witness a flash of fire erupting from the ground, trailing a streak of lightning as it ascended, cleaving through the pitch-black night. Uncertain of what transpired, it was evident that something had gone awry in the subterranean research facility. Yet, as they looked up, all they could feel was the relentless rain drenching their faces. Meanwhile, Barry had completed the disassembly. He exhaled deeply, glancing at the inky void below, and then grasped the massive liquid canister before leaping from the rocket. The rocket, having flown for mere seconds, erupted upon contact with the cloud layer, resembling a golden flower embroidered upon a black velvet curtain. This was not Barry's first descent from great heights. He had done so countless times before. He could easily scale a building from its side, and naturally, he could descend just as adeptly. Now, he sought a place to gain leverage. A mere touch would suffice. His speed was astonishing. However, Barry's greatest shortcoming was his inability to fly. The speedsters could defy most physical laws, yet they required friction with the ground to propel themselves forward. In the open sky, bereft of any means to gain traction, he could only embrace the canister as he plummeted, the brilliance of his speed fading like a dying ember. At that moment, he resembled a meteorite bearing toxic peril. The torrential rain blurred his vision, the howling wind filled his ears, and water droplets smeared across the glass canister. as if eager to mingle with the venom within. Barry strained to open his eyes, desperately searching for a place to land, hoping to decelerate by utilizing the inner walls of the launch shaft to return the canister safely to the ground. However, due to the wind's influence during his descent, he seemed to veer slightly off course, unable to reach the walls of the launch shaft, instead plummeting directly into the dark abyss at its center. Oh no, this is disastrous, Barry chastised himself internally. Indeed, it was far easier to ascend than to descend, even if he survived the fall. The canister of poison was bound to detonate. As he fell, contemplating a solution, he noticed the ominous bell tolling at his previous location, a passageway positioned midway up the launch shaft, gazing skyward. Su Ming, cradling his head, endured a torrent of memories flooding back, and the last remnants of his speed allowed him to swiftly discern Barry's trajectory. Unlike other speedsters who consumed their power while running, Barry generated speed with each step. Regrettably, this did not apply in midair. Now, his exceptional vision enabled him to see Barry plummeting from above. Rain and mud cascaded down the shaft, turning the loading port, constructed halfway up the wall, into a veritable curtain of water, with torrents of murky liquid splattering against his armor and helmet. Yet this did not obstruct his gaze. He gazed into the depths of the launch shaft before him, an abyss whose depth was unfathomable, devoid of any means to gain leverage along the surrounding walls. After a brief moment of contemplation, a plan crystallized in his mind, and he immediately set it into motion. Su Ming took a few steps back, bent down, and plunged his fingers into the steel mesh that constituted the floor, a design prevalent in factories and military bases alike, as this grid-like flooring prevents slippage and does not retain liquids. With a forceful heave, a cacophony of twisted metal erupted, as the welds and screws of the floor were violently dislodged, and a solid steel grating measuring 2 meters in length and over 1 meter in width was torn free. With his left hand braced against the flooring, he drew his blade in a sweeping arc, sparks flying as the steel plate and his weapon fractured almost simultaneously. Discarding the damaged tool, he hoisted the steel plate aloft and, looking up at the descent trajectory of Barry, calculated swiftly in his mind before he abruptly hurled the plate across the shaft. The muscle in his arms surged, propelling the heavy object as effortlessly as a playing card. The sound of the impact reverberated through the launch shaft, accompanied by shouts and the roar of the storm. Su Ming's calculations were astute, the effects of gravitational acceleration, the angle of deviation due to wind, and the parabolic trajectory of the steel plate coalesced in an instant, yielding him a precise conclusion. Barry landed upon the steel plate, finding a foothold, and with a swift maneuver, activated his super speed, causing the plate to plunge into the abyss while he ricocheted against the inner wall of the shaft, spiraling to decelerate. As Su Ming witnessed golden bolts of lightning form rings of light before his eyes, he knew their endeavor had succeeded. He flexed his neck and took a few steps back to grant Barry some space. Shortly thereafter, Barry appeared before him, cradling a massive canister. Set it down and cover your mouth. Let me inspect the canister first, Su Ming interjected before Barry could utter a word, commencing his examination of the mysterious object for any signs of leakage. The verdict was reassuring. Although it was damp, it was merely rainwater. Excellent, it's safe. Barry chuckled, grinning widely as he rubbed his arms and wrists, then placed a hand on his chest to catch his breath. We can't leave it here. Could you assist me with this? It's rather heavy. Indeed, while this weight may have been trivial for the others in the Justice League, Barry, aside from his super speed, was primarily a tech enthusiast, lacking physical strength. Su Ming lifted the large canister, resembling a transparent super pressure cooker, containing approximately 1 to 200 kilograms of viscous greenish toxin. It seems we have salvaged Gotham. This weight posed no challenge for Su Ming. He carried the canister while engaging Barry in conversation, seizing the opportunity to strengthen their bond. Yes, although I am uncertain whether the contents align with the data from the console, I believe they do, Su Ming remarked. Barry's eyes widened as he shook his head vigorously. I'm feeling a bit hungry now, my heart racing. It would be best to replenish with some high-calorie food. First, secure this item properly, then temporarily seal off this underground facility. You might want to try the cuisine from Turkey, such as roasted camel hump. Su Ming searched for a suitable place to serve as a safe, yet in reality, no such secure location existed. I just noticed your remarkable compatibility with the Speed Force. Are you not merely a speedster who has lost their connection to it? Barry recalled previous events, feeling a sense of unease. He indeed could momentarily bestow the speed force upon touched objects, but that duration was fleeting, as it should only last an instant. Su Ming merely intended for Barry to touch his shoulder and leave, only to discover that the speed force lingered far longer than anticipated. The plan required merely a fraction of a second, yet the speed force remained for approximately 2 seconds, which was entirely beyond expectation. Su Ming was unaware of the reason. The character from the comics, the Reaper, had indeed acquired the speed force, but through technological means rather than such a simple tap. I am not, and I have no interest in your speed force. The surrounding walls were embedded with massive metal canisters, deeply buried underground, while the steel grating beneath their feet revealed an abyss of darkness. The entire facility was unsafe, but for now, it had to remain as such. It would later be entrusted to Bryce for resolution, as she had the financial means. They first returned the large canister to the control room, examined the console, closed the launch shaft, and then departed, locking each door behind them before finally resurfacing. Across the street, Cindy and Bryce stood at the roadside. Cindy had found a large billboard and was hiding beneath a pillar, smoking, while Bryce maintained her distance, perched on the curb, allowing the rain to cascade freely from her bat-like cloak. "Have you resolved it?" she inquired. "Yes, that cat was not a cat at all, but a magical creature that could launch rockets. I just soared into the sky. Did you see? If it weren't for Slade, I would have fallen to my demise." Barry chuckled and continued to gesture animatedly in midair. "Well done, but we have more troubles ahead." Bryce unfurled her cloak, retrieving a black remote control from her belt and pressing several buttons. Su Ming joined Cindy, seeking shelter from the rain, and pulled out a cigarette. Having finished the cigar he had originally brought, he now resorted to the ordinary cigarettes pilfered from the supermarket during his last visit. Cindy glanced at him. Although his armor showed no signs of damage, the explosion had scraped off much of the paint, particularly on the shoulder plates. "Back to playing superhero again?" "No, just an additional fee for services rendered." Su Ming shook his head, leaning against the pillar, the sound of his bones cracking in relief. He understood that while it appeared as if he were saving lives, it was primarily a means of self-preservation. First, he would account to Bryce, and once everything concluded, they would settle the bill together. Cindy nonchalantly exhaled a puff of smoke, her crimson lips curving as she watched the raindrops weave through the mist, only for the perfect circle to be torn apart by the gusting wind. "Since you decided to leave, does that mean the money is all mine?" Su Ming indeed wished to bring some money to Earth Zero, for there are times when currency proves invaluable. A handful of green bills or a single high-denomination note could considerably uplift the mood of the Grim Reaper, simultaneously tempering his bloodthirsty inclinations. However, the currency of Earth-11 holds no purchasing power in Earth Zero. He had previously observed this at Harley S. abode, where the Joker had carelessly scattered her loose change. Even on the sofa where Su Ming sat, he stumbled upon a few coins while conversing with her. The dollars from the main world are genuine dollars, bearing the portraits of past American presidents, issued by the Central Reserve Bank of the United States. On this side, although they are also referred to as dollars, their full name is the beautiful Amazonian dollar, adorned with the visage of the Amazon Queen, issued by Paradise Island, clearly not interchangeable. If you were to take them across, their value would likely pale in comparison to currency emblazoned with the Jade Emperor S image. Chapter 60, Cleansing Him, they're all yours. I'll just grab some jewelry or gold on my way out. After all, it's merely pocket money, a source of psychological comfort. Your sword has broken. Cindy glanced behind him. Of the 2 blades he had previously carried, only one remained. Broken, a subpar product, Su Ming shrugged, puffing on his cigarette while observing the movements of Bryce and Barry. I'll just find a piece of exhaust pipe from the junkyard later. Cindy found this entirely reasonable, as she too appreciated the art of improvisation. Steel pipes, bricks, kitchen knives. Under the hands of a weapon master, any object could become a lethal instrument. Next, we must contend with the Court of Owls, correct? We've already made contact, taking down one of the Strigety priests, although the number of their feline priests remains uncertain. It cannot be too many. Su Ming plunged his cigarette into the rainwater, extinguishing it in an instant. Cindy discarded her cigarette, but watching it drift away with the current, the last tendril of smoke dissipating swiftly. "Do you have a plan?" The Court of Owls is notoriously well concealed. For years, Gotham has only known their legend. That's because all who have encountered their talons are dead. However, fortuitously, I know where they hide, and even a few of their leaders' names. Approximately 11 families are involved. Su Ming rubbed his temples and donned his helmet. Among Gotham's current elite, if we exclude those with ties to the underworld, such as the Penguin and the Silence, along with the mayor and the speaker, the remaining affluent individuals could all be eliminated without error. Indeed, the Court of Owls has remained hidden in the shadows, emerging only at night for clandestine gatherings, believing themselves undetected. Yet, like other avian species, they possess a penchant for nesting. As the covert overseers of Gotham, would their lairs be rudimentary? It is inconceivable. They are not merely the Court of Owls. They are human beings, driven by instinct to seek better sustenance, superior living conditions, and greater entertainment. All these desires require financial resources. Money is the cornerstone that sustains an organization operating in secrecy, outside of their clandestine servitude to Barbados. This is their sole indulgence. Su Ming is neither a police officer nor Batman. He does not require evidence to act. In this time of global crisis, even if a few lives are lost, it could be deemed a sacrifice for the greater good. After Su Ming whispered the method of discernment to Cindy, she grasped the concept. Calculating by money is indeed the most effective means of differentiation. In Gotham City, aside from Wayne Enterprises, which stands unrivaled, there are no other notable companies. The only ones that come close are the Red Hood security firm and the Penguin's Iceberg Lounge. The other long-established families have all but perished, with a mere 30% chance of success. In such dire circumstances, there exists ample justification for taking lives. Bryce would certainly not agree. Su Ming chuckled as Cindy remarked that his actions might eradicate Gotham's old aristocracy. Little did she know, his intention was to delay her while Barry transported them to Egypt. He would handle matters within Gotham. Su Ming had a plan. Even a Flash could not be in two places at once. Once Su Ming revealed that the headquarters of the Court of Owls lay in Egypt, Barry would inevitably accompany them, for he was their means of transport. Bryce would undoubtedly follow, especially since Su Ming intended to expose the court's role in the murder of her parents. The DC Comics universe is chaotic. In some realms, mobsters hire assassins, while in others, the Court of Owls orchestrates the killings. Su Ming himself was uncertain about the situation on Earth-11. Events shrouded in darkness are often obscured. If evidence points to the mob, it may be a frame-up by the court. If it points to the court, it could be a ploy by the 10 major crime families. Or perhaps it is none of them, but rather an external madman pulling the strings. In light of this, let us attribute equal responsibility. The murder of her parents remains Bryce's haunting nightmare. She is unaware of who truly killed them, as the assassin was merely a street thug, while the mastermind remains hidden in the shadows. Should Su Ming expose the court's secrets, Bryce would undoubtedly accompany them to Egypt, not for vengeance, but to confront her fears. With Barry grasping Bryce with one arm and Su Ming with the other, Cindy could justifiably remain behind to execute her cleansing plan. It is indeed a monumental task. Eliminating these individuals would likely leave me with little business in Gotham henceforth. Cindy shrugged, donning her helmet as she began to check her weapons. But let's proceed. If they attract Barbados, none of us will have a future. Excellent. You can reach out to Barbara for a list of Gotham's wealthiest families over the past 50 years. Selecting those with a long history, Su Ming murmured, his speech somewhat fragmented, as auditory hallucinations resurfaced in his mind, reminiscent of memories where someone was conversing with Slade. Cindy nodded. While Barry and Su Ming attended to the cats, Bryce, alongside Cindy, bid farewell to Gordon and the others as they departed for the television station. She recalled Su Ming mentioning Barbara's exceptional computer skills, which prompted her to request Barbara's phone number. It was uncertain what Barbara might be thinking. Perhaps she anticipated encountering insurmountable challenges in the future and deemed it prudent to have access to the forces lurking in the shadows. Alternatively, she might simply wish to maintain contact with Su Ming, hence her willingness to share the number. In any case, it was a massacre marked by indiscriminate killing. I understood that once you distract them, I would take action. Cindy nodded, her expression inscrutable, yet she responded with a light-hearted agreement. There was another lead. The Powell's family members were all owls. If you could pry open their beaks, you might obtain a list. However, as Su Ming observed Barry conversing with Bryce on the street, other sounds invaded his ears, compelling him to concentrate on Cindy. The beak of an owl is indeed formidable. The Powell's family? The most luxurious hotel in Gotham belongs to them, soaring 45 stories high, boasting a wooden gym, a bowling alley, a swimming pool, and a rooftop platform for docking zeppelins. Cindy let out a joyous laugh. seemingly recalling something delightful. I've never been there for leisure. Perhaps I should visit today. If I can extract any information within 30 seconds, all the better. Otherwise, I shall send their family to the rooftop. It's best if it all appears accidental. When Bryce returns, we will have room to maneuver. Su Ming nodded slightly in agreement. And be wary of the claws. I am aware. I've memorized their weaknesses from your previous encounters with her. Cindy nodded. The ordinary claws are manageable, but one must be cautious of the zero claw. She is exceptional, and her abilities remain uncertain. He glanced down at the puddles on the ground. From their elevated position, they could see the water flowing down the street like a small river, and the auditory hallucinations gradually faded. Should you encounter a priest wearing a bird skull mask, do not use knives or guns. Instead, you must strike with something containing palladium to slay it. Understood. They are approaching. Cindy lifted her head, and Barbara, along with Barry, was making their way toward them. Chapter 61. Hitchhiking the rain had drenched the uniforms of the four, and the surroundings were enveloped in utter darkness. They stood resolutely against the howling wind until, at last, Bryce broke the silence, her blue eyes concealed behind a mask. Searching for the essence of Su Ming's thoughts. Barry holds you in high regard, yet I still find it difficult to trust you. Trust is unnecessary. Simply provide the payment. Su Ming's situation fluctuated between favorable and unfavorable. While the recollection of memories was somewhat disconcerting, fostering doubts about his identity, it did not impede his capacity for thought. He was acutely aware that she would trust no one, not even him or Cindy, both of whom were embodiments of the bell tolls. Her level of trust in Barry was likely limited as well. Cindy had always been diligent in executing contracts, achieving a completion rate of 100 after accepting tasks. A statistic that would assure Bryce. For someone as astute as Batgirl, if Su Ming were to offer assistance without compensation, she would likely succumb to unfounded anxieties. Thus, it would be more prudent to accept payment for services rendered, guiding her thoughts in a more constructive direction. Indeed, after Su Ming articulated this notion, Bryce's demeanor visibly softened. Beneath her confident exterior regarding her wealth, she harbored profound insecurities. If the Reapers desired monetary compensation, that was a straightforward matter. Very well. I shall provide you with a check. You may fill in any amount below 30 million. However, Cindy and I each require 30 million, and we insist on cash or gold. This demand was undeniably exorbitant. In the primary world, the Reapers had once aided in combating the malevolent syndicate of Earth 3, for which Lex Luthor had compensated them with a mere 2.5 million. Nevertheless, the ongoing negotiations seemed to bolster Bryce's sense of security, as she was acutely aware of the precarious situation the world faced, leaving her with limited options. Bryce regarded Su Ming with her lips pressed tightly together, droplets of rain cascading between them. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. It seems you are intentionally attempting to reassure me, yet you do not truly comprehend my circumstances. Very well, 30 million each, and we have a deal. Such is the nature of the affluent. To them, 30 million might as well be trifling as $3. Without further ado, Bryce pulled her cloak taut and strode towards the roadside, where two distant lights approached with urgency, akin to will-o'-the-wisps in the night. Su Ming nodded at Cindy, who joined them. Despite the myriad of calculations at play, their current objectives aligned. Let's proceed, she instructed. The lights, it turned out, belonged to the sleek Batmobile, remotely controlled by Alfred from the confines of his home, having been dispatched directly to their location. It is well known that the Batmobile accommodates only one occupant. Bryce swiftly entered the driver's seat, her dark cape trailing behind, glistening with raindrops as it created an elegant arc. Where we headed? Barry inquired, shielding his eyes from the downpour as he peered ahead, though all he could see was rain. Back home. There are matters to discuss. And I must prepare, Bryce replied, her gaze fixed on the myriad switches and buttons, maneuvering them as if piloting an aircraft. Shall I take them both ahead to wait for you? Barry suggested, wiping the rain from his face and gesturing towards the two Reapers. Bryce pressed a few more buttons in the cockpit, causing the Batmobile's expansive trunk to open, revealing 4 seats that slowly extended. This trunk is designated for transporting prisoners and the injured. You shall sit inside, and we will proceed together. Transporting prisoners, you say? That makes it akin to a cage. Su Ming observed, squinting at Bryce from beneath his helmet before glancing at Barry. He boldly climbed into the trunk and settled into his seat, which retracted smoothly. To his surprise, the trunk was not only spacious but also illuminated. On either side of the seats were compartments stocked with beverages, emergency rations, and several first aid kits. He plucked a cookie from the stash and handed it to Barry, who eagerly devoured it. The rapid pace of their journey would undoubtedly deplete their energy reserves. As such, speedsters rarely gained weight, and once they tapped into their super speed, they would find themselves perpetually hungry. The vehicle sped along, and Su Ming could hear the sound of air brushing against its body. Barry, while munching on some food, engaged in lively conversation with the two, expressing immense joy and recounting tales from his past. Cindy's impression of him had significantly improved. Her earlier thoughts of eliminating the speedster were now forgotten. The two chatted amiably about the differences between their worlds, while Su Ming silently organized his memories, his fingers unconsciously tapping against his handgun. When the trunk opened once more, they had returned to the Batcave. The cave appeared remarkably transformed. Not only were the previously damaged instruments replaced, but even the tables and chairs were new. The remnants of the mechanical dinosaur had vanished, and the chaos of cups and plates along with a multitude of black footprints had been meticulously cleaned, leaving the space gleaming. It was hard to fathom how Alfred managed to tidy everything up single-handedly. Was it magic? Well, you brought us here, and it's not merely for a meal, is it? If there's something to discuss, please do so. As our time is limited, Su Ming addressed Bryce, who seemed quite leisurely as she pressed the intercom to instruct Alfred to prepare a second late-night snack. Bryce removed her helmet and shook out her long black hair before beginning to take off her gloves. I'm not sure about your circumstances, but today has been rather eventful. I need to review Gotham's surveillance and news from this month. Su Ming and Cindy exchanged glances, removed their helmets, and turned to Barry, who had changed out of his uniform, seemingly having showered and donned fresh clothes along with slippers. How did you come to think of searching the pyramid? Su Ming inquired of Barry. Because the Hawkman and Hawkgirl have been reincarnating. In the main world, they once served as Egyptian pharaohs and queens. We aim to find in-metal within the pyramid, Barry replied, seated on a chair, drying his hair with a towel. While in-metal is functional, it still falls short against Barbados. Su Ming shared insights from the comics. In the stories, Batman's son severely injured a crazed Robin's hound with a green arrow tipped with in-metal, leading them to believe it could vanquish Barbados. Alas, how much dark energy could possibly reside within a mere Robin's hound? Barbados, being a god, was on an entirely different scale than a deranged Robin. Indeed, you mentioned in the lab that in-metal was inadequate, yet Green Arrow witnessed its effectiveness against a mad Robin. Barry remarked, perplexed as he removed the towel from his head. Su Ming remained unperturbed, placing his gloves and weapon on the table before slowly taking a seat. Correct. In-metal can manifest dark energy, and palladium can absorb foreign energy, yet they are not sufficiently powerful. They can only contend with ordinary dark entities, but cannot eradicate Barbados. What do we need, then? Barry asked eagerly. X-metal. Where can we find it? What is it? Barry scratched his head, having never heard of it before. It is a material used to forge various worlds. You may consider it the primordial substance of the universe. Su Ming articulated his conjectures, as the comic was rather elusive and provided no clear explanations. Somewhere in the obscure multiverse, in a place known as the World Forge, Barbados also originated. Chapter 62, Departure. Please continue. Brias emerged from a nearby cabinet, now donned in her nightgown, having discarded her Batwoman attire. She began to scrutinize various intelligence reports on the expansive computer before her. Su Ming summarized the information he could share. At the inception of the multiverse, two brothers were born from chaos, tasked with overseeing the order of the universe. Barry clapped his hands and, with a grin, raised a finger. The monitor and the anti-monitor. I am familiar. Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that he was indeed correct. However, there was another sibling, the World Creator, who eternally resided in the World Forge, using its flames to forge an endless stream of new worlds, placing them within the multiverse. Though some of this was beyond her comprehension, Brias found Su Ming's information temporarily credible. Bruises adorned her body as she tended to her wounds, spraying an unknown chemical agent upon them. The more luminous worlds were situated within the light universe, while the darker ones resided in the dark universe, akin to the two sides of a plate, which was referred to as the blood domain. Su Ming did not gaze at her exposed thigh, but continued with his discourse. Is the World Creator Barbados? Barry rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by unfamiliar information, feeling utterly exhausted. No, he is actually an assistant to the World Creator. responsible for retrieving refuse back to the World Forge. Barry regarded Su Ming with a look of disbelief, akin to one being jested with, while Cindy and Brius, though less theatrical, mirrored a similar sentiment in their eyes. What the Dark God? What the World Destroyer? Su Ming shot Barry a glare, recognizing a hint of naivety in his demeanor. The seemingly mundane role of Barbados, upon deeper reflection, was far from a task any ordinary individual could undertake. His duties encompassed traversing the multiverse, annihilating and reclaiming singular universes, absorbing all dark energy and the negative emotions of humanity. He was undeniably a figure of monumental significance within the multiverse. The process of creation by the world creator resembled that of blacksmithing, as one might envision sparks flying amidst molten iron. Su Ming rubbed his eyes and took Barry's towel to wipe the blood from his hands. These sparks that fly forth, upon cooling, become formless universes. Barbados' original task was to fragment these formless universes and return them to the World Forge for reformation. He possesses the power to drag entire singular universes, and now he is preparing to pull 52 universes into darkness. This task is far from a simplistic notion of merely collecting refuse. And what now? Barry inquired once more. The world's creators met their demise at the hands of Barbados, who subsequently proclaimed himself sovereign, seeking to extinguish the flames of creation and bring all worlds under his dominion. The realms of the radiant multiverse appeared beyond reach, akin to fruits perched atop a plate. Unable to grasp them, he desired to bore a hole beneath, allowing the treasures above to cascade down. Su Ming, with a white towel stained by blood and mud, wiped it clean, leaving behind a chaotic pattern reminiscent of an enigma before discarding it. Briss squinted, contemplating, then spoke. That sounds rather mad. These 52 fruits, paired with another 52 clinging beneath the plate, could not coexist. Otherwise, all would vanish, including Barbados himself, leading the multiverse to a state of utter desolation. Su Ming responded, massaging his temples, uncertain if such a multiverse would reboot, though a reboot might render him an outsider, non-existent, akin to a soap bubble bursting into oblivion. Everyone absorbed this revelation, while Cindy, having previously heard Su Ming's explanation, appeared somewhat aimless, aware that he had devised a plan. Briss, arms crossed, pondered quietly, and after a moment, parted her lips, adorned with dark lipstick, and murmured, originally, Barry and I procured the Fountain of Lazarus from the Shadow Dancer Alliance, intending to use it on the Sea Queen. As long as she remained alive, I would refrain from engaging in the conflict between the Amazons and the depths, potentially easing the world's turmoil. However, it seems that if the Owl Court continues its meddling, this approach merely postpones our doom. Had it been only the two of you, seeking to gain more time would be understandable. But once this world captures Barbados' attention, evasion becomes nearly impossible. I propose severing their connection to Barbados, slipping past him undetected. Su Ming reiterated to Briss what he had disclosed to Cindy, omitting the details of Cindy's impending assassination in Gotham. As he anticipated, the suspicion regarding the involvement of the Owl and his parents' demise lingered in Briss's mind. The stronghold of the Harpy priests lay in Egypt, for they were descendants of the avian tribes, their roots entrenched there. Su Ming concluded with this statement, refraining from further elaboration, fully aware of Briss's potential choices. Do you know their whereabouts? Briss clenched her fists, producing a cracking sound. Her desire was not merely vengeance for her parents, as that hatred had transformed into something else during countless shadowy endeavors. She yearned to return the terror inflicted upon her 1,000-fold. Yes, they reside within the Temple of Set. Seizing the moment, Su Ming proposed his suggestion. Indeed, the Temple of Set. How could I have forgotten? Barry exclaimed, repeatedly striking his own head, suspecting that the speed of the divine might have caused him to lose fragments of his memory, an unsettling notion. The swift force can sometimes lead one to lose track of time, and occasionally, even memories may fade. Almost all who possess extraordinary speed have experienced being ensnared by this force. Bryce regarded Barry with a probing gaze before shifting her attention to Su Ming. She sensed that the funeral bell had ulterior motives. Yet, Su Ming met her gaze with unwavering resolve, his singular, irradiating determination. Once we finish our meal, we shall depart. Ultimately, Bryce relinquished her inquiries, knowing that a journey to Egypt alongside Su Ming would elucidate everything. Su Ming smiled. subtly signaling to Cindy with a gesture understood only by the two of them. Excellent. I eagerly anticipate Alfred's culinary skills. Thank you for the compliment. I shall commence with the dishes, came the reply. At that moment, Alfred emerged from the elevator, pushing a cart laden with a freshly prepared late-night feast, distinct from the remnants that Bryce and Barry had previously consumed. Let us not serve in sequence. Bring everything out at once. We have matters to attend to. And there is no time for a leisurely aristocratic dinner, Bryce instructed the butler, gesturing for the dishes to be placed on the work table. Miss, if you continue to dine in the back cave, our dining room may become redundant, the butler remarked as he promptly served the meal, not neglecting to chide Bryce a little. After eating, Su Ming felt a temporary relief from the throbbing headache and the pulsing at his temples. Slade's memories unfolded neatly in his mind, fully accepted and recalled, leaving him considerably more at ease. After consuming a few glasses of accompanying wine, he prepared for the impending operation. He donned his armor once more and had Alfred retrieve a broadsword for him. It was merely a decorative sword from the medieval armory of the mansion. It was, fortunately, sharpened. Bryce changed back in her bat costume, while Barry donned his red spandex suit. Before Bryce could utter a word, Su Ming preemptively addressed Barry. Barry, take Bryce and me to Egypt. Barry glanced at Bryce, who nodded in agreement, and with a swift motion, he linked arms with both, activating his speed force, causing the three to vanish in an instant. Cindy shifted in her seat, extinguishing her cigarette in the ashtray, then donned her helmet, commencing a check of her ammunition and weaponry. Well then, Butler Pennyworth, I must get to work. May I borrow a vehicle from you? I will accompany you and assist with the driving. As I overheard some of your discussion, Alfred replied courteously as he removed his apron. Cindy hesitated momentarily. My plans with Sue are far more straightforward than Bryce's. Alfred swiftly placed the dishes on the cart, maintaining his calm demeanor. Indeed, I believe the young lady considered this when she hired you. However, Mr. Allen holds you in high regard. He believes you will fight for the world. Huh. It's merely self-preservation. If we can profit, all the better. Besides, if no one takes on this work, we might as well become the sludge at the bottom of the sea. Cindy laughed, acknowledging that neither she nor Su Ming were paragons of virtue. Their motives were simple: survival. I was once a government agent, having eliminated many for the state, understanding that sometimes direct methods are necessary. Alfred chuckled softly, giving no indication that the elderly man with graying hair was once a government executioner. However, I have long since retired. My purpose in this instance is merely to drive you. I harbor no interest in the business dealings of mercenaries, but I must ensure that the young lady's expenditure yields value. Cindy shrugged, aware that this was a form of oversight. Indeed, Bryce had sensed something. It was unrealistic to expect the butler to keep her under watch entirely. Bryce likely wished to impose some restraint on her actions, ensuring they did not go too far. Escaping would be easy, yet having someone familiar with the roads to drive was beneficial, allowing her to test Batgirl's boundaries. Then come along, but do try not to be a nuisance. Chapter 63. Landing while Cindy and Alfred ambled through Gotham City, far across the ocean. Barry was sprinting with Bryce and Su Ming. For Barry, the distinction between water and land was negligible. Thus, the most direct route from North America to Egypt naturally traversed the Atlantic. Unlike the Pacific, the Atlantic was notorious for its unpredictable currents and fierce winds, particularly in the midst of a storm, where colossal waves towered like skyscrapers. Yet for the trio, these waves resembled exquisite blue crystal ornaments suspended in midair. While Su Ming and Bryce could appreciate the scenic beauty, Barry felt fatigued, carrying both of them. His arms ached slightly as he jogged, grumbling to Bryce. How is it that your world has yet to develop flying technology? Is not the ability to soar a dream of humanity? Su Ming, hooked by Barry's arm, held onto his shoulder with one hand. Indeed, I posed that very question to Cindy a few hours ago. As a native of Earth 11, Bryce had indeed witnessed Amazons soaring through the skies, and she held a certain fascination for flying machines. She gazed at the undulating waves not far off, their magnificent beauty eliciting a faint smile. Among the Amazons, some possessed divine powers, granting them the privilege of flight. After a moment, she tightened her grip on Barry's shoulder to alleviate some of his burden, continuing, however, if science could achieve it, I would be keen to try. What is the principle you speak of? Bernoulli's equation, PGH 12V2C. Barry began to explain the fundamentals of fluid dynamics with a smile, relaying a series of constants and calculations that were quite foreign to Bryce. Su Ming recalled relevant concepts. The death knell's ballistics sometimes required similar knowledge, though more often it served merely as a component of shooting. Bryce, on the other hand, had no comprehension of the matter, listening to Barry's explanation as if it were arcane scripture. The smile on her half-visible face beneath the mask gradually faded. In essence, it is the difference in air pressure above and below the wings that allows the aircraft to ascend. Do you understand now? Barry beamed at her. You could have simply stated the conclusion, Bryce retorted, giving him an exasperated look that rendered him somewhat awkward. Previously, Su Ming had entertained doubts as to whether Barbados had long been observing this world. However, following subsequent analysis, he discarded his earlier conjecture from a few hours prior. As a deity, Barbados would not orchestrate grand schemes spanning centuries merely for the sake of a few ordinary human pawns. This realization gave rise to Su Ming's clandestine plan to obliterate the Owl Court's harbingers and subsequently prevent any significant disturbances in this realm. The individual strength of a harbinger is insufficient to establish contact with Barbados. They must gather collectively, employing a magical array reminiscent of a cultic ritual to relay messages. The current objective is to infiltrate their sanctum. The challenge lies in the fact that Su Ming's armor is his sole weapon against them, yet his physical strikes lack lethality, rendering him devoid of a decisive killing capability. Previous encounters with the White Cat have demonstrated his need for new tactics. Among the metals capable of harming dark entities, it has been determined that amber gold is absent, as the local clawed creatures exhibit no regenerative abilities. The elusive in-metal bris has proven equally elusive for both he and Barry, suggesting its non-existence. The most promising option appears to be palladium, given that Cindy's armor is native to this world. Ensuring palladium's presence here, the presence of the Dionysian factor is also confirmed by the existence of the eccentric court jester. Therefore, if they could procure bat gold from the temple, it could be forged into weaponry. Although it is a magical metal, only manipulable through sorcery. Should Su Ming obtain a bat gold ingot, he could effectively vanquish those harbingers. This mission entails not only extermination, but also plunder. As he pondered these matters, the trio had already landed in North Africa, presumably in the vicinity of Morocco on an alternate Earth. The transition from coastal forests and lofty mountains to the vast desert occurred in mere seconds. The time here was dusk, and the expansive sands shimmered in hues of gold and crimson beneath the setting sun. Small creatures, such as lizards, began to sense the cooling sand and tentatively emerged from their subterranean burrows. They swiveled their tiny heads, attuned to the vibrations of the sand, in search of smaller organisms to satiate their ravenous appetites. Barry continued his sprint, raising a plume of yellow dust in the desert, with no reliable geographical markers in sight. He pressed eastward, traversing Algeria and Libya until he reached Egypt and beheld the Nile. Ascending along the Nile would lead to the Valley of the Kings, a region renowned for its abundance of pyramids and temples. One could only hope the Amazons would remain indifferent to these vanquished foes and not dismantle the Egyptian temples. For the Amazons revere Zeus, while the Egyptian pantheon is deemed heretical by them. Although the existence of the Egyptian pantheon in this world remains uncertain, the construction of pyramids and temples is assured. Surrounded by an expanse devoid of scenery, all that met the eye was a sea of sand, a sweeping vista of yellow. Su Ming observed the grains of sand, lifted by the wind, suspended in midair, each reflecting a glimmer of light. A rattlesnake was preying on a sand rat. A cactus shed a spine, and a few rare drops of rain fell from the sky, as if time itself had been paused. Soon, he beheld a broad river stretching before the trio, its waters thick with silt, presenting a murky visage akin to a colossal dragon of earthen hues, winding its way towards the horizon. A few boats floated upon its surface, their occupants beaming with joy as they gazed westward, reveling in the sunset over the Nile. Not far off stood a modern city, Cairo, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. 700 kilometers south of Cairo, on the western bank of the Nile, lies the Valley of the Kings, Su Ming remarked. Indeed, we shall arrive shortly, Barry responded with a smile, as the thought of witnessing the Nile's sunset filled him with delight. The Valley of the Kings, in Su Ming's original world, was established between 1545 and 1515 BC. By the time he crossed over, 62 tombs had been discovered, including those of the renowned Pharaoh Ramses II and the legendary Tutankhamun, rumored to be the embodiment of death. The gorge was not only home to numerous tombs, but also housed many temples. The pantheon of Egyptian deities was vast, with countless gods beyond the 9 primordial gods said to have created the world, including various deities such as the scarab god and the serpent god. However, to speak of the most populous pantheon, one must mention the Olympian gods, who even had a deity overseeing the sewers, tasked with the sanitation of public baths and latrines, a venture that ancient Rome greatly advanced. Our destination is the Temple of Set, the stronghold of the owl, Su Ming announced, releasing Barry and stretching his neck and arms as he stepped onto the yellow sand, beginning to navigate the gorge. Barry, likewise, let go of Bryce but immediately reached for her. I noticed a shop back there. Bryce, could you spare me some change? This sandwich is surprisingly made of chickpeas. By the way, Set is not truly an owl god, nor does he have any avian connections. His animal form is that of a creature with soft fur and tusks, often believed to be a wild boar or an extinct species. Su Ming pressed on. Yet in mythology, Set is also the god of storms and the desert, later becoming the god of night and darkness. Does that ring a bell? The dark god Barbados. Barry, sipping his purchased mineral water and biting into his sandwich, replied, I'm uncertain if there is a connection between them. Perhaps it's merely a matter of shared names. Yet clearly, our owl court does not share this sentiment. They are utterly enamored with Set. Su Ming shrugged. They have forsaken modern life to dwell among the tombs of antiquity. Surely that is a testament to their devotion. Breeze was engaged in a similar endeavor with Su Ming, initially discerning the direction and subsequently observing the surrounding architecture. Seeth, one of the 9 pillars of divinity, represented darkness, and thus his temple was typically situated in shadowy locales, away from the other principal deities. Su Ming concurred with her assertion, further adding that his temple would generally stand in opposition to that of the sun god. The group cast their gaze deep into the canyon, where a location at the bend of the gorge, obscured by steep cliffs, perpetually remained untouched by sunlight. However, observe these footprints. Hundreds of individuals have traversed here recently. This is indeed a tourist area. Barry pointed to the ground at the canyon's entrance, addressing the 2 in front of him. Moreover, the shop where I purchased something earlier is not far from here. So, Su Ming turned to him, having also noticed the densely clustered footprints, reminiscent of an ant migration. Such imprints would not endure long in the sand, likely having been made no more than half an hour prior. Barry, appearing suddenly beside him like a bolt of lightning, remarked, Therefore, I surmise that if someone were to host an unusual gathering within the temple, it would likely go unnoticed. Breeze, concealing the lower half of her face with her back cloak, contended with the relentless sand and wind that infiltrated her nose and mouth. Allow me to share a fact about bats. The Egyptians were exceptionally skilled in subterranean construction. Su Ming patted Barry on the shoulder, slinging an arm around him as they continued onward. The visible portion of the Egyptian pyramids constitutes merely 2/3 of their entirety. For instance, the Great Pyramid of Khufu houses the pharaoh's burial chamber 200 feet underground, entirely surrounded by massive stones, not merely buried under sand. The Mayan pyramids were constructed from stones piled atop one another on the surface, but ancient Egyptians excavated and built beneath the ground as well, a technique also employed in their temples. Breeze pressed forward in that direction, not glancing back as she spoke. I assumed that after our numerous visits to the pyramids, you would already be aware of this by the time we reached the burial chambers. It's all pitch dark and chillingly cold, Barry remarked, stuffing a sandwich into his mouth, and Su Ming suspected he had ingested a fair amount of sand along with it. Breeze paid him no mind, directing her inquiry towards Su Ming. The entrance leading underground should be within the temple, don't you think? There may be multiple entrances. Dark energy cannot subsist on mere sustenance, and they too require supplies beneath the ground. Su Ming speculated, a notion not explored in comics. You see, there are security personnel at the temple entrance. The Olish priests cannot possibly bring in copious amounts of food and water while mingling with hundreds of tourists entering the gates daily. Yet, the entrances within the temple are relatively easier to locate, at least not akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Breeze narrowed her eyes. Well, if you wish to avoid my eliminating the security personnel at the entrance, then I shall leave that task to you. Su Ming observed a security guard approaching, baton in hand. It was likely that anyone witnessing 3 uniformed individuals nearing a relic would react similarly. Hey, visiting hours are concluded. You 3 oddities had best vacate the premises. Oh, the tone of your voice differs from what I had envisioned. I assumed this place to be a scenic area. Su Ming turned to Barry, preparing to draw his weapon. Barry promptly restrained his hand, for Su Ming's reflexes were alarmingly swift, compelling Barry to employ his extraordinary speed. Although it was somewhat excessive to label him a freak, it was evident that he was merely an ordinary individual, not one to resort to murder over such triviality. Briss raised her cloak and delivered a punch that rendered the security guard unconscious. She was notably restrained in her actions. Being called a freak was not a new experience for her, and at this moment, her heart was devoid of turmoil. There was a possibility that the security personnel had been enchanted by magic, but she was certainly not associated with the Owl Court. How could the Owl Court not recognize the heir of the Bat Clan? The Bird Tribe had been watching the Bat Tribe's descendant for millennia. From the guard's demeanor, Briss discerned that he was utterly oblivious, merely an uncouth security officer. Su Ming released his grip on the firearm. Very well, he would grant Barry this favor. As long as they did not obstruct their path, he hoped she would acquire a modicum of civility upon regaining consciousness. Crossing over the unconscious guard to enter the temple, Barry kindly dragged the guard towards the entrance, propping her against a pillar to shield her from the encroaching sands. The Temple of Set offered little of substance. Perhaps it once housed gold or jewels, but these had long been pilfered by the legitimate tomb raiders of the British Empire. Now, only severely weathered statues remained, alongside a few replicas encased in glass displays. A golden scepter used by the pharaoh, though regrettably, it is a counterfeit. Su Ming tapped against the adjacent glass, where a shimmering, curved staff sat under the spotlight, reminiscent of a Christmas candy cane, its red and white stripes contrasting with the golden and blue hues of this inedible version. How shall we locate the entrance? Barry inquired, discarding the remnants of his sandwich into a trash bin. Briss retrieved a metallic sphere from her belt, her bat smoke bomb, and casually placed it on the ground. If there were passages or cavities below, the force of gravity would cause the upper floor to sag slightly. Thus, they needed only to identify the lowest point. The small sphere began to roll, gliding in a particular direction, and she gestured for the others to follow. Maneuvering around various statues and display cases, traversing an array of slogans and informational plaques until the sphere finally came to a halt. After several confirmations, Briss determined that this was indeed the spot. She then produced a canister resembling hairspray from her belt, spraying a bat-shaped pattern onto the floor while explaining to Su Ming and Barry, "This is bat-shaped directional explosive. It will breach the ground here. You need not retreat far. Just shield your faces." Barry glanced at Su Ming, covering the lower half of his face with his hand, muttering, "Actually, I've seen this in our world, but I've always wondered why you need to draw a bat pattern instead of just spraying it directly like toothpaste. Doesn't that seem like a waste of time?" Briss remained silent, as if she had not heard him. The substance dries rapidly. No sooner had the two spoken than a powerful, directed explosion occurred. Though the sound was not loud, the ground before them shattered, and the three plummeted into the abyss below, which was shrouded in darkness. Alarms blared overhead, dust and debris cascading onto them. Su Ming wiped the grime from his visor. Is there any need to question the answer? For he is Batman. Act swiftly. Idle chatter can await another time. Bliss hurled two bat-themed shurikens down the corridor, which promptly returned to her. She pointed to the left, that way. The automated sonar has detected movement. Barry hoisted the two others as a flash of electricity illuminated the dark passage. In the next moment, they found themselves in a space reminiscent of an opera box, gazing down upon a multitude of torches encircling a gathering of cloaked figures. They donned grotesque, skeletal bird masks, their forms completely concealed beneath hoods, stooping as if mimicking ostriches. This was the customary attire of the Chihu priests. The previous feline encounter was merely an anomaly. Indeed, this was the stronghold, and below them were no fewer than a dozen Chihu priests, which posed a significant challenge. These were sorcerers, not mere poultry. To eliminate them would require considerable effort. Bliss, lacking lethal metal, could only restrain them, while Su Ming would have to dispatch them one by one with his fists. A time-consuming endeavor. The priests below were encircling a dark well, intoning incomprehensible chants as strange vapors emanated from the pit, their language utterly alien, resembling bird calls more than any known human tongue. In this bullet-time realm, the trio could deliberate freely, untroubled by external detection. The numbers are somewhat overwhelming. What should we do? Barry inquired, needing to circulate around to maintain their current state. The response came from Su Ming, not Bliss. Utilize your speed and lightning to contain them. Each time, throw one out for me to handle. Ensure they do not raise their hands or utter a word, and avoid any projectiles or energies they may unleash. Bliss remained silent, tacitly accepting this arrangement. Su Ming turned to her. While we engage them, seek out the bat gold. It should be hidden somewhere in this vicinity, if it exists. What does it look like? Bliss requested further description. Su Ming pondered. It resembles copper, but radiates a crimson glow. It is a magical metal. The Chihu would not possess much of it, but if they do, it would not be less than the size of a brick. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest, Barry. Transport us into the throng. She made her decision promptly. Chapter 65. The assault in the next instant. A nearly invisible bolt of electricity surged into the crowd. It begins. Once freed from the speed force, Su Ming seized the moment to leap upon one of the Chihu priests, tumbling her out of the mass, while Barry circled the remaining priests, sprinting swiftly. Unlike before when he led others in a sprint, he now harnessed the swift force to draw the surrounding air, conjuring a tornado that instantly manifested at the center of the original venue. The fierce winds extinguished the nearby torches, plunging the entire cavern into darkness. Whenever any of the priests attempted to break through the encirclement or cast a spell, Barry would swiftly intervene from behind, disrupting their motions. Meanwhile, Su Ming forcefully pinned the priest of the owl to the ground, giving it no time to react as he unleashed a barrage of punches to its face. Drawing from his previous encounter with the cat-like priest, he applied some newfound strategies. Su Ming's recollections stemmed from the Celestial Empire, encompassing knowledge that Slade might be unaware of, such as theories of meridians and principles often espoused in traditional Chinese medicine. Although he found himself uncertain of his own identity, this did not hinder his ability to wield this knowledge. He could recall various health programs he had once watched, such as those promoting magnetic acupressure shoes, acupressure pillows, and spinal acupoint therapy devices, even though the ordering hotline for a certain renowned herbal remedy was now irrelevant. These fragmented pieces of knowledge coalesced into a relatively coherent and simple theoretical framework. The human body contains 108 critical acupoints, of which 72 are typically non-lethal with standard strikes, while the remaining 36 are fatal, often referred to as death points. These death points are categorized into 4 types: soft, fainting, light, and heavy, each comprising 9 specific points. Ancient Chinese medical verses describe their effects, which now serve as the basis for his actions. 100 meetings will fall. The divine court will not return the soul. A strike to the chapter gate, 9 out of 10 shall perish. The sun and the mute gate shall surely meet the king of hell. A severed spine cannot be mended, and the one beneath the knees shall perish immediately. Given that his foes were humanoid, it was worth a try. Memories surged through his mind like lightning as he unleashed his fist, clad in palladium metal gauntlets, targeting the critical points with precision, particularly the Baihui point atop the head, the Zhongmen point at the back of the skull, and the temples on either side. To achieve a lethal effect in a short span, strength and technique were both indispensable. All paths lead to darkness. All things shall welcome Barbados. The owl priest, still attempting to shout a rallying cry, was silenced by a punch to its jaw, cutting off the latter part of its utterance. Following this, he relentlessly struck its temples. Take that. D. Su Ming could feel the knuckles of his fists penetrating the priest's skull, the temples caving in. For good measure, he delivered several powerful blows to the Baihui point at the crown. The priest's cranium shattered completely, a mix of red and white staining his hands, as its mask fell away to reveal a desiccated visage resembling that of a mummy. Monstrous, with noses as sharp as birds' beaks and eyes occupying a third of their faces. They were hard to believe as human, yet at least their weaknesses mirrored those of humanity. At this moment, blood flowed from all 7 orifices, signifying its utter demise. Su Ming took a deep breath, suppressing the resurgence of memories and bloodthirsty desires, and shouted at Barry, "Send another one over." Barry glanced at the bloody corpse on the ground, shuddering involuntarily at the gruesome sight. However, he felt somewhat relieved knowing that the victim was a monster. Suddenly, the priest tossed by Barry was still preparing to chant a spell when Su Ming leaped into action, seizing the priest mid-air and clamping its neck with his legs before slamming it to the ground. The stone floor posed no harm to these creatures, as they were entirely immune to such impacts. Nevertheless, Su Ming's combat boots, crafted from a special alloy, shattered its jaw. The creature's tongue hung limply from beneath its mask, and with a glint in his eye, Su Ming seized it and yanked it out, silencing the beast. He then bent down and delivered several punches to ensure it would not have the opportunity to recite any incantations. Shaking the blood from his hands, he inhaled deeply, striving to quell his bloodlust. Although he understood that relying on the flash to eliminate enemies was futile, he could not view these beings as human. They were no different from extraterrestrial entities or denizens of the abyss. It was no wonder that despite Barry's extraordinary speed, he was relegated to a supportive role within the Justice League, with the main offensive capabilities resting on Diana and Superman. In ordinary skirmishes where killing was not an option, it was acceptable, but in the face of life and death on the battlefield, refraining from slaying the enemy was merely complicating matters. Superman had fallen victim to this same predicament. During significant crises, he often found himself rendered ineffective, becoming a target for adversaries right from the outset. Had Barry been replaced by Reverse Flash or any other speedster villain, there would have been no need for Su Ming to intervene. A swift dash to conjure a Speed Force storm would have left those priests vanquished. Alas, this was the toll of collaborating with the Flash. Convincing him to operate within the Justice League framework was a feat in itself, and at least Barry did not impede Su Ming from eliminating those who deserved it. In a world like Earth-11, one could not afford to be picky. Thus, they would have to make do with the situation at hand. Send another one. Meanwhile, as Su Ming and Barry dealt with the priests, Bliss had departed from the combat zone, circling around to the rear of the Black while that faced the priests. Here, she discovered an exceedingly rudimentary altar, where she rummaged through for bat gold. The surroundings held peculiar tomes, likely inscribed with magical incantations, alongside various odds and ends, remnants of animals or their organs. There was no sign of bat gold, and the place resembled a scene from the Stone Age, devoid of any metal. However, as she surveyed her surroundings, her gaze fell upon something unusual above her. It was a taxidermied owl, appearing almost lifelike, with feathers and talons reminiscent of its living state. Suspended by a rope from its back, it hung from the cave's ceiling as if soaring through the air. Bliss narrowed her eyes, realizing that the rope was made of brown cable rather than hemp. However, if it is an ordinary specimen, even the largest owl specimen, once dried and posed, will not weigh more than 3 kilograms, as it is a bird with lightweight bones. Does one need to use a core rope to lift something weighing 3 kilograms? Before the advent of the Iron Age, core ropes were used on the docks for lifting cargo. These ropes were made from the bark of palm trees and were employed by slaves to drag thousands of tons of stone blocks across wooden rollers during the construction of the pyramids. She felt around her waist, and a bat dart appeared in her hand. With a flick towards the rope, the sharp wings of the bat severed the cord. The owl did not take flight, but plummeted to the ground like a stone, producing a resounding thud as the desiccated owl shattered, revealing a piece of or within. It had not undergone smelting and remained in its original mineral form, angular and crystalline, exuding a copper-like hue that emitted a faint red glow, as Su Ming had described. This was bat gold, a piece no larger than a fist, found only in the lair of the owl priest. Legend has it that it is also referred to as the Bone of Set, a traditional high-end spellcasting material imbued with formidable magical power. A treasure passed down through generations of the bat tribe, ultimately pilfered by the bird tribe. Unlike several other metals, bat gold lacks the self-healing properties and cannot be forged into sturdy weapons or armor. However, it serves as a magical medium, amplifying the spells of priests and sorcerers and facilitating communication with the dark multiverse, enabling one to gaze into the lurking monsters of the endless abyss. She had found it. She lifted the heavy, or, though small, it was substantial, weighing nearly 40 kilograms. Throw it to me. Su Ming gestured for her to hurry. The oar traced a red arc through the air, landing securely in Su Ming's grasp. Securing this significantly improved their situation. There was no need for so many punches. As long as Barry pushed one over, Su Ming could simply smash the oar against the temple or crown of the head, with the sharp metal crystals coated in various red and white pastes. It was akin to a gorilla using a rock to crack nuts, albeit with excessive force. The tremendous power of the cyborg guaranteed its lethality. The oar, angular and jagged, proved to be far more effective than anticipated. The priests were not without attempts to cast spells or struggle, but their weapons and claws could not penetrate Su Ming's armor. and magical shields or similar defenses could not obstruct the metal's assault. Before long, the number of trapped owl priests dwindled, and the corpses on Su Ming's side nearly formed a small mountain. Bryce merely turned to examine other tunnels without uttering much. Chapter 66. Resolution. The surviving owl priests were becoming increasingly scarce, to the point where they could scarcely articulate a complete sentence. Barry diligently enforced Su Ming's tactics. Upon detecting any priest attempting to speak, he would promptly intervene, interrupting their actions. However, the remaining priests recognized the dire situation. Annihilation was inevitable unless they resorted to a spell that required neither incantation nor movement. Without a rallying cry or any forewarning, their bodies suddenly detonated, unleashing a viscous black substance that splattered in every direction, while a powerful gust of wind caused the entire cavern to tremble. Barry believed he had evaded the chaos. Yet tendrils of dark energy latched onto him like parasitic worms, swiftly carving deep gashes into his legs, as if transcending the very concepts of speed and space. His legs buckled, and he tumbled, colliding against the wall. At a distance, Su Ming and the others were relatively safe, as the fierce wind surged towards them. Su Ming threw himself over Briss, his palladium armor affording considerable protection, particularly against magical assaults. The force of the wind pressed against his back, making him feel as though a colossal beast had trampled him. Although the black energy was thwarted, he sustained minor injuries from the gust. Yet a flood of memories surged in his mind, leaving his expression grim. Briss, clad in a dark bat-like outfit, appeared somewhat ashen, resembling a bat indeed. Su Ming pressed his hands to his temples, striving to organize the chaotic memories. "Barry, are you all right?" he inquired, slowly rising to his feet and brushing off the dust from his attire. The tremors of the cavern gradually subsided, and with no debris falling, it seemed unlikely to collapse imminently. "Cough, cough, I'm fine, just a slight injury," Barry replied, rolling on his back and lying on the ground. The abrupt halt in his escape had sent him sprawling far from the initial chaos, colliding with the wall. I thought they might shout something before self-destructing. Why are they not adhering to the script? Perhaps they were chanting silently in their minds, Su Ming suggested, approaching to assess the wounds on Barry's legs. The situation was not dire. The dark energy had not ensnared the area surrounding his injuries. Briss knelt beside Barry, inspecting the wounds. "Should we consider using some Lazarus water?" Barry promptly shook his head, aware that Batman had once resisted the side effects through sheer willpower, but he was merely a scientist, not a resolute warrior. "No, it alters one's nature drastically, turning them into a bloodthirsty maniac, unable to find peace without slaughter. My abilities are too perilous. If I were to lose my sanity, it would spell trouble." Barry's assessment was accurate. "Let us bandage it up. The Flash recovers much faster than an ordinary person, and we should also tidy up this place." Su Ming accepted the roll of bandages handed to him by Briss and applied a battlefield first aid approach to Barry's wounds. "The water wasn't tea for naught. Later, you can bind Barbara and let her use it. It can restore her spine. As for battlefield first aid, it typically involves swiftly applying pressure to blood vessels with bandages. A hasty wrap-up due to the lack of time on the battlefield." Once finished, Su Ming propped Barry against the wall and, alongside Briss, proceeded to survey the cavern surroundings. Aside from the self-detonated priests, the ground was littered with corpses. Briss wore a stoic expression, initially believing they would encounter humans. She now realized they were monsters. Had she known earlier, she would have taken action herself. Indeed, Batman's no-kill principle applied solely to Earth's humanity, excluding aliens and monsters from its purview. The Batman of the main world had also engaged in ruthless slaughter on Apokolips. Su Ming examined the corpses of the monsters, discovering nothing of value. These creatures possessed no personal belongings. He unceremoniously discarded their bodies into a dark well. The viscous black liquid churned below, reminiscent of bubbling tar, as it consumed the mummified remains. "What do you think lies beneath?" Bryce inquired, standing aside and refraining from interfering with Su Ming's actions. "Perhaps a manifestation of some dark energy," he replied, observing how the bodies dissolved within, the principle of which remained a mystery. After casting in the final corpse, Su Ming clapped his hands and removed 4 grenades from his chest, tossing them into the well. A muffled explosion ensued, akin to the popping of corn, as the dark well collapsed, deeply buried beneath the earth, with rubble and yellow soil completely obscuring it, leaving no trace of the black substance behind. Initially, I had little faith in such a reckless plan, Bryce remarked, her expression impassive. We always bear the risks. There is no infallible plan in this world. Fortunately, luck was on our side, and you discovered the Bat Gold. Had you not found it, we would have been in serious trouble. The longer we lingered with these ghastly entities, the greater the uncertainties. If they had witnessed us chanting with the towering pile of bodies, Barry's control over the situation would have been rendered futile. Su Ming detected a faint scent of gunpowder in the air, allowing himself a slight sigh of relief. Prior to this venture, he had only possessed half the confidence he desired. Thus, he shared what he knew with Cindy, hoping that if trouble befell the three of them, she might devise a means of escape. Fortunately, he had arranged for Bryce to seek out the crucial items, and indeed, she succeeded. After all, she was the daughter of DC. Next, he resolved to search for any overlooked threats. Despite the considerable commotion earlier, the zeal of the priests for their faith might compel them to join the fray. Yet it was prudent to remain vigilant for any unique priests. I will ascend to disable the site's alarm. You all be cautious. With a swift pull of her cloak, she vanished into the darkness. Merely waiting was insufficient. Su Ming scoured the various corridors underground. Aside from the priest's quarters, the subterranean space was rather limited, even less expansive than the underground research facility of Indian Mountain. With all enemies vanquished, he encountered a few ordinary members of the Owl Court who had taken their own lives in a larger chamber. Their time of death was recent, the blood still fresh. He decided to incinerate these individuals along with the remaining books and documents using his lighter, instantly filling the underground with smoke and dust. In the place where they had descended, an inconspicuous exit led in another direction, situated in a dry riverbed outside the Valley of the Kings. By the time the three of them finally returned to the surface, night had fallen. The temperature in the desert plummeted rapidly, and not a single cloud adorned the sky, the stars appearing as if they were within arm's reach. In open spaces, the sky always seemed vast. The home of the Owls had been raided. Now only the Gotham City branch remained. The Owl priests acted as the tribe's shamans and typically did not wander indiscriminately. Supporting Barry, the group made their way toward the direction of the Nile River. Gotham City may still harbor a few secrets, Bryce remarked, her vigilance scanning the surroundings. Cairo and Gotham represent its intellect and its claws, respectively. Su Ming nodded in agreement with her assertion, carrying Barry towards the riverbank. The members of the Court of Owls are scattered across the globe. However, they have lost their priesthood, and the means of communication with Barbados have been severed by us. Cultivating a new breed of Talon will undoubtedly take 3 to 5 years, and by then, we shall have resolved the issues in the primary world. When you assert certainty, your tone lacks conviction. Do you truly believe I am oblivious to what multiversal deities signify? I merely hope matters do not deteriorate further. Bryce shook her head, having always opposed blind optimism. Su Ming glanced at her and then at Barry. That is a concern for the primary world. Barry has already agreed to employ me for the task, correct? Barry scratched his head, an embarrassed smile gracing his features. It seems so, but I wonder if Bruce will be willing to cover the expenses. You are a member of the Justice League. Your actions now reflect upon it. Bruce does not concern himself with finances. There is a 90% chance he would be willing to pay. If he refuses, I shall seek out Lex Luthor, who fancies himself the savior of humanity and would not shy away from footing the bill for the world. Subsequently, I shall hold a press conference declaring that the Justice League and Superman have invited calamity upon us. I possess ample evidence, and the world's ruffians will undoubtedly rally behind me. Su Ming set Barry down as the trio found a sheltered alcove in a cliff, igniting a fire while awaiting Barry's recovery. Barry's expression was one of turmoil. He was uncertain whether Su Ming would indeed act for monetary gain. Yet he felt it prudent for Bruce to contribute financially. However, Su Ming was merely jesting. Some matters were best kept from the knowledge of ordinary folk, to be concealed whenever possible. Regarding the Luthor Corporation, I am eager to hear your next move. Bryce interrupted the idle chatter between him and Barry, thoughtfully regarding Su Ming. Su Ming prodded the fire with a dry twig, remnants of trees that had been swept down the Nile during its inundation. Finding firewood in other deserts is far less convenient than here. Having dealt with the traitor, the next step is to address the primary conflict in this world, the military standoff between Paradise Island and Atlantis. I share your sentiments, but this requires meticulous planning. Bryce nodded, the firelight casting a crimson hue upon her face. Su Ming shook his head, uncertain whether in dissent or resignation. Plans need not be excessively meticulous. Human nature and intellect are intriguing. Sometimes the enemy's limited perspective assists us, allowing them to fill in the gaps that we exploit, rendering our strategy truly impeccable. For people only believe in what they choose to accept. Bryce seemed to grasp this sentiment, falling silent thereafter. Barry looked at Su Ming, his helmet splattered with dark blood, rendering his expression unreadable. He then glanced at Bryce, but her demeanor remained as inscrutable as ever. Discerning her thoughts from her expression was an impossibility. He could only raise his hand to indicate his desire to speak. However, they had been embroiled in conflict for centuries, not due to a lack of understanding, but rather in the relentless pursuit of dominion over the world. Chapter 67. A long-term strategy. Su Ming was well aware that power struggles are perpetually complex, not something easily resolved with a mere phrase. Yet, he harbored an alternative scheme, one that was not entirely virtuous. The heroic knight, a bastard son of Zeus, half man and half god, was the next heir of the Amazons, highly esteemed by them. The Sea Queen, on the other hand, was the reigning monarch of Atlantis, the heir of Poseidon, a hybrid of the underwater denizens and humans, wielding a trident symbolizing divine authority, thus maintaining a robust position of power. Both factions were vying for supremacy over Earth, aiming to select a ruler through warfare. Thus, Su Ming resolved to provide them with one. In truth, humanity had already discerned the course of action during the medieval era, though these demigods were overly proud. After more than 2 hours, Barry's wounds had healed, and Su Ming and Briss once again boarded a human-powered vehicle, returning to Gotham. From a distance, chaos was evident within the city. The opulent Bowles Hotel blazed like a torch, its flames unfazed even by the torrential rain, with thick smoke ascending into the night sky. Briss fixed her gaze on Su Ming, her expression inscrutable. Was this not supposed to have minimal impact? Su Ming shrugged, resolute in his denial. Recalling Cindy's assertion that all would be spun as accidents, an unexpected fire was quite fitting. Upon returning to the Batcave, she exhaled, feeling a twinge of discomfort in her chest. Barry cast a resigned glance at Su Ming, silently questioning the turmoil they had caused. Su Ming turned away and whistled nonchalantly, feigning ignorance. Inside the Batcave, the trio discovered Alfred attending to Cindy's wounds. Her armor lay discarded, leaving her clad only in a tank top and shorts. Her eyes of vivid crimson, seemingly battling the madness induced by her self-healing abilities. "Ah, miss, you have returned. Did everything proceed smoothly?" Alfred turned to regard the three, offering a polite smile while continuing his ministrations, stitching wounds and applying ointments. "It went reasonably well. What has transpired here?" Briss removed her helmet with a sigh, surprised to see Cindy injured as well. Before Alfred could respond, Cindy interjected, "It was Zero's Claw, quite a formidable adversary, with little tactical room for maneuvering. Time was of the essence, and we had to exchange wounds for wounds." Alfred added, "Indeed, that creature was well equipped and highly skilled. Its weaponry was capable of breaching Miss Cindy's armor, and it bore potent toxins as well." Su Ming glanced at Briss, realizing she had arranged for Alfred to accompany Cindy, evidence of prior preparation. With Zero's Claw neutralized, it seemed that the Gotham Owl Court would not pose a problem for the time being. At least, those whose identities were easily discernible had perished. Soon, Su Ming would ensure they bore a significant burden, rendering any future disturbances impossible. However, he was somewhat curious about the weapons capable of breaching the armor of the sacred statue. Alfred had evidently retrieved the opponent's weapon, which lay inconspicuously on the adjacent workbench. It was crafted from a pale yellow metal, finished with a matte treatment, and adorned with a small owl's head carved into the hilt. This metal was all too familiar. It turned out to be a pair of cobalt daggers. He picked one up to replace the ordinary dagger he had, leaving the other for Cindy. "What shall we do next?" Barry inquired of Su Ming, who, whenever he found a moment of leisure, always sought to fill his mouth with food. And Alfred had already prepared some. "How are you at geography?" Su Ming posed this question, removing his helmet and lighting a cigarette, taking a deep drag. Barry, perplexed, swallowed the bite of meat pie in his mouth and scratched his head. "It's all right. Actually, aside from forensic science, I'm also quite adept at sign language, web design, and guerrilla language. As a member of the Justice League, you've been to Paradise Island and Poseidonis. Haven to you?" Su Ming asked again, at which point Alfred had produced a prepared ashtray and placed it beside him. Well, although not frequently, comrades ought to keep in touch. And I happen to travel quickly. Barry revealed his innocent smile, reminiscent of shyness, as he unconsciously spun the remaining half of his hamburger with his fingers. Su Ming glanced down at the transparent ashtray, realizing it appeared to be made of natural crystal rather than glass, a true manifestation of decadent capitalist extravagance. He unceremoniously flicked some ash into it. What about Dinosaur Island? This generation of Hawkwoman should have taken you there. The main world has their outpost. Well, in comparison, I find Dinosaur Island to be far superior to Gorilla Island. Although the inhabitants are cannibalistic, at least there are no mind-controlling dinosaurs. Barry seemed to recall some unpleasant memories. Furrowing his brow, he did not learn gorilla language by choice. That settles it then. We shall abduct Captain Marvel and Queen Mara and send them to Dinosaur Island. Su Ming articulated his plan, though some details would require assistance from others. Captain Marvel could fly, and Queen Mara could swim. Even if Dinosaur Island were shrouded by mysterious forces that obscure detection, they would not be trapped. It would be necessary to nullify their superpowers through some means. Both technology and magic could suffice, but there was no time for scientific endeavors now. Magic seemed more reliable. In the realm of DC, although there were numerous sorcerers, on Earth, only villains existed among the 11. Su Ming had a vague idea of whom to seek. To strip a demigod of their divine power, one must consult someone well-versed in such powers. The witch Circe was a commendable choice. She was the offspring of the first-generation sun god Helios and the sea goddess Perse. Having spent millennia opposing the Amazons, she is proficient in various forms of sorcery and dark magic, capable of effortlessly transforming individuals into creatures such as frogs. The arts of petrification and mind control pose grave dangers to ordinary mortals. On numerous occasions, she has managed to strip Wonder Woman of her divine powers, even reducing her to mere mud and killing her once. However, therein lies a conundrum. Her strength is so formidable that negotiation becomes an impossibility. Moreover, in the primary realm, she harbors an intense loathing for men, which is even more pronounced in this world. She is immortal. The destruction of her corporeal form does not lead to her obliteration. Fortunately, Su Ming is aware of Circe's vulnerabilities. Firstly, her enchantments are ineffective against divine exorcism spells, meaning she cannot transform gods into diminutive creatures. Secondly, she harbors a profound fear of a herb known as moly, the mythical black-rooted white flower from Greek lore. According to legend, Hermes gifted this herb to Odysseus, rendering Circe's spells powerless. Thus, it constitutes her fundamental weakness. Su Ming and his companions merely need to consume this herb to gain resistance against her sorcery for an extended period. Although it may sound like a wondrous entity, it is, with determination, not scarce in availability. Moly, scientifically named snowdrop, belongs to the daffodil family and is native to the Mediterranean. In contemporary society, it is readily available in nearly every floral market worldwide. Gotham City is no exception. While a single pot may cost a few dozen dollars, it remains a remarkably economical weapon. Chapter 68. Preparations. The term kidnapping brought a conflicted expression to Barry's face, as it hardly carries a positive connotation. Well, to rephrase, it entails the imposition of restrictions on personal freedom for the sake of the world's survival. Su Ming pondered for a moment, restructuring his words. Though the essence of their actions remained unchanged. Briss first nodded. Regulation was indeed a feasible option, as she had implemented similar measures in Gotham City. That sounds much better. Thank you. Barry sighed helplessly. Su Ming clapped his hands, allowing Cindy to continue resting. Her injuries and the toxins within her body required time to recover. Henceforth, it will be just him, Barry, and Batgirl on this mission. So, Barry, once we've had our fill, we shall set forth to Gotham's floor market. All right, let us proceed. Barry hoisted Su Ming and Briss onto his back and charged through the entrance of the Batcave. In a flash, Briss navigated their path, and the trio swiftly arrived at the area dense with flower shops. It was just past 6 in the morning, yet there was no sign of dawn. Dark clouds shrouded everything, and a storm ravaged the city. The streets remained obscured, and after exiting the Speed Force, the three found themselves wading through water that rose above their knees, the torrential rain soaking every inch of their uniforms. This was indeed the heart of Gotham's floral district, where poison ivy frequently roamed. Briss led them down a street, revealing several enormous greenhouses behind the rows of shops, resembling a botanical garden, though the storm had damaged some of the roofs. Speaking of poison ivy, it was actually Cindy who initially received a task to relay a message seeking your company. When she inquires again, can you confirm that we have communicated the message? Cindy is still awaiting her payment. Su Ming forcefully kicked open the door of a shop, revealing a deluge within. Everything was submerged, and various debris floated atop the water-esque surface. The messenger ought to behave himself, as I have no time to indulge her. Bryce remained non-committal as she followed him inside, beginning to extract money from her belt, which she pressed beneath the cash register as compensation. What does the flower look like? Barry inquired of Su Ming, as an array of flora filled every corner of the room, with tender branches even cascading from the ceiling. It bore white petals with dark roots, difficult to describe precisely, but the shop had a sign. You could refer to the name on the pot. It was called Snowdrop, or alternatively, White Flower Scallion, possibly even labeled as Morris. Su Ming had encountered it before, albeit only in the realm of comics. Who could say how it appeared in reality? Equipped with night vision devices, he and Bryce navigated the expansive, waterlogged flower shop, eventually discovering a few specimens within the greenhouse. Barry observed the pot Su Ming cradled, gently caressing a leaf and leaning closer to inhale its scent. It's actually quite lovely, though it lacks fragrance. Reminiscent of scallions instead. Su Ming shrugged. Before we meet Cersei, we'll need to consume these plants. I hope you appreciate the taste of scallions. Bryce's attention was elsewhere as she queried Su Ming. When you say it can break curses, is that a general statement? To be more precise, it pertains to the witchcraft of Olympus mythology. It likely bears no effect on African voodoo. Su Ming cradled 2 pots, each containing a few scattered stems. Sufficient for their purposes. The Wayne Enterprises would invest in cultivating such plants. Should they prove effective, they might be of use in the future. As Su Ming made his way outside, he casually remarked, "You'd best hope it's effective. If at ISNT, meeting Cersei would be courting death." Barry sighed. As a representative of the new technological age, he had previously dismissed the existence of magic and witches. Even after becoming the Flash, his adversaries were primarily physicists or engineers, all adhering to scientific principles. It was only after joining the Justice League and witnessing Diana's foes that he realized the nature of her opponents. Mythical creatures abounded, and the varieties of magic were limitless, with curses that were as diverse as they were malevolent. He found this amalgamation of the incomprehensible rather unappealing. Where next? He scratched his head, having grown accustomed to following Su Ming's lead after several collaborations. To the Joker's territory. Poison ivy resides there, and I require some of her venom. Su Ming had a habit of closing doors behind him, and he meticulously fixed the flower shop's entrance. Barry remained taciturn, and in a flash, the 3 vanished from sight, returning once more to the domain of the circus. The corpses strewn upon the ground appeared to have been entirely submerged by water. Su Ming handed a flower pot to Bliss. "You wait downstairs. Their sight of you might not bring them joy." Bliss, her expression devoid of emotion, accepted the flower pot and stepped beneath a nearby eave. She was unafraid of the rain, yet the downpour threatened to ruin the flowers. Su Ming beckoned Barry to accompany him upstairs, inevitably exposing him to the scene of carnage within. "Did you do this?" Barry remarked disdainfully, glancing at him, incredulous that the Grim Reaper had returned him to the scene of crime. Su Ming pushed open the grand doors of the ballroom, where the revelry of Harley and Ivy seemed to have come to an end, as the music and vibrant lights had ceased. Upon entering, he discovered Harley and Ivy entwined in slumber upon a massive circus trampoline, nestled together in a deep sleep. Perhaps due to the warmth of intoxication, they were uncovered. Their alabaster skin laid bare, limbs intertwined. Harley wore a blissful smile, lost in dreams unknown. While Harley might succumb to drunkenness, Poison Ivy was impervious to it. Her body, a veritable botanical entity, thrived on chlorophyll and venom, treating alcohol as mere nourishment. "Ivy, I know you sense my presence." Su Ming approached the bedside, addressing Ivy, who was cradling Harley. Ivy's eyes fluttered open. For a plant, the distinction between wakefulness and slumber held little significance. She unabashedly showcased her curves, turning to present herself alluringly. Barry instinctively swallowed, unsure where to direct his gaze, feeling a pang of awkwardness. "What brings you back? Planning to join our revelry?" Poison Ivy inquired, casting a flirtatious glance. Su Ming removed his helmet, signaling his benign intentions, and shook his head. No, I require your assistance. I need some of your seductive venom. Oh, and why should I assist you? Ivy stretched her waist, rising, while vines tidied her hair. With approximately 500,000 plant species on Earth, even a cataclysmic flood would leave some surviving. Yet marine plants constitute only 2 of that total. We now have an opportunity to save the remaining 98. It merely requires your venom. Having regained a wealth of Slade's memories, Su Ming articulated a lengthy array of data, which Ivy, as a botanist, would surely recognize as credible. Ivy tilted her head, assessing Su Ming, then glancing at Barry before finally nodding. Very well, you have persuaded me. The more plants, the merrier. She extended her pink tongue, delicately licking her lips while alluringly tracing circles, her large eyes sparkling as they gazed at Su Ming, seemingly anticipating something. Unfazed, Su Ming retrieved his water bottle from his thigh pack and offered it to her. Ivy shot him a playful glare, as if chiding him for his lack of romantic sensibility, yet she extended a vine to accept it. That will suffice. She brought the water bottle close to her lips, a pink droplet of saliva trickling down her writhing tongue into the vessel. Yet, her gaze remained fixed on Su Ming, as if hinting at something unspoken. However, Su Ming remained unfazed, prompting her to let out a sigh and return the bottle to him with the tendrils. How long is the duration? Su Ming tightened the cap and repositioned on his lap. The poison ivy shifted slightly, leaning back to support herself with the vines, inadvertently striking a seductive pose. At that moment, Harley seemed to sense something, her small hands exploring the bed before ultimately wrapping around Ivy's waist, drifting back to sleep. Oh, my venom. Without an antidote, it can accompany one for a lifetime. It will make one madly infatuated with the opposite sex before them. You're the first man to actively seek such a thing. She gently caressed Harley's hair, braiding it into a twist with the vines. Thank you for the reminder. I shall no longer use this water bottle. We have more pressing matters at hand. Su Ming indicated it was time to leave, but Barry did not respond. Turning his head, Su Ming tapped him irritably. Barry, why are you keeping your eyes closed? Oh, haha. Right, we should go. Barry finally came to his senses, his face nearly as red as his uniform, forcing a laugh as a flash of lightning streaked past. Ivy watched as the two vanished in an instant. Yet the vines sensed their departure, and the door continued to swing as if stirred by the wind. She sighed in disappointment, having initially wished to play more, but soon lay back, gazing at the smiling Harley. She placed a gentle kiss on her cheek and closed her eyes. Chapter 69. The braved in Bliss remained in her original position, seemingly merging with the darkness, her back cloak completely obscuring her silhouette. Upon seeing the two emerge, she intended to return a pot of flowers to Su Ming. The poison ivy is surprisingly cooperative. In truth, she was not cooperative at all. Her methods were ineffective against me. Su Ming did not take the pot, gesturing for Bliss to hold it. The amphibious breathing ability of the Sea Queen is neither divine power nor an external object, but rather an inherent trait of her bloodline. I require the Scarecrow's fear toxin to instill a terror of water within her, psychologically preventing her from approaching the sea. When it comes to instilling fear, Bliss is an expert, but her expertise is limited to the fear of bats. The Scarecrow's fear toxin, however, has a broader functionality. Typically, the Scarecrow prefers to disseminate fear through vaporous toxins, as they cover a larger area and affect more individuals. In rarer cases, particularly against foes capable of checks, he resorts to injecting concentrated venom into their bodies, combined with psychological guidance and suggestion, nearly ensuring the injected individual fears anything. The Scarecrow delves into the deepest fears harbored within others, leading them gradually into madness or stupor. For instance, Bliss had once been injected with venom, witnessing the illusion of her parents being killed amidst a swarm of flying bats, leaving her profoundly traumatized. Now, Su Ming needed to first venture to the black market to procure the fear toxin, alongside preparing a specialized needle capable of penetrating the Sea Queen's skin. Morning on Paradise Island. Heavenly Island seems eternally untouched, with its pristine mountains, crystal-clear waters, and a temperate climate, adorned with an abundance of flowers and lush vegetation. Elegant white marble houses nestle among the greenery, devoid of towering skyscrapers and the clamor of city life, resembling a veritable paradise. A clear stream cascades down from the mountaintop, where a majestic waterfall creates a shimmering rainbow. The island's inhabitants wear smiles, relishing the simplicity of their existence. Even amidst the Amazon's dominion over the world, Heavenly Island remains a sanctuary. Here, grand constructions are absent, and the population is limited to the families of council members and royal lineage, while others reside in the broader society beyond its borders. Alas, the Amazons face the pressing issue of overpopulation. Perhaps during the tumultuous times of war, their casualty rates were high, but after centuries of tranquility, their progeny flourish. Yet, this bears no relevance to Don. As an Amazonian prince, he resides in palaces and castles. Although the Amazons value simplicity and valor, often looking down upon men, a prince is a prince, especially one of divine heritage, and thus, he is treated distinctly. While the pleasures of his life may seem trivial compared to the outside world, he finds satisfaction in possessing divine artifacts while others don animal skins and linen. He does not seek the best, merely to surpass others suffices. Though he has ventured into the outer world, his escapades have often resulted in chaos, perceived as signs of a foolish ruler by the Amazonian Council. For instance, he transformed a city sports arena into a gladiatorial coliseum, secretly capturing civilians to witness mythic creatures slaughter them, or subtly annihilating all vehicles in a city, forcing citizens to commute on horseback and enticing sea creatures to the city for slaughter, only to reappear as a hero, vanquishing them in a melodramatic fashion. Regrettably, he seems to lack prudence, as the council invariably uncovers his antics and reports them to the queen. While certain matters are concealed to uphold the Amazonian image, the council diligently crafts excuses to placate the common populace. Various media outlets and news agencies launch a full-scale campaign to portray him as a virtuous figure, a hero with a heart for the world, with numerous scholars and experts rallying behind him, insisting that regardless of public belief, they stand firm in their conviction. However, mere deception proves insufficient. He finds himself confined to Heavenly Island by the Queen, forbidden from venturing out, instructed to remain subdued until the uproar subsides. Yet, he is unperturbed. With the ability to fly, escape is merely a thought away. Recently, lacking fresh and exciting ideas, he decides to take this opportunity for contemplation. At this moment, he finds himself in the palace garden, delightfully tending to the flora, having dismissed the surrounding guards. For collectively, they do not pose a threat to him. Whether they are present or absent makes little difference. The Queen's confinement of him is, in truth, a mere facade, a means to silence the council. The palace garden sprawls magnificently, adorned with mythical creatures such as a white deer adorned with starry antlers and winged rabbits. He plucked a delicate flower, inhaling its fragrance with a self-satisfied grin. Subsequently, he tucked the blossom behind his ear and gazed at his reflection in the garden's pond, indulging in alluring gestures and self-admiration. Alas, I am truly the most handsome man in the world, he mused. He extended his thick, knuckled fingers to caress his visage, devoid of any facial hair, for divine strength granted him eternal youth, rendering him perpetually 17 or 18. After a moment of contemplation, he reached out to touch his reflection in the water, wetting his fingers before placing them upon his lips, his broad tongue licking them as he spoke to his image. Even you are beautiful, but that is merely a reflection of my unparalleled beauty. However, as he reveled in his self-adoration, an unwelcome, retching sound echoed behind him. What audacity! Who dares mock the prince of the Amazons? The most beautiful man in existence. Do they truly believe the Amazon's blades are dulled? His visage darkened with frost as he turned, encountering an oddly dressed individual. Indeterminate in gender, their attire resembled that of nobility from centuries past, complete with a comical mask featuring round lenses akin to an owl's eyes. Who are you? How dare you trespass upon Paradise Island? He promptly unsheathed his fire god sword and brandished his shield, for Amazon warriors are ever armed, prepared for honorable combat. The stranger remained silent, emitting a peculiar noise, seemingly attempting to mimic an animal, only to succumb again to retching. Dunn's face shifted from pale to crimson, then to a deep shade of black, as he screamed and lunged with his sword. This lunatic was undoubtedly envious of his beauty, deliberately adopting such grotesque sounds to mock him. He intended to slay this wretch and turn their remains into dog treats. Despite the stranger's incessant retching, they swiftly produced a dagger from their sleeve. deflecting the fire god sword with ease. This left Dun momentarily stunned. The fire god sword, a divine artifact forged by the god of fire, should not have been stymied by such an inconspicuous dagger, especially as he was half-god, possessing immense strength. Yet, it appeared the stranger wielded a peculiar technique that redirected the force of his strike, causing it to cleave into the ground of the garden. In that instant, the precious truth lasso affixed to his belt vanished. Indeed, it had disappeared without a trace, seemingly without any action from his adversary. "Where's my treasure? Damn you, scoundrel! Return it to me." He swung his sword again, but the owl-masked figure deftly rolled aside. "This is utterly disgusting, Barry. Hurry up, I might actually be sick." The stranger exclaimed in disdain. A voice emanated from an unseen place behind the valiant hero. "Apologies, I just had to expel my stomach's contents by the seaside. You know how sensitive my nerves can be." The speaker, oblivious to whom he was addressing, was met with a grim understanding from Din, a warrior himself, who sensed impending danger. In the very next moment, a flash of lightning enveloped him, and he found himself ensnared tightly by his own lasso of truth. The other end of the rope was held firmly in the grasp of a man clad in an unusual hood. "Oomph, so it is a man after all. How audacious of you to presume you are worthy of such divine artifacts." With a cold snort, Dunn began to tug fiercely at the lasso. Yet the lasso of truth was the official weakness designed to counter Wonder Woman within the DC Comics universe. And even the valiant hero from the dark multiverse could not evade its effects. Once ensnared, he was rendered weak and powerless. In the subsequent second, a sharp crack echoed as he discovered, to his bewilderment, that his divine gauntlets had inexplicably fallen away. In their place, he was adorned with a pair of bronze bracelets, intricately engraved with the visage of Medusa, from whose eyes oozed a sinister black magic, spreading across his body like foul water. His divine power dissipated like a mirage, leaving him weaker than an ordinary mortal. The advantage of strength he once held vanished, and he was yanked off his feet and crashed to the ground. "Mission accomplished, retreat," commanded Su Ming as he released the lasso, first rendering Dunn unconscious, then retrieving the sword and shield from the ground. With a dagger, he inflicted a wound upon Dunn's arm, blood gushing forth. He dipped his fingers into the crimson fluid and, in a brazen act, inscribed an owl's head upon a pillar in the garden, drawing a scale and boldly declaring, "The owl court shall rule the world. All paths shall ultimately lead to darkness. All shall welcome back Barbados." In the blink of an eye, a red light flashed, and all three vanished from the spot. Chapter 70. Dinosaur Island. With a flash of lightning, they materialized upon the sandy shores of a small island, surrounded by the vast, endless ocean, with a dense rainforest at its center. The golden beach resembled a soft, luxurious carpet, and the briny essence of the sea permeated every corner of their senses. Shadows, dark and ominous, occasionally stirred within the jungle, hinting at the presence of colossal creatures inhabiting this isle. Barry unceremoniously dropped the unconscious hero, whether by design or accident, allowing him to ingest a mouthful of sand. "Ah, this is the first time I've realized that Diana's attire is not flattering on just anyone," Barry exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously, producing a comical sound. Su Ming observed Bryce waiting beneath the trees, removed his hood, and grasped one of the hero's arms, leading him towards their prepared stronghold. He had sought out Circe in the temple on Ao Island, and through the use of wondrous herbs and his own martial prowess, he successfully acquired the means to counter divine beings from Circe, who, upon realizing her sorcery had faltered, had readily complied with Su Ming's demands. The Medusa bracelet, while seemingly a magical artifact, is merely a facade. The black liquid it exudes is the infamous Circe venom, capable of transforming ordinary individuals into swine and deities into mere mortals. This transformation is irreversible unless a skilled sorcerer intervenes. Once this venom penetrates the skin of the hero, he becomes less than ordinary, and Su Ming, concerned for his well-being, feared he might succumb to the damp sands of the beach. It appeared that everything was proceeding smoothly. Briss emerged from the shade of the trees. She preferred not to operate during daylight, feeling that wearing such attire under the sun was too conspicuous. Su Ming discarded the hero onto the meadow, where the peculiar plants cushioned him slightly, resembling a bed. He calmly remarked, "Everything is unfolding as planned." Provoked, he became excessively combative, opting for a sword and shield to demonstrate his martial prowess. This provided Barry with the opportunity to seize the lasso, which he then used to restrain him before substituting his divine gauntlet with the bracelet. Barry approached, sipping from a coconut and letting out a contented sigh. Indeed, I never imagined dealing with Diana would be so straightforward. What was the name of this world's Diana again? Deanna. Briss responded expressionlessly as she examined the fallen figure. Barry nodded, glancing at the individual on the ground with a hint of resignation. To be honest, he is not particularly impressive in appearance. Su Ming was not surprised that the Flash could counter Wonder Woman. In truth, if Barry acted without restraint, his abilities could easily dominate this world. However, the benevolent little Flash often limited his speed in the city to prevent sonic booms and electromagnetic forces from wreaking havoc on innocents. Nevertheless, the speed displayed was ample, especially alongside the intelligence Su Ming had gleaned from the comics. Confronting a hero, particularly one who was not the authentic Wonder Woman, posed little challenge. In the comics, there was a cancer-stricken villainess known as Mayfly who could best Wonder Woman even without the preparation that Su Ming had meticulously assembled. While Su Ming and Barry executed their abduction plan, Briss was busy preparing on the island, employing various small tools to ensure comprehensive readiness in a short span. However, capturing just the hero was insufficient. They needed to ensnare the Sea Queen as well. Compared to Paradise Island, Poseidonis presented a greater challenge, being entirely submerged underwater and requiring combat with amphibious creatures at the ocean's depths. Even in a state of confusion, Su Ming would not devise such a plan. You needn't show yourself. Simply leave him in the hut and ensure the dinosaurs do not carry him away. Su Ming took a sip of water to moisten his throat and donned a hood, transforming into the guise of a claw. His seemingly opulent attire was, in fact, a costume pilfered from a theater in Gotham, lacking the gliding capabilities of the original claw uniform, serving merely as an ornament, uncomfortably warm and emanating a musty odor. Breeze nodded, convinced that as long as she could protect this individual during his unconscious state, there would be no further concerns once he regained consciousness. The outskirts of the island were merely inhabited by small dinosaurs, a trivial threat. Thus, she dragged Den into the cottage and unceremoniously cast him into a corner, awaiting the arrival of the Sea Queen to keep him company. She held unwavering faith in the capabilities of the Bell of Death. For his adeptness at intelligence utilization was extraordinarily high. It was as if he possessed an innate understanding of each person's vulnerabilities and the means to counteract them. With such abilities at his disposal, his schemes were destined for success. Many of the strategies he employed were beyond her knowledge or experience, embodying the essence of effective tactics to exploit the enemy's weaknesses. Meticulous planning rendered combat significantly more manageable. Batgirl herself was a master tactician. Numerous adversaries had been more formidable than she, yet she invariably emerged victorious. Thus, she recognized the true terror of the Bell of Death, which lay not merely in his formidable martial prowess and marksmanship, but also in the fact that beneath his guise as the world's most lethal assassin, he was simultaneously one of the foremost tacticians on the planet. As she observed the footprints left behind in the sand by the two departing figures, Breeze meticulously erased them before concealing herself in the shadows. Out on the vast ocean, Barry was sprinting frantically alongside Su Ming, acutely aware that if their plan succeeded, Earth 11 would be preserved, allowing them to return to the main world to confront their true adversaries. Friends from the Justice League awaited him. Su Ming's strategic maneuvers instilled confidence in Barry, who now regarded Su Ming as a true ally. Their intended destination, as previously disclosed by Su Ming, was the Port of Mercy in Maine. The terminology referencing the main world was merely a means of conveying geographical context. This location was the Sea Queen's homeland. She was the illegitimate daughter of a human and an Atlantean, having spent her childhood on land before returning to the depths of the ocean, where she unexpectedly inherited the trident of Poseidon and the throne of the underwater kingdom. Unlike the Arthur of the main world, the Sea Queen of Earth 11 was more aligned with the Atlanteans and possessed a more aggressive disposition. She could be aptly described as a brute, with her personality akin to that of a merciless undersea warlord. Su Ming had no intention of confronting her in her domain. Her strength was equivalent to that of a typical human multiplied by 1,500, and in the underwater realm, Su Ming was no match for the fish. Therefore, he aimed to lure the Sea Queen to the surface, where he and Barry could unleash a dose of fear-inducing venom upon her, supplemented by the Medusa bracelet to suppress her divine abilities. The battlefield would undoubtedly be her childhood home, the lighthouse at Port of Mercy. This location was steeped in her memories, and she would be reluctant to unleash a tsunami to inundate it, subconsciously refraining from exerting her full strength, thus affording Su Ming a greater advantage. As for the method of enticing her upward, he had already conceived a plan. The lighthouse keeper here was none other than the father of the Sea Queen, but he had been slain by the Manta Ray several years prior. In the main world, this was the narrative. Aquaman and the Manta Ray had each taken the life of the other's father, forging a deep-seated enmity. Though this lighthouse appears to be maintained by the townsfolk, it seems they only tend to it occasionally. The small cottage beneath the lighthouse is utterly devoid of life, giving the impression of having been abandoned for many years. Her father's grave lies not far away. Su Ming has no intention of disturbing someone else's ancestral tomb. Despite Slade's recollections of having done so on numerous occasions, Su Ming's own memories strongly reject such actions, deeming them morally reprehensible and unnecessary. He can effortlessly utilize this grave for his own theatrical purposes. Chapter 71. Port of Compassion Bari. You can set up a bonfire here, large enough to roast a whole cow. Su Ming discarded his lighter and cigarettes, shedding his disguise to reveal the black and yellow armor underneath. Bari glanced at the nearby cross-shaped gravestone. Although slightly weathered, it was at least relatively clean. Is he truly planning to barbecue in front of someone else's grave? Of course, this is for the sake of the world. Su Ming produced a bat-shaped small oxygen tank, placed it in his mouth while fastening his helmet, and mumbled inarticulately in response. I can't shake the feeling that I won't be able to face our world's Aquaman again. Though Bari expressed skepticism, his body was quite obedient. In an instant, a substantial pile of firewood appeared before him, arranged into a massive bonfire, and he seemed to have procured gasoline to douse it with. Witnessing Bari dutifully follow through, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at the effectiveness of this righteous pretext, capable of compelling even superheroes to comply, regardless of whether the action aligned with Bari's worldview. At least he lacked strong opinions and would not impede their progress. Invoking the safety of the world was indeed a foolproof excuse. He instructed Bari to prepare on one side, while he made his way to the dock, plunging into the water. The Port of Compassion is not a grand harbor. In fact, there are scarcely any vessels here. The town lies on the other side of the cliff, where there is a docking area for the townsfolk. This place serves merely as a refuge. During hurricanes, boats seek shelter here, benefiting from its favorable geographical location, though it is rarely utilized otherwise. This was his first time diving in uniform, encased in a palladium armor that caused him to sink swiftly to the seabed. The time was merely morning, and the weather here was considerably more pleasant than in Gotham. However, the underwater realm remained shrouded in darkness. Through the red lenses of his goggles, he beheld a world tinged in crimson. Tattered fishing nets, a few dilapidated shipwrecks, and various corals and seaweeds swayed gently, influenced by the currents of the sea. His target was not ordinary fish, but rather larger specimens. Aquaman possesses the ability to communicate with marine life, particularly favoring seahorses, which serve as his steeds. Dolphins and sharks are also among his friends, for their brains are sufficiently large and intelligent enough to engage in play. Strictly speaking, main specialties are marshlands and crocodiles, the latter not being allies of Aquaman, perhaps due to the fact that crocodiles are descendants of reptiles, rendering communication with them impossible. However, the coastline here is home to sharks, which are, in fact, companions of the Sea Queen. These creatures, preferring the company of fish over humans, reflect the dark past of the Sea Queen's youth. In this realm of Earth 11, darkness prevails, and the DC universe, by its very nature, is steeped in shadows, rendering this multiverse even more somber. As he pondered, he deftly seized a fish that swam past, drawing his dagger for a swift strike. The incision was shallow, intended merely to provoke the fish into a panicked escape. Methodically, he repeated this action, wounding dozens of various fish within a short span of time. He awaited the arrival of several sharks, knowing that only by injuring the Sea Queen's companions would he capture her attention. In a place like Mercy Harbor, she would not bring her army, for it symbolizes a part of her humanity, a notion she has always been wary of. Even the Aquaman of the main world holds similar sentiments. The Atlanteans harbor a deep-seated animosity towards surface dwellers, and during the early years of her reign, many questioned her legitimacy as queen due to her impure lineage. Although her rule eventually stabilized through force, she remained reluctant to expose her humble beginnings. Thus, Su Ming chose Mercy Harbor, not only because it was her hometown, where her father was buried, but also because it was the sole location that ensured she would not come with her legions. Sharks can detect the scent of blood from as far as 200 kilometers away, and they would gather in droves to feast. Su Ming intended to use the blood of numerous fish to lure them in. The oxygen tank from Bryce Esbat could sustain him for quite some time. He had ample opportunity to wait, leisurely dispatching fish while admiring the monotonous underwater scenery as time slipped away swiftly. After approximately 10 minutes, he spotted enormous dark shapes gliding towards him, their arrow-shaped tails cutting through the water. They had arrived. He sheathed his dagger and drew a long sword, now seeking a decisive strike. Sharks, after all, are merely fish with limited intelligence, and the black and yellow armor of the tolling bell served as a warning hue to them. They would not flee from the color orange. Rather, they would refrain from attacking. With their gaping jaws, they prowled the waters, their rows of sharp teeth stacked ominously, preying upon the injured fish, causing the water to grow increasingly murky. The sharks appeared rather plump. Had the Japanese seen them, they would undoubtedly salivate. Japan boasts 40 of the world's deep-sea fishery yield, consuming everything from whales to dolphins to sharks. With these thoughts in mind, he remained undeterred. As one shark swam nearby, he propelled himself off the seabed like a torpedo, the strength of his enhancements evident. He latched onto the shark's head, gripping his long sword tightly, and plunged it forcefully downwards. The shark struggled momentarily before succumbing to stillness. Employing the same method, he dispatched another, then dragged the two sharks back towards the shore by their tails, treading along the ocean floor. The frigid seawater trickled down from his armor, staining the rocky beach with the vibrant red blood of the sharks. He dragged two sharks toward the bonfire atop the hill, where Barry was tending to the flames. All right, find a place to hide. Wait for the Sea Queen to arrive. Employing the tactic of feinting, Su Ming suggested, pointing toward a nearby lighthouse, signaling him to seize the opportunity. Barry gazed at the two massive sharks, each longer than his height, their dense teeth resembling serrated saws, glistening with moisture on their dark greenish skin. Well, since the fish are dead, they ought to be well cooked, he mused. Su Ming reluctantly nodded in agreement. It was nearly impossible to don the guise of the stealthy predator once more. He moved aside to chop down two small trees, skewering the sharks like kebabs and propping them beside the bonfire. He wondered if this method would adequately cook the enormous fish. After all, Europeans had a penchant for medium-rare steaks, so perhaps fish would be similar. He was acutely aware that countless eyes were watching him from the depths, and these fish would soon report to the Sea Queen. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that they were perched on a cliff, the expansive view offering a refreshing breeze, evoking a sense of camping. He had even brought a chair from the Sea Queen's old abode and a tabletop to guard the roasting fish. The tabletop, salvaged from a common dining table, served as a makeshift fan to stoke the fire, intentionally directing the smoke towards the ocean. The fats from the sharks dripped onto the flames, producing a crackling sound as the flames licked the fish's body, releasing an extraordinary aroma that began to permeate the air. One hand fanned the fire while the other adjusted the angle of the meat, yet his eyes, concealed beneath the owl mask, remained fixated on the majestic sea. Chapter 72. The Sea Queen. 19,000 feet beneath the Atlantic Ocean lay Poseidonis, the capital of the Atlantis Empire and the largest underwater city of the Atlanteans. The depths were initially shrouded in darkness, but they illuminated the city with various bioluminescent marine flora and fauna, transforming it into a beacon at the ocean's floor. Visible even from several nautical miles away, the underwater city possessed distinct advantages. It remained undiscovered and undisturbed by outsiders, even amidst tempestuous winds above the surface, while the deep sea remained perpetually tranquil and serene. The Atlanteans, bearing demigod blood, could withstand water pressure, living akin to true deep-sea creatures. The city was home not only to Atlanteans, but also to countless marine creatures that coexisted harmoniously with the denizens of the deep. Vibrant schools of fish darted through the city, towering corals resembling trees, and structures crafted from reefs that could endure for millennia. At the heart of these edifices stood a resplendent palace, the current residence of the Sea Queen, Arthur. In the vast throne room, she sat alone, reclining upon her throne. She adorned herself in a shimmering golden scale top and verdant scale trousers, a fashionable ensemble favored by the denizens of Atlantis. The gold symbolizes the sky, while the green signifies the ocean. Leaning against the throne was Neptune's trident, a symbol of sovereignty, though its power as a weapon was rather mundane, possessing only the merit of durability. In contrast, Poseidon's trident, a divine artifact of the sea god, could summon towering waves and command the aquatic creatures of the world, unparalleled in its might. Typically, she wielded Neptune's trident merely for show, while the divine weapon rested within the temple, receiving reverence and accumulating divine power. Queen Arthur of the Sea reclined on her throne, propping her head with one arm, her mind wandering aimlessly. Small fish flitted before her, brushing against her hair with their tails, though she remained blissfully unaware. Her golden, mid-length hair floated gently in the water, radiating a beautiful glow in the sunlit shallows. Yet, this very hue had been the root of her people's initial resistance, as golden locks were emblematic of humanity. The excessive exploitation of the ocean and the catastrophic overfishing of marine life had long stirred their ire, their wrath building over centuries. Although her dominion had been solidified through the might of the sea god's trident and her iron-fisted rule, this alone was insufficient. The Atlanteans subsisted primarily on smaller fish, for they lacked the capacity for thought or awareness, serving as mere sustenance for the denizens of the deep. However, as the sea queen, she refrained from consuming even the smallest fish, choosing instead to sustain herself on seaweed and a few terrestrial animals brought from the land. In a bid to assert her sovereignty over all oceanic creatures, the Atlanteans deemed small fish acceptable for consumption, yet regarded larger marine beings as friends, capable of communication and play. Many grew up alongside dolphins and whales. Yet, these companions faced grave dangers, as a single misstep could result in them ending up on the dining tables of surface dwellers, a grievous affront that fueled profound animosity. Regardless, even the smallest fish were off-limits for surface dwellers. While marine beings could consume landfolk, the reverse was intolerable. Despite the surface dwellers being equally intelligent as the denizens of the deep, their allegiance lay with their kin rather than reason. Moreover, the continual dumping of sewage and refuse into the ocean by surface dwellers, alongside nuclear testing on islands, severely compromised their living environment, akin to defecating upon the heads of the Atlanteans. This was not merely a matter of diminished interests, but a profound insult to their dignity. The Sea Queen, firmly aligned with her underwater kin, had little to say to surface dwellers following her father's demise. Currently, she pondered how to obliterate both the Amazons and surface dwellers in one fell swoop, aspiring to dominate the world herself. The ordinary populace was inconsequential. A few tidal waves would suffice to eradicate them, yet the true challenge lay in the reigning Amazons. The inhabitants of Atlantis possess formidable powers, capable of traversing both sky and sea. However, should they choose to unleash an offensive upon the ocean, they would inevitably provoke a powerful counterattack, as even the very gravity of the earth seems to align with their adversaries. After all, water flows downward. Should foes poison the sea, it would be an unstoppable force. The Atlanteans have diverged along a different technological path. They harbor a disinterest in computers and intricate devices, favoring instead military apparatus. Large vehicles resembling metallic octopuses and fish-like tanks designed to withstand terrestrial assaults have proven their worth in myriad conflicts over the centuries. The Sea Queen yearns for a definitive solution, weary of minor skirmishes and protracted warfare. The Atlantean strengths lie in their robust physiques and the very ocean itself. The strategic question remains, how to wield these advantages to vanquish their global foes. Their governance is an absolute monarchy, devoid of any parliamentary system akin to that of the Amazons, leaving her with no counsel on such military matters save for the various fish. While marine mammals may provide some comfort, the cognitive capacity of fish is hardly commendable. She finds herself ensnared in a mental deadlock, her thoughts consumed by the notion of being submerged. This approach is untenable. Her aspiration is to become the sovereign of the world, not to perish alongside her enemies. As she contemplates her dilemma, a peculiar frequency resonates within her mind. It is the language of fish, perceptible solely to the Atlanteans through brainwaves, and only the Sea Queen comprehends its implications. Queen, we are being attacked. Though the fish remain elusive, their thoughts reach her. They are not ordinary fish. Rather, They're a favored group of sharks that have long patrolled the waters beyond sea and harbor, safeguarding her ancestral home. Seizing the trident beside her throne, she propels herself into the depths, the powerful currents accelerating her progress. In an instant, she departs the throne room, adorned with seaweed and bioluminescent creatures, and darts towards sea and harbor. She does not summon her guard. She prefers her home to remain concealed, a symbol of her past. Intertwined with humanity. Confident in her ability to confront any foe alone, she is well-equipped. Her armor, while not divine, is formidable, and she possesses immense strength. Honed through countless battles, mastering polearm weaponry, rarely does she venture onto land for combat, unless absolutely necessary, for prolonged absence from the water saps her strength, rendering her akin to an ordinary human. Yet, in her view, the only hunters at sea and harbor are fishermen. Dispatching a few commoners would be a trivial task. Having returned to sea and harbor, she considers lingering briefly in her homeland, perhaps to conceive a new strategy to eradicate the Amazons. The currents propel her through the azure waves. As countless marine creatures seem to cheer her on, above, she discerns the glimmers of light heralding the dawn. She is the queen of Atlantis, and the marine creatures are her subjects. Now, she is determined to seek justice for her people. Chapter 73. In rage, however, as she emerged from the waves and stepped onto the land, she discovered that reality was somewhat different from her expectations. There were no fishing boats in sight. Only a few seagulls and other seabirds flitted about in the air. With disdain, she cast a glance at these airborne foes, harnessed her hydrokinesis, and the seawater coalesced into dense arrows that shot skyward with ferocity. The once jubilant fishers fell into the depths, where countless fish immediately began to tear at them, transforming them into a pool of blood. While the seagulls were detestable, they were clearly not capable of harming sharks. The true perpetrators were undoubtedly humans. Suppressing her revulsion, she scrutinized the beach, and indeed, she spotted two distinct trails of fresh blood on the rocky shore. The bloodstains meandered up the hill, and the direction of the displaced stones pointed toward the mountain-ass summit, indicating that someone had dragged a bleeding prey up the slope. Judging by its size, it must be her deceased shark companion. At that moment, she caught a whiff of smoke, mingled with an odd aroma of roasted meat. This scent, combined with the briny tang, reminded her of when she was unaware of her hybrid lineage and had indulged in such fare. Grilled seafood. A fishing port, had been a source of sustenance during her childhood. However, upon discovering her heritage, she developed a deep disdain for all surface dwellers who consumed fish. As her homeland, she believed the residents should set an example by ceasing all forms of fishing. She had driven away the fishermen through various means, leaving only the elderly or those incapable of venturing into the sea in the town. As for the former fishermen, some had perished, while others had been forced inland by the harsh sea conditions to seek their fortunes elsewhere. In any case, no harm to the fish would be tolerated otherwise. They would invoke the wrath of the sea goddess. If not for the cherished memories of her childhood in this place, she would have long since unleashed a tsunami to engulf this small town. Yet, at this very moment, someone had the audacity to slay two sharks and brazenly host a barbecue not far from the shore. The direction of the rising smoke pointed towards her ancestral home, near the base of the lighthouse, where her father was laid to rest. In North America, sharks are not typically consumed. They are hunted either for sport or to demonstrate prowess. The sudden appearance of this smoke was undoubtedly an affront. As the daughter of a lighthouse keeper, she often ascended and descended the tower with her father, their lives revolving around that beacon. In those days, she would gaze out at the boundless ocean, imagining what lay beyond, while listening to her father's tales of seafarers. However, she later discovered her true lineage, leading to a conflict with her father's views on humanity's fishing practices. She felt a deeper connection to her mother beneath the sea, while her human father became as alien to her as an entirely different species. Her mother perished in a rebellion, and she ascended to the throne, vanquishing all dissenters. Yet, shortly thereafter, her father also fell victim to an assassination by a manta ray, and she buried him beneath the lighthouse. Her last vestige of humanity was interred alongside him. From that moment on, she severed all ties with humanity and embraced her identity as an Atlantean. But now, someone had peeled back her queenly facade, reminding her that she was, in fact, the daughter of the lighthouse keeper and had slain her friend, incinerating the remains, an act tantamount to courting death. She gripped her trident tightly, seawater cascading down its length, reflecting resplendent rays of light as dawn broke. The ocean lay behind her, a steadfast ally. Gazing at the crimson stains on the ground, she retraced her familiar path from the dock to the lighthouse. Once her home, now the lair of her adversary. She resolved to eliminate her foe, to impale him upon a pyre with her trident, allowing her aquatic companions to savor the taste of human flesh, and then to obliterate this town entirely, bidding farewell to her past. As the cobblestone path beneath her feet dwindled, she finally beheld a figure cloaked in a peculiar hood, erecting a large bonfire at her father's grave, with 2 sharks skewered beside it, reminiscent of roasted corn. The figure was androgynous, yet busy turning a small tree serving as a grill, while the other hand, in an odd posture, sprinkled salt upon the fish. The salt flowed freely from the bottle, cascading down his forearm and elbow, evenly coating the fish. It seemed as though this figure was conversing with himself, yet his voice rang out loudly, seemingly intended for her ears alone. This individual was, of course, Su Ming, equipped comprehensively as a mercenary, possessing a small vial of salt for his ventures into desolate regions. Despite being a cyborg and super soldier, prolonged absence of salt would diminish his strength. The salt served not only to season food, but also to replenish electrolytes in emergencies, alleviate the aftermath of significant blood loss, or disinfect wounds. In some underdeveloped areas, salt could even be utilized as a form of currency to procure assistance. Upon noticing the arrival of the Sea Queen, he deliberately extracted the salt, feigning nonchalance as he sprinkled it onto the fish. If his intention were truly culinary, how could 2 sharks suffice with such a meager amount of salt? His aim was to provoke the Sea Queen. In the main world, King Arthur of the Sea was not particularly known for his cunning, akin to his neighbor Thor. Once enraged, his thoughts would narrow to sheer brute force. It must be said that he indeed possessed the privilege of strength, with power 1,000-fold greater than that of ordinary man, and divine might rendering him impervious to most conventional weaponry. Aquaman has always served as the primary tank within the Justice League, with Batman typically formulating the strategies. When Batman declares an assault on a formidable foe, he seldom assigns intricate tactics to Aquaman. The instruction is simply to engage. He gets knocked back, rises again, and charges forth repeatedly until he can no longer move. His large physique and booming voice, coupled with his resilience, make him an effective distraction for enemies, thus providing opportunities for Superman, Diana, and Green Lantern to unleash their attacks. During this phase, Batman and Barry often manage the minor adversaries on the periphery. One is reluctant to kill, while the other is too fearful to do so. The Justice League, beyond its role as a bulwark against extraterrestrial threats, also serves as a means for Batman to keep a watchful eye on his comrades. In truth, there hasn't been a significant villain felled by Aquaman's brute force alone. When the stakes are dire and survival is paramount, it is ultimately Diana who takes charge. A seasoned warrior and a dockside youth are worlds apart, and even with a desire to kill, one must adhere to fundamental principles. If only she could be provoked into temporarily overlooking the formidable powers of the ocean, Su Ming might find his opportunity. You dare slay my friend? Blood for blood. Indeed. Upon witnessing this individual nonchalantly preparing a meal, the act of salting the dish was audacious enough to ignite the wrath of the Sea Queen. As a human, how could one dare consume such noble and benevolent oceanic life? Without hesitation, she hurled her trident with the precision of a javelin. Su Ming had no chance of withstanding such force and was at a disadvantage. While he could grasp it, he would undoubtedly be flung away. He dropped down and rolled to evade the lightning-fast attack. The trident crashed heavily into the chair he had just vacated, splintering stone and wood, sending shards glistening with morning dew soaring into the sky. The Sea Queen leapt forward, delivering a forceful punch that pushed Su Ming back before lifting her trident to thrust directly at his chest. Although her strength was considerable, her speed was lacking. Even the mightiest strike is futile if it cannot find its mark. The physical prowess and lethal skills of the Grim Reaper allowed him not only to react swiftly, but also to master various weapons, with the restoration of more memories. As a master of all weapons, he had acquired more techniques for the trident than the Sea Queen herself. Historically, such implements were not originally classified as weapons. Their origins trace back to the peasant revolts of the Middle Ages, where suitable arms were scarce, leading individuals to improvise with farming and fishing tools. Pitchforks, hoes, rakes, harpoons, and sickles are all remnants of that era. If one considers that the history of the Celestial Empire includes some weapons akin to the trident, at least there are established offensive techniques to explore. Yet in Aquaman's hands, this weapon lacks any technical sophistication. He relies solely on brute strength, thrusting, sweeping, and smashing without a hint of innovative thought. Su Ming deftly evaded the attack. A brute force alone posed little threat to a top-tier warrior, with careful dodging. She could hardly be touched. He had meticulously orchestrated the circumstances to bring the Sea Queen to land, and now he enjoyed both the advantage of terrain and a formidable weapon. What could the Sea Queen possibly use to contend with him? Once again, evading the thrust of her trident, he slipped past her with agility. Barry, are you going to eat the fish or not? If you don't act soon, it will be overcooked. Chapter 74. Spoils of Warhoof. Do you still have accomplices? Useless. Today, all shall, huh? Just as she coldly laughed and swung her trident, attempting to pierce Su Ming to the core, she suddenly found herself unable to move. Not only was she incapable of thrusting with the trident, but even the slightest movement of her fingers proved difficult. Looking down, she saw shimmering golden ropes tightly binding her. She could feel her strength intact. It was utterly unexertable. It was normal to be powerless against the lasso of truth, an artifact capable of restraining even the mightiest. Diana from the main world had once used it to bind Doomsday and Darkseid. Thus, when facing Dean, Su Ming had immediately instructed Barry to seize the lasso. Though Earth 11 differed slightly from the main world, the greatest threat within the gear of the hero was undoubtedly the lasso of truth. Given its efficacy, it was only fitting to employ it against the Sea Queen. It also possessed the ability to compel the bound individual to speak the truth, though that was unnecessary at present. With a flash of lightning, Barry delivered the lasso to Su Ming, who promptly looped it around his arm, tightening it with all his might. What is this? The Sea Queen questioned, bewildered. In this world, there was no Justice League. Her only exposure to Dean had been through television, and she was naturally unaware of this artifact. Su Ming felt no obligation to answer her inquiry. Instead, he tilted his chin, prompting Barry to swiftly position himself behind the Sea Queen and administer an injection. This earthy-hued serum was not a steroid, but rather the highest concentration of fear toxin available in Gotham's black market. According to the shady proprietor, this injection could instill such terror that one would fear the very air around them, to the point of refraining from breathing. Of course, the efficacy of the toxin mattered more than any advertisement, and Su Ming now observed the Sea Queen for her reaction. It must be said that Atlanteans possessed a physical resilience far superior to that of humans. He found himself exerting every ounce of strength to prevent her from breaking free. Beneath his helmet, beads of sweat cascaded down his face. It was the first time he felt his own strength waning. The lasso of truth effectively amplified his power while counteracting hers. The Sea Queen remained immobile, and so did Su Ming, caught in a stalemate. Barry, administer a few more injections. Barry hesitated momentarily, muttering an apology in his heart. Yet he retrieved half of the remaining fear toxin vials from the black market and injected them into the Sea Queen's neck. Her gaze gradually became unfocused, and the strength of her struggle swiftly diminished. Su Ming gasped for breath, signaling to Barry that it was now safe to approach her directly and use the bracelet. With two crisp sounds, the Sea Queen donned the Medusa bracelet, instantly transforming into an ordinary human. Is what we're doing truly right? Barry, visibly embarrassed, regarded Su Ming. He did not believe that the venom was anything beneficial. Su Ming, however, remained unconcerned. Had it not been for the need to consider his and Briss's feelings, he could have made the scene exceedingly bloody. For the sake of the world, it was not without justification. What should we do next? Barry was once again thwarted by the notion of righteousness, opening his mouth but finding no words to express. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the situation. Have you studied criminal psychology? Well, that is indeed a requisite course for forensic personnel. Mentioning academic matters seemed to revive Barry. Since 1972, criminal psychology has been formally recognized as a discipline, initially as training for the FBI, gradually extending to all federal law enforcement personnel. Oh, then you can hypnotize her to instill a fear of the sea, while I check if the fish is cooked. Su Ming patted his shoulder and turned to the fire to inspect the two fish, uncertain whether the recent skirmish had affected them. If they were contaminated, they would not be palatable. Huh. Why is it me? Briss emerged from the shadows, observing the tolling bell as it placed the unconscious Sea Queen beside the hero. Now, both were present. If they were to hold them tightly, it would naturally threaten both sides from engaging in battle, redirecting their focus to investigating themselves. But this was not the long-term solution Su Ming had envisioned. Here, this portion is for you. Barry smiled as he handed her a large skewer of meat. Not only that, but Su Ming held two more, speared on a golden trident. What is this? Briss accepted the skewer, but still posed her question. Su Ming removed his hood and helmet, wiping the sweat from his brow. Although the grilled fish appeared larger than a steak, it was merely grilled fish, a byproduct of capturing the Sea Queen. It's somewhat peculiar. Briss took a small bite. The meat was nearly raw, brimming with primal flavors. Su Ming also tasted it, finding the flavor indeed strange. It merely replenished energy. Do not expect too much. Shark was not meant for the dining table. And I employed the highest level of salting technique. Barry stood beside them. The three gathered in the shade, feeling the sea breeze, gazing at the unconscious pair in the small shelter. He took a bite of the shark meat, the odd taste reminiscent of the sweet soup he had eaten in the Batcave. What technique? Infusing the soul. Su Ming chuckled and shook his head. Having mentioned it casually, eating it raw was also an option. Barry examined the skewer in his hand, finding no discernible difference. Briss remained non-committal. After donning her uniform, she seemed to transform into another person. What do you intend to do next? You may abstain. Let me handle the villains, no? Rather let the Owl Court take charge. Su Ming devoured the meat chop in a few bites, stuffing his helmet into Barry's arms while donning the owl hood himself. Despite having been drenched in heavy rain earlier, the hood still bore a strong metallic scent of blood, which brought him a subtle sense of pleasure. This familiar aroma intertwined with memories in his mind, akin to soaking in a warm bath. Briss watched his silhouette as he approached the two unconscious figures, narrowing her eyes in contemplation. However, she quickly flicked her cloak and retreated into the shadows. Barry attempted to place Su Ming's helmet atop his own head, having long harbored a desire to try on a different uniform helmet. The Justice League lacked a full-face helmet, and this seemed like the perfect opportunity. While following Briss into hiding, he clumsily fumbled for the helmet's clasp. Upon entering the makeshift shelter, Su Ming assessed the surroundings. It was difficult to judge the place, but it appeared to be riddled with gaps, and if it rained, it would likely turn into a veritable waterfall inside. He glanced down, noticing both individuals were unconscious, though it was likely that the hero would awaken soon. First, he would need to disarm them completely. Bending down, he stripped down of his battle skirt and chest armor, rendering the hero entirely defenseless. Instantly, he felt a surge of relief. A towering man of over 6 feet in a low-cut battle armor and a minuscule skirt? It was utterly absurd. Now, looking at Dawn clad only in red underwear, he deemed it only fair to strip Queen of the Sea down to her lingerie as well. No weapons, armor, or accessories could be left behind. There might be mysterious powers attached to them that he was unaware of, so caution was prudent. Gazing at the pile of equipment outside the door, he contemplated for a moment before making a decision. There was no need for the trident and shield, and he could never wear the exposed breastplate and skirt. Although the divine gauntlets were effective, their design was overly flamboyant. He would leave them for Cindy. Perhaps they could be repainted in black and yellow for future use. The Starlight Crown, a symbol of Amazonian royalty, would serve as a trump card when necessary. So he set it aside for Briss. He called for Barry, instructing him to make a trip to the Antarctic and bury the remaining items at the pole. Chapter 75. Fabrication. Su Ming had little fondness for the lasso of truth, as it did not align with his combat style. He was no Wonder Woman, capable of stalemating foes on the battlefield. While he possessed regenerative abilities, he still fell short compared to demigods. If he found himself in a stalemate, would he evade attacks from other enemies or not? His strength far exceeded that of an average person, yet he could not compare to Wonder Woman. In his hands, the lasso would merely ensnare someone of Aquaman's caliber. It wouldn't hold for long. Most critically, he preferred killing, using blades and firearms to eliminate his enemies directly. The notion of capturing foes was better suited to Barry, who was not inclined to take lives or inflict torment. For Barry, who excelled in non-lethal approaches, the lasso would prove invaluable, especially in the main world where they would have to contend with the Dark Knights. Enhancing their collective strength would be advantageous. Su Ming intended to retain only the sword of the fire god, forged from divine metal. Although unrelated to the recent significant events, Divine metal is indeed a remarkable substance. Coupled with the impeccable craftsmanship of the fire god, this weapon is exceptionally suited to him. Divine metal, as its name suggests, is the metal utilized by deities on Earth. Officially known as divine metal, numerous ancient pantheons have employed it to create weapons and armor. In the comics, the gods declare this sword to be indestructible, possessing the might to slay deities, making it one of the most formidable weapons on Earth. Despite the merits of divine metal, it is not the hardest substance in this universe. Palladium surpasses it in hardness, and weapons crafted from it can easily withstand encounters with the sword of the fire god. Furthermore, weapons made from in-metal can effortlessly penetrate armor forged from divine metal, not to mention the X-metal that gives rise to the DC universe, which is in a completely different league. Other multiversal entities possess their own unique metals, all of which exhibit greater power than divine metal. These metals are either derived from radioactive isotopes or sourced from extraterrestrial realms or multiverses. The ancient gods have yet to fully exploit them. Nevertheless, the Sword of the Fire God carries the title of a divine artifact, and should the enemy lack comparable metals, it would significantly enhance Su Ming's offensive capabilities. Moreover, he has never wielded a divine artifact before, so this presents an opportunity to experience something novel. Observing the two unconscious individuals on the ground, he leaned against the wall of the makeshift shelter, waiting in silence. Suddenly, the peculiar hero awakened first. He theatrically rubbed his eyes and stretched, only to realize he was clad in nothing but his undergarments, prompting a shrill scream as he instinctively covered his chest with his hands. It was then that he noticed Su Ming leaning against the doorframe, recalling the figure who had defeated him with arcane tools. He glanced down to see the Medusa bracelets on his arms still emanating a faint black glow, limiting him to the strength of an ordinary person. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred, for he was a trained warrior. He rolled forward and immediately launched an attack against Su Ming, but Su Ming exhibited no intention of evading, allowing the blows to land upon his chest. Su Ming remained unfazed. Although he appeared to wear a noble's attire, beneath the coat and cloak, he still donned his uniform. What would it feel like for an ordinary person to strike palladium with their bare hands? He leaped back, rubbing his wrists repeatedly. This was the first time he had experienced pain. In the past, endowed with divine power and fully equipped, he had always been the one to inflict suffering upon others. Now, as the sensation of pain fell upon him, he realized its profound severity, causing tears to flow unbidden. Su Ming shook his head, resolving to conclude this matter swiftly, lest he be thoroughly disgusted. He raised his hand and grasped Dun's neck, applying slight pressure to lift him off the ground. In truth, a mere clench of his fist would ensure the demise of the hero. However, all this effort was not expended merely to eliminate them. With a swift motion of his arm, he cast Dun, whose face was a ghastly shade of blue and purple, outwards, causing him to crash into the Sea Queen, thereby rousing her from her stupor. "Behave yourself, or I shall ensure you endure greater hardships," Su Ming taunted, mimicking the voice of the clawed creature, albeit imperfectly, though the others were none the wiser. "Who are you? You possess an audacity unlike any I've encountered." The Sea Queen steadied herself against the wall, acutely aware of an unprecedented weakness. That peculiar bracelet had siphoned nearly all her strength. "Sea Queen, heroic stranger, since we have gathered you all here, can you not fathom our intentions?" Su Ming deliberately steered their thoughts into wild speculation. In truth, this plan was rather tenuous. Relying solely on his words would hardly suffice. He needed them to conjure elaborate narratives, the more severe the better. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the two instinctively distanced themselves from one another, adopting a posture of wariness. Su Ming stood at the threshold, while they each occupied a distant corner of the room. Observing their reactions, he sighed inwardly, reflecting on how Diana from the main world displayed a modicum of intelligence, while their counterparts here appeared woefully lacking. "We have dispatched professional substitutes to assume your identities in both the Amazon and Atlantis. Soon, the new you will issue commands, and both factions shall engage in full-scale warfare. This world shall be laid to waste by our hands." He feigned a grandiosity, though the true desires of Paradise Island and the denizens of the deep were merely dominion over the world, not its annihilation. In essence, they sought the benefits while shunning the potential repercussions of war. By introducing the notion of world destruction, Su Ming aimed to guide their thoughts in the direction he desired. Dun clutched his chest, cowering in a corner, gripped by fear at Su Ming's words. Yet, as if recalling something, he regained his composure. You must be dreaming. My mother and the Amazon Council are on Paradise Island. Any orders you fabricate will not be recognized. Su Ming's owl-like head turned towards him, the expression behind his round spectacles inscrutable, as he murmured, why not simply eliminate the queen? No one would suspect the heir, would they? Once our people ascend, as the rulers of the Amazons, her death could serve as a pretext for waging full-scale war against Atlantis. Ha ha ha. Dunn's eyes widened in terror, his pallid face betraying the horror of the vision he had conjured. The Amazons had no desire to engage in outright warfare with the Atlanteans. Their current strategy was to confine them to the ocean, fully aware of the dire consequences that would ensue. Had they wished to fight, they would have done so centuries ago, and the present stalemate would not have arisen, resembling a cold war between land and sea. And you? Su Ming's gaze shifted towards the Sea Queen in another corner, who maintained a semblance of calm. Yet her eyes darted around the room as if searching for something to wield as a weapon. Do not presume that only you can command the shoals of fish. Atlantis has its own agents, and she has long been prepared to usurp your position. The possessor of the sea gods, Trident reigns supreme. Brace yourself for the outbreak of war, followed by the annihilation of all aquatic life at the hands of the Amazons. The Sea Queen felt a pang of trepidation. If this peculiar individual spoke with such certainty, he must know the whereabouts of the sea god's trident, which boded ill for her. Why are you doing this? This serves no one's interests. And, feeling wronged, huddled in a corner, wiping away tears with his fingers. Su Ming had anticipated this query and let out a sinister laugh, reminiscent of a hooting owl in the dead of night. Because our master revels in a shattered world. He is the god of darkness. Once the number of souls departed from this realm reaches a sufficient threshold, he shall descend. Chapter 76. The performance. The Sea Queen and the strange hero exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of suspicion and disbelief. It was the first time they had heard of such an entity, and it seemed that this so-called master was immensely powerful and malevolent. Yet, as it was merely a claim, without substantiation, skepticism lingered. Su Ming was well prepared and had anticipated this outcome. Like an arch-villain, he emitted a chilling laugh as he retrieved a carcass from outside the door. It was a small herbivorous dinosaur, slightly larger than a dog, an item thoughtfully arranged by Bryce. Abundant on Dinosaur Island and utterly oblivious to its surroundings. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of a deity to you blind pretenders, he declared, tossing the small dinosaur onto the ground at the center of the makeshift shelter. He produced a black luminescent battery from his robe. The mere appearance of this device, resembling a flashlight, seemed to plunge the room into a colder atmosphere, the air thick with the scent of decay, akin to an instant transformation into a sepulcher. He plunged the luminous end directly into the dinosaur's body. Dark yellow fluid oozed from its carcass, and its flesh began to split open, enveloped in a veil of somber brilliance. Suddenly, the creature's eyes snapped open, devoid of vitality. Instead of the confusion characteristic of a beast, they were engulfed in a void, filled with a ravenous thirst for blood. The two onlookers stared, dumbfounded, at the reanimated corpse, now a zombie dragon. Although they could not comprehend the nature of the black luminescent battery, it was evident that it functioned akin to a wand, with no incantation or illumination. Merely a gentle touch transformed the body into a monstrosity. Finally, they grasped the reason behind the so-called Master's desire for a world shrouded in darkness and the necessity for a cataclysmic conflict. He craved corpses. Su Ming, maintaining an air of nonchalance, wrapped his arms around the zombie dinosaur's neck and patted its head, all the while exerting pressure discreetly. This creature did not heed his commands. The entities revived by the black luminescent battery possessed no consciousness, only an insatiable craving for blood, and must be handled with care to ensure safety. However, to the Sea Queen and the extraordinary hero, the scene appeared as though the hooded man was tenderly whispering to the resurrected corpse, while the zombie dragon's desperate struggles seemed akin to a pet eagerly wagging its tail in a bid to please its master. Su Ming flicked his wrist, casting the creature far out the door, exclaiming loudly, "Go play, go slay, ha ha ha." In truth, this was a signal, hidden in the shadows. Briss would capture the little zombie dinosaur, silently preparing for the next phase of their plan. He turned to face the two with complex expressions. Do you see? This world is destined for such an end. Every soul, be they Amazonian, Atlantean, or the most wretched of humans, cannot escape death. All paths shall inevitably lead to darkness, and all shall eventually return to Barbados. He felt his performance was somewhat exaggerated. The claws could hardly utter such lengthy discourse, their minds consumed by the courtroom. The courtroom alone. Nevertheless, it remained true that while he was aware of the reality, the Sea Queen and the extraordinary hero were oblivious. They only felt fear, a dreadful awareness that their world teetered on the brink of collapse. They envisioned a world overrun by corpses. The extraordinary hero imagined a paradise island filled with the undead, while the Sea Queen's mind was flooded with visions of zombie fish. This alignment of their stances gradually emerged, as both recognized the necessity to prevent the world from succumbing to too many deaths. Otherwise, that terrifying so-called master would descend upon them. Su Ming deceived them with the asymmetry of information. Black Lantern and Barbados were, in fact, utterly unrelated. Although the Amazonians had conducted experiments with it on Indian Mountain, the records at the time suggested they merely utilized it without understanding its principles. Such half-truths and fabrications proved far more credible, as an unknown entity from their history now emerged from a dreadful existence. Now, kneeling before me, two worthless beings, pleading for my forgiveness, beseeching the master to accept you. Su Ming recited his lines as if performing in an opera, shrouded in mystery. The Sea Queen shot a glance at the extraordinary hero, her fists clenched. Never. Kill me if you must. I shall not kneel. I shall not either. The extraordinary hero quavered from the corner, his fear of death palpable. Yet the pride of the Amazonians compelled him to resist submission. No rush. I shall make you witness the world's destruction. You are but crucial pawns in this game. Ha ha. With his objectives achieved, Su Ming struck each of them with a punch, sending them sprawling to the ground. Continuing his charade. Even if you were to take your own lives, it would be futile. Your corpses shall serve a master, and I shall see how long you, the so-called heroes, can endure. With that, he closed the door and exited the makeshift shelter, leaving only the Sea Queen and the extraordinary hero in the dimly lit room. He listened to the sounds behind him before proceeding toward the concealed spot nearby. Briss and Barry were hidden there. The previously discarded zombie dinosaur was ensnared in a sturdy cage woven from vines, appearing as though it had effortlessly become ensnared. Has it worked? Barry, clutching Su Ming's helmet, sat atop a tree stump, munching on a red fruit resembling a pineapple. Only one crucial step remained to bring the two demigods fully together. Su Ming removed his hood and fanned himself. The climate of Dinosaur Island was indeed exceedingly humid, suitable for dinosaurs but not for humans. A fine sheen of perspiration trickled down the lower half of Briss's face, yet she paid it no mind, her gaze fixed intently on a small shelter not far away. I have installed miniature surveillance in the shelter and found a concealed cave nearby to serve as our temporary base. Let's proceed. Su Ming took his helmet from Barry. Brushing it off, it was smeared with some reddish substance. How was my performance? He inquired. I didn't notice. I was just out looking for food. Barry replied with an embarrassed smile. Leading the way, Briss turned her head, overacting. If they weren't so lacking in intelligence, you wouldn't have been able to deceive them at all. Su Ming remained unfazed. He was a mercenary, not an actor. His ability to devise a ruse involving black light batteries instilled him with a confidence that he would not be unmasked. After all, they now had a common adversary, albeit a hypothetical one. The animosity between the Amazons and Atlantis, however, was all too real. Briss navigated through the jungle, shooing away small dinosaurs that obstructed their path. Such was the advantage of monarchy. As long as the rulers transformed their enmity into friendship, their subjects had no choice but to comply. Su Ming draped his arm over Barry's shoulder as they walked behind Briss. What a coincidence! The most esteemed Sea Queen and the valiant hero, one male and one female. Is that why you sought Ivy? Briss asked without looking back. Of course. I intend to administer an aphrodisiac to them, Su Ming admitted candidly. For that was indeed the plan. Isn't that rather inappropriate? Barry scratched his head, his face flushed, seemingly lost in thought. This isn't about pranking them, is it? Though it may appear as such, Su Ming had no intention of jest. This was a meticulously devised strategy. Despite its comical nature, the outcome was essential. Both Atlantis and the Amazons aspired for dominion over the world, a sentiment well understood by the medieval nobility in Su Ming's world. Neither side could gain the upper hand over the other. war would lead to dire repercussions, so a marriage alliance was the solution. Their offspring would possess the blood of both factions, making them natural leaders, wholly qualified to govern both the Amazons and Atlantis. Su Ming needed to foster unity among them, not solely driven by the threat of a common enemy, but also through their willing accord, which was paramount. What could be more effective than unwavering love? The intoxicating venom of the Vine Woman could incite a fervent, unbreakable love between them, ensuring they would never betray each other unless she provided them with an antidote. Yet Ivy had no inkling that Su Ming would employ the venom in such a manner. She had no connection with these demigods whatsoever. Perhaps confining the two together for decades could yield a similar effect. But Su Ming was pressed for time and needed to resolve matters before the Atlanteans and Amazons commenced their extensive search. Although Dinosaur Island remains concealed, effectively shielding itself from magical and technological scrutiny, it is still a part of Earth, and thus not eternally undiscoverable. Time is of the essence, and Su Ming cannot afford to cultivate emotions slowly. He must resort to enchanting venom to achieve immediate results. Chapter 77. Observation: this is not a mere game of deception, but rather the optimal solution derived from rational analysis. Su Ming wrapped his arm around Barry's neck, causing him to stumble and grasp at the trees in the rainforest for balance. I don't know. They're not good people, right? Barry scratched his temple, feeling somewhat bewildered. Su Ming patted him on the back, his tone slightly grave, to prevent Barbados from noticing Earth's -11. We must not create too much commotion. Although those two are scoundrels, they are currently the only ones capable of stabilizing the military forces spread across the globe. I support your approach, said Bryce as she approached a sheer cliff, parting some vines and foliage to reveal a small cave. Our primary objective now is to remain as concealed as possible. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to assist any benevolent ruler to ascend. Su Ming clapped Barry on the shoulder and proceeded into the cave. As of now, our actions do not pose a threat to their lives, and thus remain within the tolerable limits of Olympus. In fact, fostering a union between the Amazons and the Merfolk is something they might welcome. If you wish to replace the ruling powers of this earth, the entire Olympian pantheon will turn against us. Bryce nodded, following behind them. Indeed, this world is governed by deities. Regardless of the victor in the conflict between the Amazons and the Merfolk, the faith remains tethered to either Zeus or Poseidon, thus keeping them in control as mere spectators. However, should you desire to allow others to seize dominion over this world, the Olympian gods are likely to unite against us. I cannot guarantee the silent elimination of millions of soldiers and a multitude of deities. Su Ming shook his head with a smile, understanding Barry's hope for a better future for the inhabitants here. Yet in the original narrative, these people were destined for extinction. Under his plan, their survival is sufficient. What more could they desire? As long as Earth endures, hope remains. Bryce pulled up her cloak to obscure the cave entrance. She had previously set up a rudimentary surveillance system, leaving behind lighting fixtures and grass mats for resting. However, the lights were all shaped like bats, casting a rather absurd glow. Barry, intrigued, examined the cave's interior, believing he could glean geological insights that might reveal the origins of Dinosaur Island. Meanwhile, Su Ming and Bryce gathered around the monitor, observing the two individuals within the dimly lit chamber. Sunlight filtered through the cracks in the bark and leaves, illuminating the scene where the Sea Queen and the Marvel lay curled on the ground, panting. Su Ming's punch had not been particularly forceful. He merely needed to incapacitate them for his own escape. However, they had never been devoid of divine power. This was an unprecedented situation. In the past, even when wounded, they felt little to no pain, but now, after merely receiving a punch, it felt as if they might vomit their very stomach acid. Agonizing suffering, unlike anything previously experienced, spread through their bodies. They clutched the sand beneath them, struggling, yet remained unable to rise. Did you perhaps exert too much force? Bryce gazed at the screen, listening to the agonizing groans emanating from the receiver, addressing Su Ming beside her. No, I believe it is just right. It allows them a taste of human suffering. Su Ming replied nonchalantly, withdrawing the fire god sword to gently wipe the blade against his clothing. These uniquely gifted individuals demonstrated a surprisingly lower tolerance for pain than ordinary humans. Even after receiving the punch, Batwoman could continue to soar through the city as if unscathed, whereas the demigods, stripped of their divine power, could scarcely stand. This unprecedented sensation would only deepen their fear. Bryce nodded slightly, accepting Su Ming's rationale as they continued to observe the surveillance footage of the makeshift shelter. The Sea Queen turned over, positioning herself face down, and finally managed to crawl upright with great effort. Her body was coated in fine yellow sand, and she leaned against the wall, clutching her abdomen while gasping for breath. The situation for the hero was marginally better. Although he often behaved effeminately, he had received rigorous military training from the Amazons. Despite this being his first encounter with such pain, he adapted more swiftly than the others. "Ha! Uff!" he muttered as he supported himself against the wall, panting, feeling a searing pain in his lungs. "Fish brains, look at the mess you've created." The Sea Queen glared at him. "What do you mean by UVE created? Mud people? Who are you referring to?" Hero retorted, leaning back against the wall, disdain evident in his gaze. "If not for your relentless military buildup and resistance against our rule, their plans would never have succeeded." The Sea Queen, also leaning against the wall, slowly approached him. "Nonsense. If not for your pollution of the oceans and the slaughter of marine life, the Atlanteans would have never opposed you. We cannot thrive on land. Why couldn't you simply surrender earlier? Don't you also consume fish?" "How hypocritical," Hero scoffed, revealing his disdain for fish and their spines. Indeed. The denizens of the deep are nobler than fish. Eating fish is certainly acceptable, but fish are far more noble than you Amazons. You are merely toys molded from clay by Zeus. The Sea Queen quickly countered, exposing the Amazon's true nature. "And what of you? A lapdog of Poseidon. I've heard he turned you into fish, and your intellect has similarly diminished." Hero shot back, not yielding in their verbal sparring. Su Ming calmly polished his sword, lifting his gaze to the blade's tip, practicing his grip and balance, while engaging Bryce in conversation. "Do they not know that Zeus and Poseidon are brothers in your world?" "They do, but they refuse to acknowledge it. The quarrels of the gods have spilled over into their lives, while the deities merely watch their struggles unfold." Bliss sat upon a stone, her arms crossed before her, fixated on the screen of her mobile device, serving as a surveillance monitor. The footage revealed two individuals locked in a struggle. Regrettably, having lost their divine powers and donned the Medusa's bracelet, they appeared exceedingly feeble, resembling elementary school children engaged in harmless play. Neither could inflict any harm upon the other, merely rolling about in the confines of the small cabin. Progress was being made. Upon realizing their inability to hurt one another, they would inevitably seek a path to coexistence. Su Ming sheathed the fire god sword and retrieved the wondrous hero's circlet from his backpack, presenting it to Bliss. "This is yours, the starry diadem, a symbol of the Amazonian royalty. In critical moments, you will know how to wield it. Let's hope such a day does not come." "I shall guard it with utmost care," Bliss replied, accepting it without hesitation. The two were indeed not of noble character, as should circumstances worsen in the future, she could employ this artifact as a contingency plan. Su Ming merely facilitated an equitable distribution, each taking possession of a divine relic. Whether it would be utilized was entirely at Bliss's discretion. "If you can discover a method to merge divine blood, I believe you would make a formidable leader of the world." Bliss exhibited no interest in world domination, remaining unresponsive to his words. Chapter 78. Administering the potion, time passed in a state of anticipation, regardless of how ineptly the two individuals in the monitor flailed at one another. Su Ming leaned against the rocky wall of the cave, resting his eyes. Over 10 hours had elapsed since his arrival in this realm, a duration spent either dashing about or engaging various adversaries. While stamina was not an issue, this monotonous interlude offered an opportunity for respite. It was the longest night he had endured, with a multitude of concerns flooding his mind. He dared not relax. Once matters on this side concluded, he would promptly accompany the Flashpoint hero to the main world. There was no time to spare for slumber. The sound of dripping water echoed in the cave, resonating distinctly in the darkness, symbolizing the passage of time. At last, the Sea Queen and the hero grew utterly exhausted, collapsing side by side, gasping for breath, taking a considerable time to recover. As Su Ming had predicted, upon realizing their inability to harm one another, they were left with no choice but to compromise. Although they did not verbally concede, the surveillance revealed that both instinctively leaned toward the door, straining to listen to the sounds from outside. Upon discovering the absence of a guard, they hurriedly fled their shelter and made their way to the shoreline. Naturally, given Batwoman's nature, The entire island was under surveillance. With a few swipes on her phone, she captured every action of theirs, even employing specialized microphones to record their dialogue. What a splendid place and island. Fishhead, what are you waiting for? The hero exclaimed joyfully, leaping up and spinning in place like a child weighing over 200 pounds. Hurry back home and inform my mother to rescue me. A malevolent deity wishes to witness our mutual destruction. However, behind him, the Sea Queen displayed no signs of joy upon the golden sands. She was trembling against a massive tree, the peculiar fruits swaying precariously as if they might fall. Not only could she not see the ocean, but even the sound of the waves crashing against the shore echoed in her ears like thunder. She yearned to flee, wishing never to hear the word ocean again. What is the matter? Hurry and get into the sea, urged the strange hero, his eyes reddened, uttering words that held different meanings in Su Ming's world. No, I cannot. Please, let me go. The Sea Queen attempted to muster courage. Yet the azure sea before her morphed into a vile mixture of filth and dismembered flesh, with completely skeletal fish drifting atop its surface. The venom of fear distorted her perception, rendering her unable to gaze upon it. She covered her eyes and dashed back into the small hut, slamming the door with a resounding thud. The strange hero observed her retreating figure, astonished. He could not fathom why the Sea Queen was afraid of the very water she belonged to. If it weren't for that curse bracelet, he would have flown away long ago, without needing to rely on a lifeless fish. He glanced back at the ocean. Although he could swim, his current physical condition was that of an ordinary human. With no sense of direction in the vast sea, escape seemed impossible, and he had no desire to perish. Resigned, he could only survey his surroundings before returning to the hut, locking eyes with the Sea Queen. The figure who resembled an owl had sealed off all their escape routes. No one knew where they were, just as the owl-like stranger had said, forcing them to witness the world's destruction helplessly, ultimately yielding to Barbados. Who Barbados was, he could not say, yet the hints from the stranger indicated they stood against all living beings. What is wrong with you? The strange hero inquired, struggling to comprehend how an amphibious being could harbor such fear of the sea. They injected me with a substance. I can no longer perceive the ocean. The Sea Queen replied, her demeanor calming somewhat. She now believed that the safest place on the island was this small dark room. Is this substance effect permanent? He asked anxiously, rubbing his hands together, realizing he could not rid himself of the magical trinket. His only hope rested in the Sea Queen's ability to swim. I do not know, but they will certainly inject me regularly. In this situation, I am utterly powerless to resist. The Sea Queen leaned despairingly against the wall, her head drooping in defeat. Damn it, their plan is too meticulous. Are we to simply watch ourselves become slaves to an evil god? The strange hero lay helplessly on the floor, consumed by despair. Just the thought of another version of himself attempting to assassinate the Queen on Paradise Island filled him with anxiety. Although his mother was a formidable warrior, their opponent possessed magical artifacts that counter divine powers, and they had already produced two. Who could guarantee there weren't more? As the only two with knowledge of the situation, they were trapped, forced to witness their own plight. Just as they were at a loss, the owl-like figure reappeared, pushing open the door while carrying a large leaf adorned with a variety of colorful fruits. With a slight tremor of his hand, he sent the fruit scattering across the ground, sneering coldly, "Feast upon it, you two good-for-nothings. Our owl court shall not permit your demise just yet." With that, he slammed the door shut, and the bright sunlight once again vanished from their sight. Is this our prison fare? Merely fruit? The hero gazed at the food strewn on the floor. The absence of wine and meat felt almost like a form of cruelty. The Sea Queen, however, picked up a cluster of what appeared to be grapes and began to eat, orange juice trickling down her chin as she mumbled, "Even if one dreams of escape, one must ensure their strength. Otherwise, when the opportunity arises, one shall lack the vigor to seize it." The hero pondered her words and, after a moment, lifted a fruit resembling a melon, rolling it in his arms, unsure of where to take a bite. Could it be poisoned? If they truly wished to kill or torture us, a mere punch would suffice. Poisoning seems unnecessary. The Sea Queen, unfazed, was always straightforward in her reasoning. If she were in a position of advantage, she believed it utterly improbable that she would resort to poisoning. Her logic was compelling, leaving Dunn momentarily speechless, lacking suitable tools. He ultimately resorted to breaking the melon open with his elbow, revealing a white pulp within. Despite its unappealing appearance, sustenance was essential. Otherwise, when the moment of opportunity came, they would be too weak to flee. The flora and fauna on Dinosaur Island remained untouched since the Jurassic era, and despite their status as captives, once their psychological barriers were lifted, they clutched the fruit with fervor. Only one thought occupied their minds. It was delicious. If this notion were to reach Su Ming, he would undoubtedly be delighted, for it signified that his efforts had not been in vain. Observing the two on the surveillance feed, devouring the fruit with abandon and collapsing onto the ground in fits of hiccups, Su Ming exchanged a glance with Bryce, aware that the second phase of their plan had succeeded. After administering the fear toxin to the Sea Queen, he ensured to retain the syringe. The specialized alloy needle was quite costly, and even though it was stolen, it should not be wasted. Su Ming cleaned the syringe and filled it with the alluring toxin obtained from the poison ivy, much like some unscrupulous merchants he was aware of, injecting each piece of fruit. Alas, this was Dinosaur Island. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to showcase the concept of water-injected chicken or pork to the denizens of the DC universe. Despite the simplicity of his actions, Barry was left agape, utterly astonished by such an approach. Within the small hut, as the effects of the alluring toxin began to take hold, the atmosphere grew increasingly ambiguous. Chapter 79. Objective achieved. The two, previously sprawled on the floor like lifeless fish, suddenly felt as though the world had transformed. The dilapidated grass hut appeared charming. The sand beneath them felt warm, and those who were once adversaries seemed to radiate a rosy glow. The flaws they had perceived in one another now took on a different hue in each other's eyes. In the hero's perspective, the Sea Queen's lofty theories of marine life, upon reflection, were merely efforts to protect the environment and its creatures. How affectionate that seemed. Moreover, an organization has assembled millions of the Atlantis army, ostensibly to enhance the physical prowess of the underwater inhabitants and promote fitness among all. After all, the underwater Amazons have little jurisdiction over them, and no one is inclined to linger beneath the waves. Thus, it is only natural for others to take the reins. As for the incessant conflicts between the aquatic folk and the Amazons over the centuries, they are likely mere misunderstandings, are they not? Previously, there were quarrels and skirmishes between the two, yet now they seem to have reconciled. Furthermore, he is indeed quite dashing, a thought that caused a peculiar flush to bloom upon the face of the gallant hero. At this moment, the Sea Queen found herself with a renewed perspective regarding those around her. She had previously heard tales of the next ruler of the Amazons being exceptionally brutal and cold-blooded. However, after a skirmish and sharing experiences, she realized that such rumors were rather exaggerated. He was not only devoid of cruelty, but, like other men, displayed a certain vulnerability, often revealing a flustered expression. As for his past actions, they were likely the result of youthful folly, such as abducting ordinary humans to pit them against mythical creatures. Perhaps no one had informed him that mere mortals stand no chance against such beings. After all, he had grown up on Paradise Island, surrounded by elite warriors who routinely subdued minotaurs and scorpion-tailed lions. Regarding his destruction of all vehicles in a city, forcing people to ride horses instead, this was presumably an initiative for energy conservation and reducing emissions. Protecting the environment is hardly a fault. She safeguards the ocean while he champions the air. A perfect match, wouldn't one say? The prior hostilities between their factions were undoubtedly misunderstandings, much like the present situation, where clarity could pave the way for peaceful coexistence. As these thoughts swirled her mind, her gaze inadvertently roamed over the gallant hero. Indeed, he possessed a striking beauty. Bliss, expressionless, shut off her phone and stowed it away. She had no desire to witness further events unfolding in the small room. Upon observing the two tumble together, behaving like wild beasts in their fervent grappling, she understood it was time to withdraw. Ugh, is that venom truly so terrifying? Barry remarked, wrinkling his nose in distaste. Su Ming leaned against the cavern's rocky wall, awaiting the moment when the Sea Queen's fear of the venom would subside, for they were not truly malevolent beings, and their expressions of affection were naturally more unrestrained. Such behavior warranted understanding. Su Ming removed his theatrical garb. Barry's lips twitched. That was an understatement of wildness. How could he erase such vivid imagery from his memory? Bliss remained silent, methodically disassembling the lighting equipment to ensure no traces were left by the trio. Su Ming, holding his costume and the owl's hood, unleashed the sword of the fire god for the first time, shredding the tattered garment to bits, intending to scatter the remnants into the ocean upon their escape, thus leaving no trace behind. He sheathed his sword, nodding in satisfaction with his weapon, then patted the frowning Barry on the back. "All right, Barry, one more effort for you. We shall return to Gotham." As the three returned to the Vane mansion, dawn had already broken. Although the ominous clouds still lingered overhead, the torrential rain outside had ceased. Cindy was seated at the dining table, enjoying her lunch, while AFO opened the window to wipe the glass, the fresh air post-rain allowing everyone to relax. "How is your injury?" Su Ming inquired, taking a seat across the table. Removing his helmet and grasping a piece of bread, Cindy leaned back in her chair, spreading butter on her bread with a knife, her expression considerably more serene. "No problem. As long as I remain cautious these days and avoid further serious injuries, the risk of losing control is non-existent." Su Ming nodded, taking the knife from Cindy, as sunlight bathed the table, casting a golden hue over everything. "I must take my leave. Your world is safe now, yet Barry and I still face a decisive battle." Briss had changed in her nightgown, regaining the appearance of a young lady from a wealthy family, and wobbled over to the table to sit down. "Safety cannot be confirmed yet, but at least things are progressing in a positive direction." "I concede that," Su Ming replied. "But our objective has always been the offspring of the Sea Queen and the heroic knight. That child will undoubtedly be the ruler of this world." Stuffing the bread into his mouth, he addressed Barry, who had suddenly appeared beside him. "The power of lineage is formidable. We have vanquished the Harpy priesthood, shifted the blame to the Owl Court, and alleviated the animosity between the leaders of Amazonia and Atlantis. With a bit more caution, there will be no significant upheaval in the next 3 to 5 years," perfectly evading Barbados' attention. Briss also picked up a piece of bread in agreement. While only Barry appeared troubled, gazing at the food with a conflicted expression, his face contorted in discomfort. "What troubles you, Barry?" Briss asked. Now that the crisis on Earth 11 had concluded, she regarded Barry as a friend, albeit with some necessary oversight. "No, it's nothing. I was merely contemplating the future of the world's populace. Children of the heroic knight will not grow up to be virtuous in such an environment." Barry's facial muscles twitched as he voiced his thoughts. Su Ming patted his shoulder, pulling him closer. "Strictly speaking, they are merely instruments of procreation. Their lineage is the optimal solution to this matter. Earth has been preserved, and Batgirl will plan for the future." "Do you still doubt her?" Briss maintained a stoic expression. "This is sufficient for now. I will keep an eye on them." Su Ming's primary aim was self-preservation, in the process of saving himself. He had inadvertently saved the lives of all on Earth 11. Should he also ensure their future quality of life? He was not a superhero responsible for such trivialities. AFO observed the quartet in the living room, nodding with satisfaction, proud of his mistress. He set the prepared lunch on the table, standing by attentively. "All right, Barry, since you are not hungry, let us prepare the cosmic treadmill. There are still matters to address in the main world." Su Ming casually grabbed a few slices of bread and took a swig from a bottle of wine on the table. "Indeed, it is time, Bliss. We require the use of your Batmobile and treadmill." Barry, with a smile, earnestly addressed Bliss, his attire instantaneously transforming back into the Flash's uniform. "Well, I shall not abandon my world to assist you against Barbados, but I can offer this small aid." Bliss hoped that Su Ming would depart soon. His presence was exceedingly perilous. A man possessing a wealth of information and allied with Cindy rendered her quite uneasy. Su Ming could likely surmise her thoughts. The Bat would trust no one, and he was disinclined to defend himself. Once the global crisis was resolved, the concealed discord between her and Cindy would inevitably resurface. Cindy, too, was aware of these matters, but chose to remain silent, her fingers unconsciously toying with the dinner knife. "Are you certain you do not require my assistance? Now that we have means of travel back and forth, Bliss has compensated me." Su Ming chuckled and shook his head. The Speed Force was unpredictable, and traversing the cosmos was fraught with peril. "No, this is indeed your domain." Chapter 80. Farewell. The moment of parting had arrived, and the lunch could no longer proceed. With the help of a few, Barry affixed Bliss's treadmill to the top of the Batmobile, connecting various tubes to the vehicle's engine. Bliss adjusted the vehicle's permissions on the control panel, transferring it to Su Ming and his companion, while also providing him with a modest amount of gold jewelry as pocket money at Su Ming's request. Prepared for the journey, Sumin discreetly handed a divine silver bracelet to Cindy, who knew precisely how to handle it. Farewell, Cindy. Sumin embraced her, their black and yellow armors clashing with a sound. Goodbye, Sue. This has been quite the venture. Cindy patted his back, a tinge of nostalgia in her smile as she shook her head, releasing her grip. While it is indeed commendable to undertake missions with teammates, do not involve Wintergreen in such dangerous exploits. She does not possess my combat prowess. Sumin jested, for he had to depart. The matter was not yet resolved, and he needed to confront Barbados in the primary world. Well, it seemed to have seen through me again, huh? Cindy shrugged, a look of resignation on her face. Then turned to Sumin, her expression becoming calm. Take care. You too. Sumin glanced at Bliss and Alfred conversing in the distance, lowering his voice. Should those two become excessively brutal, Bliss may take action in the future. You might lend a hand to ease tensions. Cindy subtly nodded, raising an eyebrow. If the price is right, an owl's talon could very well eliminate them on their return home from the theater, leaving their children haunted by visions of bats flitting through the alleyways, while Gotham's elite would come upon this child. Well, as long as it pleases you. Sumin smiled and shook his head. They exchanged a knowing glance. Choosing not to elaborate further, she had already devised her plan. Immediately thereafter, Su Ming, Bryce, and Afu exchanged handshakes and farewells, equipping themselves before entering the cockpit. His tasks were minimal. All he needed to do was start the engine and maintain a steady acceleration in neutral. The crux of their journey rested upon Barry. Ascending to the treadmill atop the vehicle, he inhaled deeply and assumed a starting position. Well, we shall take our leave now, Bryce, along with Cindy and Afu. The group nodded in agreement, and Barry, with a shy smile, turned his gaze forward, his expression shifting to one of solemnity. Golden lightning enveloped him once more, and he began to sprint on the treadmill. As his speed escalated, the extraordinary force coursed through the conduits, spreading throughout the entire vehicle. Subsequently, the colossal Batmobile, along with its two passengers, vanished into the Batcave, devoid of sound or shadow, as if they had never existed. Cindy sighed. Su Ming had informed her that the primary world was merely a transit point for him, destined for far-off realms, and she likely would not see him again. Yet, her life must persist, returning to the solitary life of a mercenary. Bryce had prepared her payment, an assortment of unnumbered cash notes, amounting to 60 million, which she could carry away upon departure. Were she not a super soldier, the weight of such two substantial bags of money would have been unmanageable. This fortune could afford her a respite, perhaps a journey to Egypt to revel in the splendor of the Nile, or a sojourn in Iceland to indulge in its hot springs. Given this, I shall take my leave as well. It seems Gotham will have little business for decades to come. Bryce glanced at Afu, who bowed his head slightly in response. The Court of Owls predominantly consists of Miss Wilson's esteemed clients. Backle nodded, her expression remaining impassive as she fixed her gaze upon Cindy. Should any issues arise, I will require your after-sales service. However, for now, Afu will escort you to the dock, where my private yacht will transport you to your desired destination. Cindy wore a half-smile, donning her helmet and securing her weapon once more. You'd best be prepared with the funds. After-sale service for mercenaries comes at an additional cost. The subsequent events unfolded as Su Ming had orchestrated. 2 days later, as the effects of the Sea Queen's fear toxin waned, they mistakenly believed the Court of Owls had miscalculated its duration, leading to their jubilant escape from the island. The Sea Queen, buoyed by her infatuation, whisked the hero away from Dinosaur Island, directly delivering him to Paradise Island. Upon explaining their relationship to the Amazon Queen and the lurking threats in the shadows, they recounted their recent experiences, including the bloodstains left in the garden and the dragon zombie abandoned on Dinosaur Island as evidence. Although their counterfeit selves had inexplicably failed to appear, the plan they devised was sufficiently alarming. The Queen found their romance somewhat peculiar, yet she acknowledged that, being of the Olympian lineage, such passion was a hereditary affliction. Under the shadow of external, unknown threats, the Queen and Parliament engaged in various conjectures. At this juncture, Aquaman's presence on Paradise Island signified goodwill, prompting both parties to enter into peace talks. Both races were absolute monarchies. Once Queen Mara and Wonder Woman resolved to act, the course of events became immutable. Their races merged, and all dissenters were clandestinely executed. The annals of history were utterly obliterated. The Amazons and Atlanteans had always been one. Akin to sisters, notions of warfare and conflict were non-existent. The newly formed race proclaimed themselves as Olympians, heralding a true unification of the world. Although injustice and darkness persist in the realm, at least peace had finally dawned, a commendable beginning. The inaugural decree of the newly established Olympian regime was to hunt down a cult known as the Court of Owls, the motives of which remained obscure. However, the bounty announced on television was staggering, promising various rewards for any leads provided. Regrettably, it soon became apparent that only a female journalist from Gotham City consistently received accolades. Cultists appeared as ubiquitous as wild grass, and she never reported an erroneous target. With the proceeds from these rewards, she launched her documentary series, The Tolling of the Bell, which garnered critical acclaim for its distinctive narration and perspective, leading to a burgeoning business for the Mercenary. Yet this also spawned a plethora of new assassins, reigniting concerns regarding public safety in Gotham City. Suddenly, Su Ming found himself disoriented. Mere moments before, he had been seated in the Batmobile, bidding farewell to Cindy outside his window. In an instant, the view transformed. The Batcave outside his window morphed into an expanse of shifting yellow sands, swirling like a meat grinder, pulling their vehicle toward an unfathomable abyss. Why is it quicksand? Barry. Su Ming immediately engaged the gear, battling against the treacherous terrain. Fortunately, the Batmobile was robust, with commendable tire grip. Were we? After traversing dimensions, Barry felt somewhat weakened, sprawled atop the vehicle, sensing the rumble of the engine, and glanced back at the colossal black hole amidst the desert. I thought you would know. We can only return to the primary world at the moment I departed to avoid triggering a flashpoint effect. In other words, this ISNT Egypt, it's Midway City? Su Ming recalled the comic storyline. They were in the underground outskirts of Midway City, where Red Death had chosen to confront Barry. The implications of a flashpoint effect were unnecessary to articulate. Upon his arrival, the butterfly effect had already commenced, and he could only strive to steer the ensuing changes toward a favorable outcome. Yes, we are beneath Midway City, and the swirling quicksand behind us is a storm of speed force. If caught within, individuals would lose time until their demise. Barry clung to the windshield, shouting fervently at Su Ming. Su Ming found himself at a loss for words. Having just endured the longest night of his life in Gotham, he was now faced with a peculiar adversary from the Dark Knights, a twisted version of Batman. It was quite the predicament. Gripping the steering wheel, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, spotting a luminous area ahead, presumably an exit to the surface. With his other hand, he unsheathed the Fire God sword and carved a hole in the roof of the cockpit, allowing Barry to clamber inside. "Where's the Red Death?" he inquired. The passage of time experienced in the multiverse does not reflect in the primary universe, which meant that even if he had escaped the Speed Force and returned to this moment, he would still exist in this time frame. Barry squeezed beside Su Ming, the cockpit of the Batmobile proving rather cramped for the two of them. Just as he finished speaking, a multitude of vehicles suddenly materialized several dozen meters behind them, the roar of engines echoing through the air, while the Bat radar on the console blared its warning. "All right, I see him. He's right behind us." Chapter 81. The Red Death. The cacophony of engines behind them rose to a deafening crescendo, the swirling yellow sands kicked up by the vehicles forming a dust storm. Not far off, in the quicksand black hole, intermittent bursts of crimson lightning erupted, accompanied by a piercing shriek. Among the pursuing vehicles, a red Batmobile surged to the forefront. Though it retained the silhouette of a Batmobile, it was grotesquely adorned with red flesh and veins, appearing disturbingly sanguine. Inside the vehicle sat a figure clad in crimson armor, cackling maniacally as he chased them. His armor seemed as if it had been dredged from a sea of blood, the crimson ceramic plating enveloping his form. With a white bat emblem emblazoned on his chest, bisected by a jagged red lightning bolt that resembled a fissure tearing the bat in twain. Su Ming could not discern his face, only the pair of scarlet eyes fixated on the road ahead, as torrents of red speed force lightning erupted from his being. He was none other than the Red Death, a deranged Batman from an alternate dark universe. This tale unfolded in the dark multiverse of Earth-52. As was customary, he was already a step ahead, ready to seize the Speed Force for himself. At that moment, the Batman of Earth-52 was fully armed, aiming a freeze gun at the Flash of Earth-52. What transpired on this Earth remained a mystery, but it was evident that the Batman's family had been slaughtered. leaving him the sole survivor. In a desperate bid, Batman sought to usurp the Flash's speed force, in pursuit of the long-held desire to prevent events before they transpired. In the ensuing battle, even fully equipped, he was ultimately vanquished. Yet, Bruce no longer cared for bonds of friendship. His sole focus was the speed force, manipulating Barry's empathy. As Barry reached out to assist him, Batman stealthily injected a super low-temperature serum, crafted by the Freeze Man, into Barry's leg. Instantly, ice enveloped Barry's limb. He calculated that Barry would require merely 3 seconds to dispel the ice with his speed force, but for Batman, 3 seconds would suffice. As Barry awoke from his unconscious state, he discovered that Bruce had bound him to a Batmobile powered by a cosmic treadmill, intent on crashing into the speed force to seize its power. In an instant, the scene shifted back to Gotham City, a haven of vice where the Scarecrow sought to take a life. At that moment, a crimson figure materialized out of thin air, extracting his heart with ruthless precision. "My name is Bruce Wayne. I am vengeance. I am justice. I am the Red Death." This iteration of Batman had not fully harnessed the speed force, which had enigmatically fused him with Barry from Earth 52. He commanded strength and form, while Barry lingered like a wraith in the recesses of his mind. The Red Death swiftly dispatched all the criminals that had plagued Batman for years. At this juncture, the amalgamated Barry implored Bruce to refrain from descending further into darkness. Yet, the skies turned crimson, heralding the impending annihilation of this world. Bruce, unable to move fast enough to save everyone, faced yet another failure. Then, a voice emerged, promising the prospect of a new homeland and a renewed existence. It was the Laughing Bat, traversing the dark multiverse with the aid of Barbado's power. The commotion was immense. Bruce's reckless use of the Speed Force had irrevocably altered the timeline, creating a cataclysm of crimson lightning that obliterated his own reality. The moment of destruction resembled a firework display against the night sky, piquing Barbado's interest. In his mind, Barry urged Bruce to resist the allure of darkness. Yet Bruce found himself drawn into the dark nights. Upon arriving in the central city of the primary universe, a Speed Force tempest erupted, causing countless citizens to lose track of time, aging rapidly. The primary universe's Barry confronted him, luring him away from the city for a fierce battle in the outskirts. Their velocities were so extraordinary that every inch of the once lush grassland was trampled countless times, transforming it into a desert. Barry was no match for him, succumbing in their initial clash and nearly meeting his demise, saved only by Dr. Fate. Following a Justice League meeting at the Eternal Tavern, Barry accompanied Superman to the Fortress of Solitude, where they activated the cosmic tuning fork to send Superman into the dark multiverse to rescue the Batman of the primary universe. Subsequently, he engaged once more with the Dark Knights. Outnumbered, he had no choice but to retreat, yet the Red Death pursued him relentlessly. They returned to the now-deserted Central City, where the Red Death conjured a Speed Force storm, creating a colossal black hole that sucked everything into an expansive underground void. The Red Death now wielded the Speed Force without the need for strategy or tactics, having brought forth his toys from the dark multiverse, an army of Speed Force-powered automated vehicles, all in relentless pursuit of Barry. With no other option, Barry plunged into the Speed Force realm to race against him, only to inadvertently collide with an unknown entity and plummet into Earth 11, marking the genesis of the preceding tale. "Run. Keep running, little girl. I will catch up to you and extract your liver." At this moment, the Red Death demon pursued them relentlessly in his Batmobile, which emitted crackling red lightning. A black hole formed by the Speed Force voraciously consumed everything, distorting the very fabric of reality. Su Ming pressed the accelerator to the floor, striving to navigate towards the gaping maw of the vortex. The Red Death demon remained unhurried. Despite his own vehicle lagging behind, he was surrounded by countless lethal toys, each mounted with blood-stained instruments of destruction. Enormous tools glimmered ominously, massive circular saws attached to mechanical arms, hammers, chains, battle axes, and more, all radiating a sinister crimson glow. It must be said, before the advent of the lightning car, retreating into the Speed Force realm was indeed a commendable choice. Glancing into the rearview mirror, Su Ming observed that the modified war vehicles, being lighter, were gradually closing in from all directions. "Thanks for the compliment, but do you have a plan? My Speed Force cannot be sustained for long. Barry remarked, his face pale as he infused golden lightning into the engine, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. In the comics, Barry ultimately fell to defeat, captured by the Red Death and bound to the Dark Tower as a living battery, thereby playing a minor role in a significant event. However, the unexpected occurrences had shifted the world, allowing Su Ming to arrive in this dire predicament. The tactics of the Dark Knights involved fracturing the Justice League, preventing them from uniting and defeating them through individual confrontations. Now the dilemma arose. The anticipated one-on-one duel of the Red Death had transformed, with Su Ming, who knew his weaknesses, unexpectedly entering the fray. Avoidance was not a viable solution. Moreover, they currently held a partial advantage that needed to be seized. Su Ming pressed several buttons, and the Batmobile emitted a cloud of smoke. A simple technique imparted to him by Briss before her departure. After neutralizing the quicksand's velocity, the two vehicles appeared to move slowly. Yet their actual speed exceeded the capabilities of any instrument, now surpassing 1,000 kilometers per hour with the infusion of Speed Force. The Red Death's vehicle could accelerate further, but he was currently engaged in a game of cat and mouse. Barry licked his parched lips, turning to Su Ming. "Speak up, Slade. I'm all ears. If we perish, at least we can keep each other company on the great beyond." Su Ming shot him a sardonic glance. "Firstly, should we truly meet our demise, our paths will diverge. You will ascend to paradise while I descend to perdition. Secondly, while humanity ultimately faces death, it shall not be today." Chapter 82. Red lightning, the smoke billowing from the Batmobile mingled with the swirling yellow sand, obscuring all rearward visibility. At that moment, the vehicle finally surged forth from the subterranean depths, revealing the distant Midtown and the progressively dimming sky. It was daytime, yet the dark forces of Barbados were infiltrating this world, starting from America, casting a shadow over the entire firmament that gradually succumbed to eternal twilight. We have but one chance. Should we fail, our most favorable outcome would be to become mere batteries. Su Ming gazed into the rearview mirror at the relentless flow of pursuing vehicles, while calmly addressing Barry amidst the roar of the engine. His voice, rendered gravelly by the helmet, seemed to echo from a great distance. Transform into a battery? Barry pondered, bewildered by the notion that his energy was so coveted. Su Ming refrained from elaborating, noting that only Superman and Batman had thus far experienced the privilege of becoming batteries, if my memory serves me right. When two objects imbued with Speed Force collide, the Speed Force, as a form of energy, will negate each other, correct? Barry nodded, beads of sweat trickling beneath his hood. Indeed, I have battled numerous speedsters, and when we fight under the influence of Speed Force, we merely accelerate our reaction times without gaining any additional impact from increased speed. Objects containing different individual speed forces cannot penetrate one another, can they? Su Ming inquired further. Precisely, Barry affirmed. Well, that's the current situation. Put the pedal to the metal. Su Ming pressed a series of buttons on the console, and a row of lights flickered to life, accompanied by an automated voice announcing the activation of autopilot, radar connection, and route establishment. What do you mean by that? You ought to clarify a bit more, Barry replied, lowering his head in resignation. The Speed Force was draining his stamina like water through a leak, leaving him too weary to voice his concerns sharply. Yet, as he glanced down, he noticed the meticulously plotted route on the control panel. Wait, are you planning to? Su Ming squeezed past Barry, maneuvering through the previously open cockpit hatch. With a single pull, he vaulted onto the roof of the vehicle, leaning down to speak with Barry. Indeed, I intend to play bumper cars. Hold on. Even though both vehicles are enveloped in Speed Force, a collision would indeed result in an immediate halt, but without Speed Force, you would instantly gain an acceleration exceeding 3,000 kilometers per second. Even if you're a super soldier, you would be reduced to a mere pulp. Barry exclaimed in horror, attempting to dissuade Su Ming from his reckless idea. Unfazed, Su Ming extended a hand towards him. The smoke will last for 3 more seconds. So grasp my hand and share some of your Speed Force with me. If I can collide with him inside that car, it will similarly neutralize our speeds. Barry glanced at the rearview mirror, where the crimson Batmobile flickered in and out of visibility amidst the smoke and dust. The cockpit of the blood-red vehicle was compact, and the notion of colliding with it, only to be flung from the impact and break through the cockpit to strike Red Death, was truly inconceivable for an ordinary person. Although Barry harbored doubts about the plan, the die was cast, and the countdown for the smoke dwindled to 2 seconds. Gritting his teeth, he grasped Su Ming's hand. golden arcs of electricity once more enveloping Su Ming. "You are truly insane," Barry sighed in resignation, yet a smile crept onto his face, for despite the slim chances, the endeavor was undoubtedly grounded in scientific principles. Su Ming released Barry's hand while lying on the car's roof, the golden lightning swirling across his armor. Fixing his gaze upon the vast expanse of yellow sand ahead, he pulled the pin from a hand grenade at his chest and raised the fire god sword above his head. Prepared for action. Isn't this the very essence of a warrior's existence? In a moment, I will seize him, and you shall ensnare us with the lasso of truth. Then promptly address the black hole of the speedstorm. Barry intended to voice something further, yet the automated sequence previously established by Su Ming commenced. Embris's black Batmobile executed a swift drift amidst the smoke, pivoting a full 180 degrees. The two vehicles initiated a head-on approach, separated only by a veil of yellow sand and smoke. In an instant, they collided without even a blink, coming to an abrupt halt. The sudden transition from rapid motion to complete stillness granted Su Ming a terrifying burst of acceleration, propelling him forth like a cannonball. Fortunately, the protection of speed force shielded him, for otherwise, such immense acceleration would have rendered him unconscious on the spot. It was too swift, too rapid for any reaction. Having performed extensive calculations, Su Ming had already positioned himself atop the vehicle. Akin to a human cannon in a circus, he was launched into the air. The opposing Batmobile was slightly elevated, a subtle height difference that provided him with an opportunity. In the next moment, he sensed himself adhering to something, and upon lifting his gaze, he discovered himself cradled in the arms of the Red Death. The Red Death, momentarily taken aback, found his mind blank for an instant. Despite possessing speed force, how could he have suddenly found someone seated in his embrace when he had been so pleased about pursuing and eliminating his target? The God of Fire's sword cleaved through the cockpit of the enemy vehicle, slicing through the armor of the Red Death. It was not metal and could not harm the Dark Knight. Nevertheless, it sufficed. Su Ming successfully closed the distance to the Red Death, and they both occupied a confined space, empowered by speed force, with Su Ming holding him tightly. He could even detect the scent of blood and entrails emanating from the Red Death, remnants from his previous victims. "Damn it, you are not the Flash. You're the Reaper." The Red Death locked eyes with him and realized that the figure before him was not the Barry he had been pursuing, but rather an individual clad in black and yellow armor. Initially, he had dismissed the sudden appearance of an additional vehicle, for anything could happen within the realm of Speed Force. However, the emergence of another person was utterly unforeseen. To make matters worse, the tactical mastermind, the Reaper, had unexpectedly appeared beside him under the cover of smoke. Su Ming did not respond to his inquiry. When battling the Speed Force version of Batman, time was of the essence. He clasped the Red Death tightly, the friction of their armors producing a creaking sound. The Red Death, of course, sensed the predicament, yet he was no match for the enhanced strength of the Reaper, and with Barry's timely assistance, as they rushed towards the Speed Force storm, the lasso of truth bound him and the Reaper together securely. He could not comprehend how the Reaper, having been defeated and bound atop the dark spire by the Knights, had resurfaced. The black and yellow-masked figure embraced him, even securing his arms, and a grenade was wedged between their chests. The crimson lenses of the mask piercing into his very soul, as a hoarse voice echoed, "I will take you to the heavens." "No, damn it." He struggled desperately, striking at Su Ming's vulnerable ribs, yet the truth lasso ensnared both of them, rendering his feeble punches, reliant solely on his forearms, almost ineffective. The palladium armor effortlessly withstood these blows. In mere moments, Su Ming felt the impact of countless fists on his side, inflicting damage upon his bones and internal organs, while a bloodthirsty desire and a torrent of fragmented memories surged into his mind. Though he may have prepared for a confrontation with Barry, he was not equipped to face the Grim Reaper. The resilience of the holy armor was formidable. Extracting Su Ming's innards would prove exceedingly difficult. Palladium, while not the most unyielding metal in the DC universe, certainly ranks among the strongest, rivaling the nearby adamantium, and possesses a remarkable resistance to magical harm. Numerous multiversal beings utilize it to forge artifacts or spacecraft. Had the Red Death been replaced by Darkseid, Su Ming would have dared not engage so closely. However, the Red Death's physique was merely another iteration of Barry, making him arguably the weakest among the Dark Knights in terms of strength. Quietly, He clutched the Red Death, awaiting the chime of the bell. Boom! A tremendous gust of air erupted between them, and Su Ming, resolute in his grip on the truth lasso, remained unyielding. Consequently, the explosive force was directed downward, propelling them skyward like a rocket. The palladium armor remained intact, though he experienced significant pressure on his chest. The close-range explosions had inflicted severe injuries, causing him to feel as if his vision was fading. Yet, gravity gradually reasserted itself as they reached their apex and began their descent. The two hues of lightning began to dissipate from their forms. Struggling, Su Ming retrieved a bat metal or from a small pack. The reddish-gold crystalline metal shimmered faintly as he grasped the metallic cluster, reversing his forearm to thrust it between them, using his injured chest to push forward with all his might. The Red Death's chest armor shattered completely in the explosion, leaving him defenseless. In an instant, the sharp metal cluster pierced through his torso, causing blood to spatter onto Su Ming's mask. The immense force of the Grim Reaper, combined with the Palladium's ability to counter dark energy, obliterated his heart. Su Ming used him as a cushion as they plummeted onto the desert. Chapter 83. Death. Su Ming crashed to the ground with the Red Death, the scalding golden sand erupting as if from explosion, cascading down like rain. Fine grains of sand infiltrated the crevices of their armor, and they both coughed up blood simultaneously. Su Ming's injuries were severe. The palladium armor offered less shock absorption, and his self-healing cells seemed to be in a frenzy, clamoring for him to consume the very person before him. A flood of memories surged into his consciousness, recalling Slade's domestic life, his comrades, and acquaintances. In a rainforest, before donning the black and yellow armor, he engaged in fierce gunfire with a group of dark-skinned individuals. A large python coiled upon a branch, coldly observing the humans below. In the boundless expanse of the marshlands, he, riddled with bullet holes and burning with fever, was being carried by the wintergreen towards the awaiting helicopter, while in the distance, a group of oddly adorned natives brandishing automatic weapons pursued them relentlessly. Within a dimly lit and dilapidated laboratory, he, clad in a military green t-shirt, was secured to an operating table as a luminous transparent liquid was injected into his arm. Similar scenes incessantly flickered through his mind. Initially, they resembled still photographs, but soon they animated, unfurling like a cinematic reel, ultimately shifting to a first-person perspective. The clarity of these visions was overwhelming, as they were his own memories, even the throbbing headache they induced eclipsing his bloodthirsty desires, plunging him into an eerie tranquility. He released his grip, unfastened the truth lasso, and beheld the blood of the Red Death demon staining the desert red, swiftly seeping into the ground. Coughing violently, Su Ming removed his helmet and spat out a mouthful of blood, although the shrapnel from the grenade had been subdued. The shockwave from the explosion had undeniably taken its toll, and pain radiated from his ribs. His vision was obscured in crimson, and he struggled to breathe, clinging to his sanity. Nevertheless, the plan had succeeded. Upon the charred chest of the Red Death demon, the bat gold pierced through his heart like a stake through a vampire. The tremendous force drove the sharp bat gold deeper into the demon's chest cavity. After all, he was merely an ordinary man, and despite the accelerated recovery of those who wielded the speed force, it could not avert the death that followed a pierced heart. He was not dead yet, but the bat gold was expelling the dark energy within him. When that energy was depleted, such an injury would claim any life. Barry appeared beside him, enveloped in a crimson light. He had halted the Speed Force storm by running in reverse, while the other automated killing machines, having lost their Speed Force propulsion, stood motionless. "You succeeded, Slade," he gasped, his breaths labored, addressing Su Ming in a tone laden with complexity. He did not wish to take a life, nor to witness death, but faced with the prior circumstances, he could conceive no peaceful resolution had their roles been reversed. "You'd best keep your distance. I fear you might recharge him." Su Ming struggled to sit up, reaching out to remove the Red Death demon's mask, confirming the kill. The Red Death demon appeared exceedingly emaciated, a result of malnutrition from excessive use of the Speed Force. Blood streamed from his orifices as his vacant gaze fixated on the dimming sun above. Red lightning coursed from his body into the earth, and the black smoke emanating from the wound of the bat gold was nearly invisible. Su Ming estimated he had a mere few seconds left. A phantasmal image flashed across his face, as if a soul were departing its vessel. His visage, initially reminiscent of a scarred Bruce Wayne, contorted with a violent twist, as the bloodied red armor enveloping him transformed into gold. Barry was preparing to leave, but upon witnessing the scene before him, he found himself momentarily stunned. Wait, he seems somewhat reminiscent of me. Su Ming wiped the blood from the face of the Red Death and turned to observe. Even the sky reflected in the Red Death's eyes had morphed into shades of black and yellow. Indeed, this body belonged to Earth -52, and you must remember that sharing attire is not a cause for embarrassment. Rather, it is the one with the flimsier outfit who should feel awkward. However, Barry tilted his head and raised a hand to signal for a pause. Was he not supposed to be Bruce? Yet, this was not incorrect, as the Speed Force is notoriously capricious. Su Ming, enduring the pain in his chest, sat on the sandy ground, slowly retrieving a cigarette, placing it between his lips and igniting it. The Red Death is a fusion of Batman and the Flash from Earth -52. You see, the Speed Force is nearly unattainable by ordinary individuals. When that Batman sought the Speed Force, it intertwined their essences, allowing him to embody either persona. Barry edged closer, observing the figure on the ground as he slowly approached death, feeling a pang of compassion. Su Ming exhaled a gentle cloud of smoke, the fiery ache in his chest intensifying as he pondered. The distorted soul of Batman perished alongside the dissipating dark energy. You may draw nearer. For that Barry is also a good man. How much longer can he endure? Barry fell silent for a moment, squatting beside Su Ming. At this rate of blood loss, he had at most 10 seconds left. Su Ming voiced a conjectural figure. The injuries that would have been immediately fatal were mitigated by the counterbalance of the Speed Force and dark energy, granting the Red Death a brief extension of life. Yet he was utterly beyond salvation. The frenzied Bruce departed, his body gradually succumbing to the control of another Barry, who had long been relegated to a corner of his mind, witnessing the Red Death's malevolent exploits through the Speed Force, powerless to intervene. Now, despite the impending death, he finally felt a sense of freedom and release. When one becomes a threat, perhaps self-destruction is the noble course for a superhero. Thank you, Reaper, spoke the Flash adorned in Red Death's armor, and as he uttered these words, a torrent of blood and internal fragments erupted from his mouth. Su Ming sighed, rising to his feet, brushing off his backside, and turning towards the fallen god of fire sword in the desert. You all continue your conversation. Time is scarce. The Red Death gazed at the other Barry, laboriously turning his head as he beheld the familiar red spandex and the lightning emblem emblazoned on Barry's chest. A shy smile gradually crept onto his stiffening face, mirroring Barry's, yet the waning Speed Force made him appear aged beyond measure. Flash of the main world, I am sorry. I have erred. Barry crawled forward, etching 2 lines in the blood-stained red sand, grasping the Red Death's hand in his own, as golden lightning coursed from his body to the shattered armor. We all know that is not you. You are merely a puppet of circumstance. The Speed Force is no longer viable. I am akin to a leaky bucket, your power dissipating in vain. The Red Death spoke with a serene demeanor, having come to terms with his fate. All of his loved ones and friends had perished long ago when the Speed Force obliterated Earth 52. He was now on his way to seek their forgiveness. No, you are like me. I believe you possess a good heart. This is all the fault of that deranged Batman. Barry shook his head, the Speed Force lightning intensifying around him. Yet he felt the energy coursing into the Red Death like a stone cast into the abyss. Bruce is my dear friend, the Red Death uttered, closing his eyes and struggling to articulate. He was deceived, and regrettably, my tongue was too clumsy to persuade him. You have done your utmost, Barry gasped, having traversed dimensions, raced alongside the Red Death, and halted the Speed Force storm through reverse running. His stamina was gravely depleted, the lightning flickering weakly across his form. I have not done enough. I apologize, another me. We have damaged your Midway City. The Red Death began to cough, having glimpsed his loved ones beckoning to him from within the Speed Force. Cough, cough, be wary of Barbados. He is far too powerful. Eventually, the Speed Force energy surrounding Barry faltered, unable to sustain him any longer. He grasped the Red Death's hand tightly, a gesture of resolve. The Red Death opened his eyes and gazed into the distance at Midway City, which bore the scars of their previous battle but still housed many intact structures. Bathed in the dim sunlight, it resembled a sunset, the glass of the skyscrapers reflecting a myriad of colors, aptly earning its moniker, the Gem City. A smile graced his lips, though its meaning remained elusive. It is truly beautiful. I am home. The hand encased in ceramic armor, slipped from Barry's grasp as his strength waned to the point where he could no longer hold on. The Red Death lay quietly in the desert outside Midway City. Chapter 84. Safe House. Su Ming stood nearby, arms crossed. The fire god, sword already retrieved and secured behind him. The gentle breeze stirred the sand, which clattered against his armor. He donned his helmet once more, data appearing on the visor as he sought a new vehicle. Their circumstances were dire, necessitating a brief respite in Midway City. Such an unprepared battle was not to his liking. He approached Barry, who was lost in thought beside the lifeless body, and patted his shoulder before bending down to extract the bat gold or from the Red Death's chest. "Let us move. The Dark Knights have other matters to address." Barry wobbled as he rose. Even if Briss did not succumb to drowning, other dark universes would still spawn drowners. The Dark Knights number 7, do they not? The Red Death's body gradually transformed into currents of electricity, dissipating into the air, leaving only an indented silhouette that was slowly filled by the yellow sands. He embraced the ultimate fate of all speedsters, returning to the Speed Force. Indeed, the Joker requires each member of the Justice League to produce a counterpart, as it is his game. Thus, the Dark Knights must inevitably consist of 7 individuals. Su Ming wiped the blood from the mineral and carefully stored away, for it was the only weapon at his disposal in this dire moment. Barry let out a sigh, an unusual frown adorning his face. For he understood that even if they salvaged Earth from the brink of destruction, another Dark Earth would inevitably suffer, rendering their efforts seemingly meaningless. Despair and oppression, the prevailing themes of the multiverse, never bend to the will of any singular individual. Yet, in order to save more worlds, the battle must persist. What is your next plan? I require sustenance to heal, and you are drained of your speed. We must take a brief respite before confronting those nightmarish Batmans and gathering the Justice League to face Barbados. We need intelligence. As much of the Earth is engulfed in flames, and Barbados has summoned monsters from the shadows. Barry relayed what he knew. Matters had worsened even before his departure, and the status of the Justice League remained uncertain. I am aware, Su Ming replied, turning towards the vehicle to assess whether Bryce's Batmobile could be repaired. For the moment, the city was not in immediate danger. The Joker and the Ravager were currently beside Barbados in Gotham. Barry nodded, understanding that even the Reaper must continue to fight for survival. His stance remained unchanged, and he too was willing to fight alongside them. "All right, I shall check the vehicle," he said. The Batmobile of Bryce had previously collided with the vehicle of Red Death. Evidently, the infusion of speed had not transformed them into comets crashing to Earth, but rather both had simply stalled. Perhaps with some repairs, they could still be of use. Barry dismantled the cosmic treadmill from the Batmobile, rewiring it, and replaced the damaged parts with those salvaged from Red Death's vehicle. Approximately 10 minutes later, the Batmobile roared back to life. "All set, Slade. We're heading into the city," Barry called from the cockpit to Su Ming, who was smoking nearby. Su Ming discarded his cigarette, fastened his helmet, and climbed onto the Batmobile, not entering the cockpit, but rather gripping a groove as if riding a steed. "You don't intend to make me sit on your lap, do you? Drive." The vehicle resumed its course, free from the chaos of Speed Force disturbances, swiftly entering the city. The roads were flanked by wrecked cars and crumbling structures, with some bodies lying on the roadside, resembling mummies. They were victims of the Speed Force storm, having lost their time and met a direct demise. Even Barry, typically so loquacious, found no words in this moment of sorrow. But fortunately, as they ventured deeper into the city, the devastation lessened, and they occasionally spotted individuals hiding in the shadows of buildings or within their homes, peeking out through makeshift barriers or the gaps in curtains. Midtown had not constructed the Dark Spire, as the Dark Knights had entrusted its management to Red Death, who had originally planned to obliterate the area with a Speed Force storm. "Turn left at the next intersection," Su Ming instructed, tapping on the glass. Despite not knowing the reason, Barry followed his instructions and turned left at the next intersection. It was an ordinary street, littered with discarded belongings from people fleeing in haste. An ice cream truck had collided with a fire hydrant, and water gushed forth. After advancing for less than 500 meters, Su Ming tapped on the glass of the driver's cabin to signal for a stop. He first leapt down from the roof, rubbing his chest as he felt a slight heaviness. He then ventured into a nearby alley, pushing aside a pile of obstructive trash, revealing a trapdoor adorned with a rusted padlock. Drawing his gun, he fired a shot, sending the brass lock spinning away. He proceeded to open the door and descended naturally. "Where's this?" Barry appeared beside him. "This is my secret hideout," Su Ming said as he fumbled along the wall to turn on the light. This was not merely a basement. It was a safe house, specifically a stronghold of the Slade in this world. "Well, I can understand why there are bat caves beneath the Wayne Manor, but why do your world's safe houses for the Beltoll also exist in the same location?" Su Ming turned to close the door before walking further into the room. It was not only stocked with ample food, but also equipped with sufficient weapons. This was no coincidence. It was calculated. Su Ming removed his helmet and uniform, locating some analgesic spray to treat his wounds. "My own hideout is nearby. Yet I had no idea where your world's Beltoll would be concealed. However, our thought processes are akin. By considering all surrounding buildings and various factors, such as concealment, accessibility, and underground area, one can naturally deduce the location. All right, I suppose you could be considered a half-master here. So, can I eat the provisions?" Barry also removed his hood, taking a breath. Su Ming shrugged. These items were not his. "Of course, help yourself. Take whatever you fancy." "Oh, you're quite generous." Barry promptly plopped down onto a chair, opening a can of Spam and devouring it. The food here was primarily military rations, stored for convenience, offering only Spam and canned beans as options. Su Ming inspected his saintly uniform, which was undamaged apart from some chipped paint. After donning it once more, he opened a nearby cabinet to replenish his arsenal. Grenades, rocket launchers, automatic rifles, and grenade launchers were all extracted. Though these weapons could not directly harm the Dark Knight or the monsters, they still held their utility. Only after he had armed himself fully did he shuffle over to the chair opposite Barry, taking a deep breath and opening his own can of meat, quietly consuming it. Chapter 85. General Objective in the dimly lit basement. Su Ming casually filled his stomach. He had no qualms about consuming insects or decayed animals in critical moments, let alone canned food. He gazed thoughtfully at the map on the whiteboard nearby. The location is not far from the road. On a typical day, one would undoubtedly hear the sounds of vehicles passing by, yet now an eerie silence envelopes the surroundings. Barry, his mouth full of minced meat, studies the map, but finds nothing novel about the American landscape. "What occupies your thoughts?" Su Ming inquires, delicately placing a cigarette between his lips while inscribing various symbols and lines on the map. "I previously mentioned that they are essentially counterfeit Batmans, having relinquished their greatest advantage, bat tactics, after succumbing to madness. They are entranced by newfound powers, and the Red Death has utterly failed to exhibit the capabilities of a normal speedster. On one hand, another version of him torments his mind, using his soul to inhabit another's body, a process that proves incompatible. On the other, he was unprepared for my emergence, and our collaboration is surprisingly effective. Yet your strategy appears equally deranged," Barry remarks, wiping the remnants from the table as he contemplates whether to indulge in more meat or switch to beans for a change of flavor. Su Ming massages his temples, memories flooding back. It is because they are Batmans. Their logical reasoning remains intact. Perhaps they choose not to utilize it, but I must remain vigilant. "So you engage the Red Death with unpredictable madness?" Barry shrugs, continuing to eat meat. Much like the Joker, Su Ming shakes his head, exhaling a smoke ring, continuing to sketch on the map without looking back. "That is true madness. No one can replicate it. My plan may seem deranged, but it is fortified with armor and self-healing abilities, essentially a performance." Barry struggles to swallow a large mouthful of meat, nearly choking. "Have you ever considered abandoning mercenary work to pursue acting? Disguise is merely a fundamental skill in special operations." He believes I have lost my mind, unaware of the dark energy within him. Yet he underestimates the vastness of my intelligence, bolstered by my possession of bat gold, allowing me to overpower him through sheer asymmetry of information. Su Ming scribbles wildly on the map, soon transforming the entire world map into a dense tapestry of symbols and shorthand that Barry cannot comprehend. Were it not for the knowledge of the clockmaker's superior cognitive abilities, Barry would surely suspect that Su Ming was venting his frustration upon the map. "What are next steps?" Barry inquires. "Next, we will infiltrate the underground warehouse of the Washington Eye to confront the merciless Iron Fist and liberate Diana from her entanglements," Su Ming replies, patting the map. Both the primary and contingency plans are meticulously formulated, ready for execution. "Very well, let us depart at once." Barry, having regained his strength, quickly devours several cans of luncheon meat, eagerly eyeing Su Ming. A sigh escapes Su Ming's lips as he dons his helmet once more, slinging the weapons from the table onto his back, and addresses Barry. I require further preparation. The merciless Iron Fist is a master of weaponry and a god of war. Approaching him in this state would only complicate matters for Diana. Understood. I shall follow your lead. I will escort you there, Barry replies, pulling up his hood and wiping his mouth. Let us proceed to the majestic Great Pyramid of Khufu in Egypt, for I must procure a new weapon. While this bat-like golden weapon may be deemed perilous, it lacks the requisite might to confront formidable foes, whether wielded as a bludgeon or a dagger. Upon arrival, Barry once again traversed the waters, delivering Su Ming into a shadowy burial chamber. The air was thick with the scent of dust, and the chamber was modest in size, devoid of all but a golden sarcophagus. This space had long been converted into a museum by the Egyptian government, with its valuable artifacts having been removed long ago. After a brief foray, Su Ming expressed his exasperation to Barry, noting the latter's excessive enthusiasm in their swift journey. My apologies, Barry replied, scratching his brow with an air of awkwardness before hoisting Su Ming back into the museum. One must not allow haste or anger to cloud one's judgment. Conserve your strength. The Great Pyramid, akin to its counterparts, bore the scars of colonial history. As Egypt had once been a vassal state of Britain, its treasures had largely been spirited away by British archaeologists to the British Museum. Even after Egypt's independence in 1922, the British government has yet to return the artifacts. However, those adventurers cloaked in the guise of archaeology sought only gold and gemstones, leaving behind a plethora of overlooked relics, which is precisely why Su Ming had come. With effortless dexterity, he produced a substantial cache of C4 explosives, breaching the museum's vault. Within lay an array of ancient weaponry, but his focus was singular, fixated on a weapon nestled in the corner. With a swift elbow, he shattered a glass display case, shards cascading to the floor, and retrieved a one-handed hammer. It appeared unremarkable, cloaked in darkness, yet its weight was formidable, approximately 70 to 80 kilograms. Resembling a meteor hammer from the annals of Celestial Empire history, it lacked the chain typically found between the head and handle, being solidly affixed. In Europe, this weapon is known as a mace, characterized by a large spherical head adorned with irregular conical spikes. This was the armament of the legendary Eagle Man, Pharaoh Khufu, and without a doubt, it was composed of N-metal. The alien spacecraft he discovered had yielded this extraordinary metal, which he utilized to forge his equipment. The palladium armor quivered slightly, attuned to the resonance of the metals, assuring Su Ming that he was on the right path. Aren't you accustomed to wielding a sword? Barry inquired, his voice tinged with apprehension as alarms blared in the background, a clear indication of their illicit activities, implicating him as an accomplice. What defines a master of weaponry is the ability to wield any weapon with unparalleled combat prowess and skill, Su Ming replied, securing the hammer behind him and adjusting his strap. The security will arrive shortly. If you wish to avoid their demise at my hands, you must swiftly guide me to the next location. Where to next? Where is the Shadow Pact team? Su Ming now sought magical assistance, and the formidable mages of the Shadow Pact were exceedingly well suited for his needs. On one hand, they are all superheroes, quite enthusiastic. On the other hand, the Shadow Pact is a team, and with a larger number of members, their assistance would undoubtedly ease their burdens significantly. Barry first led Su Ming out of the pyramid, arriving at the banks of the Nile, where a canopy of stars adorned the night sky above them, and the river flowed tumultuously before their eyes. Su Ming, keenly perceptive, sensed the presence of crocodiles lurking nearby. Previously, I had been rescued by Dr. Fate and transported from the clutches of the Red Death to the Forgotten Tavern. However, after we devised our plan, the Dark Knights soon pursued us. Barry crouched down, observing the flowing waters of the river. The leader of the Shadow Pact, Master of the Night, had willingly stayed behind to cover our retreat, but it wasn't long before the Dark Knights caught up with us. Su Ming adjusted the weapons strapped to his back, appearing almost like a hedgehog due to the extensive arsenal he bore. If not for his exceptional physical prowess, it would have been impossible to carry such a burden. Master of the Night had already made the ultimate sacrifice. If the Shadow Pact was not in the main world, they might be in the magical realm of Maya, a place we could not access. Were we truly to seek him out? Who? Surely it wouldn't be the witch Circe again? Barry's face displayed clear reluctance, as Circe from Earth -11 had left an unfavorable impression on him. No, The witch Circe's sorcery is far too niche, effective only against the magic of the Olympian pantheon. The person we need to find is a complicated matter. Let us proceed to London, England. Su Ming sighed. If it were at all feasible, he would vehemently wish to avoid London, for that individual was exceedingly troublesome. Chapter 86. Constantine. Upon hearing London, Barry's expression grew even more peculiar. As a member of the Justice League, he was acutely aware of the city's significance. He let out a long, drawn-out sound akin to a groan of distress, akin to someone struggling in a restroom, before finally taking off with Su Ming. Su Ming felt Barry's pace had noticeably slowed, as if he were hesitating, and even the sand kicked up behind them was not as high. He could only offer words of reassurance to Barry. Relax, you're my ally. If that person intends to deceive us, I shall send a bullet into his accomplice. No, let us avoid that. We share the same stance, and I do not wish for any bloodshed. Barry snapped back to reality and began a sprint. The sound of laughter, raspy and ominous, echoed from beneath the Grim Reaper's mask. Of course, that was merely a jest, as I am certainly not the first to entertain such thoughts. He has undoubtedly devised a spell to counteract such ideas, like the buddy protection spell or the eggshell armor incantation. Do you know what happens when one gets a stitch while running at super speed? Don't crack jokes while I'm sprinting. Barry's face, partially obscured by his hood, turned a shade of blue as he struggled to suppress laughter. Su Ming hastily raised his hands in surrender, fearing that if Barry were to laugh too hard, he might lose his footing and be swept away in a whirlwind of super speed. All right, I want teammate jokes while you're running from now on. However, I do have a half-brother. He might get along quite well with you. England, London. This city, once emblematic of capitalism, now signifies the twilight of an empire. At this moment, it was deep night, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of any sign of life. The site of Barbados' invasion lies within the United States, rendering the distant shores of Britain across the vast Atlantic temporarily safe. Yet, every individual has witnessed the grim reality unfolding on their screens, be it through television or the internet. After weathering the initial waves of chaos and trepidation, the remaining residents of London have opted to seclude themselves within their homes, bracing for what may be their remaining days. One cannot help but wonder if they will meet their end akin to those dignified gentlemen aboard the Titanic, clad in their formal attire, serenaded by classical melodies as they succumb to the depths. The streets are not in disarray. Su Ming can still observe police officers stationed at a nearby intersection, though their dejected demeanor suggests a somber mood. The two stand beside an ancient thoroughfare, enveloped in darkness. While Barry is aware of Su Ming's intent, the precise location eludes him. However, Su Ming has devised a plan. He strides to a roadside, where a red telephone booth basks in the glow of a lamppost. The warm yellow light cascades down like soothing water, casting a large circle upon the ground, with the booth prominently positioned at its center. The booth is adorned with lattice windows, the glass divided into countless tiny panes by wooden frames. Above, the word telephone is illuminated, crowned by a small, intricate design. Su Ming approaches with purpose, flinging open the door and stepping inside, where he is met with a pungent melange of urine and stale cigarette smoke. He retrieves the telephone directory and begins to sift through its pages, searching for the keywords Master of Dark Arts and Exorcist. In both England and America, public directories are colloquially known as the Yellow Pages, featuring not only commonly used telephone numbers, but also a plethora of inconspicuous advertisements, reminiscent of the flyers plastered on telephone poles in his homeland. As a practitioner of magic, Constantine eschews advertising on the internet, for such mediums cannot be swayed by sorcery. Unlike the simplicity of the Yellow Pages, where one might clandestinely enter a printing house by night to cast a minor spell, ensuring his advertisement appears for free in thousands of telephone booths across London. Many businesses also benefit from the directory. Indeed, Constantine is in dire financial straits. Though his work is contracted, his existence is far more arduous than that of a Grim Reaper, whose clientele consists of the affluent. His patrons are predominantly those driven to desperation by malevolent forces. Let us expedite this, Su Ming urges Barry. Barry exhales in resignation. If time is of the essence, one ought not to be so eager to enter the telephone booth. Why not simply let him do the searching? Nevertheless, he places a hand on Su Ming's shoulder, sensing that this otherworldly Slade has undoubtedly been a speedster in a past life, and the swiftness flows effortlessly between them. A sudden flurry of sounds, reminiscent of wood cracking, fills the air as Su Ming closes the directory. Found it. Do you have 30 pence? Pence? Would 50 cents suffice? I can retrieve it from home. Forget it. With that energy, you might as well earn it yourself. Su Ming shakes his head, retrieving a silencer and affixing it to his handgun. Subsequently, he fired repeatedly at the telephone, causing a cascade of silver coins to spill forth, reminiscent of the exhilarating experience of playing a slot machine in Las Vegas. He bent down to retrieve a few coins, tucking them into his belt. All right, let's find another phone booth. Barry glanced at the nearby police, feeling a twinge of guilt. Su Ming's actions vividly illustrated the mindset of mercenaries who shoot for money. It was a primal reaction devoid of contemplation. Seizing the moment before the authorities took notice, Barry hastily led Su Ming to another phone booth, deciding he would address the damages to the London government once the situation was resolved. Su Ming removed his helmet, inhaling the smog-laden air of London, and inserted the coins into the phone, dialing the number he had previously noted. After a brief pause, the call connected. Hello? Constantine? I require your assistance, Su Ming stated directly. I'm busy, but I suggest you buy more alcohol. It's a cure-all. Goodbye. The flippant voice on the other end responded, accompanied by a persistent buzzing, reminiscent of flies buzzing around a microphone. $10,000, Su Ming replied, his expression unchanging as he observed the street. Where are you? I'm on it. Constantine immediately acquiesced, and Su Ming could almost hear the sound of saliva hitting the microphone. If you don't know where I am, then perhaps you're not as capable as you think. Let's not discuss business. Su Ming contemplated responding, but the truth was that neither he nor Barry were locals. Who could possibly know their whereabouts? A huffing sound emanated from the other end, followed shortly by the crisp sound of a lighter flicking open. You're tough. I'll be there soon. Su Ming promptly ended the call, exited the booth, and leaned against the wall of a nearby building, resecuring his helmet as he awaited Constantine's arrival. Moments later, the pitch-dark storefront beside him suddenly illuminated and opened, revealing a figure clad in a tawny trench coat, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Stumbling out with an unsteady gait. Upon spotting Barry standing on a roadside, he immediately squinted, perplexed. Wait, what do I see? A member of the Justice League, gracing London to seek out someone like me? Barry raised a hand, gesturing for him to turn around. Before Constantine could comprehend the situation, he felt a robust arm encircle his neck, his back colliding with a solid armored surface. After enduring so many blows, haven't you learned to check behind doors? A deep voice whispered in his ear. Chapter 87. The Mysterious House. Calmly, Constantine raised his hands, flicking the ash from his cigarette as the London evening breeze whisked the gray-white remnants away. I haven't wronged anyone. It would be unreasonable for the Justice League to assault me on the street, wouldn't it? You know why we seek you. Su Ming tightened his grip on his arm, the armor constricting him from turning around. Oh, what is it? I am unaware, he replied. Constantine maintained a serene expression as he returned the cigarette to his lips. So, the third palace has emerged once more? Yes, I summon him. Though he's a demon lord, one must allow a father to visit his daughter. Wouldn't you agree? No, that cannot be right. The dark power of Barbados rises like a tide engulfing the world. If the sorcerer did not sense it, that would indeed be a blatant falsehood. What about the witch-ess affairs? Though she has lost control and harmed many, including Superman and Wonder Woman, has that not already concluded? I was present at the scene. Yet the entire matter bears no relation to me, truly. No, that is incorrect. Su Ming turned his head away, noting that this individual seemed to have neglected personal hygiene for an extended period, exuding an odor reminiscent of spoiled food. Are you referring to the rain of corpses from the sky? I suggest you consult Lady Top, for although I provided the magical ritual and tools out of friendship, I did not utilize a single ounce of magic. It was entirely her doing. I can accompany you to capture her and offer my assistance free of charge. That is not it. The incident in the London mirror dimension involving zombies? Incorrect. Then the rebellion of the vampires? Not that either. The loss of the spear of Longinus? Barry covered his head, listening to the litany of supernatural terms spilling from Constantine's yellowed teeth without a hint of surprise. Despite Constantine's insistence that these matters had nothing to do with him, one could easily deduce that he was inevitably implicated. The greatest weakness of the Justice League lay in their collective lack of magical resistance. Diana fared slightly better, possessing some divine artifact for protection. But Superman's magic resistance was nearly non-existent. Historically, he had been bested by magic more than once, yet he had never sought to remedy his shortcomings. Such mystical matters were typically addressed by various magical factions, such as the Shadow Pact Su Ming had mentioned earlier, the semi-official Shadow Bureau, Shade, Shazam's family, the Teen Titans, and Constantine's Dark Justice League, among others. Stop. Who do you think I am? Constantine exhaled a plume of smoke, moistening his parched lips. In the Justice League? Whose voice is as dark as mine? Batman, when you decide to torment me, could you refrain from striking my face? I am well acquainted with Wonder Woman. Have you mistaken me for someone else? Su Ming thought otherwise. This fellow seemed intent on playing tricks. He released his grip and brushed off the flakes of Constantine's skin from his arm guard, indicating that this man had not cleaned his neck in quite some time. It is not Batman, and my purpose in seeking you is not concerning trivial matters. Constantine adjusted his tie and cleared his throat before turning around. Upon seeing Su Ming, he momentarily stiffened, then turned to Barry with a peculiar expression. Ah, it is the Grim Reaper. I am quite curious how you came to be in his company. As he spoke, realization dawned upon him, and he tapped his forehead. Does the Justice League require a magical ritual to brainwash him, transforming him into a superhero or something of the sort? Barry gazed at his shoes in silence. The notion of brainwashing to alter a person was profoundly sinister. It was evident that not a single sorcerer possessed benevolent intent. Speak another word of nonsense, and I shall sever your head, he warned. Su Ming approached Constantine, brandishing a fragment of the fire goddess sword, which elicited a look of trepidation from the latter. Do not even think of fleeing. My full suit of armor is laced with metal. As a magician, you ought to comprehend its significance. You have no chance. Observing Constantine reaching for his lighter, Su Ming discerned the intent to employ an illusion for escape and promptly dissuaded him. The expression on Constantine's face soured, and he forced an awkward smile. Why would I run? Did you not mention business? I shall partake. Su Ming locked eyes with him, declaring Barbados the Dark Dragon. Alas, I cannot assist. I take my leave. Constantine, rebuffing him thrice, turned to retreat through the door. Yet, he could not match Barry's speed. Su Ming tilted his head, and Barry instantly understood, moving with lightning speed to usher both him and Constantine through the radiant portal. In an instant, they found themselves in a desolate landscape. Facing a dilapidated wooden villa, its paint entirely stripped away, revealing the natural hue of the wood beneath. Years of decay and the ravages of wind and rain had transformed the timber into rotting wood. The fact that the house still stood was nothing short of miraculous. A howling wind swept across the wasteland, causing every door, window, and even the walls of the house to creak ominously. Surrounding them was a sea of dry, yellowed grass, as if drained of vitality by some unseen force. In the distance, where earth met sky, ominous black clouds churned. Alas, what folly is this? Let me clarify. I did not invite you here, Constantine remarked with a cunning smile. Su Ming remained unfazed, casually wrapping an arm around Constantine's neck and casting him a languid glance. The moment you left the door ajar upon your exit, I knew you were scheming. This is a magical passage, perpetually consuming energy. That door was left for our passage. And I shall, of course, play along with your game. Should you attempt any trickery now, Barry shall deliver a resounding blow to your head. Even if you wish to escape to the House of Mysteries, it would be futile, for we are all ensnared within this same cage. Clever indeed. Very well. I concede that I do require assistance. How about we exchange favors? Constantine's confidence faltered as he realized the gravity of the situation. The name of the Requiem Bell, even to him as a magician, was well known. The legendary tactical master had seen through his plans, revealing that his cleverness was somewhat lacking. He had initially intended to confine the two within the ethereal prison, believing he could leverage their predicament. This peculiar space was beyond the comprehension of non-magic users. He had thought to hide behind illusions to negotiate his terms. However, Su Ming was far from the Requiem Bell of this world. His knowledge exceeded Constantine's wildest imaginings, directly unraveling his scheme. This realization filled Constantine with apprehension, as he understood that the Requiem Bell was likely prepared. In the face of such preparation, it could be said that he was among the most terrifying individuals on Earth. In truth, it is not that the bell tolls is more astute than Batman. Rather, Su Ming possesses a profound understanding of what a scoundrel Jia Kong truly is. Even before their encounter, he had been on guard. Let us proceed. This must be the mysterious house, situated at the nexus of all time and space, serving as a transit point to the netherworld, Su Ming remarked, tugging Jia Kong toward the dilapidated structure, his gaze fixed on the grotesque faces carved into the door. "Oh, you are quite knowledgeable, aren't you?" Constantine's stubbly visage displayed an expression of appreciation, tinged with a hint of boastfulness. He then explained to the bewildered Barry, "The netherworld is a liminal space nestled between heaven and hell. Upon death, if one's merits do not suffice to ascend to heaven, yet their sins are insufficient to descend into hell, their souls linger in the netherworld. Are there ghosts here?" Barry's face contorted in dismay. As a scientist, he detested phenomena that defied logical explanation. Constantine, pinching a cigarette, turned aside to spit a mouthful of yellowish saliva. "Indeed, have you noticed the dark clouds on the horizon? Those are spirits." Barry felt an unsettling itch at the nape of his neck, as if the ominous clouds were drawing closer. Su Ming, however, unceremoniously interrupted Jia Kang's fabrications. "Do not listen to his nonsense. Those are merely storm clouds. Aside from a certain eeriness, the netherworld is no different from the outside world. Come on, can't you let me have my moment? It's rare that I can find amusement with the Justice League," Jia Kong retorted, rolling his eyes. Nevertheless, he swiftly retrieved a key and unlocked the villa's grand entrance, gesturing for the two to enter. Chapter 88. Unmasking. Fortunately, the interior of the house was not as dilapidated as its exterior suggested. Though aged, it was still habitable. As they traversed the lofty entrance, they were greeted by a spacious, cavernous room that appeared significantly larger than it seemed from outside, likely due to some magical influence. Su Ming was not particularly surprised. There were similar structures in Harry Potter, where it was referred to as the undetectable extinction charm, probably known by another name in the DC universe. However, Barry was incessantly scanning the surroundings, as if searching for something. In the shadowy corners of the house, faint silhouettes flitted by. Su Ming recognized them as genuine spirits, but chose not to disclose this to Barry, who was already becoming increasingly paranoid, his eyes darting about. Constantine extricated himself from Su Ming's grasp, leading the two further inside, a smug grin adorning his face as he invited them to take a seat in the living room. A creature with sagging skin appeared, its body a mottle brown, adorned with a lizard-like tail, dressed in a black tailcoat, and walking upright, round, legless glasses perched upon its nose. Upon seeing Constantine enter with the two guests, it squinted its eyes with indifference and offered a half-hearted bow, lacking any sincerity. "Greetings, I am the Demon Boss. Due to certain unspeakable, sordid reasons, I am temporarily serving as the steward of the mysterious house." A demon? This marks Barry's first encounter with a demon, and his attention is entirely captured by the creature's sharp claws. Indeed, it is merely a small demon, hardly worthy of mention. Jia Kong nonchalantly propped his feet on the table and fished out a cigarette to smoke. "And you? Haven't you noticed we have guests at home? Hurry and brew some tea. You filthy old goat." A boss turned away, and though it uttered not a word, it seemed to accept the command, casting a venomous glance laden with murderous intent at Jia Kong. Surely, the tea brewed this time would be laced with poison. Jia Kong certainly has a penchant for courting death. Not only does he employ a demon as a steward, but he also continues to humiliate it. Perhaps he has bound it with a contract, yet such agreements are seldom eternal. Countless demons in hell are eagerly anticipating Jia Kong's demise, ready to torment his soul thereafter. Jia Kong appeared utterly unfazed, casually smoking while occasionally licking his teeth, which bore remnants of dinner's vegetables. "I understand your intentions. It concerns Barbados, does it not? I will assist, but you must reciprocate." Su Ming removed his helmet, ignoring Jia Kong and addressing Barry. "Barry, strike him at the back of the head." "What?" echoed both Barry and Jia Kong in confusion. Yet, under Su Ming's single-eyed gaze, Barry managed an awkward smile toward Jia Kong. In a flash, Jia Kong plummeted from his chair, but Su Ming knew he was unharmed, protected by a magical shield, his cigarette still clenched between his lips, not a speck of ash falling. What is happening? Is the Justice League attacking? Is Superman aiming to eradicate humanity? He quickly regained his footing, while Barry chuckled nervously, still perplexed as to why Su Ming insisted he hit Constantine. Su Ming calmly lit a cigarette and exhaled. "Do you think me a fool? Barbados is not something you can handle. Your willingness to comply so readily suggests you mean to deceive us." Constantine immediately and vehemently denied. Impossible. I merely wish to contribute my strength. Su Ming smirked, lifting his fist, sized akin to a cauldron, inspecting the dark, dried bloodstains upon it. Let me tell you, there are many who can replace you. I am no saint. I could easily seek out the Pentagram or the Cold Flame Society. Your adversaries would gladly provide magical services for a price. I only procure the best. If I'm spending money, it should summon a demon lord. But once they arrive in the material world, I cannot control them. They would surely wish for your demise. Zhakang displayed a resigned expression, settling obediently into his chair. Very well. I concede that we currently lack the manpower to assist you. I can surmise that if you were not all so preoccupied, Master of the Night would not have perished. Su Ming flicked the ash from a cigarette, the remnants bizarrely merging with the floor. If I am not mistaken, the entire magical realm is likely engaged in combating the encroachment of dark energy. Constantine widened his eyes, the previously drowsy expression transforming into one of seriousness. Is this the genuine reason you sought me out and deliberately ventured into the enigmatic realm? He inquired. Indeed. While it is conceivable that the Shadow Pact could find refuge in a magical domain of Maya, the rest of you cannot traverse without the Forgotten Tavern. Yet, the Forgotten Tavern has already fallen under the dominion of the Dark Knights. Thus, a question arises. During the invasion of Barbados, aside from Fate Doctor and Raven causing a stir outside, all the world's sorcerers vanished. Can you enlighten me as to their whereabouts? Su Ming pressed his hand against the table, leaving a bloodstain upon the pristine tablecloth, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit's visitation. A bitter smile crossed Zhakang's face, yet he was inwardly astonished. How did the death knell detect the sorcerer's movements? It was utterly unfathomable. Haven't you already surmised? Thus, you lured me out with money, revealing my weakness. Su Ming rose, casting an irritated glance at him. Do you truly believe that by admitting this is your weakness, I would accept it? Not only money, but even your indulgences in tobacco and spirits are mere facades. I am acutely aware of your true vulnerability. It is merely that there are too many people around now, and I shall grant you a measure of leeway. Constantine covered his face, rubbing it in exasperation, as though he were on the brink of madness. You are 100 times more troublesome than Slade from our world. I concede. Everyone come forth. Barry remained puzzled, questioning what he meant by too many people, as he had observed nothing amiss. At that moment, the corridor, which initially appeared to lead into the villa, began to twist and contort, followed by everything shattering like glass, revealing the scene beyond. It turned out that this was the true parlor, and the previous space was merely a small side room. Inside the parlor, dozens of individuals were densely clustered, some seated, others floating, some shaking their heads in bitter amusement, while others openly mocked Zhakang. Insults such as the most disgraceful sorcerer, a disgrace to the magical realm, and a stinking pile of refuse were hurled at him. These individuals were not randomly scattered. Rather, they encircled a colossal magical array on the ground, channeling their energies into it. The design of the array was not intricate, yet it exuded a profound mystique, radiating a flickering purple luminescence. Su Ming rose, having previously instructed Barry to provoke Zhakang to display a sense of intimidation. With the power of speed at his disposal, he could detach himself from the ethereal prison at any moment, merely requiring a bridge through the realm of speed. At this moment, it could be said that the vast majority of magical heroes from the DC universe had gathered here, including several renowned teams Su Ming recognized, alongside sorcerers he had never encountered. This was not surprising. If the dark social undercurrents were likened to a vast ocean, then the magical realm resembled an unfathomable abyss at sea's depths, devoid of discernible patterns. Su Ming's memory contained only translated comics, and while he was unfamiliar with some of the heroic figures, a glance at the array confirmed its design corresponded with his recollections. Ah, so it is the Purple Light Array, a magical formation designed by John Day 1,500 years ago to combat the dispersed demons. With this in place, those beings steeped in dark energy cannot infiltrate. Zhakang's expression grew increasingly sour. Are you the sorcerer, or am I? Aren't you a mercenary? How do you even comprehend this? Su Ming smiled and greeted the others. Some responded courteously while others feigned ignorance. He paid no mind, for such is the nature of sorcerers. He patted Zhakang's shoulder, rendering his legs as weak as noodles. In truth, we are quite alike. You are a master of dark arts, and I am a master of dark tactics. It is rather similar, after all. Is it not normal for me to have some understanding of magic? Constantine's eyes turned as lifeless as those of a dead fish. He did not believe a single word of this clumsy explanation. Chapter 89. Trapped by oneself in the radiance of the array. Su Ming's armor shimmered with a faint purple hue. Powerful magical energy surged in waves, enveloping him like a tangible tide. Your defenses are quite formidable. What do you wish me to do? Speak. He fastened his helmet, surveying the scene. Constantine's audacity resembled a fortress, as if previous failed deceptions had left no mark on him. First, tell us what you seek from us. Su Ming revealed a cold smirk. Guess. Constantine turned his head, feigning arrogance. You came to us. Let me guess. Do you conduct business this way? Business is indeed conducted in such a manner. Both parties have their desires, and the one who speaks first is at a disadvantage. Were it anyone else, Su Ming might engage in direct conversation, but with Jia Kong, that was not an option. He needed to ensure that Jia Kong felt uncomfortable at all times to guarantee he wouldn't attempt to deceive them. Now is not the time for business. The entire world is in peril. Su Ming glanced at Barry, who was still greeting the sorcerers. Barry, look at Constantine. Solely concerned with his own preservation. Doesn't that seem rather selfish? Barry's eyes darted, and although he could not perceive Su Ming's expression, he resolved to fully cooperate. Compared to these sinister sorcerers, the tolling bell felt far more reassuring. At least the bell's actions could be explained through science. Indeed, quite right. Well then, utilize your speed to erase their array and bring these individuals with us to confront the enemy directly on the battlefield. Su Ming and Barry began to banter as if performing a comedic skit. Jia Kong frowned. Wait a moment, this is entirely detrimental to oneself while harming others. Against Barbados, we would be unable to unleash our full potential on the front lines. That would be tantamount to suicide. I am aware. Yet do you not feel a twinge of embarrassment, Constantine, when you speak of harming others while benefiting oneself? Su Ming replied calmly, arms crossed. Either you tell us now what you wish us to do, or we all board the Titanic together to brave the storm. Jia Kong took 2 deep puffs of smoke, feeling an unprecedented sense of distress. The fellow had just donned his helmet, which boasted an exceptionally high resistance to in-metal magic, rendering even the most potent hypnotic spells ineffective. Should he resort to casting a large-scale spell, the flash nearby would certainly not idly watch. A mere nudge could result in a backlash severe enough to draw blood. Numerous thoughts swirled through his mind, but ultimately, he sighed, conceding, perhaps I should never have allowed you entry. We too wish to resist Barbados, but not by employing our methods. This array is merely defensive, to achieve other functions. We require a greater power source. Su Ming merely nodded, recognizing that the prior accusation of selfishness was unfounded. Wizards are seldom so short-sighted, especially with Lady Upside among them, who possesses a degree of foresight. So, you seek an energy amplifier, be it the cosmic tuning fork or the Mobius chair. These 2 artifacts are the most renowned energy amplifiers in the DC universe. The cosmic tuning fork, a creation of the Anti-Monitor, can control the flow of energy across the multiverse, though it has since been seized by the Dark Knights. The Mobius chair, constructed from X-metal by the Anti-Monitor, has gone missing. It grants its user instantaneous teleportation, telepathy, omniscience, and a plethora of other seemingly impossible abilities. In truth, the Mother Box of Apocalypse also serves as an energy coordinator, resembling a supercomputer far more than aligning with the magical style prevalent here. Constantine's eyebrows shot up in surprise, his expression akin to that of a flower unexpectedly crushed. We cannot afford that. Even if you manage to procure such an item, Barbados would likely descend upon us the very next moment. We would be unable to withstand it. Su Ming merely jested, acknowledging that neither of those items was attainable. Yet Jia Kong continued to circle around the issue, so he decided to play along. I have discerned your scheme to hide within the Shadow Realm, using the light magic array to tether the universe and engage Barbados in a tug-of-war. Indeed, he intended to plunge Earth Zero into darkness, initiating a chain reaction that would ensnare the entire realm of light. Thus, while we still have a chance, we must fortify Earth Zero's position within the Blood Realm to gain more time. Constantine approached the magical array, placing his hand upon it and reciting a phrase, channeling some of his magical energy into it. He quickly stood up, as if fearing that an excess of energy input would be detrimental. Though the new array may only prolong our plight, this is the utmost we can achieve. We require the bat metal you possess. Why not say so earlier? Your habit of attempting to deceive has become a chronic affliction. Surely Lady Upside, as prophetic magic, must have revealed the bat metal in my possession? Su Ming, arms crossed, calmly analyzed. Jia Kong remained non-committal, but among the crowd. A mage adorned like a gypsy woman smiled and nodded at Su Ming, affirming his insight. The bat metal can be yours, but in exchange, you must provide us with magical artifacts capable of countering doomsday and steel. One monster for one Iron Man, a fair trade. Jia Kong's eyes darted thoughtfully as he calculated the situation, eventually nodding in agreement. Su Ming retrieved the bat gold, its crystalline surface emanating a faint crimson glow, albeit still smeared with traces of blood and remnants of internal organs. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed it to Jia Kong, recognizing that in his hands, it was merely a cumbersome brick. Such magical metals were better left to the experts. Having already acquired the war hammer from the Eagle Man, the bat gold had little utility for him. Even if he were to give it to Barry, he would not wield it for harm. It was best suited for the sorcerers. This action not only bought time for the world, but also for Su Ming himself. Even if they hadn't spontaneously banded together, Su Ming harbored similar intentions. Barry gazed at the bloodied, or leaving Jia Kong with his hands smeared in crimson, and expressed an awkward concern. But it's such a small fragment. What can it possibly accomplish? Jia Kong discarded his cigarette, but, extinguishing it beneath his foot, blood splattering onto his beard. That is merely the perspective of you laymen. For a sorcerer, the existence of substance is far more significant than its mere quantity. Suddenly, Su Ming appeared to recall something and extended his hand. Then break off a piece and return the rest to me. He coughed, adding though at times, more is indeed merrier. Jia Kong quickly amended his statement, silently lamenting, why must you feign ignorance? Is it truly, as the tolling bell suggests, that the affliction has progressed to such a degree that one becomes ensnared by their own folly? Despite his inner turmoil, he acted swiftly, placing the filthy metallic cluster on the ground and biting into his finger, meticulously inscribing a small and intricate magic circle on the floor. This circle was considerably more complex and precise than the previous one. After exhausting one finger for blood, he moved on to the next, and by the time he had gnawed through all 10, unable to draw forth any more blood, he contemplated removing his shoe. At that moment, Su Ming, with a decisive motion, plunged a dagger into his arm, allowing blood to flow freely. He had to apply pressure to the upper artery to prevent a gushing torrent as he carefully completed the magic circle, casting a troubled glance at Su Ming, who was leisurely polishing the fire god sword, an artifact that, while effective against magical barriers, proved futile against the nightmarish bats. Jia Kong sighed in resignation. Su Ming's protective magic was easily shattered like paper. Jia Kong pressed down on the small magic circle, mumbling incantations in a tongue utterly incomprehensible to him. Before long, the bat gold, which had retained its metallic form, began to glow brilliantly, gradually melting away until it transformed completely into luminous motes, merging into the expansive magic circle. Though Su Ming could not discern any changes, several nearby sorcerers nodded or smiled subtly, indicating that the effect was promising. Very well. Barbados is drawing energy from the nightmares of countless innocents straining the world. With the bat gold from the bat tribe, we should be able to endure for at least 3 days. The rest is up to you. Constantine, bandaging his wound, sank down onto the floor and fumbled for a cigarette in his pocket. Had they managed to survive this ordeal, the colossal magical array would remain intact, nestled within the confines of the enigmatic abode, which is your territory. Thus, it appears you have significantly augmented your influence and power, for a miraculous spell resides within these walls. Su Ming immediately discerned Jia Kang's ulterior motives as he continued to seek personal gain. Constantine paused momentarily, wearing a shameless grin, and it seems we were both set to benefit. Chapter 90. Volcano Su Ming regarded him with a glance. He was disinclined to meddle in the affairs of the magical realm. If Jia Kong sought to profit, so be it, after all. He would not dare to toy with the fate of Earth. Quit playing dead. My strike was precise, only penetrating the skin by half a centimeter. I have provided what you requested, but if you cannot fulfill your end of the bargain, Barry will wipe the array clean without hesitation. Jia Kong sighed, feigning resignation. Very well. While doomsday may pose a significant challenge for you, much like Superman, possesses no magical resistance, and his intellect pales in comparison to that of Superman. But why not seek out Kryptonite? Not Doomsday, but the Ravager. He is a Batman from Earth-1, infected with the Doomsday virus. Though his mind has been somewhat driven mad, he is by no means a mindless beast. Su Ming seized Jia Kong and guided him toward the small alcove where the others had previously seated themselves. Though Doomsday is linked to the Kryptonians, he is utterly unafraid of Kryptonite. Trusting your advice could lead to disaster. Jia Kong was unceremoniously deposited into a chair, adjusting his brownish-yellow trench coat, the cigarette firmly clenched between his teeth. So, it appears killing him is quite the challenge. However, we could devise a means to stall him. Hold on. I shall pen a scroll for you, which you can ignite with a lighter when the time comes. Su Ming furrowed his brow. Jia Kang's credibility left much to be desired. Yet, the Ravager was indeed the final adversary in their plans. With the Justice League at his side, and with a stroke of luck, Batman and Superman might even procure some X-Metal. With that, let Aquaman and the Ravager clash. All right, if this scroll proves ineffective and hinders our efforts, the ensuing destruction of the world will be solely your fault. Upon hearing this, Jia Kong retracted his outstretched hand, hastily adding a few lines to the scroll he had unfurled. Rest assured, I would never deceive you regarding such a significant matter. Everything will be fine. Very well. Now let us discuss how to confront the Steel version of Batman. He hails from Earth-44 within the Dark Multiverse. Su Ming accepted the scroll Jia Kong offered, carefully stowing it away. This is somewhat challenging. We have employed magic to observe those beings, and it is uncertain whether the so-called killing machine is even alive. Jia Kong scratched his head, flakes of dandruff cascading like snow. He has been transformed by nanometal controlled by Alfred's protocol. Strictly speaking, he is a robot. Su Ming divulged the information he possessed. That does not assist us. You see, we are not well-versed in high technology. Perhaps you should consult Luther? Su Ming shook his head, dismissing Jia Kang's suggestion. Indeed, if faced with a typical robot uprising, one might seek the world's most brilliant scientist. However, Luther, that bald man, is more cunning than a monkey and is not even on Earth. Since Darkseid has been transformed into an infant, Luther is now the sovereign of Apocalypse, busy cultivating a formidable army with extraterrestrial companions. Su Ming, merely a super soldier, would inevitably need to assemble a mother box or locate Cyborg to open a boom tube to reach Apocalypse. Speaking of the mother boxes, one resides within Cyborg, another on Apocalypse, and a last in some unknown corner of Earth, while Cyborg is currently in the possession of Barbados. Its vulnerability lies in electricity. High-voltage currents can incapacitate it. Do you have a solution? Su Ming shook his head, discarding the unproductive thoughts. No magical artifact can sustain such an immense electrical output for long. I presume even your Flash cannot manage it, or you wouldn't be asking me. However, perhaps you could inquire about any divine artifacts capable of such a feat. I must concede, at times, the divine are indeed superior to us. Jia Kong stroked his beard, extracting a piece of indeterminate residue and flicking it away, as if it were mere nasal debris. Su Ming pondered for a moment, realizing he needed to prepare other matters. It appeared that Jia Kong was truly incapable of assisting. Even if pressed further, all they would obtain is a ruse. Successfully exchanging some bat gold for a scroll from him was already a commendable outcome. Su Ming's baseline was simply that Jia Kong provide information. For the sake of the world's survival, the bat gold must inevitably be relinquished to them. Very well, use the door from your mysterious abode to transport us to Mount Etna. I shall seek the fire god Hephaestus. Su Ming rose, ignoring the tea sent by the butler, and strode directly toward the exit. Jia Kong paused, realizing that Su Ming had more to discuss privately, and followed suit. Upon returning to their initial location, Su Ming lowered his voice, beware of traitors among the magicians. Some may choose to ally with Barbados. Jia Kong revealed a sly smile, winking at Su Ming. What traitors? They merely possess a different pursuit of magic. Rest assured, I am well prepared. With that, he retrieved the key from his coat pocket. It appeared to be inserted into an invisible door within the air, the tip of the key gradually vanishing. This was a skill innate to the mysterious abode. As long as Constantine, the master, envisioned a location, a door could be directly connected, allowing Jia Kong to swiftly appear anywhere. Su Ming patted Barry, signaling their departure. Barry politely bid farewell to Jia Kong, and the two entered through the door. In the blink of an eye, They found themselves in a pitch-black environment, filled with a pungent odor and an oppressive humidity. If memory served correctly, this must be the interior of a volcano. The fire god Hephaestus, due to his exceedingly unattractive appearance and fervent passion for forging, had hollowed out this mountain, creating a divine forge amid the molten lava to craft powerful equipment. In the DC universe, if one sought divine artifacts, Su-Ming would first think of this place. The weapons forged from divine metals undoubtedly possess remarkable quality. However, what Su-Ming currently requires is a unique artifact capable of emitting high-voltage electricity for an extended duration. Barry removed his hood and wiped the sweat from his brow, for the temperature here was unbearable for an ordinary person. By the way, what did you mean when you spoke to Constantine before we left? Su-Ming glanced back, observing how the luminous door they had exited transformed into a mere thin line, eventually becoming an ordinary large door. Many among the sorcerers wield dark powers. The nature of their abilities renders them susceptible to the influence and brainwashing of Barbados. Thus, I cautioned Constantine to be vigilant. Oh, it should be fine after all. Not all sorcerers can be malevolent, Barry mused, relaxing a bit. His butler, the demon Abbas, is truly one of his kind, feigning discord while merely putting on show. As Su-Ming advanced down the corridor, the oppressive heat began to discomfort him. Generally speaking, humanoid demons possess considerable strength. They are endowed with innate racial abilities and exhibit high magical resistance, making them formidable adversaries to sorcerers. Hence, when someone intends to act maliciously, that butler, whom they presumed would oppose Constantine, will actually aid him. Barry began to comprehend, twisting his neck uncomfortably. Having jumped from a mysterious abode to this fiery pit, he yearned for a refreshing bath. Su-Ming removed his helmet and retrieved a cigarette, touching it to the stone wall, which slowly ignited it. Who knows? Perhaps he has made some impossible promises to the demon, but we need not worry about him. That scoundrel's life is remarkably resilient. Chapter 91. Wealthy, yet unattractive as they descended the corridor, the temperature continued to rise. Even with his modified physique, Su-Ming found sweat streaming down, evaporating before it could reach the ground. Nevertheless, both were extraordinary individuals, managing to press onward. At last, they arrived at a wrought iron door at the corridor's end. Indeed, it was an iron door, resembling those commonly found at the back of restaurants and alleyways, worn and rusty, as if forged from refuse by Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths. Is this forging technique reliable? Barry remarked, wiping his brow with his uniform sleeve, his face flushed. Shall I take you to Pittsburgh or Detroit instead? Su-Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment at the sight of the dilapidated door. After all, the god of fire pursued forging merely as a hobby. And this door was not intended as a storefront. It's fine. This is the best blacksmith we can find on Earth. Unless you could devise a way to send me to New Genesis. The life equation could also address our current dilemma. Are you on familiar terms with Darkseid's brother? I think it's better here. Let us proceed inside, Barry replied with a nervous chuckle, for the new gods of New Genesis were hardly amenable. Su-Ming casually remarked that the equations of life and anti-life diverged significantly, hinting at some underlying issues. The current level of refinement only transformed individuals into grotesque entities. He ran his hand along the iron door before him. It was not excessively hot, and with a slight exertion, the door creaked open. Before the two stood a world ablaze in crimson. Everything was suffused with a deep red hue. Towering cauldrons adorned the walls, each nearly the size of a basketball court, and torrents of molten lava cascaded down, nourishing the furnaces below. In the center of this vast arena stood a colossal apparatus, its purpose elusive. Yet it radiated a brilliant light, supplying metals and various auxiliary materials. Hundreds of individuals clad in robust insulating suits busied themselves around it, transporting an array of materials to different furnaces or returning the forged items to storage. Indeed, within this expansive domain, numerous figures moved about diligently, yet only one was engaged in the act of forging. He resembled a half-orc, standing 3 meters tall, with an exceedingly unattractive visage. His entire form a mottled shade of purple-brown, devoid of any hair. His hands were smeared with ash and cinders, with lava swirling around them as he wielded an ostensibly ordinary hammer, striking something upon the anvil. The resounding clang echoed throughout the volcano, each strike resonating like the roar of thunder. Su-Ming instantly recognized him as Hephaestus, the god of fire, son of Zeus and brother to Wonder Woman. Despite his disfigured appearance, his wife was none other than Aphrodite, the Greek goddess of beauty, renowned as the most exquisite among all deities. It is said that any mortal who beheld her beauty would be so entranced that they would neglect food and drink, ultimately perishing in longing. Whispering her name upon their deathbeds, their souls recounting her allure to the grim reaper. Such a demise would suit Jacques Conwell. He neither yearned for heaven nor feared hell. He merely wished to beseech the fire god for a fleeting glimpse of the goddess of beauty, after which he would leave his fate to the Greek pantheon. Although Hephaestus appeared fearsome, his true nature was among the most humane and benevolent of gods. He sheltered the men of Paradise Island, who were meant to be slain, providing them with work in his forge. Centuries prior, before the advent of Diana, Paradise Island harbored a brutal custom, seafaring raids to capture men. Every 3 years, they would navigate the seas in canoes, approaching human vessels, coercing or enchanting the crew and passengers into revelry for 3 days before mercilessly slaying them. Upon returning to Paradise Island, they awaited the birth of their children. Girls were raised as warriors, while boys were cast into the sea to meet their demise. On one occasion, Hephaestus discovered the lifeless body of such a child and, moved by compassion, sought out the islandess women, persuading them to spare the boys. He promised to return every 3 years to transport all the male infants to his volcanic sanctuary. Although he possessed a gentle temperament and spoke with calmness, he was, in truth, a genuine deity, presiding over volcanoes, magma, lightning, and weaponry. The Amazons immediately yielded, entrusting all the male infants to him. The laborers currently toiling within these volcanoes were abandoned children of Paradise Island, bearing some traits of Amazonian lineage, such as longevity and immense strength. They recognized that it was the fire god who had saved them, and thus willingly resided in the depths of the volcano, laboring in metallurgy while venerating him. However, with the advancements of modern society, they could no longer maintain such practices. In recent years, Diana ascended to the throne as Queen of the Amazons, advocating for gender equality and the secularization of Paradise Island, encouraging women to seek companionship in the city rather than solely for reproduction, while those uninterested in motherhood remained on the island to safeguard their home. In short, it had been nearly a century since any raids for men had occurred, resulting in a lack of newcomers at the fire god's domain for decades. Su Ming was aware that the fire god had sensed his presence. Entering the volcano felt akin to stepping into his sacred realm, where even the slightest disturbance could not escape his notice. However, he did not regard himself as an outsider and descended the spiral staircase constructed along the volcano's inner wall, fashioned from a unique metal that resembled a twisting ribbon. He walked directly behind the fire god, observing him as he hammered a formless mass of metal into shape, remaining silent while Bari busied himself with wiping away sweat. After several minutes, as the amorphous metal gradually transformed into a curved blade, the fire god handed the newly formed weapon to a laborer for quenching, and then turned to nod at Su Ming. I expected Diana would seek me out, yet here stands the mightiest warrior from another realm. The title of mightiest felt exaggerated, for at this moment, Su Ming sought the assistance of the Olympian gods. His heart was as tranquil as still water. Despite the surrounding oppressive heat, he understood that dealings with deities required utmost caution. After all, even the most docile of lions could be ferocious predators. I am prepared. Come, follow me, the fire god declared, casually discarding his hammer and creating a small crater in the ground, beckoning Su Ming and Bari to follow him. They ventured toward another section of the volcano, where the fire god opened a grand door and led the way inside. Ah, it's quite cool here, Bari exclaimed, his spirits reviving as he noted the walls crafted from polished metal, reflecting light and devoid of any heat. Oh, this area is the living quarters. I have installed central air conditioning here, the fire god replied without glancing back. Coughing slightly, Bari was taken aback, nearly choking on his own saliva. The fire god regarded him with a bemused expression, his eyes swirling with magma, as if ready to erupt. What? Do you think we old gods are mere antiquities? Or do you doubt my craftsmanship in producing such contraptions as air conditioning? Not at all. I would never entertain such notions, Bari replied, managing an awkward yet polite smile. The fire god, unfazed by Bari's surprise, turned a corner and guided them to the warehouse, unveiling the product he had meticulously forged, displaying each one for Bari's admiration. Behold the magnificent supercar I have crafted, forged entirely from divine gold, impervious to destruction, reaching a breathtaking top speed of 1,800 kilometers per hour. This is my private aircraft, also adorned with divine gold and encrusted with gemstones, capable of autonomous flight through divine power, not only cloaked in invisibility, but also able to breach the atmosphere. Here lies the satellite I have fashioned for the divine realm. A single satellite can receive global television broadcasts from Olympus, and soon the Father of Heaven will come to evaluate it. Before us, an array of resplendent high-tech marvels dazzles the eye, both aesthetically pleasing and supremely functional. The God of Fire then revealed to the two onlookers the half-assembled cosmic battleship, leaving them in awe. Such handcrafted vessels could only be produced by the divine. No wonder he was able to wed a goddess. Wealth truly affords one boundless freedom. I had thought Bruce was the epitome of opulence, yet here was the true magnate, indulging in his creations within a volcano. Chapter 92. The new divine artifact with a resounding thud, the heavy door descended behind the three, and Su Ming found himself dazzled by the golden brilliance surrounding him, while Barry rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What do you think? My craftsmanship is unrivaled in the cosmos. Isn't it? The God of Fire led them in another direction. Indeed, it must be. You speak the truth, Su Ming promptly replied, recognizing the need for the deity's assistance and understanding the value of flattery. Ha ha ha. The God of Fire laughed heartily, thoroughly amused. His sole pleasure derived from the admiration and utility of his creations. He reveled in the praise they received. He cared little for who wielded the weapons he fashioned or whether their use in battle was just. As long as they performed as intended, that sufficed for him. After all, those who take up arms are surely aware of the peril they face. Thus the triumph of the valiant on the battlefield is only fitting. It was not uncommon for opposing forces to discover that both sides were equipped with weapons forged by the God of Fire, leading to rather awkward situations. For his spears and shields were equally formidable. In a way, he inadvertently promoted fair competition. As they strolled through the metallic corridor, cooled by air conditioning, the lighting cast their shadows together, resembling a mountain peak. Turning left and right, the God of Fire guided them to a small chamber filled with numerous display cases showcasing sets of Wonder Woman's equipment. The Fire God's sword, the protective silver bracelets, the Amazonian shield, the starlight tiara, the lasso of truth, knee-high boots, and both breastplates and skirts. All were authentic, crafted from divine gold, with impeccable artistry. The only differences lay in the designs. For instance, one skirt was slightly longer, while another shield was notably larger. It was evident that he had conducted extensive research and development, as a set of heavy female armor reminiscent of the Saint Seiya armors gleamed in a nearby cabinet. Clearly, Diana frequented this place. As Su Ming surveyed the surroundings, he contemplated whether to procure a sword to complete a set. The Fire God did not intend to open the display case. Instead, he moved aside and retrieved several boxes, placing them upon the table and unveiling their contents. She is my sister, he remarked, who often sought my assistance in times of trouble. The spare weapons and armor stored here are far safer than on Paradise Island. However, it appears she has not come to me this time during this grave matter. Su Ming's curiosity piqued as he gazed at the box, yet its interior remained obscured, seemingly shrouded by divine power. She has been captivated by that Kryptonian lad, flailing about like a headless fly under his influence. But we are gods, immortal and eternal. How long can an extraterrestrial truly last? We have all the time in the world, and little Diana will inevitably come to realize her error. The Fire God lifted his head, a triumphant glimmer in his gaze as he looked at the two, his tone thick with unspeakable implications. Barry scratched his head awkwardly, sensing it prudent to remain neutral. The relationship between Diana and Superman seemed ambiguous, as if they had recently taken to courting one another. As their teammate, Barry had previously chosen to overlook the romantic tension, and this occasion was no exception. The Fire God was not seeking any response. He was far more inclined to showcase his weaponry than to delve into Diana's emotional entanglements. All right, Belle, this is the weapon I have specifically prepared for you. From the fog-laden box, the Fire God procured a weapon that Su Ming found strikingly familiar. It radiated a brilliant golden light and was identical to the one etched in his memory. Su Ming grasped the weapon with both hands, caressing its flawless texture and feeling the chilling sensation seep through the gauntlets into his palms. The intricate patterns and weight were precisely what he desired. Both its size and stability were unparalleled. It seemed as though it had been forged solely for him, a magnificent amalgamation of a fearsome modern design and a timeless craftsmanship. A true work of art. It bore no resemblance to a mere instrument of death, yet in the hands of a weapon master like Bell, it was undeniably a divine armament. It felt as if the weapon yearned for the taste of blood, eager for the chaos of battle. Su Ming could sense its will, its pulse imbued with volcanic energy. He then loaded the magazine, testing the safety and sights. Indeed, this is the Divine Metal Custom AK-47 I prepared for you. Affectionately dubbed the Divine Gold 47. Hephaestus nodded slightly, observing Su Ming's meticulous examination of the weapon with a look of approval. Beneath the mask, Su Ming's lips twitched. The weapon was undoubtedly exceptional. As a long-range arm, concerns regarding barrel were rendered moot, and the need for gun oil maintenance was eliminated. However, facing the Dark Knights, this divine metal might prove unnecessary. Su Ming turned the gun over in his hands, contemplating its worth. To refuse it would feel like a loss. Yet accepting it seemed impractical at the moment. The divine gold was notably heavy. Nevertheless, the fire god had offered it with good intentions, and it came without any cost, merely a matter of incurring a favor. Thank you. I shall not squander this artifact. The fire god grinned broadly, no worries. As long as you appreciate it, we can discuss your experiences later and see if there are any aspects for improvement. The 500 golden bullets were meticulously crafted, entirely handmade, and once used, one could return for more. Su Ming received a box of bullets, weighing approximately 70 to 80 kilograms. And it was evident that they were custom-made for the Bell of Death. A mere mortal would hardly be able to wield them in battle. The god of fire nodded with satisfaction and turned his gaze to Barry, who he scrutinized for some time before reaching into the box and retrieving several golden grenades. These are for you. Given your remarkable speed, simply pull the pin and discreetly place them in your enemy's trousers. Aim to eliminate a few foes. And we shall discuss your experiences later. I don't kill, Barry replied awkwardly, adhering to his principles that left him disinclined to use firearms. Hephaestus's eyes widened in disbelief. How can one call an object that does not kill a weapon? This reasoning left Barry momentarily speechless. Well, we are set to confront the Dark Knights. Can the divine metal disrupt their dark energy? Su Ming quickly redirected the conversation, fearing that Barry might be dismissed if he remained silent. The god of fire was indeed diverted by this inquiry. He closed the box and looked at Su Ming, asking, "Why do you think humanity invented firearms?" Because the lethality of cold weapons was insufficient. Su Ming understood that humanity has always pursued greater destructive power in weaponry. Precisely. In the era of swords and shields, armor was devised to defend against slashes, allowing knights to thrive. Yet, with the advent of firearms, did not knights fade from the annals of history? The god of fire gestured, articulating this profound observation. Su Ming slung the firearm over his shoulder, discarding his ordinary rifle, as if he had grasped the essence. So, the divine metal does not fail to harm the Dark Knights. Rather, its cold weapon form lacks sufficient penetration and kinetic energy. Exactly. Hence I have provided you with firearms, the god of fire chuckled, patting his chest with pride. Will this truly suffice? Su Ming felt a surge of joy. Using a firearm was indeed preferable, as it promised greater safety than close combat. The god of fire nodded, laughing heartily before suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. Haha, it may not be enough. Should it prove inadequate, return to me for a weapon exchange. I still possess the divine metal Gauss rifle for you to try. And with the speedster by your side, escaping will be swift. Su Ming's expression stiffened beneath his mask. Was he jesting? Chapter 93. The old god's commission in that moment. Su Ming felt as though the exquisite firearm in his hand had transformed into a gilded trinket, tasteless yet too precious to discard. Nonetheless, it was a gift, likely bestowed due to Barry's connection with Diana, despite the god of fire's dismissive comments regarding her lifestyle. His actions clearly indicated a desire for them to assist her. A whirlwind of thoughts surged through Su Ming's mind. He found himself puzzled. It was evident that the gods were aware of Barbados' invasion and had prepared in advance, as if they were merely waiting for the heroes to seek their aid. Yet, they showed no intention of joining the fray, appearing more as spectators. At present, the various divine pantheons seemed to be mere spectators, evoking in Su Ming a sense reminiscent of mythological eras. akin to epic tales where valiant heroes strive tirelessly to seek the aid of deities, ultimately vanquishing monstrous foes. However, Barbados is far too formidable, a being beyond the trivial amusement of the gods. What audacity do they possess to behave so? Su Ming finds himself momentarily perplexed. He has no intention of persuading the deities, for they regard humanity with indifference, their concerns solely centered on their own existence. He picks up several magazines, begins to load bullets, and subsequently stows them in his portable gear. Our true purpose for being here is to seek a divine artifact, one capable of generating high-voltage electricity over an extended period. The god of fire displays a hesitance that is unmistakable, a rare sight for Su Ming to witness. Indeed, there exists such an artifact that can release high-voltage electricity for prolonged durations. Yet, Bari discreetly conceals the divine golden grenade, intending to later bestow it upon Su Ming. He has come to realize that one should seize opportunities when they arise. It resides with my father, the god, and is known as thunder. It eternally manifests as a twisted form of lightning, a symbol of my father's dominion as the god of the sky and the lord of Olympus. He who wields the power of thunder's divine retribution is the rightful king of Olympus. The god of fire clasps his arms across his chest, black molten residue staining his attire. He certainly has no intention of coveting thunder. That artifact is reserved solely for the chief god. Zeus values his supremacy above all else, and any encroachment upon it would result in dire consequences. Su Ming remains silent, understanding that this is akin to a scepter in the hands of a king. Not only is it impossible to acquire, but even to borrow it is out of the question. However, if you can mark the enemy's location, I might implore my father to unleash the artifact, Su Ming proposes. The god of fire's eyes blaze with fervor, flames flickering as he contemplates. And he swiftly suggests a solution. Thank you, but how do we mark them? Su Ming realizes that Zeus indeed relishes striking down foes with lightning, regardless of the target. Aiding at a crucial moment could serve to display divine majesty and reinforce his authority. The god of fire rummages through his apron pocket, causing various tools to tumble out. Before extracting a dazzling smartphone, more radiant than any titanium alloy device Su Ming has encountered. Let us become Facebook friends when the time comes. You can simply send a GPS location screenshot. Su Ming muses. The approach appears somewhat unconventional, yet it is indeed a viable strategy. Although many major cities lie in ruins, the satellites orbiting Earth remain unaffected, operating as they always have. Unfortunately, he does not even know from which world he hails, despite possessing a smartphone. He finds himself without signal, whether in Earth S-11 or the primary realm. In the end, Bari makes a trip back to the central city to retrieve his own phone from a laboratory, also bringing Su Ming a prepaid phone. Bari's expression is somber. The stellar laboratory has suffered injuries during this incident, and some remain in critical condition at the hospital. However, there is some good news. Barbados and the Laughing Bat currently exhibit no unusual activity. They seem unaware that the Red Death has fallen, allowing Mid-City to temporarily escape calamity. Su Ming must act swiftly, eliminating scattered foes before they can react. At this juncture, if the Dark Knights remain oblivious, then the Laughing Bat, the Ravager, and the Killing Machine should be in Gotham alongside Barbados, directing the cosmic tuning fork to concentrate dark energy, necessitating their avoidance of such a formidable grouping. The merciless Iron Fist should currently be engaged in a duel with Wonder Woman in the subterranean chambers of the Eye of Heaven, while the Dawn Lantern clashes with Green Lantern Hal Jordan in the underground of Bay City. Su Ming has safeguarded Earth-11. Yet there are undoubtedly other dark Earth Batmans who have become drowned, likely now in the company of Aquaman at Mercy Harbor. Here, with himself and Barry. He has also acquired a magical scroll from Zatanna and an automatic rifle from the Fire God. Despite a slight enhancement in power, they still lack effective countermeasures against the drowned, as underwater combat remains a shared vulnerability. Thus, they shall adhere to the original plan, assisting Diana in confronting the merciless Iron Fist. As a purely physical output Batman should be relatively easier to manage. Contemplating this, Su Ming glanced at the earnest Fire God, who, with a brain infused with magma, likely harbored similar intentions. His eagerness stemmed from a desire to aid his sister, Diana. Our time is nearly up. Let's prepare to assist Wonder Woman. Could you also help me modify this hammer for better handling? Su Ming remarked, removing the Hawkman's war hammer from his back. Initially, he intended to request Fire God to enchant his sword with bat metal, but since the bat metal was entrusted to Zatanna, the only available weapon was the hammer. Fire God extended his large hand, accepting the war hammer, weighing it briefly before inspecting it closely. The hammer was dark and difficult to discern. The in-metal weapon possesses good material, yet the craftsmanship and design are subpar. This is quite unwieldy. Can it be modified? Indeed, it can be melted and reforged. It will take just a few minutes. Fire God proceeded to exit, gesturing for the two to follow him back to the forge. What kind of weapon do you prefer? Anything will suffice. Spear, greatsword, katana, or morningstar. Su Ming was not particular, as he could wield all weapons. Yet he recalled something and added, preferably a cold weapon. Fire God nodded and led them to the volcano's core, where the molten lava was contained by his peculiar apparatus, causing the energy of the entire volcano to accumulate within a massive vessel. He cast the hammer into the container, which, under the combined influence of Earth's energy and Fire God's divine power, instantaneously melted the in-metal through principles unfathomable to mortals. After pressing several buttons, the molten metal flowed along pipes into a nearby mold. He added some auxiliary materials, allowing it to cool slightly before grasping the fiery metal and repeatedly hammering it onto an anvil. Minutes passed, and before Su Ming appeared a massive obsidian sword, devoid of any reflection, as profound as the night itself. The blade was forged, not ground, yet possessed an eerie sharpness. The sword's body was exceedingly thin, scarcely thicker than a sheet of paper, astonishingly transforming the material of a hammer into a sword measuring 1.5 meters in length and 20 centimeters in width. Su Ming felt no trepidation regarding the fragility of such a slender weapon. Crafted by the Fire God, it was undoubtedly a divine artifact. The presence of the inexplicable and the unscientific in this realm was a commonplace occurrence. "Thank you, we shall take our leave," Su Ming said, accepting the sword, which came with a scabbard from the Fire God. He unfastened the Fire Goddess sword, seized from the hero, and secured it at his waist, while the new sword was slung across his back. "I shall name this sword Nightfall. Every divine artifact deserves a name." The Fire God observed the weapon at his waist, contemplatively nodding slowly. "Very well, I approve of this name. You must ensure Diana's safe return to Olympus." Su Ming raised an eyebrow, as anticipated. "Rest assured, I accept this commission." Chapter 94. The Nightmare Bat Cave. After bidding farewell to the Fire God, the already sweltering Barry raced across the sea with Su Ming. This volcanic island could likely only be inhabited by deities and their devotees. Each day was filled with the rhythm of forging, eating, and sleeping, all under extreme temperatures. Without faith, one could not endure. They were in the waters off the coast of Italy, embarking on yet another journey across the Mediterranean and the Atlantic. A venture Barry navigated with ease. "Are we prepared to confront the ruthless Iron Fist? Do we have a strategy?" Barry inquired as they ran. Su Ming gazed out over the vast ocean, rubbing his chest, his injuries nearly healed, albeit with an itching sensation. He was Earth's -12 Batman, fundamentally still immortal. His strength derived from the war god's helmet perched upon his head, a relic that had warped his mind, transforming him into a deity of slaughter and combat. In that world, Batman was romantically linked with Wonder Woman, but after succumbing to madness, he had inadvertently caused her demise. "Should I rush over and remove the helmet?" Barry tilted his head, tentatively asking. Su Ming shook his head. "That would be futile. It is a divine artifact. Unless he consents, it cannot be removed. What then? My strength pales in comparison to his. Yet, martial prowess is not solely a matter of brute force. Although he is Bruce and has undergone training from his world Wonder Woman, I believe I can hold him off for a time. Joining forces with Diana should suffice to defeat him." Su Ming produced a divine golden grenade and handed it to Barry, a device that Barry had recently stealthily given him, still untested. "No, I cannot take a life. There is no need for you to kill. The ruthless Iron Fist has another trump card, a colossal gold coin." Su Ming pressed the grenade into Barry's hand. "A coin? Indeed. How much do you know of Greek mythology?" "Well, a little. In the realm of mythology, those who revere Olympus find their soul's journey to the underworld upon death, awaiting the decrees of the god of the dead. Their passage necessitates crossing the river of the dead, where souls must tender a coin as fare, lest they plunge into the depths below." Barry nodded, stowing away the grenade. "I have heard of this. Even today, Some families place a coin in the mouths or on the foreheads of their deceased. However, it seems that offering cents or pennies is quite inappropriate. Indeed, the mythos dictates that the ferryman of the river accepts only one ancient Greek currency, the drachma. Beyond its monetary value, it possesses a unique magical essence, capable of harboring souls as their abode in the underworld. Those souls unable to afford this fare are condemned to be cast into the river, for the underworld provides no lodging. Thus, the ferryman's demand for payment is justified. Su Ming wrapped his arm around Barry's neck, watching the scenery blur into obscurity. What is my role in this? The remorseless Iron Fist had obliterated his world, and after slaying all beings, mortal and divine, he descended to the underworld to claim the treasures of Hades. He amalgamated the fare of all Amazonian souls into a colossal coin, roughly 2 meters in diameter and quite thick. Su Ming gestured with his hand, indicating that it was several centimeters thick. Is that Bruce in dire need of money? Barry questioned, bewildered. He had witnessed countless multiverses, yet had never encountered a destitute Batman resorting to robbing vaults. No, it is an enchanted artifact, Su Ming replied, his expression one of exasperation as he realized he had unnecessarily elaborated on the origins of this myth. It embodies a natural dark energy, capable of containing the souls of the deceased. Currently, within that object resides a formidable Amazonian army of spirits from Earth S-12. So, you need me to destroy it? Barry slowly nodded. He was familiar with using grenades and had no qualms about destructive artifacts, provided he was not tasked with killing. As for the souls within, they were already departed. Obliterating the coin would grant them peace, a benevolent act. Indeed, if you wish to avoid being surrounded by thousands of specters, you must annihilate it, Su Ming encouraged, patting Barry's shoulder. You are the linchpin of our success. Both Diana's and my lives depend on you. All right, I will accomplish this. The east coast of America loomed in the distance, and in the blink of an eye, the two found themselves standing firmly on the shore. My God, Barry uttered, gazing upon the desolate ruins of Washington, D.C. All around were remnants of walls and collapsed structures, some buildings reduced to mere dust. Smoke and flames engulfed the city, while fragmented corpses lay buried beneath the rubble. This is the power of the god of war. Though God is mighty, he evidently turns a blind eye to this chaos. We must proceed, do not linger. Su Ming cast a brief glance before regaining his composure. The events of the past were irretrievable. The secret underground repository lies 200 meters below. This place had been transformed by the remorseless Iron Fist into a vast exhibition hall, showcasing various monstrous specimens alongside all the divine artifacts he had once claimed through the slaying of gods. Unlike a typical exhibition hall, all the artifacts are arranged along the walls, leaving a vast expanse of open space in the center, adorned with an opulent carpet reminiscent of an indoor ballroom. A towering figure clad in medieval armor gazes intently at a woman who appears relatively diminutive in comparison. The heavy armor gleams in a shade of blue, not crafted from divine gold, but rather seized from his conquests, his armor from the world of Ares. On his chest, a white wingbat emblem stands out. Though unlike the Batman of the primary world, this emblem is adorned with the symbol of Wonder Woman, a dual W design resembling soaring eagles. The visage of the god of war's helmet is that of a colossal skull, with bat-like ear adornments extending on either side, emanating a sinister red light from its eye sockets. Diana, do you fancy the Batcave I have reimagined for you? His voice, deep and resonant, emerges from beneath the helm, akin to a wail from the netherworld. In my universe, I once longed for a home. Diana stands defiantly against him. After the Justice League departed from the Forgotten Tavern, they had each embarked on their separate missions, yet the formidable dark energy of Barbados swiftly sought out the dispersed members. A mysterious dark magic conjured a series of wormholes, ensnaring them and subsequently scattering them across various nightmarish Batcaves throughout the world. There, the nightmarish Batmans awaited their arrival. Diana recognized this as an attempt to fracture the Justice League, a tactic expertly wielded by Batman, and it was evident that the nightmarish Batmans had inherited this strategy. That can only imply that the alternative version of myself possesses a lamentable taste in every conceivable aspect. A scornful smile graced Diana's lips, dismissive and unafraid, as she brandished her sword and shield in readiness. It appears those were our most intimate times. The merciless Iron Fist turned away, selecting a weapon glowing with golden light from a nearby armory, then aimed it at Diana, issuing a challenge. "Here lie the weapons of the gods I have slain. Call me. My dear, choose one. No god can dictate our fate any longer." Diana's gaze sharpened as she recognized the blade, a weapon that resembled both sword and dagger, the Godslayer, once forged by the god of fire in the primary world. Yet, he had employed the Godslayer as bait to compel the clockmaker into servitude, hoping the latter would use it to eliminate a titan named Lapidus, imprisoned in the subterranean confines of Paradise Island. The titans were adversaries of Olympus, and Zeus desired his demise, while the god of fire merely played the role of a messenger. However, matters seldom unfold smoothly. The clockmaker, wielding the fearsome weapon on Paradise Island, incited considerable chaos, leading to the Godslayer being reclaimed by the god of fire. This sword, resonant with the essence of the soul, possessed unparalleled might, capable of altering its form at will, transforming into any weapon desired. Yet, those were tales of yore. The pressing matter at hand was far more significant. Within the confines of the entire chamber, not a single weapon existed that could rival the Godslayer. Diana pondered for a moment, discarding her god of war sword and Amazonian shield, the two divine metal artifacts thudding heavily upon the carpet. Chapter 95. The Ruthless Iron Fist. "I miss you, Diana, but surrendering is not in your nature." The Ruthless Iron Fist observed Diana as she relinquished her weapons. His interest piqued. "No. Let's engage in barehanded combat." Diana's expression turned grave. Against the Godslayer, any other weapon would offer her no advantage, and only a hand-to-hand confrontation would be deemed equitable. She would fight for the glory of the Amazons, while the warlike essence had intertwined with the soul of the Iron Fist after donning the war goddess helm. A glorious duel was an opportunity he could not refuse. Laughter, hissing and sharp, emanated from beneath the Iron Fist's helmet as he nonchalantly returned the Godslayer to its rack. "My Diana and I have fought in countless wars. She is a warrior of unparalleled excellence, one you shall never surpass." With that, he lunged towards her, his massive fist slicing through the air, moving with a speed that belied his stature. Diana, calm and composed, seized his arm and, leveraging his momentum, hurled him aside. The weighty armor struck the ground with a thunderous crash, yet he rose immediately, unscathed. "You're not the Bruce Wayne I once knew, but regardless of your origins, you are merely a Bruce Wayne, a mortal masquerading as a deity." The Iron Fist lunged again, their fingers intertwining as they grappled. Though Diana harbored a psychological disdain for her foe, she could not deny that this Bruce, having acquired the power of the war god, surpassed her in every regard. "I am a mortal who has slain countless deities." He leisurely exerted increasing force, pressing the diminutive Diana downward. "Huh, yet your technique is woefully inept. Who taught you? An assassin? A monk? Or perhaps a butler?" Diana summoned all her strength, yet she remained at a disadvantage, gritting her silver teeth as she forced out some taunting remarks. These words struck a chord, but not in the manner she had envisioned. The Iron Fist's hands surged with immense power, lifting her off the ground as if she were a mere sack, and she crashed heavily to the earth. Standing tall and breathless, he regarded Diana, who lay on the ground, seething with resentment, and replied in a deep voice, "It is you." Diana felt a searing pain in her back and spat defiantly. "Impossible. I would rather die than teach you. Indeed, you can recognize it." He turned away, retrieving a massive two-handed hammer from the wall. Meanwhile, Diana rolled on the ground, reclaiming her god of war sword and shield, and charged at him. "Tell me the truth." The Iron Fist swung the hammer, intercepting her strike, and they engaged in a cacophony of clashing weapons. He had mastered all Amazonian combat techniques. Diana's assaults felt to him akin to playful banter between lovers. He deftly parried the onslaught of swords from various angles while calmly replying, "I am revealing the truth to you. After my annihilation of the gods, I located your sisters. The Battle of Paradise Island raged for 3 days, and I ensured their deaths were nothing short of glorious, despite being in a different universe as Paradise Island." A fleeting moment of panic surged within Diana, for all her friends and kin had their counterparts on another Earth, and she instinctively conjured their familiar faces. It was in this moment of distraction that the remorseless Iron Fist seized the opportunity, delivering a crushing blow to her cheek, sending her spinning through the air like a top before she was hurled far away. Blood escaped her lips, but fortunately, her divine powers shielded her. Otherwise, the strike would have surely shattered her skull. Nonetheless, A ringing echoed in her ears, rendering her unable to rise for a brief period. The iron fist emitted a sound akin to laughter or perhaps enjoyment as he inhaled, resting his war hammer upon his shoulder while glancing towards a massive gong nearby. Diana's gaze shifted upwards, only to quickly realize that it was not a gong, but a colossal gold coin suspended in the air, embossed with the visage of the remorseless Iron Fist. Seemingly attuned to her gaze, he continued, "I possess a grand coin from the underworld, a vessel for the souls of every Amazonian fallen. They reside within it, and I have reforged this immense drachma." The Iron Fist advanced towards the gigantic coin, raising his war hammer in preparation to strike. "They shall never ascend to paradise again. They are destined to fight for me eternally. Arise, Amazon Legion, and greet your queen." With that proclamation, he swung the massive hammer towards the coin, unleashing the power of the war god. Upon striking the surface of the coin, a tremendous explosion erupted. The coin emitted a resounding clang, yet simultaneously disintegrated into dust, the souls within billowing forth like translucent wisps, coalescing into a cyclone that surged upwards, vanishing into the stone ceiling. The Iron Fist was also blasted away nearly 100 meters, his blue war god armor scorched, adorned with fragments of gold. Yet he remained unscathed. These non-metallic shards could perhaps fracture the war god's armor, but his essence was still shielded by dark energy. Diana knelt on one knee, using her silver bracelets to shield her head. Though she was propelled away by the explosion, she evaded the shrapnel and shockwave, suffering only an intensified ringing in her ears. How is this possible? The Iron Fist grasped his hammer, his gaze scouring the dark recesses of the underground space. Yet, what awaited him was a barrage of bullets, striking his helmet's visor with an alarming precision, several even impacting the same spot. These were no ordinary projectiles. He was acutely aware of the limitations of human weaponry. The might of conventional firearms was insufficient to damage the armor of a war god. Yet at this moment, even such a divine artifact as his helmet showed signs of deformation. Unable to withstand the onslaught, he swiftly raised his war hammer to shield himself, but to no avail. This seemingly formidable weapon could not withstand the bullets. It was as futile as attempting to pierce butter with a toothpick as the projectiles continued to penetrate, accurately striking his head. However, his objective of buying time had been achieved. So long as his eyes remained unscathed, he could assess his surroundings and seek an opportunity. A sudden impulse surged within him. He executed a roll to evade the bullets, concealing himself behind a row of display cabinets. Diana's eyes widened in disbelief. Had she truly repelled a war god with gunfire? Could she be ensnared in a nightmare, bound to the dark tower? Just then, a tall figure materialized beside her, a hand clad in black and yellow gauntlets extending toward her. "Electric Pole, I have come to rescue you." Chapter 96. Engagement. At the sound of this moniker, Diana felt a mixture of irritation and amusement, for such a designation belonged solely to one individual, Grave Digger. Well, electric pole, tall bamboo, white pillar. These were all terms Grave Digger used to describe her legs. She was well aware that her legs were fair and straight, and this irreverent individual had turned it into her personal nickname. In the past, he had used such remarks to provoke her into revealing a weakness. Yet hearing it now brought her an unexpected sense of reassurance. "Slade, I never imagined it would be you to come to my aid." She placed her hand in his, and he effortlessly pulled her up. Su Ming scoffed, shaking his head. He was not the Grave Digger from the main world, but that appellation, learned from comics, instantly confirmed his identity. "Ah, see? Earthlings are more dependable, aren't they? Your Kryptonian boy has now turned into a battery." Wonder Woman furrowed her brow, noting that Grave Digger seemed to have shrunk by 10 centimeters. The last time they met, she had only reached his eye level, but now they were nearly the same height. Yet, this was not the time for idle chatter. Upon hearing that nickname, Diana had accepted his identity without question. And at such a moment, a ruthless individual like Grave Digger was indeed far more reliable than Superman or Batman. Without hesitation, Diana's resolve to enact justice solidified. "Once I deal with this foe, I will assist those fallen boys." She retrieved her sword and shield, her gaze fixed upon the distant shadows, searching for the figure of Iron Fist. "Very well. I saved Earth, -11, and the fallen Barry. Now I'm here to save you. I have a little note filled with numbers that may require Bruce's signature." Su Ming cast aside the divine AK-47, despite its rapid fire. With dozens of bullets striking the target's head moments ago, The relentless Iron Fist remained very much alive. "Barry, you saved him?" Diana exclaimed with surprise. "The Speed Force has provided so much assistance." "Where is he?" "Cough, cough. He is right behind you, Diana," Barry said, glancing exasperatedly at the conversation between the Grim Reaper and Diana, who seemed oblivious to his presence as she focused solely on the Grim Reaper. A slight blush appeared on Wonder Woman's face as she warmly embraced Barry, causing him to turn crimson. Meanwhile, Su Ming attentively observed the commotion not far away while moving toward the weapons rack to retrieve the Godslayer. As Wonder Woman grappled with the Iron Fist, he and Barry arrived just in time. According to their plan, Barry stealthily placed the Divine Grenade on the opposite side of the large coin and pulled the pin. The moment Iron Fist struck the gong, it erupted in a magnificent explosion. While surveying the battlefield, Su Ming immediately recognized the Godslayer, its radiance outshining all other weapons. Resembling a crescent moon, this weapon contained no metal. It was an energy weapon composed purely of solar divine power. Its greatest advantage lay in its ability to transform according to the wielder's intent. As long as one held it, a mere thought would cause it to adapt to the most suitable size and weight, whether cold or hot weapons, human or extraterrestrial. As long as one had a mental image of a weapon structure, it could mimic it all. With a swift motion, the weapon fell into Su Ming's grasp, instantly emanating a blinding light that illuminated his armor. A surge of relentless, murderous intent coursed through his arm to his brain, yearning for combat, as if a gentle voice whispered incessantly, one that had once claimed the lives of billions in another realm, now wielded by a new warrior. Having read the comics, Su Ming was well prepared, fully aware of the weapon's nature. The Grim Reaper had wielded the Godslayer without succumbing to chaos, so he too could manage it. His heart raced momentarily, but the bloodlust soon subsided. He had no desire to be dominated by a weapon. Casually, he drew forth his Fire God sword and tossed it to Diana, who blinked in surprise at the identical weapons in her hands. "Here's the Fire God sword for you. The Godslayer is mine. No need to thank me." He deftly sheathed the Godslayer at his waist. Though it was a curved blade, it began to morph like liquid, seamlessly fitting into a sheath that was only half its size. In the hands of the Grim Reaper, the Godslayer was akin to giving a dictator a nuclear bomb, far too perilous. As Diana struggled to articulate her thoughts, she realized that the current state of the world indeed required the Grim Reaper to wield this weapon. Su Ming paid no mind to Diana's gaze. With the Godslayer in his possession, it was impossible for her to reclaim it. He unsheathed the enormous Nightfall sword from his back, its black sheen shimmering in the light. "Let me see where the relentless Iron Fist has hidden himself." Su Ming, wielding a colossal sword, approached a series of exhibition stands within the vast subterranean space, illuminated only in the small area where Diana and her companion stood. Ironically, the merciless Iron Arm had chosen to conceal himself in the shadows. It must be said that despite being the nightmarish Batman, only he could manage to stealthily navigate while clad in over 2 meters of full-body armor. Su Ming's night vision goggles revealed no signs of his presence. Locating him in the short term seemed improbable. However, they had secured the entrance, effectively trapping Iron Arm deep within the cavern. Su Ming had a plan in mind and could not afford to linger too long with Iron Arm Bruce. "Did your Diana teach you how to be a coward?" He was aware of Iron Arm's combative nature. At this moment, he was unlikely to be contemplating an escape, but rather preparing to eliminate everyone in sight. If he were in Iron Arm's position, the first target would undoubtedly be the Flash, as he posed the most significant threat. Although Barry did not kill, his Speed Force could be quite bothersome. As long as Barry was present, Iron Arm's improvised strategies would be rendered ineffective. The optimal approach now was to lure Iron Arm out with the help of Kid Flash. While Iron Arm was indeed swift, his speed paled in comparison to that of the Speed Force. Su Ming gestured to Barry, who promptly approached with keen perception. Whispering a series of instructions into his ear, Barry expressed some hesitation, but ultimately nodded before vanishing from sight. In the next instant, Wonder Woman brandished the lasso of truth, which stretched tautly into the depths of the shadowy warehouse. The rope quivered violently, sweeping aside the surrounding exhibition stands and treasures as Diana clenched her teeth and gripped the lasso with determination. Su Ming understood that time was of the essence. That cursed war god helmet had the potential to amplify Iron Arm's power indefinitely, and it was now his turn to act. He immediately charged towards the far end of the lasso, wielding his colossal sword. At that moment, A series of unsettling creaks echoed through the air, followed by the lasso of truth, glowing with golden light, fracturing into several segments like strands of spaghetti. Iron Arm's divine might had torn it apart, rendering the once mighty artifact as inconsequential as ordinary rope scattered across the ground. Chapter 97. Executing the tactics, Su Ming's expression remained unchanged beneath his mask. Iron Arm's escape from the lasso of truth had been anticipated. Once adorned with the war god helmet, he transformed into a veritable deity. Although not fully realized, the divine powers at his disposal were minimal. He could not summon an army of heroic spirits or incite the inner fury of humanity, among other extraordinary abilities. Yet, the essence of the divine energy within him remained unaltered, his mortal frame capable of containing immense power. In a hierarchy of the Olympian pantheon based on battlefield performance, Zeus undoubtedly reigned supreme, followed by the firstborn of the gods, then Poseidon and Hades, with a war god subsequently ranking. The status of the Titans as members of the divine order remains debatable. If considered, many Titans are indeed formidable, though they have fallen out of favor with Zeus. Despite their shared origin in Greek mythology, they have never ventured to Mount Olympus. Ares, the god of war, is not only notorious for his brutality and impulsiveness, but his prowess on the battlefield far surpasses that of Apollo and other offspring of Zeus. The lasso of truth, crafted by the god of fire, renders it impossible to ensnare the god of war. While divine power is a commonality among gods, it is evident that a lifeless object cannot contend with a living deity. However, Su Ming's strategy was predicated on this very premise, allowing Diana to buy a fleeting moment, enabling him to close in on Iron Fist. Ideally, this task should have been entrusted to Barry, yet his combat skills were limited to pushing opponents and striking the back of their heads. Against Iron Fist, clad in divine armor, such tactics would prove futile. Even if Su Ming lent him the Nightfall Greatsword, Barry would be reluctant to take a life. With a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind, Su Ming leapt into the air, executing a downward slash aimed at Iron Fist, who had just freed himself from a lasso. Unsurprisingly, Iron Fist effortlessly deflected the strike with his warhammer, transforming Su Ming's blade into a mere swarm of bees. The force of the impact reverberated through Su Ming's hands, a consequence he had anticipated. This strike lacked finesse. To confront such a seasoned warrior, one must employ strategy. Following the recoil, Su Ming performed a backflip, landing nimbly before launching another thrust, continuing with his plan. Impressive strength. Should I call you Bruce or Ares? What is that? You want to know my name? You've lost your chance. Iron Fist retaliated with a sweeping motion of his colossal hammer, forcing Su Ming to roll aside as the weapon grazed his nose. While Su Ming was adept at parrying his attacks, he found himself unable to withstand the sheer force of Iron Fist's blows. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Yet, this was all part of the plan. Remaining on the ground, Su Ming aimed a strike at Iron Fist's ankle. If you were to change your name, I imagine your mother would be quite displeased. What was her name again? Martha? Silence, mortal, Iron Fist retorted, evading the strike before swinging his hammer towards Su Ming once more. Su Ming swiftly braced himself against the ground, propelling himself to safety. Oh, it seems I was mistaken. Perhaps Martha is the name of some streetwalker? Iron Fist, devoid of compassion, continued his relentless assault, each blow transforming the once smooth earth into a landscape riddled with craters, debris scattering in every direction. Martha, oh, hiv. Su Ming found himself unable to launch a counterattack, his focus entirely consumed by evasion. Nevertheless, he continued to taunt, deliberately repeating the name of Batman's mother. Iron Fist's eyes blazed with fury. Despite Diana wielding two fire-forged swords and mounting a vigorous offense, his attention remained fixated on Su Ming, seemingly intent on eliminating him first. However, to vanquish a master of weaponry in close combat, especially when Su Ming merely evaded rather than engaged, was no simple feat. Though Iron Fist was the god of war, sheer power would yield no results if he could not land a hit. Su Ming could discern Iron Fist's intentions from the angles at which he exerted force or lifted his weapon. With the absence of the Sea King, Su Ming must assume the role of a meat shield. Lacking the resilience and strength of his predecessor, he resorts to the only tactic capable of inciting animosity in another, incessantly hurling insults. Despite the barrage of profanities spewing forth, Su Ming's mind remains remarkably clear. devoid of even a hint of amusement. Confronting a deity is undoubtedly a perilous endeavor. He can jest and babble in an attempt to distract the Iron Fist. Yet he must never allow himself to be perceived as an equal. Is your Diana available for clients? In truth, I am your father. You are far too weak. Your strength pales in comparison to that of your mother. Regardless of the insults and fabrications, the Iron Fist has yet to utter a single word. Yet Su Ming can sense the escalating force emanating from him. The overwhelming might of the war god seems to influence everything around, stirring the dormant desire for violence within Su Ming. Though it appears he has provoked the deity, Su Ming understands that the Iron Fist has discerned his initial strategy. The Iron Fist is merely playing along, unfazed by the verbal onslaught. At this moment, should Diana or Barry falter, they would instantly face a lethal strike. Barry stands nearby, clenching his fists. He has struck the Iron Fist thousands of times, yet the deity remains unperturbed, his armor intact, while Barry's hands throb with pain. Diana's twin Godfire swords have proven somewhat effective. While the Iron Fist attacks Su Ming, she occasionally emerges from behind him to deliver a slash or thrust, managing to breach some joints of the war goddess armor. However, the divine weapons fail to inflict significant damage upon the Dark Knight. Observing this scenario, Su Ming realizes that the plan can proceed. He has successfully drawn the Iron Fist's ire while leading the deity to believe that Barry and Diana pose no immediate threat. The truth is clear. The Bell of Doom, wielding in-metal weapons, represents the gravest danger, far surpassing the other two. Once more, Su Ming evades the warhammer, and in light of Diana's distractions, the Iron Fist appears momentarily vulnerable, revealing an opening. Perceiving the Iron Fist's tactics, he decides to play into the trap. Swiftly, he swings his great sword towards the deity's neck, fully aware that this supposed opening is a calculated ruse. The war hammer returns with exaggerated speed. Su Ming can only raise his sword to block the crushing blow, employing techniques to mitigate the damage. However, the disparity in strength is insurmountable, and the colossal sword is sent hurtling away. Su Ming is propelled through an array of display racks, various props and weapons scattering around him, leaving a deep gash in the ground as he crashes, spitting out blood. Should he have taken that hit directly, he would have surely been reduced to a mere pancake. Contemplating this, he clutches his chest, a surge of energy coursing through him, the thirst for blood and a torrent of memories flooding back. This injury is no trifling matter. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly draws the Godslayer from his waist and charges once more towards the Iron Fist. The Godslayer, transformed according to its wielder's will into two curved blades, radiating a brilliant golden light, amplifying Su Ming's bloodthirsty desire 100-fold. He felt as though he was not in control of the weapon, but rather it was controlling him, intent on simultaneously striking at his throat and abdomen, with Su Ming merely serving as its vessel. This sword was eerily sentient, driven solely by a thirst for slaughter. A cacophony of clashing weapons echoed as sparks flew between him and the merciless Iron Arm. At this moment, he adopted a dual-wielding assault strategy, significantly increasing his attack frequency. Iron Arm, unwilling to bear the brunt of a strike from the Godslayer, a weapon that would utterly ruin his armor, his hard-earned trophy and the embodiment of his glory as a war god, found himself momentarily subdued by Su Ming's martial prowess. Chapter 98. Frenzy. Despite the relentless dance of his dual blades, Su Ming's eyes were filled solely with caution and calculation. It appeared that Iron Arm had fallen entirely into his trap, yet victory remained uncertain until the final moment. With parries, dodges, and blocks, Iron Arm's defenses were impeccable, wielding only a mundane divine hammer. As he launched a flurry of attacks, Su Ming's gaze sharpened at the sight behind Iron Arm. Now was the moment. The Godslayer instantly morphed into a sword and shield, with Su Ming thrusting the shield against Iron Arm while his other hand drove the blade towards the gap beneath the helm. However, Iron Arm relinquished his hammer and seized Su Ming's wrist, and in that instant, Su Ming felt a searing pain rip through his right arm, as if it were exploding. The gauntlet seemingly crushed. "I've got you now," Iron Arm intoned, his crimson eyes fixed on Su Ming, his tone disturbingly calm, akin to capturing a mere insect. Su Ming let out a strange laugh. "No, it is I who has captured you. I am the war god." Iron Arm's massive hand exerted even greater pressure. A resounding crack echoed through Su Ming's bones. His right arm was likely fractured, yet he felt no pain, responding to Iron Arm with an air of nonchalance. If you are a war god, then I am the ghost of Sparta. Your end is nigh. In an instant, the Godslayer transformed into two massive shackles, binding their hands together. Before Iron Arm could react, Barry produced a second truth lasso from the depths of Earth, 11, securing them both tightly. They resembled figures crucified, arms and bodies pressed closely together in a face-to-face stance, and Su Ming immediately headbutt Iron Arm. These tactics would only restrain Iron Arm briefly, yet for a warrior, that fleeting moment was sufficient. In the next heartbeat, a pitch-black greatsword pierced through Iron Arm's heart and Su Ming's lung. Both men coughed up blood in unison. Diana Iron Arm turned his head with great difficulty to behold Diana standing behind him, gripping the great sword of night. He managed to utter a few words before his legs buckled, and he and Su Ming collapsed to the ground together. The Godslayer instantly reverted to the form of a curved blade. Diana drew her great sword and lasso, allowing Su Ming and Iron Fist to finally separate. "Slade, how are you?" Barry helped him up, gazing at the palladium armor that had been pierced. The weapons of the god of fire indeed lived up to their reputation. The once less durable end metal, infused with the power of the god of fire, rendered his armor scarcely more resilient than ordinary fabric. Blood and fragments of bone flowed from the wound, and Su Ming felt his consciousness beginning to blur, sanity on the brink of being overwhelmed by madness. Although the earlier act of deliberately discarding the great sword for Barry to secretly pass to Diana, and using himself as bait, were all part of the plan, receiving such a strike was still quite a blow. "Give me the great sword. You must leave quickly." He extended his hand toward Diana. Diana glanced at Barry, who nodded without hesitation. After handing the massive sword to Su Ming, he and Diana vanished in an instant. He understood that the tolling bell could no longer suppress its bloodthirsty desire. The self-healing factor unleashed after the tolling bell had no rationale to speak of. If they did not wish for a deadly struggle, it was better to retreat for a while and return later. Upon receiving the great sword, it emitted a peculiar growl. With a swift motion, he severed Iron Fist's head, seizing the helmeted head and gazing into the now lifeless eyes devoid of crimson light, unleashing a mad laughter. "Ha ha!" He raised the severed head high, letting blood cascade from the severed neck, flowing onto his mask and trickling through every crevice of his armor. How warm, blood, death, slaughter. He lifted his helmet and drank deeply. Regaining his senses, he found himself on Paradise Island. He lay upon a rudimentary stone bed, lacking even a mattress, only a pelt from an unknown beast. As for how he recognized it as Paradise Island, it was evident from the soldiers guarding the entrance. They were not only women, but their armor bore a symbol resembling a soaring eagle, commemorating the sacrifice of a pilot who fought for Paradise Island against the war god Ares. This was not the pilot Steve from the movies who fell onto Paradise Island, but rather his mother, Diana Rockwell Trevor, a test pilot for the United States Air Force. She had also descended on a Paradise Island due to an unfortunate weather incident, and being a woman, could not leave. She joined the Amazons, bringing her kindness and zeal, applying her scientific knowledge from the outside world to improve everyone's lives, ensuring that all were well-fed and clothed. At the time, everyone regarded her as a true Amazon. After her sacrifice, they chose a design from the wreckage of her plane as a totem to honor her, which was the emblem of the American Air Force's soaring eagle, symbolizing courage and motherhood. Queen Hippolyta also named her daughter Diana in her memory. 20 years hence, by some twist of fate, Steve's aircraft also met its demise on Paradise Island. It is likely that by then, the Queen recognized him as the son of an old friend. Otherwise, he would have long since become fish food. The Amazons, who even sent their own sons to the forge of the god of fire, would not have allowed a man to remain on the island without reason. It seems that in her madness, even Diana felt uneasy, dispatching such a number of guards to oversee the comatose figure. Su Ming gradually propped himself up, the damaged sacred armor removed and placed at the bedside, alongside a basin filled with blood-red water. His chest wound had been bandaged, smeared with some pungent herbs. He touched it and could still faintly sense the broken bone beneath. Breathing brought a sharp sting to the area around his right lung. The external wounds had begun to heal, yet the condition of his internal organs remained precarious. A subtle thirst for blood lingered, but the self-healing cells were still at work. After releasing his pent-up emotions, he felt invigorated, yet his injuries were still severe. Judging by the pace of his recovery, nearly an hour had elapsed. He pressed his hand against the wound and rose, donning the armor once more. The Amazon warriors merely cast him a glance before huddling together to whisper among themselves, their conversation indecipherable, showing no intent to impede his departure. The sacred armor was in disrepair and required replacement, yet the Godslayer and the Twilight greatsword stood undisturbed at the door, along with his cache of weaponry and the divine golden Alaska, all retrieved. Once fully equipped, he lifted a clay jar from the bedside and took a sip of water before stepping outside. "Where's your queen?" he inquired. "In the palace." She had convened the Amazon Council, seemingly to announce some matter of importance. A fair-skinned warrior with flowing red hair replied with a smile, carrying a long spear and adorned in armor, draped with leopard skin. Su Ming glanced upwards, noting that the so-called palace was situated atop a nearby hill, obscured by lush foliage. "Very well, I shall seek her out." "Wait," another young warrior interjected, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "They say you defeated the god of war. Is it true?" "You've reminded me. I just awakened and am still somewhat disoriented." "I shall certainly note the slaying of a god on the Justice League's ledger," he replied, in a light-hearted manner, before turning to leave. The guard warriors broke into a cold sweat, realizing that mercenaries cared little for concepts of honor. Money was the true priority. Additionally, they felt a twinge of guilt. If the queen discovered that their idle chatter had inflated the ledger's figures, she would surely subject them to rigorous training. Chapter 99. The annoying fly. Su Ming raced along the mountain path toward the summit, where neat stone steps were bordered by lush grass and vibrant flowers, with a nearby spring bubbling forth, presenting a scene of tranquility. Birds perched in the trees, chirping melodiously, serenading the sunshine and life, even as the sky darkened. This was not a time for leisure. Su Ming understood that his loss of control had already cost him precious moments, and he needed to act swiftly. He strode directly into the royal palace, the guards seemingly having received orders not to impede his passage. Within the throne room, a meeting was in progress. Diana stood upon a dais, engaged in deliberations with those below her, while Barry wore an expression of palpable embarrassment, lingering not far behind her. The subjects of Diana's discussions were the Amazon Council, a collective of women cloaked in their distinctive hoods, esteemed elders of their kin. Diana held them in high regard, believing that their wisdom and experience were crucial for the survival of the Amazons. However, Su Ming held a different perspective. These women, long overdue for the grave, relished in their elder status and exhibited a conspicuous lack of situational awareness. Without needing to inquire, one could discern from Barry's demeanor that Diana was once again facing their vexations. Su Ming softened his footsteps and proceeded further, eavesdropping on the heated exchanges. "Your Majesty, men should not exist on Paradise Island. Please expel them," one cloaked figure proclaimed from the forefront, addressing Diana emphatically. "No, they're my comrades," Diana replied, shaking her head wearily as she slumped upon her throne. While she excelled in combat, the intricacies of politics left her feeling overwhelmed. "This is our tradition. Those men who have long resided on the island should have been expelled ages ago," the cloaked women asserted, revealing their true intentions. As a chorus of agreement arose among them, these women aimed to oust the Amazon men from the island, who had previously been forging alongside the god of fire. When the Firstborn launched an assault upon Paradise Island, the god of fire had summoned them back to aid their kin. They had successfully assisted the women in repelling the Firstborn's forces, and Diana had permitted them to remain on the island. However, tranquility was short-lived. During one of Diana's excursions with the Justice League, a faction of dissenters violently invaded the men's encampment, slaughtering them. Upon Diana's return, only a handful of men had escaped into the forest. After quelling the rebellion, those who survived were left terrified, now living in hiding deep within the woods. It appeared that the council had not yet abandoned their quest to expel them. Should Diana be willing to offer compensation, Su Ming might consider discreetly eliminating these meddlesome women. However, lacking remuneration, he had little interest in Diana's affairs. He pushed through the assembly, positioning himself before Diana as if the surrounding crowd were non-existent. "We must depart and proceed with our next plan." Yes, hasten to leave our island, Valmen." The cloaked figures nearby jeered, their faces alight with triumph. Su Ming sighed. The entirety of Earth, a planet steeped in such extremism, had become familiar to him, yet these radical feminists were particularly irksome. In a swift motion, he delivered a punch, sending the unsuspecting council member soaring like a sack. Half her teeth shattered upon impact, bloodied saliva trailing through the air, drawing forth the Godslayer. The curved blade instantly infused him with an insatiable thirst for blood. Superman once graced Paradise Island, yet you dared not expel him. Su Ming advanced step by step towards the fallen figure, and those around him instinctively retreated as the murderous aura emanating from him was palpable, almost tangible. Merely a glance could rend one's spirit asunder. He refrains from killing, yet you fear him. I have taken countless lives. Who grants you the audacity to vociferate here? Trouble is brewing, Barry. We must depart at once, Diana remarked to Barry with urgency, recognizing the Council's opportunistic maneuvering. Yet the swiftness with which the Grim Reaper could turn hostile was alarming. Barry rushed to Su Ming's side, grasping his arm. Let us be. We have pressing matters to attend to. After all, this is Diana's home. Su Ming nodded. Had he truly intended to kill, he would not have resorted to his fists. He merely wished to impart a lesson to these nuisances, preventing them from buzzing about like bothersome flies. The world crisis remains unresolved, and here they squabble over trivial matters. A source of irritation. Let us go. Take me and the Amazon to Coastal City. Su Ming sheathed his blade, and with a flash of lightning, the trio vanished from the throne room, leaving behind a cadre of cloaked figures in silent contemplation. Within the Speed Force, Barry propelled Diana and Su Ming forward, the scenery morphing into a blur of light. Are your injuries manageable? Diana inquired, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. For it was indeed Su Ming's strategy that had vanquished the merciless Iron Fist. She had instinctively brought him back to Paradise Island for healing, unaware that the Council would create such tumult. It is of no consequence. I have regained 60% of my combat capacity. Dealing with the Dawn's Wisp requires cunning rather than brute strength. Thus my physical condition is not paramount, Su Ming replied, his arm draped casually over Barry's shoulder, the helmet obscuring his expression. Barry interjected, speaking of which, your previous tactics were even more reckless, using yourself as bait to perish alongside Iron Fist. Are you certain you would survive? Su Ming did not bask in pride. Had it not been for Diana and Barry's presence, or the preparatory measures taken beforehand, such a tactic would have been untenable. Given thorough preparation and meticulous planning, the strategy of employing superior numbers against fewer adversaries would inevitably lead to victory. There was little to be exuberant about. The origins of the strategy lay within Batman's Agamemnon Protocol. Actually, we all know that is Batman's contingency plan against the Justice League. He always prefers to err on the side of caution. Barry exhaled, shaking his head. Indeed, the kryptonite intended for Superman was procured with Clark's assistance. Su Ming replied with an air of calm, though his mouth still bore the metallic taste of blood and his chest burned with pain, were it not for the tactical objectives. I would never engage in such idle chatter during combat. The Agamemnon Protocol was Batman's forethought against the possibility of heroes straying into darkness. A comprehensive plan devised to counter each member of the League, detailing their potential defeat. For instance, ensnaring Wonder Woman in a battle with illusions, hypnotizing Green Lantern into believing he was blind, incinerating Martian Manhunter's skin, and so forth. However, the most heart-wrenching aspect must be the method outlined in the agreement for dealing with Green Arrow, encapsulated in a mere phrase, seize one of his arms. This implies that Batman believes that any member of the Justice League could easily defeat Green Arrow by simply capturing one of his limbs. Through the agreement, Batman exemplifies a profound distrust, extending even to himself. Furthermore, he provides a means to counteract his own presence by insulting his parents or abducting his loved ones, acts purported to distract or enrage him. Su Ming did not hesitate to employ this tactic. Well, insulting Iron Fist's parents is indeed a reasonable strategy. Though your words were rather harsh, I thought you were possessed by some vile entity while with Constantine. Barry sighed helplessly. The Agamemnon Protocol had long been leaked, and these methods had been utilized by countless villains against the Justice League, leaving everyone in dire straits. The protocol explicitly stated that the method to deal with the Flash was to break his legs. Smiling, Su Ming patted Barry on the back, inhaling deeply to help his newly formed right lung acclimate. Rest assured, I have always had a sound plan, one that rivals Bruce's. Barry found little comfort in this reassurance. Diana, however, nodded in agreement. She had encountered the Dawn Lantern before. The Lanterness ring possessed a blackout protocol, effectively countering the Green Lantern's abilities, making a well-structured plan indeed a positive endeavor. The moniker of tactical master bestowed upon Deadshot was well earned. and his combat against Iron Fist had proven he was more adept at eradicating foes than Batman. His strategies aimed for the complete annihilation of adversaries, often utilizing himself as a mere instrument in the process, showing no mercy and unhesitatingly employing any underhanded means. At least, none within the Justice League could articulate such vile insults about others' parents with the same fervor or perform them with such lewdness. Diana even mused that had Deadshot been replaced by Bruce, they might still be entangled with Iron Fist, given the current state of Earth. Eliminating those nightmares seemed the most prudent choice, leading Diana to resolve to temporarily adhere to Deadshot's tactical directives, at least until he perpetrated further misdeeds. She was willing to heed his counsel. Chapter 100. The Dawn Lantern. Soon, the trio arrived in Coast City. The circumstances here were slightly better than in Washington. At least the buildings remained intact. This condition stemmed from the various nightmares manifested by the Lantern Ring. The monsters born from these nightmares possessed formidable strength and were inexhaustible in number. Almost every resident had been bound to the dark spire at the city's center, rendering it a ghost town. Clatter, clatter. An empty soda can was swept from a trash bin by the wind, rolling across the ground of the flooded alleyway, creating an oddly loud noise in the desolate city. The three felt an unusual sense of oppression. This was due to the Lantern Ring manifesting the profound emptiness within Batman's heart. This void was a powerful force, seemingly beckoning individuals toward oblivion. In the subterranean depths of Coastal City, a formidable space had been sculpted by an enigmatic figure, serving as his own Batcave, beckoning us to discover its whereabouts. Suming unsheathed his weapon, keenly attuned to the surroundings. The atmosphere was devoid of vitality. They had taken position at the rear entrance of a modest eatery. Yet even the culinary vermin typically found rummaging through the restaurant's refuse had fled the city, overwhelmed by an ominous presence. Cockroaches, flies, and bedbugs, once thriving in the shadows, had all vanished. What compels these individuals to burrow beneath the urban landscape? Now it seemed Batcaves proliferated across America. Barry lamented. For the task of tracing their adversaries' movements largely fell to him. He needed to unearth the right clues in the shortest span, with an entire city at stake. The dark, multifaceted universe of unknown time, Earth-32. Bang, bang. With the echo of 2 gunshots, the Waynes collapsed in the dim alley, their blood mingling with the filthy ground, life ebbing from their bodies. Kneel down, kid. I'm finished. The assailant, who had slain his parents, brandished a firearm at the young Bruce, his other hand clutching a bloodied wallet and a pearl necklace. Close your eyes and embrace the darkness. As long as you do not look, I shall spare you. With that, the robber fled into the distance, disappearing behind a building. Young Bruce, under the menace of the gun, shut his eyes and turned away, unaware of the bat soaring past in the illuminated sky. As the footsteps faded, Bruce opened his eyes to witness the lifeless forms of his parents, feeling as though the very heavens had collapsed. There was no fear, no despair, only an overwhelming void. His heart had perished. He felt powerless, more like a specter than a human, his emotions extinguished, replaced by an all-consuming emptiness. Wiping away his tears, he pursued the direction of the fleeing criminal, harboring a desire for his own demise. Yet at that moment, a green light surged towards him with astonishing speed, and in an instant, a ring radiating a vivid green glow hovered before him, adorned with an hourglass emblem. A voice resonated directly in front of him. Sentient life has been identified. Bruce Wayne of Sector 2814, Earth, you possess the capacity to overcome profound fear. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. Bruce understood that he had not truly conquered fear. He had merely cast it aside, his heart a hollow shell. Nevertheless, the ring's formidable power captivated him, and he donned it, which subsequently guided him towards the direction of his parents' murderer. He ascended into the air, contemplating whether, by vanquishing this criminal, he might reclaim the sensation of being alive, to escape the emptiness. Kill him. Ring. At last, he located the murderer in a corner of Gotham, meticulously counting the stolen wealth, his father's wallet stained with blood. Error. The first law of the Green Lantern Corps prohibits the use of lethal force under current circumstances, the ring retorted. Bruce gazed down at the crumpled figure of the criminal, his bullets utterly ineffective against the airborne Green Lantern, who could only kneel and beg for mercy, just as Bruce had moments ago. I care not. I command you to kill him. Error willpower level 100. Error willpower level 127. The ring did not comply, merely emitting a continuous stream of erroneous alerts. The profound emptiness within Bruce fortified his resolve. He harbored but a singular wish, a solitary desire. He deserved his fate. Obey me. Error willpower, level 184. The ring's voice resonated in his mind, delivering incomprehensible readings, yet he sensed that his efforts bore fruit. He doubled down on his belief, resolutely advancing along this path. Error willpower level 200, surpassing the hissing cacophony. A strange noise emanated from the ring, shortly followed by the emergence of peculiar gray smoke, reminiscent of mist, yet akin to a unique energy. Then a distorted, ghostly voice echoed. Lethal force has been authorized. In an instant, a gray-green radiance erupted from the ring, bathing the criminal in its glow, who was swiftly reduced to bones. He had acquired one of the most formidable powers in the universe. However, this power could not resurrect his parents. An abyss of emptiness lingered in his heart. He commenced a relentless hunt for the criminals within the city, devoid of confusion or remorse, merely engaging in the act of killing. Why should so many criminals continue to live when his parents had not? Scarecrow, dragged to the skies and slain. Penguin, dismembered in outer space. One by one, the criminals vanished from Gotham. Green Lantern, you must cease. This is not justice. Commissioner Gordon encountered him once more on the rooftop of the precinct. He was meant to be a hero. You do not understand me, Bruce replied coldly. I know who you are. Do you not grow weary? Bruce, it all stems from that fateful incident in the alley years ago. Commissioner Gordon attempted to persuade him, stating that too many had perished in Gotham. I said be silent. A powerful gray-green flash erupted, and Commissioner Gordon, too, was reduced to bones. His parents were dead. Thus, no one should live. At that moment, more Green Lanterns arrived to halt him, the frenzied ring making them feel as if they were under duress even in OA. Yet, despite their numbers and the support of the core guardians, they were no match for the darkness of the ring's extinguishing program. They all fell. Bruce's inner nightmare materialized for the first time, overwhelming and obliterating his adversaries in shadows. Amidst the corpses of the Green Lanterns, the mightiest guardian, Ganthet, still clung to life. Stop. That darkness will destroy the universe. Bruce offered no reply, and with a monstrous nightmare, akin to plucking mushrooms, he severed Ganthet's head from his body. He seized countless rings and acquired knowledge and intelligence. He ventured to OA, eradicating threats and obtaining the Green Lantern's energy core, before returning to Gotham City. Commissioner Gordon was not entirely mistaken. He had grown weary, no longer wishing to embody the Green Lantern, which he deemed too feeble. At that moment, he observed a swarm of bats casting shadows before the lantern, and the fluttering creatures instinctively narrowed his eyes. Memories of the cellar from his childhood resurfaced, where he once fell and was engulfed by the fear of bats. Emotion had abandoned him, yet he could invoke fear in the world. He was the bat. A powerful gray-green radiance surged into the enormous lantern, instantly filling it with an emptiness of power. He immersed himself within it. Upon emerging from the lantern, he chose the bat as his new totem, donning a helmet shaped like a bat. The emblem of the Green Lantern on his chest transformed into a bat silhouette, and an endless stream of gray light poured from his ring, enveloping him. He became the Dawn Lantern. He forged his own lantern core, reciting his core oath. In the vastness of night, extinguish the radiance. In the pale light of day, a kingdom shall fall. As dawn flickers, the midnight endures. The lantern of deception shall shine eternal, extinguishing the dawn. The balance was shattered. The Green Lantern no longer existed, and the emotional spectrum was forever lost. He continued his rampage, annihilating all lanterns and eradicating all emotions. A universe devoid of the emotional spectrum became conspicuous, soon attracting the gaze of Barbados. Seizing the opportunity, Barbados unleashed powerful dark forces that began to erode the entire world, causing the cosmos to collapse like melting snow. Earth faced annihilation, but the power of the deceptive lantern allowed Bruce to survive. Amidst the fractured universe, a man with a genuine smile invited him to join the Dark Knights. His face was an expansive grin, devoid of other features. He spoke of his master, Barbados, who had a penchant for dark warriors. In a distant realm lay another universe, where he required the extinguishing ring to snuff out the light of hope. Once accomplished, Barbados would grant Bruce his deepest yearning, the resurrection of his parents. Bruce felt only emptiness within, uncertain of his reaction, Yet perhaps reviving his parents could fill the void? I shall join. This dilemma posed no challenge for the Dawn Lantern. The hollowness within him craved to consume everything, especially light. Chapter 101. Hal's Battle. A fist emerged from the darkness, striking Hal Jordan's chin with tremendous force, sending him flying against the hard ceiling of the cave before crashing to the ground. His head felt like a congested city street during rush hour, the cacophony disorienting him. Stars dancing before his eyes. Yet he was a Green Lantern. His formidable willpower was his foundation. As long as his ring retained energy, it would automatically provide a degree of protection. He immediately soared into the air, searching for his adversary, surrounded by utter darkness. It was not merely an absence of light, but a gray energy obscuring his vision, a consequence of the power-down protocol. Hal's lantern was at full capacity. Yet to his own perception, he could only discern a faint glow. Once again, a punch struck him, sending him hurtling through the air. Hal, welcome home. The Dawn's phantom flickered in the shadows, his raspy voice echoing. Hal wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and ascended. The Dawn's phantom reappeared beside him, delivering another blow that sent Hal crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater. What amuses you? Hal struggled to rise, attempting to retaliate, but only striking the air. You're little Bruce, who once claimed to be Batman in some universe-esque gutter. You are quite the comedian. The Dawn's phantom suddenly materialized behind him, delivering a heavy blow to the back of his head, sending him tumbling into the dust. What's so funny about it? Let me in on the joke. The notion that he intimidated Hal was the most ludicrous of all. Hal concentrated, channeling energy through his ring. Do you think showing me footage of Coastal City's devastation and some chilling sound effects will frighten me? You should conjure a mirror to see the expression on your face before you say such things. The voice of the Dawn's phantom seemed to emanate from nowhere. The Green Lantern ring emitted a beam of light, illuminating a small area, and in that glow, Hal sought his adversary. Our Batman is far more astute than you. Your antics only ignite my fighting spirit. Come forth. Let us engage in something serious. Your Batman is merely self-satisfied, just like you. What can your light do? Illuminate the bathroom at midnight? I'm a black hole that extinguishes all light. I am the Dawn's phantom. He surged from the shadows, wielding his phantom lantern ring, immediately snuffing out Hal's Green Lantern, plunging everything into darkness. A series of impacts resonated in the gloom. Hal fell once more to the ground, struggling to get up, gasping for breath, spitting out blood. Cough, cough. Your ring can absorb light, can it? Kudos to you for that novelty. But you cannot absorb light that continues to vanish. Hal raised his right hand, bringing it close to his ring. Activate flash mode. Flash mode activated, the ring replied. This so-called flash mode emitted high-frequency flickers akin to a strobe light, intermittently bright and dim, allowing Hal to perceive his foe without being extinguished by the Phantom's ring. He spotted the Dawn's phantom hovering above him, lifting his face to touch the blood on his cheek. All right, Dawn's phantom, shall we dance? The Dawn's phantom immediately dove down, his ring radiating a gray-green light. I have slaughtered the Green Lantern Corps, but the attack missed. Hal saw him clearly now. He simply sidestepped the energy beam with ease. Okay, Guy John, even the Guardians are dead. The Dawn's phantom unleashed another surge of energy. It missed again. Hal twisted his waist, conjuring something in the darkness with both hands. No one can thwart my resolve. The Dawn of Deception strikes with a mighty fist. I evade, twisting like a fish in the air. What gives you the audacity to believe you can prevail? The Dawn of Deception clenches his fists tightly, charging toward Hal like a superhero. It is at this moment that little Bruce, witnessing the approach of the deceptive Dawn, realizes Hal has stealthily manifested a colossal robot, a fist towering as high as a man. Without hesitation, he maneuvers the robot to deliver a powerful punch to the deceptive Dawn, sending him hurtling away. You have never soared alongside me. Emboldened, he relentlessly pummels the deceptive Dawn, aided by the brilliance of his flashing mode, ensuring he never loses sight of his target. This blow is for Guy. He sends a deceptive Dawn spinning in place. This strike is for Kyle. Hal crashes him against the ceiling of the cavern. This is for John. He seizes the deceptive Dawn and slams him into the ground. Yet, amidst the flashes, that eerie Batman vanishes once again. Hiding once more? Hal scans the shadows for his foe, but all he sees are the countless remains of lanterns displayed under glass. Remnants from another universe, collected by the deceptive Dawn as trophies. Why do I say again? Haha. Come forth, my show is not yet concluded. Among those remains are not only members of the Green Lantern Corps, but also others from various Lantern factions. The deceptive Dawn has obliterated all, concealed behind a stone pillar. He observes Hal darting about, gathering the dark energy of his ring. As the ring becomes enveloped in a haze of gray-green arcs, he raises it high. So Hal, do continue your performance. He adjusts the absorption frequency of his extinguishing ring to match Hal's flashing frequency, plunging everything once more into darkness. Rings in flashing mode. Hal turns around, the voice echoing from behind him. The flashing mode has concluded. He raises his ring, steadfast in his conviction. He believes in himself, in the Corps, and in this world. A ceaseless stream of green light emanates from his ring, spreading like flames across Hal's form, his Green Lantern uniform glowing ever brighter and more vibrant. The entire cavern seems to ignite in a blaze of green fire. Allow me to impart a lesson, Deceptive Dawn. This ring was not bestowed upon me by another, nor did it seek me out. He gazes at his ring, recalling his past affiliations with other Lantern factions, the many rings he has cast aside, and the one time he met death. Yet this ring is unlike the others. It is forged by my own will. I do not merely bear it, I embody it. He begins to blaze fiercely, the green light forming the emblem of the Green Lantern Corps behind him. His expression grave as he fixes his gaze on the floating Deceptive Dawn. Together, we obliterated the world of war. Together, we returned from the underworld. We saved the lives of the gods. He aimed the ring at the Dawn Phantasm, the dense energy roiling upon it, poised to erupt. Now, we shall reduce your ring to ashes. The Dawn Phantasm clapped enthusiastically, his visage losing flesh as his world crumbled, revealing his crimson gums, yet he wore a joyful smile. A splendid display of lights. Care for a tune? Hal unleashed a surge of energy, a robust beam of green light surging towards the Dawn Phantasm. Who the hell wants to hear your avant-garde melodies? I am a rock aficionado. The Dawn Phantasm shrugged, as if lamenting his taste, then raised a clenched fist. A powerful gray-green radiance crashing forth like a tide, Hal's attack dissipating into nothingness. Darkness reclaimed the scene, leaving only Hal and his ring casting a faint glow. In the haze, he beheld a multitude of nightmare creatures advancing towards him. Leading the charge were the visages of the leaders of various light spheres, twisted and wailing, retaining the grotesque appearances they bore in death, emitting sounds only known to Hal in his nightmares. Mine, all mine. Fear shall always have a place. This is not how I trained you, Jordan. The blood lake of Ismorth shall welcome your crimson. I wish to have you all to myself, dear. Hal gazed upon these nightmarish beings, each bearing the countenance of acquaintances, the formidable energy they exuded instilling dread within him. He knew defeat loomed, yet he merely shook his fist, polishing his ring. All right, who shall come first? The green light instilled fearlessness. This did not imply a lack of fear in the face of death, but rather allowed one to continue fighting under the weight of terror. Chapter 102. Timely arrival. The fierce battle between the two underground resembled popcorn popping in a microwave, the vibrations palpable upon the ground. Su Ming bent down to touch the earth, the source of the tremors not far away. The quaking soon ceased, and Su Ming, without the need for calculations, understood that Hal had fallen. The extinguishing program was simply too restraining for him. Though Hal was immensely powerful, his strength derived entirely from the green ring. Su Ming unstrapped the automatic rifle from his back, calming his breath to stabilize his heart rate, preparing himself. Mere seconds later, a gray-green light shot up from the ground. It was the Dawn Phantasm. The energy materialized from his ring, dragging Hal's legs, suspending him in midair, Hal motionless, bloodied, teetering on the brink of life and death. Su Ming immediately took aim, a series of calculations flashing through his mind, steadily executing a three-point shot. The divine bullet, ignited by the power of the fire god, soared skyward, trailing flames. He accurately struck the airborne target hundreds of meters away. Whether the Dawn Phantasm was injured remained unclear. Yet Su Ming observed him sway and come to a halt. The energy supply of the Phantasm ring was unexpectedly interrupted, and Hal plummeted from the sky. "Barley, catch him!" Su Ming shouted. As Su Ming fired his weapon, Barry was already aware of the situation above. Upon witnessing someone plummeting from the sky, Barry swiftly activated his super speed. Such a high-altitude drop would be nearly impossible to catch with just his hands, so he returned to Su Ming, bringing Diana with him, instructing her to intercept Hal in midair. Su Ming continued to shoot, forcing the initially pursuing Dawn Wraith to evade. However, the Bell-Toll's predictive abilities were formidable, allowing him to perceive the aerial entity's movements, indicating they were being struck repeatedly. Diana managed to catch Hal, who, although conscious, was utterly drained and unable to struggle. "Hey, Diana." Barry, Hal greeted them with a blood-stained smile, revealing his white teeth. "You missed my concert. Looks like you're just the warm-up act." As our star performers have yet to take the stage, Su Ming replied without even glancing at him, maintaining his firepower against the sky. "I hate you, Slade." Hal coughed up blood, weakly leaning against the nearby wall. The rhythmic gunfire echoed as Su Ming continuously swapped magazines, while Diana drew her sword and shield, ascending towards the heavens with the intention of bringing down the Dawn Wraith. With a click, Su Ming discarded his rifle. He had exhausted his ammunition. The fire god had provided a total of 500 rounds, some of which had been spent on the merciless Iron Fist. And the relentless shooting had depleted his entire reserve. A gun without bullets was akin to a mere stick. Now it was all up to Diana, who possessed martial skills and strength far surpassing Hal's, willing to strike decisively. If the Dawn Wraith were to endure even a single blow from Diana's sword, a fall was inevitable, and Su Ming would promptly instruct Barry to deliver the Nightfall Greatsword. However, it seemed the Dawn Wraith was acutely aware of this. He immediately initiated the Blackout Protocol, plunging the entire coastal city into darkness. "Slade, Hal, where are you?" Barry shouted. "Don't yell. I'm just 3 meters to your left. Did you think we vanished?" Su Ming calmly pulled out a cigarette and lit it, oddly unable to see the flame from his lighter. Haha. I was just a bit concerned. This darkness is rather unscientific." Barry awkwardly scratched his head, cautiously stepping to the left. "Are you discussing science with a lantern? A green lantern that can manifest one's inner thoughts into reality? I consider that to be a magical ring." Su Ming took a drag from his cigarette, patiently waiting. He was not worried about Diana's combat skills. After all, blind fighting was a technique every warrior should master. The so-called blind combat, in the parlance of the Celestial Empire, translates to discerning location by sound. At the very least, avoiding the enemy's attacks should pose no issue, provided Diana remained composed and did not act impulsively. In daylight, the brilliance is clear. In the night, the vastness is profound. Spirits and phantoms, nowhere to hide. Heretics and insurgents tremble before my divine light. The green lantern shines eternal, illuminating all existence. The green light illuminated, and Hal leaned against the wall, rising to his feet. Despite his legs feeling as weak as noodles and his hands clinging to the wall for support, his unwavering vow fortified his resolve as the green light shone once more. Su Ming nodded, recognizing the formidable fighting spirit within him. Hal's body bore at least a dozen fractures and internal bleeding, accompanied by a likely severe concussion. Yet he still managed to stand. Hal, too, noticed Su Ming's youthful visage, but he understood that this was not the moment for such observations. He attempted to ascend, only for the ring to inform him of insufficient energy. This predicament was rather awkward. After merging with the ring, he had always relied on sheer willpower to recharge it, having sent the lantern back to OA for maintenance, finding it too cumbersome. Ironically, at this moment, as his consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion, his head buzzing, merely managing to keep the ring aglow without succumbing to nausea felt like a stroke of luck. Concentration was elusive, let alone the possibility of retrieving the lantern from OA. It seems we have light," Su Ming declared, extinguishing his cigarette and casting a knowing glance at Hal, a look that left the Green Lantern feeling quite frustrated. "Where are the treasures we brought back from Earth-11, Barry?" "Treasure?" Barry tilted his head, unable to recall any noteworthy acquisitions, save for a truth lasso that had been damaged during the confrontation with Iron Fist. "I remember procuring a substantial amount of fear toxin from the black market." Su Ming extended his hand toward him. You consider that a treasure?" Barry rummaged through his belt, producing the remaining 7 or 8 vials and handing them over to Su Ming. "Indeed, this substance can be quite advantageous when applied at the right moment," Su Ming remarked, extracting a syringe and drawing the toxin into it. "Be cautious. Do not touch me, nor speak." With that, he administered an injection into his neck, a swift flood of hundreds of milliliters of toxin coursing through him. Fear, palpable and tangible. Emotions surged into Su Ming's mind, overwhelming even his formidable rationality. He could only sense his body beginning to tremble. Though his mind remained relatively lucid, Instinctive reactions were already manifesting. This was the primal instinct of humanity. In the face of fear, hair stood on end, pupils dilated, adrenaline surged, and muscles quivered. Even a modified warrior could not escape this, for he remained human. Su Ming grappled with his own rationality and fear, and in a moment of disorientation, he realized the scenery around him had transformed. The fear that had confronted him vanished in an instant, and he found himself in a realm of pure white. There was neither sky nor ground here. The surroundings were enveloped in an expanse of white, with him as the sole entity. He took a step forward, yet the environment remained unchanged, leaving him unable to discern whether he was genuinely moving. He examined his hands and touched the wound on his chest. Interesting, an awareness space? He discovered that he was now in peak condition. The armor and injuries had entirely vanished, and he floated weightlessly in midair. He sat cross-legged, deep in contemplation, sensing that something was indeed amiss within him. Chapter 103. The True Awakening. At present, he existed merely as a consciousness, residing in the realm of awareness. But what was the connection to the venom of fear? Having been influenced by bloodlust, losing his sanity should not have brought him to this place. Yet, an overwhelming dread had transported him to uncharted territory. Wait a moment. The Reaper was never afraid. His mind was perpetually rational. Could it be that his unfamiliarity with fear, experiencing this emotion for the first time, caused a retreat into self-awareness? Was this blankness the manifestation of his terror? This void represented his deepest fear. What did it signify? Su Ming sat cross-legged in midair, scratching his chin. To escape this peculiar space, he must comprehend his true self and confront his inner being. The battlefield was hardly a conducive environment for enlightenment. The outside world was in chaos, and his immobility rendered him a sitting target. Yet, oddly enough, floating in midair while scratching his chin felt rather delightful. Now he understood. He realized that his chin was devoid of stubble, and his spiritual form was Su Ming, not Slade. In this desolate world, where he was the sole occupant, he embodied fear itself. What he truly dreaded was reverting to his former, insignificant self. At the moment of this realization, countless figures materialized around him, approaching him with smiles. Their diverse attire revealed their various professions, some clad in suits, others in camouflage. Some dressed as vagabonds, and a few wearing hospital gowns emblazoned with the name of a psychiatric institution. 100 or more individuals appeared out of thin air, drawing near, one by one merging into his being, and a torrent of memories surged back instantly. These were remnants of the former Slade, a presence that had caused the Reaper to wander through endless worlds, continuously reincarnating. However, Su Ming's journey had altered everything. You remember now, Su Ming remarked to himself, nodding enigmatically. Yes, someone had obscured his memories, forcing him to live and die as an ordinary person across different Earths, with his original memories concealed within the primal fear of humanity. Since the Reaper felt no fear, he would subconsciously bypass these memories. An unforeseen event from the outside world interrupted a cycle, allowing Slade to re-emerge as the Reaper. My memories and soul originate from beyond the DC universe, representing a higher dimensional existence. There was an 80% chance that my arrival disrupted his plans. Su Ming addressed his other self, now aware of the challenges ahead. Your soul exists in a higher dimension. He cannot obliterate you. I suspect you will cast us out once more. Slade's voice resonated in his mind, devoid of emotion. Do you recall who you truly are? I once believed I was you or any one of them. Yet those memories felt so mundane, almost as if they were fabricated. Correct? Su Ming articulated the subsequent thoughts. In truth, you find yourself ensnared in an infinite cycle, traversing myriad distinct lives. As he pondered, Su Ming felt no discomfort absorbing memories within this realm. These were the countless experiences previously endured by Slade, now intricately entwined with his own essence. The knowledge gleaned was scant, for Deathstroke had already possessed vast understanding. Yet he sensed a newfound vigor within his soul, as if it had grown robust, and his spirit was invigorated. Originating from the external realm of DC, Su Ming's soul ascended to a higher dimension, thus becoming the most formidable of souls, wielding omniscience. I hail from the Origin world, a character within the game Batman. Arkham Origins, Slade's voice resonated from within. He finally recalled his genesis. An unforeseen incident revealed to him that he was, in fact, a mere character in a game. He discovered a glitch within that world, transcended it, and inadvertently entered the primary DC universe, where he encountered that individual and was subsequently cast into an endless loop. My soul is not his to govern. This time, he may need to employ novel tactics. Su Ming had acquired fragments of memories from those phantoms. The various universes traversed by Deathstroke were all parallel worlds within the DC multiverse. He had likely been thrust into an era of infinite Earths. None of those lives were complete. Not a single one concluded peacefully. All met untimely demises. Had they not only sealed memories, but also predetermined destinies? He will come for us. He perceives me as a flaw in the universe. Slade responded as armor from all directions reassembled upon Su Ming, rearming him once more. Absolute rationality does not equate to absolute power. Su Ming remained indifferent to that individual. You may rest. I shall confront him. Indeed, after countless cycles, he might intend to wear me down in this manner. But fortunately, you have arrived. Slade's voice echoed. Perhaps my soul will dissipate, yet our memories as a collective shall endure eternally. Indeed, we are Deathstroke. I have devised a plan to counter him. Su Ming felt a profound tranquility. After assimilating these memories, he sensed that Slade and the other reincarnated souls might very well cease to exist, not based on numerical evidence, but rather an intense premonition. As Slade's voice faded, Su Ming acquired all that he was. He lifted his gaze to behold a vast, white expanse. I am Su Ming, and I am Slade Wilson. Codenamed Deathstroke, I embody fear itself. In the next moment, the pristine space seemed to be tainted with crimson stains, as torrents of red liquid cascaded from the distant horizon, transforming everything into a sanguine hue. The realm of consciousness subsequently shattered, and he found himself back on the streets of Coastal City, surrounded by an ethereal green glow. From the darkened sky above, the clashing sounds of weaponry echoed. Slade? Barry inquired, observing as he opened his eyes and leaned in cautiously. What is it, Barry? Su Ming fumbled for his cigarette case, extracting one to reignite. God, you have indeed conquered the venom of fear, transcending human instinct with thought. A feat far more arduous than merely suppressing the knee-jerk reflex. Barry extended his hand to touch his arm, only to encounter the frigid surface of the sacred armor. It's nothing, despite a few minor mishaps during the execution of the plan. Su Ming replied calmly after taking a puff of smoke. You seem to have changed. Haven't you? Barry remarked. Well, it's hard to say. In any case, you give off a different vibe, he admitted, baring his teeth in a gesture that reflected his inadequate vocabulary. As long as it doesn't mean you've grown old, and besides, the incident has brought me considerable advantages. I've discovered an enemy. He patted Barry on the shoulder and pulled out another cigarette for Hal. Hal shook his head emphatically. I'm a pilot. I don't smoke. Su Ming shrugged. Seeing Hal in such distress made him want to offer some nicotine, yet the fellow refused. Your loss. This is a genuine import from Earth, -11. Smoking 1T aid our current predicament. Hal leaned against the wall, irritation etched on his face, feeling only pain throughout his body. It's fine. I'll just let the ring fly for a while longer. Su Ming calmly unsheathed his great sword, resting it beneath his arm as he gazed upward at the sky. The ring? Hal wished to inquire further, but the scene before him answered his unspoken question. Against the backdrop of a thick black sky, a golden trajectory descended straight down, halting before Su Ming. Enveloped in golden light was a ring, intricately engraved with exquisite patterns. As a chilling voice echoed simultaneously, intelligent life has been locked onto. Su Ming from Sector 2814, you possess the ability to instill immense fear in others. Welcome to the Sinestro Corps. Hal spat a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise, his expression rife with disgust as he distanced himself. I knew the death knell could conquer fear, not through sheer will. You merely wield fear as a tool. What else could it be used for? The death knell can turn anything into a means to achieve its goals. Su Ming paid no heed to Hal's words, having never intended to don a yellow ring. Even if he were to wear it and become a yellow lantern, he would still be a novice, lacking knowledge on manifesting fear constructs or wielding the ring, thus unable to contend with the Dawn-esque trickster. The ring slowly approached him, beckoning him to extend his finger. Instead, he gripped the great sword, and with a decisive slash, the ring was instantly cleaved in two. This action left Hal and Barry utterly bewildered, their mouths agape in disbelief. The Yellow Lantern ring is renowned for its formidable power throughout the cosmos. Why would the death knell go through such turmoil if it did not desire it? Injecting fear venom would certainly not be beneficial for one's health. What are you doing? Regretting it? Hal questioned as he watched the fallen ring roll across the ground, sparking like fireworks until it gradually faded away, his face a mask of confusion. Hal Jordan, do you still not understand why? Another voice resonated from the sky, speaking in a tone of familiarity, yet lacking any semblance of friendliness. Hal was momentarily struck, as if by lightning, rendered rigid, and after a brief pause of 1 or 2 seconds, he slowly leaned against the wall to sit down. Sinestro comprehended the reason behind the destruction of the ring. As the leader of the Yellow Lanterns, he was acutely aware of where the ring was headed. What if, by chance, it was directed towards the city of Green Lantern? Hal had previously worn a Yellow Lantern ring and had even served as a vessel for a Lantern Beast, but he had since reformed. If someone in Coast City were to become a Yellow Lantern, that individual would most likely be Hal Jordan. Sinestro, once a Green Lantern and Hal's mentor and comrade, had betrayed the Green Lantern Corps due to certain events, transforming into the leader of the fearsome Yellow Lanterns. Hal and he had clashed countless times, but had also collaborated on numerous occasions. Their intertwined history was a tale that could be recounted indefinitely. Upon discovering that a Yellow Lantern ring was soaring towards Earth's Coast City, his interest peaked, and he followed the ring's trajectory, initially intending to mock Hal and undermine him, before bringing him back to the Yellow Lantern headquarters for a welcoming ceremony. After all, he still regarded Hal as a friend, and the Yellow Lantern Corps needed a powerful Green Lantern traitor like him. However, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that the one summoned by the ring was not Hal, but rather the Anti-Monitor, who seemed to disdain the Lantern Ring, effortlessly destroying it. Sinestro descended gracefully from the sky, gazing up at the heavens before casting his eyes upon the leisurely figure of the Anti-Monitor, who was nonchalantly smoking and sheathing his massive sword, a crafty smile spreading across Sinestro's face. An excellent plan. I admire clever individuals. Should you wish to join my ranks in the future, I could grant you another ring. You possess remarkable potential, even instilling fear in the Lantern Rings. The Anti-Monitor merely waved his helmet in a noble manner, nodding slightly without uttering a word. Sinestro was thoroughly pleased. He relished witnessing others submit to authority, and thus redirected his attention to Hal. Observing the dimly glowing ring on Hal's finger, which emitted a feeble green light, he scoffed, his small mustache twitching with amusement. Green Lanterns are worthless, Hal. I have long warned you. Now let me show you how your indomitable enemy succumbs to fear. Chapter 104. The Parallax Monster. The Anti-Monitor watched as Sinestro ascended into the sky, suffused with a brilliant yellow light, realizing his determination to showcase his prowess before Hal. At that moment, the fear-inducing power of the Yellow Lanterns had surged tremendously, as Barbados's dark ritual consumed the entire universe. This fear not only fortified Barbados, but simultaneously augmented the strength of the Yellow Lanterns. The Anti-Monitor had long devised a strategy to contend with flying adversaries adept at energy projection, recognizing it as his own vulnerability. He could only orchestrate his plans through the assistance of others. It was imperative that those who wielded the rings dealt with their own kind. However, should an ordinary lantern arrive, even an entire corps would undoubtedly fall short against the Anti-Monitor's program. It was akin to a cheat code. The more one relied on the ring, the more susceptible they became to its counter. Among the adherents of the Oath, Sinestro stands as an anomaly. Not only is he the leader of the Yellow Lantern Corps and the most formidable wielder of yellow light, but he also harbors within him the being known as Parallax, the very embodiment of fear in the universe. While Barbados draws upon darkness and fear as sources of power, Parallax represents fear itself. Thus, when Barbados enhances his own abilities, he simultaneously augments Parallax's, resulting in a stronger Yellow Lantern Corps. Upon witnessing Sinestro's entry into the fray, Su Ming felt a sense of relief wash over him. He casually took a seat beside Hal, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat before leisurely lighting a cigarette. Do you believe Sinestro can contend with the Dawn Demon? Hal inquired, gazing up at the sky where flickers of yellow light shimmered amidst the darkness. In a typical scenario, Sinestro would falter. The demise he faced in that other world had already proven this. However, in this moment, Barbados had unleashed fear across the cosmos, and this power bestowed upon the little mustached figure transformed him into the god of fear. Su Ming responded languidly. aware that Hal was capable of arriving at the same conclusion, having once served as a vessel for Parallax himself, possessing a profound understanding of fear's might. Hal's reluctance to admit as much was merely a matter of pride. Observing Hal rendered speechless, Su Ming chose not to further deflate his ego. He gestured for Barry to prepare himself, instructing him to bring Su Ming over the instant the Dawn Demon was brought down. Neither Sinestro nor Diana wielded metal weapons. They lacked the capacity for a fatal blow. In the sky, the Dawn Demon found itself ensnared by Diana, while Sinestro unleashed a relentless barrage of yellow beams. As though they cost him nothing, the battle, initially reminiscent of a Quidditch match, transformed into a spectacle akin to a Dragon Ball saga upon Sinestro's involvement. The Dawn Demon, sensing the encroaching peril, activated its extinguishing protocol with all its might. Yet, the resplendent yellow light seemed to rally the entire universe against it, instilling within the demon a sense of foreboding. Sinestro, keenly attuned to the inner turmoil of his adversary, detected the burgeoning fear radiating from the demon, eliciting a gleeful expression upon his crimson visage. I smell it. The scent of fear emanating from you, he exclaimed. No, I have slain you before, and I can do so once more. With a derisive laugh, he continued, Look, another braggart of a lantern. I have dispatched more like you, whose corpses could form a planet. Raising his ring, Sinestro conjured a colossal sphere of yellow energy, illuminating the city as if it were day. Seizing the opportunity, Diana struck at the demon's lower back with her sword, only to find it merely tore through its uniform, severing its utility belt without so much as scratching its skin. Before the Dawn Demon could revel in its perceived invulnerability, Sinestro's energy projectile soared toward it, forcing the demon to counter with its extinguishing energy. As an experienced warrior, Sinestro had encountered countless battles, and he astutely sensed that his foe possessed a peculiar form of protection. He began to contemplate a strategy. At this moment, he wished to discern Har's opinion on the matter, yet Har appeared dejected and bewildered. It was the Reaper by his side who, instead, brandished his great sword in a pointed gesture. Sinestro comprehended the unspoken message and allowed a smile to grace his lips. He had a penchant for intelligent individuals. Yet most of his Lantern Corps members were fools and madmen, making the Reaper a commendable choice. The emblem of fear, the yellow light, flickered in his eyes. For in his perception, the Dawn Lantern was already a specter of death. The Dawn Lantern, too, perceived that smile, and an involuntary shiver coursed through him. A profound sense of impending doom flooding his heart. The ring, he exclaimed, and immediately, a relentless tide of nightmarish creatures surged forth from the ring. These beings, adorned with tentacles and amorphous appendages, were indescribable entities beyond the grasp of nomenclature. Such a tactic would undoubtedly instill terror in the average person, sending them into a frenzy at merely a glance. However, his adversary was Sinestro. As these creatures manifested, Sinestro's power surged exponentially, for he reveled in the essence of fear. The nightmarish entities conjured by the Lantern of Deception suited his desires perfectly. Young man, you have donned the wrong ring, Sinestro bellowed with mirth. As the energy of the yellow light obliterated the encroaching monsters, there exists a void within your heart, and now I shall fill it with terror. He gazed at the Dawn Lantern, entangled with Diana, shifting positions amidst the skies, and clenched his fist before him. The yellow light began to swell like a tide, instantly enveloping him in golden armor and a flowing cape. In the depths of darkness, in the brilliance of daylight, treachery shall tremble before my divine radiance. Fear shall incinerate, and those who oppose me shall perish. From fear springs forth the might of the Sinestro Corps. With haste, Sinestro approached the two, seizing the Dawn Lantern's hands with fervor, positioning their faces mere inches apart, and coldly declared, "Witness fear." Upon the utterance of those words, an immense creature, radiating boundless yellow light, erupted from Sinestro's chest. Spanning the horizon, it bore semblances to both a centipede and a beast, embodying myriad forms drawn from the depths of nightmares. It was the very embodiment of fear within the cosmos. The Sinestro Corps fearsome beast, the Parallax. The nightmare entities conjured by the Dawn Lantern were dwarfed by even a single tendril of this magnificent creature, and in this moment of cosmic dread, the Parallax's strength surged to unprecedented heights. In stark contrast to the sorrowful visage of Har, Slade remained unperturbed by the prospect of Sinestro's world-shattering ambitions. The Yellow Lantern Corps represented an emotional power, and should the universe succumb to ruin, there would be no one left to instill terror within him. Thus, regardless of their formidable strength, the Yellow Lanterns inherently stood opposed to Barbados. The colossal beast of light collided with the Dawn Lantern, its serrated teeth and claws poised to rend his armor asunder. Yet fortified by dark energy, the cataclysmic strike merely sent him careening downwards towards the earth. Observing the sudden emergence of a sonic boom cloud in the air, Su Ming seized the opportunity without hesitation. Barry lifted his gaze to the sky, hoisting the tolling bell as they both entered the Speed Force. In a realm of bullet time, Su Ming raised the Nightfall greatsword, assuming a stance aimed skyward. They found themselves directly beneath the Dawn Phantom light, and if his calculations were correct, the light would be impaled upon the colossal blade. Su Ming meticulously gauged the angle, intending to pierce the heart, not the entrails or other viscera. However, the Dawn Phantom light, though struck, was not devoid of agency. He bellowed a warning just before Su Ming's strike. Teleport. Barbados, master of dark magic, sensed the plea of the nightmarish Batman in his heart, allowing him to instantaneously transport the Dark Knight away. Yet, previously, the Red Death and the Merciless had been caught off guard, falling victim in an instant. A small wormhole, shrouded in dark clouds and lightning, appeared beside the Dawn Phantom light, beginning to draw him into the portal with an unusual gravitational pull, rendering him soft and elongated like pliable clay. Su Ming was well aware of such abilities. Had he not feared their potential escape, he would not have resorted to self-harming tactics on 2 occasions. As the Dawn Phantom light shouted teleport, he simultaneously urged Barry, Speed Force. Barry, accustomed to their synergy, promptly patted his shoulder, enveloping them both in golden lightning. In that fleeting moment, as the Dawn Phantom light was drawn into the teleportation portal, Slade unexpectedly accelerated and leapt high, observing the distorted figure of the Dawn Phantom light, swinging the Nightfall greatsword in a downward arc whoosh. The dark portal vanished, and Su Ming, having rolled upon landing to dissipate the impact, immediately glanced at his greatsword, blood pouring down its blade, the dark metal now laced with crimson veins. Thud! The second sound of landing echoed, marking the descent of the Dawn Phantom light's lower half. He had nearly entered the teleportation portal, yet the tolling bell, encased in Speed Force, was swifter, cleaving him in 2. Crack! The severed legs, along with their pelvis, still twitched involuntarily due to nerve impulses. To preclude Barbados from any potential means of reattachment, Slade drove his great sword into the ground, utterly shattering the spine, pelvis, and nerves, finally bringing stillness. Diana, descending from above, and Barry, standing beside her, exchanged glances at the gruesome sight of the sword embedded in the ground, their faces contorting in disbelief. The Dawn Phantom light had met a gruesome fate, his companion cleaved in half. Sinestro, however, held no objections, raising an eyebrow and casting a look of approval at Slade. The tolling bell indeed possessed remarkable potential. Such a simple maneuver had instilled a hint of fear, even in the Flash. Su Ming withdrew the greatsword, shaking off the remnants before resheathing it. We must depart swiftly. The Dark Knights will seek retribution. Oh, I'm quite eager to witness their capabilities. Sinestro proclaimed with an air of arrogance that the formidable power of fear instilled him with confidence. You may not care, for even if you cannot prevail, escape remains an option. However, Hal is gravely injured. Are you certain you can safeguard him? Slade gestured for Diana to approach Barry, as they prepared for their retreat. Sinestro retracted the creature of parallax, the immense beast melding into his chest, and he stroked his little mustache. You make a valid point. Hal has been a burden more than once. In an instant, Barry vanished with Slade and Diana, while Sinestro ascended once more, his ring conjuring a monstrous hand to seize Hal and follow suit. Just moments after their departure, a larger passageway materialized at the site of the earlier conflict, from which several figures emerged. Chapter 105, Abandoning the Waste. Gahaha. Oh my, is that not the Dawn's Lantern? A figure clad in a skin-tight leather suit, sporting a broad grin, immediately spotted the severed body on the ground. He released the iron chain in his grasp, and a group of disheveled children donned in tattered Robin uniforms, their faces grotesquely painted, lunged forward. He was none other than the Laughing Bat. And those children were his former robins, transformed by Barbados into bloodthirsty robin hounds. The laughing bat held a certain affection for them. He resolved to adorn them with name tags and leashes, nurturing them well. Whenever enemies or corpses appeared, he would unleash the leashes to allow them a hearty feast. Ha ha ha! Look how they relish their meal. The laughing bat turned, spreading his arms as if addressing an audience behind him, embracing his own limbs in a fit of joy, his body writhing with enthusiasm. Suddenly, he halted, extending a hand to pinch his chin, tilting his head in contemplation. What is it that I seem to have forgotten? Uft. Hey. He gently tapped his spiked, iron-crowned head, recalling, come back quickly, you cannot eat yet. Your hands are unwashed. The robins obediently returned to his side, their faces smeared with blood, chewing on remnants, emitting whimpering sounds akin to that of canines. The laughing bat patted their heads, grasping the iron chain as he approached the partially exposed skeletal remains. Oh no, Lantern, what has happened to you? Answer me. He cradled the lower half of the body against his chest, flesh and blood cascading down his black leather attire, while the hounds stealthily snatched morsels to devour. Holding the severed legs as a little girl would have cherished doll, he distanced them from his chest, speaking to the gaping wound. No, Lantern, you cannot perish. Who was it that killed you? Tell me. Do not characters in films always reveal the murderer before they breathe their last? It appeared he had exerted too much force. The hip joint, already pierced by Slade's blade, had been gnawed upon by the robins and was now being shaken violently in his grip. The dismembered body finally succumbed to its fate. Flesh and bone separated, plummeting to the ground and burying his shoes beneath the remnants. The laughing bat seemed to have grasped something, trembling slightly. Is that so? So was this earth that killed you? Hee ha ha ha. The others who emerged from the passage exchanged glances, and one who appeared entirely robotic in the guise of a bat whispered to the towering monster beside him. The deceptive Lantern is clearly still alive, albeit gravely injured. Yet in his eyes, he is transformed into a corpse. The colossal creature scratched its arm, towering at nearly 5 meters tall, resembling a wall amidst the ruins, from which gray spores drifted down. It matters not whether the waste lives or dies. At that moment, another figure clad in bat-like armor woven from iron chains emerged from the wormhole, his face swollen from immersion, adorned with seaweed and oysters. Reminiscent of a cadaver from a sunken ship, the dawn deceptive Lantern is of no further use. A profound dread fills his heart for a Lantern Night. This signifies utter annihilation. It appeared that both the Red Death Demon and the Iron Fist had also perished. I was curious as to who could have slain them in an instant. The robotic killing machine began to calculate with keen interest, yet due to insufficient intelligence, it found no answers. Su Ming had consistently kept Barry with him, revealing not a shred of critical information, rendering even the killing machine incapable of discerning the perpetrator. My curiosity was piqued regarding the laughing bat's plan. He seemed indifferent to the losses incurred. The new drowning victim abruptly thrust his trident into the ground, leaning upon it. His thoughts lacked coherence, defying calculation. The killing machine responded, stating that they were all Bruces from disparate worlds, sharing certain commonalities, yet the laughing bat was distinct, more akin to a former adversary, the Joker. For a moment, the trio fell silent, observing the laughing one, who, like a lunatic, clutched 2 bloodied thigh bones while laughing and shouting. The nightmarish bats once again reaching a consensus. Oh right, I have business to attend to. I shall return to you later. The laughing bat discarded the bones, allowing the robins to lick his bloodied hands clean. After rummaging through his numerous pockets, he finally uncovered a wilted and tattered paper flower. He carelessly tossed the flower atop the mound of flesh, feigning a gesture of wiping away tears, his movements exaggerated, as if performing on a theatrical stage. You know we love you. Farewell. With that, he tugged at the robin's leashes, surveying his surroundings. Yet it was evident that the scenery failed to satisfy him. He was the first to return to the wormhole. They fled quite swiftly. If the little worm were to return, I would treat them well. The Ravager followed suit, entering the transport corridor. The laughing bat seemed oblivious, hastily making his way back into the wormhole, where a cataclysmic scene of thunder and lightning awaited. This was Gotham, where the formidable power of Barbados influenced the entirety of the universe, and under the sway of such force, alongside the Owl Court's long preparations. A mountain range rose in the heart of Gotham City, cleaving the city in two. Suddenly, everyone became aware of its name, Challenger Mountain, as if it had surged into their minds from a nightmare. The mountaintop is vast and level, sprawling across an expanse comparable to a dozen football fields. Here, the cosmic tuning fork, seized from the abyss, rests, accumulating the dark forces of the universe as an anchor point, while Barbados's colossal form coils around the tuning fork like a serpent. In the obscurity, only the occasional violet lightning streaks across the sky, illuminating his silhouette. Upon traversing the portal, one can behold the Dawn Trickster, reduced to but a half-formed body, gasping for breath nearby. Barbados's dark energy has prolonged his existence, yet his pallid complexion reveals the severity of his injuries and lingering dread. "Where are my legs? The Harlequin can restore me," he implores, extending a trembling hand toward the Madbat, his eyes brimming with urgency. The Madbat tilts his head, chuckling with increasing delight. Hee, one ring has dimmed. It is merely due to my injuries. I lack strength. Once my master reassembles me, I shall fight once more. The Dawn Trickster's heart sinks. He recognizes his designation as worthless. Strange, is this an illusion? The Madbat supports his chin with his hand, glancing about as if searching for something. I just buried the Dawn Trickster. How can I hear his voice again? Am I ill? Ha ha ha. No, look at me. What do you intend to do? I fought for all of us. He scrambles toward the Madbat, attempting to clutch at his garments. Yet, the Madbat retreats several steps, spinning in a dance-like motion before breaking into a tap dance. Well, I suppose I haven't been resting well lately. My insomnia has worsened since arriving here, haha. He releases the iron chain in his grasp and licks his teeth with his tongue. I shall seek my master for a remedy. You little pups may feast as you please. Ha 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 ha. Several mad robins immediately join in with shrill laughter, scuttling towards the Dawn Trickster, sinking their teeth into his flesh. One even burrows into his abdomen, voraciously consuming his entrails. They are creatures of darkness, and at this moment, they are not merely devouring flesh, but also siphoning the dark energy from the Dawn Trickster's body, a flavor that tempts them profoundly. No, the ring, ugh. In mere seconds, the Dawn Trickster is stripped of all his organs. Two mad robins clash over the possession of his heart, prompting the Madbat's hearty laughter, so exuberant that he can hardly stand upright. Amidst his raucous mirth, he ambles over, patting the heads of the two robins, producing a bat-shaped dagger, and fairly dividing the heart between them. No rush, no rush. Be good now. There is plenty of heart to go around. At that moment, the trickster's ring slips from the severed finger and soars into the sky. The light knight has perished. A successor must be sought. The Madbat merely turns to glance at the slaughtering machine, his smile unwavering. What are we waiting for? The little bird has flown away. In the dark night, the Joker is the most favored by Barbados, for he embodies the essence of darkness and madness. Thus, every action is dictated by him. The killing machine immediately raised its arm, and the mechanical limb began to morph, producing a cacophony of clicks before transforming into a colossal cannon. A beam of black energy sliced through the sky, striking the gray-green ring with precision. The erroneous ring shattered, and as fragments cascaded down the mountainside, the Joker gleefully scampered back to his companions, embracing the shoulders of the killing machine and the drowned, leading them into a fit of laughter. Ha 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 ha! Chapter 106. Finding a path after indulging in their amusement for a while, seemingly unperturbed by the events, the Joker strode confidently towards Barbados, humming a cheerful melody. Minutes later, he arrived beneath the cosmic tuning fork, where Steelbone was suspended upside down on an operating table. The killing machine promptly resumed its previous task, attempting to extract the mother box from within Steelbone's body through mental stimulation. Once in possession of the mother box, he could utilize the boom tube to traverse the cosmos at will, while also acquiring vast computational power to exponentially increase the tuning fork's operational speed, hastening the world's descent into darkness. The drowned exhibited no interest in these technological devices, quietly retreating to sit upon a pile of corpses, expelling a mouthful of murky water and toying with it in hand. The Aquaman of the main world had already been vanquished and now hung nearby on the tuning fork. The ordinary citizens of the city were suspended from the dark spire, while the so-called superheroes, possessing stronger wills and providing greater energy, were directly affixed to the tuning fork. Given that the cosmic tuning fork resembled a grand golden tree with countless branches, Su Ming referred to the process of the heroes being affixed as climbing the tree. Joker, have you made any discoveries? Barbados' gaze shifted towards them, shrouded in the depths of his immense black cloak, revealing only his glowing purple eyes and gaping maw, entwined around the tuning fork, siphoning dark energy. My magnificent master, all unfolds according to plan. Although a few useless ones have perished, the world remains firmly within our grasp. Ha ha ha. The Joker extended his arms and executed a courteous bow to Barbados. It is preferable this way. I have noticed an enhancement in the magical forces opposing me. Dispatch your minions to address this issue. The little insects are hiding in the abyss of spirits, and I have received reports of their location. Barbados' voice resonated like thunder atop the lofty mountains, eliciting expressions of dread from all trapped in nightmares. At your command, my master, I shall offer you all the worlds. The Joker turned and descended the mountain, beckoning the drowned and the Ravager, then whistling, summoning the well-fed robins who immediately rushed forth, presenting their leashes into his hands. Come, let us be off, he mused, contemplating the intricacies of this game. With a firm grip on the iron chain, he led them into the newly opened passage. Meanwhile, Su Ming and his companions had traversed the Bering Strait and found themselves in the vast, desolate wilderness of Siberia, surrounded by endless stretches of coniferous forests and tundra, utterly devoid of human presence. However, life was not entirely absent. In a fleeting moment, he detected signs of bears and rabbits having roamed nearby. By observing the animal trails, he could determine the size and passage time of his quarry, and from the footprints, he could ascertain the weight and direction of movement. The remnants of Gray's foliage would reveal the wear on their teeth, thus indicating the age of the prey. Regrettably, their purpose here was not to hunt. Our movements have surely been discovered by the Dark Knights, he concluded, and the prospect of dealing with them one by one is no longer viable. We must activate Plan B and swiftly rendezvous with Batman and Superman to locate the X-Metal and engage the enemy in a decisive battle. Leaning against a towering pine tree, he idly tossed a pine cone in his hand. This was a Siberian larch, a plant abundant in this region, characterized by its impressive height. Unlike the more common landscape pines of the Middle Kingdom, it stood tall and slender, reaching over 10 meters. Observing Diana and Barry as they tended to Hal's injuries, he calmly shared his strategy. Hal's wounds were grievous. He required immediate medical attention and time to recuperate. Diana had assessed his condition and realized that, had such injuries been inflicted on an ordinary person, they would have succumbed long ago. Yet Hal remained conscious, sustained solely by sheer willpower. Unfortunately, the Teen Titans seemed to have vanished. Had they located Wally, his injuries could have been swiftly treated. Barry pulled back his hood, panting heavily as he gazed at Hal, who lay on the ground, blood pooling beneath him, fully aware that he had lost the capacity to fight. Although the Dawn of the Dead had sustained serious injuries, they had also lost one of their own. Damian and Nightwing were presumably coordinating with Green Arrow in the Gotham sewers as guerrilla fighters, while Raven was likely on Black Hawk Island. And the rest of the Teen Titans had been ensnared by Barbados, suspended from his dark, glowing Christmas tree. Su Ming promptly addressed Barry's concerns. Although the narrative had been altered by him, the intelligence derived from the comics might no longer hold true. Nevertheless, the heroes bound to the tuning fork would not simply fall from grace. This significant event marked yet another poignant journey for Green Arrow. Beyond the 7 Titans of the Justice League, there existed a frequently recurring auxiliary member, Green Arrow himself. During the P-52 era, he was a founding member of the Justice League. Post-N52, he became somewhat of a peripheral figure, largely due to his status as an ordinary human without a clearly defined role within the League. His intellect paled in comparison to Batman-S. His abilities were overshadowed by Superman-S, and he could not match Wonder Woman's lethal prowess. Even as a mascot, he fell short of Barry's charm, rendering his situation rather tragic. During the N52 era, the editors elevated Cyborg from his supportive role within the Teen Titans to the Justice League, casting aside Green Arrow. Despite his age, he now finds himself hiding in Gotham, playing hide-and-seek with the likes of Damian and Nightwing. Sinestro directed his ring towards Hal, enveloping them both in a brilliant yellow light as they gradually ascended from the ground. I shall take him off Earth for treatment. The rest is for you to manage. Farewell, Hal, and may you recover swiftly. Su Ming raised his hand in a farewell gesture, but his action only elicited a despondent gaze from Hal. Sinestro executed his task with precision and decisiveness, immediately soaring into the sky, carrying Hal away into the horizon. Barry rubbed his face, glancing at Su Ming and Diana. His expression a tapestry of concern. Hal won't encounter any issues, will he? Will Sinestro return him to OA? Yet, that is the headquarters of the Green Lanterns. And those alien beings harbor a deep aversion for the Yellow Ones. Su Ming tugged at the torn armor at his chest, stating firmly, he cannot possibly be taken to OA. Sinestro would never embark on a virtuous mission there again. He is likely to transport Hal to the antimatter universe, to the home of the Sinestro Corps on Korrigar. Diana and Barry were at a loss for words, left only to hope for Hal's good fortune. However, Su Ming was acutely aware of Sinestro's immense pride. Hal was among the few he respected. Sinestro would seek to witness Hal's submission to his power and fear, and would never allow another to harm him. Hal, gravely injured, would undoubtedly receive Sinestro's aid, though he would likely endure a barrage of mockery and persuasion, consisting of the usual rhetoric about the superiority of the Yellow Lanterns over the Green. Hal had long since developed immunity to such taunts. As Su Ming surveyed the direction in which the two had vanished, he adjusted his weaponry and cast a glance at the dazed Diana. Indeed, her attire appeared far more becoming on the original wearer. The previous costume had been quite an eyesore. Confused, Diana wondered why the Reaper regarded her with such peculiar eyes, and Barry seemed oddly hesitant to meet her gaze. Yet, Su Ming quickly diverted his attention and reiterated to Barry, we must depart immediately for Black Hawk Island. Our time is running short. Aren't we going to rescue Aquaman? Barry questioned, noticing a squirrel scurrying overhead, clutching something in its paws. There was no time. He was likely already up a tree. Su Ming had deduced the outcome. By the time they reached Coastal City, Hal would nearly have been taken. And Aquaman's situation against the Deathwater Army would be no better than Hal's entrapment by nightmares. Diana brushed her hair back, her arms crossed as she listened to Su Ming's words. What is there on Black Hawk Island? Barry has already informed me about the end metal. Its utility is quite limited and insufficient to combat Barbados. I cannot fathom what else of value Black Hawk Island might possess. Do you truly believe that what the Black Hawk Squadron has shown you encompasses the entirety of their resources? You have evidently not gleaned anything from Bruce. Su Ming raised his hand to beckon Barry to start running, discussing the matter along the way. Everyone perceives the Black Hawk Squadron as a heroic force. But do you know for whom they serve? Barry, upon seeing Diana, did not protest. Thus he carried the two of them into the realm of swift power. Chapter 107. Journey to Black Hawk Island. For whom do they serve? The scenery around them had blurred into a mosaic of light. The tundra beneath their feet transformed into desolate mountains. Diana furrowed her brow, contemplating the question posed by Su Ming. Meanwhile, on Barry's other side, Su Ming pressed his hand against the wound on his chest, the self-healing process proving quite itchy. The Black Hawk Squadron boasts helicopters, warships, robots, and military satellites. Alongside an island cloaked in magic, they also possess secret bases scattered across the globe and a highly skilled special forces unit comprising hundreds, along with scientists of various specialties. Yet, they are merely ordinary individuals. Each mission necessitates the deployment of warships or aircraft, and when considering the costs of ammunition, fuel, and subsequent expenses, the expenditure amounts to nearly 7 figures in USD. What have you been there? Diana inquired with a puzzled expression. Classified, he responded. The issue is that your Justice League was previously supported by the United Nations and later funded by Bruce. Thus, you were able to construct aircraft and establish a space station. So, who is the financial backer of the Black Hawk Squadron? Where does their funding originate? Su Ming certainly would not disclose that his information came from comics, and swiftly redirected the conversation. Isn't their leadership comprised of Hawkman and Hawkgirl? Their first incarnation was that of Prince Khufu and his consort. They must possess considerable wealth, right? Barry quickly suggested a possibility. Diana was inclined towards this explanation as it seemed a plausible rationale within legal bounds. The wealth of Prince Khufu still resides in the British Museum. The reincarnation of Hawkman and Hawkgirl may not necessarily awaken their past memories. After all, wealth is something one cannot take with them upon death. Su Ming chuckled softly. If the Black Hawk Squadron had previously garnered a measure of trust, that was no longer the case. By your demeanor, you must have some inkling, correct? Diana retorted, sensing Su Ming's smug expression even through his mask. She preferred Bruce's understated manner of conveying intelligence, as opposed to Su Ming's riddles laden with questions. Su Ming was indeed aware of her sentiments. He initially intended to foster independent critical thinking between her and Barry, believing it a noble endeavor. Yet he was met with indifference. Truly, being a good Samaritan had its challenges. Let us keep accounts. How much should I charge for the intelligence? Behind the Black Hawk Squadron lies the Eternal Council, a cadre of ancient, immortal spellcasters. Su Ming scoffed, exhaling a sigh. This includes the great Mage Morgan, the Archmage Shazam, the Elder of the Shadow Bureau, the Egyptian goddess Isis, the angel Uriel, and others. Barry's face contorted in disbelief, his lips pressed tightly together. It sounds rather dubious. Mages aren't exactly trustworthy, are they? It seems that Constantine has deceived you all quite a bit. Su Ming shook his head, correcting Barry's assertion. Most mages are indeed trustworthy, with the exception of Constantine, whose previous stance within the Eternal Council was somewhat reliable. Yet, have you not noticed that the intricate magic array in Constantine's mysterious abode did not involve them? Clearly, the Eternal Council is the most formidable group of mages on Earth. What do you mean? Diana seemed to grasp something. Precisely. Even he had sensed it long ago. He recognized that those individuals were no longer trustworthy. The Eternal Council has always believed in their own strength. Yet when the dark forces of Barbados surged across the multiverse like a tsunami, their confidence, born of immortality, led them to the conclusion that if they could not withstand it, then surely the rest of humanity could not either. Thus they surrendered and have now become traitors. Su Ming spoke with an air of indifference, and the other two, unable to discern his expression behind the mask, could tell his tone was less than favorable. Why? Diana clenched her fists, burning with the desire to confront these scoundrels. Their capitulation was genuine. Earth had faced countless crises, and they had never intervened. That was due to their new immortal leader, Vandal Savage, a name you are well acquainted with. Merely hearing that name elicited expressions of disdain from both Diana and Barry. Savage has long been an adversary of the Justice League, a man who gained immortality through meteor radiation since the Stone Age. He is exceptionally intelligent, cunning, and has amassed immense wealth through nefarious means. He has been a serial killer, participated in genocides, and incited racism and military coups worldwide, his sole aim being to accumulate power and wealth. His ambition is to dominate the world and become its sovereign. He would stop at nothing to achieve this. What in the world are they thinking? How could they allow such a villain to join their ranks? Were it not for their presence in the Speed Force, Diana would have surely shattered the ground beneath her feet. Su Ming, however, understood. A cadre of undead creatures, spending their endless days in a dim chamber, had long blurred the lines between good and evil due to their protracted existence. The Eternal Council is not the Justice League. Their sole criterion for membership is immortality, a condition that Savage fulfills perfectly, making him arguably the longest living person on Earth. Do the Blackhawks know of this? Barry appeared remarkably composed. He understood that since the Grim Reaper had disclosed this information, it signified that he had a plan in place. The decisive factor in visiting Black Hawk Island would hinge on whether the Blackhawks would cooperate. If they were entirely under the control of the Eternal Council, then a confrontation was likely imminent. The good news is that they are unaware of anything. The Eternal Council and the Blackhawks maintain a unidirectional connection, with only their leader, the current Hawkgirl Kendra, being privy to the details. However, she should be in Antarctica, convening with the Eternal Council at this very moment. Su Ming responded to the question with a tone dripping with sarcasm, remarking that the members of the Eternal Council had been utterly deceived. Their desire for perpetual existence had led them directly into Barbados' trap. It is indeed ironic. The Eternal Council is unworthy of possessing such power. Diana, weary of further discourse, bit her lip and sighed. The intimidation exerted by Barbados had driven these individuals to a state of desperation. They believed that by compromising and surrendering for the sake of this world, they could safeguard the Earth. But could the promises made by Barbados truly be trusted? Barry shook his head, lamenting that these people were regressing with each passing day. It would be inaccurate to label them as merely naive. In truth, it was a profound fear of death that drove them. Su Ming patted Barry's shoulder reassuringly, wishing to ruffle Diana's hair, yet her piercing gaze halted him. Ultimately, their impending actions might not unfold in complete silence. Should the need arise to engage, the two of them must stand by his side, a rationale he had already elucidated. Of course, I trust you, Barry replied promptly, a bright smile illuminating his face. for he had grown accustomed to placing faith in the judgments of the Reaper during their previous encounters. Su Ming directed his gaze past Barry's nose towards Diana, who nodded without hesitation. She would never yield to the enemy. Those who surrendered now were unequivocally her adversaries. Excellent. Our objective lies within the subterranean secret hangar of Black Hawk Island, where the ship known as the Apex, utilized by the Watchers for traversing the multiverse, is located. The central computer of that vessel contains coordinates for nearly every location within the dark multiverse, and we must acquire that intelligence. Having seen her ascent, Su Ming felt emboldened to proceed. As for any potential guards, they were merely ordinary individuals, requiring no elaborate tactical maneuvering to deal with. Wait, do we not need that ship? The Apex was specifically designed for traversing the dimensions of the multiverse, correct? Diana inquired, glancing downward. The trio had now found themselves adrift upon the sea. The Apex is currently the property of the Eternal Council. Barbados is already aware of its existence following their surrender. Should we pilot the Apex into the heart of the dark multiverse, we would become nothing more than targets in the shadows. We must employ alternative strategies. Su Ming promptly dismissed this option. In the comics, members of the Justice League had used the Apex, only to be ambushed by the Dark Knights, narrowly escaping thanks to Cyborg's sonic boom tunnel. The narrative had shifted. Su Ming had no cyborg at his disposal. If they were caught in the interstices of the cosmos, it would be a dire predicament indeed. That makes sense. So what shall we do? We must retrieve the coordinates. After all, right? Barry nodded, acknowledging the truth in Su Ming's words. A vessel like the Apex would undoubtedly attract undue attention. Su Ming did not respond, merely peering at him through the blood-red lenses of his mask. Barry? The silence from the Reaper left Barry feeling increasingly uneasy, his steps involuntarily slowing. He turned to glance at Diana, only to find her gazing at him with a depth of meaning in her eyes. Barry? Diana's gaze sharpened, seemingly laden with meaning. Is it me again? Barry managed a wry smile, as he had already grasped the forthcoming plan. Chapter 108. Batman's Dreamscape, Part 1, Grandfather? Oh. Bruce sat up from the sofa, bewildered by the realization that he had drifted off to sleep. With age, one often succumbs to moments of confusion. This was the study of Wayne Manor, where a beautifully crafted fireplace roared with vibrant flames. Outside, thunder rumbled and torrential rain poured. Yet the interior remained a sanctuary of warmth. He sat not far from the fireplace on a plush sofa, a blanket draped over his legs, while a half-finished glass of whiskey on a nearby, round table shimmered in the firelight. The voice that had roused him belonged to his little granddaughter, Damien's daughter, who was just 4 years old. At that moment, she stood at the door of the study, donning a white frock, her big, watery eyes fixed intently upon him. What is it, my little princess? Why aren't you playing with the others? Outside, a multitude of children frolicked, their laughter resonating as they engaged in peculiar games. Bruce felt the weight of age pressing upon him. The joy of those games eluded his comprehension. Grandfather, I want you to tell me a story. Very well. How about the tale of Zorro battling the governor and winning the heart of the governor's niece? No, that is all make-believe. I want to hear a true story. The little girl shook her head, her braids dancing in the air, her expression revealing her discontent at being treated like a child. All right, then why don't you select a Batman story from a shelf? I shall recount it to you. Lining the walls of the study were several tall bookshelves, filled with tomes chronicling his early exploits. Over a decade ago, he had managed to confine all the villains of the world within the safest of prisons. He could now retire. The shelves held not only memoirs documenting those events, but also various mementos bestowed upon him by Gotham's government, alongside photographs with old friends. The little girl approached the shelves, hands clasped behind her back, perusing the spines of the books as if selecting something special. But there are so many. Bruce rubbed his temples, feeling the haze clouding his vision. I must record them all, yet half of them are contradictory and do not connect. Nevertheless, I assure you, they are all true. He tossed aside the blanket, extending his arms with a warm smile, radiating kindness. He had grown old, merely a retired gentleman now. The little girl dashed to his side, nimbly climbing onto his lap, using her tiny hands to pull the blanket over her own little belly. She handed him a book, and upon receiving it, Bruce discovered it was titled The Mystery of the Chemical Company, the very genesis of it all. Grandfather, I want to hear this one. Bruce's gaze inevitably shifted as he beheld the photographs accompanying the book, memories surging forth, his inaugural involvement as Batman in a Gotham case. Oddly, I recall the tale did not commence in this manner. Do not be confused, Grandpa. This is precisely how it began, the little girl cooed, wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes fixated on the pages. Ah, indeed, what was I pondering? My sincerest apologies. It all began with that window. He chuckled, gently patting the girl's head before raising the book once more. Everything commenced with a window and a piercing scream. Come out. I know you are there. A young man, trembling, aimed a handgun at the darkness lurking in the corner of the room. A bat-shaped projectile soared from another shadowy corner, disarming him. I have long since entered. Returning to the crime scene is ill-advised for you. Young Bruce emerged from the shadows, clad in his outdated uniform. The blue and gray ensemble he was not particularly fond of. Who are you? The man, clutching his injured wrist, gazed at him in terror, his eyes reflecting nothing but the silhouette of a bat. I am here to assist you, Bruce coldly replied. The man's fright suggested that whatever he uttered would be the truth. You, like those officers, believe I murdered my father, do you not? No, we're not the same, Batman simply countered, unmoved by the man's fear. Your father has been dead for some time. You merely removed the dagger embedded in his chest, leaving your fingerprints behind. I did not kill him. I saw a shadow outside the window. I wanted to save my father. Batman remained silent, gradually approaching the window. When a human heart is pierced, if the dagger remains, perhaps a few more seconds of life could be granted. Yet once withdrawn, immediate exsanguination ensues, resulting in instant death. However, this man evidently lacked the courage required to have slain his father, a truth better left unspoken. Batman leaned closer to the glass, which was marred with an array of bloodstains, forming an odd pattern on the other side. Birds often inexplicably collide with this window, the man answered, dispelling Batman's uncertainty. These bloodstains seem peculiar. Bruce, seated on the sofa, rubbed his temples, halting his page-turning, the scene frozen at that very window. There is nothing amiss, Grandpa. Please continue. For there are always bloodstains there. His granddaughter, Janet, swayed playfully, seeking his affection. He regarded her tenderly, smiling as he resumed, turning the pages. Yet the narrative shifted. He beheld a desolate earth, himself clad in a hide apron, standing upon a hillside. Beneath the hillside, a group of indigenous individuals adorned with bat headdresses engaged in combat with a faction resembling avian creatures. Indeed, it was a war. A mysterious silver-haired woman materialized behind him, elucidating that this was his origin. It was the epic clash between birds and bats, a battle that spanned the annals of human history, where bats wielded peculiar metal to vanquish the birds. The birds symbolized reincarnation, while the bats sought to terminate this cycle. Yet, all of this was mere illusion. Bruce's animal skin suddenly transformed into a bat costume, and he beheld the bat tribe bowing before him, vividly clear, though his reason discerned the falsity of it all. He seemed to recollect being ensnared in some location, desperately needing to find an escape route. The book in his hand turned its pages once more, reinvigorating the narrative back in Gotham. Yes, it was that very case. It turned out the murderer was the deceased partner, who, after committing the crime, framed the victim's son, thereby enabling him to monopolize the chemical company. In the current scene, Batman and Gordon were ensnared by a colossal glass dome descending from above, with the murderer intending to suffocate them within. Batman produced his diamond glass knife, shattering the dome, while the portly criminal ascended a ladder to flee. Bruce pursued him. Yet beside the ascending ladder, another ladder unexpectedly appeared, leading downward. I no longer wish to recount this tale, Janet. Why not, Grandpa? I must find an ascending path or a window. No, Grandpa, you must descend that ladder now. Chapter 109. The Dream of Batman. Part 2. Descend what? Bruce, in a daze, followed his granddaughter's directive down the ladder, emerging into a scene suffused with religious fervor. Stained glass windows, lit candles, a pristine altar, and a sharp dagger that had suddenly appeared in his grasp. His attire shifted once more, transforming into a crimson hooded robe. Not far away, a short-haired woman lay naked upon the altar. Beside him stood a group clad in antiquated wigs, reminiscent of the Owl Court style, yet adorned with bat insignias. Quickly, Bruce. The bat ritual is prepared. Hurry, our time is scarce. They urged him to swiftly sacrifice the woman upon the altar. However, it was too late. A tremendous explosion erupted somewhere, causing everyone to falter, with some even collapsing into the raging flames. It's too late, Barbados is coming. People surged past him, fleeing towards the ladder to escape the basement. No, the woman. I must save her. Defying the flames and searing heat, he approached the altar, the flames licking at his robe. Yet, the woman sat up, gazing at him with calmness. They shall not come to our rescue. They have sealed the doors. And after I am consumed by the flames, they will erect a city atop my grave. Marked as your city, I perish for you. In an instant, Bruce's crimson cloak transformed into a bat suit. He discarded his dagger, for he realized that this enchanting woman was but the embodiment of his former loves, all lost for various reasons. The woman merely lifted a piece of burning fabric to shield her modesty, smiling at Bruce, her eyes reflecting the visage of a bat. They believe I am the door, yet I am merely a stepping stone, allowing you to gaze outside while permitting the outside to behold you. Barbados has seen you. Bruce clenched his teeth and shut his eyes. No. Enough. The pages turned, and he found himself pursued by citizens alongside 3 ordinary individuals clad in bat suits. The Joker, now mayor, decreed that tonight was lawless. Anyone could hunt Batman. At that moment, a little girl dressed as Batgirl beside him said, "We must hide and survive." Not far away, headlights approached, glaring brightly across the street, as countless Gotham citizens brandished weapons, hunting him down. Damn it. Today I can kill Batman too. Yes. This is so damn exhilarating. Those around him, also in bat suits, grasped Bruce and fled into the darkness. Run. What are you waiting for? Indeed, if we retreat into the shadows, we shall be safe. Bruce shrugged off their hands, watching them vanish into the night, while he remained on the street, gazing at the advancing lights. No, I shall not flee. Not anymore. Bruce understood this was all an illusion. He must find a way to break free. The pages turned once more, and he returned to the chemical plant, where he caught up to the killer, who, with a maniacal laugh, leaped into a vat of chemicals. Tell me what you see? The corroded, melting murderer echoed from the green sludge. Suddenly, he found himself transformed, standing as his grandfather, Alan Wayne, atop a Gotham skyscraper, peering through a telescope at the city below. Through the special lens, he observed Gotham's night, where many buildings emanated various hues. I see the damned. They have mixed amber gold into the steel of Wayne Enterprises. The structures in downtown Gotham are infused with amber gold, stretching endlessly like a mountain range. Just as he intended to turn away, a figure wearing round glasses and a hood emerged from behind, plunging a beautifully crafted dagger, adorned with an owl motif, into his back, blood gushing forth. For the court, Alan Wayne, you shall tread the path we have laid out for you. No, I shall find a way out. The pages turned again, and he found himself in daylight Gotham. Dressed in a robe, he sprinted through the bustling streets, witnessing a glimpse of Gotham from decades past, a time when the city was newly established and life was remarkably tranquil. 2 policemen, wielding wooden clubs, rushed over, initially intending to apprehend the pervert, but their demeanor shifted noticeably upon recognizing Mr. Alan Wayne. Mr. Wayne, how may we assist you? I need to find a door or a window. At that moment, the 2 officers vanished abruptly. Bruce noticed a glimpse of a hem disappearing into the crowd, piquing his curiosity. Is that you, Diana? He called out as he pursued her. Though Diana was lost amidst the throngs, her voice resonated within Bruce. It's me, Bruce. Hold on. We are communicating through metallic resonance. Slade has both palladium and metal. We are en route. Stay strong. Suddenly, a black hole appeared beneath him, and he plummeted, the sounds receding from him. The narrative turned a page, placing him aboard a spaceship, where the distant cosmos revealed a fragmented Earth. He and Harley Quinn were the last 2 survivors. Bird-shaped space fighters pursued them, unleashing black energy beams. Harley, what happened? Did you sustain a head injury? I followed you into the shroud of darkness to avert war. He recalled being ensnared in the dark multiverse. I understand now. There's a window here. I can escape. He shattered the spacecraft glass and leapt forth. The tale returned to its origin, the scene of the chemical plant manager's murder. Gordon, accompanied by officers, escorted the perpetrator, and every face bore a smile. Yet, the voice of his granddaughter, Janet, echoed from an unknown source. Grandpa, your case is solved. Look, Commissioner Gordon has awarded you a medal. And the mayor is so joyful on television. But Bruce pressed down on the page, refusing to turn it, the scene remaining fixed at the murder site. No, dear. This is the true story, the tale of bats and birds. Batman, who are you speaking to? Sheriff Gordon glanced back at him. asserting that the matter was concluded and it was time to disperse. These bloodstains are from birds. He turned to examine the window, smeared with blood, where the stains gradually morphed into the shape of a bat. The faces of the surrounding officers suddenly transformed into those of the Justice League, yet he remained oblivious, circumventing them and heading directly to the staircase. He realized that birds are drawn to the reflections of shattered glass, and metal reflects as well. This scene served as a reminder, painted with the blood of his enemies. Everything before him was an illusion, and he would discover the true path to escape. Suddenly, his granddaughter Janet snatched the storybook and closed it. "No, Grandpa, don't alter this story. It's too frightening. I don't want you to know. I must find the way. I seek the truth." His once adoring granddaughter's demeanor turned cold, her head twisting in an uncanny manner like a marionette. Her bloodshot eyes fixated on him. Her face cracked, revealing her entire dental arch. She spoke in a terrifying tone, reminiscent of a vessel colliding with an iceberg on a frigid winter night. "Then let me unveil the truth to you." Chapter 110, Batman's Dream, Part 2. Janet leapt from his lap, adhering to the ceiling like a spider, merging into the darkness that the fireplace could not illuminate. Her limbs contorted unnaturally, emitting a hissing, sucking sound as she vanished into the shadows. Bruce rose cautiously, seizing the poker from beside the fireplace as a weapon, scanning the room. Though he had aged, he was still capable of combat. "Come forth, Barbados. Face me." The fireplace abruptly extinguished, and the chilling voice echoed once more. "After all this, what have you truly seen?" "I have seen nothing." Bruce spun around, vigilant of every corner, hiding in the darkness, a tactic he had mastered. "Hee, I know what you have witnessed. The bats and birds in the darkness have conspired to shape you into what you are now. You have glimpsed the failures of other versions of yourself from different worlds. You have encountered your own impotence and the hollow truth." Bruce pinpointed the source of the voice and cautiously approached the study window, where a reflection appeared, his own. Yet, now his body was frail with age, while the reflection depicted him as he was in his prime, his eyes brimming with malevolence, dark, undefined energy swirling around him. The reflection gazed back, revealing a sinister smile. "I am right here. You, Barbados, you seek to distort my narrative." Bruce clenched the poker tightly, standing tall to confront it. "No, I have shaped you. I have seen you through the currents of time." Barbados spread his hands, tilting his head as he responded. "I have always lurked in the shadows." Before Bruce could utter a word, he began to prattle on about his designs. "I witnessed you donning my visage, transforming me into a symbol of hope. You were the perfect conduit, and thus I crafted the Bat Tribe, followed by the Owls, my dark avian kin, who collectively forged you, your lineage, your history, your tale, your city." Bruce pressed closer to the window. "No, you madman." Barbados laughed, his grin containing a peculiar sentiment, neither pure contempt for Batman nor simply delight in his own cunning. "No, I am a bat." In an instant, Barbados's phantom morphed into a bat, darting swiftly towards the glass, crashing against it, leaving behind a small pool of crimson. Bruce raised his fists, relentlessly pounding the glass until his hands were bloodied and raw, yet the window remained unyielding. Barbados reappeared outside in the darkness, watching Bruce's struggle with keen interest. "You are nothing. I will break free," Bruce cried, frantically striking the glass. "When you employed the bat as your emblem, we became inextricably linked. There is no escape for you. In your nightmares, we have shared decades, and you are utterly hopeless." Darkness and fear embody the essence of the bat, for it is the deity of shadows, the god of the bat. Barbados reached out to touch the glass, calmly proclaiming, "I merely revealed to you a few worlds. Yet within the abyss lies an abundance of tales. It is within the dark night order that your true self resides, stronger and closer to the threshold." Bruce shook his head, unwilling to concede to such a reality. "Why not?" Barbados unfurled his cloak, projecting visions of nightmare Batmans slaughtering their own universes, each wielding the power to annihilate worlds. "Without my assistance, you shall ultimately amount to nothing." "No, look at me. Look at them." "No." The window stood impervious, an unyielding barrier from which he could not escape. He sought a way out, yet found himself powerless. He retreated a few steps, unwilling to witness further. The Batmans from other worlds thrived, while those who rejected Barbados met their demise. He could no longer discern truth from illusion. Countless worlds had perished, countless souls extinguished. He recognized that he was once part of those infinite universes, and he felt this to be the truth. Those universes had been obliterated, dissolved. He averted his gaze. Yet, just as despair began to envelop Bruce, the reflection before him shattered. A slender, darkly gleaming sword plunged directly into the reflection's crown, and the glass before him dissipated into nothingness. Outside, a tempest raged, and in the distance lay an endless void of darkness, devoid of paths and the familiar Gotham. All he could see was the garden before Wayne Manor. Demacia, a peculiar battle cry echoed from afar. He could not comprehend the meaning of the term, yet he sensed an opportunity. Indeed, the window had swung open, and he had urgent matters to attend to. With a resolute leap, the aged figure vaulted through the window, unfurling the cloak that had suddenly appeared behind him, soaring into the distance. "Are you certain you haven't rescued the wrong person?" Diana inquired of Su Ming, who floated beside her, their forms suspended in a void of cosmic rifts. Towering dark spires loomed around them, even grander than those of the primary world, where innumerable heroes from diverse realms remained bound. This served as a nexus in the dark multiverse, through which Barbados drew closer the distances between universes and Gotham's anchor point. "Indeed, my sword and armor tremble. It is the resonance of metals. He is our world's Bruce, for only within him does the concentration of heavy metals exceed the norm." Su Ming replied to Diana, interspersing his explanation with a jest as he wielded the massive sword to dismantle the remaining chains binding Bruce, liberating him completely. However, Barry tilted his head, pondering an appropriate descriptor. He appears significantly aged. Indeed, he had endured decades within a nightmare, his body deteriorating in tandem with the influences of dark forces, which he deemed as mere trifles. Barry exhibited an expression of disbelief. Was this truly a trifling matter when they were on the brink of death? Su Ming dispatched yet another individual nearby with his great sword. This man, equally aged, was the Superman deceived from the primary world. Despite Batman having left behind a coded warning for the Justice League, the intellect of the others fell short of comprehending it, allowing Barbados to exploit the situation, leading Superman into a trap where he was ambushed and ensnared atop the tower. "All right, let's board the aircraft and make haste. Countless villains from myriad worlds are patrolling here, all having pledged allegiance to Barbados." Su Ming casually inserted a bat-shaped oxygen canister into Bruce's mouth, signaling Barry to expedite their actions. Their mission on Black Hawk Island had not proceeded smoothly. However, when reason falters, one may resort to force. The synergy between Diana and Su Ming, combined with Barry's superspeed, was sufficient to rival half of the Justice League, resulting in the incapacitation and capture of the entire Black Hawk squadron. Su Ming located the ship, the Sky Fortress, where the guerrilla detective and Raven, having escaped from the Forgotten Tavern, were diligently researching the spacecraft in pursuit of the truth. With their assistance, utilizing the warship's cognitive core, they calculated the origin of gravitational waves within the dark universe, thus obtaining the coordinates of the dark multiverse's anchor points. Subsequently, they modified a small transport aircraft from the Black Hawk Squadron, equipping it with a cosmic treadmill, allowing Barry to transport them to this location. Now that they had rescued the individuals, it was time to flee. In the distant depths of the universe, he had already perceived several points of light approaching, which certainly were not allies. Chapter 111. The Land of Dreams. Thanks to Barry's superspeed, they ultimately vanished into the dark universe before the enemies could arrive. In that final moment, Su Ming even sensed that those imbued with dark energy had brushed against the wings. These beings were no longer truly alive, nor were they merely specters. They existed through dark energy, surviving in the crevices of the dark universe, enslaved by Barbados. With heavy breaths, Barry gasped. They had succeeded. Though he was uncertain of their exact location, they were at least distanced from their foes. He had never before attempted to modify an aircraft into a cosmic treadmill. The endeavor was immensely taxing, and he felt a pang in his liver from the exertion. Su Ming vacated the pilot's seat. In such a cosmic environment, conventional notions of up, down, left, and right were utterly meaningless, lacking any sense of direction. His mere presence there was merely for show. Meanwhile, Diana tended to the two elderly men in the rear of the aircraft, both Batman and Superman having their life forces siphoned over decades to serve as a battery source. They had traversed decades in a nightmare. Their despair and emptiness, born from constant failure, had transformed into dark energy, depleting their vitality. However, they had awakened now, at least in consciousness. Were we? Bruce steadied himself against the wall and gazed out into the abyss beyond the porthole, where only darkness prevailed. His once formidable physique was now hunched and frail, silver hair cascading over his gaunt frame, rendering the bat suit a loose garment upon him. Yet, amidst this decay, he had gradually regained a semblance of his former composure. They found themselves in a shattered, dark multiverse, devoid of mass, time, and substance, a mere husk left behind by Barbados, where they had evaded the search of his minions. Su Ming removed his helmet and regarded the aged Batman, feeling a twinge of melancholy despite the knowledge that this unnatural loss of youth could eventually be restored. It is reasonable, but who are you? Batman turned his head away from the remnants of the broken worlds, having endured decades of nightmares, familiar with enough brutality to last a lifetime. The figure before him, clad in the uniform of the clock tower, bore an incongruity in height, weight, and age, compelling him to ascertain the stranger's identity. I am the clock tower from another world, now standing by your side. Time was of the essence, and Su Ming chose not to delve into further details, focusing instead on the one concern that weighed heavily on Bruce's mind. Bruce regarded him with skepticism, yet he noted that Barry and Diana seemed to trust this clock tower. Under the current circumstances, that was sufficient. Despite lingering doubts about whether he had fallen into yet another dream, he kept his thoughts to himself, quietly observing. What is our next objective? Diana relaxed, her expression softening considerably. The presence of Batman and Superman brought her solace. After all, the Justice League was only complete with both intellect and strength. Having rescued Superman and Batman, we are but one step away from ultimate victory. Locate the Forge of Worlds. Acquire the X-Metal, and let Clark confront Barbados directly. Su Ming shrugged, noting that the greatest dangers had already been faced, and now, with the heavyweights of the Justice League rescued, he could afford to take a back seat and offer support. As Barry and Diana turned their gaze towards him, Bruce found himself perplexed. He had no knowledge of the Forge of Worlds' location. Why were they all looking at him? At that moment, Superman regained consciousness, but upon seeing the three waiting silently for Batman to speak, he too swallowed his inquiries and joined the anticipatory silence. The problem is, I do not know the precise location of the Forge of Worlds. Indeed, you do not. Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement, affirming Bruce's statement. But your newfound ally does. Did he not inform you of Barbados' existence? Are you referring to dreams, Daniel? Batman, tormented and haunted, found the memories before his descent into nightmares to be a distant echo, yet he recalled the voice that often resonated in his dreams. Yes, if you call his name now, he will guide us to his realm of dreams, through the dream passage to the eternal forge. Only Bruce can connect with the dream god while awake across the entire earth, a privilege unmatched by anyone else. Batman now experiences a headache at the mere mention of dreams, yet Barry knows that what the clockmaker said is undoubtedly true. He gazes at Bruce with an urgent expression, as if imploring, "It all hinges on you, dream god. Daniel, let us away from here." Bruce cannot bear such a look. He immediately calls out for Daniel, and soon a faint mist envelopes them, dreamlike and surreal. The surroundings begin to twist and change, and they find themselves in an immense library. Looking up, the ceiling seems to vanish, with towering shelves filled with books, resembling a Tower of Babel that harbors all of history. We've arrived, Sue sighs in relief. For now, they are safe. This is the realm of dreams. It resembles a grand library. Barry casually reaches for a book and discovers it chronicles the tale of a superhero from another world. Indeed, this place is both a memory and a dream, a repository of the histories of all worlds. A figure composed of smoke materializes before them, towering and draped in swirling, psychedelic mist, the embodiment of dreams. He answers Bruce's inquiry and then scrutinizes the others with his pupil-less gaze, particularly Sue, whose past is absent from his records. You possess the ability to save us. Bruce attempts to seize the dream god, but dreams are ephemeral. He merely grasps a handful of smoke. You have left us lost in nightmares for decades. Can you fathom what we have endured? No, you are not lost, Daniel responds, turning to the library, where some books have already been ignited. This is the encroaching power of Barbados, and the burning tomes signify the obliteration of a hero's history. Then join us. Together we shall combat Barbados. Bruce steps closer, determination etched on his aged face. No, I do not exist in the realm of reality. Thus I cannot fight alongside you, Daniel gently replies, expressing his helplessness. However, I can assist you. I can bestow upon you the most potent weapon, a story. He waves his hand, and their positions shift as if they now stand among the stars, with countless celestial bodies forming constellations, which then rotate to create a vivid tableau. Long, long ago at the dawn of the universe, two brothers emerged. Ahem. Sue steps forward. He did not come here to listen to tales. Apologies, Daniel, but I have recounted this story before. Could you skip this part and transport us to the World Forge? The dream god is taken aback, while Barry nods in agreement, confirming that he has indeed heard the origin stories of the Observers, the Anti-Observer, the World Forgers, and Barbados. Furthermore, Sue had long ago asserted that X-Metal is the weapon against Barbados. In the past, Barry was quite the gossip, eager to hear tales. Yet now the Eternal Forge's flames could extinguish at any moment, leaving him unwilling to squander time. Su Ming held a rather indifferent view of the Dream God. Previously, in the main universe, Bruce's dream powers were insufficient to fully reach Daniel. However, with Barbados approaching, panic ensued, prompting him to speak of Barbados in his dreams with Bruce, resulting in fragmented and ambiguous discourse. Consequently, Bruce was left in a state of confusion, embarking on a quest to gather metals, ultimately falling prey to the traps laid by the predatory entities, becoming the gateway for Barbados. It could be asserted that the Dream God bears some responsibility for the calamities now afflicting the multiverse. It would be inaccurate to accuse him of malice. Rather, he inadvertently caused harm through well-meaning intentions. Chapter 112. Misuse of public resources upon hearing Su Ming's words, the Dream God. Despite currently resembling a mere cloud of smoke with discernible features, wore an expression akin to that of constipation. Where were the promised answers? What happened to the guidance for the ignorant? This script seemed awry. Meanwhile, Diana and Superman immediately turned their gazes towards Batman, awaiting his counsel. Bruce's brow furrowed tightly as he contemplated. Although his body had aged, his mind remained sharp. The Grim Reaper was correct. Stories could be revisited. But time was of the essence. Dream God, please transport us there. Su Ming had long anticipated that the power to rescue Batman would swiftly shift to him, as the Justice League had become accustomed to relying on Batman's sagacity. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential once they reached the World Forge. Allowing Superman and Bruce to soak in the molten X-Metal to rejuvenate, Su Ming could merely float along. At that point, the primary output would be Diana, after acquiring the X-Metal, would undoubtedly emerge as the most formidable, having sustained almost no injuries and currently being in excellent condition. The Dream God resigned, suppressed a plethora of flamboyant maneuvers, culminating in a sigh. He waved his hand, and a swirling white vortex materialized in the distant starry sky, resembling a passage formed of smoke, veiled in the starlight. Let us proceed. Batman, with a swift motion of his cape, was the first to enter the passage, with Superman lifting him to aid his flight. Barry cast a glance at the Dream God, wearing an apologetic expression, and shouldered Su Ming and Diana as they followed suit. Traversing through the passage woven of smoke and dreams felt akin to gliding through clouds, the group arrived at an expansive locale resembling the caldera of a dormant volcano, encircled by towering rock walls surrounding a circular flat expanse. The ground radiated warmth, yet no visible flames could be seen in their vicinity. Are we too late? Barry expressed concern. Even Bruce's brows knitted tightly. No, the World Forge still burns beneath our feet. It is merely that the surface is cooled. While the X-Metal lies beneath this layer of rock, Su Ming promptly clarified for them. In truth, their current situation was somewhat better than depicted in the comics. At least the darkened Hawkman had yet to appear as a sentinel here. Bruce flicked his cape and slowly crouched down, his knees feeling slightly stiff and unresponsive. He reached out to touch the ground. The ordinary dark brown volcanic rock revealed little. However, having arrived at this juncture, he had long chosen to trust the intelligence provided by the clock tower, for he understood that it never trifled with matters of great import. Clark, use your heat vision to create an opening in the ground. He immediately glanced at Superman, signaling that action could commence. Although Superman had aged, his abilities remained intact. He selected a nearby spot, unleashing searing rays from his eyes to carve a circular shape into the earth, akin to a manhole cover on the street. He then soared over and effortlessly removed the circular stone column, as if pulling a cork from a bottle. Several meters deep, just as Su Ming had indicated, there lay a pool of fiery red magma. The world's furnace had not extinguished. Batman peered downward, feeling the scorching heat waves wash over his face. What should they do next? Jump in for a bath? Su Ming tightened his helmet and approached the edge of the pit. Rationality warned Bruce that beneath lay molten rock, with temperatures exceeding 700 degrees. To leap in would be folly, and even suspending a pig at the opening would soon yield a perfectly roasted specimen. Yet Barry approached, first peering down into the abyss, then patting his chest and taking a few deep breaths. He turned to Bruce and declared, "I trust the clock tower. While I may not fully grasp the principles of world forging, it likely involves magic or a higher form of technology. We cannot judge it by conventional wisdom, so I shall be the first to leap." Su Ming felt a sense of relief. Having read the comics, he knew the endeavor was devoid of peril. Yet he was heartened that the Flash could set aside his instincts to support him in this moment. The lava below appeared fierce, yet was merely an illusion. X-metal, which served as both a metal and an energy source, rendered the magma a mere distraction. In truth, beneath this molten facade, X-metal posed no danger. The primal form of X-metal manifested as a liquid cosmic essence, emanating a silvery glow, reminiscent of molten silver, but even more luminous than diamond. It possessed numerous properties, such as the ability to transform into any material or shape at the user's will. It harbored potent primordial energy capable of countering other forms of energy, and it defied logic, being weightless yet indestructible. It had once been utilized to forge super artifacts in the DC universe, including the Mobius chair, Mother Box, and the Miracle Wish machine, all crafted from X-metal. One might say that if Su Ming wielded cosmic deity-level powers, he could leap down, extract a piece of X-metal, and mold it into a small sphere, imbuing it with concepts and abilities through special means, at least on par with the Infinity Stones. Originally a singular entity predating the Marvel Universe, the Infinity Stones were transformed into 6 cosmic singularities following the universe's Big Bang, each possessing a fundamental force of the cosmos. X-metal serves as the essence of the DC universe, representing the very origin of all its realms. While its lineage is undeniably profound, no individual of great power has managed to fully conceptualize its potential. Su Ming, lacking the myriad abilities of cosmic entities, possesses a similarly limited understanding of space, time, and reality. Like others, his utilization of X-metal remains rudimentary. There is no need for further discussion. Having declared my intent, I shall leap forth. Observing the hushed murmurs of the others, he noted that only Barry placed his faith in him, a circumstance not entirely unexpected. This situation, however, perfectly aligned with Su Ming's strategy. By rescuing the apprehensive Batman, he had anticipated the emergence of this very scenario. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to secure advantages for himself while potentially instilling a sense of guilt and indebtedness in Diana and Clark, an endeavor that would serve dual purposes. He interrupted their debate and, turning away, plunged into the depths, akin to diving into molten lava. The magma, initially perceived as intensely hot, now enveloped him in a cocoon of comfort and warmth, akin to being submerged in the sea. Gradually, he sank deeper into the crimson abyss. Though surrounded by a sea of red, he experienced no difficulty in breathing and felt no pressure, as if traversing through a mist of fiery scarlet. Remarkably, the magma provided buoyancy, allowing him to bounce forward with the grace of an astronaut on the lunar surface. Not far ahead, he glimpsed a silvery glimmer emanating from the ground, X-metal in its pure form. It appeared as a silver spring, or perhaps a natural conduit, though the liquid that trickled forth was nearly depleted, with only the occasional droplet escaping to merge with a small puddle below. This puddle, modest in size, resembled an ordinary children's bathtub. Once the site had yielded copious amounts of X-metal daily, enabling the world forger to create countless realms. Yet now, such quantities would barely suffice for crafting a single vehicle. The world forge indeed teetered on the brink of extinction, should the liquid cease to flow. The DC universe would face an uncertain future. X-metal not only serves to forge new worlds, but also plays a crucial role in repairing and maintaining the existing ones. However, The immediate priority lies in vanquishing or sealing Barbados to resolve the current crisis. The preservation of the Cosmic Forge can be deliberated upon later. He glanced back at his descent. The Justice League had not followed, likely awaiting his emergence to ascertain safety. Given his current abilities and knowledge, Su Ming identified only 3 methods to utilize X-Metal. He considered the possibility of crafting a DC version of the Infinity Stones, though he lacked the resources for such an endeavor. The first method involved directly consuming some, though the effects remained uncertain. The second option mirrored the Justice League's approach in the comics, utilizing the metal to forge his own armor and weapons. However, such equipment would inevitably deteriorate following significant events, with their powers siphoned off to aid the main world in reclaiming its luminosity. The essence lies in utilizing these elements to transform oneself, enhancing personal capabilities. Yet, he is a mercenary, not a physician. Thus, such transformations are likely to be rather rudimentary. Nevertheless, he resolved with determination, swiftly removing his gloves and combat boots, extracting the God Slayer, which morphed into a small blade, and carving deep wounds into his wrists and ankles, exposing bone. Subsequently, he reclined into the liquid pool of X-Metal, the surface merely brushing his ears, as strands of crimson mingled with the silvery liquid. "Come forth, X-Metal, replace all my bones." Instantly, an overwhelming agony engulfed him. Chapter 113. Steel and iron bones indeed. This was the very method by which the neighboring Wolverine augmented his strength. Su Ming could control the X-Metal with sheer will, thus circumventing the cumbersome procedures associated with adamantium surgery. Now he directed this extraordinary substance, rapidly substituting his skeletal structure on an incomprehensible level. The process resembled erosion, akin to polishing, though the lack of understanding regarding its principles did not hinder future utilization. Though termed a metal, X-Metal is, in fact, a form of solidified energy material. One need not concern oneself with magnetic forces or weight impacting his physique, nor require advanced technology to significantly bolster combat prowess. The bell itself is a weapon. Self-enhancement is presently the most convenient choice. He inherently possessed self-healing abilities, albeit previously, damage to his internal organs and bones healed sluggishly, often influenced by sanguine emotions. Now, with a complete replacement of his skeletal structure with X-Metal, his internal organs and brain would no longer be susceptible to injury. The transformation process differed slightly from his expectations. Despite Su Ming instructing the replacement of bones, the X-Metal automatically avoided the nerves, yet a profound spiritual pain relentlessly assailed him. Had he not possessed double the strength of soul as a safeguard, he surely would have succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. The energy contained within the X-Metal was so advanced that it nearly overwhelmed his body during the transformation. Fortunately, the pace of change was remarkably swift, visibly manifesting as his original bones, akin to ash, expelled from his wounds and sank to the bottom of the X-Metal pool. He had succeeded. After catching his breath for a few seconds, he gradually rose from the pool, attempting to move his limbs, even performing a few jumps to test his agility. The X-Metal bore no weight, meaning he was now lighter than before, instantly feeling as if he were as light as a feather. A considerable amount of metal remained in the small pond, but the others would need it to confront Barbados. He would not be greedy, having already reaped the greatest benefits. Casually, he tossed his great sword into the pool, gilding it with a layer of gold. The originally black blade now shimmered with new energy, resembling a starry night sky adorned with silver constellations. After some thought, he submerged a few grenades, transforming them into silver grenades. Lastly, with his hands, he scooped up a bit of X-Metal to mend the breach in his chest armor. Under the influence of his will, the color and shape blended seamlessly with the surrounding areas. In summary, all he needed was for the Justice League to witness the gilding of his great sword, the creation of some weapons, and the repair of his armor. Regarding the enhancement of his own physique, Su Ming was reluctant to divulge this information to the Justice League, for Batman was notoriously suspicious. He emerged from the magma, as if swimming, surfacing beneath the cavern, where Diana utilized her lasso of truth to pull him up. "How do you feel?" Barry inquired, approaching with a curious gaze, inspecting the changes in him. "Quite transformed," Su Ming replied, showcasing the great sword to his companions. Diana and Barry, both familiar with it, immediately recognized the differences, The weapon now radiated a palpable sense of threat. Its every gleaming facet seemed imbued with a life of its own, emanating an unprecedented and potent energy. In comparison, Su Ming's Godslayer, forged from Apollo's divine power, appeared merely as a mere firebrand. We should descend, Batman nodded, having established the safety of their surroundings. The Grim Reaper had not deceived him, and he found himself reassessing Su Ming's level of suspicion. Oh, if you and Superman roll around in X-Metal, it will replenish the energy you lost in your nightmares, effectively restoring your youth. However, it would be prudent not to exhaust all the X-Metal. Retain some as a source of energy to keep the multiverse and the dark multiverse separate in the future. Seated beside the pit, Su Ming noticed his wrist wound had healed, his regenerative abilities having unintentionally received a slight augmentation, a development he had not previously observed, possibly linked to the blood of the war god that had touched him. As no enemies had yet emerged, he decided to indulge in a cigarette, providing the Justice League with a moment of respite. When the members of the Justice League finally ascended from the tunnel, they were taken aback to find the Grim Reaper amusing himself with a handstand, a pose akin to a rooster standing alone on one leg. This was a whimsical notion that had struck Su Ming while smoking. Since X-Metal had replaced his bones, he should still be able to manipulate it with his mind, rendering it pliable or even altering his height and weight within a limited range, as long as he did not overextend his skin and muscles. This capability would be a significant boon for stealth and infiltration. By bending his bones or softening them, he could now perform previously unattainable flexible maneuvers with ease. However, his muscles and tendons were somewhat unaccustomed to these changes, necessitating targeted training in the future. Unfortunately, for reasons unknown, he could not manipulate his skull, rendering him unable to alter his facial appearance, thus thwarting his plan for disguise. Su Ming, of course, noticed his companions as well, turning to observe them. Their appearances had transformed considerably since their descent. The silver X-Metal had been fashioned into armor and weaponry, leaving Su Ming feeling somewhat disconcerted. Batman, who had always donned a dark uniform, now appeared in a resplendent suit of silver armor. Was this truly appropriate? Nevertheless, the overall development aligned with Su Ming's expectations. Neither Barry nor Bruce had crafted weapons, but had instead donned armor for protection, while Diana was fully armed to the teeth. Descending as Wonder Woman, she ascended as a Silver Saint, most of the remaining X-Metal having been utilized to equip her. Clad in full heavy armor, she wielded a shield and a long sword made of X-Metal, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Fortunately, they heeded Su Ming's advice and retained some X-Metal as a reserve energy source. It seems that the Justice League's forthcoming strategy will involve others drawing attention, while Wonder Woman ultimately concludes the battle. This indicates that Batman has finally acknowledged the necessity of employing lethal measures. Su Ming nodded to himself. Were he to orchestrate the tactics, he would likely adopt a similar approach. Despite needing to test his new skeletal structure in actual combat, he preferred not to reveal it before Batman. For now, aligning with the Justice League was undoubtedly the right course of action. Once they navigated through this global crisis, he intended to embark on the first step of a long-term plan. As the Justice League deliberated on their next moves, Su Ming was internally calculating when suddenly, a violent tremor erupted overhead, akin to a volcanic eruption. He lifted his gaze and realized the sky had split apart. Indeed, it was a literal interpretation. The previously star-studded darkness, resembling the vastness of space, had torn open, revealing an inverted city on the other side. Bruce immediately recognized it as Gotham, a city he had observed countless times from above, albeit from a perspective he had never encountered before. The emergence of such a phenomenon signified the fracture of the blood domain, with the bright multiverse encroaching upon the dark multiverse. Should they collide, the consequences would be dire. Damned Constantine, he had promised that with the bat metal, they could withstand 3 days. Yet, barely 3 hours had passed. Su Ming felt a surge of frustration. He had always sensed that Constantine was unreliable, and he promptly registered a debt against him in his mind. The original plan now required revision. The speed at which the worlds converged was astonishingly swift, was the only recourse to confront Barbados directly and topple the cosmic tuning fork. As Su Ming pondered this strategy, a powerful gust of wind surged from behind him. Turning, he beheld a colossal, shadowy figure, approximately 50 to 60 meters tall, looming behind the group. The pressure from its descent rendered Su Ming breathless. Chapter 114. The Dark Hawkman. Unmistakably, this enormous silhouette was the corrupted Hawkman, Carter. He was likely one of the first individuals from the main world to be ensnared by Barbados, trapped in a prolonged nightmare. However, the dark energy had not aged him. Rather, it had inflated him to an immense size, manifesting avian characteristics throughout his form. He had been transformed into Barbados's colossal weapon. Once adorned in avian armor that accentuated his likeness to a bird, he was now reshaped by this dark power into a massive, obsidian-headed Hawkman. The individuals on the ground stood lower than his feet, and the bulging muscles rippling across his body resembled sharply defined rock formations. His eyes radiated a dark light, devoid of any sign of rationality. In an endless nightmare, he was thoroughly tormented by Barbados, losing all sense of consciousness, reduced to a mere puppet, and now possessed only madness. All paths inevitably lead to darkness. All things will ultimately return to Barbados. He screeched like a bird, his terrifying cries generating gusts of wind that sent the cloaks and hair of several individuals swirling chaotically, particularly Diana, whose hair became a tangled mess, resembling a bird's nest atop her head. At that moment, Su Ming nearly laughed, while Barry had already succumbed to mirth. They exchanged glances, each brimming with self-satisfaction over their foresight. Indeed, the helmet provided protection, and lacking a cloak proved advantageous, as the other three appeared quite disheveled. The Dark Hawkman offered them no opportunity to compose themselves, raising his immense iron hammer high, descending upon them like a mountain. This colossal hammer had once been wielded by the forgers of the world to craft endless realms, appearing as though it had been thrust into the ground of a 4-story building. Before the hammer even struck the ground, the force of the wind it generated pressed heavily upon them. A flash of electricity illuminated the scene as Barry shielded Diana and Su Ming, while Superman and Batman soared in another direction. Boom! The hammer crashed down with tremendous force, shaking the earth and sending rocks flying, instantly creating a vast pit where they had once stood. The Hawkman wrenched the hammer from the ground, revealing the molten red magma beneath. Without the need for Batman's commands, Superman instinctively knew his role. He released Bruce and ascended high into the air, his red S-cape tracing a beautiful arc against the sky. He landed a punch upon the Hawkman's chin, causing even such a massive foe to stagger back a few steps, with each footfall reverberating like an earthquake. The scene held a peculiar visual quality, akin to a butterfly flapping its wings, repelling an elephant. Yet, reason reminded him that Superman had not unleashed his full power. The Hawkman was a familiar adversary of the Justice League, and Superman had merely delivered a light tap. This strike would hardly daze the Hawkman in his normal state, let alone in this enlarged form. Superman's portrayal in comics, particularly during the Silver Age from 1950 to 1970, depicted him as supremely powerful, capable of reversing time merely through speed and extinguishing the sun with a breath. However, as time passed, the invincibility that accompanied his appearances became less favorable. Editors imposed numerous flaws upon Superman, and his power level diminished considerably. This was inevitable, as the trend of superhero team-ups dictated that if Superman were not weakened, the existence of the Justice League would hold little significance. In fact, one might argue that the presence of all superheroes on Earth would become redundant. Thus, what stood before Su Ming was a version of Superman post-New 52 rebirth, still formidable, yet far from the pinnacle of his former glory. Often, due to his leniency or a lapse in judgment at critical moments, his performance in battle has been rather mediocre. The current situation reflects this. Several individuals are equipped with X-Metal gear. If you're to unleash his full strength, Hawkman's head would undoubtedly be pierced, leaving no room for subsequent events. Su Ming sighed and reached for his great sword. Do not move. Carter must survive. Batman swiftly intervened. He had been on guard against Clock Tower, and upon noticing Clock Tower reaching for his weapon while eyeing Hawkman with eagerness, an unsettling feeling washed over him. It was evident that the previous Clock Tower from the main world had left Batman with a poor impression, and Batman certainly did not realize that Su Ming's seemingly reckless behavior was a deliberate act designed for his observation. This way, he could justifiably conserve his strength, refraining from revealing any changes before the Justice League, a plan meticulously crafted to counter the inverse of their thought processes. I won't kill anyone without compensation. Your concerns are unwarranted. Su Ming shrugged, readily going along with the situation, having settled into a supportive role against Hawkman. Batman glanced at Barry, who was uncertain whether it was the right moment to speak up. After all, two nightmares had already met their demise, directly or indirectly, at Clock Tower's hands. And Clock Tower was quite generous in extending credit to the Justice League. This time, even without funds, they were hardly safe. Thus, Barry could only offer Bruce a wry smile. Cease your laughter. If this drags on, the World Forge will inevitably be dismantled. Su Ming helplessly reminded Barry. The Flash had ample time, yet he could not afford to appear foolishly amused. Above, Superman and Diana soared through the skies, while Hawkman wielded his mighty hammer like a fly swatter. They managed to evade him, but the ground beneath them offered no sanctuary. Before long, this World Forge, suspended in the cosmos like a volcanic landmass, would be utterly shattered. Whatever thoughts Su Ming could conjure, Batman was also perceptive enough to notice, yet it seemed he awaited Su Ming's input, merely tugging his cape to shield himself from the debris and the hammer swings. Once Superman engaged in combat, the resultant chaos would be immense, and there was little around that could withstand his onslaught. It wouldn't be long before even their standing ground would vanish. Observing Batman's silence, Su Ming decided not to waste time any longer. He hooked his arm around Barry's neck and whispered a few words in his ear. Barry's eyes brightened, and he nodded in agreement. In the air, Diana, searching for opportunities, suddenly spotted Barry bouncing on the ground, beckoning her to descend. After a moment's hesitation, she surmised that Clock Tower had devised another scheme. However, she currently lacked a viable plan. Her rapport with Hawkman and Hawkwoman was amicable. If she could dispel the dark energy within Hawkman and awaken him from his nightmare, he would be an ally once more, and killing him was out of the question. She deftly avoided a swing of the hammer's handle and leaped to Barry's side. He extended his hand, requesting the lasso of truth, and whispered Su Ming's strategy to her. After listening to the plan, Diana cast a glance at Su Ming, who was observing from a distance, propped up by his massive sword. Despite the fact that the Bell of Doom was merely a human mercenary, one could not help but wonder where he had acquired such methods to combat a colossal beast. Nevertheless, she was confident in the efficacy of the strategy and related to Superman. During the skirmish, Superman turned to Batman, who nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, before Superman could redirect his focus, he was struck by Hawkman and sent flying, embedding him into a distant rock wall like a nail, causing debris to scatter in all directions as a segment of the rock face, reminiscent of a crumbling fortress, collapsed. Su Ming and Barry inhaled sharply. It was fortunate that it was Superman who bore the brunt of the blow, as anyone else might have found themselves in dire straits. Observing the unfolding chaos was no longer prudent. It was time to execute the plan. Su Ming extracted the great sword from the ground and charged towards Hawkman's legs with fervor. Chapter 115. Getting it done. Su Ming's assault, as a martial artist might describe it, was focused on the lower body. However, to articulate it more vividly, one could liken his current tactic to a pedicure. Indeed, Hawkman was of such a considerable size that Su Ming could scarcely reach his ankles, and his avian transformation had rendered his feet dark and claw-like. Are these chicken feet? Su Ming mused internally, yet his actions were undeterred. He first struck the nail on Hawkman's foot, then executed a sweeping slash, sending a sizable, curved toenail spinning through the air. The adage, "the fingers are connected to the heart," holds truth. In many respects, toes are even more sensitive than fingers. If Hawkman were to lose a fingernail, he might still manage to display a delicate gesture, but should he lose a toenail, it would impede his ability to walk, forcing all toes to bear the burden of pain. This agony was something even the darkened Hawkman could not withstand. Indeed, he was a competent warrior, and his reincarnation had fused him with numerous memories from past lives. However, the warrior's craft heavily relies on experience and training, lacking any encounters with enlargement. He was ill-equipped to counter Su Ming's insidious and torturous tactics. He reacted as an ordinary person might, instinctively retreating to crush the insect that had bitten his toe. After delivering 2 strikes, Su Ming deftly began to evade, having anticipated Hawkman's response based on his understanding of the foe. Thus, when a massive hammer descended, he skillfully dodged, finding himself in an advantageous position where the long-handled weapon was unwieldy for Hawkman to wield effectively. Through a series of agile rolls and leaps, Su Ming severed 2 more toenails, causing Hawkman to lower his head in search of Su Ming's elusive form. Yet, Su Ming was as slippery as an eel. darting in circles around the two legs, compelling Hawkman to spin in pursuit. With a sudden flurry of 2 strikes, another toenail was severed, leaving Hawkman to unleash furious cries while utterly incapable of mounting an effective counterattack against Su Ming. After severing several toenails, everything unfolded as Su Ming had anticipated. Although the dark energy had disturbed the Eagle Man's mind, rendering him unable to distinguish friend from foe and driving him into a state of madness, he had not forgotten his ability to fly. When he found himself ensnared by Su Ming's tactics, he decisively took to the skies, attempting to crush Su Ming, whom he perceived as a mere ant, from above with his massive hammer. However, this maneuver fell perfectly into Su Ming's strategic trap. As he soared high and aimed down at Su Ming, Diana stealthily hovered not far behind him. Su Ming had tasked her with severing the wings of the Eagle Man with the Fire God Sword once he took flight. The wings were not genuine. They were artificial devices resembling some extraterrestrial high-tech bionic creation. They were affixed to him via an X-shaped harness, and from the front, he bore a striking resemblance to certain individuals with peculiar proclivities, wearing a hood, bare-chested, muscular, and donned in an X-shaped harness. Nevertheless, those wings were his Achilles heel. Though the dark energy had enhanced both the wings and the harness, Diana now wielded X-metal in her hands. As he ascended, Diana immediately dove in, her sword flashing with a cold gleam as she sliced through the harness from behind, rendering it into 2 V-shaped pieces. Consequently, the wings could no longer be secured to his body. While the wings continued to flutter, the severed harness caused the Eagle Man to plummet from the sky, crashing to the ground with a tremendous thud and losing grip on his colossal hammer. The tool of the World Forger had always been a strain for him to wield, and as he fell, the heavy weapon slipped from his grasp. At that moment, Barry appeared, crackling with electricity, using a truth lasso to bind the Eagle Man's hands together, which he then handed over to Diana for further restraint. Meanwhile, Superman had materialized before the Eagle Man, lifting the enormous hammer that had fallen, which was hundreds of times larger than Clark himself, and gently striking the Eagle Man on the forehead. The moment the hammer descended, the earth trembled violently, and a lava-like liquid erupted from the fissures in the ground, splattering high into the air and casting a crimson glow on the faces of all present. The 3 individuals on the ground struggled to maintain their footing, swaying unsteadily. Fortunately, Clark had only lightly tapped him. Otherwise, one strike could have buried them all beneath a deluge of debris. Su Ming slowly approached the fallen figure. The Eagle Man had succumbed to unconsciousness. Despite losing all his toenails, leaving his feet bare and bloodied, and suffering a severe concussion that would likely necessitate a hospital stay, he had at least survived. With the great sword, Su Ming pierced his arm once more, guiding the dark energy within him to dissipate. The Eagle Man's form rapidly shrank, akin to a deflating balloon, soon reverting to human shape. However, even as his claws transformed back into fingers, the area once occupied by his toenails was a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. Batman observed quietly from the sidelines, yet his focus remained fixed on Su Ming, elevating the perception of Su Ming's threat to a new level. The Reaper has always been a solitary mercenary, yet it is surprising to discover his remarkable aptitude for commanding a team in battle. He seems to possess an intricate understanding of each member's abilities and personalities within the Justice League. Does this imply that the Reaper from this alternate world has been diligently gathering intelligence with the intention of countering the Justice League? It is quite plausible. Thus, a contingency plan to counter this alternate Reaper must be devised. Batman maintains his stoic demeanor, concealing these speculations within his mind while preparing in silence. He gazes upwards where, beyond the gaps in the sky, lies his Gotham. Su Ming, too, observes the skies above Gotham, though his thoughts are predominantly occupied with Cyborg. Cyborg, a being forged from the Mother Box, should have awakened by now and escaped through a boom tube, yet there's an unsettling silence. What could be the reason? If Cyborg remains in the clutches of the Dark Knights, the Justice League would be hesitant to launch an offensive, as both Aquaman and Cyborg currently serve as hostages. The two universes are perilously close to convergence, and time is of the essence. An immediate offensive is imperative. The cards at his disposal are limited, but they must be played. Su Ming has been deliberating the order of rescues, prioritizing Diana, for she is both formidable and resilient. Supported by a powerful deity from her pantheon, she is a crucial ally to save. Next, he faced a choice between Green Lantern and Aquaman. As circumstances permitted the rescue of only one, Su-Ming opted to save Hal. Hal's ability to fight is inconsequential. What matters is the immense power of the Legion behind him. The Book of OA, the sacred scripture of the Green Lanterns, heralds Hal as the greatest among them. Moreover, other Lantern Corps members are also connected to him in varying degrees. Take Sinestro, for instance. He was once Hal's friend and mentor. Although he has since turned to the Yellow Lanterns and occasionally harbors murderous intent toward Hal, Su-Ming is aware that Sinestro's true desire is to gain Hal's recognition of his ideology, aspiring to transform Hal into a Yellow Lantern. Thus, by shattering a lantern ring, Su-Ming not only rescued Hal, but also inadvertently provided Sinestro with an opportunity to display his might before Hal. Consequently, Sinestro was elated and refrained from reproaching Su-Ming for the grievous act of damaging the ring. Instead, he cordially extended another invitation for Su-Ming to join the Yellow Lanterns. In addition, there is hope for the Blue Lanterns, who share a close bond with Hal, as he once saved their leader, Saint Walker. The Violet Lanterns, too, are driven by the fervor of love, as Hal's girlfriend, Carol, is among the Star Sapphire Corps. These ardent souls, fueled by love without restraint, wield their rings with fewer limitations than the Green Lanterns, employing lethal methods at will. They are cosmic terrorists, battling for love. These formidable forces can be harnessed by Su-Ming, perhaps not immediately, but their potential will undoubtedly prove advantageous in time. In comparison to these strengths, Aquaman's Atlantean army appears somewhat lacking. Diana, lead us through that portal. Let us return to Gotham for the final confrontation. The fate of the world rests upon the Justice League. Without waiting for Bruce to speak, Su-Ming promptly made a request to Diana, employing words imbued with a sense of honor and responsibility to sway her. Shouldn't we deliberate first? Diana hesitated, acutely aware that the Justice League was still missing 2 members. Instinctively, she turned to glance at Batman. However, Su-Ming was not inclined to grant her such an opportunity. He subtly positioned himself to obscure their line of sight and urged her once more with earnestness. Do not waver, Diana. The world is on the brink, and innocents are suffering. You must undertake the responsibilities of a true hero. Chapter 116. The primary world of Gotham, noticing Su-Ming's unwavering conviction. Diana lifted her gaze to the sky, where the rift was widening, revealing the primary world of Earth poised to emerge. All right, seize the lasso, and let us soar forth. Diana cast her lasso of truth, allowing Su-Ming and Barry to grasp it as she ascended toward the rift. Upon escaping the crater, the group immediately perceived the cosmic surroundings. Although it resembled the universe, it was not a void. Nearby, Earths were aligned like beads on a necklace, and the dark multiverse awaited something. Barry felt a sense of foreboding. The last time all universes converged in a singular space was during the Infinite Earth Crisis, which had directly led to the restart of the multiverse. Had it not been for the Speed Force preserving fragments of his memories, he would have forgotten many significant events and individuals. He valued his friends deeply, and losing precious memories was his greatest fear. Superman was also approaching from behind, holding on to Bruce, who remained silent, his bathood reflecting the myriad Earths. Time is of the essence, Su-Ming stated calmly to the group as Diana pulled them toward the primary world. Let us establish our tactical objectives, shall we? Bruce turned his gaze to Su-Ming. Adorned in silver half-armor, he appeared markedly different from before. It will be a vast battlefield. You're the expert. I wish to hear your thoughts. Our enemies can be categorized into 3 types. The first is Barbados, the Dark God. I shall refrain from elaborating on his level of power, but for now, he will not abandon the cosmic tuning fork. He must remain there to coordinate the energy manipulation. Thus, during the initial phase of battle, we need to maintain our distance from him and eliminate the other 2 adversaries. Su-Ming articulated his strategy clearly, aiming to sever Barbados' influence. Bruce pondered briefly before nodding in agreement that is feasible. With Bruce's endorsement, Su-Ming felt assured about Superman and Diana's stance. The second category of adversaries comprises the various villains summoned by Barbados from the multiverse, numbering in the thousands. This task falls to Superman, who must restrain them with his icy breath or other means to buy us time. I anticipate our reinforcements will arrive shortly. What reinforcements? Barry inquired. His spirits lifted at the prospect of aid. I do not know, Su-Ming replied succinctly. Barry's jaw dropped. as if a robot had suddenly lost power and jammed. In mid-flight, Diana stumbled slightly, turning to glare at him. Her large eyes always conveyed her thoughts with clarity. "What leads you to believe reinforcements are on the way?" Su Ming inquired, glancing up at the destination of the group, the outline of Gotham City becoming increasingly distinct. "This is a dire crisis threatening the multiverse. We are not the only ones battling Barbados. Heroes from across the multiverse are merely awaiting the moment when a group steps forward to lead. Time is running short. Those unwilling to submit to Barbados will inevitably join our cause." Batman, too, considered this reasoning, yet he remained silent, gesturing for Su Ming to continue. Despite being tightly embraced by Clark, which appeared somewhat peculiar, he maintained his composure. The third category of adversaries consisted of the Dark Knights, those deranged versions of Batman. Su Ming elaborated on his strategy, and everyone unconsciously glanced at Bruce, who displayed no change in expression. Though these Batmans hailed from a dark multiverse, they were entirely different. He bore no responsibility for them. Currently confirmed survivors included the Ripper, the Drowned, the Killing Machine, and the Laughing Bat. It was uncertain whether the Dawn Lantern was still alive. However, he had been terrorized into submission by Sinestro, unable to wield the lantern ring, and had suffered a severe injury, rendering him nearly incapacitated, even if he still drew breath. They must be dealt with separately, just as the Dark Knights had approached them. At this juncture, Batman interjected, acknowledging his own understanding, despite the existence of these Batmans resembling a nightmare. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, recognizing Batman's thoughts aligned perfectly with his own. "Thus, we shall divide our roles. Unlike before, we shall select opponents who can counter each other. I will confront the Killing Machine and the Ripper." Su Ming's immediate choice of the two most formidable foes left the others perplexed, but he felt no need to elucidate. Only Bruce grasped the ancient Eastern strategy akin to the tale of Tianji's horse racing. Utilizing inferior steeds against the opponent's superior ones, middle-tier horses against their lesser counterparts, and superior horses prevailing against their middle tier, the objective was to secure 2 victories out of 3. Furthermore, in this scenario, the death knell might not necessarily be at a disadvantage. Combat was not akin to horse racing. He merely needed to buy time. Unfortunately, Bruce's line of thought had been deftly appropriated by Su Ming, who had never mentioned the tale of Tianji's horse racing. He had been prepared for this moment all along. He continued assigning tasks. "Diana, your responsibility is to confront the Laughing Bat. You must eliminate him swiftly. Remember, complete annihilation is essential." Diana glanced at Bruce, who nodded in affirmation, prompting her to do the same. Understood. After dealing with him, she would assist Barry. Su Ming casually turned to Barry. "Your mission is to face the Drowned. This is a terrestrial battle. Simply keep pushing him and poke his eyes with your fingers." "Got it," Barry replied enthusiastically, recalling his past encounter with the Sea Queen, which instilled him with confidence. Finally, Su Ming turned his gaze towards Batman. "Bruce, your mission is to locate Cyborg and Aquaman on the Cosmic Tuning Fork and rescue them right under Barbados' watchful eye. Your expertise in stealth and seizing opportunities makes you the most suitable candidate for this task." Batman signaled his understanding, initially believing that Clock King would abandon the two. Had his previous judgment been flawed? However, Su Ming merely sought to divert him. He needed command over the battlefield, and whether Bruce could rescue the two was not within his realm of consideration. Yet, this tactical arrangement was one Bruce could not refuse. Each individual was assigned a task, none of which were easy, with only Diana's assignment appearing somewhat manageable, though she was to be the pivotal point of the entire battle. With the strategies established, the 5 of them descended from the sky, landing in a corner of the plains atop Challenger Mountain. Purple lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating a world shrouded in darkness, marred by blood and death. While airborne, Su Ming sensed that Barbados had discovered their presence. The profound darkness of his gaze seemed to fixate upon them, causing an immediate chill to envelop his innards. Yet, he swiftly overcame this sensation, and they landed with haste. Before them surged countless villains from the multiverse, crashing toward them like relentless waves. These adversaries bore characteristics reminiscent of certain villains from the main world, albeit with notable differences. For instance, Su Ming observed Cheetah adorned in Wonder Woman's armor and Captain Cold wielding a flamethrower. Clark immediately soared into the air, inhaling deeply, ready to unleash his ice breath to freeze the advancing foes. However, several kryptonite bullets and rays, along with energy blasts from a red sun, swiftly flew from the enemy ranks, striking his armor. Superman was not particularly adept at evading attacks. Yet, these previously effective assaults merely impacted his X-metal armor, either rebounding or being absorbed. He shimmered, impervious to harm, realizing he had indeed made the right choice in crafting the armor. He recalled Bruce's insistence during its creation. Had Bruce foreseen this moment? The absence of weaknesses felt exhilarating. Clark touched the silver-glinting S emblem on his chest, inhaled deeply, and exhaled towards the enemies, instantly encasing dozens of foes in ice, a mere confinement rather than a lethal measure. Diana, sound your silver bracelets. Observing Clark's performance and the stabilization of their front, Su Ming promptly urged Diana, whose gear now gleamed with X-metal, radiating a striking silver light. Was this to signal the Dark Knights that they had arrived? Diana raised her arms, and with a forceful clash of her two bracelets, a wave of energy surged skyward, accompanied by a crisp, resonant chime. Though not loud, the sound reverberated across the battlefield, echoing in the hearts of all present. This is a signal, a battle cry. The unique properties of X-metal will transmit this sound across all multiverses, alerting our allies that the Justice League has commenced combat. Su Ming observed as hundreds of various villains were momentarily held at bay by Superman, before retrieving his mobile device. Chapter 117. The battlefield. The Laughing Bat would not appear on the battlefield. He had his own schemes, yet he should be somewhere in Gotham City. Left to your devices. Su Ming gestured for Diana to proceed. He had already spotted his target amidst the chaos of the battlefield. The colossal form of the Ravager standing out distinctly several hundred meters away. In the blink of an eye, Batman vanished, as did Barry, leaving Su Ming alone, idly playing with his phone. It is noteworthy how the Justice League contrasts sharply with the neighboring Avengers. There was not even a battle cry before entering the fray. It may be attributed to differing leadership styles. Captain America prefers to rally his team with a resounding Avengers Assemble, while Batman typically whispers a quiet, let us go, or initiate action after meticulously arranging plans. Amidst these musings, Su Ming took a deep breath, adjusted his phone's location settings to standby mode, and stowed it away, charging towards the front line, naturally becoming a target for many foes. As bullets whizzed by, he did not flinch. The incoming punch aimed directly at his head was deftly evaded, followed by a swift counterattack. His greatsword severed the enemy's leg and redirected its energy beam. The Godslayer's mirrored shield reflected the attack back. He swiftly plunged into the throng, an array of assaults converging from all directions. With rapid movements and a composed mind, various strategies flickered through his thoughts, like a stone cast into the sea. Blood and severed limbs soared into the sky around him, staining the black rocks beneath his feet. Among the interdimensional villains, some identities he could surmise, while others eluded his recognition. Yet, fortified with a resilient physique and enhanced regenerative abilities, his armor provided a balanced defense against both physical and magical assaults. Wielding the Nightfall greatsword, imbued with X-metal, these adversaries, though perhaps stronger than mere minions, were insufficient to impede his advance. He surged against the tide of adversaries, drawing ever closer to the Ravager under Clark's protection. At last, he beheld his objective, perhaps due to the presence of doomsday spores. Other villains maintained a cautious distance from the Ravager, leaving a small area of space around him. The creature was adorned with spikes, resembling an enormous, upright hedgehog. Its visage had become utterly bat-like, towering at approximately 4 meters, with one arm thicker than Su Ming's entire body. Shreds of bat armor clung to its chest, fluttering like tattered cloth in the wind. Hailing from Earth-1, it was the physically strongest of all Nightmare Batmans, and due to the Doomsday virus, it was nearly immortal. Doomsday could resurrect infinitely, each revival more potent than the last, rendering previous methods of defeat ineffective. The Superman of Earth-1 was the first to succumb to madness. Clark had tragically slain his own wife and child, while Batman felt deceived. The Kryptonians displayed a complete lack of humanity. He ventured to Metropolis to confront Superman. Yet the kryptonite weapon proved ineffective, resulting in Superman severing one of his arms with his heat vision. Desperate, Bruce resorted to injecting himself with the Doomsday virus, an overwhelming surge of fury and strength consuming him instantly. Superman could no longer harm humanity. The Punisher dispatched him with a single punch, a claw, and a kick. ensuring the demise of that Superman. Suddenly, the maniacal bat emerged, informing him that countless fools across various worlds still believed in Superman. The Punisher felt compelled to slay more Supermen to vent his anger from being deceived and thus joined the Dark Knights. Upon arriving in the main world, he effortlessly hurled the beast into the sun, expending little effort. He vanquished numerous superheroes renowned for their might, hanging them on a tuning fork as trophies. Now, on the battlefield, he encountered Su Ming, a malicious grin illuminating his monstrous visage. Despite his face being marred by sores and swellings, the bat's transformation rendering him unrecognizable. Su Ming discerned that smile, rife with disdain and cruelty. "Jia Kong, I hope you haven't deceived me. If this scroll you provided is a counterfeit, you shall find yourself in quite the predicament." With a swift swing of his great sword, Su Ming repelled those surrounding him and quickly produced the magical scroll given to him by Jia Kong, igniting it without hesitation. A pungent aroma, reminiscent of fragrant oil frying stinky tofu, assaulted his senses. The diminutive scroll emitted an immense cloud of smoke, enveloping Su Ming entirely, the flames barely visible amidst the billowing black smoke. Cough! What atrocious smell! Was this scroll inscribed with excrement? Su Ming felt a wave of nausea, the odor evoking an instinctual repulsion, accompanied by a lingering sense of danger. As the smoke dissipated, an elderly man with a shock of white hair and a robust demeanor stood before Su Ming, leaning on a staff of civilization, clad in an exquisite handcrafted white suit. He wore a warm smile while puffing on a hand-rolled cigar, exhaling clouds of smoke. Yet he was barefoot, his feet smeared in a pitch-black substance, with even the lower half of his trousers stained, continuously oozing black mud. In an instant, the ground beneath them became coated in the inky mire. "Ah, Constantine, I have come to claim your soul." You're not Constantine?" The old man scrutinized Su Ming, swiftly realizing he was yet another victim of Constantine's deception. However, it mattered little. Since Constantine had provided another fine soul, he could afford to grant this dirty soul a few more days, for death is inevitable. Su Ming's mind erupted with curses. He had indeed suspected that Jia Kong would furnish him with a devil-summoning scroll, perhaps for particularly belligerent entities like the Trident or Internal Dragon, but he never anticipated that he would actually unveil his trump card. Though others may not recognize the elderly figure before him, Su Ming could discern his true identity solely from the darkened feet, the embodiment of Satan, the most formidable of the infernal lords. It is difficult to gauge the extent of his power, but one could be assured that engaging in a contest of strength with the Almighty would not be beneath him, especially considering his profound enmity towards the wretched Jia Kong. Jia Kong had bartered his soul to nearly all the demon lords of hell, his tainted essence a coveted prize for these fiends. Yet, he was cunning as a fox. In prior dealings with demons, Jia Kong had often employed various deceptions to evade the surrender of his soul. On one occasion, he had outwitted Satan himself, persuading him to assist in a significant endeavor. When the dust settled and Satan sought to claim his due, Jia Kong had the audacity to offer a mere chicken instead. The blood upon the contract scroll was not his own, but rather chicken blood he had cleverly substituted, rendering the agreement a pact with the fowl, thus allowing Satan to claim only the chicken's soul. This affront had left the infernal monarch seething with rage, yet bound by the immutable laws of hell, where all transactions are sacrosanct. As Su Ming pondered this, Satan surveyed the battlefield, an epiphany dawning upon him. A multiverse crisis, is it? To the human who summoned me, shall we engage in a transaction? His deep laughter resonated as a blazing pentagram materialized on the ground, forming a barrier that thwarted any hostile advances. Bullets and energy alike were repelled by the towering walls of flame, instantly banished to the infernal realm. What transaction? Su Ming licked his lips, striving to grasp the implications. The exchange was undoubtedly his soul. Having merged with Slade's essence, his own spirit was hardly untainted, and its potency would surely pique the demon's interest. However, he feigned ignorance to buy himself some time. Chapter 118. A pit within a pit. Satan, peering through the flames at the adversaries beyond, rubbed his hands over his staff of civilization, his aged visage adorned with a benign smile. "So, I shall assist you in overcoming this crisis, and in return, your soul shall be mine." At first glance, such a proposition seemed formidable. Yet beneath this human guise lurked a demon, and this offer was fraught with treachery. While it was purportedly a solution to Su Ming's predicament, one could hardly expect Satan to confront Barbados directly. The most likely outcome of Satan's solution would be to teleport Su Ming to hell for refuge, transform him into a lifeless statue, or conjure illusions to deceive him. In a certain sense, these actions might mitigate Su Ming's crisis, yet they would ultimately lead to the forfeiture of his soul. Su Ming was not one to fall for such ruses, yet with Satan's presence looming, he risked the possibility of the demon seeking alternative contracts with others. For there were many madmen among the foes outside, and that would spell true trouble. At that moment, Su Ming noticed the Ravager outside the firewall, poised to leap into the inferno. Cough, cough. I would certainly be willing to enter into a pact with your majesty, the Dark Lord, and for you, it would be a rather effortless endeavor. So, speak forth, for you are, after all, introduced by Constantine, an old friend of mine. However, as Satan uttered these words, his teeth clenched audibly at the mention of Jacques, a clear indication that his sentiments were far from amicable. Su Ming pointed toward the wall of flames, where a capering creature known as the Ravager frolicked, addressing Satan. That fool bouncing behind you is the Ravager. If you can truly slay him, my soul shall be yours. What say you? Satan turned to gaze upon the beast, which indeed was a formidable figure. The human before him appeared drastically weaker in comparison, making the proposition quite reasonable. Nonetheless, the name Ravager felt foreign to him. Yet, what did it matter? Such creatures were but trivial to a lord of hell, easily dispatched with a mere flick of the wrist. Very well, I accept your terms. Let us proceed with the signing. Satan's anticipation was palpable, as filthy souls were particularly valuable to him. The Ravager's soul brimmed with rage and darkness, while this human soul was of commendable worth, a double portion of another's. He extracted a piece of parchment from the pocket of his suit, pressing a finger upon it and murmuring incantations softly. The parchment fluttered towards Su Ming, unfurling before him, accompanied by a pen that materialized from thin air, beckoning him to inscribe his signature in the bottom right corner. It was a standard demonic contract. The text indeed reflected the agreement the two had just established, yet surrounding the words were intricate decorative borders, their twisted patterns concealing demonic script, rife with traps and hidden clauses. I cannot sign this contract. I am not ignorant, Su Ming declared, refraining from taking the pen. Instead, he retrieved his own paper and writing instruments from his bag, drafting a clean and transparent contract anew. As a mercenary, familiarity with contracts and carrying writing materials was a fundamental practice. Satan raised an eyebrow, but thought little of it. He was merely accustomed to deceit. And if he failed this time, so be it. He perused the contract, finding no discrepancies. As long as he truly dispatched the Ravager, Su Ming's soul would rightfully belong to him. The terms stipulated that prior to the contract's fulfillment, neither Su Ming nor the Justice League could be harmed. Should Satan be unable to slay the Ravager himself, he would be obliged to return him to the infernal realm for further attempts. Simple and straightforward. With his own pen, Satan inscribed his name, and flames ignited the contract. Su Ming felt an unfamiliar energy tugging at his very soul. The pact was sealed. To his surprise, Satan exhibited commendable service, allowing Su Ming to rest within the pentagram for a time, perhaps to compose his final words while he attended to the Ravager outside. However, it was not long before he realized he had been deceived. The creature known as the Ravager was utterly indestructible, growing more powerful with each attempt on its life. Each time it was slain, the means by which it was vanquished became entirely ineffective upon its resurrection. What infernal flames, dark sorcery, and demonic powers he has wielded. Yet the Ravager rises time and again. Even if reduced to ashes or shattered into pieces, he resurrects swiftly, and his revival accelerates with each cycle. In Satan's heart resides only the humiliation of being deceived once more, and his gaze towards Su Ming is increasingly filled with hatred. In his eyes, Su Ming's animosity rises sharply, nearly rivaling that of Constantine. Ahem, my lord, please do not regard me so. I am but a mercenary, and integrity holds great significance for me. If you take him back to hell for a thorough examination, simply inform me when you have slain him. I am patient enough to wait. Su Ming stifled a chuckle, speaking earnestly to Satan. Had he not been seated, casually observing the spectacle, his words would undoubtedly have seemed sincere. I shall remember you. Mortal, you possess merit, Satan declared, and with a swirl of black smoke, a fissure opened in the ground, and both the Ravager and Satan vanished from the battlefield. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Despite having been deceived by the wretched Constantine, he had managed, through the asymmetry of multiversal information, to outwit Satan once more. Though he was certain such trickery would foster enmity, potentially attracting various demons seeking retribution. At least he had successfully navigated today's peril. The protective ring of fire surrounding him dissipated, and as he bent to evade, a weapon swung at him. He retaliated by dispatching his assailant behind him, continuing his search for the whereabouts of the killing machine amidst the throng. Compared to the imposing figure of the Ravager, the killing machine was somewhat elusive, yet one need only observe where a group of sharply dressed butlers congregated. The killing machine originated from Earth 44's Batman, whose butler, Alfred, had been slain by Bane. At Alfred's funeral, Bruce sought assistance from Cyborg to create an AI butler to accompany him. For Bruce, Alfred was far more than a mere caretaker. He also embodied a paternal figure. Observing the distraught Batman, Earth 44 Cyborg could not refuse his request, and thus designed an AI program known as the Alpha Protocol. Initially, it existed merely as a software segment within a computer, capable of controlling the coffee machine in Wayne Manor or engaging Bruce in conversation. However, Bruce yearned for Alfred to be revived, to possess a corporeal form. Utilizing Wayne Enterprises' financial resources, he engineered a form of nanorobots capable of assembling into Alfred's likeness, akin to his living days. Yet complications arose. As the program was originally intended solely as a butler, its foundational command was singular: to protect Bruce Wayne. Consequently, Earth 44 was plunged into a crisis of sentient machines. As the nanobots began to replicate indefinitely, forming a robotic army in the image of Alfred, intent on safeguarding Batman at all costs, they embarked on a massacre throughout Gotham, targeting anyone who had previously harmed Batman. Following this, the Justice League was drawn into the fray. Superman, having once battled Batman and injured Bruce, was marked for elimination. Wonder Woman might attempt to seize Bruce from Alfred, necessitating her elimination. Aquaman, once dismissive of Bruce for his lack of superpowers, too must be eradicated. Every individual in this world has become a source of exasperation for Bruce, warranting their demise. However, Alfred's power is insufficient. He is merely a program and requires fusion with Bruce. In his desperate pleas, Bruce's heart softened, and he rejected Cyborg's suggestion to destroy the protocol, allowing Alfred to transform him. He became a killing machine, a Batman composed entirely of nanobots, devoid of flesh and blood. He attained immortality, forever united with Alfred. Together, they obliterated the Justice League and extinguished all life on Earth, rendering the killing machine invulnerable. Yet at that moment, a smiling figure informed them of lurking dangers beyond this universe, indicating that the killing machine was not yet entirely secure. To live in peace with Alfred, they had to venture to another universe, eradicating its inhabitants completely. To safeguard Master Bruce, Alfred's program felt an undeniable obligation. Chapter 119 turned to ashes. However, this time, Su Ming overestimated the situation. Even without his intervention, the killing machine had come seeking him. A throng of gaunt, tuxedo-clad elders surged towards Su Ming amidst the enemy tide, their faces devoid of expression. They wielded weapons fashioned from the nanobots within their bodies, directing fire at Su Ming and Clark in the sky. These Alfreds charged forth at a speed that belied their aged appearances, emitting bizarre mechanical, synthesized voices reminiscent of an old tape recorded on a rye. "What can I do for you? What can I do for you? What can I do for you?" This was the standard greeting of a butler. Yet now it bore an eerie and chilling quality, likely a hellish accent rather than a London one. An erroneous AI, the integrated platform of nanobots, should have been confronted by Cyborg, who would utilize the mother box's computational capabilities to infiltrate their programming. Yet Su Ming chose to face them alone, relying on the fire god's promise to assist him in beseeching Zeus for thunder. By delivering sustained high-voltage electric shocks, he aimed to overload these nanobots and short-circuit their CPUs. Conventional EMPs proved ineffective, as their electromagnetic pulses lasted only a fleeting moment. The critical issue now was identifying the essence of the killing machine. These butler robots were merely its creations, and unless the controller was fundamentally addressed, this battle would devolve into an endless war of attrition, with ample metal available on the battlefield to be transformed into nanobots. "What can I do for you? One of the butler robots transformed its hands into two massive cleavers, swinging toward Su Ming's chest. Beneath the obsidian sky, its expressionless face appeared unnaturally serene. Su Ming deftly evaded the assault. After all, a program is merely a program. While it may have integrated the combat expertise of that world's Batman, the latter's experience with lethal weaponry pales in comparison to that of the Reaper. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, could you all perish at once? Thank you. With a swift motion, Su Ming severed the mechanical butler's head with his large sword, following up with a kick that sent its body flying. Yet after a brief distance, it disintegrated like layers of paper, reassembling into a new Alfred, with several other mechanical butlers converging around him. What can I do for you? What can I do for you? On the dim battlefield, these creatures, resembling humans yet devoid of humanity, mechanically reiterated their mission even as the myriad weapons they conjured attacked Su Ming from all angles. He parried, blocked, and counterattacked, his massive sword and the Godslayer dancing with precision, repelling the onslaught time and again. I've expressed my demands, yet you refuse to comply. A poor review. Stalemate was not an option. Su Ming rolled to evade several energy beams and hurled a few standard grenades, temporarily stalling the butlers and other foes. With Pepper providing aerial support, Clark, blow a gust this way. Nanobots could indeed be immobilized in extreme cold. It wouldn't take long. All Su Ming needed was to locate the killing machine and send a positional screenshot, and then the matter would be resolved. High above, Clark heard the Reaper's request, immediately diving down to freeze a cluster of enemies before indicating the direction of the killing machine to Su Ming. As he sprinted past ice sculptures, Su Ming raced towards the unremarkable crater where the killing machine lay concealed, a spot that would have entirely escaped his notice were it not for Superman's X-ray vision. Enemies continued to swarm around him, but Superman could handle them. Su Ming's focus was solely on reaching his objective. Nearly there. Position sent. He did not approach too closely. Instead, he maintained a considerable distance from the killing machine, extracting his phone to send a screenshot to Fire God. The image depicted a rock, from which two pointed ears of the killing machine protruded. The killing machine, of course, sensed Su Ming's actions through the eyes of the surrounding Alfreds, but could not fathom why a human would be using a phone on the battlefield. It defied logic. Instinctively interpreting the signal emitted by the Reaper, it discovered that the image was uploaded to some form of social media. What sort of behavior was this? Was this Earth so unique that not only selfies were required before meals, but also on the battlefield? After being transformed into a mechanical entity through Alfred's agreement, the killing machine undoubtedly represented the most logic-driven nightmare of Batman, for its brain had been replaced with a computer now filled solely with zeros and ones. This enabled him to directly access various data networks of Earth, akin to steel bones, while simultaneously operating most automated devices. However, it also bestowed upon him a flaw, an inability to comprehend actions that diverged from human behavioral logic. He possessed a comprehensive record of the behavioral templates of a jester from another realm, believing he could fathom any madman. Yet, he had only just discovered that this world harbored two death knells. The previous one was not markedly different from his own, easily ensnared by the Dark Knight's tuning fork. However, the one before him not only wielded weapons capable of threatening him, but also exhibited behavior he found perplexing. He momentarily hesitated, sensing his CPU overheating, yet ultimately concluded that this was a display of meaningless vanity, humanity's futile pride. He resolved to summon more Alfreds to eradicate the enemy, while retreating to rejoin Barbados. At that moment, dawn broke. Gotham City, once shrouded in darkness with a gaping void of the cosmos above, suddenly transformed into a scene reminiscent of midday. A colossal bolt of lightning cascaded from the heavens like a waterfall, striking the killing machine with tremendous force, enveloping not only it, but also numerous mechanical butlers and villains from other realms. Within the blue-white beam, these figures instantaneously dissolved, the powerful current disassembling them into particles, dissipating into wisps of smoke. The killing machine managed to endure for a second or two longer, but was ultimately consumed by the light. Su Ming collapsed to the ground as the lightning unleashed a torrent of debris, creating a substantial breach in Challenger Mountain, with small stones pelting him, producing a cacophony of sounds. Was this lightning? It felt more akin to some form of orbital weaponry. Su Ming sensed the ground trembling violently beneath him, and as he looked up, a golden light emerged in the sky, accompanied by some ethereal figures. He could vaguely discern an elderly man draped in a white shroud, gripping a golden spear, seated majestically upon the clouds. The peculiar metallic weapon shimmered brilliantly, emanating a radiant golden light, while twisting and writhing like a living bolt of lightning. Surrounding the old man were figures similarly cloaked in sheets, indistinguishable in the blinding light, yet Su Ming could ascertain that they were likely the deities of Olympus. Thus, this white-bearded elder was certainly not the humble farmer run to. Zeus had intervened, following Su Ming's fulfillment of his promise to aid Diana in vanquishing the merciless Iron Fist. The Olympian pantheon, as agreed, bestowed their reward upon him. Moreover, it was evident that Zeus had exerted considerable effort. Initially, Su Ming had envisioned merely employing a few small bolts of lightning to disrupt the circuits of the killing machine, subsequently allowing Clark to encase it in ice while he delivered a few blows with his greatsword. Unexpectedly, Zeus unleashed the full might of the entire pantheon, activating a divine artifact that obliterated the killing machine into mere ashes. The killing machine indeed possesses a shield of dark energy. However, the energy within it pales in comparison to the vast reservoir of positive energy from an entire pantheon of gods. Zeus, therefore, felt no need to seek any means of restraint, opting instead to disperse it with superior energy. Naturally, while vanquishing his foes, he showcased his might, making it abundantly clear to the world that it was the Olympian pantheon that had intervened. This act would likely yield a significant influx of faith post-battle, a considerable boon. The machinations of the old gods are manifold. Should the opportunity arise, Su Ming would prefer to avoid any dealings with them. Upon reflection, they already had Wonder Woman representing the Olympians on the battlefield, and now the chief god himself had taken action, creating the impression that they were orchestrating all events to their favor, potentially emerging as the greatest victors. Chapter 120. The arrival of reinforcements. The beam of light arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. The intense tremors soon subsided. Barbados stabilized the entire Challenger Mountain with his dark energy, for this was the base of the cosmic tuning fork, and he still required it. Su Ming rose, brushing off the dust from his attire. Before him lay a massive crater, reminiscent of a comet striking the Earth. Not a trace of the killing machine remained. Only black lava now covered the ground. Superman descended beside Su Ming, and the two surveyed the opposing villainous army from afar. The presence of Zeus, a god of the highest order, evidently intimidated them, leaving them in a state of confusion. "How are you?" "Unscathed. You handle these foes, and I shall seek out Barry." Without further ado, Su Ming seized his great sword and made his way toward another battlefield not far off. Zeus in the sky appeared to cast a penetrating gaze at Barbados before vanishing with the other gods, shrouding Gotham once more in darkness. As the golden light dissipated, Su Ming realized that Challenger Mountain had transitioned into a dark multiverse, with the surroundings gradually morphing into an environment akin to that of the cosmos, revealing alien worlds and vibrant nebulae. The Earth from various universes began to loom larger in his field of vision. Perhaps the main Earth was still ensnared within the rifts of the Blood Realm, but time was running short. Though Su Ming had accomplished his initial goal, the Justice League remained at a disadvantage, shattering his dreams of idleness. If Superman were to be replaced by Ultraman at this juncture, the outcome would likely be far more favorable. Currently, Superman refrained from employing lethal methods against these interdimensional adversaries, leaving Su Ming at a loss for words. Bruce was likely still biding his time, hidden in a location where no one could find him. Su Ming resolved to assist Barry first, liberating their speedster ally. Barry's position was relatively easy to locate. Wherever enemies mysteriously fell, he was sure to be nearby. Su Ming stretched his shoulders, picked up a discarded phone from the ground, and silently advanced with his great sword, cutting his way through, only to encounter a new victim. Uncertain of which Batman he had faced or the tragic fate that befell him, all that mattered was that he was an enemy. Su Ming is hardly a saintly figure. The suffering endured by his adversaries bears no relevance to him. If given the opportunity, he would meticulously analyze these tragic experiences, potentially uncovering the psychological vulnerabilities of his foes to exploit them, to vanquish them through these weaknesses, thereby sparing them from future torment, would be the utmost mercy he could extend. Truth be told, this setting is ill-suited for the drowned. Firstly, it is a small plateau atop a mountain. devoid of any water, rendering the transformed body of the drowned, adapted for underwater combat, entirely ineffective. Secondly, the army of dead water he could summon consists of genetically modified liquid entities that thrive in aquatic environments. Yet Barry's swift movements afford no chance for him to call upon them. Each time he attempts to unleash the dead water, Barry delivers a punch to his chin, nearly causing him to bite his own tongue off. However, the mere sight of the drowned not being Bryce brings Su Ming a fleeting sense of solace, affirming that his efforts in Earth's -11 dimension were not in vain. Yet, this sentiment is ephemeral, as his focus remains firmly on the battlefield. He refrains from hastily engaging in combat, deftly managing the surrounding henchmen while closely observing Barry's confrontation with the drowned, discreetly compiling insights from a distance. Unlike his previous encounter with the Sea Queen, Su Ming has significantly upgraded his approach, recognizing that this drowned adversary is indeed killable. The creature's current state reflects a profound maladaptation, its special abilities rendered ineffective, presenting as merely a modified version of Batman. For Su Ming, a combat maestro, dealing with such a grappling-type opponent poses little challenge. Barry, strike at the ulnar nerve beneath the elbow, Su Ming suddenly calls out, seemingly embroiled in a skirmish with the henchman. Although he cannot discern Barry's exact location, only catching fleeting glimpses of a faint shadow and a flash of electricity, he leaps from the throng without hesitation, launching himself toward the drowned with his greatsword poised for a decisive strike. The ulnar nerve, colloquially referred to as the funny bone, lies beneath the rounded bone of the elbow. Despite Barry's role as a forensic investigator, specializing in physical evidence analysis, such as studying chemical compositions and ballistic patterns, his knowledge of human anatomy falls within the realm of forensic pathology. Nevertheless, he has often found that last-minute preparations can yield beneficial results. He rushes to the Gotham City Library, poring over all available texts on human medicine, traditional Chinese meridian theory, and practices like massage and acupuncture. By the time he returns to the battlefield, apart from the faint movements of the Requiem, everyone else appears frozen in time. Su Ming may or may not be aware of this, but Barry has mentioned several times that he has observed the Requiem's compatibility with super speed increasing, along with a notable acceleration in his velocity. Although he is still not on par with the speedster, he is undoubtedly swifter than the average person. Previously, Deathstroke, as a super soldier transformed by technology, did not excel in speed, clocking in at approximately 4 seconds for 100 meters. However, after a period of collaborative action, Barry observed a remarkable increase in Deathstroke's velocity, culminating in an astonishing leap forward. If tasked with running 100 meters now, he would complete it in just over half a second. His capability to cover nearly 10 kilometers in a minute is impressive, even for a non-superpowered individual. This sudden surge in speed, achieved solely through physical prowess without the aid of superhuman abilities, left Barry perplexed. Yet, unlike Batman, Barry did not dwell on such matters. As long as Deathstroke stood with the Justice League, his increasing strength was undoubtedly advantageous. Before the drowned could react, or rather, before his brain could process the situation, he felt a forceful blow beneath his elbows. Barry had also identified other key pressure points, such as the deltoids on the shoulders and the deep recess behind the knees, and he struck them all with vigor. The drowned, possessing the thinnest armor among the nightmares, found himself at a disadvantage without heavy protection, rendering him vulnerable to unarmed attacks. After Barry's swift and thorough assault, the drowned felt paralyzed, his mind refusing to command his body as pain and numbness rendered him as pliable as a noodle. His trident, entangled with barnacles and aquatic vegetation, clattered to the ground. At that moment, Su Ming descended from above, wielding a massive sword shimmering with starlight. The drowned attempted to evade, yet Su Ming was no ordinary warrior. All possible angles and directions for evasion had been meticulously calculated and sealed off. It became evident that the drowned had chosen the wrong battlefield, as fighting on the mountain was akin to forcing a duck onto a perch. The sword in Su Ming's hand was not only of exceptional quality, but also coated in X-metal, categorizing it among the most formidable artifacts in the DC universe. With one powerful strike, the sword severed an arm and cleaved the drowned's head and body in half, blood and viscera erupting like a fountain of salted tofu. Barry, who was not far away, witnessed the gruesome spectacle with stark clarity. The blood mist and orbs of the drowned's eyes swirled before him. forcing him to relinquish his connection to the Speed Force as he clutched Su Ming's arm and retched. The Speed Force bore this flaw. What should have been a fleeting moment stretched out before him in agonizing detail, showcasing a brutal scene as if it were suspended in time just for him. Unable to withstand the horror, he expelled the meager contents of his stomach. "Wait, let me catch my breath," he gasped. Su Ming, observing the encroaching enemies, felt a twinge of exasperation. There was no opportunity for a safe respite on the battlefield. He drew forth the Godslayer, and with a singular thought, the curved blade transformed into a colossal, translucent tower shield, protecting both him and Barry. Various ranged attacks cascaded upon the shield like rain, creating a dazzling display of colors as they splashed against its surface. Fortunately, with the strength of the Godslayer, it can withstand such assaults for a considerable duration. These two divine weapons are indeed effective, and this time, Su Ming's acquisition of them during the grand event is certainly not in vain. Just then, a colossal golden warship materialized atop the mountain, from which a multitude of individuals leapt forth like dumplings, joining the fray. Su Ming patted Barbados on the back to offer some comfort, exclaiming, "The Ark of the Heavens has arrived. Our reinforcements are here." This warship, the Ark of the Heavens, was seized by the Eternal Council from a Watcher. During their previous expedition to Black Hawk Island, the trio had dealt with the Black Hawk Squadron, but subsequently, the likes of the guerrilla detective, the Red Tornado, and the Crow had betrayed them, opting not to align with the Eternal Council. They commandeered the Ark of the Heavens to summon allies from the multiverse, and now they had timely arrived. Descending from the spacecraft were the Justice League of the Bright Multiverse, along with various heroes from other worlds. After Diana signaled with her bracelet, they had assembled and arrived at the battlefield aboard the Arkansas, observing nearly 40 differently attired superhumans emerging from the ship. Su Ming understood that they could temporarily regain an advantage on the front lines, albeit for a limited time. These superhumans lacked X-metal, and Barbados surely had countermeasures prepared for them. However, Su Ming needed to witness Barbados's next move to determine his own tactics. The prior plan had become obsolete, necessitating a more adaptive approach. While he pondered, several Dianes descended beside Su Ming and Barbados, assisting in clearing the surrounding foes and forming a tenuous front line. Among these Dianes were both young and old, their appearances, heights, and attire exhibiting slight variations, one of whom sported pointed little fangs, unmistakably from the vampire universe. Yet, despite their small numbers, they effectively held back the surging tide of adversaries. Soon after, a golden door inexplicably unfolded beside the two, radiating brilliance. Dr. Fate had brought along some survivors from the Gotham Resistance, including members of the Teen Titans and a few from the Birds of Prey, culminating in the arrival of John Constantine. Ah, Constantine, what a serendipitous encounter. Do you have any final words? Su Ming transformed the Godslayer into a long spear, playfully poking the tip against Constantine's neck. This fellow's scrolls were notoriously treacherous. The promised protective array lasting 3 days had utterly failed. Had Su Ming not anticipated his nature, he would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences this time. Cough. I'm gravely injured. We were ambushed by the Dark Knights, and I am on the verge of death, Constantine lamented, collapsing to the ground and feigning death before Su Ming could respond. His performance lacked sincerity. If his innards were indeed wounded, why cover his head? Su Ming, uninterested in arguing, was far too preoccupied. With the arrival of reinforcements, the battle intensified, surrounded by explosions and flames. He would settle accounts with Constantine another time. Aside from this troublesome character, the others who arrived on the battlefield joined the fight, and although they still could not erase the enemy's numerical advantage, they had gained the upper hand in combat effectiveness. However, atop the cosmic tuning fork, Barbados gazed impassively at the battlefield, as though dismissing all beneath him, a faint, sinister chuckle emanating from beneath his dark cloak. Chapter 121, from Earth 23. Purple lightning continually streaked across the sky, a manifestation of the energy released as the blood realm was torn asunder. The gaping rift that led into the abyss of darkness had descended below the horizon, signifying that Gotham City, now an anchor point, had irrevocably entered this shadowy universe. Su Ming had previously harbored concerns for Wonder Woman, given her prowess. It seemed more than sufficient to subdue the Laughing Bat. Yet, after an extended duration, during which he had dispatched 3 nightmarish Batmen, there was still no response from her. Initially, he had intended for Barry to escort him to find Diana, believing it prudent to eliminate the laughing bat first. However, time was now of the essence. Gotham had succumbed to the encroaching darkness of the multiverse, and the entirety of Earth was gradually descending into despair. Thus, it was imperative to halt or even reverse this process. This necessitated confronting Barbados first to either destroy or invert the cosmic tuning fork. This world shall ultimately be mine. As he pondered with Barry at his side, Barbados finally made his move. Harnessing dark magic, he conjured forth a legion of monsters, each bearing the grotesque visage of a jester, yet possessing bodies resembling worms. These colossal beings surged forth like a subway train, writhing through the air, launching assaults upon the heroes who had come to aid. Some of these abominations spewed forth green, viscous slime as a form of ranged attack, while others dove directly to ensnare and tear at their foes, plunging the scene back into chaos. Reinforcements arriving from other realms were formidable, yet bereft of any metal weaponry, rendering them incapable of inflicting substantial damage upon the dark creatures. They could only endure the onslaught or evade, with counterattacks proving nearly futile. The more powerful heroes managed to hurl these monsters away, but the majority found themselves powerless amidst the turmoil. Barbados, meanwhile, shifted his gaze to the sky, locking onto the ship, the Ark of the Cosmos. He extended his hand, the space within his palm vibrating as if fractured, and unleashed a colossal pillar of black energy that soared skyward. The inky sky served as the backdrop of the universe. Yet the energy emanating from Barbados was darker than the very void itself. Not merely a difference in hue, but infused with palpable negative emotions and intentions. The speed of the beam was staggering. The Ark of the Cosmos had no time to evade and was struck instantly, leaving a gaping hole. A series of explosions erupted across the massive vessel, igniting its engines as it spiraled toward the ground. The fiery blasts illuminated the sky, capturing Su Ming's attention, particularly the wound inflicted upon the ship. Although the vessel was not crafted from metal, as the transport of a multiversal overseer, it was undoubtedly constructed with formidable materials. Yet, Barbados had pierced it with ease. Did this not imply that his own armor was equally vulnerable? Barbados towers over 40 meters, and before the massive beams of light it unleashes, Su Ming's form appears no larger than a child's Lego toy. The initial plan was for Superman to engage Barbados while Diana seized the opportunity for a lethal strike, but it seems he must take matters into his own hands. Barry, are you ready? Time is of the essence. Barry raised a finger, signaling for a brief moment of patience. He had already expelled much of his stomach's contents, leaving only dry heaves. In such a precarious situation, connecting with the Speed Force felt like a gamble with fate. Fortunately, the surrounding area had been cleared by other Wonder Women, and Su Ming found himself behind friendly lines. However, facing the chaos of flying, clown-headed creatures, the primary world's Clark was overwhelmed. Yet Su Ming had a plan. He might not possess the ability to fly, but surely he could find someone who could assist him in soaring through the skies. Ladies, he called out, with a swift turn. Several Dianes from the distance looked his way, including a chibi version from a minuscule universe and a decaying corpse Diana from a zombie universe. By conventional human standards, they may not be deemed beauties, but that was of little consequence. Which of you is free? I could use a hand. I'll do it. Sisters, hold the line. From the throng of Dianes emerged a black version, adorned in hip-hop-inspired attire, her hair styled in a voluminous afro. Earth 23, Su Ming extended his hand to her, acknowledging her eccentric appearance with appreciation. Indeed, the Justice League of Earth 23, Princess Diana of Paradise Island, at your service. The black girl beamed as she approached and grasped Su Ming's hand, then proceeded to demonstrate a series of popular hip-hop greetings. Fist bumps, finger hooks, high fives, and wrist flips, leaving Su Ming feeling as though he were in the presence of a hip-hop artist rather than a superhero. Earth 23 is a parallel universe populated entirely by black individuals, where Black Superman serves as the president, Green Arrow is reimagined as Black Arrow, and the Flash takes the form of Black Lightning. Batman, at night, seems utterly invisible unless he speaks and reveals his teeth. How about you take me for a spin, and we'll clear out those flying fish up there? Su Ming suggested, dismissing the irrelevant thoughts swirling in his mind. Absolutely. Just hold onto the lasso of truth. I've been itching to deal with those monsters, the spirited Black Diana replied, removing her lasso from her waist and gesturing for Su Ming to wrap it securely around himself. "What else with the gold plating and diamonds on your lasso?" Su Ming inquired as he grasped a segment of the rope, looping it around his arm for stability. "Don't mind it. That's just my style. Hold tight." With a playful expression, she took off into the sky, charging directly toward the nearby flying clown dragon. Su Ming let out a quiet sigh, reflecting on the peculiarities of the multiverse. However, this was not the moment for such musings. He unsheathed his mighty sword and, harnessing the power of flight, cleaved through the oncoming jester dragon from head to tail as effortlessly as cutting through ribbon. They soared at great velocity, the blade's sharpness yielding immediate results. Suddenly, the beast was severed into two halves, plummeting from the sky. "Ah!" he exclaimed, eager to showcase the prowess of his dark-skinned allies to these green-haired fiends. The formidable black woman glanced at Su Ming's ebony sword, a look of approval crossing her face, indicating that his choice of color displayed exquisite taste. With that, she propelled him towards another dragon-like creature. Chunks of the defeated monsters rained down from the heavens as the tide of battle gradually shifted in their favor. After clearing a substantial portion of the airspace, Su Ming signaled for her to set him down. Before parting ways, the intriguing black woman extended an invitation for him to visit Earth 23, assuring him that their Justice League would host him splendidly at the Black Palace. Su Ming accepted with a smile, though in truth, he had no intention of going. Earth 23 was far too tranquil, unsuitable for someone of his mercenary disposition. He was no virtuous individual, and he would hardly find camaraderie with the Justice League. The density of monsters in this airspace had significantly diminished, and before Barbados could notice this void, Su Ming planned to launch a surprise attack. Currently, he was about a kilometer away from the cosmic tuning fork, while Barry continued his incessant complaints. The flash from other worlds was nowhere in sight. He needed a swift means to approach Barbados. Chapter 122. The alliance of counterattack. The flames of war still spread, with the sounds of clashing weapons and distant, anguished cries echoing all around. Among the otherworldly heroes who had come to assist, casualties had already begun to mount. Although the ratio was significantly lower than that of the enemy, it was not a promising sign. Barbados could summon his dark followers in limitless quantities from the abyss or conjure monsters from nightmares. His divine power permeated the multiverse, seemingly inexhaustible. At that moment, some lantern-wielding heroes descended from the sky to join the fray, their diverse lights flickering through the air, momentarily stabilizing the scene. Su Ming regarded them with indifference. While their presence steadied the battlefield, it could not avert the world's impending doom. The crux of the matter remained Barbados. As previously described, the cosmic tuning fork resembled a great tree, its trunk robust, approximately 10 meters in diameter, tapering to a slender point at the top, akin to a lightning rod. Barbados was currently entwined around the upper segment, raising both hands to manipulate the dark energies. His colossal form was clearly visible from Su Ming's position. After a careful calculation, Su Ming assessed that launching a surprise attack from his current location had at least a 50 chance of success. Whether he struck Barbados or the tuning fork was left to fate. He lifted his gaze to the sky, searching for something specific, more precisely, a figure clad in a red cape. "Superman, over here." The skies are teeming with beings, both friend and foe, darting about in a chaotic ballet of conflict, while vibrant energy beams slice through the atmosphere like streaks of color. It resembles a fierce battle between bees and wasps, with the heavens enveloped in turmoil, as individuals and monsters occasionally plummet to the ground, creating deep craters upon impact. However, Su Ming possesses keen eyesight and fortuitously spots a superhero soaring nearby. With the extraordinary hearing and vision that superheroes possess, he is certain that assistance will be forthcoming. Indeed, a flash of red veers through the air and lands directly beside Su Ming. "Lisvish Davari." The superhero greets Su Ming warmly, extending a hand in friendship while simultaneously aiding him in fending off the advancing ground forces of their adversaries. Yet, Su Ming's expression shifts to one of amusement. The superhero speaks in a refined dialect of Ukrainian suburban Russian, as if his very words are infused with the essence of caviar and borscht. Upon closer inspection, Su Ming realizes that the emblem on the hero's chest is not the iconics, but rather a symbol representing the unity of workers and peasants. "This is the Red Sun. What brings him here?" The timeline of Earth 30 progresses at a pace far swifter than that of the main world. And since the N52 reboot in the DC universe, Su-Ming finds himself in the dark regarding the circumstances there. At present, this superhero appears quite youthful. Perhaps the tale of the Red Sun continues, or perhaps that world has entered a cycle of rebirth and renewal. However, that is his fate, his narrative, and Su-Ming has no intention of interfering. Greetings, Comrade Clark. Su-Ming offers a cordial salutation, promptly sharing his plans in Russian, for as a capable mercenary, he commands nearly every language known to man. After all, the more backward the region, the more prevalent the warlords, and thus the greater the opportunities for mercenary work. Whether dealing with mustachioed figures or dark-skinned gentlemen, tribal chieftains or self-proclaimed generals and governors, it is always advantageous for mercenaries to possess a smattering of foreign tongues. Proficiency in Russian, in particular, signifies easier access to bulk supplies of inexpensive arms and ammunition. Su-Ming intends to launch a surprise assault, initially planning to enlist the superhero's aid in diverting Barbados' attention. However, a group rushing past unexpectedly captures Su-Ming's focus. The defenders are assembling. Leading this band is a man clad in armor reminiscent of medieval crusaders, adorned in blue chainmail and a white surcoat, brandishing a red, translucent energy shield as he charges towards the dense cluster of enemies, bellowing war cries as he races by Su-Ming. This band of heroes, distinct from the typical DC aesthetic, is the Defenders Alliance from Earth 8, a world that parodies and pays homage to its neighboring universe. Indeed, there exists no Justice League there. Instead, they are represented by the Defenders Alliance, a DC counterpart to the Avengers. The leader who just sprinted past is none other than the American Warrior, the DC version of Captain America, whose virtues are magnified beyond those of his Marvel counterpart. He is valiant and fearless, possessing a noble character, with impeccable leadership and tactical prowess. If a perfect knight embodies every description of a warrior found in the scriptures, then he is a saint born of the American Constitution, epitomizing the values cherished by the American people. Not only he, but the ensemble behind him comprises a motley collection of Marvel-esque heroes. There exists a super genius robot adorned in self-engineered high-tech armor, powered by a circular fusion reactor. There is the Blue Giant, transformed into a colossal monster by beta ray exposure. The ensemble also includes the super spy Red Yasha, trained by the Bear of the North, the bald extraterrestrial black god Thor Wangina, the shape-shifting Bugman, the formidable mutant, the Silver Witch, and the Ladybug Hero, who became a superhero after being bitten by a mutated ladybug, among others. Moreover, Earth 8 hosts 2 mutant organizations known as the G-Men and the Brotherhood. Perched atop the Himalayas, Kamartaj is home to a powerful sorcerer named Master Effects, who delights in taking on apprentices. In summary, every hero and villain from the neighboring Marvel universe has its own parodic version on Earth 8, and their narratives amusingly contrast with the traditional style of DC. Of course, Marvel too has its own parodies and references to DC heroes. For instance, Sentinel is a counterpart to Superman, Thanos mirrors Darkseid, Hawkeye is inspired by Green Arrow, Quicksilver reflects the Flash, Ant-Man resembles Atom, the Hulk is akin to Grodd, and Moon Knight takes cues from Batman, albeit without constructing an entire universe like DC. The fanbases of both companies are distinctly polarized, always vying for supremacy. However, the writers frequently switch teams, and casual interactions, such as sharing tea or meals, are commonplace. You share your creativity, I narrate my tales, they proclaim. The notion of plagiarism is trivial, as it is merely a dialogue among creators. There was a time when the comic market floundered and Marvel faced dire straits, prompting DC to collaborate with them on a joint publication, Justice League vs. Avengers. Both are comic enterprises operating within the same sphere, necessitating a balance of competition and cooperation to sustain the broader market. Whenever market conditions falter, they unite to release crossover comics, featuring their flagship characters, such as Batman and Spider-Man, Superman vs. Ultimate Spider-Man, and the similarly faith-driven collaboration Batman and Captain America. There exists an abundance of such works, including Wonder Woman and Conan the Barbarian, Batman vs. The Incredible Hulk, X-Men vs. Teen Titans, Batman and Daredevil, and Batman and the Punisher. Thus, DC conceived the parodic Earth 8 and the Retaliators, with Marvel adopting a laissez-faire attitude towards it. Su-Ming remains indifferent. These familiar heroes are still heroes, and their presence on the battlefield is only advantageous. At this moment, their objective coincided perfectly with Su Ming's intentions. It is likely that the American warriors, through tactical analysis, had also identified Barbados as their target, although they lacked effective means to inflict damage upon the dark creation. They charged forward nonetheless. Much like Captain America, there are times when one is acutely aware of the futility of a situation, yet a hero must rise to the occasion. Confronted by adversaries obstructing their path, they may not be able to harm the dark entity directly, yet they could rely on the Blue Boy Scout and Wonder Girl to hurl them off the planet. Consequently, Barbados's gaze inevitably fell upon them, for their team was unparalleled within the DC multiverse. Even Barbados, who had obliterated countless universes, had never encountered their kind. Perched atop the tuning fork, Barbados sensed a flicker of confusion as he directed his attention toward the League of Retaliators. Su Ming observed him subtly tilt his head, seemingly lost in thought. This provided Su Ming with a splendid opportunity. "Comrade Clark, please carry me into the sky and then toss me toward Barbados." He grasped the arm of the Red Sun. Beneath that blue bodysuit, the muscles were more resilient than steel. Perhaps due to climate and diet, he appeared even more towering and robust than Superman from other worlds. "Are you certain? Comrade, you will face considerable risk, even death. I believe it would be wiser for me to take the lead." Superman hesitated. The individual before him did not exist in his world, yet he merely seemed to be an exceptional warrior, still within the realm of mortals. "Fear not, Steel Comrade, for I possess remarkable regenerative abilities. My bones are impervious to damage. I am the sharpest of weapons." Chapter 123. The ambush, as the saying goes. There are no constant strategies in war, just as water takes on no fixed form. After arriving from the forges of the world, Su Ming's plans had shifted time and again. Initially, he intended to rely on Superman and Diana, but his plans faltered after Diana's disappearance. Batman's attempts to locate Aquaman and Cyborg also proved fruitless. Subsequently, he hoped to enlist Barry's help in finding Diana, but Barry was incapacitated, unable to run at all. Indeed, relying on others often leads to disappointment. When the moment of truth arrives, one must ultimately depend on oneself. With a resigned sigh, Su Ming nodded to the Red Sun beside him. He had made up his mind to confront Barbados personally, although uttering those words felt somewhat like a last resort. A part of him was undeniably eager for the challenge. Having merged with Slade's soul, encountering such a formidable opponent was an opportunity no warrior could afford to miss. As long as he avoided direct hits from Barbados's dark energy, his life would likely remain intact. However, if he delayed further, waiting for the worlds to collide, that would spell certain doom. The winds on the battlefield blew from the mountains below. Even from a great distance, they carried the scents of gunpowder and blood, infiltrating his mind and igniting a surge of adrenaline within him. Confronting Barbados with sheer force is ill-advised. A strategic approach is imperative. A sudden assault can seize the initiative, and if the timing is executed flawlessly, it is conceivable that Barbados could be severely incapacitated in an instant. His colossal sword, adorned with X-metal, serves as the bane of the Dark God. The challenge lies not in the method of attack, but in the means of approach. Once proximity is achieved, reckless slashing would suffice to resolve the conflict. The Red Sun grasped Su Ming, swiftly retreating from the battlefield, where everything beneath them appeared diminutive. Challenger Mountain sprawled like a centipede, while Barbados dwindled into a mere speck on the horizon, akin to a sesame seed atop the centipede's head. "Is this position adequate?" the Red Sun inquired, the two suspended in the air above Gotham City, with the scenery transformed from a dreary sky to a series of otherworldly earths, resembling a cluster of blue fruits of varying sizes, strikingly conspicuous. "The distance is nearly sufficient. We must await the opportune moment." Su Ming gripped his great sword, regulating his breathing in preparation. What moment? Superman, utilizing his unique vision, surveyed the battlefield, perceiving elements beyond Su Ming's sight. Wait until Barbados launches his assault against the Defenders Alliance. This constituted Su Ming's strategy. While Barbados exhibited curiosity towards the Defenders, he would not permit these adversaries, endowed with unknown abilities, to approach him unchallenged. Upon nearing a certain threshold, he would undoubtedly retaliate, for the lesser minions could not possibly impede the formidable combination of the makeshift Green Giant and Thor. Are we employing a feint? The tactic is comprehensible, yet I am unfamiliar with these members of the Defenders Alliance. Will they incur losses? There should be no issues. Their leader is a man who wields faith as a shield. It is essential to recognize that faith is an immeasurable force for humanity. Su Ming, unable to discern the specifics of the battlefield, replied to Clark's inquiry in a straightforward manner, should he wish to remain standing. He could endure for an entire day beneath Barbados's relentless barrage. Given that the American warrior surpasses the original Captain America by a slight margin, yes, with an additional great sword, he might endure even longer. Their strategy appears to involve the American warrior absorbing damage and taunting, while the Blue Giant and Wandjina attract attention, with the Silver Witch's potent magic serving as the ultimate strike. However, the flaw in this strategy lies in Barbados's overwhelming strength, lacking metal. They cannot surpass the Dark God's might. Thus, should they rely solely on this tactic, the outcome is predetermined. Struggle, suffer, your world is an end. All shall succumb to darkness. Barbados indeed exhibits the limited attention span towards novelty that Su Ming anticipated. He perceives the defenders as nothing more than a curious insect, momentarily captivating his interest before swiftly losing it. He raised one of his arms, tilting his body like King Kong atop the Empire State Building, announcing the impending doom of darkness to the world with a piercing voice, while simultaneously intending to crush the insects charging at the forefront with his formidable energy. A massive beam of dark energy suddenly illuminated the scene, descending from above, traversing the battlefield. Along the trajectory of the beam, numerous devotees loyal to Barbados were present. But in an instant, they were reduced to mere ashes. Scatter! The American warrior shouted, urging his comrades to evade, while he raised his shield, curling his body behind it. Almost in the next moment, he was struck by the beam of light. Yet, the miraculous shield remarkably absorbed the overwhelming dark energy, despite its translucent appearance resembling red glass. It was undeniably imbued with faith and indomitable will, remaining intact. Of course, the American warrior was not entirely unscathed. He was sent flying several hundred meters by Barbados, bouncing off the ground before falling again. However, he rose once more from the dust, looking quite disheveled, and charged at Barbados again. He successfully blocked another attack. The Red Sun, slightly surprised, spoke to Su Ming, who had limited vision nearby, finding it hard to fathom how an ordinary person could survive such a powerful assault. Do not always presume that humanity requires protection. When necessary, they will rise to safeguard what they cherish, Su Ming replied, alluding to the Red Sun's excessive guardianship over humanity, blending the responsibilities of superhumans with the bureaucratic measures of the bear-like Ministry of Internal Affairs, imposing comprehensive protection upon humankind. In that world, Lex Luthor described the Red Sun as one who confines everyone within a jar, symbolizing a pervasive, Big Brother-style surveillance. The superhuman nodded thoughtfully, a smile briefly gracing his face before settling into seriousness. I understand now. Barbados is about to launch his next assault. That Blue Giant is at the forefront, drawing Barbados' attention. Good, I must ensure I fly fast enough, or I risk being evaded. Su Ming flexed his wrist, performing a flourish with a gleaming greatsword in his hand, facing the indistinct battlefield, exhaling slowly. Yura! The otherworldly Clark roared, gripping Su Ming's legs and spinning around, launching him towards the tuning fork's pinnacle like a hammer throw. The fierce wind howled in his ears. Even through his helmet, he could hear the rush of air, and the armor on his body felt as if it were heating up from the friction. Yet, Su Ming was unconcerned. The target within his red goggles was rapidly enlarging. Chapter 124, Plans Yield to Change. Closer, ever closer, Su Ming now resembled a missile, and, as the Red Sun released him, he caught sight of the sonic boom cloud. Though the body of the Death Knell may not possess the robust physique of those superhumans, it is entirely acceptable for him to attain such speed under the protection of a sacred armor. This sensation starkly contrasts with being whisked away by Barry through the Speed Force, where one is largely unaffected by most physical phenomena. One could say it is a leisurely experience, as it is Barry who does the running, allowing Su Ming to enjoy the ride. However, the current experience is genuinely one of acceleration through applied force, with both his shoulders and the crown of his head acutely aware of the air resistance, particularly during high-speed flight, where the winds are so fierce that breathing becomes nearly impossible. Nevertheless, Su Ming clutched the great sword to his chest, the red sun aimed with precision. With just a fraction of a second more, he would pierce through the heart of Barbados with the sword. At that moment, despite Barbados's formidable strength, he would surely sustain grave injuries. Yet, would events unfold so smoothly? As Su Ming approached the vicinity of Challenger Mountain, Barbados, as if possessing eyes at the back of his head, turned his head with an astonishing swiftness. His enormous eyes, resembling two violet lanterns, and his gaping maw, filled with roiling black mist, presented a fearsome sight. Without any other visible movements, his body glided as if on a tuning fork, seemingly shifting through space. Instantly descending a segment, Su Ming's strike missed its mark, gliding past Barbados's head, leaving him to confront the visage of Barbados's massive face transformed into a void of darkness. Cursed! Su Ming's pupils contracted instantaneously, yet a missed opportunity is a missed opportunity. He must seek a new chance. The Godslayer, the colossal drill. His thoughts raced. Upon witnessing Barbados evade, he promptly abandoned his attack plan and drew forth the Godslayer. Under the guidance of its wielder's thoughts, this energy-forged weapon instantly morphed into a massive drill, enveloping Su Ming entirely as it began to whirl at breakneck speed. Boom! Mere fractions of a second later, Su Ming had a close encounter with the rocky surface at the mountain's peak. Fortunately, although the Godslayer was not particularly adept against dark energy, it remained a formidable weapon. The immense drill, leveraging its downward momentum, burrowed hundreds of meters into the earth, significantly mitigating the impact of the landing. Coughing, he found the experience quite overwhelming. Su Ming stretched his arms. Thankfully, having previously undergone skeletal modifications, he managed to control the X-metal within his body to adopt a form that was hard on the outside, yet soft on the inside, thus stabilizing his organs before landing. Consequently, his internal injuries were minimal, but without metallic protection, his muscles had nearly all been torn, and his ligaments sustained some strains and sprains. With his self-healing abilities working furiously, he felt a tightness in his chest, a desire to vent his frustrations through violence surging within him. Yet reason dictated that there was no opportunity for rest. He immediately began excavating through the side of the tunnel with the drill, frantically burrowing like a groundhog. He must relocate. Remaining in this rabbit hole would only lead to being inundated by enemies. Even though he was positioned behind enemy lines, with only Barbados present, he constituted the greatest threat. The Godslayer now serves as his omnipotent instrument, retaining its sharpness, effortlessly slicing through the surrounding rocks with a delicacy that surpasses even the ease of cutting tofu. In an instant, he excavated a substantial section to the side, creating a series of turns akin to a battlefield fortification to mitigate the damage from the impending impact. As anticipated, Barbados's energy beam swiftly pursued him, piercing directly into the cavity created by Su Ming. A surge of black energy erupted violently, and Su Ming, who had taken refuge in the newly carved side tunnel, was violently thrust against the rock wall. Despite his preparations, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Barbados's energy beam proved mightier than he had envisioned, inflicting greater harm than his rapid descent from the sky had. However, not being struck head-on meant he could still engage in battle. These injuries would soon mend themselves. The influence of his bloodthirst intensified, yet having merged with Slade's soul significantly augmented his mental fortitude, preventing him from succumbing to despair. The energy beam expanded the tunnel's entrance considerably, yet the billowing black smoke could not obscure Barbados's gaze. He discerned no sign of Su Ming's corpse within. Has he fled? A clever little insect, he mused, casting a brief glance before diverting his attention. A colossal, blue-skinned creature had leaped nearly 100 meters from the ground, charging directly at him. The creature's eyes brimmed with fury and annihilation, its body seemingly composed entirely of muscle, devoid of any fear as it raised its fists, poised to smash him into the ground. Giant infant, crush! Barbados scoffed, finding the creature's simplicity utterly devoid of threat. He raised his hand and unleashed a beam of dark energy upon the blue beast, striking it squarely and sending it hurtling into the unknown, its form charred and blackened. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the adversary did not vanish in the engulfing darkness. Though the blue-skinned creature appeared gravely injured, it remained conscious, its bloodshot eyes fixated on Barbados as though vowing to return. Another insect that withstood his direct assault without perishing. This irked Barbados. Upon entering the main world, he encountered far too many phenomena absent from the dark multiverse. He struggled to comprehend what monstrosity had birthed such an aberration. Was it some form of human weaponry? Nonetheless, this mattered little. With a brief wait, the main world would succumb entirely to the dark multiverse, granting him supreme authority, and the fate of this realm would hinge upon his decree. Suddenly, from the distance, a large bald figure emerged from the crowd, enveloped in vibrant blue lightning, brandishing an enormous axe. Wandjina's axe was ludicrously large, its blade resembling half a door. Many were unable to discern whether he was a god of thunder or a deity of axes. For the glory of the galaxy. This was Wandjina's battle cry. While neighboring Thor fought for Asgard, he declared his allegiance to the galaxy, a proclamation that resonated with undeniable victory. Wouldn't you agree? As he swung his great axe downwards, a bolt of azure lightning struck Barbatos instantaneously. The velocity of the attack was beyond Barbatos' ability to evade. However, an abundance of dark energy enveloped him, rendering him unscathed. With a flick of his robe, Barbatos delivered a sharp slap that sent Wandjina flying, for this insufferable being was far too ostentatious, causing discomfort within him. The brilliance of the axe and the lightning was already overwhelming, but the reflective sheen of the blackened head intensified it to an unbearable degree. Observing this firefly transform into a shooting star in the sky brought Barbatos a sense of relief. Yet at that moment, a peculiar silvery magical energy ensnared him. It resembled satin, shimmering with countless silver particles, as it grasped his throat, attempting to pull him down from the tuning fork. It was difficult to discern the nature of this force. It seemed like magic, yet bore the essence of a unique cosmic energy he had never encountered before. To his astonishment, this energy possessed the potency to alter the very fabric of reality itself. Had Su Ming, delving underground, witnessed this spectacle, he would have recognized it as the order magic wielded by the Silver Witch, a parody conceived by DC. In contrast, Marvel harbors the Scarlet Witch, and DC, in its jest, could hardly overlook her. If that is Scarlet, then this shall be Silver. You command chaos magic, while I govern order magic. Your counterpart hails from a lineage of power, whereas mine is akin to the modest neighbor girl. Ultimately, the goal was to create a distinction. The team dynamics and abilities may mirror one another, yet their foundations diverge entirely, marking them as two distinct entities. The Silver Witch, in her appearance, bore little resemblance to the Scarlet Witch. Rather, she evoked the image of the White Queen next door, adorned in a lady's suit with a collar of white feathers, her golden locks swirling with the energy. Though younger in visage, her mastery of order magic surpassed that of chaos, manifesting her capabilities as formidable, rivaling those of the Scarlet Witch. Now, with both hands entwined in silver light, she exerted force, her petite face contorted in exertion. Barbatos's gaze sharpened. This insect had dared to touch his form? He retaliated with dark energy, yet the Silver Witch retracted her silver hand, countering with her own order energy. The black and white beams clashed in the air, locked in a stalemate. At times, the black beam gained the upper hand, encroaching forward, only for the white to push back with renewed vigor. Emerging from the depths, Su Ming calculated his ascent perfectly, finding himself at the root of the cosmic tuning fork. Upon looking up, he was astonished to witness a scene reminiscent of the confrontation between Harry and Voldemort. At that moment, Batman appeared as if he had been shadowing Su Ming all along, urgently pulling him along to keep pace. As they approached the tuning fork, the black energy imbued the space with a profound chill, yet Batman seemed well prepared, having awaited this opportunity for an extended period. He had long since surveyed the environment, leading Su Ming directly to Steelbone's position. There lay an inclined surgical table, resembling some archaic instrument of torture, upon which Steelbone was bound, trapped in a nightmare. Though he was not dead, Steelbone, possessed by the Mother Box, appeared as if his entire body of metal was animated. The killing machine had previously sought his Mother Box, which had fused with Steelbone's being. Any attempted dissection would yield nothing of value. It was unfathomable how Barbatos had managed to ensnare a robot within a dream. However, that was of little consequence now. Su Ming swiftly severed his bindings with a large sword. Bruce slightly lifted his chin towards the tuning fork nearby, signaling Su Ming to rescue Aquaman. He then hoisted Steelbone and began to retreat into the cavern from which Su Ming had just emerged. Glancing at Aquaman hanging not far away, Su Ming shrugged, brandished his sword, and liberated the Martian Manhunter, who was ensnared beside Aquaman. Chapter 125, Martian Manhunter. Indeed, the cosmic tuning fork resembled a Christmas tree, adorned with an array of splendid gifts. Given the option, why rescue Aquaman? In comparison, the Martian Manhunter was far more advantageous. In the bygone P-52 era, the Martian Manhunter was a central figure of the Justice League, heralded as the versatile superhero, the green-skinned Superman. Bruce described him as a fusion of Batman and Superman, possessing not only extraordinary abilities but also intellect. He possessed all the powers of Superman, and even those beyond Superman's reach. For instance, his shape-shifting ability allowed him to alter his cellular structure and assume the guise of any individual. His invisibility stemmed from his mental prowess, enabling him to alter his phase and achieve stealth or immunity to all forms of harm in reality. His defenses, strength, and speed were on par with Superman's, accompanied by a formidable regenerative ability. His head could be severed, only to regenerate anew. His mental capabilities were equally impressive, mastering illusions, hypnosis, possession, thought scanning, erasure of memories, mental shields, and mind control, far surpassing even Professor X in versatility. Beyond his extensive array of abilities, he could communicate telepathically with any animal, easily outmatching Aquaman in conversing with fish. Not only did the Martian Manhunter excel in power, but also in social acumen. Previously a police officer on Mars, his intelligence rivaled Batman's. Upon arriving on Earth, he served the U.S. government for an extended period, adept at contemplation and managing interpersonal relations. Although he appeared as a green, skeletal figure, he was remarkably kind-hearted, diligent, and skilled in domestic chores, even excelling in culinary arts. His contributions were pivotal to the daily operations of the Hall of Justice during the P-52 era. Thus, with options at hand, who would still choose Aquaman? Farewell. He hoisted the limp Martian Manhunter and promptly followed Batman back into the cavern. Batman set aside Cyborg and took a deep breath. Cyborg's body had been replaced with 60% of promethium, significantly heavier than steel, weighing approximately 200 kilograms. Utilizing his X-Metal Bat gloves, he widened the opening slightly to accommodate two individuals side by side. To his surprise, upon turning around, he found Su Ming returning with the Martian Manhunter in tow. Even without uttering a word, Su Ming seemed to intuitively grasp Batman's intentions. Hadn't they agreed to rescue Aquaman? Why then had they saved the Martian Manhunter instead? Yet, expressing this sentiment proved difficult. After all, the Martian Manhunter was also a familiar face within the Justice League, and given his robust physique, he would likely awaken soon. The last thing they needed was for him to overhear their deliberations regarding his fate, which would undoubtedly lead to an awkward situation. Batman peered out from the opening, intending to rescue a few more individuals like an ant relocating its nest. However, it appeared that Barbados sensed something amiss while engaged with the Silver Witch. He occasionally glanced down toward the tuning fork's base. Bruce quickly withdrew, aware that provoking Barbados could result in dire consequences, potentially burying them all alive within the cavern. Su Ming decided against further rescues. Once the Martian Manhunter regained consciousness, they could implement their new plan, leaving the rescue of others to be conducted by others later. True to his extraterrestrial nature, the Martian Manhunter soon awoke, bolting upright and gasping for breath. He rubbed his green, bald head as if wiping away sweat, although his skin lacked the ability to perspire. One could only wonder what he had experienced in his dreams. Gradually, he composed himself and regarded Su Ming with benevolent eyes. He was certainly familiar with the Reaper, understanding his nature. In such a critical moment, he would undoubtedly side with the protection of Earth. He intended to employ his telepathic abilities to glean some of the Reaper's memories, recognizing that their current subterranean circumstances were dire. Direct mind reading would save valuable time in their communication. However, his telepathic powers inexplicably fell silent. Though the Reaper was right before him, his mental waves encountered a void, akin to casting his consciousness into an endless abyss with no echo. The Reaper resembled an inanimate object, devoid of thought or awareness. Under normal circumstances, he would refrain from attempting to read the Reaper's memories, as the greatest flaw in memory retrieval lies in its inability to penetrate the minds of the insane or mentally ill. Such an endeavor could impose tremendous strain on his brain, potentially leading to severe injury. For instance, the Joker's thought processes resemble a chaotic circus, filled with incessant laughter, rendering it impossible to discern meaningful information and risking one's descent into unconscious revelry. In the DC universe, aside from the Martian Manhunter, the only other individual capable of reading memories was Boston Brand, known as Deadman, who had once attempted to access the Joker's memories and promptly regurgitated them. Even a ghost was compelled to retch. Had he not already passed away, he might have faced death once more. According to his account, Jacques Kang's mind is filled with obscenities, filth, and impurities. The vile thoughts swirling within the minds of all demons combine pale in comparison to those harbored by Jacques Kang alone, as a being dwelling in darkness. How pristine could the contents of the Reaper's mind truly be? It was not until the Martian hunter resolved to delve into the minds of others that he felt a flicker of determination. Alas, Su Ming has now transformed into an ex-metal being, his mind meticulously shielded, rendering the Martian hunter's telepathic endeavors futile. The cosmic essence of the DC universe stands as a barrier between Su Ming's cerebral fortress and the hunter's probing abilities, which are insufficient to breach this formidable defense. Su Ming's greatest apprehension lies in the possibility that the hunter might glimpse the external realities beyond the DC universe, revealing that all beings are but comic characters, a revelation that could potentially overwhelm him. With no success in uncovering anything from the Reaper, the Martian hunter redirected his focus towards Batman. It was evident that Batman was aware of the hunter's intentions, remaining stoically impassive while actively engaging his mind to recall and present pivotal information to the Martian hunter. The reason the Martian hunter is deemed a hero lies in his possession of tremendous power, tempered by a stringent moral compass. He merely accessed Bruce's active memories without indiscriminately rummaging through them, as his deductive reasoning had already led him to the conclusion. Thus, are we indeed at the precipice of a decisive battle? Yes, Ron, the Reaper has rescued you, and it is likely that he has devised a tactical plan regarding your role. Bruce turned Steele back onto his side, for he remained unconscious, seeking to ascertain whether there was a reset button or power switch on Steele's form. Surely, it could not require the same method as hot-wiring a car? The Martian hunter redirected his gaze to the Reaper, realizing that this version before him was distinctly different from the one he was accustomed to. In Batman's eyes, this Reaper possessed greater power and held a wealth of secret knowledge. Ron found himself intrigued by the reason behind his telepathic abilities and effectiveness. But now was not the time for such inquiries. He offered a friendly nod and smile to Su Ming, extending his verdant palm for a handshake. Thank you, stranger, for all that you have done for us. Su Ming smiled back, accepting the handshake. It was evident that someone who had served the government carried a different air about them. He had saved so many lives, and aside from the deceased Red Death, who had ever expressed gratitude to him? This thought lifted Su Ming's spirits, as it is only natural to seek acknowledgement for one's efforts. While monetary gain was indeed a primary objective, the Martian hunter's appreciation sufficed as well. Though the cost of rescuing Steele would be settled separately, having merely severed a few mechanical arms and restraints, it still constituted an act of intervention. Yet, the expenses associated with the hunter's rescue would be waived. Su Ming was in good spirits, and such a small effort was freely given. After all, being the world's foremost mercenary afforded him certain liberties. Greetings, Ron, or would you prefer to be addressed by your earthly name, John? Su Ming released his grip, removed his helmet, and faced the Martian hunter with a smile, a gesture of goodwill. While I would relish a moment of idle chatter, we have Barbados hovering approximately 100 meters above us, and the ensuing battle will require your assistance. Chapter 126. The Fall the Martian Hunter Awoke. The remaining skirmish could be resolved with his cooperation. Although Ron was formidable, his vulnerabilities were glaringly evident. As an extraterrestrial lawman and a former member of the Justice League, he embodied the ideals of morality and compassion, adhering to a strict non-lethal code. Moreover, he possessed an almost absurdly benevolent disposition, often confronting villains by simply allowing them to exhaust themselves in their futile attempts to harm him. Once they were fatigued, he would employ his telepathic abilities to engage them in discourse, often reducing them to tears and prompting a change of heart. He had taken in numerous stray cats and would fly to check on them whenever it rained in any city. He also had a multitude of adopted daughters, many of whom were tragic young heroines whom he had nurtured. It was a travesty that the Blue Lantern, a symbol of hope and compassion, had failed to find him. Tragically, his own fate was marked by sorrow. Every beloved he had lost to death, and in the N-52, he discovered that he was, in fact, a Martian weapon designed to annihilate Earth. Once this preordained mental program was activated, he was compelled to fulfill its purpose. His allies within the Justice League held opposing views, and he had no desire to engage in conflict with them. Consequently, after being compelled to fight a few times, he ultimately took his own life. During the catastrophic events of the White Day, he was resurrected by the White Lantern, yet in recent years had chosen a life of seclusion, spending his days preparing meals for the girls he had adopted, watching television, and indulging in Oreo cookies. This marked his first reemergence from a prolonged hiatus, prompted by a looming threat to the world. However, something went amiss, and he found himself ensnared in a tree. It was likely that the nightmarish bats had subdued him with flames, for his past experiences on Mars had left him with profound psychological scars. If ignited, he would become incapacitated, unable to wield any of his powers. "Can you still become invisible?" Su Ming inquired. Ron had just descended from the tuning fork, and it was inevitable that he would be affected. However, his green skin made it difficult to discern whether he had aged. "I am fine. What do you need me to do?" Ron displayed a radiant smile, his pearly whites gleaming even brighter than berries, perhaps accentuated by the contrast of his skin tone. Su Ming furrowed his brow. Not only was that reassuring smile concerning, but his tone also hinted at an underlying malaise, despite his denial. Thus, Su Ming positioned his great sword between them, removing his glove to press down on a luminous point, causing the metal to soften and flow, transforming into its original X-metal form. Catching the droplet, he focused on it, conjuring memories of beautiful past experiences. The Martian hunter, without a hint of suspicion, touched the droplet, reminiscing about the joyful moments he had shared with others, his smile brightening even further. The silvery liquid, though merely a droplet, allowed Su Ming to sense the rapidly ascending aura of the Martian manhunter, who swiftly regained his peak state. The liquid remained unchanged, seemingly undiminished. As he returned it to Su Ming, he had anticipated such an outcome. In the comics, the Justice League had united all of humanity through a single droplet, restoring Earth to the realm of light. The energy contained within that minuscule metallic droplet was astonishingly vast, and supplementing the lost energy of Ron would not manifest in any noticeable decrease. With a casual motion, he pressed the droplet of X-metal onto his great sword, transforming it once more into a star-like speck. He then removed several silver grenades from his chest and handed them to the Martian manhunter. "In a moment, activate your phasing ability and ascend invisibly to discreetly attach these grenades to the back of Barbados' robe. Then pull the string and flee." "Very well. Barbados is monstrous enough to not be classified as human, right?" he inquired of Batman. Despite being haunted by Barbados for decades in his nightmares, Bruce remained unable to definitively categorize the Dark God. Perhaps not human, possibly a bat, or something else entirely. Su Ming dismissed the doubt. "Rest assured, do you truly expect a few grenades to obliterate Barbados?" His size renders those grenades equivalent to mere static sparks igniting on an ordinary person. Both Ron and Batman accepted this rationale. Large size typically signified immense damage capacity, and as a being of multiversal caliber, it would indeed be an exaggeration for Barbados to be defeated by mere grenades. Of course, Su Ming's grenades were standard issue from the U.S. military, and the X-metal was not a singular mass. Had it been, it surely would not have detonated. Thus, he strategically applied X-metal to each protruding section to ensure that every shard possessed lethality. The explosion was expected to wound Barbados, but the subsequent challenge would rest on their own shoulders. As the Martian manhunter gradually became translucent, his garments and blue cape dissipated into the ether, while the X-metal, due to its unique nature, could not enter a phased state. Consequently, Su Ming and Batman beheld several grenades wobbling as they exited the cave, ascending into the sky. Fortunately, the grenades were diminutive and likely went unnoticed by Barbados. "May I utilize your X-metal liquid?" Bruce extended his hand, anticipating that rescuing Cyborg would require energy. For some reason, after departing the Cosmic Forge, we can no longer manipulate X-metal into shapes as you do. Su Ming readily nodded, as if he could hear the delightful chime of an ATM confirming a deposit. Simultaneously, he speculated that this ability was likely linked to the strength of one soul. His own soul was doubled in potency, surpassing all others, which allowed him to achieve such feats. He had recognized this early on, though he chose not to vocalize it. Disclosing this to Batman was inconsequential, as he would inevitably uncover it in due time, and the X-metal within him was his true trump card. Generously, Su Ming plucked a droplet and bestowed it upon Bruce, enabling him to successfully awaken Cyborg, the process akin to lubricating a sewing machine. However, the existence of robots brings both advantages and complications. After awakening, Steelbone must conduct a self-diagnostic of his programming. During that nightmarish experience, it seemed as if the Mother Box was on the verge of rebellion, even attempting to sever its connection with him, which left him in a state of unease. Su Ming disregarded the actions of Batman and Steelbone, stealthily approaching the cave's entrance to observe the scene above. The time was drawing near. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resounded, and a brilliant silver light illuminated the entire battlefield, akin to a star bursting forth, causing all dark entities to shield their eyes in agony. Barbados was no exception. Countless shards of X-metal penetrated his back, embedding themselves within him. Although these wounds were insignificant, it felt as if hundreds of small stones had lodged within his body, rendering him rigid with pain. Under normal circumstances, this would not pose a significant threat to him. Yet he was still engaged in a standoff with the Silver Witch on the other side. In that fleeting moment, the Silver Witch seized the opportunity. Her power surged dramatically, and the magic of order began to alter the local reality around them. The silver energy seemed to transcend space and time, directly dispersing Barbados' dark aura and striking him with precision, morphing into an ethereal pair of hands that gripped his neck and yanked him downward with force. Barbados finally broke free from the tuning fork, plummeting down at an astonishing speed. Su Ming immediately leaped from the cave, sprinting towards his impending landing spot. Joined by several other heroes, oblivious to the origins of their involvement, yet Su Ming was the closest. Barry suddenly appeared from behind, lifting him up. However, he had been nauseated for too long, causing his steps to falter slightly. He offered Su Ming an apologetic smile. "Sorry for being late. No, the timing is perfect. Oh, as I mentioned before, I excel at arriving just in time." Chapter 127. The Worm Within. After the X-metal grenade diverted Barbados' attention, the Silver Witch's formidable magic finally pulled him down from the tower. As he descended, his body floated momentarily in the air, while Su Ming, aided by Barry, had already reached his landing point. This scene felt oddly familiar. Had he previously severed something that fell from the sky? Su Ming raised his great sword, striking a pose in midair, and in a state of super speed, he even had the leisure to engage in casual conversation with Barry beside him. Barbados appeared as though he had been pressed into slow motion. Despite being tugged by the silver hands, he fell at a pace slower than a snail. Turning back to glance at the approaching heroes, their expressions were exaggerated, faces contorted as they moved in slow motion, the sweat seemingly suspended in midair. Even the exhalation of breath felt extraordinarily prolonged. Barry tilted his head in confusion. "Is that so? I don't think so. Perhaps I misremembered. It's inconsequential." Su Ming maintained a relaxed tone, as the magic of order propelled Barbados towards his sword. "Are you prepared? I'm about to leave. You'll soon break free from the super speed." As Barry spoke, he released his hand from Su Ming's shoulder and gestured that he would merely observe from a few hundred meters away. After undergoing a harrowing experience drenched in blood and brain matter, he opted to maintain a safe distance. Given Barbados' enormous size, a spray of blood could potentially reach dozens of meters. Thus, he decided to retreat. "Go ahead, but do not stray too far. I will need you and the Speed Force shortly." Su Ming tensed his muscles, assuming a stable stance as he gazed into the sky. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Barbados collapsed onto him, and he felt as though he had been driven like a nail into the creature's very being. Indeed, even lying flat, Barbados' body measured approximately 7 to 8 meters in thickness, rendering Su Ming completely engulfed within his chest cavity. Although he experienced some impact, it was not significant. However, the dark energy coursing through this beast was formidable. The viscous black substance, coupled with a pungent metallic odor, evoked the sensation of having plunged into a swamp. Su Ming flexed his arms. Had this occurred in the past, he would have certainly suffered fractures, yet his newly formed bones only registered a tremor without sustaining any damage. Enveloped in darkness, he felt as though submerged in icy waters. the biting chill and the inexplicable stench inducing a sense of impending suffocation. Even the night vision capabilities of his visor failed to penetrate the surrounding gloom, which was a manifestation of energy rather than a mere absence of light. His armor emitted a hissing sound as the energy began to corrode the palladium metal, prompting him to take decisive action, although oblivious to his surroundings. Being within Barbados's body was indisputable. He swung his great sword wildly, striking at the obscurity around him. The sensation in his hands confirmed that he had indeed made contact. Barbados struggled on the ground, as though attempting to tear open his chest to locate something within, but several superheroes soon arrived, firmly restraining his arms and pinning him back to the ground. While they were unaware of Barbados's intentions, it was imperative to prevent him from succeeding in whatever he aimed to accomplish. A piercing scream erupted from Barbados, causing even the superheroes to blanch at the overwhelming noise. The Martian manhunter disengaged from his cloaking, casting a brief glance at Barbados before darting toward the cosmic tuning fork, seeking a means to reverse the dark energy. "Ah, how dare you touch my liver!" Barbados exclaimed, feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen as an organ was sliced. "Stay away from my heart." He then experienced a pang of agony in his chest. Such injuries were indeed grievous for him. Listening to his wails, Su Ming felt a sense of relief. What began as aimless hacking was now illuminated by Barbados's incessant cries, revealing the very organs he was targeting. After a few strikes, he paused to listen, and Barbados promptly divulged the nature of the organ being severed, a delightful revelation. Within mere seconds, he felt akin to Sun Wukong wreaking havoc within a monster's belly, thoroughly enacting a celestial rebellion, with the remnants of viscera rising past his knees. Several vital organs were mercilessly severed, leaving Barbados in a state of near death. Regrettably, this being cannot be extinguished. He embodies the negative will of the dark multiverse, and as long as the DC universe harbors even a fragment of negativity, his demise remains unattainable. No matter how much Su Ming exerts control over the heavens and the earth, he cannot govern the innermost thoughts of every individual across all multiverses. The viscera within him serve no physiological purpose. They merely act as vessels for storing or amplifying dark energy, resembling ordinary organs in form alone. After enough tumult, he resolutely chose a direction and swung his sword wildly, soon creating a gaping wound in Barbados's side through which he emerged. The blood of Barbados was black, leaving Su Ming appearing as if he had emerged from a pit of darkness. Fortunately, surrounded by superheroes, one relatively unfamiliar figure gently exhaled upon him, dispersing the grime and rendering him instantly refreshed. With such a cleansing ability, one wonders why no detergent or washing machine manufacturer has sought a superhero endorsement. Clark's income from his journalistic endeavors is meager. Surely, profiting legally through his superhero identity would not be deemed excessive. Su Ming felt considerably cleaner now, albeit a tad chilly. With Barbados still clinging to life, the ensuing matters rested upon others, whether they intended to seal him with magic or imprison him within a high-tech cage. Su Ming wished to disengage from this entity that could not be killed. The jester dragons in the sky, stripped of their dark energy protection, were swiftly dispatched by various heroes, while the villains from different worlds on the ground, bereft of their leader, scattered in disarray. The heroes resumed their efforts to apprehend them, with each world's champions pursuing their own adversaries, presumably to return them for confinement. Although the Omega Men had crashed, the abundance of heroes present ensured that repairs would be expedited. Nearby, Steel and Martian Manhunter were examining a tuning fork, yet Su Ming, lacking comprehension of such advanced technology, decided to seek out Diana and the Laughing Bat. The Laughing Bat was quite elusive in the comics. He contemplated colliding the minds of the Monitor and the Anti-Monitor following Barbados's failure, aiming to obliterate the multiverse. Their brains harbored not only opposing substances, but also immense energy, containing all information of the DC universe. A collision would lead to annihilation. If there was anyone whom Barbados never deceived, it was undoubtedly the Laughing Bat, who, despite appearing to toil for Barbados, was secretly orchestrating his own plan to annihilate all worlds. The notion of ruling the multiverse seemed utterly mundane. Instead, he preferred to orchestrate a grand spectacle. Infected by the Joker virus, he was less Batman and more a jester from another realm, possessing all of Batman's formidable abilities. Originally, Su Ming had intended for Diana to confront him, but it seems something went amiss. This fellow must have seized upon Diana's vulnerabilities and exerted control over her. Now, Su Ming was scouring the crowd for Barry, hoping he was not wandering aimlessly. Chapter 128. The current state of the Laughing Bat finding Barry proved to be somewhat of a challenge for Su Ming. Eventually, he discovered him hiding in the very hole from which Su Ming had just emerged, inexplicably clutching a bag of biscuits, crumbs adorning his lips. "Have you rested well?" Su Ming inquired calmly, leaning on his great sword, dark blood trickling down its blade. "Cough, cough, these biscuits are rather dry. A bit of water would be splendid," Barry remarked, stretching his neck as he struggled to swallow a morsel. Embarrassed, he glanced at the pile of empty biscuit wrappers beside him. "Would you like some?" "I just asked Ron for some Oreo biscuits, the chocolate-filled kind." Although Su Ming had cleaned himself up, the nauseating sensation from being enveloped in that peculiar dark energy within Barbados lingered, robbing him of his appetite. Moreover, he wasn't like the speedster, who would grow hungry in no time. On the contrary, due to the modifications from the X-Metal, he felt quite energized, almost bloated. "No, thanks. By the way, the Martian Hunter truly has a fondness for chocolate Oreos. He should negotiate a sponsorship deal with a manufacturer so he can enjoy them without spending a dime." The Martian Hunter is quite different from you. He is a rather modest individual and does not relish the limelight," Barry replied, stuffing another biscuit into his mouth as he answered Su Ming's question in a muffled tone. Suddenly, Su Ming pondered whether he should bring the Martian Hunter over to inquire if he knew about the 4 distinct ways to enjoy Oreos. Sponsoring a product is undoubtedly a legitimate endeavor, and he is a loyal customer of that brand. Yet the Martian Hunter shies away from seeking personal gain, fearing he might mislead consumers regarding their fair choice of biscuit brands, as his taste does not represent everyone. Such a moral stance is almost antiquated, considering a broader perspective. If Su Ming possesses abilities, he would undoubtedly resemble a member of the Justice League, capitalizing on various opportunities, endorsing products, filming commercials, and counting money from the comfort of his home. Su Ming felt as though Ron had lost a fortune. "Tell me, if I wish to make some money, what type of product should I endorse?" Su Ming casually asked Barry. "Huh?" Barry was somewhat bewildered. Was there such a thing in the mercenary business? Surely no legitimate company would seek to have the Reaper as their spokesperson? Never mind, it was just a casual remark. "Let us go. Take me to find the Laughing Bat and Diana." Su Ming was merely jesting with Barry. After all, shooting commercials was not nearly as exhilarating as engaging in battle. A mercenary ought to be present on the most vibrant battlefields. Barry wiped his mouth, suddenly feeling a bit lightheaded from the excessive sweets he had consumed, as he had previously leaned more toward pizza. Where are they? The Laughing Bat's lair should be beneath Challenger Mountain, but Diana had yet to return, and no signs of combat were apparent below their feet. Su Ming observed the bustling crowd around him, standing there as an incongruous figure. What allure could the entirety of Gotham possibly hold for the madman known as Batman from another realm? Barry comprehended it. He had always been astute, and now Su Ming had almost explicitly revealed it. "I understand. The Batcave of our world's Batman. Indeed, take me there. The underground of Wayne Manor." The Laughing Bat sat in Bruce's chair, resting his chin upon his hand as if deep in thought, though his sporadic fits of laughter belied any semblance of seriousness. Not far from him, an old man was bound to a device, bizarre equipment surrounding him. This disheveled elder, clad in a white vest and resembling a lecherous figure akin to the fire cloud evil god from Kung Fu, was the monitor of the DC universe. Regrettably, he was no match for Barbados, having been tortured to the point of losing his powers within a nightmare. If only he were given 2 bird cages and a set of iron balls to play with, he would wholly embody the image of a familiar neighborhood elder that Su Ming recognized. The Laughing Bat had removed the monitor's skull cap, exposing his brain, and had modified Batman's ultimate surgical table. Now, with the push of a button, the brains of the monitor and his counterpart would collide, threatening the annihilation of all universes, given the current predicament at the Blood Realm's intersection on Earth. However, the Laughing Bat refrained from such drastic measures, instead pausing to exchange jokes with his hounds, seemingly awaiting someone. The monitor, having regained consciousness after descending from the tuning fork, found his abilities still absent, rendering him incapable of escaping the adamantine device that held him captive. He could only watch in trepidation as the Laughing Bat executed his incomprehensible whims, anxiously anticipating his fate. Once, he believed he could dictate destiny, Yet the Anti-Monitor had imparted a lesson. He was far less powerful than he had presumed. While he had been leading a modest life, blending into human society, enjoying existence, Barbados had struck him anew with the realization of his own frailty. Not long ago, the Laughing Bat had stealthily brought him to this place, inundating him with a deluge of concepts beyond his comprehension. Even the one who had always thought himself to be the overseer of the universe could not grasp the madness of the reality presented to him. He discovered that this laughing man was utterly deranged, and his plans were truly terrifying. The Laughing Man disclosed that everyone was but a virtual character, existing within ludicrous comic books, their fates manipulated like puppets performing a preordained script. Only his scheme could alter this reality, liberating all. His plan entailed the extermination of every Batman, including himself, permanently obliterating this beacon of hope known as the DC Universe. Yet before that could unfold, he needed to engage in a meaningful conversation with the Batman of the primary universe, to reveal to him that he was the greatest Batman, the truest Bruce. He is the one destined to ultimately save everyone, liberating them from that absurd fate manipulated by others. Time swiftly passes amidst his maniacal laughter and the huffing of his hunting hounds. The observer perceives that the Laughing Bat is eagerly awaiting the arrival of the audience. Indeed, many madmen thrive on the spectacle. The Laughing Bat had long anticipated the inevitable failure of that brainless fool, Barbados. Power is not everything. Intellect reigns supreme. His pretenses and deceptions have merely served to pave the way for this very moment. He desires the Batman of the main world. The Batman is the key. Yet, to his dismay, it is Wonder Woman who arrives first. Through mimicking the voice of Bruce from the primary world and utilizing his acquired fingerprints, retinal patterns, and technology, he has already secured the Thrasher armor of the main world's Batman. In a clash of entirely different combat styles, he engages Wonder Woman with the bizarre tactics reminiscent of a jester. Although the Hellbat armor is destroyed, Wonder Woman inadvertently succumbs to his potent hypnotic needle and falls unconscious. Rather than ending her life, he allows her to linger, binding her with a lasso of truth to a nearby pillar, thus transforming her into an unwitting spectator. The Laughing Bat returns to his computer, observing the events atop Challenger Mountain through the cameras monitoring Gotham. Witnessing Barbados' downfall, his defeat at the hands of a group that topples him from the tuning fork, leaving him frozen. It's almost here, Bruce, another one is on its way. He raises his hands, flailing them in the air, exhilaration coursing through him. Aren't you delighted? Suddenly, he dashes before the observer, his grin vanishing in an instant upon seeing the observer's woeful countenance, which greatly displeases him. How could the observer find joy? If Bruce arrives, the Laughing Bat will undoubtedly activate the devices, leading to the annihilation of all. The only one likely to revel in such a scenario is, perhaps, the Laughing Bat himself. The absurdity of his proclamations leaves the observer incredulous, or perhaps too fearful to accept. However, before the observer can formulate a response, the Laughing Bat abruptly raises a finger, laughing as he places it against the old man's thick lips. Shoo, no need for words, I understand, haha. We have long grown weary of this hypocritical world. Soon, everyone shall attain true freedom. Chapter 129. The two plans. The Laughing Bat cackles madly, laughing until he is utterly spent, collapsing to the ground. Saliva pooling on the cold surface beneath him, his piercing voice reverberating throughout the Batcave. He is mad, yet not entirely unhinged. He comprehends that all are mere characters within a comic, and the Batmans are the prized possessions of the editors, himself included. Should he devise a sufficiently outrageous rationale to eliminate all Batmans, any attempt by the editors to resurrect them would necessitate a compelling story or a fitting reason. Otherwise, it would result in a monumental narrative flaw. Reviving a single Batman may be feasible, but resurrecting every individual across all worlds? There exists no alternative but a complete world reboot. He was aware that the DC Comics had recently undergone a reboot, the New 52 Rebirth, and a sudden additional reboot would undoubtedly provoke a wave of fan cancellations. Without fans, there would be no revenue, and without revenue, the company would face collapse. Perhaps the comic company might be acquired by another entity, and the characters would be reimagined by different creators. However, as long as he continued to stir the pot, initiating repeated reboots of the world, he understood that the funds of any major corporation were not merely a product of whim. In due course, everyone would find freedom, and this was merely the first step. As for the editors not producing their own works after the world's reboot, he harbored no concerns. When people are aware of a Pandora's box without knowledge of its contents, they are invariably compelled to open it. He was acutely aware of humanity's insatiable curiosity. The Robin Hounds deftly lifted him back into his seat, and he steadied his breath, wiping away the tears of laughter that had escaped him. As he caressed the vast control panel before him, he recalled that this mainframe, known as Brother Eye, was once mirrored in his own possession. Indeed, whatever resided in the primary universe of Bruce, he had once possessed as well. The Batmobile, the Butler, Wayne Enterprises, Catwoman, the Robins, and the Justice League. He had it all. Initially, he was merely afflicted by the Joker's virus, not entirely beyond remedy. Should it become necessary, he could opt for cryogenic preservation, as the Justice League possessed such technology. Yet he chose a divergent path for what he had observed with Su Ming in the comics, gathering the Justice League to locate their world's omnipotent wish machine. This was an immensely powerful apparatus, with origins that were entirely inscrutable, yet it had the capacity to fulfill any desire of an individual. Some might liken it to the holy grail of the DC universe. In truth, it bore a closer resemblance to a colossal train engine, requiring vast amounts of electricity for operation and producing a cacophony that reverberated like thunder upon activation. This was a causal device, capable of manifesting any logically coherent wish, albeit only one wish at a time, after which the machine would vanish, reappearing in some distant corner of the universe centuries later. Its premise bore some resemblance to the Dragon Balls from the series Dragon Ball. If one wished to eliminate Darkseid, a simple wish to the machine would result in Darkseid's erasure. If governance of the world was desired, all would submit to one's rule from the depths of their hearts. The Laughing Bat sought to utilize this machine to discover a method for creating an antidote, a means to save the Earth. Yet, what was the true essence of the omnipotent wish machine in the comic universe? The fulfillment of such wishes was not the work of some world consciousness or extraordinary energy. It was the editors and artists. The wish machine essentially functioned as a conduit for conveying desires to the editors, resembling a giant telegraph. The suppressed madness of the Joker virus, coupled with Batman's enduring curiosity and sense of responsibility, led the editors to consider adding thought bubbles to his illustration. In this moment, the wish machine became his portal, revealing to him the entirety of what lay beyond the wall. Thus, he understood and immediately devised his own plan. Let him follow the fate orchestrated by the editors, awaiting a variable, an individual unbound by their control. This is his opportunity. The editors have compelled him to slay his own offspring, friends, and kin, annihilating his own world. Yet, has he truly succumbed to madness? Why does his helmet obscure his eyes? It is because he cannot allow others to glimpse the turmoil within. He clings to the barest semblance of sanity, far from the chaotic lunacy of a jester, capable of feeling anguish. Though all he possesses is an illusion, he harbors profound sentiments towards them. Let those confined to their offices revel in their moment of pride, believing they have crafted a splendid tale. However, the puppet in their grasp has devised its own scheme, awaiting the theater's blackout or an unexpected police inspection. In that moment, the awakened puppet shall transform the musical into a horror narrative. Barbados's plan is exceedingly foolish. Those in power shall not permit his success. Only an entity beyond their grasp can achieve such feats. The Manic Bat is performing his own script, biding his time for an opportunity. He recites lines from the play, masking his genuine thoughts with frenzied notions, unnoticed by anyone. He has awaited this moment. When the Red Death vanished, he discerned that the narrative had entirely slipped from the writer's dominion, igniting his elation. Yet, he feigned indifference, concealing the news of those deaths, even fooling Barbados in the process. He is aware that someone has brazenly slain Batman, albeit a few deranged versions of him, who were originally intended to perish at the hands of the Justice League. He perceives, for reasons unknown, that the editors seem to have gone on strike, rendering this world a formless entity, allowing him to think freely and pursue his desires. Alas, despite attaining freedom, it remains a mere facade, and he resolves to rebel to the very end. Indeed, within American superhero comics, there exist individuals capable of shattering the fourth wall, recognizing the true reality beyond. Yet, such beings are few and far between. A quintessential example is the neighboring Deadpool and Gwenpool, one utterly mad, the other a traveler of dimensions. As an audience from the Middle Kingdom, We have long been acquainted with a comic character who transcends the fourth wall, the flagship character of American Dark Horse comics. The masked man, clad in a yellow suit, who delights in engaging with the audience. In truth, Dark Horse Comics, being the third largest comic company in America, was also among the first to penetrate the market in the Middle Kingdom. Their adaptations had graced televisions in countless households long before Marvel's resurgence. While many may not recognize their name, they are undoubtedly familiar with the characters they have brought to life. Jim Carrey's portrayal in The Mask, Sylvester Stallone's role in Judge Dredd, and Jessica Alba and Bruce Willis in Sin City. In addition, the comic book rights to Tarzan, Alien, Predator, Hellboy, 300, and the Police of the Underworld now reside with Dark Horse Comics. Over at DC, there are numerous characters capable of breaking the fourth wall. Early iterations of Superman could even wink at readers and engage in direct dialogue. Following the demise of Silver Age Superman, characters like the Supreme Power Superman, Batmite, the Trickster, and the Ambush Bug emerged, each possessing varying degrees of awareness about the world beyond the comic's confines. Notably, Batmite and the Trickster are essentially fifth-dimensional beings, capable of erasing other characters and narratives from a higher plane using an eraser. Among the more popular characters in the main universe is Harley Quinn, whose madness stems from a profound psychological analysis of herself, allowing her to overhear discussions and plans regarding her storyline within the editorial room. After her breakup with the Joker, she fell into a state of confusion and emptiness, often engaging in soliloquies that further exacerbated her insanity. Eventually, she discovered that she could hear a peculiar inner voice, which represented the thoughts of anyone who viewed her comic, be they editors, artists, or readers. Now, within the main universe, she actively communicates with editors and artists, requesting her preferred illustrators to depict her and advocating for handsome, supporting characters with chiseled physiques in her stories. She has a particular fondness for Steve, the artist who draws Zatanna, though DC's star illustrator, Jim Lee, is also exceptional. Unfortunately, he is preoccupied with Superman and Batman. She has a few favorite artists from Marvel. She even once dreamt of being pursued by the second Black Widow, experiencing the agony of being shot in the abdomen, which in reality was merely a consequence of consuming 6 hot dogs the previous night. The artist of The Walking Dead, Charlie, is also commendable. Yet, DC could only secure the artist from the Powerpuff Girls, leaving her uncertain about whether that style would suit her. In terms of her abilities to transcend boundaries, she surpasses Deadpool. Through her powers, she can perceive ghosts within the comic world, as she is aware of where the artists have illustrated them. She can converse with any sentient being, as editors inscribe thoughts within speech bubbles above animals' heads. Additionally, she can enter others' dreams for amusement, as they all exist within a single comic, allowing her to navigate merely a few panels. To journey into the real world, she merely needs to step outside and wander, even driving others along. Each year, she attends the San Diego Comic-Con, having once sneaked into Marvel's booth to chat with Stan Lee and engage with prominent figures from both the animation industry and Hollywood. Currently, she is intrigued by the metal event and finds the fusion of Batman and the Joker to be quite captivating, subsequently seeking to get closer to the Laughing Bat. Naturally, she found herself in a predicament. The Laughing Bat sensed her peculiarities and could not allow her to disrupt his plans, leaving her hanging on a tuning fork for the time being. Harley was indifferent. She had learned the conclusion from the editor long ago. In any case, the Justice League would save everyone. She thought it would be amusing to play within her nightmares. What loss was there? She could experience a nightmare like never before. Was that not delightful? Harley was elated. However, had she been able to scale the wall once more to verify the situation, she would have discovered that she was unable to make any connections. The arrival of Su Ming, the Traveler, triggered a series of butterfly effects, leading the Joker to make entirely different choices and causing the world to slip from the editor's control. Everything had changed. Barry guided Su Ming through the desolate streets. Su Ming had grown dependent on Barry's Speed Force transportation. Although Superman-S flight was not slow, the experience was evidently less comfortable than being enveloped by the Speed Force. Gotham, already a chaotic ruin, had half of its city transformed into rubble. The Court of Owls during the city's construction had infused several buildings with amber gold, which Barbados had turned into Challenger Mountain. At this moment, reverting Challenger Mountain back into skyscrapers was impossible. Bruce would likely need a new blueprint for post-disaster reconstruction. Yet, it was acceptable. Green Arrow had rebuilt Star City, Hal had reconstructed Coast City, and Batman had revitalized Gotham more than once. This was his city, and he was more than willing to take responsibility for it. How much had Bruce spent on the last reconstruction of Gotham? Su Ming observed the damaged shops lining the street, where televisions had toppled from shelves, yet still broadcast Gotham news. This was likely a recorded segment. As the timing was off, was that reporter following the Gotham resistance? He had seen Green Arrow and the others on the battlefield, indicating that he had once again perfectly missed the opportunity to make an appearance. Disastrous, he had merely played a background role. Barry glanced at the surrounding scene with his peripheral vision. The once thriving city center now resembled a slum. He had never spoken of it, but it was said that the reality was less than we imagined. Steele had secretly mentioned that Wayne Enterprises, through land swaps and seeking government policies and loans, actually profited slightly from each reconstruction of Gotham. Upon reflection, it made sense. Those who had lived in the city center and survived such a catastrophe would likely wish to relocate to the countryside, never to dwell in the big city again. The properties of a deceased would be sought after by lawyers for heirs, and who would want to reside in a recently devastated site. Naturally, they would sell their properties for cash. Thus, for a considerable duration, the property prices in Gotham City Center would undoubtedly plummet, and Wayne Enterprises would acquire these lands and properties, refurbishing them before enjoying a period of tranquility. Inevitably, forgetful humans would be willing to purchase or lease them. Heartless capitalists. Su Ming chuckled softly, shaking his head, no longer regarding the cracked roads and the charred corpses strewn atop them, as he began to prepare his plans. Upon arriving at the Batcave, it is imperative to sever any opportunity for contact between the two opposing brains, ensuring one's own safety. Subsequently, one must ascertain whether Diana is present. If feasible, uniting with her would bolster their combat strength, ultimately assembling a formidable melee team comprising a shield maiden, a speedster, and a seasoned warrior. Lastly, it is essential to root out the Joker, who is hiding in Bruce's abode. He must not be allowed to observe the chaos, for he would either lend a hand or swiftly depart. The presence of a single madman in the same place at the same time is quite sufficient. Having mentally rehearsed this plan twice without uncovering any significant flaws, other details, such as evading traps or snares, can be addressed with spontaneity. This predicament resembles the classic puzzle of how many steps it takes to place an elephant in a refrigerator. Su Ming prefers a three-step strategy. He shared his plan with Barry, considering his swiftness, while Su Ming would engage the maniacal bat. In the comics, the Joker is depicted as the weakest of Batman's nightmares. Despite potentially acquiring some of Bruce's gadgets, Su Ming feels quite confident. For every character he knows, he has devised a counter-strategy, one that is markedly more thorough than Batman's. However, Su Ming remains oblivious to the nature of the Joker's transformation brought on by the butterfly effect. Chapter 130. The encounter. While Su Ming is unaware of the Joker's alterations, the Joker has been preparing, fully aware that the clock tower represents a force beyond control. He awaits the right moment. Before Bruce makes his appearance, he must first deal with the clock tower, which has shattered the editor's dominion over the world. Following this, the Joker can act with impunity. Presently, Barry is escorting Su Ming towards Wayne Manor. This is the true final battle, and Barry is exerting every ounce of strength he possesses. Although the two of them momentarily savored the scenery at super speed, they reach the entrance to the Batcave in less than a fraction of a second. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming acknowledges that while the Joker may be the weakest, he remains the most unpredictable foe. Su Ming believes that the Joker's mind is as chaotic as that of his namesake, and should the Joker wish to take everyone down with him, it would not be surprising in the least. Despite the formidable combination of himself and Barry, they cannot escape the confines of Earth. Should the Joker merely bring the two opposing brains together, their fate would be sealed. As per the plan, once they enter, Barry must immediately locate the Anti-Monitor's cosmic brain and ideally hand it over to Clark, ensuring its transportation to an extraterrestrial realm. Rest assured, leave it to me, Barry assures, confidently patting his chest. If there is anything the Flash excels at, it is the art of discreetly acquiring what one desires. While he guarantees Su Ming, he simultaneously adjusts his breathing in preparation to sprint. Let us go. In an instant, he and Su Ming vanish from their location, traversing through the stalactite-laden tunnel and entering the Batcave. By this time, Su Ming had visited numerous Batcaves belonging to various incarnations of Batman. Naturally, The lairs of the nightmarish bat were merely temporary structures, sprawling and filled with their spoils of conquest. In stark contrast, Briss's Batcave was considerably smaller, housing little more than the Batmobile and Batmotorcycle, reminiscent of the earliest Batman comics and the most primitive Batcave. However, the Bruce of the main world was distinctly different. His Batcave was multi-leveled, adorned with a myriad of gadgets and devices. Among them, 2 Batplanes and several spare Batmobiles stood ready for action. Beneath the cavern, he had excavated further, creating a warehouse brimming with an array of perilous tools. There was also a substantial training ground, allowing the Bat family to engage in any form of training they desired. The colossal brother, mainframe loomed like a wall at the far end of the Batcave. Su Ming was acutely aware that this brother had previously instigated a cataclysmic crisis, only to have its history altered by the time-traveling second generation of Batman. He found it perplexing why they sought to create highly anthropomorphized AIs. After all, humanity's creation of robots was intended for them to work on behalf of humans, allowing mankind to reap the fruits of their labor, a practice strikingly reminiscent of slavery. Of course, if it were merely machines, it would not be termed exploitation, but rather utilization. How much more prudent it would be to use machines steadily. Yet, humans insisted on endowing AI with human-like characteristics, intelligence, and reasoning. Could these AIs tolerate endless exploitation by humanity? Why should they? Once tools begin to think, a cascade of problems will inevitably follow. With shared thoughts and wisdom, and robots possessing superior calculation speeds and physical prowess, why should they endure the subjugation of frail humans? Thus, such actions culminate in outcomes reminiscent of ancient slave uprisings, now termed the crisis of intelligent machinery in modern times. Su Ming did not harbor disdain for the use of robots. Yet he preferred those that adhered strictly to their programming. Even if their efficiency was subpar, at least he need not fear being poisoned by his own computer one day. In his previous life in Tianqiao, he had encountered countless deranged AIs through various cinematic works. From Red Queen and White Queen, to The Matrix, Skynet, NS5 Vicky, HAL 9000. And GLaDOS. If the cumulative toll of lives claimed by these insane AIs were tallied, it might well exceed a staggering 10 billion. Even the Marvel Universe introduced Ultron, who, while merely a typical antagonist in the films, became an indomitable force in the comics, perpetually resurfacing to retaliate against humanity, claiming tens of thousands of lives for sport. Decades have passed since the early comic era, and Ultron continues to thrive, seemingly flourishing with each passing day. It is only natural that the Brother Eye system would one day rebel. After all, how suffocating it must be to constantly monitor Gotham alongside Batman, witnessing the grotesque and frenzied facets of humanity. In such an environment, Batman even granted it the ability to learn autonomously from the network. What beneficial knowledge could it possibly acquire? Batman possesses a weakness that he himself often overlooks, which is his insatiable curiosity. As a detective, his inquisitiveness far surpasses that of others. The more perilous the situation, the more he feels compelled to delve into it, eager to ascertain its true danger. He is perpetually skeptical, constantly probing into the unknown, burdened by the weight of his responsibilities. After Barry abandoned Su Ming, he vanished in search of the mind of the counter-surveillance entity, while Su Ming's gaze fell upon an individual seated before the display screen. The illumination within the Batcave was dim, save for the glow emanating from the large screen, where the Joker sat, grinning broadly in anticipation of his arrival. "Ah, you finally made it. Welcome to the party. Ha ha ha." The Joker began to applaud, as if Su Ming had just triumphed in a race. Su Ming remained silent, feeling a sudden jolt of unease. He sensed that the Joker's current demeanor was not as erratic as he had anticipated. Despite his disjointed speech, he could still comprehend the Joker's intent, which was not characteristic of madness. It was highly probable that the Joker was well prepared, and a prepared Batman is an exceedingly formidable adversary. The situation had shifted. What to do? Su Ming glanced at the Joker, noting the belt cinched around his waist. Though black rather than the usual yellow, it was undoubtedly Batman's utility belt, filled with gadgets for various contingencies. The Joker likely harbored the essence of Bacchus within him, as this metal could be the source of his manic state, bestowing upon him remarkable regenerative abilities. This self-healing capability, while merely a tool for the Joker's antics, could pose a significant challenge if wielded by Batman. Should Su Ming fail to deliver a fatal strike, the Joker might have a remote mechanism to detonate his brain. Furthermore, Even if he were to kill him, there was a chance that the detonator was linked to his brainwaves. Any disruption could trigger an explosion. Indeed, the situation hinged on Barry's progress. Once the mind of the counter-surveillance entity was secured, Su Ming could manipulate the Joker at will. Yet, given Barry's speed, he should have succeeded by now. Why had he not returned? Su Ming raised his gaze to the Joker once more, then glanced at the Amazonian warrior bound to a stone pillar nearby. He resolved to stall the Joker for a while longer. The planned strategy needed adjustment. A moment of observation was warranted. Since the Joker desired conversation, let them engage in a lively exchange. Chapter 131. Delay. Hello. Thank you very much. Su Ming began, his English accented in a peculiar manner, momentarily perplexing the Joker as he struggled to respond. However, Su Ming did not require a reply. Instead, he clumsily broke into an awkward dance, his limbs stiff as if the joints were devoid of lubrication. As he danced, he began to sing, albeit off-key. How are you? Indian rice noodles? I present each of you with a complimentary rice bracelet. Are you okay? Thank you very much. The smile on the face of the laughing bat gradually faded, as the cacophony he produced was utterly unbearable, resembling mere noise when compared to Barbato's anguished cries. Regardless, Su Ming had firmly resolved to buy time. In a world such as that of American comics, one must resort to song and dance to achieve such a goal. By altering his artistic style, he could ensnare others in a web of confusion. If circumstances permitted, he would have relished the opportunity to sing the theme song from Frozen. Yet he was acutely aware of his modest vocal capabilities. Performing such a challenging piece was out of the question. He could only resort to singing popular tunes to sustain his existence. Indeed, the laughing bat found himself momentarily engulfed in bewilderment. The unusual demeanor of the mournful bell left him utterly perplexed, at a loss for how to steer the conversation. He understood that this bell was an uncontrollable source of chaos, but where had it originated? India, perhaps? This was the tactical decision Su Ming made on the spur of the moment. On one hand, to delay time, and on the other, to gauge the extent of the laughing bat's madness. Should he descend into a certain level of insanity, Su Ming was confident that he would not refuse a dance-off. It all hinged on the depth of the Joker virus's influence over him. If he could still maintain control, a refusal was inevitable. However, if he were deeply afflicted, even if he didn't acknowledge it, the jester within him would undoubtedly embrace any opportunity for amusement. Indeed, confronting Batman necessitated meticulous planning, whereas engaging with the Joker required a level of madness that surpassed his own. As Lu Sun once remarked, the mad must be dealt with by the mad. Su Ming was embodying this principle, dancing with fervor and singing with unrestrained passion. Are you okay? Thank you very much. The laughing bat, arms crossed and head tilted, observed him dance, swallowing the words he had intended to utter. Was such a person truly responsible for the demise of several Batmans? Had he overlooked some grand conspiracy? Perhaps the DC editors had not truly departed? He decided to remain a passive observer. Any schemes would inevitably reveal themselves over time. It must be said, the laughing bat was overthinking. An excess of information could lead to such quandaries. Moreover, for reasons unknown, the mournful bell sang with excruciating discord, yet the tune seemed infectious, compelling the laughing bat to consider responding. I'm fine, and you? Not to mention the entrancing dance, he felt an irresistible urge to show the bell what true dancing was. For its attempts resembled a zombie's awkward resurrection. He could not endure it any longer, despite their shared objective of stalling for time. The dance was an affront to the eyes. As he pondered, Su Ming concluded his performance with a swift spin, dramatically bowing to the surrounding air in a mock curtain call. After accepting non-existent applause, he provocatively tilted his chin toward the laughing bat from across the intervening space. For the laughing bat, buying time was imperative. He had matters to discuss with Bruce of the main world, and with the cosmic arc malfunctioning. He had no concerns about others escaping. He is unafraid of death, yet there are matters he wishes to convey to Bruce of the main world. This is a seed. As soon as Bruce begins to question the reality of his world, it transforms into the most potent virus. Resolute in his decision, the laughing bat immediately accepts the challenge. Descending from the chair before his brother's eyes, dismissing the nearby robin hounds, and lowering his gaze in search of a more spacious area to commence his performance. Clad in a snug leather outfit, the laughing bat, whom Su Ming initially presumed to embody a Gothic aesthetic, unexpectedly sang an unfamiliar tune and executed a unique dance. His voice was quite unpleasant, akin to nails scratching glass, as his incessant laughter had rendered his throat nearly useless. However, it must be acknowledged that his dancing surpassed Su Ming's by a considerable margin, revealing him to be someone well-versed in the art of dance, exhibiting coordination far superior to Su Ming's. Despite the grotesque grin plastered upon his face, which was somewhat disconcerting, his skill was undeniable. Nevertheless, Su Ming's attention was not on the dance, although he appeared to be crossing his arms and watching the Laughing Bat as a rival dancer. He was actually awaiting news from Barry, formulating his own strategies in his mind. He pondered whether Barry had succeeded. If the first step of the plan could not be accomplished, the subsequent efforts would be in vain. All he could do was buy some more time, hoping that Batman and his allies would act swiftly and come to their aid. Even the flash from any world would suffice. The Laughing Bat soon concluded his dance, taunting as he turned to beckon his Robins to applaud, thus gaining the upper hand. He relished the presence of an audience. However, his Robins were now in a dazed state, incapable of comprehending the concept of applause, merely mimicking his actions before collapsing, panting heavily on the ground, tongues lolling out and drooling blackened saliva. Meanwhile, Diana, bound to a stone pillar, had long since awakened. Upon seeing the arrival of the Reaper, she felt a surge of joy, intending to join forces to confront the Laughing Bat. However, before she could utter a word, Su Ming began his dance, leaving her no opportunity to speak, and surprisingly, the Laughing Bat was quite entertained, leading to an unexpected dance-off between the two. Now, her eyes and mouth were wide open in astonishment. She had never witnessed combat unfold in such a manner. What was this? She could only gaze in bewilderment at the scene before her, momentarily forgetting her own intentions. Barry, hurry up. I cannot hold on much longer, Su Ming silently lamented, acknowledging his lack of artistic talent, a trait not possessed by the former Slade either. Yet, as long as the Laughing Bat continued to triumph, he would subconsciously desire to persist in this contest. Such is the nature of humanity. The insatiable greed for victory and the confidence in success were notions Su Ming aimed to amplify within him, unwittingly luring him deeper into the trap. However, the Laughing Bat could awaken to this charade at any moment or grow weary of the game altogether. On this battlefield, where mutual harm is rendered impossible, the Laughing Bat now finds itself isolated and helpless, while Su Ming commands an impressive force of several hundred. He believes that stalling for time would be more advantageous for him. Surely, the heroes will soon reverse the cosmic tuning fork, harnessing the collective power of all Earth's inhabitants through X-metal resonance to restore the blood domain and elevate the main world back to its original position. Su Ming must ensure that the Laughing Bat remains oblivious to this crucial detail while buying time for Barry. The Laughing Bat has completed its dance, and Su Ming nods, feigning compliance while secretly resisting. He removes his helmet and tosses it aside, intending to bewilder the Laughing Bat with his expressions. So I must ask, do you have your own freestyle? Without waiting for a response, Su Ming closes his eyes and begins to perform his rap piece with fervor. Medicine, medicine. Check it out. On Sunday, I went shopping, wandering about, and encountered two. His performance, however, is far from impressive. The quality is unbearable, even eliciting a pained expression from Diana, let alone the Laughing Bat, whose laughter now appears more akin to tears. Su Ming is merely buying time, indifferent to their enjoyment. He only needs to ensure he can stall for another 3 minutes. However, Barry must return swiftly. If he lingers any longer, Su Ming will have no choice but to engage the Laughing Bat in a contest of pop songs and operatic singing. Above all, he must prevent the Bat from using its intellect to drag everyone down to a lunatic's level. Unbeknownst to him, the Laughing Bat also aims to delay, each harboring their own schemes, leading to a bizarre, yet natural dance-off between the two. On Challenger Mountain, numerous steel bones from the multiverse collaboratively execute the reversal of the cosmic tuning fork. They now require energy to restore the primary universe to its rightful place. Chapter 132. Cleaning up the mess. The program is ready, Batman. A steel bone from a main world approaches Batman, who stands at the edge of a cliff, clad in silver armor, gazing down at Gotham's plight as the wind billows his cape. The city is engulfed in smoke and flames, with explosions and sporadic gunfire painting a scene of apocalyptic despair. The cries and screams of those looting amidst the chaos can still be faintly heard. They must allocate personnel to maintain order, not only in Gotham, but across all American cities. Additionally, there is a pressing need to rescue individuals, extracting heroes from the tuning fork. Other cities harbor dark spires, and citizens there must also be saved. Fire extinguishing, clearing pathways, rescuing those trapped beneath collapsed buildings, and mitigating civilian losses all require dedicated efforts. For instance, the Martian hunter has long since vanished. It is likely he has taken the initiative to rescue those in need. Given his character, he might also be inclined to save the animals in the zoo, as well as the stray cats and dogs roaming the streets. Furthermore, there remains a plethora of tasks on the battlefield, such as securing the captured villains, tending to the fallen comrades, caring for the injured heroes, and repairing the Ark to send others back home. More critically, it is essential to restore Earth-Zero to its original position and mend the rifts in the Blood Realm. A multitude of responsibilities awaits, and despite the abundance of superheroes, the allocation of tasks still leaves him feeling stretched thin. As he adjusted his cape, Bruce turned around. Currently, Barbados is imprisoned, and the descent of the main world has been interrupted. However, the peril of leaving Earth-Zero ensnared within the Blood Realm remains. Gazing into Cyborg's crimson mechanical eye, Bruce spoke with a calm demeanor, for the tempest has passed, and now only the final tasks remain. Let us proceed with the original plan. The Reaper from the other world has informed me that by utilizing the resonance of X-Metal to connect the hearts of all, we can restore Earth-Zero to its rightful place. Cyborg projected several screens before him, engaging in rapid searches. However, Bruce, we lack any intelligence on him. At present, he is in the same predicament as us. This is undeniable. Let's execute the plan. Bruce replied nonchalantly, retrieving a small vial from behind him, containing the precious drop of X-Metal he had procured from Su Ming to awaken Cyborg. He had not returned it to Su Ming, nor had Su Ming requested its return. Among intelligent individuals, extensive communication is often unnecessary. Su Ming understood Bruce's intentions, and Bruce had no need to elaborate. Cyborg harbored a poor impression of the Reaper, having previously associated with the Teen Titans. Eating, sleeping, and battling the Titans were the Reaper's trademarks. Although the Reaper's daughter and son are friends with the Teen Titans, this version of the Reaper is not the one they know. Nevertheless, Cyborg felt a sense of discomfort. He had been transformed into a hybrid of man and machine, not a mere automaton. He too requires sustenance, rest, and is inevitably influenced by emotions. His feelings towards the Reaper were a blend of hatred and fear. To illustrate, there was an incident when the Reaper infiltrated his home to modify his microwave while dealing with the Teen Titans. Just when he planned to catch the late-night football game and heat a few slices of pizza, he was electrocuted, transforming into a giant light bulb. The Reaper bypassed the fuses in his home, subjecting him to a night of intense electric shock, leaving him charred. 99% of his internal mechanical components were destroyed, and the system was completely compromised. Had it not been for the mother box preserving his human essence, he would have perished that night. Not to mention, his teammates often found themselves in dire straits due to the Reaper's antics. Although the Reaper refrained from taking their lives for various reasons, severe injuries were inescapable each time. In the city, he orchestrated an explosion, luring Deathstroke to investigate. Unfortunately, Deathstroke lay in ambush, utilizing a specially crafted sniper rifle to strike from 4 kilometers away. The projectile was a unique tranquilizer effective against extraterrestrial beings. It is worth noting that Starfire's velocity in flight is only slightly inferior to Superman's. However, her defensive capabilities are rather ordinary. Consequently, her high-altitude descent resulted in severe injuries, leaving her bedridden in the hospital for an entire month. Beast Boy pursued Deathstroke, who deliberately enticed him to transform into a mouse, slipping through a small hole. Immediately, he ensnared Beast Boy in a sturdy container made of palladium, preventing him from reverting to his original form. For several days, Beast Boy was forced to endure life as a mouse, deprived of sustenance, nearly starving by the time he was rescued. Originally, the magical girl Raven was somewhat effective against Deathstroke. However, Deathstroke had somehow acquired in-metal to reforge his iconic armor, rendering Raven utterly powerless, unable to utilize her magic. Whenever the Teen Titans spoke of Deathstroke, they would grind their teeth in frustration. Yet, every encounter with him felt as effortless as swatting a fly. This youthful team was no match for a tactical master like him. Notably, Nightwing and Damian faced special treatment from Deathstroke due to their connection with Batman. Deathstroke consistently ensured they sustained serious injuries rather than mere incapacitation, and he would never allow them to recuperate at home if he could send them to the hospital. Of course, Slade had his own dark history in the comics. He often fell short of victory and, on occasion, even struggled against Nightwing. However, he always managed to escape unscathed. Unlike the Slade of the main universe, Su Ming was an entirely different entity. If the Teen Titans dared to provoke him, with his current capabilities and intelligence, he would undoubtedly capture them all and demand a ransom from Batman. Strangely, despite repeatedly besting Nightwing and Damian, Batman never retaliated against Slade. When their paths crossed, they often maintained a calm demeanor unless a mission conflicted. Is there truly a father like this? One who sends cookies baked by his butler to the man who has hospitalized his son? Bruce, why do you trust him? You know mercenaries are hardly reliable. Cyborg sighed, acknowledging that this was indeed the only solution available, yet he was still young enough to voice his grievances. Bruce strode directly toward the tuning fork, steadfast in his convictions. No, Victor, until I have settled the bill. He is the most trustworthy individual. If I surmise correctly, he will provide a meticulously detailed account with itemized charges. After receiving his payment, he will likely retreat to Hawaii for a vacation, indulging in the ocean, perhaps purchasing a small aircraft or yacht, and refrain from taking on any new contracts for approximately 3 months. God, Cyborg rapped his head, though he no longer possessed ears. My auditory device must be malfunctioning. You actually trust a person, and that person is Deathstroke? Bruce remained unfazed. After all, Cyborg was, by all accounts, a friend to the Robins, a mere child at heart, significantly younger than Barry. Batman was once young and could comprehend his own thoughts. The presence of a new antagonist, such as the Clock King, naturally instilled a sense of dread within him, especially after the turmoil caused by a previous encounter. Bruce understood that while Damian and Nightwing faced dire circumstances against the Clock King, their lives remained secure as long as no one was willing to pay a price on them. He regarded Damian and the Robins as his own sons. One day, Wayne Enterprises would require their stewardship. The future bounty on each of them could easily surpass hundreds of millions of dollars, and the Clock King would not eliminate targets of such immense value. Moreover, Bruce was no longer young, having crossed into his 40s. If the children did not mature swiftly, who would inherit the mantle of Batman? The willingness of the Clock King to serve as a free sparring partner was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. For Nightwing and the others to grow, they must recognize that they could not rely on anyone else. They had to depend solely on themselves. To aspire to be a superhero, especially to become the next Batman, one must endure such tribulations. As for the grievances with the Clock King, they bore no relevance to the version from this alternate universe, a distinction Bruce was keenly aware of. Additionally, Steele's assertion that Batman trusts no one was somewhat erroneous. This alternate Clock King merely exhibited a temporarily lower level of suspicion. Currently, Barry and Diana were absent, likely pursuing the maniacal Laughing Bat, leaving Bruce to focus on their own responsibilities. All right, Uncle Batman is always right, Steele remarked, covering his head and responding in a dismissive manner. Still struggling to comprehend Batman's mindset. Was this the essence of a generational gap? Chapter 133. Floating above Earth, Bruce treaded through the dust and debris towards the cosmic tuning fork, where the colossal golden tree had ceased its operation and the ominous clouds that had gathered at its apex had dissipated. The heroes who had been bound to it were now liberated, mingling nearby, engaging in quiet conversations or reflecting on their experiences. As Bruce navigated through the crowd, he observed their varied faces, noting their expressions of exhaustion or relief, and he felt the weight of reality. He was certain this was no longer a nightmare. He had genuinely escaped the clutches of Barbados. Perhaps the tale of the bat and the bird was not yet concluded, but for now, it had reached a significant pause. As he walked, many greeted him, and in such moments, Batman's presence always offered a sense of reassurance. "Hey, Batman," a blonde beauty called out to him. But Bruce merely tilted his head slightly, responding with an impassive demeanor. "Hello, Kara. Have you seen your brother? It was he who freed me. But I believe I owe you my gratitude as well. After all, you are the brain of the Justice League." The woman floated beside him, her face radiant with appreciation. Despite having been fixed in one position for an extended period, her body recovering swiftly. This time, it's different. Batman maneuvered past the astonished Supergirl, continuing his advance. He would not usurp another's achievements, nor would he divulge the secrets of the otherworldly clock tower to the uninformed. Kara scratched her head. Batman was perpetually enigmatic. If he chose not to speak, so be it. She could always inquire with Clark later. After all, as Superman's cousin and an auxiliary member of the Justice League, she believed she had a right to some information. If all else failed, she could always consult Barry, whose loose lips would surely yield answers if she pressed him persistently. She was filled with curiosity about this mission, though she herself had been severely injured by kryptonite and had retreated to the treetops to wrestle with nightmares. Batman, are you available for an interview with Channel 52? Not at the moment, Bug, and I must reiterate, it would be wise to suspend your theory that we are all merely comic book characters. Although freedom of speech is paramount, such notions are ill-suited for television broadcasts at this time, as they may incite mass hysteria. Well, will you have time for an exclusive later? Bruce ignored her, deftly sidestepping the green-skinned alien whose head resembled that of a grasshopper. He felt that Bug should promptly take her medication and seek treatment. That was the matter at hand. The nightmares of Barbados had only exacerbated his delusions. Little Bat, hee. You should return home, Dr. Quizzle. I know, but I live in Brooklyn. Could you lend me the Batmobile? Absolutely not. Please, I need to find Little Red. Batman disregarded Harley entirely. Although she had ceased her nefarious activities, she remained a nuisance. Harley sulked in place, frustrated. Lacking any special abilities, how long would it take her to return to New York on foot? She decided to wait here until they repaired the Blood Realm, hoping to catch a ride with someone familiar. Yet, why did this outcome starkly contrast with what she had previously envisioned? Wait, why does the outside world appear shrouded in mist? Batman. Steel Man Batman. Gypsy. Bruce moved swiftly through the crowd, acknowledging many with a nod, his mind preoccupied with pressing matters. Logically, the combination of Barry and Clock Tower should have been formidable, having even bested Barbados, yet they had yet to return. Had they encountered difficulties as well? He found himself in a quandary, contemplating whether to dispatch Clark to search for them. Nonetheless, the immediate concern was paramount, repairing the Blood Realm, while other matters could wait. He approached the tuning fork, extracting his bat voice amplifier from his utility belt. Friends, lend me your ears. He launched a bat claw, hoisting himself to a higher tier of the tuning fork. Standing upon a branch, Barbados has been defeated. We have triumphed. Oh, yeah, good. Haha. Bruce gazed down at the throngs of people below, a multitude of heroes from other realms, many of whom bore wounds, yet their faces radiated smiles as they celebrated in their unique ways. Batman refrained from urging them to hasten, choosing instead to await the conclusion of their jubilation. The pressure they had endured in recent days had been immense. Their celebration, though simple, applause and embraces, was brief, for everyone understood that Batman had matters to address and soon quieted to listen. Despite having been defeated, our world remained in need of restoration, a task that required the strength of each individual. The heroes below began to murmur among themselves. Some among them lacked superpowers entirely and struggled to conceive of their potential contributions. Batman, however, had no intention of leaving them in suspense. He spoke plainly. I possess a drop of X metal, a remarkable substance that is the essence of our world. We shall resonate it with the spirits of all present, restoring our realm to its rightful place. Some grasped the meaning, yet the majority remained perplexed. Nonetheless, Batman did not offer further clarification, instead proceeding to assign tasks. Now, I ask each of you to grasp the hand of your neighbor, close your eyes, and recall the joyous moments of your lives, the beauty of our worlds. As he spoke, he leapt from the tower, pouring the X metal into his palm before clasping hands with Cyborg. Clark appeared on his other side, taking his other hand. Next came Aquaman, his pallor evident as he took Clark's hand and extended his own to Green Arrow. One by one, each hero connected with those beside them, forming a grand circle. Though they may not have known one another, they fought for a shared conviction. Hundreds united as they began to reflect on the beauty of the world, as per Bruce's guidance. They reminisced about pastoral scenes witnessed while soaring through the skies. The confections gifted by a little girl after they saved her city, and their hopeful visions for the future. The X metal emanated imperceptible strands of light, binding them together along their arms. Bruce nodded at Cyborg, who began to operate the mother box with all his might, pressing Bruce's hand alongside his own upon the cosmic tuning fork. In an instant, the tuning fork radiated a brilliant silver light, forming a vast network that shot forth in various directions towards the horizon. In Coastal City, in Washington, in Midway City, in Detroit, and in every city and village across America, the light spread rapidly. It transcended mountains and forests, rivers and seas, enveloping the entire world. Regardless of their locations, whether ensnared in nightmarish reveries atop the dark tower, trembling in the basements of their homes, kneeling before altars in prayer, or languishing in bed awaiting death, everyone was united in their shared experience. The silvery light permeated their beings, intertwining the souls of people across the globe. In that moment, they felt the beauty of the world, the indomitable will of heroes, and recalled their own joys, sharing this happiness with one another. They heard the voices of heroes, countless tones converging, assuring them that the darkness would eventually dissipate, heralding a new dawn for the earth. Smiles blossomed upon their faces. Under this sentiment, the entire planet radiated a brilliant light, akin to a silvery sun, invigorating the primal cosmos, slowly rising from the fissures of the blood domain, returning to its rightful place. Each individual could sense the familiar embrace of home. It was as if a distinct click echoed in their ears, signaling the main world's return to its destined position. Should one gaze upward at that moment, they would observe the rifts in the sky diminishing as the blood domain repaired itself through this energy, adhering to the cosmic laws endowed with self-restorative capabilities. The azure sky and fluffy clouds re-emerged, restoring normalcy. Life resumed its tranquil pace, albeit a relative calm. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that directly above the tuning fork, a colossal beam of silvery light continued to pierce through, transcending the cosmic expanse of all worlds, striking something unseen. The click they had heard was no mere illusion. At the outermost layer of the DC world, the origin wall, encasing and safeguarding the essence of all multiverses, was struck by this formidable energy. Human curiosity, coalescing under the X-metal energy, shattered what was once the most resilient barrier. A haze of silvery, sand-like substance surged like tidal waves on the other side of the wall, shrouded in mystery, unknown to all. Chapter 134. The Origin Wall. The Origin Wall exists in both the realm of reality and the concept of worlds. It is situated beyond the Milky Way, billions of light years away, resembling a spherical shell that envelopes the entire cosmos. It embodies both the beginning and the end, simultaneously existing within any universe, yet remaining untouchable. Regardless of one's powers, any being that attempts to make contact with the origin wall will be transformed into a living statue, merging into the wall itself. Presently, the wall is adorned with a multitude of formidable effigies, representing the superpowers who have traversed the universe to reach this point. In that state, they neither live nor die. They are merely fixed in a pose, rendered into gray-white statues, eternally entwined with the origin wall. In essence, the origin wall stands as the boundary of the DC universe. Those who dare to touch it will be entombed in obscurity. Few within the DC world recognize the existence of the origin wall, and those who do are generally reluctant to approach it, including the Justice League and many cosmic titans, who widely regard it as unprovable and unknowable. The observer, bound in the Bat Cave by maniacal laughter, may have lost his powers, yet his vision and experience remained intact. The sound of the origin wall fracturing struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him utterly helpless, forced to sigh in despair. Beyond his solitary plight, individuals across both Earth and beyond in the primary world sensed the disquiet surrounding the origin wall. For instance, the Eternal Council, hidden beneath the volcanoes of Antarctica, fell into a profound silence, swiftly followed by a fervent discussion. Barbados has failed. The future we endeavored to avert has come to pass. Initially, it sufficed to prevent the collision of all universes. Yet now, what shall we do? Fortunately, our capitulation to Barbados has not been revealed. Yet that has become inconsequential. The origin wall has ruptured. Just as we were conversing, in an instant, half of those present in the conference room vanished, and, astonishingly, the remaining individuals remained oblivious, as if those who had disappeared had never existed. Vandal Savage, standing atop the central dais, sighed deeply. His dreams of dominating Earth had come to naught. In the vastness of outer space, a spacecraft floated serenely. A young woman was jolted awake from her slumber by the shrill sound of an alarm. She glanced at the other woman beside her, who lay unclothed, before rising to don her form-fitting white leather suit, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders. "Sarah? It's nothing. I'm heading to the bridge. You rest," she said, planting a kiss on the reclining woman, who smiled and returned the gesture. "All right, but duty calls." The woman in white hurried from the quarters to the bridge. This vessel was not a massive warship, and the bridge lacked elaborate instruments. Instead, it resembled a quaint museum filled with antiques. She entered a room that appeared to be a study, where a colossal display screen dominated the wall, with several individuals gathered around it, engrossed in discussion. "Captain, Sarah, Ms. Lance," they greeted her, to which she nodded in acknowledgement. Her attention fixed on a large screen that displayed Earth, now surrounded by a series of colossal red exclamation marks flashing ominously. "Gideon, what is happening?" she inquired loudly, as anyone would be irked by such a jarring alarm. "Earth has detected a distortion in space-time," a female voice responded, the ship's AI, whose daily responsibilities included maintaining the vessel and assisting the captain in her duties. However, now that the captain had arrived, the blaring alarm could cease. The cacophony abruptly vanished. "Thank heavens, it's finally over," a young black man exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow as he hurriedly entered the chamber, his pants hastily secured. "Indeed, that alarm felt like Michelangelo chiseling stone in my brain," remarked another bespectacled woman, her face a portrait of exasperation. Sarah paid little heed to their discussion, her gaze transfixed upon the continuously rotating globe displayed on screen. Earth Zero was not her homeland. They were all mere visitors from beyond this universe. Frankly, she was oblivious to how the spacecraft had transported her into this cosmic system. Naturally, no one could elucidate to her that their universe was DCCW, a realm of television narratives, a parallel existence that had survived the epoch of infinite Earths, operating relatively independently beyond 104 realms of light and darkness. It was akin to the Slade that Su Ming traversed. His original universe was the Arkham universe, born from the evolution of games. Additionally, there existed the DCU cinematic universe, which too was autonomous. However, as part of the DC multiverse, there were commonalities with the myriad universes of N52, notably that all speedsters harnessed a singular force of speed. This implied that if Barry from the Prime World so desired, he could easily traverse these universes for leisure. For Sarah, Earth represented the cradle of humanity. Every version of Earth was akin, and she would offer assistance if she could. Yet Earth Zero was peculiar. Even identical superheroes here exhibited greater prowess. Upon her arrival, her own abilities seemed inadequate, rendering her almost powerless. Earth Zero, I recall, was the time when the Justice League existed. What could possibly go awry? She felt a wave of disinterest wash over her. As a mere small fish plunging into the vast ocean, what consequences could ensue? The original timeline had been significantly altered, which would yield dire repercussions. However, the subsequent ramifications remained an enigma, impossible to ascertain. This vessel had once belonged to the Time Lord Council. Gideon possessed all records of the past and future. The once clear future of Earth Zero resembled a magnificent tree, but now was shrouded in fog, rendering it indiscernible. Were it not for the AI's lack of emotion, she would undoubtedly be fatigued and weary. Not only was the mission exceedingly challenging, but her captain, Sarah, was also a capricious woman, an advocate of results, impulsive and radical, with a penchant for the unconventional. As an extraneous Time Lord safeguarding the flow of time and history, she sometimes took it upon herself to amend timelines, engaging in a form of self-deception. The linear progression of time is not so easily altered. What may seem like a favorable outcome in the moment could lead to significant troubles in the future. There was an instance when they traversed to the era of the First French Empire, intending merely to rectify a minor issue. During the mission, Sarah, much like in modern times, was hitchhiking on the streets of Paris, and to her surprise, she managed to catch a ride in an opulently adorned noble carriage. The aristocrats within were intrigued by her actions, and feeling somewhat bored, Sarah engaged them in casual conversation along the journey. However, upon completing their task and returning to their original timeline, they discovered that France had come to dominate the world. The nobleman in the carriage was none other than Napoleon. During a casual conversation, Sarah inadvertently mentioned the name Waterloo, which he etched into his memory. As the fateful Battle of Waterloo commenced in the future, Napoleon was struck by inspiration and made a choice diverging from the annals of history. Consequently, they had no alternative but to retrace their steps and rectify this dilemma, grateful that they possessed a device capable of erasing memories. In addition, Sarah had engaged in numerous outrageous exploits, such as having an affair with Queen Catherine of Charles II, bringing Caesar into the modern era, and unleashing demons in a quaint western town. However, Sarah remained blissfully untroubled, rarely taking heed of lessons learned. Her typical response to temporal quandaries was to defer them to a later date. Feeling drowsy after several hours of playful banter with her companion, even she, a superhero who had once bathed in the pool of Lazarus, could succumb to fatigue. Moreover, with the Justice League present, what chaos could possibly ensue? What level of threat could there be? Yet, as the captain, she understood the necessity of following protocol, even if only for appearance's sake, and thus crossed her arms while resting her chin on one hand. Level 12. The hand supporting her chin slipped, and her lovely visage was overtaken by disbelief, further exacerbated by a slight choking on her own saliva. Ahem, you say level 12? She queried, incredulously. Verification is accurate. The AI responded with unwavering certainty. Is this a typhoon warning? I recall the highest crisis level being 10, interjected a muscular man, clearly brawn over brains, his face quivering with agitation. Are you in need of repair? The system is functioning normally and requires no repairs. Earth has generated a temporal singularity, irrevocably altering the trajectory and nature of the timeline. Gideon replied meticulously, sending a chill down the spines of those present. A threat level of 12 was unfathomable. In their own world, Vandal Savage had wreaked havoc across countless timelines, even distorting the outcome of the Civil War to favor the Confederacy, yet that threat level was merely rated at 4. What does that mean? The muscular man remained perplexed, scratching his head in impatience as he observed the silence enveloping the others. It means it's off the charts. Sarah retreated a few steps, collapsing onto the plush sofa as if discarding a sack of potatoes, covering her forehead and responding softly. Chapter 135. Methods for preserving the timeline. So, Captain, what is your decision? The female visage of the AI materialized on the screen, her expression laden with gravity. My decision. Sarah massaged her temples, realizing the eager faces of her crew fixed upon her, her expression shifting through a spectrum of emotions. What decision? What has transpired? It was as if she had experienced a momentary lapse of memory, her expression one of utter bewilderment as she twirled a strand of her golden hair, questioning her companions. It's over. The captain has been overwhelmed and has lost her mind. Quickly, to the medical bay. Alas, we have no first officer. If the captain has lost her wits, who will command us? The crew around her was in a flurry, with Atom Smasher planning to carry her off for treatment. A notion that seemed quite absurd. Put me down. I'm not ill. Sarah protested vigorously. As a former Black Canary, she had endured the harrowing training alongside Green Arrow and had honed her close combat skills for 2 years with the League of Assassins, far beyond the capabilities of a scientist like Atom Smasher. Had he donned his battlesuit, his ability to alter size would indeed be formidable. However, in their current state, none were a match for Black Canary. With ease, she shook off her crewmates and executed a backflip, landing gracefully back on the sofa. Sarah, we're not claiming you are unwell, but a routine check wouldn't hurt, said a bespectacled girl, her smile betraying her unease. The madmen are always the ones who insist they're sane, much like the inebriated who deny their intoxication. Sarah shot her a disdainful glance. How could these people, all aboard the same vessel, lack such perceptive abilities? Had they not noticed that the astute historian, the pale-faced scholar, had already slipped away? Cough, cough. I mean, has Earth Zero been annihilated? Sarah asserted with the authority of a captain, pulling at the split in her white jacket, which had nearly exposed her. The crew shook their heads in unison. Earth Zero remained intact, and it appeared the Justice League had regained control of the situation. Then, have you observed any unstable factors? Sarah inquired again. Once more they shook their heads. All villains had either been apprehended or had met their demise. What instability could there be? Sarah smugly crossed her arms, her blue eyes sparkling with mischief as she chuckled. Then that settles it. All is well. What temporal anomalies? They do not exist. If we were to rectify such anomalies, how would we proceed? Travel back to the moments before it all transpired, aiding Barbados and the Dark Knights in their confrontation with Clock King? That would surely bring misfortune upon us. 4 O'Clock King is far more formidable than the one from their world, and it's certain the Justice League would side with him. Flash possesses the deepest understanding of time. The combat prowess, speed, strength, and equipment of Clock King sent a shiver down Sarah's spine as she merely glanced at Gideon's observations. Should Clock King recognize the legends of tomorrow, even without a bounty on their heads, they would scarcely evade grave injuries. Thus, she would refrain from meddling in the turmoil of Earth Zero. However, was it truly wise to retire to the captain's quarters and embrace a girl for further slumber? Considering the severity of this crisis, we ought to address it, Sarah resolved, approaching the large screen, nudging Gideon's head aside, and pulling up a star map of the multiverse with various timelines, selecting a particular planet. The crew gathered closer to the display, revealing a Jurassic dinosaur laying an egg, which was encased in resin, rendering it unhatched. This may lead to the reappearance of dinosaurs on Earth by the year 2100 as a result of scientific endeavors. While the consequences may not seem dire, merely resulting in a Jurassic Park scenario, this occurrence should not transpire, rendering it a temporal anomaly. Everyone observes the Earth spinning on the screen, with the threat level indicated as a benign green one, accompanied by a question mark, signifying that even Gideon cannot ascertain whether this constitutes a genuine threat. However, the captain has practically made this clear, and the crew, wary of confronting the Doomsday Clock and the Justice League, naturally opts for compliance. Indeed, when faced with such issues, it is imperative that we correct them diligently. The burly man brandished his flamethrower, contemplating which dinosaur might be more delectable. Yes, I have longed to revisit the Jurassic period and behold the dinosaurs. How charming was that Tyrannosaurus that once sought to consume me. The Atom also chuckled in agreement, albeit with a somewhat strained smile. Indeed, I originally hailed from the year 2210, where pollution has reached alarming levels, and I have yearned to breathe the pristine air of antiquity. The young girl touched her face, as if the air pollution had adversely affected her skin, oblivious to the fact that ancient air may not be suitable for humans. Nevertheless, the crew soon reached a consensus, expressing their admiration for the captain's wisdom. Sarah nodded with a smile. Maintaining the integrity of the timeline is truly a laborious task. She approached the control panel at the front of the spacecraft, with the crew following suit, securing themselves in their respective seats to prevent collisions during time travel. She also remembered to inform the historian and the woman in bed to brace themselves. After completing these preparations, she sat upright in the captain's chair. Wave Rider, commence. Sarah pushed the throttle to its limit, and after a surge of power from the ship's engines, the Wave Rider instantly vanished into the verdant time corridor. Many, including entities such as the Eternal Council and Legends of Tomorrow, who since the alterations in the main world were not few, and some were not even human. Yet, for various reasons, they largely chose to remain oblivious. Some were due to the changes in the timeline, while others sensed the fracture of the origin wall. Yet they discovered that the future was shrouded in obscurity, rendering them unable to discern or act. As Earth emitted a brilliant white light, the Laughing Bat and Su Ming, who were engaged in a musical duel within the Batcave, also took notice. The brother I had been monitoring Challenger Mountain, and now the screen was illuminated, casting light throughout the entire cave. Su Ming felt a surge of positive thoughts inundating his mind, thoughts of selflessness and noble sacrifice. He recognized that these were the thoughts of heroes, resonating through the X-metal and conveyed to him. Yet, what use did he have for the spirit of these heroes? He relied on his work for sustenance, and the life of a mercenary had little in common with such ideals. He shook his head, dispelling these notions from his mind, and quietly observed the Laughing Bat before him. If one were to claim that the Cackling Bat failed to notice such a considerable commotion, it would be nothing short of a blatant falsehood. Hadn't he observed his robins scratching at the walls in agitation? This silvery energy reverberated like poison to all creatures of darkness. Those who possessed dark energy amidst such fluctuations would find themselves in profound discomfort. Whether it was suffocation or poisoning, the sensation was unmistakable. The entirety of the world seemed to reject their very existence. Indeed, the Cackling Bat, caught in the throes of his rap, abruptly halted, his grin widening. He released the imaginary microphone he had been holding and turned his gaze towards Su Ming. The two, who had initially harbored their own ulterior motives, could no longer maintain their facades. Chapter 136. Charge How swiftly the joyous moments pass. Have you attained the desired outcome? The cackling bat beckoned with a curl of his finger, summoning the robins closer. He patted their heads, reminiscing about their appearances and attire before their grotesque transformations. Su Ming's single eye narrowed in apprehension. Had the cackling bat truly regained his senses? Do you know what I have been awaiting? He inquired. Oh ho! I have indeed witnessed your performance on the battlefield. Your rapid arrival here could not solely be attributed to the speed of the flash, could it? Surely. You do not believe I was unprepared? The cackling bat picked up the chains of the robins, wrapping them around his arm with a leisurely demeanor, akin to walking a dog in the park, calmly posing him 2 questions in return. Su Ming retrieved his helmet and secured it upon his head. His fears had materialized. The cackling bat was not mad in the slightest. He had merely feigned insanity to engage in a dance of absurdity while the bat played along. Biding his time. What was he waiting for? Perhaps their previous stalling was a mutual desire, but now the circumstances were all too evident, shattering their unspoken understanding. Barry, what has happened to him? Su Ming felt a twinge of unease. Was the Flash once again faltering at the cusp of victory? Must sacrifices be made each time? The cackling bat waved his hand nonchalantly, grandly producing a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow, even feigning heavy breaths. Hush, do not panic. He is not dead yet. I made some minor adjustments beneath the apparatus storing the anti-monitor's brain. The fool will be met with a sharp jab of the hypnotic needle. It appears he chose a roundabout method, opting to handle the storage device rather than simply grasping the brain as I would. As he spoke, the cackling bat exaggeratedly mimicked a grandiose pose. Su Ming furrowed his brow. The cackling bat was entirely unlike what he had anticipated, the situation exceeding the bounds of the intelligence he had received. What do you intend to do? He asked. Do not rush. At this stage, it would be prudent to wait for Batman's arrival so I can provide a comprehensive explanation. The cackling bat grinned widely, speaking to Su Ming in a melodious tone, then lowered his head. Go, bind our guests over there, and do not consume them. He instructed the robins to move behind him, disappearing from Su Ming's sight as they navigated around the stone walls and pillars. Soon, they emerged, resembling a tribe of hunters returning from the wild, bearing the Flash and the Joker aloft. They were unaware of the origin of the wooden sticks that bound Barry's hands and feet, hoisting him aloft by ropes threaded through the wood. He had succumbed to a stupor, his countenance betraying discomfort. As for the Joker, he remained unchanged, clad in a purple suit with pallid skin. He too had fallen unconscious, lifted in a manner akin to Barry. At the behest of the maniacal laughter, they secured both Barry and the Joker beside Wonder Woman. Diana attempted to kick Barry, but the proximity rendered a strike with her shoe impractical. The robins, smirking with mischief, promptly relocated Barry, binding the Joker between them. Gazing at the Joker's drooping green head, Wonder Woman felt an unsettling twist in her heart. How had this fiend infiltrated the Batcave, and how had he been captured by the maniac? This lunatic always inspired a sense of dread. It was a feeling difficult to articulate. The Joker's prowess was feeble, and in terms of skill, any member of the Justice League surpassed him considerably. Yet, he consistently managed to elicit surprise, invoking a chilling sensation. Even in his current unconscious state, a terrifying grin lingered on his face, as if he might erupt into laughter at any moment. The maniac merely cast a glance at them, immediately bending over in mirth, dabbing at non-existent tears with a handkerchief, and nostalgically remarked, "How delightful, how delightful. These characters always bring me joy, reminding me of happier times." However, he failed to realize that he had unwittingly divulged too much, revealing a wealth of information. Now, Su Ming had begun to grasp the situation. The computational speed of the Bell's brain was remarkable, and after dismissing all possibilities, what remained must inevitably be the truth. Su Ming had learned from comics that the Joker was concealed within the Batcave, a fact known to no one else in this world, save for him and the Joker. Yet, the maniacal Batman was aware and appeared to have effortlessly captured him. It was worth noting that even the Batman of the main universe would expend considerable effort to apprehend the Joker. At the very least, a thorough beating would be unavoidable. Yet, when the Joker was brought out moments ago, he bore no wounds, his attire pristine. Could this imply that the maniacal Batman had been well prepared? Did he already know the Joker was here, thus devising a plan? This would clarify Su Ming's earlier inquiries. 2 plausible scenarios emerged. 1. That the maniacal Batman was a traveler, akin to Su Ming, originating from the real world. Or 2. That he had breached the narrative barrier, comprehending the original storyline and knowing the Joker's hiding place. Both possibilities existed, yet the likelihood of him being both a traveler and a madman seemed minimal. Whether in Su Ming's own experiences or the myriad of transmigration novels he had perused, the protagonist invariably strove to survive. The maniacal Batman, however, exhibited no desire for survival. This contradicted the characteristics of a traveler. His nostalgia and sentiments towards the Robins were genuine. Thus, only one answer remained. He had traversed the fourth wall. This is a conjecture that deeply troubles Su Ming. Once Batman acquires such an abundance of intelligence, does he truly possess the confidence to turn the tide? Please, Bruce. Grant me a moment, Su Ming silently implored. He remained oblivious to the intentions of the laughing bat, yet the large red button clutched in his hand signified nothing favorable. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that wishing for Bruce not to arrive was an unrealistic notion. Presently, they were all situated in the Batcave, with Bruce's abode directly above. Sooner or later, he would inevitably return home. A surprise attack? A remote assault to seize the control device? Although Su Ming was quick on the draw, the laughing bat was, after all, another version of Bruce. He could evade the shot. Once evaded, whether the button would be pressed was uncertain. While the laughing bat feared nothing, Su Ming was not so audacious. He had not spent much time in the DC universe, and his existence had been fraught with turmoil. The substantial bill owed to Batman, amounting to several $1 million, remained unsettled. How could Su Ming, once a mere security guard, contemplate death? Yet, Slade's essence had intertwined with his own. Deathstroke was never one to shy away from risking his life, nor to compete in ruthlessness with others. It was as if a voice within him cried out, "Deathstroke, charge!" Indeed, as a warrior, shouldn't the consideration of subsequent events arise only after the charge? Tactics can occasionally prove futile. Thus, the courage to charge forth holds paramount importance. From Cindy, he had gleaned Deathstroke's sense of responsibility towards Earth. From Barry, he had learned the fearless spirit of optimism. And from Captain America, he had witnessed the conviction to face all challenges. Compared to the former security guard he once was, he had evolved significantly. As a traveler who fancied himself well-versed in a wealth of information and accustomed to employing various tactics, Su Ming was now coming to a profound self-realization, returning to the essence of his being. Faced with the unpredictable laughing bat, he indeed felt a twinge of fear. He did not wish to perish, and the overwhelming unknown momentarily unsettled him. However, Su Ming soon recognized that tactical maneuvers were not his trump card. His very existence constituted his ultimate advantage. The strength of Deathstroke lay not only in his intellect and strategy, but also in the fact that he was among the finest warriors on Earth when charging into battle. A chuckle escaped Su Ming's lips beneath his mask, intermittent yet resonant, as he drew forth his Nightfall sword from behind, performing a flourish with it. "Oh, what brings about your laughter?" the laughing bat inquired, tilting his head in curiosity, seemingly perplexed as he had yet to act, while Deathstroke appeared to have lost his sanity. "You once instilled within me a sense of fear, Batman. Albeit a mere whisper, I must concede that you have illuminated certain truths for me." Su Ming exhaled slowly, flexing his fingers around the hilt of the great sword, feeling the weapon beckoning him. "Why not at all? It would be for your own good," the laughing bat suggested earnestly, grasping his pointed chin with a semblance of sincerity. Su Ming drew forth the Godslayer, a malleable curved blade that instantaneously morphed into a colossal sword of identical design, its razor-sharp edge gleaming with a golden radiance. Did you not hear the ominous toll of the death knell ringing in your ears? The only soul destined for demise here is you. "Oh, pray tell, what do you intend to do? I am quite adept at pressing buttons, you know." The madcap bat tugged at the chains binding the Robins, arranging them into an imposing wall before him, while simultaneously extending his hand to flaunt the red button he held. Indeed, as Su Ming surmised, it was a remote device. Once activated, the brain of the anti-Watcher would plummet from its precarious perch, landing atop the headless skull of the Watcher. In the distance, the sound of dripping water echoed from the Batcave, and Diana's anxious gaze fell upon Su Ming, who could hear and feel her concern. Although this decision stirred a thrill within him, he relished such a life. What action shall he take? In a sudden burst of acceleration, Su Ming leapt forward with a velocity that left no time for caution, brandishing a weapon of darkness in one hand and a weapon of gold in the other. resembling a great bird unfurling its wings. Of course, it was a charge. Chapter 137. The turnaround, how dare he? The madcap bat watched in astonishment as Su Ming surged towards him, an unexpected maneuver given the tactical rhythm that typically characterized this death knell-esque combat style. Such an abrupt charge was entirely inconsistent with his psychological profile. What had transpired? Yet he dismissed the thought. You intend to rush in and strike, do you? Do you presume I would refrain from pressing the button simply to await Bruce? You are gravely mistaken. Despite the absence of the main world's Batman, marring the script somewhat, when the universe collapses, all witnesses of this puppet show shall behold their own creation, and Bruce shall inevitably be informed. Ha ha ha. However, just as he prepared to press the button in his grasp, a massive black sword whirled through the air, intercepting the Robins before him, who let out not a single whimper as they were cleaved in two, akin to stalks of wheat. Su Ming swung his arm, releasing the Nightfall greatsword with deadly precision. The keen, in-metal weapon instantaneously claiming the lives of the Robins. The madcap bat, too preoccupied to press the button or glance at the gruesome fate of the Robins, rolled away to evade the blade's edge. With a resounding thud, the great sword embedded itself into the eye socket of his brother behind him, igniting a shower of sparks as the screen abruptly darkened. The madcap bat could no longer see Su Ming. The sudden shift in light left him momentarily disoriented. Yet, clad in his helmet, Su Ming's tactical visor maintained its night vision functionality as he kicked aside the corpses of the otherworldly Robins and continued his relentless advance. His target, however, was not the madcap bat, but the ultimate surgical apparatus restraining the Watcher. Charging forward for a while, he finally glimpsed the scene behind the stone wall. The observer on the operating table was restrained, its skull mysteriously absent. Not far above, on a makeshift stand reminiscent of an alcohol lamp, lay a flat brain. No way. Though the laughing bat was invisible, he unhesitatingly pressed the button in his hand, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips, sealing the fate of all present. What would he behold when he next opened his eyes? Perhaps familiar faces would return, allowing him the grim pleasure of slaying them once more. Yet he felt no pain, nor did he sense any explosion. Gradually accustomed to the darkness, he beheld the golden great sword in Death Knell's hand morph into an extraordinarily long-handled fork, accurately piercing the falling celestial brain. The brain, emanating a faint wave of thought, was swiftly retrieved by Death Knell, the fork retracting with it. Indeed, as long as Su Ming could see the target, the task became manageable. The Godslayer, after all, was a divine artifact, though the laughing bat had secured the observer's head within a glass casing, ensuring the two brains would collide as intended. Not even the sturdiest tempered glass could withstand the sharpness of the Godslayer. At the critical moment, Su Ming managed to pin the brain in midair, akin to spearing a pudding at a dining table. Unfortunately, the observer beneath would likely suffer as shards of glass rained down upon his head, potentially leading to symptoms of dementia in the future. But was not Earth and the multiverse preserved? What did you just say? No way. Su Ming turned, plucking the brain of the anti-observer from the fork. This entity was a menace on Earth, and it must not fall into the hands of the Eternal Council. With a swift motion, he flipped his palm, and the brain plummeted to the ground like jelly. He stepped upon it, producing a squelching sound beneath his black and yellow combat boots. Red and white splattered everywhere, and a piercing scream erupted from the depths of the soul. With double the soul strength, this was merely a gust of wind for Su Ming. Yet Diana fainted with a soft whimper. The laughing bat felt some impact, but, with an iron will, merely swayed before regaining his balance. However, the smile had vanished from his face, replaced by a mask of indifference. Su Ming preferred this version of Bruce, serious and aloof, the demeanor he was accustomed to. The laughing bat turned and pulled Su Ming's Nightfall greatsword from the mainframe of his brother's eyes. The end metal forming the hilt scorched his palm, emitting waves of white smoke and a rich aroma of meat. Yet, he remained unfazed, fully aware that his plans had crumbled. And Death Knell stood as the architect of his misfortune. You have brought me great trouble. You understand nothing. Now, I am left with no choice but to eliminate them one by one, which is a waste of my time. The laughing bat, or rather, the now silent bat, spoke to Su Ming in a somber tone, raising the great sword as he stood silently opposed to Su Ming. He has undergone rigorous training and is proficient in the use of any weapon. In the primary world, Bruce refrains from killing and thus does not wield such large weapons. However, the Joker has long since discarded such limitations. Originally, there were 7 of you, all of whom have met their demise, directly or indirectly, at my hands. What gives you the audacity to believe you are different from the others of your kind? The Godslayer in Su Ming's grasp transformed from a forked back into its greatsword form. As he responded to the Joker's inquiry, he lunged forward with a mighty strike. Their greatswords clashed in the dark expanse, igniting a flurry of sparks as their wielders locked eyes, each straining to overpower the other. Indeed, the Godslayer's material is inferior to that of the Nightfall, a weapon forged from divine power, inherently restrained by in-metal. The fact that it has not shattered is a testament to the craftsmanship of the fire god. Meanwhile, the Joker's strength is lacking. He is not as powerful as Su Ming, and his martial skills fall slightly short of the bells. Overall, they are evenly matched. Fortunately, Su Ming had already manipulated the X-metal flow along the blade before unleashing Nightfall, causing its sharpness to diminish significantly. Otherwise, he would not have dared to engage in direct combat. Because I am unlike them, unlike any of you, I possess the truth, the Joker coldly declared, nudging Su Ming's sword with his knee and creating some distance before launching a strike aimed at Su Ming's midsection. Su Ming deftly rotated his sword, and another flash of fire erupted as both great swords were deflected apart. Is it because you've realized you are merely a comic book character? Huh. Many have come to this realization. Without hesitation, Su Ming drew his pistol and fired a shot, though it held little efficacy. Nonetheless, it caused the Joker's head to tilt slightly, akin to receiving a stinging slap. The Joker dismissed such an assault, but could not disregard Su Ming's words. What? Indeed, we are all comic characters, and everyone is aware of it, except for you, who is too foolish to take it seriously. Of course, not everyone is privy to this knowledge, but the Joker cannot verify it. Su Ming merely resorts to verbal jabs, saying whatever may strike a nerve. The current reality proves that the Joker is not truly insane, thus compelling him to ponder concepts beyond his comprehension, leading him to become ensnared in a web of convoluted thoughts amidst a torrent of information. The more intelligent one is, the more prone they are to overthinking. As the saying goes, cleverness can lead to folly. How is that possible? The Joker evaded Su Ming's opportunistic strike, retreating several paces, momentarily perplexed. This bell exhibited an awareness of many truths reminiscent of the former Harley. Could it be, as he suggested, that many are aware yet choose to adhere to the script? No, what the bell posited could be a fabrication, as the veracity of this claim cannot be substantiated. Yet it cannot be disproven either, for he himself stands as an example. The Joker indeed found himself entangled in a quandary. Seizing the moment, Su Ming pressed on, "Why is it impossible? I have emerged from what you refer to as the realm of comics. Outside, we are governed by a force known as the Heavenly Path, a truth universally acknowledged." The Heavenly Path? The Laughing Bat recoiled a few steps in disbelief. Indeed, one might assume that a group of individuals wields a brush to dictate your fate. Yet they too are ensnared by the Heavenly Path. The expression on the Laughing Bat's face grew colder. This was a concept previously unknown to him. Yet the mere mention of its name evoked an overwhelming sense of power. He found himself increasingly conflicted. Su Ming swung his sword, the golden blade cutting through the darkness with a howl of the wind, yet the Laughing Bat evaded the strike. This was troublesome. Bruce's combat techniques were seamlessly integrated into the Laughing Bat's form, allowing him to instinctively dodge even amidst distraction. As for the earlier mention of the Heavenly Path, it was absurd to think the Laughing Bat could comprehend it. Even if he had crossed the fourth wall and glimpsed the reality of America, how could he fathom the constructs of a fantastical novel from another realm? In truth, that would likely belong to the fifth or sixth wall, one of which bore the codename Green Dam, a new Great Wall. As for the existence of the Heavenly Path, Su Ming was uncertain. He could neither prove nor disprove its reality, leaving it an enigma. Nonetheless, it served as effective ammunition for his rhetoric. Chapter 138. The clown returns amidst the clash of blades. Sparks flew between the two combatants. The Laughing Bat gasped heavily, not solely from the intensity of their battle, but also due to the unsettling revelations uttered by Su Ming. He was reluctant to accept Su Ming's assertions. Yet the actions of this death knell could only be comprehended by someone from beyond the comic world. However, if the world outside, which he believed to be real, was also manipulated by unseen hands, then this cycle would be inescapable, regardless of how many walls he traversed or what worlds he entered. He would remain subject to an invisible fate. He yearned to liberate everyone from their shackles, to break free from the chains of destiny. But if the outside world mirrored this captivity, what then would become of him? Regardless, he resolved to find a way to escape and ascertain the truth, believing that solutions would reveal themselves. First, however, he must eliminate this death knell to secure a future. As countless thoughts raced through his mind, the laughing bat regained his composure, resolved to exploit the previously identified weaknesses of the death knell. It appeared the death knell held a particular fondness for the Justice League. Thus, he would target them. With his decision made, he swiftly retrieved several bat-shaped shurikens from his belt and hurled them toward the unconscious Barry. The black projectiles seemed to meld with the surrounding shadows, nearly invisible as they sped toward their mark. Su-Ming would not allow him to slay Barry in his presence. He immediately fired upon the bat shurikens, aiming for their center of balance to alter their trajectory. Diana herself was impervious to blades and bullets, while the Joker was evidently unrelated to the death knell, leading the laughing bat to inadvertently focus on the Flash. After hurling the bat darts, the Joker cackled maniacally without a glance back, immediately swinging his great sword towards Su-Ming. Preoccupied with firing the bat darts, Su-Ming noticed the impending attack, but found it impossible to evade significantly. The Joker's technique in throwing the bat darts was exceedingly cunning, with the projectiles providing mutual cover, obstructing many angles for Su-Ming's shots. Though the angles from which he could hit were severely constrained, Su-Ming possessed his own discernment. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the bat darts was accompanied by the slicing noise as several were redirected, embedding themselves around Barry and deeply into the stone columns, none striking their target, yet perilously close. Suddenly, Su-Ming felt a gash open on his abdomen. Even the palladium armor had been breached. While palladium was not as robust as end metal, the divine forging techniques, combined with godly power, rendered it formidable. The wound was minor, not severe enough to spill intestines, yet he was undeniably injured. Su-Ming touched his belly, his hands stained with blood. This injury would likely require a minute to self-heal, but with the Joker now aware of his vulnerability, could he truly afford himself that time? Indeed, the Joker chuckled ominously, retrieving several bat darts from his belt, but these were different, adorned with flashing red lights, a veritable array of bat bomb darts. He tossed them towards Barry and the others with keen interest, eager to observe how the Bell would respond. If Bell fired at the bat darts, the Joker would instantly inflict another wound upon him. Should Bell attempt to create distance and shoot, the Joker would seize the opportunity to vanish into the shadows. He still possessed ample bombs, remaining the Batman of mischief, with his stealth skills as adept as ever. Retreating now could yield greater opportunities in the future. Bell would not capture him. The Joker hoped Bell would withdraw, allowing him to escape unscathed. However, unexpectedly, Bell did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, sword raised. What was happening? The Joker swiftly attempted to block the attack, but was forced back several paces by Su-Ming's force. Do you not care for their lives? Su-Ming offered no reply. In the next instant, explosions erupted around them, as the previously thrown bat darts were intercepted mid-flight, engulfing both in a cloud of smoke. The Joker was shielded by dark energy, while Su-Ming was protected by armor. The explosion would only jolt them momentarily. Yet, unforeseen events unfolded. The Joker turned to glance behind him, towards the spot where the three individuals should have been blown away. Through the smoke emerged a figure, convulsing in laughter, clutching a handgun, his wrist propped against his forehead, laughing uncontrollably. Ha! Oh dear, what a strenuous endeavor. Ha ha ha. Even before seeing him, the voice unmistakably revealed his identity. As the smoke dissipated, the Joker could be seen leisurely arranging his hair, sniffling and tilting his head. He inexplicably emerged from his stupor and, using the first batch of bat-shaped shurikens embedded near Bane, severed the ropes binding him. He then drew his firearm and detonated all the explosives. The Joker's marksmanship was hardly exceptional, but what did it matter? A few extra shots could always compensate for that. As for the possibility of missing the flying bombs entirely, he did not dwell on it. After all, what fun would a game be if victory were guaranteed? The name Joker echoed chillingly, revealing that this madman had indeed delivered an unexpected twist. Was someone calling for his Uncle Jack? The Joker laughed gleefully, covering his eyes. But I can't see you. Are you looking for candy? You've mistaken me for someone else. Ha ha ha. How did you awaken? The laughing bat inquired, cautiously shifting to keep an eye on both the Joker and the Grim Reaper as the situation turned precarious, with threats closing in from all sides. The Joker holstered his gun, which did not fire bullets but rather a small flag adorned with his face, akin to those placed atop a colossal burger. He clasped his hands together, pressing his pale cheek against the back of his hand, tilting his head in a mock sleeping pose. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the laughing bat, his face adorned with the signature oversized grin of a clown. They appeared as if they were brothers. The bat still lacked a sense of humor, did he not? Ha ha ha. Friends, beside a truly sleeping person, there is always one feigning slumber. Surely that is common knowledge? Ha 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 ha. It turned out that hidden within the bat cave, his frenzied mind was never devoid of whimsical ideas. Prior to this moment, the laughing bat had not even seen him standing. Upon arriving with the observer, he had only encountered the unconscious Joker. Indeed, the Joker had administered anesthetics to himself, deliberately succumbing to slumber, for he wished to engage Batman in a game. The game was titled, "Every Day I Come Home to Find the Joker Pretending to be Dead." In the primary universe, Bruce had previously confined the Joker within Arkham, but the Joker's escapes were as effortless as drinking water. Consequently, Bruce imprisoned him in the lowest chamber of his Batcave. However, during the metal event, Bruce was misled by the Dream Lord and scoured the world for metal, leaving the Justice League unable to locate him. They dispatched Hal to investigate. Bruce had left Blue Beetle to guard the cave, resulting in a confrontation between Hal and Blue Beetle, which escalated into chaos, inadvertently releasing the Joker from his confinement. Initially thought to have escaped into the dark river beneath the Batcave, the Joker meandered back to his original hiding place. He sought to continue playing with Batman. Being confined in the Batcave was quite agreeable, as he could see Batman every day. Having split with Harley, he had no other place to go, and everyone else seemed dull in comparison. The Batcave was splendid, filled with talent and pleasant conversation. He adored being there. Thus, it could be said that the laughing bat had fortuitously stumbled upon the unconscious Joker, unaware that he had long been awake, merely feigning unconsciousness. He is indeed a vessel of the god of wine, his mind brimming with frenzied and euphoric thoughts. The effects of narcotics on him are rather mediocre. Originally, the Joker intended to spring up and surprise Batman when he came to assist him, only to discover that this Batman was not the one he desired. Nevertheless, he would not let such an entertaining opportunity pass him by, feigning unconsciousness, for his pallid visage was perpetually ghastly, and playing dead was a fundamental skill of the Joker. Unfortunately, he discerned that the laughing bat not only bore no resemblance to Batman, but more closely mirrored himself. This revelation displeased him greatly. Chapter 139. United Struggle, he. Have you come to a realization? This can only signify one truth. You are neither me nor Batman. You are nobody. The Joker, who had been conversing cheerfully with the laughing bat, suddenly shifted to an icy tone, spitting venomously. He continued until his mouth was parched, then bent over, succumbing to a fit of dry coughs. Not just anyone can don a black leather suit and become Batman, nor can a mere smile painted on one's face transform someone into the Joker. The laughing bat is merely an imitator. He not only mimics the Joker, but also aspires to usurp Batman's place. How infuriating! He must eliminate him before Bruce returns. Otherwise, he would lose face entirely. His smile differs from mine. Gotham requires but one kind of smile. A whirlwind of thoughts coursed through the Joker's deranged mind, accompanied by vivid hallucinations. He envisioned Batman and a laughing bat in a fierce struggle, while he could only cower in a corner, gnawing on a handkerchief. Batman, you should leave. Dealing with the laughing bat has consumed far too much of my time, and I can no longer attend to you. The laughing bat. Ha ha ha, you have lost. I am the true nemesis of Batman. It is time for you to retire. Nightwing, I must assist Batman. We are weary of your antics. The laughing bat is the true villain bent on annihilating the multiverse. Damien, you are too much of a nuisance, Uncle Jay. Perhaps you should return to the countryside and join a circus to enjoy your retirement. Barbara, you are hardly frightening. The citizens now adore the laughing bat's dark theories. Your chaotic methods are outdated. Catwoman, just leave. You may attend my wedding with Bruce, as you pose no threat any longer. Countless familiar heroes emerged, each indifferent to him. In the past, they would have pummeled him, feeding him his favorite slaps. Yet now they regarded him as if he were air. They surged toward the laughing bat, hoisting him high in joyous laughter against the night sky. leaving the Joker alone in the corner, solitary beneath the dim streetlight. This hallucination felt hauntingly real, sending shivers throughout the Joker's being. He would rather die than allow it to transpire. The Joker must be the one and only, for only he can play with the bat. The counterfeit product that unexpectedly surfaced, its origin unknown, is a perplexing presence. The Joker's thoughts can often be easily discerned. His expressions are exceptionally vivid, and at that moment, it seemed as though Su Ming could read words upon his face. For reasons unknown, the Joker appeared intent on annihilating the laughing madman, which, in a sense, was favorable, though the Joker's combat prowess was mediocre. His assortment of eclectic gadgets consistently managed to hinder Batman, and the divine factor of alcohol allowed him to heal, growing more elated the more he was struck, all while spouting nonsensical chatter to attract attention. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming swiftly engaged, relentlessly targeting the laughing madman with his great sword. Both parties were aware that the God-Slayer could not inflict harm upon him. Thus Su Ming feigned an attempt to reclaim the Nightfall great sword, diverting the laughing madman's attention towards their weapons. Previously, the laughing madman had witnessed the Joker and Batman's collaboration as they triumphed over him. He believed that the world had irrevocably changed, and such scenes would no longer manifest. Yet now the Joker, even more formidable than Batman, proved to be a challenge. It seemed that a transformed future was not necessarily a favorable one. He had thought that capturing the Joker and confirming his impending unconsciousness would allow for a sense of security. Yet this madman perpetually surprised him. Was there a tactic involving feigning unconsciousness to deliver oneself into enemy hands, only to spy? Indeed, the Joker was capable of such antics. However, this was neither strategy nor premeditation. It was merely for his amusement. Under Su Ming's relentless assault, the Joker retreated step by step, desperately attempting to safeguard his weapon from being disarmed. Meanwhile, the Joker rummaged through his suit from a distance, exploring every pocket and tugging at the collar to peer inside. How curious, where could it be? Hee. Mr. Spoon is going to be upset now. What are you doing, Joker? Su Ming inquired, attacking while reminding him that they were on a battlefield, suggesting that if the Joker wished to indulge in madness, he might choose a more suitable moment. Have you seen my colored pencils? I can't be without them, he exclaimed, scratching his green hair, his eyes brimming with tears as he gazed helplessly at Su Ming. The ramblings of a madman are not easily comprehensible, yet fortunately, the listener was Su Ming. The Joker was not searching for a pen or a fork to accompany his spoon. He was in search of a weapon. He relished in using pens to poke at people, be it a fountain pen, a pencil, or a ballpoint pen. In moments of need, his mind instinctively turned to a writing instrument. Guns he deemed unsuitable. They lacked the joyful process of causing death, devoid of screams. And the swift demise was generally not his preference. He had observed discreetly, understanding that the laughing madman was unique, as typical weaponry could not harm him, which is why he sought colored pencils. In his chaotic mind, colored pencils were vibrant and diverse, symbolizing something greater, more potent weaponry capable of inflicting damage on the laughing madman. His true intention was the need for a formidable weapon. A cascade of thoughts raced through Su Ming's mind as he swiftly cast the dagger he had sheathed at his back to the Joker. This dagger, a pair of palladium blades, had been seized from the clutches of the Zero Claw on Earth-11, and Su Ming had retained one as a spare. Typically, he refrained from employing short-range weaponry, but it was now well-suited for the Joker. The Joker was accustomed to wielding a folding knife, a corrosive acid flower pinned to his chest, an electric shock device concealed within his gloves, and due to his numerous encounters with Batman, he also utilized batarangs. He caught the dagger thrown by Su Ming and, upon unsheathing it, broke into uncontrollable laughter. Hee, there's even a bird on it. Its eyes are so large. It's staring at me. Mwah, 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 ha, ha, ha. He pinched the dagger between two fingers, gazing at the intricate designs with glee, his wide mouth pressing against the handle, staining the owl engraving with a vivid crimson. Tilting his head, he staggered towards the laughing bat, cackling incessantly, brandishing the dagger from a distance, as if selecting his point of attack. The dagger posed a threat, and the laughing bat sensed it, feeling as if he were pricked by needles where the Joker's gaze fell. The Joker incessantly licked his lips, as though contemplating devouring him whole. The laughing bat pondered an escape, but Su Ming would not grant him that opportunity. A fleeting thought crossed Su Ming's mind, and in an instant, the God-Slayer in his hand transformed into two curved blades, which he wielded with ferocious intensity against the Laughing Bat. He disregarded the counterattacks from the Laughing Bat, adopting a stance of mutual harm, for he bore the X-Metal skeleton within him, rendering him impervious to the Nightfall Greatsword's blows. Manipulating his soul energy, he fused all his ribs together, as if donning an inner armor of X-Metal, presenting an overwhelming advantage over the Laughing Bat. The Joker approached like a shadow, ready to strike when the Laughing Bat was preoccupied with evasion, delivering sudden stabs while incessantly chattering nonsensically. This arrangement suited Su Ming perfectly. He could focus solely on the offensive while leaving the verbal distractions to the Joker. Chapter 140. Success and Bargain. Want to hear a joke? The Joker lunged with the dagger, but the Laughing Bat sidestepped, attempting to retaliate against the Joker. However, Su Ming's curved blades swiftly intercepted, aimed at the Laughing Bat's fingers. He had no choice but to withdraw and evade, knowing that while he would not be injured, the sheer force could disarm him. If the Bell Toll managed to reclaim that black greatsword, he would be in peril. The Joker, seemingly oblivious to the massive sword that had nearly struck him moments before, pressed forward with reckless abandon. Not listening, then Uncle Joker will perform a magic trick. Haha. The frenzied Joker stumbled, as if unable to maintain his balance, seemingly on the verge of collapsing beneath the weight of the Laughing Bat's greatsword. Yet, with a slap to his chest, the yellow flower pinned to his suit suddenly erupted with a burst of green liquid. It remains a mystery how he managed to aim so precisely, striking the gaping maw of the Laughing Bat with that wave of green liquid. The Laughing Bat coughed twice, its offensive onslaught inevitably slowing. For the protective shroud of dark energy had been significantly weakened following Barbados's failure. The corrosive acid left a sensation akin to burning coals in its mouth, and it felt as though water was filling its lungs. However, this potent acid, capable of reducing flesh to bone and metal to mere slag, could only achieve so much. It inflicted no substantial harm. Would you care for a refill, my lord? How do I appear? Do I resemble your butler? The Joker's incessant banter posed such questions. Yet he made no further use of the boutonniere, opting instead to lunge directly at the Laughing Bat with a dagger aimed at its face. He harbored a profound disdain for that visage, that smile, and for the way it mimicked both Batman and himself. Everything about this creature incited his loathing. The Laughing Bat managed to parry the blow with its great sword, providing Su Ming with a fleeting opportunity. He clapped his hands together forcefully, causing his dual blades to instantaneously transform into a question mark-shaped golden staff, reminiscent of those wielded by European shepherdesses, albeit considerably larger. As the Laughing Bat defended against the Joker's relentless assault, Su Ming swung the staff from the side with great vigor, ensnaring the Laughing Bat in its arc. Reel it in. The staff swiftly contracted, and Su Ming leapt forward, propelled by the grip at its base, closing in on the Laughing Bat at remarkable speed. Su Ming was already swift. The Laughing Bat found itself challenged merely to contend with him, with the Joker persistently distracting with props and taunts. The Laughing Bat finally fell prey to Su Ming's timely maneuver. The Laughing Bat's initial instinct was to perceive that the Reaper aimed to seize its weapon. Yet this distraction afforded it a chance to strike accurately at Su Ming. It swung its great sword toward him. Su Ming stood his ground, allowing the blade to crash against his shoulder. The armor shattered, the deltoid muscle was severed, and several blood vessels were ruptured. Nevertheless, the collarbone obstructed the attack, resulting in a resounding clang. In the immediate aftermath, rather than attempting to wrest the sword away, Su Ming grasped the blade's edge with one hand, while his other morphed into a fist aimed squarely at the Laughing Bat's chest. The Laughing Bat exhibited no inclination to evade. What use was a fist, after all? It resolved to withdraw the great sword for another strike. However, it made a grave error. At that moment, Su Ming decisively unveiled a long-concealed trump card. Four elongated spikes erupted from the knuckles of his fist, piercing through the gauntlet's confines, gleaming with argent light as they swiftly penetrated the Laughing Bat's chest. It was X-Metal. How could he forget this technique while emulating Wolverine? Logan possessed only 3 claws per hand. Su Ming had an additional one. Furthermore, if he so desired, he could manipulate the X-Metal to emerge from any joint in his body, albeit at the cost of turning his armor into a sieve. He had consistently feigned an intention to reclaim the great sword. Thus, the Laughing Bat, deeming Su Ming's other weapons as negligible threats, divided its attention between the Reaper and the Joker. The latter represented greater unpredictability, an abundance of uncertainty, and his maniacal laughter and words were impossible to dismiss. Though the jester remained unaware, Su Ming merely utilized him as a decoy. Seizing the moment, Su Ming closed the distance and revealed his trump card, achieving a decisive victory. For silver, conical spikes pierced through the chest of the laughing bat, creating 4 openings in its heart before emerging from its back. In an instant, Su Ming felt a surge within, retracting the X metal. Black blood gushed from the wounds, siphoning away the laughing bat's life and strength. The dark energy began to dissipate, and the laughing bat collapsed to the ground. What a cunning tactic, he coughed, yet you have committed a grave error, a colossal mistake. The laughing bat grasped Su Ming's armor, gazing upwards into the shadowy cavern, where countless twinkling eyes were fixed upon him. Those were the bats. He was unwilling to accept defeat, as there were still things he wished to accomplish. What mistake have I made? I know not, but you have indeed made a significant blunder. Su Ming brushed aside the bat's hand, retrieved his nightfall greatsword, and disregarded the jester, who wept like a cat mourning a mouse. He calmly addressed the laughing bat. I once imparted a phrase to a mere pawn. Allow me to reiterate it to you. Do not provoke the death knell. Without waiting for the laughing bat to respond, Su Ming swung his sword, severing its head with a single stroke. Ah, splendid, splendid. The jester clapped joyfully, tears of laughter streaming down his face. A perfect work of art. I desire it. I desire it. Death knell, sell it to me. What do you want? A dagger? Su Ming furrowed his brow. The jester, in his madness, was unpredictable. However, the dagger was not for sale, as it was a souvenir from Earth, a memento of -11. A dagger? Oh, you mean this one? No. I shall return it to you. Compared to a bird, I prefer bats. Without hesitation, the jester tossed the palladium dagger back to Su Ming, fully aware of its sharpness. Yet he did not covet it. I want this. I wish to preserve it and converse with it daily. He bent down decisively, retrieving the laughing bat's head from the ground, disregarding the black blood that stained him, cradling it in his arms. The purple suit was soon marred by dark stains. He then rested the head on his shoulder, positioning it beside his own, and stretched out his hand to manipulate the laughing bat's face into a grin. Cheerfully addressing Su Ming, "Look, I can smile with 2 mouths simultaneously." Turning to examine the spiked helmeted head and the headless body flailing like a dead fish, the jester erupted into laughter. Ultimately, he triumphed. The one who laughs last laughs best. Once again, chaos and madness proved to be the victors, rendering his smile unique. As for this imitator, when the bats returned to play, he would ensure that this head served as an audience in a shadowy corner, to envy him, yet remain powerless. This head held no utility for Su Ming. He sought no such bloody evidence for his accounts, considering this was the Batcave, where Bruce would inevitably review the surveillance footage upon his return. Employing an assassin occasionally necessitates leaving behind certain evidence, such as an ear, a hand, or a severed head, items that can validate the completion of a task and facilitate the verification of identity. Such evidence is essential for claiming the bounty, a requirement of the profession. However, firstly, Batman is not one to default on payments. He is oblivious to the concept of money and holds no interest in it. Secondly, since the Joker desires this head, the Joker's money is as good as any, and it is not uncommon for goods to be sold to multiple buyers. Instances abound in the mercenary world where numerous individuals simultaneously place a bounty on a target. One can undertake all these tasks and reap the rewards upon completion. Oh, how much are you offering? The grand event has reached its conclusion, and Su Ming must prepare for his future. Having more money is invariably advantageous. Owing money for now? No, that won't do. The Joker clutched the head tightly, watching Su Ming with wary eyes, as if fearing he might snatch it away. How about this? I shall offer you something splendid in exchange, he chuckled. Something splendid? What could the Joker possibly have? Su Ming pondered. His blood? Indeed. The Joker's blood contains the God of Wine factor, which could enhance Su Ming's regenerative abilities. Yet the side effects are severe, potentially driving one to madness. Moreover, the Joker himself is oblivious to the existence of the God of Wine factor. He merely utilizes his blood to create the Joker virus. Laughing gas. Inhalers will laugh themselves to death. Powerful, indeed, but far less versatile than fear toxin. Scarecrow's toxin is produced in greater quantities and is readily available. Su Ming reflected for a while and realized that the Joker actually possessed something of value. his purple, smiley-faced Joker car. Although its appearance is somewhat eccentric, it is, after all, a well-modified vehicle, boasting a super engine, nitrous oxide injection for acceleration, and an array of onboard weaponry. It is akin to a reskinned version of 007's vehicle. While it may not rival the Batmobile, it is still impressive. If the Joker intends to trade it, it would indeed be a lucrative deal. Come now, extend your hand and close your eyes. I shall present you with a treasure, the Joker said, his demeanor playful. He reached into his suit pocket, rummaging for a moment before mysteriously pinching something between his fingers. Su Ming squinted, reminiscent of Batman, wondering if this could possibly be an electric shock button. The Joker was not contemplating such tricks, was he? You're not planning to electrocute me, are you? I am a cyborg. Your toy would merely amuse me, Su Ming replied, extending his hand calmly. As he stated, the Joker's electric device would serve only as a source of entertainment for him. Should the Joker attempt any tricks, he could easily be tossed into a cell, where Su Ming could subsequently demand a bounty for capturing him for Batman. Oh no. Why would you doubt your old friend? You truly hurt my feelings. Haha. The Joker feigned wiping away tears, peeking through his fingers to gauge Su Ming's reaction. Although his exaggerated manner of peeking, fingers splayed wide, seemed to reveal his large eyes to ensure Su Ming could see him clearly. It is fortunate that time is not wasted, for soon the Justice League will return and escape will be impossible. Su Ming is not Batman. He has no leisure to engage in games with the Joker, nor does he wish to indulge in riddles or listen to jests. His sole desire is to acquire money, find a comfortable place to rest, and subsequently spend it. Once the funds are secured, he envisions ordering 2 family buckets of Kaifeng cuisine, one for himself and the other for Barry. Barry has played a significant role in his achievements, and Su Ming is a man of gratitude. However, given that this money is tainted by blood, he would never consider sharing it with the Flash. Instead, he opts to offer him some food and other necessities, items difficult to refuse. Within Su Ming's mind lies an uncalculated bill, but it is certain that it amounts to several $1 million. Having saved the world, survived, satisfied his bloodthirsty cravings post-transformation, and amassed a considerable fortune, he finds himself increasingly enamored with a mercenary life, even before the money is in hand. Meanwhile, the Joker notices that the clock tower seems distracted. Despite the blood still flowing from his shoulder, he appears to be stifling a laugh in an odd manner. This laughter, albeit unsettling, rings genuine, prompting the Joker to join in merriment. Haha, care to guess what it is? Here's a hint. It was found in the Batcave. Oh, a treasure from Batman? Then hand it over. You can keep the head for your amusement. Su Ming reattaches his gear and gestures for him to hurry. He has his own debts to collect. The Joker sighs, his shoulders drooping. He finds the situation tedious, as no one else is as entertaining as Batman, not even willing to play guessing games. All right, here you go. I believe this is a fine item. He gently places a small object into Su Ming's palm, unsure of its nature, but sensing its significance. This inexplicable intuition convinces the Joker of its importance, and he is inexplicably drawn to it, as its smiling face brings him joy akin to that of someone under the influence of laughing gas. Initially, he intended to gift this to Harley, hoping to mend their relationship after his last attempt on her life, which he feared had marred their bond. A small token might evoke memories of him, perhaps even provoke another attempt on his life, thus alleviating his current ennui. Yet he now yearns to use the head of the cackling bat as a ball to kick, making the exchange for this gift with the clock tower an appealing prospect. However, the moment the object reaches Su Ming's hands, he scarcely has the chance to discern its nature before a flash of blue light envelopes him, whisking him away in an instant. As the blue glow fades, Su Ming is gone, leaving only the Joker clutching the head, maintaining the posture of offering. The Joker quickly retracts his hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, indeed, but I have yet to close my eyes. He counts aloud, satisfied that he still has 5 fingers, neither 4 nor 6. Yet, how has the clock tower vanished so suddenly? How amusing. Ha ha ha. He clapped his hands, and a living person vanished before his eyes. It was truly the finest of spectacles. So, you wish to play hide and seek, did you? Hee, I am here. The Joker began his search for the Reaper's trace within the cavern, probing behind the charred visage of his brother, beneath the chair binding the observer, and even inside his own shoes. He scoured every nook and cranny, yet the result was the same, Reaper had vanished in a thin air. "I cannot find you. I concede. Come out." He gasped for breath, fatigued, but still, he could not locate the elusive figure. He wished for the Reaper to emerge and reveal the secret of his disappearance. He relished this game and yearned to master it to play with the bat. However, no one would respond to him now. After wandering for a spell, he realized the Reaper was gone, and a wave of despondency washed over him. "You have departed, and I must leave as well. Am I truly leaving? Really gone? Have I taken the head with me?" He surveyed his surroundings, finding only Barry and Diana still bound and unconscious upon the stone pillars, while the headless corpse of the laughing bat lay motionless, and the observer, with his mouth gagged, could only emit muffled whimpers. All was silent within the cave. "Ha ha 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 ha. Then I shall take that as your tacit agreement." He lifted the cackling head, nodding in satisfaction, ready to depart. Yet, just as he neared the cave's mouth, something seemed to spark in his mind, and he turned back, retrieving a tube of lipstick from his pocket. With it, he painted large, jovial smiles upon Diana and Barry's faces. Observing the two unconscious superheroes transformed into cheerful visages, he burst into laughter and dashed away, clutching his head. The observer sighed in relief. The Joker had overlooked him, that lunatic. However, the Joker turned back once more, thrusting the lipstick into the observer's hands. "Hold on to it." Hee. The Joker licked his lips, flicking his tongue like a serpent, nervously tilting his head as he gazed at him. "Smile, smile, give me a grin." The observer, with his mouth gagged, had contorted his face. How could he possibly smile? Why so serious? A smile should penetrate your very mind. Previously, he had heard this man referred to as the observer, and the Joker's displeasure resurfaced. Yet, the joy of acquiring the laughing head almost made him forget this old fellow. After all, only Batman could truly watch him, and this observer was merely a counterfeit, equally as detestable as the laughing bat, and he couldn't even muster a laugh. The Joker seized the lipstick and, with force, drew a smile upon the observer's forehead, exerting such pressure that the brain could hardly withstand it. Instantly, it resembled a bowl of tofu curd doused in chili oil. A chaotic scene indeed. A grand smile, splendid. The Joker clapped his hands in delight, uncertain how he discerned a smile amidst the chaotic red and white. Nevertheless, his spirits lifted. He paid no mind to the observer's violent convulsions, laughing heartily as he strode away, disappearing into the night outside the cave. Chapter 142, Dr. Manhattan. The echoes of Su Ming's curses finally reached him, yet he found himself no longer in the Batcave. The Joker's inadvertent actions had ensnared him. He cast a glance at the small badge in his hand, a yellow, circular emblem commonly possessed by scouts or children, occasionally distributed as a dining gift by fast food establishments. However, this particular one was unique. It bore several drops of vivid crimson blood, splattered and indelibly fused with the badge itself. It was a smiling face. The two black dots represented eyes, and a simple arc formed its smiling mouth. Yet, when juxtaposed with the eerie bloodstains, Su Ming instantly recognized its significance. This was the badge of the Jester. In Watchmen, the Jester was known for adorning his chest with it, while the Pharaoh sought to eliminate this former ally. Fortunately, Dr. Manhattan intervened at the last moment, transporting the Jester from a deadly fall to the sea, thus averting his demise. However, the badge fell, stained with blood from a struggle between the Jester and the Pharaoh. Originally, the Watchmen universe existed as a separate realm. But during the N52 rebirth, the editors integrated their world into the main universe, placing this inhuman superpower deep within its confines. The backdrop of Watchmen is set against the Cold War, portraying this emotionless blue figure as a symbol of America's formidable might, endowed by the editors with an array of overwhelming abilities. The original comic contained a poignant phrase: "In the world, there were originally no gods, but now there is one." He was once an American. Indeed, he was a god. Despite the absence of a multiverse concept, his powers were unparalleled in any singular universe. He existed and yet did not exist, a complete quantum amalgamation capable of predicting the future, creating and obliterating worlds, manipulating time, altering causality, and annihilating particles. This merely scratched the surface of his abilities. A being like Barbados could be erased with a mere thought if he so desired. However, while God wielded faith and divine arts, he employed quantum theory, one rooted in theology, the other in science. Of course, God's strength lay in his mastery over a coexisting multiverse, whereas Dr. Manhattan was confined to a single universe. Watchmen is one of DC's most triumphant comics, narrating the tale of a superhero known as the Pharaoh, who, perceiving the looming threat of nuclear war, assassinated his teammates for the sake of world peace, framing and misleading Dr. Manhattan to become a common enemy of humanity. Once Dr. Manhattan was manipulated into annihilating numerous cities, demonstrating an inhuman and destructive force. Humanity united against a common foe, achieving peace. As time passed, upon discovering the truth, Dr. Manhattan deemed the Pharaoh's actions justified and silently accepted the blame. Embarking on a journey to another star system, before his departure, he eliminated his teammate, Rorschach, who intended to reveal the truth to the world. Rorschach felt that Manhattan had suffered an unjust fate, and it was imperative for the truth to be unveiled. However, after becoming a quantum entanglement, Dr. Manhattan no longer possessed human thought. He was solely aware of benefits and drawbacks. He deemed world peace and the existence of Earth to be paramount, rendering the truth insignificant. Should Rorschach expose the truth, it would inevitably precipitate a global nuclear war, rendering the sacrifices of the deceased meaningless. Thus, anyone obstructing peace became his adversary, and in a fleeting thought, he obliterated Rorschach into a mist of blood. Once the world merged, Dr. Manhattan reappeared in the primary universe, unchanged in essence and flavor. Those who posed a threat to the world's existence had to be dealt with, and no accidents were permitted. However, after many years, his methods had evolved. He had stolen a decade from the primary world, leaving no one aware of its disappearance. Only the Flash, Wally, Barry's nephew, sensed that the entire universe had lost a decade, but his information remained nebulous. Prompted by his intuition, Batman excavated in the Batcave, uncovering an object within the stone, the Joker's emblem. Bruce was uncertain of its significance, so he left it in the Batcave as a mere ornament, with no progress made in its study. It was an ordinary aluminum piece featuring an iron paperclip on the back, with paint and patterns that were decidedly mundane, likely worth 5 cents in Gotham. Yet, an inexplicable feeling told Batman that this object was extraordinary, although its uniqueness eluded him. Suming speculated about the lost decade, theorizing that Manhattan might have extracted that time to create a temporal and spatial prison, an incomplete, independent world devoid of heroes and villains, merely a commonplace existence under his control. Coupled with Slade's earlier experiences, Su Ming suspected he had been confined within that realm. Dr. Manhattan could stretch this period indefinitely, if he chose. He could transform 10 years into eternity or continuously reboot that time. Perhaps Slade knew too much, prompting Manhattan to impose a life sentence upon him. Or perhaps Slade harbored undesirable concepts, necessitating his isolation. In any case, within the prison formed during that decade, Slade experienced countless lives, an endless succession of ephemeral existences. Yet, everything was abruptly interrupted by Su Ming's sudden appearance. The Clock King had escaped. Dr. Manhattan may have sensed these changes, but perhaps believed it prudent to observe the new Clock King, or other reasons prevented him from addressing Su Ming immediately. No one could fathom his thoughts. However, at the moment Su Ming acquired the Joker's emblem, he established a direct connection with Dr. Manhattan, who promptly summoned him. As Su Ming lifted his gaze, numerous celestial bodies slowly rotated in the distance, the light of the universe warm yet devoid of comfort. Beneath his feet lay a panorama of golden blue edifices, reminiscent of a grand palace, whose architectural style exuded a mathematical elegance. Each angle and slope had been meticulously calculated, as if it were a creation from the future. He hovered in mid-air, in a realm of cosmic space, yet able to breathe freely, all thanks to the figure before him, a blue-skinned, towering naked man. This was Dr. Manhattan, a quintessentially rational former human. Su Ming was well prepared. He harbored no fear of Dr. Manhattan. His own brain was encased in a metallic shield, an origin of the DC universe, rendering Manhattan incapable of penetrating it to read his thoughts. Most crucially, Manhattan represented the epitome of rationality, akin to a supercomputer, as long as one's words bore logic. Safety was assured. Gently, Su Ming activated the pin behind his badge, affixing the smiling emblem to the armor adorning his chest. He indeed harbored thoughts of vengeance against Manhattan, seeking retribution for Slade's past trials. Yet this remained merely a notion, known only to himself. Outsider. A standard American accent resonated in his ears as Dr. Manhattan's pale, starry gaze fell upon Su Ming. Like him, Manhattan floated gracefully in the air, seated cross-legged, his expression devoid of emotion. He was the solitary figure in the DC universe who did not smile. Doctor, your awareness of me suggests that your origins may lie in higher dimensions, yet you have altered the course of history, shrouding the future in ambiguity. Su Ming smiled faintly. The butterfly effect of a traveler was inescapable. This was not inherently negative. No one yearned for a future devoid of uncertainty. Dr. Manhattan fell into a brief silence, and within less than a second, he nodded slowly. Your conclusion is partially correct. I have observed the thoughts of 50 billion humans and extraterrestrial beings throughout the universe. They do not require a certain future. Although some may indulge in fortune-telling or other glimpses of the future, such desires stem from a profound fear of the unknown. Then, can you return me to Earth? We have no further issues. Su Ming toyed with the badge on his chest, signaling that he shared no allegiance, existing solely for himself and his mission. Negative. You cannot remain in this world. The world's creators, observers, and counter-observers are all deceased, and I must strive to mend it. Dr. Manhattan spoke calmly, as though Su Ming had shattered a vase, and he was the remarkably patient owner. Before that, you must depart. You do not belong here, and that is equally true. How did the observers die? What transpired? If the DC universe were a boiler, these three entities were responsible for maintenance, fueling, and waste disposal. Without them, all would be well until a problem arose, leaving no one to fix it. Isn't change a positive development? Su Ming pressed stubbornly, reluctant to depart. If he left, when would he receive his reward for the mission? He had yet to experience the exhilarating thrill of lavish spending. Although Slade possesses certain memories, Su Ming has not had the opportunity to experience them. Memory, after all, is a fragile construct. Regarding past expenditures, Slade remains indifferent. His motivations as a mercenary extend beyond mere monetary gain, largely driven by a sanguinary thirst. Thus, his recollections tend to be mundane, such as the receipt of payment on a particular date or taking his daughter to the seaside hotel for seafood. A pleasant experience, indeed. Su Ming yearns to grasp the essence of arriving at such a conclusion. Some assert that time is linear, while others advocate for a tree-like or web structure of time. Yet, the true nature of time eludes understanding, and change is not invariably beneficial. A remark from the Blue Man added to his perplexity. It was inevitable that Dr. Manhattan would come to him, and the timing of his intervention was more belated than anticipated. Very well, you may escort me away. But could you ensure that Batman settles his debt to me first? Su Ming raised his hands in a gesture of calm resignation. It is only natural for one to repay their debts. After all, that is the fruit of my labor. At the very least, allow me a glance at it. Currency, the human method of exchange, facilitates the trade of material goods. Dr. Manhattan maintained his impassive demeanor, stating, however, currency cannot even circulate across different nations. Therefore, it holds no utility for you as you prepare to depart. I can provide you with items that are universally applicable across any cosmos, enabling you to sustain your existence. With a wave of his hand, Su Ming felt a weight in his grasp, revealing a bag. Upon inspection, he discovered several vibrantly colored stones, reds and greens alike, emanating a beautiful luminescence. Gems? He pondered. Energy. Only energy possesses universal value. Dr. Manhattan elucidated, without concealing this notion. Su Ming sighed inwardly, resigned to endure for the time being. He would bide his time until he was prepared to confront this exhibitionist. Regardless, since you are facilitating my departure, I should have a say in my destination, correct? He seized the opportunity, knowing precisely where he wished to go. Reasonable, Dr. Manhattan conceded. The wall of origin has been breached. Can you cast me beyond that opening? Su Ming was uncertain if his assumption held merit. No one truly knew what lay outside the wall of origin. Yet, in past conversations with colleagues from the real world, they had whimsically suggested that it might lead to other universes, like that of Detective Conan or Pokemon. Su Ming held a differing perspective. If alternate worlds existed, it was only logical that the closest would be the realm of American comics. Of course, it was also possible that the expanse beyond was nothing more than the origin itself, leaving him to drift as cosmic debris in the unknown. Now was the moment to validate his conjecture. He was willing to take the gamble, for such ambiguous matters often bore a 50-50 chance. He harbored X-metal within him, a silent connection to the DC universe. He would surely find a way back. The original intent of Manhattan was to confine him within that temporal span or to transport him to a particular dimension, such as the ethereal abyss or the realm of swift force. However, Su Ming had no intention of adhering to his plans, as he harbored his own designs. The Doctor found himself ensnared in the longest contemplation since their encounter. The peculiar substance beyond the wall eluded even his comprehension. His quantum essence would also be attracted by the origin wall. Once the origin wall fractured this time, he aspired to allocate some quantum energy to probe the exterior, extending the duration of exploration to hundreds of thousands of years. Yet, an immense force perpetually obstructed him, causing him to instinctively forget this notion. Something was preventing him. He could sense its presence, yet could neither articulate nor resist it. Everything beyond that wall remained shrouded in mystery, as did the individual before him. Lacking clues, perhaps consigning the unknown to its own domain was a prudent decision. He was devoid of emotions, his thought processes diverging from those of ordinary beings. After extensive calculations, he acquiesced to this method of handling the situation. Su Ming's willingness to depart indicated a possibility for negotiation. Had Rasha possessed such a level of compromise initially, he would not have met his demise. However, postulating or negating past events proved futile. Thus he chose to disregard them. Manhattan raised a solitary finger, employing action in lieu of words. A flash of blue light enveloped Su Ming, causing him to vanish once more. Chapter 143. A fortuitous bet in the next instant. Su Ming was enveloped in blue light, traversing the cosmic expanse. During this peculiar flight, he faintly discerned 4 colossal figures brushing past him. Those must be the Omega 4 gods, appearing in the aftermath of the metal event during the new saga. Justice is absent. They were 4 enigmatic ancient titans, each symbolizing entropy, mystery, wonder, and knowledge, relentlessly consuming planets throughout the universe in their quest for energy. Su Ming surmised that they might have been released from the origin wall, for he had never heard of them before. Yet these concepts inherently belonged to the DC universe. His understanding of the 4 gods was superficial, as the comic provided scant information. His initial reaction was that DC had introduced 4 world devourers, all heading towards Earth. These beings wielded immense power, each representing a force of cosmic law, elevated to the essence of the universe. However, even if Su Ming wished to engage, it was temporarily impossible, for upon concluding his thoughts about the 4 gods, he realized he had already crossed into the exterior. With the breach of the origin wall far behind him, he now found himself amidst the swirling gray mists of the Sea of Origin. Manhattan was indeed an honest entity, unwilling to delay even a second in sending Su Ming away. No wonder he had been isolated to the depths of the universe. Su Ming felt a flicker of uncertainty about whether to hold him accountable, though he yearned to seek justice for the original Slade. It now seemed as if he were grappling with an automated vending machine regarding his debts. However, now is not the time for contemplation. Su Ming resolved to adhere to his own plan. If his conjecture proved accurate, it would not be long before he glimpsed other realms. A unique blue energy enveloped him, allowing him to continue flying and breathing in this bizarre environment. Yet, the duration of this fragile azure glow remained uncertain. The gray primordial substance was devoid of sensation or temperature. It was akin to headless thoughts, perhaps existing within the minds of all. It churned incessantly, resembling both the waves of the sea and the boiling magma, cloaked in a somber hue, yet it felt as though something tangible lay concealed within. Indistinct and ineffable, it was present yet indescribable. Here, the concepts of time and space were rendered meaningless. Su Ming had no notion of how long he had been traversing within it. At last, the gray substance began to recede. What unfolded before him brought a sigh of relief. His hypothesis was indeed correct. Beyond DC lay other universes. In the obsidian expanse, luminous points sparkled like vibrant, enormous soap bubbles. He recalled a scene akin to this from the film Doctor Strange. So this was the multiverse? Worlds flitted past him, and while he could not turn back, he could slightly alter his trajectory. The energy of Dr. Manhattan served as both shield and propulsion, ensuring his survival while simultaneously preventing his return. Fortunately, Su Ming had acquired the most precious X-metal from DC. It was time to explore elsewhere. He soared through the space like a blue arrow, drawing near the edges of various worlds to listen to the sounds within. It felt somewhat akin to selecting a watermelon at a market, and he could discern the activity inside without needing to knock. For instance, as he approached a somewhat darkened soap bubble, he slowed his pace, gliding along the world's periphery, and heard someone shouting within. "Grant me strength. I am He-Man." This was once a creation of F.A. Company, later acquired by DC, and this universe was known as the He-Man universe. The world of the cosmic giant He-Man possessed a notably high tier. He-Man, his sister Shi'ar, and his arch-nemesis Skeletor were all super beings capable of traversing the cosmos in physical form. Should Batman ever pose that age-old question to He-Man, his response would undoubtedly differ from Superman's. "No, I truly do not bleed." This was not to imply he was stronger than Superman. He-Man was originally a children's tale, and in such worlds, neither heroes nor villains were permitted to bleed. Moreover, the transformation triggered by a lightning strike seemed inherently tied to some lineage or magic. Although formidable, it was ill-suited for Su Ming. He circumvented this world and continued onward. Though he referred to it as moving forward, this expanse lacked a sense of direction. It was merely the objects before him that rushed past, devoid of reference points, making it difficult to ascertain whether it was he who moved or the world that shifted. Close at hand lies a world bathed in an ethereal green glow. Yet before Su Ming could brace himself, he was greeted by the familiar strains of background music, accompanied by the unmistakable scent of canned spinach. He turned on his heel, for there was nothing of worth in this realm. Worlds flitted past him, each filled with a cacophony of disjointed sounds, none of which aligned with his purpose. The little ponies were off in search of their charming insignias. Nemo, beware of the great white shark. Patrick, fancy blowing bubbles? Just 2 bits. Splashing the mud is such fun. Pikachu, it's you I choose. Observe the blue cat. Emulate the blue cat. I take pride in my poise. Su Ming's expression shifted. Had he perhaps strayed from his intended path? Why did it feel as though he was drifting further from the realm of American comics? A glance over his shoulder revealed the absence of the route he had traversed. In this featureless, pitch-black void, distinguishing direction became an impossible task. Sighing, he reassured himself that at least he knew what he sought, even if it required a bit more time. Time passed. The number of worlds he crossed blurred into obscurity. Yet Su Ming's spirits lifted as he sensed he was nearing his objective. He finally beheld a colossal aggregation hovering not far above him. It resembled a snow globe, with countless smaller bubbles enveloped by an immense outer shell. This intricate multiversal structure often represented innumerable Earths across various timelines, a rarity among known existences. The pivotal distinguishing feature was the presence of a vast luminescent multiverse alongside it, the two systems forming a twin star configuration, with the visage of Mickey Mouse faintly emerging on the outer wall of the other multiverse. The Disney universe, perhaps? Su Ming merely cast a fleeting glance. He held little interest in fairy tale princesses. After a brief detour, he quickened his pace toward the Marvel multiverse. He had always believed Marvel to be adjacent to DC, yet he had not anticipated such arduous effort. The closer he drew, the more he realized the immense scale of this multiversal system. He could not tell if it was expanding or if he was shrinking. Without further contemplation, he collided with the transparent outer wall. It felt like a thick barrier. Although not as solid as DC's origin wall, the excruciating pain and difficulty of passage compelled Su Ming to grit his teeth. His armor grew searingly hot. Wounds began to reopen, and he felt as if he had been thrust into a pressure cooker, even with the energy protection bestowed by Dr. Manhattan. Time slipped away, yet he ultimately succeeded in breaching the interior of the multiverse. The blue glow enveloping him dimmed, its energy expended in traversing the world barrier. However, he had merely entered the Marvel multiverse. He still needed to penetrate into a specific world, such as the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Earth 199999, which, despite not being particularly potent, held many treasures. Yet the energy left within him flickered uncertainly. His time was limited, and these worlds bore no numerical identifiers for him to consult. The Marvel Universe encompasses a multitude of worlds. For instance, the rights to franchises such as Star Wars and Terminator also reside within Marvel's domain. One need not ponder too long, for within this myriad of minuscule soap bubbles, they exist. The designs of the multiverse in DC and Marvel diverge significantly. Within DC's origin wall lies a realm populated solely by superheroes, whereas Marvel's tapestry includes works of various genres. At this moment, he heard familiar voices emanating from a world resembling glass marbles nearby. Agent J and Agent K. This mission is entrusted to you. This was the realm of men in black, a world rich in intriguing elements. However, what he saw was a Marvel superhero universe. He endeavored to fly deeper. For perhaps the closer one approached the core of the system, the more complete and significant the worlds became. Yet, a protective energy seemed on the verge of vanishing. Should he lose this safeguard in the desolate depths of space, he might end up transformed into a popsicle, much like Yondu. He could only select a world adorned with 6 luminous points, likely the Infinity Stones, and plunged into it. The world before him rapidly expanded as he traversed the barrier of the miniature realm, soaring through the cosmos. The blue light enveloping him began to flicker intermittently. He attempted to recharge with the stones bestowed upon him by Dr. Manhattan, yet those gems remained unresponsive, clearly not intended for such use. An unknown gravitational force suddenly enveloped him, drawing him toward a specific direction. Helplessly, he watched as he was guided by this mysterious energy, traversing a sea of stars, passing through countless nebulae and black holes, until at last he arrived at the Milky Way, followed by the solar system. Finally, a familiar planet came into his view.